Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The guy was sweating and heard someone calling him. Nate was taken aback and wondered what had happened. He noticed the stakes that had pierced his body. He saw the guys from above who were discussing that the seventh trap had an amazing effect after all and came to the conclusion that he was now inside the dungeon. The archer, looking scared, cried out that there was no time, they were already behind him. The upset guy looked at Nate and asked him for forgiveness. MC tried to get up through the pain and wondered if this was really how people died. He pulled the stakes out of his body with a cry of pain. The ground under the protagonist was stained with blood. Looking at his trembling hand, the guy noted that his senses were dulling, and he had lost too much blood. He could not believe that all this was real. Stunned, Nate thought that from the very beginning everything was not like in reality, from the very moment he was summoned to this terrible world. The guy remembered how a month ago he was walking around the city, talking on the phone, and told us that from that day, when he did not know anything and he was forcibly summoned to this unknown world called dungeon. MC was suddenly surprised. A bright aura began to emanate from his body. The protagonist's body began to dissolve, after which he asked what it was. He suddenly teleported. A bright flash appeared in the forest. Nate found himself in another world. A crowd of people stood in front of him. The guys looked at him. Surprised, MC asked what was going on there, and why everyone was gathered there. Looking at the group of people, they discussed that they were going about their business, but they were transported. Nate suddenly turned around when he heard a voice that said that they were welcome to the dungeon. In front of them stood a hare, who said that he was a guide for the game. They were all invited to their game. Touching their face, he asked if they were curious about this game. Nate calmly asked if it was a toy rabbit. The angry stranger stepped forward and asked what the hell it was. Frowning, he cried out that he did not know what kind of show or anything it was, but he did not care about some game. He was late for an important interview, after which he asked them to hide behind the toy hare and talk nonsense. The hare's face was calm. He said with a puzzled look that he was going to say something very important. There was no one else there except him and them. Raising an umbrella over his head, the animal asked the guys for attention, noting that he was now going to explain the rules of the game to them. The guy grabbed the hare by the jacket and ordered him to stop talking nonsense and call him a taxi right now. The guide smiled and replied that he would not do that. He would first tell about the game. Nate was confused when he heard that it was a game that was learned through death. He approached the guy and tried to stop him. The impatient stranger was surprised when the hare suggested that for the sake of the impatient man he would have to first tell about the most important rules of the game. There was no one else there except him. And also, the first rule was that you should always be polite to the guide in the game. The hare swung his paw. He cut off the guy's head. Blood splashed on MC's face. Landing on the ground, the guide said that the guy was dead, adding that he would kill those who did not follow the rules. The people were horrified by what had happened. The guide with glowing eyes suggested that they start for real. Nate began to tremble with fear. He looked at the severed head and listened to the story that it was a game that was learned through death. He fell to his knees in horror. The hare extended his finger and said that the area was dangerous, and since he was already called a guide, he should give them basic equipment. A blade appeared in front of the protagonist. The man held an axe in his hands and said that this was virtual reality, which was so popular now. All these people were actually 3D. He once read an article about how they created false memories using virtual reality and passed them off as passing a real test. The guide flew into the air and said that they could think as they wanted, and then suggested that they start little by little. The hare, with glowing eyes, asked if they would try to stay alive at all costs first. The guys raised their heads and listened as the dungeon game began. A huge flower appeared in front of the people, while Nate was telling how the dungeon game began, which was more like hell, because different monsters crawled out of the darkness every minute. The roots of the living flower pierced the bodies of people. There were corpses of people on the ground. The plant was stretching its roots to the guys. While MC was telling us that time was passing, people continued to die. If you were distracted, you could die. Sometimes there were situations when it was necessary to kill each other to survive. It was a survival game. The guy kicked the protagonist. He took the meat from him and ordered him to shut up, because he was no good. Upset, Nate listened to how fighters like them risk their lives to protect trash like him, who doesn't even know how to fight. If he is told to bring, then he must silently give it. The protagonist imagined system windows with skills and told that the skill is another weapon provided to the participants of the game, dungeon. MC imagined a man shrouded in an aura and said that it was a thing he often saw in MMORPGs, revealing superpowers. It could grant superpowers, or magical skills. Most people acquired skills for fighting, but in his case. The upset guy asked for a status window to appear. A notification popped up, showing the protagonist's stats, saying that his cleaning skill cleans contaminated areas. MC looked closely at his skill and thought that it was a secondary skill that didn't help in battle, just a skill to remove poisonous impurities from the meat of animals or monsters. The man pointed his finger at him, saying that he needed to be able to say thank you. If Nate hadn't been with them, he would have lost on the first day. He was no good, he only wasted food, he should say thank you for moving freely. The guy came there and asked what they were doing. The man turned around and listened to them say that they had agreed to distribute food tomorrow. Holding his head, the stranger said that there had been a heated battle today, so he wanted to regain his strength a little, to which he received the answer that there were no exceptions. Mike, with a serious look, ordered to wait for tomorrow's distribution. The man left there. MC got to his feet with the guy's help. Upset, Mike asked not to think about it. Everyone had just become rude, that's why they say that. Smiling, the protagonist said that he didn't think about it, everything was fine, and the guy asked him to get some sleep, because tomorrow they were leaving early. As the guide said, tomorrow they would reach the final destination. Disappointed, Nate thought that he would also like to help with something. A blade appeared in his hand. A scream was heard in the forest. A huge ball was rolling after the people. The guide was watching them and said that if they only looked forward, something bad would happen. He emphasized with a satisfied look that he said that there were many traps there. Mike was taken aback by what he heard. Turning around, he saw how the people died. He looked at the people who did not survive and cried out that they were looking around and dodging. Frowning, he said that they needed to speed up, because if they stopped, they would die. Nate tried to catch his breath. He thought with an exhausted look that his strength was running out. His eyes went cloudy. The protagonist suddenly stumbled. The ground beneath him began to collapse. The guy was scared. Mike looked back and noticed that MC had fallen into a trap. He started calling him with a dumbfounded look. The guide was watching them and saying that the seventh trap still had an amazing effect. He happily emphasized the fact that the probability of surviving in the trap was 0%. The ball started to roll towards them. Mike gritted his teeth and asked his comrade for forgiveness. He started to run away from there. Following them, the hare noted that he thought these guys had a close relationship. As it turned out, Mr. Mike was very cold-blooded. The enraged guy thought about Nate. Lying in the pit, the guy heard the hare praising them, saying that it had been a long time since more than 10 people had reached the end. The upset protagonist came to the conclusion that he was still alive, since he could hear the words of the guide. A blade appeared in his hand while the hare was saying that he was officially introducing the final boss of this round. His face was sad. Sitting on a pool of blood, MC assumed that this was his end. The guys were fighting a huge monster. The boss suddenly fell. The guys watched Mike chopping the golem and screamed that they had defeated the final boss. The delighted hare flew over the guy and shouted that he was doing well. Folding his arms, he emphasized the fact that he did not think that these weak people would eventually be able to destroy the boss, especially Mike, who was strong, even with one arm. Sighing, the guy asked if they could go home now. The confused guide clarified why they had decided so. He ordered with a mad look to gather all their strength and energy for the next game. Frowning, Mike asked what the guide was talking about. Standing under him, he cried out that the hare clearly said last time that as soon as they finished the mission with the boss, the dungeon would be completed, to which he received the answer that it was so. That's why they finished the first round, now they need to go to another dungeon. The frightened people began to discuss whether it was just the first round. Smiling, the hare asked for forgiveness. Looking at the guys, he noted that the real game in the dungeon began right now. The dumbfounded guys listened to him say that it was not interesting when there was only one round in the game. They behaved like some amateurs who had never played a game. Mike frowned at the words that there was no time to even rest, no time even to rest. This was a dungeon game that they mastered through death. He asked with a satisfied look, what were they like? The guys fell to the ground from fatigue. Spreading his arms, the guide said that for such an occasion there was a reward for completing the dungeon. A bright aura enveloped their bodies. People said with delight that their wounds were healing. Mike opened his mouth in surprise when his hand was healed. The guide landed on the ground and noted that this was a reward for completing the round. Mike had 2 hands again. Now they were full of strength and ready to go through the second round. Nate was sitting in the pit, when suddenly the aura began to heal him. The wounds on his body began to heal. Surprised, MC asked if his wounds were healing. There was a bright flash. The dumbfounded guy asked what it was. Turning around, the main character heard the words that the guys were moving on to the second round. Looking up, he cried out that he was alive and wanted to be taken with them. No one approached the pit. Dumbfounded, Nate asked if no one could hear him. Holding his head, the guy noted that this could drive him crazy. He did not know what to do there alone. A message popped up that the dungeon was restarting. He was scared by what he read. The ground began to tremble. Blood began to quickly flow from the stakes. Examining the blood, the protagonist wondered if the traces in the air were disappearing. Looking up, he noted that the entrance to the trap was closing again. Holding a knife in his hands, Nate reported that the guide said that there were previous participants. The guy with a serious look summarized that preparations were underway for the next participants. The protagonist stood in pitch darkness. He had a stone in his hand. He threw it upward. It bounced off the bottom of the trap. Light fell into the pit again. Closing one eye, Nate said that he had triggered the trap device first. He did not know what to do. Looking at the stakes, he came to the conclusion that if he crawled up, he could fall and die. His look was thoughtful. The guy was taken aback when he heard the voice of the hare, who asked what was going on. The surprised guide looked at him and asked why Nate had not died yet. Standing in the pit, MC said that he had almost died, but the full restoration of the surviving players had begun. The enraged hare asked again. Holding his head, he screamed that this could not be. Those who fall into this trap are immediately eliminated from the game. Instant death occurs, because it is very painful to fall there, and Nate said that he also survived. He must be taken to the others. Having descended into the pit, the guide replied that it was not that easy. Flying around the guy, he asked to open the status window. A notification popped up, in which the protagonist's name had disappeared. Turning around, MC listened to the fact that according to the rules of the dungeon, he is listed as dead, not survivors. Nate smiles and wants to say that if he is no longer a participant, he can return to the normal world, but the hare interrupts him and says that he must die. Closing his eyes, he noted that mistakes that cannot be corrected should be silently hushed up, so that no one finds out, so that everything is as natural as possible. Stretching out his hand, Nate asked where he had seen such a thing. He was upset by the words that MC still did chores behind Mike's back and could not get out of there. Holding an umbrella in his hand, the guide emphasized the fact that the restart did not only happen in the trap. He began to fly away from there. Smiling, the hare said that even if the protagonist can get out, hell is happening up there, so he can calmly die of hunger there. He should not interfere with others playing and just die alone. The guide began to fly away from there. Frowning, the protagonist asked if he was telling him to die quietly. An image of a man who mocked him surfaced in his memories. Looking at the inventory, Nate said that no one can die just because they are ordered, so the hare should not dare to despise him just because he is an ordinary worker. A piece of meat appeared in his hands. Having bitten off the meat, the guy emphasized the fact that he will survive. There were gnawed bones on the ground. Sighing, he noted that he ate well. It seemed to him that for the first time in the last month he was able to eat so calmly. Looking up, the protagonist added that it was ironic. This was just heaven compared to the time when he was constantly running from monsters and had to stand night watch. Looking at the sky, the guy came to the conclusion that he could not sit there all his life and rot. Closing his eyes, he began to reason that if he could somehow get up, monsters were waiting for him there, and the pit had a high ceiling and strong walls around it. He stood up. Nate looked at the ground. Dumbfounded, the guy came to the conclusion that he could dig a hole. He imagined digging a tunnel and noted that he had to dig down first, then to the side, and if he moved slowly away from the stone wall, he could get out. Kneeling, the protagonist asked if it was too reckless. Frowning, the guy came to the conclusion that there was nothing to do there anyway, and it would be safer elsewhere. Beads of sweat were running down his face. Turning around, Nate asked if his brain started to work worse when he constantly felt a threat to his life. Looking at his hands, he noted that they were torn off, but there was nothing he could do, because he had to survive. A stone fell on his head. Looking back, he added that the problem was now with this earth, so he could bury himself alive. Surprised, Nate wondered if this earth could be saved in his inventory. An inventory appeared in front of him. The guy tried to place the earth there. Looking at the projection, the protagonist said that he was doing well, it could really be used. Putting his hands on his hips, MC emphasized the fact that now he doesn't have to worry about burying himself, and the work will go faster. He grabbed a handful of dirt in his hand. The guy continued to dig a tunnel, putting the dirt in his inventory. Nate noted with a smile on his face that it was cool. It showed how much he dug. It was 100 times more fun than constantly running away from someone. Yellow mana enveloped his body. He read that he had acquired a new skill. His face was inspired. Powerful energy surrounded him. Opening his eyes, the guy emphasized the fact that for the first time he felt like he could tear everything. A notification popped up that he had the skill. Earth Clod Master. Now he could roll earth clods even better. Nate fell to the ground. His face was dissatisfied. Looking at the screen, he asked what kind of skill it was, noting that his first skill was also second-rate, and he couldn't even tell anyone about this shameful skill. Stretching out his hands, the protagonist said that it was understandable why this skill appeared. Closing his eyes, the guy wondered if he would never have fighting skills like Mike. His face was sad. He imagined his comrade's face and noted that if he thought about it, he had always caused nothing but trouble for Mike. After all, he had lost his arm when he was saving him. Sitting in the tunnel, the protagonist said that he hoped that Mike was okay, because someone like him couldn't just die. He was suddenly taken aback. Looking at the pile of dirt, MC noted that he would see how good he was at making clods of dirt, since he had this skill. A clod of dirt began to form in his hand. Looking at the ball, Nate was taken aback. His face was puzzled. A hole was dug in the pit. The guide found a tunnel. Holding his face, he said that he told him to die quietly there. He noted with a displeased look that the protagonist would not do anything down there with his leg swings anyway. Having flown into the tunnel, the guide assumed that Nate had used up all his strength and died. Examining the hole, the hare asked if MC had dug that much. Having landed, He asked how much strength the guy had, since he had been able to stay alive for so long without any abilities. He began to fly along the tunnel and say that the protagonist would not succeed anyway. There was a smile on his face. Taken aback, the hare assumed that he was seeing a body. His mouth opened in surprise and asked why the passage was getting wider. His gaze fell on the torch. The dumbfounded guide asked why all these unnecessary things were needed. The protagonist passed in front of him. Nate looked at him. He greeted the hare with a smile on his face. Clenching his hands into fists, the animal asked why the guy hadn't died yet and how all this had happened. He was suddenly taken aback. The hare saw a bed and a table made of clay. The guide looked closely at the guy's room. He asked with an enraged look what all this was. A guy takes a lump of earth in his hand. A man in a red t-shirt adds liquid to the lump of earth. A brunette kneads dough from earth. A guy molds a plate. A white hare in a business suit came up to the guy and asked him what he was doing. The brunette puts meat on a new plate and said that his interlocutor is a guest for him and he should treat him to something. The white hare leaned on his hand and said that the cave has already become a home for the guy. He clarified whether he should eat it. The rabbit lowered one ear and asked if it was true that he was a worker responsible for food. The hare clarified whether that is why he behaves like that. The guy looked at the rabbit. The hare in a business suit said that he probably developed some kind of skill. The guy asked again what the interlocutor was talking about. The rabbit asked in surprise what kind of skill he developed. The man in the red shirt raised his hand to his face and said that his skill was rolling clods of earth. The rabbit laughed and asked again. The hare pointed at the hero, laughed and said that he was wondering why he had made everything so well. The guy told him to laugh. The rabbit moved his tail and asked if he was really gaining useless skills. The guy looked away. The hare said that the first skill of purification was also very strange. He added that it was interesting, although in the end all efforts were in vain. The rabbit jumped off the chair and said that now all that was left was to die. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and asked if he would kill him. The hare turned his head and said that he would not kill him, since he himself would soon die. He added that he did not want to dirty his hands. The hare jumped and exclaimed that he thought it was over. The guy asked again in surprise about what was over. The man opened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed what his interlocutor was talking about. The guy turned around. The animal jumped up and said that while his interlocutor was having fun and rolling balls, the next players had already completed one round. The hare smiled and exclaimed that he had only made such a hut in vain. He asked his interlocutor if he regretted it now. The man raised his head in surprise. The bowl fell on the floor. The guy opened his eyes. Stones were flying at the hero. The guy explained why he hadn't thought of that. While he was digging this hole, he completely forgot. The man opened his eyes in surprise and said that this was a dungeon restart. He added that this meant that everything he had dug would also be restarted. The guy took a step forward. The man ran and exclaimed that they needed to quickly return to that trap. The rabbit smiled and said that the hero was trying to get out of there, and added that he really had fortitude. The guy fell. The rabbit said that the hero must be in trouble. The man lies on the ground. The rabbit says that it is still a long way to the exit and adds that the hero should not have dug so hard. The brunette frowned. The guy tries to get up. The hare asked if the guy was giving up. The rabbit said that this is probably the end and added that the hero has been through a lot. The hare jumped up and said that as a result, the hero dug his own grave and added that he told him to just die quietly. The rabbit smiled and exclaimed that the hero was trying in vain. The rabbit flew to the cave and asked in surprise where the hero was. The guy looked up at his interlocutor. The man took a breath and asked if it had stopped. The rabbit opened his mouth and said that this could not be. The rabbit grabbed his head and exclaimed that the reboot was over and added that everything remained the same here. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. The rabbit said that it was a mistake, that because of this damn mistake it also affected the rules of the dungeon. A notification of the player's name appeared. The hare waves his hands. The guy asked about the end of the reboot. The rabbit exclaimed that he did not know, so that the hero would not ask him. The guy looked away. The rabbit screamed that it pissed him off and that he did not understand what was happening. The guy stood up and said that everything was in disarray, but it did not reboot. The man looked down and asked why this was happening, because he was a mistake. The guy in the white t-shirt flew up and mentally declared that because of the mistake the rules of the dungeon no longer applied to him. He mentally added that he received a reward. The man opened his eyes wide and mentally said that he was a player, but was not considered a player. The guy turned away from the hare. The rabbit asked the guy what the hero was thinking so intently about now. The guide frowned and said that he shouldn't rejoice so early, that in any case, he would die sooner or later. The guy turned his head to the hare. The guide said that perhaps during the next reboot everything here would collapse, or huge monsters would be discovered in the dungeon. The guy blinked languidly. The rabbit exclaimed that in the end he would definitely die. He clarified why the hero had such an expression on his face. He was so afraid that he couldn't even control his facial expressions. The guy exhaled and asked his interlocutor if he could kill him. The rabbit asked again what he was talking about. The animal frowned regretfully. The guy asked if he really wanted him dead so much. After all, he could. like that time, slap his throat. The guy started to walk away from his interlocutor. The hare exclaimed furiously that he could do a chick. The hare added that the guy was funny. He asked how he even thought of that, and added that he just didn't want to get his hands dirty. The animal waves his arms and shouts that he will do a chick. The guy grinned and mentally declared that it was bingo. He mentally added that he didn't understand why, but he couldn't kill him himself. The hare exhaled heavily. The rabbit looks at the hero in fear as he leaves and mentally declares that this is his failure. The main character leaves. Everything happened as Nate expected. The rabbit had only one right to kill the player. The hare grabbed his head in fear. He used it at the very beginning to take control into his own hands. Now there was no way to personally harm Nate. The guy turned around. The animal mentally asked what if he really went outside. The hero said that he would have dinner and asked if the hare really didn't want to go with him. The rabbit mentally declared that if they found out about his mistake from above, he would be finished. The guy turned around and said that if he didn't want to, then as he wanted. The man looked up questioningly. The stones began to shake. A powerful stream of water hit the protagonist in the chest. The man tries to resist the powerful pressure of the water and asks what is happening here. The hare says in fear that it broke. The animal smiled happily and said that it was an underground stream that broke. The hare mockingly points his finger at the protagonist and exclaims that he thought he would survive. But the underground stream is right here, and adds that the hero should die, that he should be flooded, that he is a mistake of nature. The hero tries to protect himself from the stream of water and says that due to the reboot, the ceiling of the cave has weakened. The guy tries to stay afloat and mentally declares that his situation is bad. Water fills the cave. Torches burn on the wall. The wave washes the walls of the cave. The protagonist emerges from the water. Wet hair stuck to his forehead. He remembers about the inventory. Nate fights his way through the waves. Water runs down his face and he decides to use the mud from his inventory to stop the water. Lumps of earth appear in the air. The guide looks at Nate with disdain. Pieces of mud fell into the water. The rabbit asked the guy if he was serious, to which he answered yes. The guide looks at the protagonist's efforts with pity and thinks that he has finally gone crazy because he is trying to plug the dam with his finger. Nate stands chest deep in water and notes that one finger is, of course, weak, but this amount will suffice. The hare hovered in the air and tried to understand to himself what the protagonist wants to do. He looked at Nate in shock. A lot of dirt appeared from the inventory. The guide asked why he had so much dirt and how much he had collected from himself. The guy raised his hand and silently answered that it was enough to underestimate him. He made a dash forward. Pieces of dirt flew forward. The protagonist decided that by collecting all the dirt from the inventory, he would stop the flow. A pile of dirt appeared in the path of the water. Streams of water began to flow out of it. Nate looked at the pile of dirt with incomprehension. He opened his eyes wide and realized that it could not withstand the pressure of the water. Nate took a piece of dirt and thought that if the shape was not spherical. A window appeared that spoke about the mud formatter skill, specifying that it can create more voluminous and durable pieces of dirt with an increase in level. The guy noticed that there was no word about a spherical shape. Looking at the ball of earth, he assumed that it would be able to change its shape. The guide watched the guy's attempts and came to the conclusion that he really had gone crazy. Water gushed over Nate. A ball of mud hovered above his palm. The guy silently asked it to change. In the air, the ball turned into a brick. Underwater, the protagonist reached for it, noting that this was an excellent option. The rabbit opened his mouth. Small streams oozed from the ground through the bricks. The guy leaned his hands on his knees and said that he thought that this time he would definitely die. The guide said to himself in bewilderment that he really stopped the flow. Nate looked at him and noted that things had been going wrong since he had appeared, and asked him what he was making fun of. The rabbit came down to the surface and told the guy to just give up and die. Nate fell to his knees and said that it was very cold, and added that he had almost died then. The guide noted that the guy was living like a cockroach. A puddle formed under the protagonist. The rabbit noticed that he had stopped the flow of water from the vein. In front of the wall there was a tower of bricks. The guy thought that he was doing this with a skill that allowed him to change the shape of mud, and that this was impossible even with combat skills. Beads of sweat slid down the rabbit's forehead. He also noted that the guy was too dangerous to keep alive. Nate went deeper into the cave and said that this was awesome. The guide asked again when they had become friends. The guy looked down and noted that he was calm now. The rabbit was flying behind the protagonist. He noticed a pond. The rabbit said that it could be poisoned, and he could definitely get diarrhea and die from stomach pain. The guy went down to the pond. He dipped his hand and activated the purification skill. Nate looked at the rabbit and said that now he can drink it. He again noted the guy's vitality. The protagonist looked at the pond. He stood up. The guide asked what he would do. The guy replied that since they now have a pond, they can get a beautiful finish. Nate looked at the rabbit with admiration. He replied that it was not needed. Bricks poured out of the inventory. The bricks became a neat well. GMD noted that the wall appeared in an instant, and that the guy's skills improved after stopping the flow. Nate was fixing the wall. The rabbit asked what he was doing. He replied that this was the highlight of their design. A fountain in the shape of a lion's head appeared above the pond. The rabbit noted that it looked more like a cat that had been struck by lightning. The protagonist stuck his hand in the lion's mouth. He looked at it and activated the mud formation skill. Water poured out of the fountain. The rabbit looked at it disapprovingly and realized that the guy was now doing whatever he wanted, and added why he was decorating everything in vain. Nate turned around and asked why this was in vain, and added that he understood how scientifically sound this design was. There was a pipe under the water. The guy asked to pay attention to it, and said that it connected to a water vein, from where the water comes. The image that appeared showed a diagram of how the fountain works. Nate noted that this is a good solution to reduce water pressure and the subsequent breakthrough, but it also allows you to avoid stagnation of water. The protagonist squatted down and said that isn't this the kind of design that only a genius can do. The rabbit replied that it was cool. The guy also asked if he would get an achievement for this. Beams of light appeared in front of him. The phrase on the board said that an achievement had been received for building a fountain with a lion's head. The guy looked at him in surprise. The guide narrowed his eyes. Nate fell on his buttocks. The rabbit noted that the achievement was given for stupidity. A new window appeared, which said that a reward had been received, in the form of fish in a pond. Fish were swimming in the pond. The rabbit and Nate looked at them in surprise. The guide asked how this was even possible. The guy turned to the rabbit and said that it was cool, because now he had water and fish, and he would not die of hunger. The guide in response wished for death. A tear came out of Nate's eye. He noted that his efforts had reached the heavens. He stood up and added that the gods were helping him. The rabbit told him to stop hoping. Smoke rose from the forest. The roots of a tree reached into a hole. Nate was grilling fish in the hole and asked the rabbit if it didn't look good. The rabbit rested his hand on his cheek and replied that the dungeon's prized equipment was used to grill meat. Nate turned to him and asked why he hadn't thought of that before, and the guide replied that he was stupid. The boy picked up the skewer of meat and remarked that at least he knew what made him happy. He lowered the skewer and asked the rabbit if he was hungry, since he had offered to grill the meat over a fire. The rabbit leaned against the wall and replied that didn't everyone eat that way and that it gave the food a smoky flavor. Nate turned away and said that if he didn't want to, he should just leave, to which the guide replied that he did whatever he wanted and would leave after seeing his corpse. The protagonist lowered his face and added that thanks anyway, because he was getting tired of the same old food. The rabbit with glassy eyes looked at the fire. The guy came up to him with a skewer and said that since he gave him the idea, he should thank him. The rabbit looked at the meat. Saliva started flowing from his mouth. At the last moment, he moved away from the meat and said that he didn't care what he was eating and that he didn't eat such crap food. Nate looked at the rabbit in surprise. He turned away and remembered that rabbits are herbivores. The guide replied that he could eat meat and that he was a special rabbit that eats anything, he just didn't want to right now. Nate scratched his nose and noticed that he had no grass. The rabbit asked if he was making fun of him and added that he really thought he couldn't just go and kill him. Logs caught fire under the grate. Bones and bottles lay near it. Nate went to bed. The rabbit looked at him and said that he must be the calmest participant in the history of the dungeon. The guy looked up and muttered something. The guide looked at him and thought that he was dreaming. He flew up. The rabbit rubbed his hands. There were bones on the grate. The rabbit noted that he did not even know what he had done. Smoke was rising from the pit. The guide added that the monsters in the dungeon were always hungry, and whether he could survive in the cave. The rabbit looked at Nate and said that he hoped that he had a wonderful last supper. The guy tossed and turned in his sleep and talked about the last piece. The cave shook. The boar crushed the bone. His eyes glowed brightly. Water flowed in the fountain. Torches burned on the wall. The torch flame illuminated the entire cave. The boar came up to Nate, who in his dream said that he also wanted a pig's stomach. The boar sniffed the guy. He was lying on his side and said that someone should forget something and not touch him. The boar's nose was pressed against the protagonist's ear. He said that he was not crazy. Nate suddenly attacked the boar and shouted that he was crazy and that he should eat his own pig's stomach. The guy sat down on the floor. The boar was standing in front of him. Beads of sweat were falling down the guy's face. He noticed that the boar had horns and wondered if he was still asleep. The guy flew back from the boar's blow. Broken stones were lying in the middle of the room. Nate noted that if he just scratched him, he was dead. He stretched out his hand and asked the boar if it understood him, like a rabbit. The protagonist opened his palms and apologized for the blow. The boar looked at the guy and simply growled in response. The guy realized that he was just hungry. Nate walked away from him and thought about how he appeared here and added that he was getting sick from the fear of death. Mike looked ahead and said that he needed to concentrate and that their strength was ridiculous. A boar was running towards him. The guy added that their behavior was unpredictable and they were also stupid. Nate realized that he needed to do what Mike would do in his place. Mike jumped away from the boar. A boar ran towards the protagonist. The guy wondered if he could do the same. Cold sweat appeared on his face. He noticed that he was only responsible for crafting and had no combat skills at all. He looked ahead. Light from magic appeared in his hand. A lump of dirt formed in his palm. Bricks flew up in the room. Nate stretched out his arms. He ran up the steps made of earth. A boar crashed into the wall. Stones flew in front of the boar. Wall debris falls. The monster stands behind the debris. It broke through the wall. Nate looked at the enemy and thought that he broke the wall of mud like a sand castle. The guy turned and added that he even stopped the vein from breaking through with this wall. The hero thought that people were not lying when they said that this was a first-stage apex predator. At that moment something unknown was standing in the fog. The enemy came out of the smoke. Nate said to himself that the enemy has excellent strength and endurance, that if one mistake is made, then he is dead. The monster runs at the hero. The guy builds walls for protection and thinks that, in any case, he can do only this. He put a brick and said that if one wall did not hold, then he will make several. Nate looked up and said that the enemy should try to get through his defense. The monster ran at the hero, while he screamed that the defense will not break so easily. The enemy's horn pierced the wall. The guy looked in surprise. The enemy broke the wall. The protagonist shouted that it was madness and wondered how he broke the defense so easily. Nate jumped and thought that things were bad, that the opponent was much stronger than he thought. The monster broke all the walls. The guy landed and thought that the water vein would break again due to the enemy's rampage. The space was collapsing. The protagonist shouted that his room was breaking. He bit his lip and said that he spent a lot of time creating it. Nate raised his hands. The hero looked at the enemy and said that he would not beat him so easily, that it was time for the main ability that the guy had been working on. The monster stopped. A huge rock appeared above the protagonist. The opponent looked at him in fear. Nate opened his mouth and asked if the enemy had ever heard of a directional bomb. He frowned and shouted that any monster would die from one blow. The opponent was dumbfounded. The rock hovered above the guy's head. It landed on the hero's hands. Nate looked up. The enemy looked at the smoke that formed in front of the protagonist. A huge wall of dust rose between them. The guy looked at the ground. The hero scratched his head with his hand and said that it seemed like he would live. The monster looked at the protagonist aggressively. Nate runs away from the aggressive opponent and thinks that he will not live, that he never had enough strength to throw this rock. The hero created steps in front of himself and shouted for the monster to stop. An unknown force pushed the guy away. The wall exploded in front of him. Blood splashed out of Nate's mouth. He fell to the ground. The falling debris formed a thick cloud of fog. The protagonist tried to get up. He lowered his head and thought that it was not even a direct hit, but it hurt like hell. Nate continued that he had nowhere to run while the monster looked at him. The guy raised his head and thought what to do. He thought that at this rate he would definitely die, that he should think with his head, that there must be a way out, while the monster turned to him. The hero continued that if he dealt with the enemy, meat was frying in the background. Nate was making barbecue from the monster. Saliva flowed from the guy's mouth. He thought that he would be able to taste the taste of fat that he dreamed of. An unknown force created a barrier around the protagonist. He looked at the monster and shouted for it to attack. The guy said that he was forming mud, while the monster ran towards him. The enemy destroyed the wall. Nate stood on a wall of mud. He looked at his opponent and said that it was time for them to finish the fight. The opponent fell to the ground. He was looking at the protagonist. The protagonist stands above and asks what he is looking at, adding that the enemy does not seem to understand what is going to happen to him. The guy adjusted his hair with his hand and said that he is furious, and asked the monster if he knows how long the hero has been building all this, how he is going to compensate for all this, whether he will help in the restoration of this place. The young guy said that it will be difficult for the monster, while he looked at him fearfully. Nate looked at the opponent and asked if he will pay with his carcass, and added that he treated the protagonist disrespectfully. The hero left. Someone looked shocked. The hare was dumbfounded and thought about what he just saw. He asked who this person is, while he smiles happily. The guide continued that it was just a mud-shaping skill and asked if it could really be used like that, with a notification in the background. The hare said to himself that this man was dangerous and creative with his skills, while the guy smiled. Archie pulls the bowstring. The average level of the participants after completing the first stage is the first, the guy is already the third. It rises due to frequent use of abilities. The shooter releases a beam of light at the iron statue. If special conditions are met, the participants can even get certain skills. The shot flies right into the center of the abdomen. The effects of the skills are reliable. Sulu, swinging his axe, pounces on the golem. The weapon cuts off the guard's hand, so that the survivors continue to clear the stages. The average level of the participants after completing the first stage should remain around the first. Sulu holds on tightly to the axe. The golem throws the guy out with the weapon with its other hand. The limb of the stone monster grows back, but it is not so easy to sharpen these skills in a deadly fight. The guy in the turquoise jacket covers himself with his elbows from the approaching hand of the giant. The hare closes his eyes. Nate, stretching his hand to the ground, releases magic. The guide thinks that the guy's level of mud formation is quite high, because he constantly uses this ability. The guy, smiling, is happy that he caught a boar. The hare is indignant that this is not even a combat skill. Nate waves his hand to the animal and says that now they have a pig's stomach. The guide, blushing with anger, thinks that this is a mistake and mentally calls the guy a parasite. Two hands sharpen a knife with a stone. Nate puts his hands with daggers on his sides and offers to begin. The guy, sticking out his tongue, runs the knife along the skin of the boar. He thinks that in slaughter everything depends on time. Blood flows from under the cut skin of the boar. Even 2 hours after death, the meat can easily spoil. The boy twirls the blades in one hand. Nate turns away and says that he could get rid of the parasites with the skill of cleansing, and adds that the meat will not be as tasty if it has already spoiled. The boy pulls back a bundle of fibers. He mentally repeats all his actions, such as separating lean meat from fat and cutting tendons. Nate brags to the guide how deftly he dismembers boars. The hare bulges his veins and shouts at the boy that he is noisy and asks him if he knows who he is talking to. Nate, exhaling, complains to him that when you live alone, it becomes boring if you do not constantly talk. The guide, lowering his ears, tells the boy that he understands him. Both heroes turned away from each other in embarrassment. They suddenly felt an unexpected kinship. Smoke billows out of the pit. Nate, using a dagger, hits the boar's skull against the wall. The guy looks thoughtfully at the frying pan. He notices that the new cookware is much lighter than the previous one. The young man holds the pan over the fire. He notes that the handle is quite strong, and immediately adds that the property is quite useful and should be tested. The guy holds a sinew in his hands, and insists that they are well dried and are ideal as ropes. The rabbit mentally asks Nate if he will be a caveman. The young man holds a piece of lard in his hands. He claims that fat is one of the most necessary things in survival. Throwing a piece of fat into the frying pan, the guy says that due to a recent incident, almost all the torches have deteriorated. He says that he steamed a lot to save them. The lard secretes fat. Nate expresses pleasure at the smell. The fat flows into a glass jar. The boy bends his legs. He thinks that today he turned out much stronger than yesterday. The hare, crossing his paws on his chest, bets that the scent will attract more wild animals. Nate looks at the guide. He says that he has already found a solution to the situation. The hare looks at the frying pan in the hero's hand. Nate moves away from the fire. He takes out iron rods from his inventory. The young man sticks the iron rods into the ground. The boy looks to the side. He asks the guide again if he told him that as soon as Nate falls into the trap, he will die. The young man turns around. He asks if he will be able to hunt if he uses it. The hare tensed up. Nate continues to tell him that iron peaks are quite useful, so he hid several in his inventory, and clarifies that after each restart they appear. The guy points out the trap to the other guy and asks him if it looks the same. The hare asks him if he thinks monsters are that stupid. The guide makes a disgruntled face and tells him that he is telling everyone in direct context that there is a trap here and asks if he thinks he can catch anyone. Nate waves his arms. He says that he is going to feast on monsters without regrets. The hare asks him what he is talking about, but the guy ignores him and continues that he is going to have a party with a pig's stomach. He suggests that if he releases the smell, the monster can jump here. The heroes look up. The hare is surprised and tells him to stop. The guide, waving his arms, shouts at the boar that he should not come here. The monster, despite his heart-rending screams, jumps into the pit. A stream of air flies out of the trap. The hare scolds the boar. The blast wave knocks the heroes down. Nate shields his face from the dust. The spears have pierced the boar. The boy is happy that he has caught another one. The guide, bending his ears to his face, asks him why he jumped at all. The boy is drooling. He is happy that now he does not have to worry about food. Hare is still screaming that he hates him. Rays of sun penetrate the dense foliage. Red leaves fall from the trees. Another boar wanders around the pit. Suddenly he notices that smoke is pouring out of the pit. The pig approaches the cliff. Below, above the fire, 2 pieces of pork are roasting. Fat drips from the brown scraps of meat. The boar falls down into the trap. Dust surrounds the fire with food. The carcass of the animal is spread out on the floor. Nate looks at the boar with a smile. He notices that this animal is bigger than the one he caught yesterday. The guy, lying on the floor, humming a tune, greeted him. Nate was sitting by the fire. He was eating roast pork. The ground suddenly began to shake. The guy shifted his gaze. He calmly asked if another boar had come and if they had any intelligence, noting that it was getting boring, and he was not even surprised. MC looked at the corpse of the beast and asked to at least be tasty, adding that he was getting fat because of them. A bright light enveloped his body. Mike's blade was dripping blood as he said they were finally done. The boy looked up and pointed out that they almost died. The boys approached him and asked if he was okay and if he was hurt. Looking at Archie, Mike said he was okay and asked if the others were okay, to which he answered yes. The boys looked at a pile of boar corpses and asked if he killed them himself. Mike smiled and said he wasn't seriously injured but he was close, then asked how it went with Sulu. The boy looked at him and said they had a lot of people. He was sorry they couldn't help when he was attacked. They were isolated after all. Sheathing his blades, Mike noted that everything was okay. He even got something for it. A projection appeared in front of him as he said that he killed 100 horned boars, including these, and was awarded skills. Looking at the notification, he read that the achievement, Horned Boar Slayer, was obtained for killing 100 beasts, so he was awarded the skill, Horned Boar Power. The surprised guys surrounded him and asked if such skills existed. Zulu asked with an interested look if Mike's body could use the power of the horned boar, to which he received the answer that the skill was limited, it lasted for 10 seconds, and the recharge was 100 seconds. Looking at the system window, the man emphasized the fact that his physical characteristics had doubled, it directly increased his strength and endurance. Leaning over, Zulu noted that if this was actually the case, then this was a cool skill. Mike was becoming more and more like a monster. The embarrassed guy said that he did not know how to react to such words. Enthusiastic Archie cried out that this was incredible, it was like attaching wings to a tiger. He added with a satisfied look that it was really cool and good that Mike was on their side. Zulu held out his hand and said that if the skill level increased, he thought the duration would be longer and the cooldown would be shorter, maybe the stats would improve. Archie hugged the guy who said he was uncomfortable being the center of attention. Mike suddenly looked away. Looking into the distance, he said that they needed to go back to the cave. Archie suddenly became upset and said that it seemed like they had done this for nothing. Looking at the dead boars, he pointed out that they would leave all those boars there. If they had killed them, they would have gotten a lot of meat. Dave stood behind and said that he hadn't eaten good meat for a long time, then asked why all the monsters were poisonous. Looking at the beasts, he pointed out that the dungeon was telling them to die, food was scarce, and the monsters were endless. Looking down, Archie noted that if only they had Nate with his purification skill. Zulu looked at him and started screaming. The puzzled boy said that he never thought that losing the protagonist would be so hard, even though he was just cooking. Looking down, Mike asked Archie if Nate really thought that he was just cooking them food. The boy remembered fighting and said that the goal of the game is to survive, not win the fight. If that was the goal, then fighting would be the most suitable. There is a clear goal, and you can immediately see the results. Sitting by the tree, he wondered what if they can't fight anymore. Mike looked at MC bringing food to everyone. The protagonist gave him a hot potato. Looking at the potato, the boy pointed out that when they were weak, Nate fought. Standing among his comrades, Mike said that MC was the strongest of them. Zulu added with a smile on his face that it was true, Nate made him this whetstone. If it weren't for this stone, he would be waving a dull axe and would have died long ago. Archie lowered his head and asked for forgiveness, noting that he was just thinking about what if the protagonist was with them now. Smiling, Mike asked why they didn't go back. Moving through the forest, they shouted that they would go back and eat potatoes, after which they remembered that the protagonist was the first to find potatoes. Meat was roasting on the fire. Drooling, Nate said that this is life. The enraged guide screamed that MC was too loud. He eventually went crazy, talking to himself all day. He didn't stop even for a second. MC looked at him with his cheeks stuffed, and said that the hare does not know what the trick of mukbang is, after which he asked to remember that his reaction is important when he eats something tasty. Watching the protagonist eat, the guide cried out that he understands, does not know what it is, but knows exactly what he is talking about. Looking at him, Nate asked if the beast knew that the meat of these boars is poisonous. The puzzled guide said that of course he knew about it. MC began to whisper in his ear that if he uses the purification skill on this meat, the toxin will disappear, leaving a slight bitterness. It is tasty even without salt. The guide's face was stony. The hare blushed with anger and cried out that he does not need to know this. One day he will kill Nate with his own hands. Suddenly, someone fell into the pit, raising a cloud of dust. Looking at the boar's carcass, MC noted that another monster had pecked. Watching him, the guide shouted that these stupid boars were falling again. It was time for them to stop jumping. Taking the peaks out of the monster's body, the protagonist told him that these guys were reset together with the dungeon. After each reset, he got 3 of them a day. It was very tiring. Veins appeared on the hare's face from anger. He was suddenly taken aback. His gaze fell on how the guy raised the boar above his head. Enveloped in a blue aura, Nate said that this was his skill, after which he asked to keep an eye on the meat so that it did not burn while he was gone. Leaving from there, MC said that this was the skill. Power of the horned boar. In any case, he would be back soon. The guide was shocked, while in his thoughts he asked if he was talking about the achievement. Killer of horned boars. The protagonist with a satisfied look clarified whether he had become stronger. Climbing out of the pit, the guy noted that it was tiring. He needed to build some kind of structure for the entrance. He saw an exhausted hare. The frightened guide asked if he was talking about the achievement. Slayer of horned boars. To which he received a positive answer. Cold sweat was running down the hare's head, after which he clarified whether MC single-handedly killed 100 horned boars. He sat down next to him and said that he caught them with his trap. The guy was puzzled by the question whether he had survived the restart several times. Rising to his feet, he listened to the fact that after each restart the progress is reset, at best 40 boars on the surface. Holding his head, Nate came to the conclusion that his progress is not reset after restarting the dungeon. Surprised, Nate clarified whether all the monsters he kills in the future will be counted. He thoughtfully assumed that if he killed another 100 monsters, he would get even more achievements. The angry hare began waving his arms, shouting that this guy had been eating pigs all day, and in the end he himself had become a pig. Morning came. The sun's rays fell on the treetops. A squirrel was sitting on a branch. The bone in her hands cracked. The squirrel looked at the ground. She began to climb down from the tree. The beast saw a hole in the ground. He was scared. The squirrel lowered her gaze. The ground began to collapse. The beast climbed out of the hole it had made. He came across a lighted underground tunnel. Moving along it, the squirrel began to look around. She closed her eyes because of the bright light. Her gaze fell on a room with furniture. There was a bone lying on the ground. The beast ran up to it. She suddenly looked up. There was a pile of bones on the table. The squirrel was delighted by what she saw. Gusts of wind lifted the leaves of the trees into the air. The beast returned to the tree. There was a bone in its teeth. The squirrel ran back. Night fell. The sun enveloped the area. The squirrel looked at its relatives. It crawled out of the hole. The beast walked along the tunnel with a satisfied look. There were new bones on the ground. The animal began to collect them. Its cheeks were stuffed. A bowl with bones appeared on the table. The squirrel jumped on the protagonist. It grabbed a broken bone in its paws. The animal began to examine it with interest. The beast bit the bone. He suddenly imagined an explosion. He sat down on the protagonist's body. The squirrel continued to sort through the bones. Her face was delighted. She greedily gnawed the bone. Nate watched the beast on his body. The animal was suddenly taken aback. His gaze fell on MC's face. The guy pretended to be asleep. Imagining how the man was scaring her, the squirrel began to walk away from him. She remembered the bones and stopped because of greed. She grabbed her head. Her face was furious. The beast continued to eat the bones with a serious look. Watching her, the protagonist thought that it worked. He remembered how he watched the squirrel and noted that he had been living in this cave for a long time, and finally saw another animal. Looking at the beast, Nate said that he was thinking about how to befriend it, because it looks shy, but it's good that it mostly eats bones. The scared guy noted that now he needs to try to befriend it. Watching the animal, MC wondered if it would run away. The beast continued to eat greedily. The protagonist began to beam with affection. Raising his hand, he thought he wanted to pet it. The squirrel was surprised when the guy touched it. She covered one eye. Nate began to pet the creature and noted that he succeeded. He noticed a bright light. A powerful aura surrounded him. A notification popped up that the achievement, Squirrel's Friend, was received. He successfully tamed a squirrel from the forest. The dungeon was delighted with his sociability. Looking at the system window, MC clarified whether they really should appear so often, because he did not remember receiving them when he was in a team with the guys. Confused, Nate asked again the name of the achievement. Looking at his new comrade, the protagonist noted that he did not know what was so special about this achievement, but it was always nice to have friends. Holding the squirrel in front of him, MC suggested calling it Puck. The beast repeated its nickname with a satisfied look. Looking at Puck, the guy clarified whether this thing understood him. He enthusiastically ordered it to sit. The beast followed his command. Looking at the torches, Nate asked if Puck really understood him, then asked him to stand up. He asked the squirrel with an interested look to show him how she got there. Puck suddenly started running. He turned around and looked at his new master. The beast stopped and began to wait for him. Watching her, the protagonist asked if she wanted him to follow her. They came across a new tunnel, then MC noted that it was time to get his hands dirty. He crawled through the hole and said that he did not know that there was something like this. The guy remembered how the tunnels wind and told us that he always ran into dead ends and spent a lot of time trying to find a way out, and almost gave up. Nate was suddenly taken aback. He saw the roots of a tree above him. The delighted protagonist said that he did not believe it. Surprised, Puck listened that Nate finally had hope. He extended his hand and said that all he had to do was climb the roots, and he could finally get outside. The happy guy thought that the endless lives underground would end. He started to climb out of the tunnel. MC pulled his hand out. Bright rays of light fell on his face. Beads of sweat were running down him. Nate was finally on the surface. Birds were flying in the sky. The main character touched the grass for the first time in a long time. He lowered his head in happiness, and said that this is what nature looks like. MC started crying while saying that he saw an endless blue sky with white clouds and green grass. Wiping away his tears, Nate said that this was such an ordinary landscape, but he never appreciated it. A wolf suddenly attacked a flock of sheep. Its eyes were shining brightly. The dumbfounded guy noted that these were the laws of nature that were inherent in it. The wolves were moving through the forest. They passed by the protagonist. The terrified guy thought that these wolves are known for being merciless. He can't believe that he will die immediately after getting out. The wolves pounced on the victim. They ran away from Nate. They were moving towards the sheep. Stunned, MC asked if they noticed him. Trying to get out of the hole, The guy said that it was not safe there. The wolf was behind him. Turning around, he asked himself to behave calmly, because the monster was just thinking about the sheep. Looking at the main character, the beast began to bare its teeth. Running along the tunnel, Nate screamed for the wolf to stop and not come near him. The monster began to try to climb after him. The tunnel suddenly collapsed. The frightened MC continued to run. With a dumbfounded look, he began to reason that the tunnel was narrow. It would be difficult to avoid its attack. The protagonist held out his hand and called up his inventory, noting that it was a good thing the command consisted of one word. Holding his hands in front of him, the protagonist thought that he wouldn't miss it, its attacks should be weaker than the boar's. The wolf rushed past him, swinging its paw. Blood began to spurt from the guy's face. He fell to the ground. Watching the wolf, Nate wondered why it was so fast. A cloud of dust rose around it. Touching his bloody face, the protagonist mentally noted that it was good that the monster had just scratched him, but with the next attack, it could kill him. Rising to his feet, he thought that he didn't know if he could escape. The enraged monster watched the guy, who reasoned that judging by his speed, he wouldn't be able to hold out for long, so he urgently needed to come up with something. The guy was suddenly taken aback. Lowering his head, Nate said that he completely forgot. In any case, he had no choice. The beast rushed at him. A blue aura enveloped the guy. Using the power of the horn boar, the main character made a devastating attack. The monster flew to the side. The surprised protagonist watched it. Looking at the cloud of dust raised by the fall of the beast, he asked if it really worked. Looking at his hand, the main character noted that it was simply incredible. Nate looked at the skill, power of the horn boar, and mentally asked if his physical characteristics had increased because he had been digging all day. He remembered how he made a strike and added that he felt strength because he was fighting. This is an incredible skill. The wolf came out of the cloud of dust. Stunned MC thought that the beast had definitely taken damage, but one strike was not enough. He lowered his gaze. Looking at the projection, where it was said that the ability lasted for 7 seconds, and noted that the downside of this ability was a long recharge. The guy rushed into battle, emphasizing the fact that he could not waste any more time. He moved towards the beast with great speed. The protagonist suddenly found himself at the side of the wolf. He swung his fist. The protagonist hit his opponent. Frowning, he wished him death. Waving his arms, MC dealt multiple attacks. Dust rose on the street. Nate stopped. He read that the skill would last for 3 more seconds. The wolf jumped on him. The ground under his powerful paws began to crumble. Jumping, the protagonist dodged the attack. Frowning, he screamed for his inventory to appear. A pike appeared in his hands. Nate swung for the final attack. The beast opened its mouth wide. The guy plunged the pike into it. The monster suddenly jumped to the side. A pike was sticking out of its body. It began to whine in pain, while blood flowed from its wound. Rising to its feet, MC asked why he was so tenacious. He closed one eye and emphasized the fact that nothing in life comes for free. A message appeared that the power of the horn boar would recharge for 99 seconds. A glow emanated from the monster's eyes. Nate remembered how he fought the wolf and thought that he now understood how it worked. During a quick attack, the beast uses a strong forearm to instantly close the distance. This attack is the most dangerous. But if you look at it from the other side, you can withstand any of its other attacks. The beast closely watched his movements. Smiling, Nate asked if the wolf would refuse if he asked for a break of 90 seconds. The monster rushed into battle. It closed with the guy in an instant. Looking down, the protagonist said that he should have used his fangs again. He stuck his hand into the monster's mouth and summoned a lump of dirt. The wolf noticed a bright blue light. A glow from the fire was coming from the cave. The guide walked there and asked if Nate was frying meat today. As the hare moved through the dungeon, he pointed out that if the guy skipped cooking meat, he was busy with something unpleasant again. He noticed the protagonist, who had animal bones on his body. Looking at him, the guide asked if he made the bone armor himself. Closing his eyes, MC asked if it looked good, considering that he made it in a day. Putting the skull on the table, he said that the past few days had been too dangerous. Looking at the skull, the hare said that it was a pasture wolf, and then asked if Nate had found a way out. The dumbfounded guy replied that he had. Raising a finger, the guide began to ask him why the protagonist was still there, if he felt at home, and why he didn't stay there forever and live peacefully. Stretching out his hand, the hare suggested that he even had a pet, he wouldn't feel lonely. Turning around, MC said that it was funny, but he would get out of there no matter what, but he couldn't get out without proper preparation. He remembered sitting in front of the wolf's corpse. His face was scared. The guide crossed his arms and listened that he shouldn't worry, because Nate would be using this place as a headquarters for a while. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist said that since he learned about what was happening outside, he needed to prepare. The voice of a hare could be heard from the cave, asking him to give up and die. Sweat was running down the guy's body. He lifted the barbell with the strength of a horn boar. Nate remembered how he rushed into battle with the wolf and noted that the more he increased his physical characteristics, the better the skill effect became. Looking at the projection with the skill description, the protagonist added that he had never been in battle, but the skill level increased because he used it often. He not only increased the skill level, but also reduced the recharge time. As Nate lifted the dumbbells, he thought he was lucky that time, but wolves usually hunted in packs. He struck the boar's carcass and said that even if he fought them one-on-one, there was no guarantee that luck would be on his side. He continued to beat the carcass. Swinging his fist, the protagonist emphasized that he had to be stronger. A message popped up that the skill had been upgraded to level 3. The guy was preparing to make a powerful attack. From such a blow, the dead boar flew to the side. Smiling, the guy came to the conclusion that he would not run anymore. He watched the two wolves. The animals were suddenly taken aback. The main character in bone armor pounced on them. He cried out with a serious look that there were two monsters. Using the strength of a horned boar, Nate threw the beast aside with one blow. The second monster was furious. The wolf approached him. Frowning, MC said that he would see how strong he had become. The second beast also flew to the side, raising a cloud of dust. There was a beast behind him. The guy was surprised by this. Clenching his fist, the protagonist said he didn't think he'd kill him with one blow. He hit the wolf and asked if he liked being beaten. The monster fell to the ground. Squinting, the guide asked if he'd gotten stronger lately. The guy, surrounded by a powerful aura, said he felt strong. Smiling, Nate emphasized the fact that he knew in his gut that he wouldn't lose, and then asked if it was true that he couldn't have gotten strong that fast. Flying behind him, the hare said that Mike had killed 10 of those wolves in a second. Taking off his helmet, the protagonist said that anyone looked ridiculous in comparison. The wolf behind him suddenly began to howl. The guide laughed and assumed that the fight wasn't over yet. Spreading his arms, he said that the guy was lucky. He felt 3 more wolves running that way. Folding his arms, he remarked that he would see if Nate could handle them all and find out his limits. Smiling, the boy asked if the hare knew about the effects the skill gave him. Looking at the screen, he stated that right now his strength was increased by almost 2.5 times. Running away from there, MC stated that this means that he can run almost 2.5 times faster. Raising an eyebrow, the guide asked what kind of person he was to run like that. Jumping up, he replied that he did not want to die today. Falling into the tunnel, the boy said goodbye to him. The hare lowered his head in disappointment. Stretching out his hand, the angry rabbit asked the animals to jump into the hole after him. The hole suddenly closed. The wolves began to dig it. The guide began to tremble. Birds flew into the sky from a loud cry. Nate thoughtfully said that at least he was safe now, and it was not so bad there. He imagined the field and thought that judging by the lack of stone walls, he could confidently say that he had found the 7th escape route. The fight was not bad. He dealt with those 2 wolves relatively quickly. MC imagined the monsters chasing him, and wondered what if they followed him. In his mind's eye, a picture appeared of the beasts descending through a tunnel and emphasized that there was not much space to escape from them. Looking at Puck, Nate said that this meant that he had to fight them and added that he needed the squirrel's help. Puck listened attentively that he needed to find the 3 wolves that were chasing them. Watching him go, the protagonist shouted at him not to approach them. Smiling, he said that it was time to get ready. The wolves were devouring the corpse of a sheep. Watching them, the main character emphasized the fact that he would try to kill those 3. The distance between them was appropriate. An inventory appeared in front of him. The guide watched him and asked what MC was doing there, and how many tunnels he had already dug. Turning around, the guy asked him to stop scaring people by appearing out of nowhere. Stretching out his hand, the rabbit asked if he wanted to shoot a laser from there. Frowning, Nate replied that the guide had almost guessed. He was using a ranged skill. He took the stones out of his inventory and admitted that this was not really a separate skill, but if he threw these stones with the strength of a horned boar, they would be like cannonballs. The protagonist threw the first stone. The projectile flew at the wolf. The stone landed next to the monsters. The hare laughed when he heard that this throw was called a rescue spear throw, and asked what he was trying to save them from. The beast dodged another throw. The guide with a haughty face said that he gave him credit, that was smart, and then asked if he realized that he was bad at long-range attacks. Nate was attacked by wolves, while the rabbit said that it was too bad, because there was no one better than wolves when it came to speed and agility. To think that such a distance was a problem for him was ridiculous. Holding a boulder in his hands, the boy loudly asked if it was true that they could not dodge his attacks if they were in the air. He threw the projectiles and cried out that he would try this size. Spreading his arms, the hare asked if he thought it would work. Watching the stone fly at the wolf, the guide said that it might buy him some time, but in reality, this meager amount was not enough for. The wolf began to howl loudly from the damage received. The rabbit was shocked. Picking up the projectile, the protagonist assumed that his interlocutor underestimated these boulders, because they were much heavier than he could have thought. The guy, shrouded in a blue aura, said that they weighed 20 kilograms each. He was sure that they did more damage than a scratch. With the reinforcement from the horned boar, he thought that the monsters had an unforgettable experience. The guide was shocked by what he heard. Looking at the dog's corpse, Nate asked where the other one went. Frowning, the hare thought that no one knew that MC was so skilled. It was surprising that he managed to cope with at least 2, but the lack of knowledge about wolf attacks will kill him. The guy was suddenly taken aback. Behind him was a beast. The main character was scared by what he saw. He covered himself with his hands from the attack. The guy flew to the side. He lay on a pile of earth. The enthusiastic guide cried out that it was cool and a good hit. Watching Nate, he asked the wolf to finish him off and rip his throat out. MC's face was serious. The wolf bit the main character. The happy hare watched the stormy fight. The beast's teeth crumbled. The rabbit was taken aback by what he saw. The monster couldn't bite the protagonist's hand. He suddenly let go of the guy. The wolf began to spit blood. Looking at his hand, Nate thought that the shoulder guard blocked the blow. He imagined a fight with a boar and noted that this was the advantage of the horned boar from the first dungeon. No animal could compare to its physical strength and defense. Wolf teeth would never break his bones. Holding his stomach, he noted that it still hurt. A projection appeared in front of him, saying that the skill lasted for 8 seconds. He thought with a serious expression that he had completely forgotten about the timer. A cobblestone appeared in Nate's hand. He rushed forward to make a powerful throw. The guy swung at the wolf. The protagonist watched the beast closely. There was a powerful explosion. The guide covered his mouth in fear when he heard the guy mocking the animal. Looking at him, the rabbit said that Nate was crazy, and also always finished the job. Crossing his arms, the guide came to the conclusion that this fool did not want to die at all. We were shown how the protagonist hunted and told that his strategy worked perfectly. Using tunnels and pits, his method turned out to be the best form of guerrilla warfare. The wolf suddenly shuddered. The wolves sat in front of the pit, while the plot told us that the pasture wolves, who escaped his wrath and fury, began to wait for him at random pits to tear him apart. Puck watched them from a tree. He ran to the main character, and we were told that using information from Puck's reconnaissance missions, Nate knew where the animals were waiting for him. Beads of sweat were running down his face as he did push-ups. Notifications about a new skill level popped up, and the plot reported that since the guy started training, he became so strong that the wolves did not even dream of hunting him. The sun's rays enveloped the trees. The main character threw stones at the wolf. The irritated guide watched this. Veins appeared on his face from anger. Looking at the main character, he noticed that he was fighting only 3 wolves at a time. Taking off his helmet from his head, the guy said that the armor was deteriorating with each fight. It was time to stop. He assumed with a displeased look that he would no longer be able to use the armor, noting that more armor needed to be made. Shifting his gaze, Nate said that today was quite quiet. Most of the wolves should have already rushed. The hare frowned and said nothing. Looking at him, the protagonist asked if he had killed all the animals. Flying away from the enthusiastic guy, the guide asked him to stop celebrating the killing of such a pathetic bunch of wolves. Holding his hands in front of his face, Nate asked to tell him where the other players were. Clenching his hand into a fist, he noted that he had finished the first stage, and it was time to move on. Sitting in the cave, the protagonist began to reason that he must kill the boss to complete the level. Now he definitely can't do it alone. He imagined tunnels throughout the forest, came to the conclusion that this meant he had to team up with other players. He couldn't fight the boss alone. Looking around, Nate said that 10 days had passed since the restart, so it was time to leave. Moving through the forest, the main character said that it would be difficult to find the players if they had already scattered. Screams were heard in the forest. A crowd of guys stood in the middle of the forest. A pack of wolves was approaching them. Holding weapons in their hands, the players discussed that there were too many monsters. The man looked at his comrade and screamed that it was all because of him, because he told them to go in this direction. A sad hare flew to them. Watching the guys, the guide said that panic was what was needed. He asked with a satisfied look to maintain this atmosphere. The wolves rushed at them. The rabbit raised his hands in rage and began to scream that this was good and wished them all death. Smiling, he asked the animals not to leave anyone alive. The monster suddenly flew to the side. The man struck it with an axe. Holding his chin, the guide wondered if the group leader was hiding his skill. Looking at his face, the hare noted that it was a roaring wind skill. The more he swung the weapon, the stronger he became. Swinging the axe, the player injured several guys. The old man extended his hand and asked the leader to stop, because at this rate he would kill everyone. The enraged stranger began to shout that they would have died anyway, and he was trying to save at least a few people. A powerful blow was heard. Watching the player, the guide said that the more nervous he was, the crazier he became. The hare's face was satisfied. He introduced the protagonist, and said that if all the players died, then this fool would not have the slightest chance of getting out of there alive. As Nate walked through the forest, he reasoned that even though he had gotten out, he didn't know which direction to go, and judging by how that rabbit didn't want him to find the other players, that was the best course of action. He looked at the squirrel and asked if he knew where the others were. Puck listened carefully, saying that he had to show him where the people were. Sighing, the protagonist said that the animal didn't know the entire forest by heart, and it was stupid to ask him about it. Holding his head, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he couldn't search for them forever. It would only put him in danger, but he couldn't fight the boss alone. Looking up, Nate wondered if he could do anything to help him spot them. Wouldn't it be better if he built some kind of observation post? Taking off his shirt, the guy said that he should try it. Stop wasting time thinking. Placing his hand on his hip, the protagonist asked if the lookout should be higher than the trees, noting that since the trees were quite tall and wide, the lookout would be a bit narrow. Extending his arm, the protagonist began to shape the dirt. He seriously noted that he would start with the foundation, which probably wouldn't be that hard to build. He imagined himself falling, and emphasized the fact that he didn't have any cement to reinforce the foundation, but he knew a few tricks that would help build it. While stacking bricks, Nate summoned a lump of dirt. Channeling energy into the bricks, he said that with the touch of his hand, he could turn the dirt into anything. Using this skill, he connected the bricks. Smiling, the protagonist said that it worked. Now it shouldn't collapse. Evening had come. Standing on the tower, the guy asked if 10 hours had passed already. Sweat was pouring down his face. Looking at the sun, he noted that the view was amazing. Blood was splashing in the forest. People began to fight each other. The guide watched the fight and said that it took them a long time to understand all this. But it was perfect. They were all just beautiful and finally figured out how to get food in the dungeon. The hare turned his attention to the guy who stole food from the corpse of a comrade. The rabbit with glowing eyes said that it was a good job. The killer should make sure to put the food in the inventory so that no one steals it. The guy was suddenly taken aback. Turning around, the guide turned his attention to the tower. Looking at the structure, he thought that he saw something like this for the first time. With an enraged look, he came to the conclusion that there was only one person who could do this. Nate, with shaking hands, was building something. He was sitting on the floor. The protagonist carefully exhaled. The hare flew to him and asked what he was doing. The protagonist turned his attention to him and replied that he was building a tower. Holding a brick, he listened as the guide asked him how long he had been building the tower. Smiling, the guy asked the hare if he had any idea how long it took him to build it, and then said that it took 4 hours to build one observation post. The surprised hare asked if it had happened that quickly. Nate spread his arms and said that it had been difficult at first, but then, thanks to his new skill, he had dramatically reduced the time it took to build the tower. He admitted with a smile on his face that he had gotten it from 2 achievements. A message popped up that he had successfully built an observation post. The area surrounding this point would be shown on his map. A green projection appeared in front of him, after which the protagonist said that the reward was very good. Everything around the point was shown on the map. Looking at the screen, he said that the map even showed neutral or friendly participants and monsters, marking the latter in red, and all of this was shown in real time on his minimap. The dumbfounded guide said that this made no sense, and the protagonist swore that it was true. He had already checked the accuracy of the map. The scared rabbit asked what the second achievement was. The guy remembered how a bright beam pierced the tower, and he noted that he had opened it after building 5 points. A beam of light hit him out of nowhere when he was inside and a new achievement opened. A bright aura emanated from him. A projection appeared, which said that the achievement, Construction Contractor, was unlocked. Thanks to his skill in building on this land full of destruction, the surrounding areas became pacified. His actions had a positive effect on the entire dungeon. As a reward, his character was given a new skill in construction, observation platform, with the help of which the construction time is cut in half. Frowning, the guide listened that this acceleration helped him quite well. He did not pause in the construction of these platforms. Nate, with a satisfied look, said that thanks to these skills, he can build points one by one. All the rest of the time he was thinking up the interior. Pointing his finger to the side, he said that there will be a bed there. The hare began to shake with rage and reason that the protagonist had gone completely crazy in this dungeon. Otherwise, he would not have received all these achievements in such a short time. He imagined Nate leading a group of people and noted that if the guy ever met the same survivors. The guys were standing on the tower, and the guide came to the conclusion that he could not allow this to happen. They would turn the dungeon into a playground. The enraged rabbit thought that Nate himself was a threat, so he must make sure that the protagonist did not find anyone. The guide began to fly away from there. Looking after him, the main character asked to name at least a few places where he could find the players. The next day, the players noticed the tower. They began to walk towards it. The hare flew up to them and asked them to follow him, because he had prepared some goodies for them. The guy pointed his finger at the guide and screamed that they should not succumb to his tricks. He is a pathological liar. The players came to the conclusion with a serious look that they needed to go the other way. The upset rabbit asked if the guys believed him anymore. The people left there saying that no one cared how much time he had wasted. The guide watched the players while the story told us that he did everything so that Nate would not meet other players. He let the players take the easy way out so that they would constantly waste their time. The hare looked at his watch. He held it in his hand. The guide thought with a satisfied look that it was finally time to kill them all. Looking at the map, The protagonist noticed 4 creatures and emphasized that it looked like a bunch of wandering mobs. He looked closely at the map. He asked with a puzzled look why there were so many of them. Studying the map, the guy counted 10 creatures. The number of mobs began to increase many times over. The ground suddenly shook. The rat's eyes glowed brightly. A huge horde of rodents ran through the forest, passing the trees. They moved at a tremendous speed. Trees were destroyed after them. The ground shook violently. The puzzled protagonist said that he would have been in trouble if this had continued. He was lucky that they were not too smart, and it was good that they were around the point. We were shown a rat, and told that they began to appear in the 4th week after the reboot. They are terrible beasts that eat everything in their path. Holding his chin, the protagonist thought that even though he constantly checked the calendar, he completely forgot that 4 weeks had already passed. It was time for a restart. Taken aback, he asked about the restart. Opening the map, Nate began to think that the only reason why players do not appear on the minimap is death or transition to another stage. The puzzled guy noted that he could stop actively searching, he needed to gradually get home. Puck looked at him and tried to call out. His face was scared. Landing on the ground, the main character asked not to worry about the rats. They can easily avoid their pack using the minimap. Gusts of wind swirled around the huge estate. Looking around, the guy wondered what this thing was. A huge golem appeared in front of him. The monster swung his fist. The man with a smirk on his face stepped forward and said that if the monster thought it could defeat a player who relied on strength like him, it was very wrong. He swung his mace. The guys were horrified. Blood splashed onto the floor. The golem started walking towards them. The stranger, looking dumbfounded, came to the conclusion that he was finished. Looking at the golem's face, he added that they were all finished. Drops of cold sweat were running down his face. The golem stood above him. A powerful blow flew at it. The monster's hand suddenly fell to the ground. The girl pointed her finger to the side and asked to look there. A brick formed in the air. Smiling, the protagonist assumed that they were not too late. Looking at the minimap, Nate began to reason that the golem there did not look like ordinary monsters, which meant that he was the boss. He began to watch the monster. Looking at the girl, the guy asked who he was and why he was so strong. They began to run away from the monster's attacks. The protagonist swung the brick for another throw. The projectile hit the demon's head. A red glow emanated from its head. The boss turned his attention. He raised his hands above his head. The puzzled guy suggested that they should run. The golem started walking towards him. The protagonist, taken aback, wondered what he should do. He remembered Mike, who had screamed with a serious expression for the guys to pull something. The boar ran towards the taut rope. The beast fell to the ground. Mike swung his blade and ripped open the boar's stomach. Nate smiled and said that it was cool. The guy looked at him and said that it was nothing. He knew it was a cliché, but it was true. The protagonist should always remember that large cabinets always fall loudly. He prepared for another throw. The protagonist made a throw. A powerful explosion destroyed the golem's leg. Nate's face was serious. The players were shocked by what they saw. The monster fell to the ground. The protagonist thought with satisfaction that Mike was a genius. The golem tried to get to his feet. Walking around the monster, the guy assumed that it was not moving because it was trying to regenerate. Having created another brick, he cried out that it made no difference, they could fight all day long. The brick bounced off the monster. The projectile fell to the ground. The dumbfounded guy cried out that things were bad for him. Looking at the notification, he read that the power of the horned boar would recharge for 70 seconds. 80 Nate looks at the enemy and wonders if he has finished regenerating yet. The golem attacks him. The guy slows down. He takes a brick and uses mud formation. He throws the projectile at the stone golem. It gets into a fighting stance. Puck is perplexed. The golem makes an aggressive sound. He swings. The blow hits the ground hard. Zulu looks on in horror and asks what happened to him. Emma asks in confusion if something went wrong and if they are just going to continue to watch. Zulu also stares and tries to parry. The golem raises his hands again, and he thinks that initially they could not do anything against him. The girl leaned forward. Emma runs to help him, while the second one shouts asking where she is going. Nate looks up and says that he just needs a little more time. Something hits the golem. Emma hits him with her staff and asks if she is okay, to which she receives a positive answer. The girl turns around and asks how she can help him in the fight against this comrade. Nate, confused, replies that he needs a little time. Just 1 minute. Emma is taken aback by the fact that he only needs a minute and asks if he can do it in 10 seconds. Nate retorts that this is not so, because the thing is that he needs to do something, but he got scared and asked her to be careful. The golem prepares to attack the girl. He hits her with all his might. Emma covers her head with her hand. She is shaking and does not understand why she is still alive. She happily calls her comrades. They swarm the golem and do not let him attack. Zulu looks down and notes that they are a team and notes that they could not just leave her to die and asks what is the best way to attack. Nate looks at him and shouts about the solar plexus, To which the girl asks again about the solar plexus. To which Nate specifies about the chest, that they need to attack him in the chest. Blue-Eyed is wary and thinks that that area is almost impossible to attack, but he judges only by how he protects it, therefore there must be something important in this place. The team attacks him like cockroaches a piece of bread, and the girl asks them to hold on, because she is coming to help. Emma swings. The golem gets hit in the chest. A hole formed there. The golem covered it with his hands. Nate is taken aback and realizes that his guess was correct. Zulu looks at him curiously and asks if he is the only one who saw this. They go to attack while someone calls for an attack on his chest. Nate looks at the screen. Zulu and the others attack his chest. Nate sees that they are not coping and they scream that he is too strong. Nate looks closely and wonders if this is dirt. He looks closely and thinks about dirt. He looks ahead and thinks about how his body is made of dirt. The guy concentrates his energy and wonders if he can control the boss like this in this case. The golem screams. Nate runs to it. Emma, horrified, asks if a minute has passed. Nate gives her a thumbs up. He runs to the golem and thinks that in fact a minute has already passed and that he simply did not have enough information to start the attack and so he decided to just wait. Onyate thinks about him and continues that he is completely protected from any physical attacks and that is why he needed time to observe. Zulu coughs up blood while the guy realizes that these people risked their lives to buy him time. Nate runs and thinks that not only did they buy him time for his skill to recharge, but they also allowed him to come up with the best strategy for the attack. He frowns and mentally thanks them. The guy sits down and uses the power of the horn boar. Nate goes to attack from above. The team is taken aback. Emma looks at him dumbfounded. The golem reaches out its hand to him. Nate uses the Raisin Gan. A hole appeared in the golem while it was using the mud formation ability. Nate turns around. The golem is shaking. The mud falls shapelessly to the floor. The guy is happy. The people are happy too. Emma smiles. Nate looks at the screen and reads that his mud shaping skill has increased to level 9, and even to level 10, and that the power of the horn boar has increased to level 5, to which he asks himself if he really killed it. Zulu runs up to him shouting that he is glad that it was cool and that it was just awesome. Hare clenches his incisors and asks what the hell is going on. He looks at him with disgust and insults Nate. The team looks at Hare and asks where he has been all this time and if he should have sent them home and when the game will end and asks to do it already. While Nate nods and thinks that if he and they have a common enemy, then he will definitely be able to join the team. Hare looks at the satisfied guy and asks himself if his skill worked on the golem, and that this is exactly why he did not want him to join them, to which he clarifies where he is looking. Hare looks at him and understands that he is so annoying. He shakes his paws angrily and retorts that this is not fun and that the game is not over yet and repeats this, insulting them and noting that they need to move on to the next stage. The girl raises an eyebrow and asks again about the next stage. The umbrella glows. The Hare smiles and urges them to enter already. Zulu sadly notes that there are other stages and that this cannot be. Emma frowns. She looks at the team and urges them to go, because they have nothing to do here anyway. Against the background of the wall, someone says that in this case, he will go in first. Zulu looks at Nate and explains that they survived only thanks to him and asks to look after them in the future, to which Nate retorts that he is embarrassing him and asks them all to look after him. And the Hare shouts asking if they can finally stop chatting and finally enter. Emma smiles and notes that he was good in battle and thanks him. Nate sheepishly thanks her in return and says that she can go first. She turns around and says that they will see each other soon. The brunette warms up his hand and says that it is his turn and that he is already following them. The guy waves to the Hare saying that he has already gone and says goodbye, to which he asks if he is still here. Nate's face distorts in the portal. Nate discontentedly pokes at the portal and reads that an error has occurred and asks him what is wrong and why he cannot enter, and urges him to do something about it, to which he receives in response that the system rejects him and asks what he thinks he should do about it. The guy looks at him in bewilderment and asks what he should do now. The Hare notes that this was his line. He looks at the cave and says that a week later it became Nate's refuge. There is a bone and a polo on the floor. More bones and a fawn are lying. The guy looks at the ceiling in shock. Puck eats a branch in fear and hears that he can't live like this forever. Nate washes himself in front of the evil fountain. He looks ahead and realizes that now he needs to think. He talks about Puck staying with him and that his hideout didn't disappear after the reboot either. Nate remembers about the watchtowers, specifically that they disappeared after the reboot. He frowns and realizes that the surface is rebooting, but the dungeon is not, and wonders if this means that everything below the surface is not part of the dungeon, and whether this whole world is a dungeon, and why everything is so confusing. He noticed something. Puck jumped on his shoulder until he remembered that the creator of the dungeon did not create this world, but that he simply added a system on top of an existing world. Nate looks at the potential lunch and continues that this means that he can go wherever he wants and even if he does not move on to another stage. Against the backdrop of the terrain, he reasons that there are deserts to the south and west, steep canyons to the north, and that to the east is Death Mountain, where swarms of rats live, and that going through the desert without food or water will be difficult for him, but crossing the canyon is comparable to crossing the Grand Canyon. Nate wonders what this means, that he has no choice but to go to Death Mountain, and asks if he can avoid the rats, provided that he travels strictly underground. He is happy and realizes that he should try. He looks ahead and the system notifies him that these are the eastern forests. Nate hits the wolf with a stick. The guy stands near the stunned wolves. Another one attacks him from above. Nate dodges. He looks at the screen and orders it to eat something. He pins the wolf down with a level 9 mud formation called a mud cube. He turns around and realizes that there are more wolves approaching and that his horned boar power has worn off. The boy happily asks if now is the time to use his skills. He sits on 4 mud cubes and asks if it is really that easy due to his high skill level and asks the wolves not to be upset. Stars shine in his eyes. The boy takes out 2 sticks and states that they cannot attack him, but he, on the contrary, is quite capable and notes that it is his time to hunt. The hare looks puzzled and realizes that the boy was not like this before, but now he has become much stronger. Nate holds up 2 fingers and asks if he did a great job, to which he is told to run away. Nate turns around and states that he was already going to Tula anyway, because he is going to the Mountain of Death, to which the hare is perplexed. Nate looks back. The hare is horrified, while Nate realizes that there must definitely be something there. Nate goes straight and hears questions about how his shelter is not the most important thing for him, and that it is his home, therefore he does not understand where he is going, to which Nate replies that he will build himself another one, and so that he does not worry. The hare smiles and notes that he died and appeared here, which means that this is his home, to which the guy asks him to forget about it, because they did not like each other from the very beginning, so he suggests that they go their separate ways. The hare waves his paws in displeasure and asks why he wants to leave and asks to stay here, because he will die of loneliness if he leaves. Nate sees traces of a scary creature and notes that these are traces of rat monsters and asks if he is close to the mountain yet and that he needs his minimap. The hare looks at the pole and gets angry that he is building them too quickly, to which he notes that he is a builder of watchtowers and that for him this is work and that this is an ideal structure, which even has an underground shelter. The hare is shaking and Nate says that from his point of view the combination of the minimap and the watchtower is very good and that they will continue to move and avoid the rats. The guy runs while the voiceover notes that Nate can spot enemies from afar using the minimap and that he does what other people cannot, and that he is moving with amazing speed towards the Mountain of Death. The rat thinks that it is a kebab and the voice continues that several rats that he met along the way were easily fought off. In the background of the diagram, he says that even if he came across a pack of rats that he did not want to fight, then it was just digging a tunnel for itself. He set up several watchtowers under the commentary that he used the minimap to move safely, and so he built new towers to extend the range of his map. Nate looks at the map in confusion, and the voice continues that when he did this, he was already about to build his 4th tower. The guy does not understand what is happening. The system notifies him that the players cannot leave the territory of the first stage. The guy is tired and wonders why he cannot leave there. The hare adjusts his hat, and replies that it is because otherwise he will die. Nate is puzzled to hear that this is not just a mountain of death, but that it is the Kai of the world, to which Nate asks himself how he has not gotten tired of it yet. Nate points his finger forward and asks again about the edge of the world and what is further. The hare waves his paws, asking how he knows such a thing, because it is just the edge, to which the guy decides to stupidly ignore him. He noticed something. He looks down, dumbfounded. There is some kind of purple barrier in front of him. Nate realizes that the ground in front of him is a different color. The hare screams that this is the territory of the rat monsters and that he will not be able to pass anyway. Nate rubs the back of his head, saying that he has already passed, to which the host retorts that he is crazy. Nate sees a message that he has left the territory of the first stage. The hare clenches his paws and shouts that he really did pass and asks him to go back. Nate goes further and asks him what the difference is. The hare frowns and asks if he can hear him, since he just told him to go back. Nate scratches his ear and remarks that he is too noisy and that if he wants him to come back, he should return him himself. The creature in the hat is puzzled. Nate does not understand what he wants. The hare is standing near the border. Nate looks at him contentedly, and finally realizes that he simply cannot cross this border. The hare is terrified. He trembles and justifies himself by saying that he can do it literally at any moment. Nate looks at him and remarks that if he can then why is he still there, to which he asks if he knew that he hates dark colors and that he just does not want to go there, to which the guy retorts that he himself has a black suit. Nate looks down and thinks that this area that the guide can't get to is most likely an area that is not under his control and that as he thought this place most likely divided the existing world into stages and that he just now came out of the dungeon. The hare flies nearby and Nate asks if anything is being reset here. For example, he asks about swarms of rats. The hare hopped away while he hints that if someone could just check, he would be satisfied. Nate sticks his tongue out at him and notes that he could tell him more, but that's enough for him. The guy looks at the mountains and says that he has about 2 weeks before the reset, and that he will start by building towers, and that if this place is reset the same way as the dungeon, then his buildings will disappear in 2 weeks. He stands in dark glasses and thinks about what will happen if his towers don't disappear, because in that case he will be able to build exactly as many towers as he wants and easily trust the mountain. Nate looks ahead confidently and states that if this happens, he will find a clue on how to get out of the dungeon. With the towers in the background, the guy realizes that he is hungry. Blue Eyes is sitting on top and says that he has been working for 3 hours and that he needs to eat. He pokes at the screen and looks for smoked meat. Nate looks at him in shock and asks what it is. Nate sees a golem core in his inventory. He is surprised and talks about the earth golem, and that due to the commotion, he did not even realize that he had it in his inventory. The guy looks at the screen and asks if this means that he will be able to create his own with the golem core. The story shifts to Nate's hideout, already on the Mountain of Death, where he reasons that if he creates a golem on the surface, it will attract other monsters, therefore he should do it underground. He looks up and thinks that the cave is about 3 meters high, therefore the golem should be made somewhere 2.5 meters long, and asks if it is too low for it, and suggests that it would be better to make it quadrupedal. The guy pokes Pack in the nose, saying that the golem should not be humanoid, and that on 4 legs it will be easier for it to move around his cave. The guy happily declares that this means it will be an elephant. He draws a drawing of an elephant on the wall and offers to begin. Dirt cubes fly. The guy works hard. He is sweaty and tired. Pack gets a finger in the cheek. Nate hits the wall with his palm. He is glad that he did well. Nate looks at the elephant and shouts that this is the golem that he created in the first version. Slav collapses into the dirt while he himself is perplexed, and the voiceover notes that the golem he created in his first version has been destroyed. The guy rubs his chin and asks if it just collapsed because there was nothing supporting his stomach, and that there is a way to reduce the space in his stomach and make it stronger, although it will most likely look weird. The plot moves forward an hour. Nate is tired and unhappy. He looks at his creation and explains that he made its torso lighter and can now use the free space as a trunk, and that he also added a couple of legs to improve its stability. The guy looks at his new ashtray and the system says that this is the golem he created in his second version. Nate uses the ability to make himself a ladder out of mud cubes. He takes the golem's core and brings it to the statue. The guy stuck his head into its skull. The elephant gets up on its paws. It is standing in front of him. Nate looks at it, perplexed. He doesn't understand what's happening and wonders if he's failed again. The elephant's eyes are shining brightly. Slav is rearing up. Nate gets an achievement called Golem Builder, which says he got a friend who will always protect him and will follow his commands without question. Nate looks at him and says that it's great, he now has his own golem. He smiles and asks what about commands. He points at him and uses the sit command. The elephant bends his paws. Nate jumps on his new friend. The guy sits on his head and says that it's so cool. The elephant looks away while he gives the command to stand up. Nate is happy and says that he now has a golem that does everything he tells it to do and that it's very useful. Nate is stunned by something. Puck doesn't understand what's happening. The guy looks at him contentedly and turns to the elephant, saying that they need to get to one place. The elephant listens attentively and asks something. Nate smiles and offers to make him a brother. The hare looks at someone and says that the boss is right in front of them and that everyone tried very hard, and now he offers to see if they can survive a fight with him. The girl goes forward and discusses what will happen if they can defeat him, to which the second offers to begin. They are blinded by light. They are stunned. They look at a pile of dirt and realize that there is nothing here. The hare is taken aback and asks where the final boss is and how this could happen. He thinks about Nate. Against the background of the gate, he shouts asking where this moral monster is, to which someone calls him a rabbit and asks if they can go home already. Nate sits on an elephant and gives the command to run. He laughs and continues that he made it thanks to the 6th level of mud formation and that it is a direct underground passage that connects the ruins and the Mountain of Death. The guy brings his hand to his face and remembers that he built it for a whole week, but it was worth it. The elephant runs while he asks him to go back. The story shifts to the Mountains of Death. Nate looks at the minimap and reasons that it will take them about 2 hours each way to get there, and wonders if that is really that bad. He holds his hand out and offers them a look. He sees another golem core and asks who he should make this time. Nate looks up and reasons that since he already has a golem to ride, he needs to make someone who will fight like the final boss. He imagines it standing on 2 legs but with 2 arms to carry heavy things. Squirrel is shocked while he says that he has decided who he will make. There are clouds in the background of the mountains. The sun is setting. Nate wipes his face and realizes that he should have made it instead of the elephant right away because it will be curled up and will not break. The guy holds out the golem core to him and orders him to open his eyes. He smiles and says that in front of him is a gorilla. The gorilla's eyes glow. He lets out a roar while the system explains that it is a gorilla golem that Nate created, while he is happy that he succeeded. He looks at it and orders it to stay down, and then denies it and orders it to stand up. The gorilla hits the ceiling and the guy in a panic shouts at him about the ceiling and that he will have to sneak. He looks at the elephant and declares that this is his brother. Puck waves his paw and Nate notes that he is the oldest here. Nate closes one eye and suggests that they see how strong they are. The plot shifts to the entrance of the watchtower. The rats smelled something. Chunks of dirt fly out of the tower. Nate crawls out of there with his pets. The rats angrily yell at him. A huge pack runs to the entrance of his watchtower. Nate, smiling, gives the command to attack. The gorilla jumps forward. It prepares to hit the pack. The blow throws about 10 to the side. The gorilla looks away. He swings his arm. The rats surround it. Nate looks on in shock and wonders how strong he is because this is the power of the final stage. The gorilla roars and the rats run towards him. The guy looks at the mini-map and wonders what is going on because there are more and more of them. He sees that the rats are already climbing his elephant. He orders them in horror to stop the rats from climbing them. The elephant starts to stomp around aggressively. The rats hiss at him in displeasure. The guy is stunned to realize that there are too many of them and wonders how they should attack them differently, and that he needs something different, like a mass destruction attack. Nate thinks about mass destruction. He realizes something. The guy takes something out of his inventory and calls out to the gorilla to catch it. The golem looks at the cube in confusion. Nate yells that now he needs to throw it. The gorilla looks at him like he's an idiot. The cube was thrown. The rats fly in different directions. The guy looks at him contentedly and understands that the strategy is working and asks the elephant to come closer to the gorilla. Nate jumped over. The guy opens his inventory and asks him to give him a hand. The guy takes out a cube from there, saying that it's reloading. He looks at the golem and orders to destroy them all. The gorilla swings. A huge shockwave scattered the rats. Nate creates another cube. The gorilla launched it again. The shockwave even threw him back. Nate looks at him happily and notes that this is great, but nevertheless, he has a better idea. The gorilla goes to the elephant. The guy creates cubes out of mud, saying that since elephants often use their trunks as hands, he can throw them too. The cubes fly at the rats. Nate looks at the mini-map and sums up that this is good, because they have already killed almost everyone and that it was much easier than he could have expected. Nate gets a message that the dungeon is resetting. He looks in horror. The guy looks around and wonders if the reset has already happened. Everything around is shaking. Rats are screaming. Nate looks around and thinks that everyone is going crazy and asks what they are so afraid of. Nate looks at Pack and asks if he is afraid too and clarifies what is wrong with them. Pack is terrified and tries not to fall. Nate looks in fear and notes that during the previous reset they were not so afraid. The guy opens the mini-map. He sees his towers. Nate sees that the area near the first stage is getting darker. The guy sees that in the dark area his towers are disappearing and that it seems to him that everything in that place is disappearing and that at least they are at a safe distance. Nate noticed something and asks what it is. He sees that the border is made of monsters. He turns to the elephant and orders everyone to gather, because they urgently need to leave. With the tower in the background, he decides that the elephant should be placed at the base, and the gorilla should be placed on the roof. Nate stands at the top of the tower. He looks awkwardly and realizes that this is not an earthquake, but something else. The guy smiles and notes that everything is shaking from the noise alone. He looks into the distance and realizes that those monsters that previously erased other areas are already heading towards him. Nate looks down and realizes that he will not let such an opportunity slip away from him. He concentrates his energy in his hand and notices that now is the perfect chance to improve his skills and uses the power of the horned boar. He creates mud cubes. The gorilla looks down, and the guy explains that he will need to throw rocks down and should throw them like rockets. He picks up the cube and thinks that everything is going perfectly, and that he needs to make them heavy enough for him to throw them too. He and the gorilla throw the cubes down. The rats are confused. A cube is flying at them. Against the background of the flying rats, someone narrates that when Nate and the gorilla started throwing rocks at the crowds of monsters, the rats were absolutely helpless. The guy tenses up and wonders if his skill has worn off, while the voice continues that, however, such an effective strategy entails critical consequences and that despite all his horned boar power, which gave him incalculable power for a certain period of time, this was exactly how it was. Nate looks tired and the voice explains that the problem was the extreme time constraints, and that Nate himself was quickly running out of strength. They stand with the golem and the voice continues that this time was different and that the solidly built tower allowed him to regain his skills and that these ingeniously constructed buildings saved their lives. The rat is terrified. They crawl up each other. Their pillar grows very quickly. Nate looks in horror and wonders what the hell is going on because they are standing on top of each other to get to his roof and that they can't even throw rocks properly because these guys are too close. Nate frowns and decides to cut them off at the beginning. He turns to Pack with a smile and suggests that he destroy them at the very base. The guy threw a cube at them. The rat snake looks at him. They all collapsed. Nate looks angrily and asks if they should finish what they started and uses a skill. He goes on the attack and uses his favorite mud formation. The guy lowers a huge cube down to them. The guy looks at him with displeasure and decides to do it again. He swings. Nate constructs a mine out of mud. He looks forward madly and says that he has come through the gorillas. It takes the mine and swings at the rats. The projectile flies down. The rats are waiting for their last fireworks. Something hits the ground. A trench has been dug in the rats. Nate is stunned that this turned out to be quite effective. He looks down in horror. Nate sees a sign from the system that he has successfully mastered the mud formation skill and notes that he thought that level 10 was the maximum. But he went even higher and also reads that he also raised the horned boar strength skill to level 7 and realizes that he was able to improve even that. He looks down and asks if these rats were sent to him by heaven itself. Nate looks at the squirrel with satisfaction and suggests that they find another underground shelter. A lonely tower stands. Nate looks around and realizes that it is now quite quiet and notes that he wonders if any other monsters have passed them. The guy looks at the mini-map and notes that it seems to him that they are just hiding in groups and asks if they have many nests, and that the area is quite dangerous. Nate looks at the golems and continues that his towers are not so safe now and his comrades are not yet strong enough to repel all attacks. He cracks his knuckles and notes that it is time to dig again. Nate digs and uses master-level mud formation. He digs the tunnel with his bare hands. The guy wants to use mud formation, but he saw something. He looks ahead and wonders what it is, because it looks like a huge stone. The guy examines the stone and realizes that he cannot change it no matter how hard he tries and asks that broken stones are not considered mud. Nate looks at the stone and notes that he cannot do anything about it yet until he rises to the surface. The guy looks at the mountains and realizes that it is quite cool there and thinks that it is just because there are no trees around. He stands in front of an elephant and realizes that the climate of this place makes it impossible to go around and that traveling along a path where they will not have rats will be better. He thinks that he can no longer dig underground, but he can build towers and that he feels like he has no other way because the underground tunnels are blocked. Nate thinks about rats and realizes that it will be bad if they meet a crowd of rats on the way again. He turns around and continues that he needs more golems anyway, and now that the dungeon is restarted, the final boss should appear again and calls the gorilla for them. The plot shifts to the Desert of Death. Nate looks ahead and orders the gorilla version 2 to rise. The gorilla twice its size wakes up and the guy realizes that this is pretty good. He imagines the two gorillas and realizes that they are his military reinforcements, and that this time he grabbed the core while his gorilla was fighting the boss. Nate casts a spell over the ridge cube and reasons that it turns out that if the number of gorillas has increased, then he does not need to do anything. He tries to lift the cube and says that he will continue to improve the mud formation skill to the master level. Nate looks at the cube and realizes that it has become larger and heavier. Brown-Eyed remembers the monsters and understands that he could easily kill them with such cubes. The guy warms up his shoulder joint, saying that he cannot know for sure because his new dangerous monster can appear at any moment. Nate stands ahead of his golems and notes that he needs to go anyway. Nate smiles and clarifies that the course is heading to the surface. Brown-Eyed stands on the surface in horror. The guy sneezes. They walk and the guy is indignant why it is so cold here. Could it be due to the fact that they are in the mountains and realizes that he will only freeze his balls? The guy opens his inventory and takes out the skin of a horned boar. Puck hides there, while the guy realizes that at least this is easier. Puck looks at him sadly. The squirrel warmed up and fell asleep. Nate was embarrassed by the cuteness that happened in front of him. Nate looks at the sky and commands the golems to stop for a second. The brown-eyed man falls into the saddle, saying that the wind is not so strong if he stands still. Nate looks at him and understands that he will most likely be warmer with the ceiling. He stretches out his hands and decides to test his hypothesis. The guy stands on the ground and commands the gorillas to be on the alert. Nate conjures over the dirt, which he needs to make wider. He puts his palm on it and uses mud formation. The magic flies in different directions. The guy looks closely and notices that previously it was much more difficult for him to make the dirt so thin, and asks if it has become easier for him because he now has a master level skill. Puck watches carefully, while Nate continues that the dirt is now still very smooth, like ceramics. Brown-Eyed accidentally cracked it and asks if it was too thin, because then the strength is weak. Elephant watches while he reasons that it can be made wider, and that it needs to be thicker so that it is strong, and he thinks that he has understood the essence of the matter. Against the background of the debris, he is unhappy that he cannot get by with skill alone, because he also needs to use experience. Brown-Eyed lies opposite the pancake and the voice says that he has finally finished. He pokes at it with his finger and reasons that it may be strong, but wonders if it will not be too dangerous if it breaks. Brown-Eyed looks ahead with displeasure. The guy realized something significant. He imagined a dome and realized that it can withstand the weight of the structure and that it is also safer. He asks the gorillas to lift the dome and shows exactly how. The gorilla lifts it, while Nate asks her to be careful. The guy looks contentedly from the elephant with the roof. He lies under a canopy and is content. Puck asks something. Nate looks at him and states that he feels like he can do something more difficult with his skill and asks if he is also thinking about building a wall to protect against monsters. Nate goes down and continues that they can't even hide underground now, and that means they need to make something comfortable to travel on the surface. Nate is shaking from the cold and suggests making an insulating layer first. Nate hits his head on the elephant and uses master-level mud formation. He looks thoughtfully and remembers all the knowledge that remained from his life in Korea and notes that only thanks to this he was able to create something that is not in the dungeon. The elephant emits steam from its trunk. There is even an indoor fire inside Nate's shelter. Nate sits inside while someone says that this is an elephant golem that Nate created and it has underfloor heating. Nate shows us a diagram of the elephant's insides, that there is a fire, specifically that this is the place where the fire burns and it is also the source of light. There is a bathtub and that the sewage is washed away through the elephant's cavity. There is an exit on the side, and on the other side there is a cabinet for storing loot. There is also a blanket made of hornboar skin and there is a trunk as a chimney. Nate looks in horror and asks himself what he did. The guy got an achievement for creating a floor heating system and that he now has the skill to control heat. Brown-Eyed stands in front of the elephant and asks if this is a reward for the achievement, while the guide states that he is not even surprised. The plot moves forward 2 months. Moves to the historical part of the north. The hare is indignant. He looks at the people and realizes that they are idiots. While someone asks why there are no monsters here, another asks to rest, and a third directly asks if this can be done, and all against the background of the dirt that the golem was previously made of. The guide turns away and realizes that things are not going well for him, not at all. He trembles and thinks that if this continues, the high-ranking ones will say something to him. Nate looks up and declares that he is ashamed that he cannot share this view with anyone. The guy happily continues that he would at least brag to the rabbit, if he were nearby, while the system notes that his team consists of 1 puck, 1 elephant, and 4 gorillas. Nate's caravan is moving up Death Mountain. He smirks. The guy looks out the window and says he can't see anything from here, but they are pretty high up. Nate looks up at the mountains and realizes the road isn't that bumpy because there are smooth peaks everywhere. He walks down to the ground. Nate blocks the sun with his hand and notices that he has a beautiful view. The sun rises behind the mountains. Nate wipes his nose and thinks that this was a good experience, and that it was pretty easy. He turns around. Nate notices something. He sees a building and asks what it is doing here. Nate wonders what it is. The guy approaches it and says he assumes it is the last ruins, but he doesn't understand what they are doing up there. The guy looks up at the sky and says that they are definitely pretty far from the first stage, and wonders why they even called this place ruins. He remembers the hare and suggests that they probably just kept repeating after this moral monster. But nevertheless, these ruins were built long before he appeared. Nate looks ahead and says that this means that they were erected before the creation of the dungeon, and that they are probably relics from the past. Brown Eyes crosses his arms over his chest and notes that he is just standing there, and doing nothing, and that if he continues to just stand there, he will not get any answers, and decides to take a closer look at the building. He climbs the stairs and says that nothing will probably happen to him because he has 5 golems with him. Brown Eyes looks at the clawed statue. Nate smirks because he has not seen anything like it in the northern dungeon and asks what this statue is for. The dragon looks and almost looks at him. Nate looks at its paws and notes that it is most likely made of stone. The guy examines the tail and continues that it is a rather strange shade of stone. Nate passes by and notes that it is nevertheless very well made. Brown-Eyed looks forward. The dragon jumps up. There is a strong blow. Nate falls and asks in horror what is happening. The dragon wants to impale him on a trident. Nate is horrified. The dragon flies away. Brown-Eyed covers his hands from the wind and asks himself if it was just a statue and why it is alive at all. The dragon's eyes shine. The guy clenches his teeth and understands that he is finished. The statue goes on the attack. The guy turns around and asks the golems to save him. The gorillas come running to help. The dragon delivers a slashing blow. The gorilla is left without a paw. The dragon looks around. He makes a spinning blow. He prepares to attack again. All that remains of his golems are shards of dirt. The gorilla stands on its head. The dragon makes a funny sound. Nate is horrified to realize that the dragon is too strong. The gorillas tremble and the guy is glad that at least they can regenerate. Nate jumps over the elephant and decides to distract it. The elephant is holding a mud cube. Nate gives the elephant the command. The cube is catapulted at the dragon. It turns around. The cube crumbles in one motion. Its wing smokes. No longer smokes. Nate is scared and asks if it was just that the dragon blocked his max level mud block and asks why his cubes are still not as strong as the stone. He looks closely and realizes that this is his maximum at the moment. He frowns and goes to counterattack. The elephant makes another throw. The dragon turns around. Nate gives the gorillas the command to attack. They rush at him at once. The dragon looks around. With a spinning motion, he throws the gorillas away. Nate bites his lip and thinks that he thought they would at least slow him down, but at this rate, Only dust will remain of his golems and wonders how he is supposed to defeat him. The gorilla makes a sound. Nate is scared. The gorilla goes on the attack. The dragon is captured. The guy is shocked by what his fourth gorilla is doing. Nate, looking at the enemy in panic, shouted that they will not be able to defeat him. The protagonist quickly ran away from the scene of the battle on his golem. Nate, clenching his teeth in frustration, cursed. The long mountain range was covered in thick fog, and the protagonist said that the action takes place near the top of the mountain of death, and asked if that monster was chasing them. Nate looked at the large castle in the distance and added that his attacks did not cause any damage for the first time, and he lost only one golem, and also asked what kind of ruins these were. Nate, analyzing his electronic map on the display, thought that the lack of red on the minimap and the location outside the first floor indicate that this is not part of the dungeon, because even the rats did not stick their noses in here. An image of a winged demon appeared, and the hero said that the movements of the rats and the monument are somehow connected, and something is wrong here. Nate looked confidently into the distance and said that he would soon solve this mystery. 1 month later. The top of the mountain. The morning rays of the sun broke through the high mountains. On the top of a rocky mountain, the protagonist swung his huge mace. The protagonist held a piece of juicy meat in his teeth. Suddenly, the hero's eyes widened in anger. Nate abruptly stood up from his seat and exclaimed in frustration that he had failed again. There once was a man who broke rocks all day long. Nate, grabbing his face, said that he needed to stay calm, because he loses when he gets upset. The protagonist looked away in confusion. The protagonist's huge mace was lying on the ground. It was clear to anyone that Nate, who had experienced defeat, had been working hard at something. The protagonist bent over the lying mace to explain what he was doing. He needed to go back a month. The scene changed abruptly, and Nate was leaning over the mace in a green oasis. Nate, holding the object up, asked if someone had dropped the iron hammer and added that he had come for the golems. But luck had smiled upon him and he had found this. An image of the protagonist fighting a demon appeared. The soil could not defeat the stones, and this upset Nate. Nate, running deeper into the forest, thought that he needed a material close in strength to that gargoyle, while the narrator added that after a while he found the answer, because he just needed to give the golems something similar to a weapon. The protagonist clutched the mace in his hand. After a while he finally found the answer and decided to give the golems their own weapon. The protagonist looked into the distance with enthusiasm. With this plan firmly lodged in his head, Nate went into the future with a smile on his face. The mountain range was well lit by the sun's rays. Nate lifted the hammer onto his back. While the weapon was not as high quality as the iron hammer, the protagonist said that this material seemed similar to the material he needed and offered to give it a chance. The system showed a pop-up inventory window right in front of the hero, and he selected the iron spikes. The protagonist began working on his new weapon. He had enough tools to shape this material, and thus the weapon was not a tool for destruction, but something more. The protagonist raised the working hammer over his tool. Nate had enough imagination to shape the material, because this was his advantage. The guy wiped the sweat from his face and wondered if he had enough. In front of the hero lay a huge stone block. Nate, cheerfully looking at his animal, said that the result was not bad. The protagonist's golems rejoiced in the background. Nate's efforts finally bore fruit, because in the end he gave the gorilla one of the carefully formed stones. The protagonist leaned his head wearily against his huge mace, but Nate had never worked with stones before. After all, he had been chiseling them for a month. Nate sighed with fatigue and said in a languid voice that he needed 3 more of these stones to give each of them a pair, adding that it was taking so long. After all, this was already the 5th stone fist. Nate, approaching the huge boulder with the tool, noticed that with each blow of the hammer, a stone the size of a pea was chipped off, and just thinking about it tired him. The hero hit the stone with his chisel fiercely. A bright light appeared from the impact, and the protagonist screamed in surprise. The system notified about the achievement called Master Stoneworker and awarded the protagonist with a reward in the form of the stoneworking skill. Nate, dropping his hammer in amazement, exclaimed. Nate, sitting in front of the display that was brightly glowing in the night, said that achievements were falling on him from all sides, remembered the times when he worked with dirt, which, by the way, he worked on as hard as now. Nate, putting his hand on the boulder lying on the ground, asked how to use it, and tried to shout break the stone, while nothing happened. Nate, fiercely hitting the stone boulder, thought maybe he should just hit it, and exclaimed in pain. The protagonist fell on his back and thought that he should try to hit this stone again. Nate raised his huge hammer into the air and shouted, ordering the stone to break into pieces. The boulder in front of the protagonist was illuminated by a bright light. The hero looked at the result of his work in front of him, puzzled. The stone broke in half and the hero joyfully shouted that the boulder had finally broken. Nate, grabbing 2 pieces of stone in his hands, said that it broke very easily, although he did not even apply force. The protagonist let a tear run down his cheek and thought that he had been hammering these stones, and told himself that this was an excellent skill. The stone boulder that had shattered into pieces emitted a bright light, and the protagonist loudly commanded the stone to break. The huge stone boulder flew in different directions and the protagonist cursed in disappointment. The protagonist excitedly looked at the next boulder and asked himself if he should try his hand at this one. Nate threw the huge mace over his shoulder. The stone emitted a glow. Nate, sitting thoughtfully under a huge stone boulder, noticed that the stone was too big, but if he continued and used the skill to create stones, he would be able to create stones in the shape of a fist. Nate, confidently looking at another boulder, exclaimed that it was easy. The total time was 1 hour. The protagonist hit the stone boulder hard. The skill not only reduced the time. The protagonist thoughtfully looked at the many stones. The skill also made it possible to process several stones at the same time, while Nate, in a satisfied voice, said that it was excellent. There were many different fragments of stone boulders lying on the ground. Through a thorough check of the skill, Nate understood the basics of the skill. An image of 2 of the protagonist's tools appeared. The first rule was that the stone must be broken by something stronger. The protagonist worked hard to develop the ore. The second rule was that the heavier the hammer, the easier the stone is broken. Nate, breaking a boulder with another of his professional blows, commanded to the left. Also an important rule was that the direction in which the stone breaks must be regulated. Nate, frowning, asked himself what would happen if he hit a stone boulder with an iron bayonet. The protagonist looked puzzled at the crumbling stone and said to himself that the stone was still crumbling, and added that this was not right, because the stone was breaking in a random direction. Nate, standing with his foot near the fragments of stone boulders, added that it was also slower and less effective, and only small stones were obtained. The protagonist looked down with concern. The protagonist hit one of the boulders with his huge hammer. Nate, looking at the small fragments of stones, said that the stones had become even smaller. Nate, sticking out his tongue in interest, asked if maybe he should try again. The hero made many blows to the crushed stones. There was a stone boulder on the ground and the protagonist exclaimed that the rocks had turned to dust, adding that he couldn't even tell if it was made of rock. The protagonist reached out to the new boulder and said that he might be able to form it. Nate looked at the rock with determination and shouted, "Connect Earth." Nate, looking at the rock intently, said that it was a lump of earth. The protagonist opened the system display with tension. Nate, shocked, stepped back and exclaimed enthusiastically at what he saw. The system showed the protagonist's inventory window and Nate happily shouted that it worked. Nate, hitting his stone boulder with the new item, noticed that the brick was no harder than it was, because it was made of the same material, and added that it had become the same. The protagonist, lifting the new material up, realized that he needed to break rocks in a similar way and then recreate them back. The protagonist looked at the new material with interest and thought about how much this skill would change with reaching the master level. Nate was drawing some symbols on the ground with a stick. Nate, tapping his drawing with a wooden stick, said that there was only one opponent, but they would definitely lose if they fought face to face, and because he was flying, it would be difficult for them to find advantages in open areas, and added that they would have a chance if the opponent started to go straight ahead, but if he took off, they would have problems. The protagonist thoughtfully scratched his chin and thought that it was a little dangerous to use this skill on the enemy, and that he needed a way to quickly close the distance. Nate, digging a tunnel with his own hands, thought that if there was no solution, then maybe he should just dig a tunnel, because he even learned the skill of stone carving. The protagonist yawned tiredly and added that with his skill level, it would take a whole year, despite the learned skill of stone carving. The protagonist put his hand to his forehead and hummed thoughtfully. There were figures of golems and an elephant drawn on the ground. Nate, his brown eyes suddenly wide, exclaimed that he did not understand why he had not thought of this before. An image of the protagonist's golems appeared and he said that his golem's design was originally based on an elephant, but he created a gorilla. The hero looked into the distance enthusiastically and said that what he needed now was mobility in combat with the enemy, and added that he needed to create a golem that would have it. The protagonist bent over his drawing. An animal named Puck was jumping cheerfully near the protagonist. The small animal looked at Nate with interest and made a questioning sound. Nate, turning to Puck, said that they needed to create new brothers for him. The animal nodded in the affirmative. A stone castle stood in a foggy wasteland. A huge winged demon stood menacingly near the castle. The demon flashed its terrifying eyes. The monster clutched its weapon in its hand. The protagonist frowned angrily. The protagonist's golems were ready to attack the monster. The centaur golems were marching calmly in formation. It was a new golem design with high mobility, 4 units of centaur golems. 4 golems were attacking from one of the flanks, and the hero ordered them to hold the formation. Nate, proudly riding the new golem, shouted for it to fly forward. It was Nate's new riding golem, an elephant ostrich. Nate, frowning his thick eyebrows in admiration, said that he had created a cavalry. The protagonist was molding a golem from clay and thought that the capabilities of an earth-shaping master level were amazing, and added that he could give the earth any shape as long as he touched it. An image of the old golems appeared, and Nate said that he had put the first versions of the golems to sleep, and if he needed them, he would simply insert a core into them. The demonic creature, soaring into the air above the heroes, roared menacingly. Nate, looking directly at the monster with fury, shouted that he would make her cry, calling the monster a damn lizard. The golems were pushing stone boulders in front of them. The golem was gradually approaching the enemy position, and the protagonist ordered that the boulders be lifted. The centaurs hoisted huge stone boulders onto themselves. The protagonist, grimacing in anger, ordered that they open fire on the enemy and added that he wanted to check something. The golem made an accurate throw of the boulder. Many huge stone blocks flew towards the demonic creature. A huge dragon soared into the air. The monster approached the flying boulder. There was a huge explosion in the air above the castle, and the hero shouted that it was a great hit. The dragon covered its demonic face with its wounded wing. The protagonist, covering his face with his hand from the scorching sun, thought that now he was taking damage, because they were attacking him with stones. The demonic creature soared into the air, and the protagonist thought to himself that he was not recovering and added that he probably did not have a core, and they could actually defeat him. Nate, pointing to the ammunition lying behind him, ordered the golems to take it. The golems ran away from the battle in fear. The demonic creature flew towards the golems with all its might. A pink shock wave pierced the golem. Another centaur swung his battle stone at the antagonist. The demon's trident cracked from the fierce blow. The demonic creature grinned maliciously. The monster boldly cut the golem in half. Nate, looking at the events happening to his soldiers in horror, shouted that numbers 1 and 4 should retreat back, and numbers 2 and 3 should attack. A schematic representation of the strategy of this battle appeared. The golems attacked in pairs, using the recovery ability: attack, retreat, recovery. The protagonist commanded his golem about the losses occurring in their squad. Thanks to Nate's precise orders, the golems were prepared for unforeseen situations, and that the entire battle was only possible because Nate controlled the golems with high mobility. The demonic winged creature flew to the next golem. The gargoyle could not withstand the endless attacks despite all its strength, and Nate, who was looking for the enemy's weakness, finally noticed it. Nate, dumbfounded, looked into the distance, exclaimed that the gargoyle became closer to the ground. The clawed paw of the monster was approaching the protagonist. The protagonist, his eyes wide open, shouted to grab her legs. The gargoyle fiercely fought off the golem's attacks. The protagonist began to approach the battlefield. An image of the protagonist's past battles appeared, and he thought that he should win this time too. An image of a battle with a huge golem appeared. Nate, looking angrily at his opponent, shouted that he needed to upset her balance first. The protagonist jumped onto the monster hovering in the air. Nate, his eyes wide open, shouted to the golem to pull the antagonist. The golem looked ahead, puzzled. The terrible monster was thrown back. The protagonist jumped onto the monster from a mountain of boxes. Nate, looking at the information window in front of him, ordered the system to open the inventory. Nate, falling after the terrible monster, ordered the system to clear his personal inventory. Blocks fly towards the monster. The monster growls. The protagonist flies at the enemy. The block crushes the creature. The dragon roars. The protagonist created mud blocks. The spell attacks the monster. The protagonist jumped away from the monster and realized that compressed mud was not enough, so he opened the inventory, which contained a stone block. Nate swung his hand and realized that he would have to use stone blocks. The monster looks at the protagonist in horror. The protagonist stands on the block. Nate looks down and says that they did a great job. 2 stone knights pull the monster by the tail. The little animal jumped towards the hero. The protagonist swung his hammer and used stone rift. The hero attacked the monster. From the crushing blow of the hammer, a web of cracks ran across the monster's skin. The stone dragon fell to the ground. Dust rose into the air. The little animal sits on the head of a bird. The monster raised its paw. The monster tried to move his paw with his last strength, but it treacherously went limp and did not obey. Puck smiled. The hero's hand holds, and the system windows reported that the stone break skill has been improved to level 4. The protagonist stands on the defeated dragon. Nate looked at Puck and shouted that he had succeeded. The hare looks ahead in horror. His front paws are on the ground and someone in a suit has noticed Mr. Rabbit. John looks at the guide and asks about his affairs. The animal lowered its head and respectfully said that John had come after all, but in its thoughts it did not understand what the latter was doing here. An image appeared, which described the stages. In the dungeon there is a ranking hierarchy among the assistants. The number of dungeons managed by an assistant determines his rank in the hierarchy. The monkey looks ahead, so John, managing 2 dungeons, is 1 rank higher than the rabbit, which gives him the greatest power. The primate looks down on the rabbit, and his power is further strengthened by the fact that the rabbit was an unnamed assistant, while John had a name. The hare scratches his hand in fear and asks John what he is doing in such a miserable dungeon. The monkey looks at the hare with disdain and asks how seriously the latter takes his job. The guide recoiled from the primate and said that he is trying his best. John walks towards the rabbit and tries to understand if he is confident in his words. The monkey looks at the guide and wonders how the number of participants who passed to the second stage doubled and added that most likely the owner of the dungeon is very lazy if this happened. The rabbit smiled with fear and said that he would try harder, and he thought that this happened only because of the boss kill. John looked murderously at the rabbit and told him to listen carefully. The guide opened his mouth in horror, and the primate asked how many more lies he should hear from the hare. The building stands against the sky, and the hero says that perhaps he will use stone bricks later and added that let them be in the inventory for now. The hero stands in front of the system window and wonders why the stone break skill rose to level 4 and assumed that the gargoyle was a huge stone statue. The defeated monster lies on the ground, and the protagonist realizes that the gargoyle is really huge. Nate looks ahead and says that it would be better if the gargoyle had a golem core and notes that then it would be able to regenerate, and then they wouldn't have a chance. The guy knocks with a hammer and says that he needs to make sure of something, and after using the stone rift, he realized that the 4th level of the skill is really cool. The protagonist stands in front of the shards and realizes that everything is still empty, but because of this, his skill has improved. The protagonist stands in front of the castle and remembered the words of the rabbit, who said that this is the border of the world. Light falls on the column, and the hero wonders what secrets this monument holds and whether there could be another monument behind it. Puck sits on the protagonist's shoulder, and the hero wants to go inside. The warrior enters the building. The protagonist walks surrounded by his knights and asks number 3 to keep up. Nate looks ahead and does not understand what this is. The rabbit looks at the monkey and says that he is not lying, and where else can the latter find such an honest rabbit like him? John smiled and said that he knew this would happen. The primate stands over the hare and adds that he is talking about the one who escaped. The guide opened his mouth in fear and realized that John found out everything and this was the worst thing that could happen, and summarized that he knows about the system error. The hero ran his hand through the air and used the purification skill. The hand touched the face, and the protagonist realized that this place does not restart. The group stands in the corridor and does not understand what these bones are. Nate, using the purification ability, notices that there are many skeletons around, and that caution does not hurt. The hoof of the mud centaur stumbles upon a pressure plate. 2 arrows fly into the entity's head. Nate is surprised. The guy, leaning back, remembers about the traps, and says that sending the golem ahead was a great idea. The centaur turns around. The protagonist yells at him not to scare him like that. A drop rolls down Nate's face. He remembers that golems don't take magic damage. The boy smiles. He calls it a great job. The golem hits the brick wall with his hand. Nate thinks that destroying the walls will help with the problems. The arrow is broken in half. The golems are covered in arrows. The boy offers them a break for their good work. Nate pulls the arrows out of the centaur's bodies. He asks them if these are the last arrows. The boy, pulling the projectile out of the golem's stomach, is glad that he pulled everything out. The boy looks at the arrow. He notes that it looks worn. Nate looks under the pipe. He says that hot oil should have poured on them, but it's solidified. The boy examines the moldy magic symbol. He also notices that they do not activate either. The guy breaks the arrow with a squeeze of his hand, mentally wondering how old this place is. The squirrel runs around in circles and squeaks. The pet becomes wary. Nate asks if everything is okay. Puck quickly runs away. The boy asks the pet where it is running. The squirrel runs into a crack in the wall. Nate puts his fingers forward and orders the golems to break the wall. The centaurs break down the partition at a running start. The guy, covering his face with his hand, is glad that the golems are on his side. The boy looks ahead in surprise. The squirrel waves its paw at him and squeaks. Nate approaches a huge door. He says that it looks like a passage to the boss, and asks how the pet found it. The protagonist's hand emits a blue aura. The guy notes that judging by the appearance of this place, the boss seems to have already died of old age, but the guy still uses the power of a horned boar. Light from the crack in the door falls on Nate's face. The young man looks into the glowing room with surprise. There is a pedestal in front of the dragon's skeleton. The squirrel is happy with so many bones. Nate, holding Puck by the muzzle, tells him that it is dangerous and guesses that the pet was looking for bones, not the door. Squeezing the squirrel in his hand, the young man invites the golems to enter the room, because they have not yet explored it. The guy, approaching the pedestal, calms Puck down and tells him that there is no need to rush. Nate approaches the dragon's skull and notices that the shorter the distance, the larger the skeleton. The guy looks down. He sees a stone pedestal and assumes that it is a tombstone. All sorts of symbols are drawn on the panel. The hero notices the inscriptions and says that he would be interested to know what is written here. Nate leans towards the pedestal. The tombstone suddenly emits a beam of light. The young man, jumping back, complains of pain in his eyes. The guy, covering his face with his hand, assumes that this is another trap. Symbols along with the light fly out of the tombstone. Nate is very surprised. A dialogue box appears with a greeting from a qualified person. The hero clarifies that they are addressing him specifically. The inscription on the panel changes to a positive answer. The guy grabs a hammer and an iron rod from his inventory. He asks where the voice is coming from. The young man raises the hammer behind his head. The voice says that he is the keeper of the dragon temple in which Nate is now standing. The hero asks if these bones belong to the previous owner of this place. The skull seems to smile. The voice confirms the question, and says that the dragon of life is currently in hibernation. Nate raises an eyebrow. He says with irony in his voice that he does not think the monster is going to wake up. The guy is standing in front of the pedestal. The voice says that for immortal beings, death is nothing more than a dream, and adds that the dragon's life force is running out due to the last war. The hero makes a reverse smile. He thinks that the keeper, it seems, has not come to terms with the fact that the owner has long been dead. A tear flows from the guy's eye. The voice asks him not to make such a face, because the dragon is not seriously dead. Nate smiles. He asks the keeper why he is so serious. The voice thinks that the guy is terribly irritable. The young man raises his hand. He is told that the temple serves as a place for the resurrection of the dragon. The protagonist asks why he does not resurrect him. The tombstone answers that it is because Artea's life force is at its limit. The guy sarcastically says that he believes that resurrection does not happen only because of this. The voice says that if Nate was not qualified, he would have sacrificed him. The guy looks questioningly at the pedestal. He asks what he did to become qualified. The tablet levitates above the tombstone. The keeper says that the young man fulfilled all the conditions to meet the dragon Artea himself, and adds that this in itself is considered a qualification. The guy, folding his arms, asks when he managed to pass the tests. Nate's eyes bulge. The voice asks him if the protagonist remembers what he did to get here. The young man, smiling, remembers that he passed the dragon's tests while walking through the temple. The guy, folding his arms on his chest, listens to the keeper tell him that using strength, courage and wisdom, he overcame many tests. The voice says that he sincerely praises the hero for the work done. The guy, imagining mountains of gold, continues to listen to the fact that the one who has fulfilled all the conditions with an excellent result, and also in accordance with the highest word of the dragon himself, has the honor of inheriting the temple. The guy rejoices in his wealth. Suddenly he freezes and asks again what he got. A huge castle is illuminated by the sun. Nate asked what he would get if he inherited this place. Behind the protagonist stood a large skeleton. The voice answered that good, the joy of owning the temple, and that this mission is honorable and noble. The guy asked that this is all he will get. He glanced at the skeleton out of the corner of his eye. The board wrote that, to be honest, his time will come soon. Nate thought that now he was uncomfortable. A window hovered on the pedestal. It said that although only his soul remained, and he tries not to think about death, but his reprieve from death is ending. The guy scratched the back of his head. He turned his head and said that he had no particular desire to linger here, since the circumstances were so grim, and although it did not look like it, he was a busy man. The protagonist put his hands on his hips. The board asked what attracted him more than such a noble status. The guy looked at him, and answered that of course his guys. Nate's mouth fell open in surprise. He asked himself if this was really his real goal. He stood in front of the pedestal. The guy added that it was home after all. The voice asked again about home. The protagonist looked down and said that what he wanted most was to get home, and that without reading the contract, he went to this strange world and fought for survival every minute, and that when emotions threatened to flare up, his heart and mind, barely maintaining sanity, tremble, and added that he would definitely get home. Alpha answered that if so, then he needed to accept this temple. Nate looked up and asked again. The board noted that if he became the owner of the temple, he would gain access to the power of the dragon. The guy opened his mouth and asked what it was. He stood in front of the skeleton. The voice said that this was the power he would need to achieve his goal, known as setting the gate. The protagonist lay down on the floor. There was a window on the ceiling with information about him. He silently looked at it. Nate calmly began to collect his thoughts, as the owner of the temple. The guy stood up and asked that if this was so, then he, in his words, could return to Earth. A window appeared. It answered that the gate could take him anywhere, even to another place. The guy looked at it with confusion. The board added that the creation process requires a high concentration of life energy, and the amount of energy directly depends on the distance between the worlds. The guy asked what life energy is. The voice answered that in simple terms, it is a sacrifice. The deer lifted his leg. The board added that according to the first owner of this place, the Alpha, life energy is accumulated by receiving victims, which makes it possible to use the power of the dragon, and it does not matter with a victim or not, only energy is required. The guy looked at the pedestal and realized that this is not a tombstone, but an altar. He took out a piece of meat and asked if it would work. The spirit of the temple said that it was a piece of a dead animal, and asked if he wanted to put it on the altar. Fire came out of the monument. A drop of sweat slid down Nate's face. The board said that this was the thigh of a horned akaban, processed in smoke and filled with energy, and added that it was an excellent sacrifice. The guy asked if he was leading a mukbang, and added if he could now open the gate. The guy's fingers slid over the inventory interface. The board answered that despite this, one piece would not be enough. Meat fell on the altar. The guy asked how he liked it. The board hung in the air and noted that surprisingly, he can use the magic of the inventory, and added that if he does not mind, can he study it. The guy was enveloped in magic. The voice said that he was beginning to understand. A status window appeared in front of him. The window hung in front of the guy. The board noted that he was supposed to be a sacrifice. A drop of sweat slid down Nate's face. The voice added that his status window was a sacrificial mark. The window with information hung in the air. He noticed that it looked similar, and that the window did not mention any sacrifice. The guy lay down on the floor and added that if this is truly a sacrificial mark, then Mikey and the rest should also be sacrifices. Nate put his palms under his head. He noted that while he was the owner of the temple, he accepted his offer to cleanse the sacrificial window, but then interrupted his train of thought, remembering that he had the power of a dragon. A window appeared. It spoke about the skill of creating a trap. A second board materialized. It spoke about the skill of creating a gate. A third window appeared. It spoke about the skill of restoration. Nate looked at the board and noted that it was cool. A glowing circle appeared above his hand. The guy called Alpha. He replied that he was here. The protagonist brought his hand to his face and asked that if he used life energy on the skill, it would improve. Alpha replied that it did. Nate looked at the window and thought that in the dungeon or in the temple, it was life or death. He uses all abilities. The guy resolutely pressed his lips together. He looked at the skeleton and said that he decided what he would do, and added that he would eat until his stomach burst. A glowing circle appeared above his hand. It asked for a favor. The guy in response asked what favor. Nate sat down on the pro. The spirit of the temple asked to remove the animal from the skeleton. The protagonist thought when he managed to climb there. A baboon approached the rabbit. The guide looked at him in horror and thought that he had been demoted. The baboon held his hat and said that since he had lost the participants of the dungeon who were supposed to become victims, he was removed from the role of a guide. He pointed his finger at the rabbit. He asked if the decision was final. The monkey answered that it was, and added that he knew why he came here personally, and then immediately answered that in order to deprive him of all privileges. The guide looked down and thought that he did not know what his true intentions were, and that he had been watching him for so long, and now found a sharp reason. John's eyes shone brightly. He said that this was now his zone, and demanded to disappear. The rabbit took his hat and answered that this was his home, and asked where he should go. The baboon pointed at him and replied that what goes around comes around. He looked at the guide and added that he would be assigned to the one who went beyond this stage and asked to be brought to him. The primate stood in front of the rabbit, who asked how he could do this. The monkey grabbed the floor with his hands and replied that this was how he usually solved problems and advised using magic. His face leaned against the guide's nose. He said that this was his final decision, given to him, and this was his last mission. The rabbit looked at John with fear and thought that this was his last mission, and he wanted not only to remove him, but to kill him. Nate stood in front of the pedestal and asked Alpha to clarify one thing before he left. He asked what it was. The guy looked at his palm and asked if he understood that he wanted to go home. The voice answered that he knew it. A halo hovered over his hand. The protagonist also asked if he would let him go freely. Alpha replied that he was not sure. However, everything should be fine if he found another person to give him the temple. Nate pointed his finger at the exit and asked if he could go looking now then, and added that he had no one to ask here. He looked into the distance and realized that this was a great reason. While he wanted to go home, he could not leave his brother, and he wondered what lay beyond the ridge of death. The sun was rising over the mountain. The next day, the ridge of death. The rabbit was hovering in the air. He looked at the mountains and asked how far he had gone and where he could hide. There were pillars in the middle of the mountains. The guide noted that anyone would understand where he had gone, because he leaves traces everywhere. A mountain of meat fell on the altar. The guy crossed his arms over his chest. He looked up and asked if it was possible to get life energy with so many victims. The voice answered him that it was possible. Nate looked at the pedestal and said that it means that the power of the dragon has given him 3 skills, and one of them is very important, namely, creating gates. A portal appeared from the floor. The guy looked at it and asked where the gates lead. An image appeared explaining how the gates work. The voice answered that in this state the gates do not lead anywhere, and that for teleportation you need to create a second gate. Nate pointed at the gates and asked what it means that he should create a portal in front of his house, and added what is their point then. He looked questioningly at the bottom. Alpha answered that it is all about limiting the skill. If he has a master level of creating gates, then he can get anywhere. The gates were enveloped in magic. Sweat ran down the protagonist's face. The voice added that if he extracts the same amount of resources, then in 20 years he will get this level. The guy asked that he is some kind of joke for them. The second gates appeared. Nate decided to try the rest of the skills. The guy was standing in front of 2 gates. A notification appeared that the gates were linked. He ran into one of them. A voice said that if he entered one gate, he would exit the other. The guy replied that he should try. The protagonist exited the second gate. The guy noted that it was cool. Puck tried to enter the gate. The guy crouched down and asked why the animal could not go through the portal. Alpha replied that other creatures cannot go through the gate until they receive permission from the owner. The guy replied that he then allows the ferret to use the portal. Puck flew out of the gate. Nate noted that this was not the best idea. The guy looked at the pedestal and asked if this works with golems. The voice replied that it would require a little magic, but it works with them. Nate rubbed his chin and asked what it meant that he could use golems at any time. The temple spirit replied that he could summon golems. But wouldn't it be a better idea to use the portal when he was in danger? The guy replied that it was a good idea too. The protagonist stretched. He said that all his muscles were stiff, and added that he would be leaving Alpha, and that it was too stuffy here. Clouds were flying over the mountains. Nate noted that it was cool here. Steam came out of his mouth. He asked that there should be something behind the ridge, and he was curious from the beginning. He ran up the cliff. Puck was sitting on his shoulder. The protagonist looked down. Clouds were flying under the cliff. The guy noted that it was a sea of clouds. The voice asked if it wasn't beautiful. He replied that it was. A circle appeared above his hand. Nate asked him if he knew what was under the clouds. Alpha replied that he was not sure. He was not interested in what was outside the temples. The guy closed his eyes and said that normal people would be surprised by what happened in the last few days. But he was different, and he had encountered this more than once. The voice replied that no one had asked him. The guy opened his eyes wide and said that they needed to move where their eyes looked, and used the skill to create an observatory. A pillar appeared under his feet. The protagonist noted that this was different. His fingers slid over the map. He noted that the area was now shown on the mini-map. The outlines of the landscape appeared on the map. Nate noted that the gray color meant mountainous terrain, brown dirt, and green trees, and that it turned out that they were surrounded by trees. Alpha replied that it looked like that. Puck was sitting on the guy's shoulder. He said that he was worried that this was the edge of the world, but it looked like there were plains all around them. The voice replied that he was really thinking about going down the mountain. The spirit of the temple said that he didn't want to lose the owner of the temple. The protagonist looked down and replied that it was not for nothing that they had gone so far, and that it was worth finishing what they had started. The voice added that it should be done without risking their lives. Nate noted that he was so nasty. The guy was standing at the edge. The voice asked that in any case, why he wanted to go down the mountain. He replied that he told him to take care of himself, and added that he should wait, and he was thinking about it. Nate took a hammer out of his inventory. He had tools in his hands. He asked if this was enough. The voice asked what he was going to do. The guy looked down and replied that he was making a ladder. He began to process the stone. Alpha asked how he would make it here. The outline of a square appeared on the ground. The guy replied that his stone destruction skill was now at level 4, and he could control the direction and depth of destruction. Nate looked at the hammer with enthusiasm. The spirit of the temple said that it did not look like a ladder. The protagonist asked to take a closer look. He put his hand on the square. The stone disappeared under his hand. A stone brick appeared in the inventory. Nate noted that this was a success. The guy looked into the distance. The voice said that it would really be possible to go down the mountain using a ladder. He replied that he knew, but its creation could take some time, and that in the process he would develop the skill. The protagonist raised his hands and said that they were going. People were walking through the forest. Cheryl shook her head and asked where they were. Her eyes looked into the distance. She realized that she was scared. Mike walked behind and asked if she had recovered. The girl looked at the guy. He said that, to be honest, it was natural to be afraid of unknown enemies. He struck the golem and added that he believed in their team, and that they had made it this far. In front of a bunch of boars stood warriors. Mike noted that they had become stronger. His hand held a sword. Mike added that they needed to work much harder. There was a bandage on his hand. He said that no matter where they go, they must kill. The window displays information about the indomitable fighting spirit. Dave stood next to Cheryl, his voice soft and filled with unwavering faith. They looked at Mike. Calms our immature minds. The girl picked up the bag and asked that maybe it was worth planting underground potatoes, to which Mike will answer that why not. He looked into the distance. In his hand he held a sword. The guy said that this mountain looks familiar to him, and thought where he could have seen it. A scoreboard appeared in front of him. The window glowed with a notification that welcome to stage 4. At the foot of the mountain, clouds were flying. Nate wiped the sweat from his face and noted that he needed to rest. He sat on the steps and noted that this was completely different from what he had done before, even from digging the earth. The protagonist scratched his chico and noted that he seemed to see progress, but the endless descent and ascent would waste a lot of energy. He picked up a hammer. A voice asked if he was chiseling a new passage. A portal appeared near the steps. The guy noted that he wanted to create a new gate here. Alpha noted that this was a great idea and a wise move. Puck was sitting on his shoulder. He thought that he had nowhere to put his victims. He turned around. The voice replied that he did not need to worry about that, and that his body was connected to the temple and he could make sacrifices at any time. He asked again if this was true. The spirit of the temple said that all he needed was to eat them. An image appeared explaining how sacrifices worked. The voice noted that when his satiety reached 100%, all food consumed would count as a sacrifice. Nate put a piece of bacon in his mouth and asked what all he had to do was eat. He sat down on the steps and noted that he just had to stuff himself now and that he liked it. Alpha said that he liked starting with something different. The guy held out his hand and noted that he was right and used the gate creation skill. The rabbit climbed the mountain. His ears drooped down. Tears came out of his eyes. He said that he was very hungry. Brown columns were shown when someone said that it was very far and high. The angry guide opened his mouth wide when he shouted about how hiking was disgusting. A system message appeared in front of him when he said that it was very cold and that he was hungry, and also that he was tired. Then the guide wondered about the last time he got paid. He remembered someone holding him by the collar when it was explained that the only kill right was given at the beginning of each game, and that the life energy gained from it was transferred to him. The hare looked tired as he said that it was all the fault of that bug anyway. A rat appeared in front of him. The rodent opened its mouth wide and squeaked. The guide looked scared as he assumed that it could see him. Rats ran past him as he thought about being scared and about how for a second he thought it could see him. The guide flew forward, ears down, thinking that it was still bearable. But if he lost a little more strength, he might become food for them. The system window showed the health units. Suddenly there were 19, that is, one less. The hare fell to the ground. His disgruntled face was shown up close as he cursed and assumed that he had lost the ability to fly. Rodents appeared next to him. Sweat ran down the guide's face as it was said that at that moment he realized something. A swarm of rats leapt towards him as the guide realized he might lose more than just his ability. The hare ran screaming from the horde of rodents. He jumped high into the air as he asked his pursuers to leave him alone. The guide pursed his lips as he decided he needed to hide. In the distance was a tall tower that he spotted. The guide jumped up into it. There were stairs all around him. He looked up to see the number of flights. The hare ran up the stairs as he cursed, exclaiming that he didn't care anymore. He was still being pursued by a swarm of rats as he wondered why the guide had built them so high. An exit appeared in front of him as he called the rodents rude. The guide found himself on the roof of the tower. He turned his head to the side, looking back. The rats leaped forward, their mouths wide open. The guide looked forward desperately as he said that he might look weak. He cut the rodents in half. Their body parts fell behind him as the hare revealed that he was the guide of the first stage. There was a battle on the roof of the tower as it was explained that his main plan was to lead the monstrous rats to the top of the observatory and defeat them one by one as they emerged from the narrow passage. The rodent was cut lengthwise as it was explained that due to his superior strategy, he had gained the advantage. The guide in the hat tilted his head forward as it was explained that he had been able to defeat the rat monsters with his fighting skills despite his loss of abilities. The stat window was shown up close as he cursed. The hare stuck out his tongue in exhaustion as he wondered if he would die there fighting these pathetic creatures. In front of him was a pack of rodents. The guide lowered his ears, his mouth slightly open as he said that they must be starving like him and that even he could no longer fight. The rats with glowing eyes opened their mouths. The guide's face smirked as he said that he realized how hungry these creatures were. He hovered in the air above them. The hare fell from the edge of the roof. The guide made an obscene gesture as he told them to eat it. He flew down, thinking that it was better than being eaten alive. The guide remembered the baboon's face when he called him names and cursed him, as well as that scoundrel. His black hat was shown as he decided to blame him for his death. The protagonist caught the hare with both hands. The protagonist's face was shown close up as he said that he came to see why so many rats had gathered there, and then asked why he fell from there. The guide in the bow tie opened his mouth, breathing heavily as he thought about his mistake. The guide closed his eyes as he thought about his recent words. Streams of light energy were shown. The glow grew brighter when someone wondered what that otherworldly smell was. The hare jumped up abruptly. He was sitting in a room with a broken wall in the dragon temple. There were French fries in the bag. The guide approached him when he asked what that delicious aroma was and whether it was edible, exclaiming that it smelled very tempting. Then a window with its characteristics appeared. Someone took the food in front of him and told him not to touch it. Nate looked at him intently when he asked who he was to lick the French fries he had carefully prepared. Then the guide called him an annoying bug. The hare imagined the confused guy when he realized that it turned out that he had not dreamed it. He opened his eyes wide when he decided that he did not care anymore. The guide was lying on the floor in front of the protagonist when he politely asked for one piece. Then he asked what was wrong with him. The protagonist looked ahead carefully as he began to beg him, talking about how hungry he was and how he only asked for one piece. The guide's ears perked up when he was asked if he wanted a piece. The confused hare looked up, asking again. Nate smiled, pointing at himself when he offered him to be his successor. The shocked guide's face sweated when he asked him again. The guy looked at the potato in his hand when he explained that he had somehow become the master of this temple, and then asked if it would be better to have an experienced successor, since he already had experience in managing, and if he would eat and answer. He held his hand out with the food forward when he asked if such animals ate something like that. The guide snatched the potato from his hand when he replied that they don't eat it. The hare looked at the food with tears in his eyes when he added that he would only do it because there was nothing. The protagonist stood in front of him with his arms crossed when he said that it was delicious, but the less he ate the less of it he got. Then he asked if that was true, explaining that he didn't even season it with anything. They sat across from each other when the guide exclaimed that he finally felt alive. Then the protagonist revealed that he used potatoes grown inside the dungeon, wondering if that would cause him any problems, to which he replied that he had been demoted so he didn't care about the damn rules anymore. Nate looked surprised when he asked again and asked why. The guys were shown from above when it was revealed that the guide was spitting out words, explaining everything that had happened. The dark-haired boy looked thoughtful, considering that the position of first-level guide was now occupied by another, and that this baboon seemed intent on killing the hare. The long-eared beast looked at the man in front of him, who asked him if he had not said that he had come all this way to bring him back, and if he was sure he could tell him all this. The guide looked resigned, looking down as he replied that he had made his choice, and that there was no turning back. His eyes closed as he realized that in any case, things were very bad, but in every crisis there was an opportunity. In front of him sat the protagonist, who asked him again when the guide reminded him of what he had said about the succession. The hare opened his mouth wide as he asked to be allowed to greet him sincerely. A flash of light appeared in front of the protagonist when the alpha turned to him and asked if she could interrupt them. The frightened guide was shown in profile as he wondered if this was the emblem of the Dragon of Life and if he was in the Temple of Ertia. The guide was walking behind the man when the system suggested going to the altar first, then he suggested that they wanted to sacrifice him as an offering, then she asked what use one animal was, and Nate told him to just follow them. They were near a crack in the wall when the hare asked if this door could really be opened, then the guy told him that if he was surprised by this, then he would be amazed when he saw what was on the other side. The protagonist looked at the guide behind him. His shocked face was shown. A sprout was sticking out of the ground. Behind the protagonist was the skeleton of a dragon as it greeted the guest in his potato field. The guide looked confused, looking ahead when he asked if he meant to say that he did it in the boss's sacred room, wondering if they were Ertia's bones. Nate smiled widely when he replied that everyone needed to eat to survive and that it was very fertile, guessing that the dragon must be delighted too. The disgruntled hare's mouth fell open when he exclaimed that it was not so, and the alpha repeated his words, adding that she was about to cry tears of happiness that the newbie had common sense. The brunette pouted when he asked what was wrong with them. The shocked guide's mouth was wide open when he asked if he had really lived like this all this time. The guy imagined himself with a hammer when he told him about carving the steps. He raked the earth with his hands when he added that he was looking after the field. The protagonist was riding an elephant when he told about how he sometimes killed rats to sacrifice them. The protagonist stood with his hands behind his head when he summed up that living like this, he met him, then the guide thought that it was just incredible. The hare's face sweated when he asked how he killed the rats. The man's mouth was open when he addressed the guys. Stone riders appeared next to Nate when he asked how he was doing and how nice they looked, then the guide thought that he created these things when he was clearing the boss's room. A shadow fell on the guide's face when he called him an absurd person. The delighted hare opened his mouth wide when he exclaimed that he was delighted by this absurdity. Then it was explained that he was trying his best to get used to his surroundings. The long-eared beast jumped onto the altar when the alpha told him to climb up there if he was done talking, adding that after that the temple master should place his hand next to him. A glowing circle appeared above the guy's palm, then a system notification about the appointment of a manager appeared with the words that he had acquired a new skill with characteristics about choosing a temple manager and consuming life energy. The protagonist looked at his hand when he asked about whether last time there really weren't all of them, then the system answered that by fulfilling certain conditions he would acquire a basic ability. Then he asked what conditions were involved. The protagonist raised a thoughtful look when she answered that his current level was still not enough for her to reveal all the information to him, then he asked again, realizing that she meant sacrifices. The cheerful guide was in front of him, asking if something was wrong, when Nate thought about how he thought he would have to try everything. The brunette imagined the guide in the hat when he wondered if he was lucky or not, adding that he never thought he would get involved with this no-good hare. His palm was enveloped in a yellow glow. The eared animal's clothes disappeared when he ordered to assign a manager, then he exclaimed that he was bursting with energy. The sleeve of his suit glowed. The clothes changed to black. A system window was shown, which said that his position was now an intermediate manager. The hare in the hat spread his paws out to the sides when he exclaimed that it was incredible. Because he was no longer a guide, then the alpha reported that his experience was taken into account, and that fragile ranks like guides did not exist there. The administrator's eyes sparkled as he asked this ungrateful world how it felt. The protagonist's mouth dropped open, looking forward as he wondered if he was so happy about it. The manager bowed in front of him as he replied that he could be sure of his loyalty, then the man asked him to stop, as it was awkward, after which the long-eared beast called him the master of this temple, offering to turn over this page and start over with a clean slate, even though they had been through a lot. The protagonist looked ahead with empty eyes as he agreed with him, repeating his words. Sweat was pouring down the administrator's face as the master told him to kneel, then he asked him again, asking for forgiveness. The rabbit's frightened face was shown up close as it was explained that he had received a new position and a new master. Nate pointed his fingers in front of him as he ordered him to lower his gaze. The manager dug his paws into the ground as it was told that he had received his first order from the master. The long-eared administrator was running around the garden when potatoes were mentioned. He wiped the sweat from his face. The hare looked at the guy sitting next to him when he asked if he really had to work in this uncomfortable position, to which he answered in the affirmative, advising him to accept it as payment for all his misdeeds. Then he exclaimed that it was too much. The manager looked displeased when he mentally cursed, thinking that he was actually his slave and deciding that he needed to think of something. The sunset sky was over the forest of ancestors when a scream was heard. The boar approached the man who told him not to approach him. The pupils of the frightened guy narrowed greatly. Scarlet blood splashed. Someone was watching the events from above when he said that the participants in this round were dying beautifully. The baboon looked in front of him carefully when he said that the brand of the hare was erased. His hand was touching his staff when he wondered what had happened to him. There were potatoes in his plate when someone offered the manager something to eat. The protagonist was sitting in front of a subordinate, who asked if they were the roots of man-eating plants, adding that human adaptability was incredible, to which he replied that they would do anything to survive. The long-haired administrator was sitting on the floor when he wondered if he or the floor of the room seemed warmer, to which the manager explained that he had made a heating system to do farming there. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he was asked if he had gotten rid of the squirrel that followed him everywhere, to which he replied that if you mention the devil will appear. Puck puffed out his cheeks when the manager asked him what he had stuffed in his mouth, to which Nate explained that he liked to eat bones, and there were bones everywhere. The little animal jumped on the golem, then the guy was asked about why it was doing this, then he asked the pet not to do it again. The squirrel hit the stone's surface. A dent appeared on the golem. Puck pressed his cheeks, spitting out the contents. The animal filled the indentation, making a characteristic sound. The protagonist looked at the pet in his hand when he said that it must be his habit to hide food somewhere, and then asked him to stop bothering the golem. Then the administrator agreed with him. The thoughtful face of the protagonist was shown close up when he noticed something. The hare was lying in front of him when he turned to him, informing him that he had a new task. Then he asked him again, answering that he just laid down after eating, and then asked if he did not think this was a little unreasonable, after which the master told him to stop talking nonsense and get up. The offended manager pursed his lips as he thought about how conscientious and hardworking bosses were the worst. The administrator was moving bones. He placed them next to Nate when he asked why he was telling him to collect these remains, to which he replied that he had several uses for them, then told the boys to come over there. The clay riders were in front of the guy who ordered them to break them, then the hare realized that he shouldn't mess with them. The man's palm was open when he used the cleansing technique. The bone remains on the floor, when the master suggested that the subordinate scatter them across the field, then he asked why, calling them bone meal. The protagonist looked down with a smile as he answered that it was to use them as fertilizer, explaining that he was wondering if they would have any effect. Then the latter called him too hardworking, thinking that he was truly incredible, after which the brunette wondered if the clouds had accidentally switched places. The manager lay exhausted on the floor as it was explained that although life with the master was full of moments of suffering for him, there was also a lot of fun and joy. The hare's ear was shown up close as it was explained that, for example, this was about the food that the boss cooked. There were pieces of meat on the tray as it was explained that his favorite dish was the flank of a horned boar. The administrator brought a piece to his open mouth. His soul began to soar when it was told that the taste was simply heavenly, and that there was another thing he loved, namely, collecting golem cores. The first-grade historical ruins were shown. Sweat appeared on the baboon's face when he wondered where the boss was. There was a pile of remains in front of him when he asked about where he went. The guy had a round object in his hand. The protagonist looked at the rabbit next to him when he asked why it was so happy, to which it replied that he bet that nasty monkey would just go crazy, and that he knew that feeling all too well. The long-haired manager opened his paw in front of him when he explained that no one would have thought that there was an underground tunnel under the ruins, and that was why he couldn't find it. Then the master said that it sounded like he was annoyed or offended, after which the subordinate exclaimed that it was not like that at all, and that he admired his boss's ingenuity, and he thought that he was perceptive. The guys were shown from behind when the administrator asked him how often he would come there, saying that they should install a gate there, to which he replied that it was a great idea. Suddenly, a portal opened. They passed through it when the guy said that they were back. Then the system noticed that he was wasting life energy again, to which the hare replied that it was not a waste, but an investment. Nate looked up attentively when he asked if they had grown too much. In front of them were flowering plants, when the manager agreed with him, adding that they had completely turned into carnivores. Then the guy suggested that the fertilizers were too effective. Green shoots reached out to the guys when the protagonist said that it was sad that the plants he grew with love and care were trying to eat him, to which the subordinate replied that he was indeed right. The protagonist touched the plant and questioned the alpha when she said she thought it would be useful to use the trap skill. The administrator exclaimed that since they belonged to this temple, if they were assigned as traps, they would stop attacking them, after which the guy clarified, asking about how they would make them think they were allies. Nate watched himself touch the plant when he said that this skill seemed quite useful. Near the forest, a rainstorm began when it was told that time was passing. A forest path was shown when it was told that the dungeon had reset, bringing with it new participants. A tall mountain was visible in the distance. The guys were going down the stairs when it was explained that, meanwhile, by this very day, the guy had become an experienced stair maker. The hare looked ahead with a smile as he said that no one in this world was more of a workaholic than him, and then asked if he was even human. The tool was behind the ground when it was said that he went on strike at the end. The protagonist was lying next to a subordinate when he asked him to let him rest for a while, explaining that he was very tired and that he wanted to eat something sweet. The manager touched his muzzle, looking away when he thought about the words of the master. The green crowns of the trees in the forest of ancestors were shown. The protagonist was walking next to the administrator when he asked if there was a certain kind of carnivorous flower in this thicket that had honey inside, to which he answered in the affirmative, adding that he once heard a participant scream as if he was being eaten alive. The brunette looked at the thicket in front of him. His mouth opened in surprise. The orange plants opened their mouths. The big-eared administrator looked at Nate, who assumed that it was the flower that had honey inside, to which he responded affirmatively, warning that they would attack if they approached them. The guy looked thoughtful, looking straight ahead. The golem's hand reached forward. The guys watched as they shoved the plants into the portal. When the protagonist explained that he already had the technique of capturing from afar, it was then reported that he received corn syrup. The hare looked displeased as he looked away, thinking about how he assumed that he would have difficulties there, and how there was nothing there that could complicate his life now. The manager looked scared when he noticed the participants. The subordinate next to the brunette disappeared. The protagonist looked away with interest when he remembered that he said that he would hide if he ever ran into other participants. But it really was fast. The people were standing in the middle of the clearing when someone demanded that the boy give it to them right now, then he refused, after which he was asked again. The young man was threatened with a sword and told to give it to them immediately. The protagonist's brown eyes were shown close up when he thought about how he looked like a middle school student at most, and then wondered why these adults were threatening him with a gun. Nate covered his mouth with his hands when the former guide explained that the strong oppress the weak, and that this is human nature. Then the brunette cursed, exclaiming that he almost screamed, after which the manager told him that telepathy is his specialty. The confused guy was shown in profile when he asked if he could use it too, to which he was told that most likely not, because he is a human. Then the master asked if he could hear him, after which the subordinate said no. That is when the protagonist realized that he was lying and called him a crook, and the administrator cursed. The protagonist's eyes were wide open when the alpha explained that they were both from the same temple so they could communicate like this if they concentrated. He then assumed that in that case he didn't have to worry about anyone reading his thoughts. Nate was sitting in the bushes when he wondered what he should do now. He was asked what he meant. Then the brunette explained that if they did anything and started making noise, that baboon might catch them. The boy clutched something to his chest when someone said that it didn't matter how harsh this world was. The boy remembered the man in front of him holding a piece of meat. He imagined himself defending himself while sitting in front of him. The protagonist's sad face was shown. The protagonist looked up at the sky in concentration when he thought about whether that was really there and that the time was right. The man in the tank top stood in front of the trembling boy as he warned him that if he continued like this he would have no choice but to start bullying, to which the boy replied that even if he did not want to. A webbed paw stepped on the ground. The monsters bared their teeth, looking forward, when it was revealed that they were Dakmo dwarves. The bully held a blade in front of him as he asked what was wrong with the frogs. He swung his arm, bending his hand, when he assumed that it was laughing at him. Blood spurted as his arm was torn off. His fingers clutched the hilt of the weapon. The man opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. The monster stuck out its long tongue. Sweat ran down the face of the frightened boy. The monster was in front of the participants, who asked what it was. The armed men rushed into battle, ordering them not to laugh at them. A mouth with sharp teeth was shown up close. The monster knocked the weapon out of the man's hands. The brunette gritted his teeth, looking ahead. The terrified participants began to run away from their pursuers. An overhead view of the forest clearing was shown, as it was explained that the Dakmo may be the weakest monsters in this dungeon, but they are cunning and ferocious, and that if you look down on them because of their size, they will simply eat you alive. But there is a way out of every labyrinth. A crowd was shown, as it was explained that by facing adversity and severe trials, people can awaken their hidden potential and be reborn, just like him. Mike looked ahead seriously. The protagonist closed his eyes, clenching his fist, as he said that perhaps this child could become like him. The youth crashed into him, hitting him in the face and screaming loudly. They fell, being on the forest path. The protagonist touched the sore spot when he cursed, asking what it was and thinking that he was about to cry from the pain. Then the alpha reported that he was already crying. A tear-stained face of a child was shown, who asked to save him. Then Nate realized that it was the same boy. The brunette looked confused, looking ahead, when he advised himself to collect his thoughts. The monsters jumped towards him when he called them scum. The guy frowned heavily, looking from under his brows. He hit the monster in front of him when he used the strength of a horned boar. The child looked at his fist. The protagonist stood next to it when he realized that it was very strong. The blue monster bared its teeth. It ran towards the protagonist. The monster crashed into his torso. Nate's pupils narrowed heavily when he got angry. The monster hung in the air in front of him. Another monster jumped towards him. The guy touched his muzzle between the eyes. The shocked Akmo opened its mouth wide. The monsters collided in front of the main character. The frog swung a dagger at the brunette. The protagonist deftly dodged this attack. The monster flew down, being in front of him. The protagonist struck it with his elbow. Behind him, an armed opponent was hiding. Dakmo jumped up, rushing forward. The tearful boy opened his mouth wide, warning of danger from behind. Nate turned around abruptly, looking back. His hand reached for the cells of the system window. A huge brick appeared in front of the guy. Shocked frogs looked in one direction. The brunette looked after the fleeing creatures. The bodies of the monsters lay at his side, when he assumed that they were finished. The protagonist looked ahead in annoyance, when he thought about why he felt goosebumps. He pursed his lips, looking ahead, when he assumed that it was because of the saved child. The youth looked up in admiration. Sweat was pouring down the face of the protagonist, when he looked back. The boy was walking after him through the forest. Nate looked away carefully when he told him that he better not follow him, and then told him to stop following him, warning him that he was heading into a dangerous area. The brunette pouted when he added that since he used his power, he now had no energy to protect him, concluding that he was about to die from low sugar. The child's mouth dropped open, looking ahead when he asked him again, assuming that he was talking about sweets. He stuck his hand into the craft bag. The boy extended it forward when he wondered if it would help. The boys were standing in the middle of a forest path. The protagonist's pupils narrowed greatly in shock. He imagined some food when he thought about how in a deserted dungeon, it was a luxury that allowed him to remain in peace of mind, and that, unfortunately, the taste of the dishes he prepared consisted of raw ingredients. The carnivorous flower was shown when it was explained that this was why it had recently become interested in foraging for various spices, and that this was why it did not hesitate to follow the hare to find them. Various sweets were shown when it was explained that they were synonymous with happiness, and that the protagonist was yearning for old, nostalgic tastes. The boy's lips were sealed when it was explained that this was why this time the offer was too good to refuse. He had a green bottle in his hand when he realized that the kid had a soda. The label was shown up close when Nate noticed that, what's more, it was 1.5 liters. The boy smiled widely when he said that he had 2 more bottles, when the protagonist decided that this was unfair. His brown eye was shown up close when he said 1 bottle a day for 3 whole days. The kid held the soda in front of him when he asked him again. The brunette opened his mouth wide, looking down when he spoke about special training, then he was asked again, and the manager noticed that he changed his mind very quickly. Sunset came, when a surprised exclamation was heard. The boy was in front of a tall structure, when the protagonist said that this area is now on the minimap, then he was asked about who he really is, adding that he built this building very quickly. The protagonist ran up to the boy when he answered that he is the same person, saying that now they are all ready to go down, then he asked him again. Nate drank soda from a bottle, thinking that the child was tired, and that, speaking from his experience, the underground area is the safest. The boy's delighted face was shown close up. The brunette was standing in the room in front of him when he asked him what kind of pillow he wanted, a high one or a low one, to which he replied that he wanted the second one. Then the boy told him to take that one in that case, after which the young man was amazed that he instantly created such a cozy place. The stars were shining from the sky. The protagonist looked attentive, looking ahead, when he asked if he was really called when he was leaving the supermarket, to which the child answered in the affirmative, explaining that he was doing his mother's errand. The boy was sitting with a bag in his hands when it was told that his name was Charlie, and that he was 14 years old and a second-year high school student, and that, unlike the first impression of a timid boy, he turned out to be smart. The protagonist was sitting in front of him when he thought that he could be acting like this on purpose, suggesting that perhaps he was simply afraid of not being liked by the first adult who helped him in this world. Nate's face was shown up close with his eyes closed as he said that he understood his feelings completely, and that he must be his savior. A scared Charlie shook in fear as he thought about him talking to himself for an eternity, and that he should be on guard. A surprised Charlie asked if he used some sort of skill to build that tower and that room. Nate put his hands on the table and replied that it wasn't some sort of skill, it was a skill. Sending a stream of energy to the ground, the protagonist explained that it was a skill that controlled the earth. Looking at the boy, MC asked what his main skill was that he got when he was summoned there, to which he was told that it was called Food God. A notification popped up saying that with the skill, Food God, he gains strength when he feels full, his physical abilities double when his fullness is at 100%. The puzzled boy said that he didn't know such skills existed, and then asked if Charlie got weaker if he felt hungry. Holding the back of his head, the boy said that he had never used it yet, he never felt 100% full, and he got hungry pretty quickly. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that it was sad. He understood that in these 3 days it would help him grow significantly. Putting the food on the table, Nate said that for starters, Charlie could eat as much as he wanted. Night fell. The hare camouflaged himself with leaves and said that MC even asked him to find rock salt in the middle of the night. He was too ruthless. Moving through the forest, he noted that despite the fact that he camouflaged himself, he was still nervous. If he ran into a baboon, he would be finished. The puzzled manager emphasized that he did not understand how he should look for rock salt, because he did not even know what it looked like. He got scared when MC contacted him and asked him not to tell him that he was slacking off instead of doing his job. The rabbit came across a pile of stones and listened to Nate say that he also didn't know what it looked like, most likely, like regular stones. Frowning, the manager listened that it was late, so he could go back, and then asked if Charlie was still with the guy, to which he received a positive answer. The hare frowned when he heard that MC had prepared everything for the barbecue. He began to shout with delight throughout the forest that the guy was the best master. He returned to the dungeon. Nate pointed at his assistant and asked what he was wearing and whether he had been away for practical training. The rabbit began to take off his disguise and asked for some soda. The enraged manager asked what was wrong with the taste of the drink, because it tasted like meat, after which the protagonist stated that he knew he would react like that, and it was strange that the rabbit knew what meat tasted like. Pointing his finger at the beast, MC said that he had to eat the camouflage that was on him. It was the perfect snack for a rabbit. Looking at the leaves, the guy said that the hare was making a mess. He was suddenly taken aback. Nate, looking interested, extended his hand to the rabbit's face. The beast was horrified by this. The guy took the leaf from his face. The hare watched as MC bit off the leaf and asked if he had said that he did not like to fill his stomach with fruits and vegetables. MC took a piece of meat. The dumbfounded beast cried out that he would get leaves on meat. Smiling, the main character asked him to just watch, noting that he would show him what heaven tastes like. He finished rolling the meat. Nate stuffed the product into the hare's mouth. The delighted beast began to say that this aroma and unique texture, it improves the taste of meat. The protagonist asked with a satisfied look if it was really so much better, adding that it was perilla leaves. The manager lay in front of a pile of leaves, while the plot told us that this way Nate got extra perilla leaves, loading the rabbit with painful overtime. In a bowl were the seeds of the plant. He began to fry them. After wrapping the fried seeds in a cloth, the protagonist began to squeeze oil out of them. The liquid collected in a bowl. Sitting in front of the table, MC reported that he had found the seeds and leaves, so now all he needed was salt to make the sauce, and we were told that after hard work, the two sat in front of the rolled-up perilla leaves, and everything went on as usual, as if nothing had happened. Morning came. Charlie held a pike in his hands while chewing meat. Frowning, the guy asked him to concentrate. The monster pounced on the boy. The protagonist, with a serious expression, cried out that Charlie should not worry and that he needed to remember that when he was full, he was strong. There was a loud crash. MC bandaged his new friend's hand, saying that there was no need to apologize, because no one succeeds the first time. The boy, with a smile on his face, noted that the guy surprised him when he returned, catching one of those Dacmo. Sitting in front of him, Nate said that the place he was going to was still too dangerous to take him with them, so it was better to train hard with him while he was still there. The boy had an excellent skill, so they would start by teaching him to fight while well fed. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he would prepare food for him so that he would not starve. Charlie should keep it safe in his inventory and eat when needed, after which the boy asked what an inventory was. Confused, MC said that it was his personal storage place, after which he asked if the guide had even told them about this. Looking down, the protagonist imagined the image of a baboon and noted that he wanted to know why Charlie carried everything on himself instead of putting it in his inventory, and the rabbit suggested that John was deliberately keeping basic information to himself. The manager imagined a crowd of people heading towards the portal and stated that he was not trying to protect the baboon, but he thought it was all because of Nate, because the boss monster kept disappearing. Too many people were clearing the first stage. He thought the guide was increasing the difficulty of the stage using such underhanded methods. The boy watched the guy with a frightened look and thought that he was talking to himself again. They moved along the tunnel saying that they would continue training. The hare collected leaves with a dissatisfied look. MC was surprised. His student defeated his first monster. He looked at his hands and read that his skill had developed to the second basic level. He waved to his teacher. A smile appeared on Nate's face. The boys looked at the sky, and the plot told us that the last day of the main character with Charlie had come. They came to a place where the sun scorches the earth, called the Flaming Desert. They looked exhausted. The rabbit was flying above them. While the protagonist was feeding the rabbit, he thought that after they learned that Charlie saw the salty dessert, they asked him to take them there. But the boys followed the boy. The furious guy said that if they do not find salt there, he will be very angry. Looking straight ahead, the student said that one of the guys from their team said that there is a place nearby that turns into a desert when the water recedes. The irritated main character thought that thanks to the seeds collected by the rabbit, they were finally able to squeeze out a whole bottle of perilla oil. Now they only need one ingredient. MC began to walk quickly. He gritted his teeth and said that he decided that pork with sauce would be for dinner tonight. 15 minutes later, the boys were panting and moving through the desert. The protagonist bent down and said that this was wrong and harder than he expected. Charlie followed him and said that he must have misheard how long they were walking. There was sand everywhere. He was having trouble walking because his feet were sinking in the sand. Wiping the sweat from his face, Nate said that was not what he meant. Raising his hand, he emphasized the fact that this was the wrong approach, and the student was fine. A gate appeared in front of them. Smirking, the protagonist said that this should not surprise the boy, then asked him to step aside. Golems came out of the portal. The enthusiastic student said that they were like tanks. They sat in the elephant while Nate said that this was like the last day of retreat. But it was only the beginning. He trained him well, so he would be fine. Looking down, Charlie thanked his benefactor, noting that he would try his best. Smiling, the protagonist thought that this was a smart and kind guy. He could handle it, adding that he would be happy to follow him. But now he had to do something else. The exhausted rabbit asked if the master had forgotten anything, after which Nate asked if the reconnaissance was in full swing. The guy listened with a satisfied look that there was nothing but sand outside, after which he asked the rabbit to understand him. The foundation there was sand, so it would be difficult to build a watchtower. Besides, it was better not to show it to the participant. If the manager was too hard, he could go down and rest on the golem. The hare began to fly towards the golem. Sitting on the elephant's head, the rabbit wondered what salt was and why they worked so hard for it, noting that this heat made him dizzy. Beads of sweat ran down his face. Wiping his eyes, he wondered if he really saw it. He frowned. His gaze fell on the huge scorpions. The camels wandered through the desert. Watching the animals, the manager asked where they were going. The surprised master heard that he needed to look outside as soon as possible. The boys were delighted. Looking at the animals, they cried out that the salt desert really existed. A message popped up that a salt desert had been discovered, and as a reward, the taste of the desert salt was increased. Looking at the notification, the protagonist wondered why there was an achievement for this. Smiling, Nate clarified whether the rabbit really knew. Charlie poked his finger into the ground. He tasted the salt and cried out that it was really salty. The joyful boy suggested collecting more salt. His gaze fell on the main character, who had already made several salt blocks. Smiling, the guy said that this should be enough. He cried out with a joyful look that now that they had found salt, sesame leaves, and a mixture of oil and salt, it was the perfect combination. Tonight's dinner would be Charlie's farewell dinner. He placed 2 blocks in front of the student, saying that this was his portion, it should last him until he died. Nate patted Charlie on the head, saying that he was grateful to him, because thanks to him, they found her. A light flashed above the boy. A message popped up that the requirement had been fulfilled. The surprised protagonist asked Alpha what the requirement was, to which he received the answer that he said that helping the owner of the harm, and getting a sincere impression was the goal. This goal was achieved, so he fulfilled the requirement, and became the Dragon Apostle. The rabbit landed on the ground. He seriously ordered the boy to shut up, because it was not his turn to speak. MC poked the hare in the face and asked if the achievement was that Charlie impressed him, to which he received the answer that everything was correct. He was impressed by the actions of this child. It was a kind of test. Looking down, Nate asked a question: if the boy becomes a Dragon Apostle, will the mark left by the Death Dragon be erased, and will he also be able to enter the Dragon Temple? A projection appeared in which Alf said that this is not true, this child does not have such privileges. The puzzled guy asked the question, what is good about it then? The surprised main character listened to him, that it is good for all of them, especially for him. Alpha imagined how the guys are on different parts of the map and told that if he has a Dragon Apostle, while he is working on another task, this child will collect life energy. Charlie can also make a sacrifice. For starters, he is too lazy for this. Taken aback, Nate thought that Alpha was quite witty. He remembered how he made a sacrifice and stated that sometimes he goes out and gives him quite a lot, to which he received that it was in order to use the power of the temple. He should not forget that the reincarnation of Erdia is the true purpose of the temple. Pointing a finger at the boy, Nate asked what was useful for him, to which Alpha stated that a commoner can serve Erdia, which in itself is a legacy. Putting his hands in front of him, the rabbit asked him to calm down, adding that it was not completely useless. The Dragon Apostle must also make sacrifices. Pointing a finger at, he asked him to think about his skill. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. Introducing the saturation scale, the boy came to the conclusion that when Charlie is full, his power increases by 2 times. But if he becomes a Dragon Apostle, if his saturation is more than 100%, then the duration of using the food god's power will also increase. The puzzled boy asked what they were talking about. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that even if he is full, he can still continue to eat. Nate extended his hand and asked if it was true that the assignment would be the same as the rabbit's. Sending a powerful energy into him, the protagonist announced that he was appointing Charlie as the Dragon Apostle. Looking at his hands, the student stated that he had extremely powerful strength. Touching his face, he noted that he felt really strong. Watching him, MC thought that it should not be much different, and he was emphasizing too much about the Dragon Apostle. The joyful boy raised his hands and shouted that he was the Dragon Apostle. He began to pose. The rabbit looked at the master and asked what it was, to which he received the answer that it was something he did around this age. Charlie had a smile on his face. He was suddenly taken aback. The scorpions surrounded the boys. Looking around, the boy asked what they should do. Holding the back of his head, MC replied that this was the final exam. The surprised student asked again. Pointing his finger at the frightened child, MC said that this was the final exam, he would fight alone, and he just needed to be careful with the poison. The elephant jumped there on command. Nate jumped on him, saying that the battle should be watched from the coolest places. Looking at the boy, the guy said that there was no need to worry so much, because he was the apostle of the dragon, and the rabbit added that these monsters were weak, even if they hit him, he would not die right away. A pike fell to the ground. A puzzled Charlie listened to how, although it was scary, he needed to take a weapon and should remember what he was told during training. He remembered how he fell to the floor saying that he could not do it anymore. The upset boy said that he did not understand why this grueling training was necessary. Standing in front of him, Nate asked if it was hard for him. He emphasized the fact with a smile on his face that the child still had to overcome this. MC watched him closely. Taking the pike in his hands, Charlie declared that it was necessary to stay alive by any means. He added with a serious expression that it was necessary to return to his world. The enthusiastic protagonist said that this was excellent. The boy rushed into battle. The scorpion was preparing to strike with its sting. The child dodged the attack. Frowning, he thought that he could dodge. He continued to take the advantage of the monsters. Jumping up, Charlie swung for a crushing attack. He hit the scorpion. The monster fell dead. Raising his hand to his mouth, Nate shouted that his student should not forget to check the feeling of satiety, and also, there was one hunting him from behind. The boy ate meat and hit the monster with a spin. Frowning, the rabbit noted that he was trying. Noticing the protagonist, the manager asked a question when he dragged the cauldron. Looking at the fight, the boy noticed that Charlie was fighting better than he expected. He was looking at those claws and couldn't just stand there and do nothing. The rabbit was suddenly taken aback. The boy's mouth was drooling as he said he would cook scorpions. The dumbfounded manager stood in front of him and wondered who this person was. The monster swung its claw. The boy blocked its attack. His face was serious. He was able to block the attack. The scorpion's claw was cut off. It fell to the ground. Smiling, Nate asked the rabbit to listen to him. Closing his eyes, he ordered the claws to be brought. Channeling energy into the claw, he said to use the purification skill. He placed the product in a bowl of water. Charlie was surrounded by monsters and noticed that they were strong. He smelled a pleasant smell. His gaze fell on his comrades who were cooking something. The manager stirred the butter vigorously while MC told him that if he didn't believe it was tasty, he could try it himself. The upset boy said that it was too much. They were both eating something tasty. The scorpion snuck up on him from behind. He ran to the guys and killed the monster behind him. Looking at the prepared claw, Nate said that it looked like a very large lobster. Holding his hands in front of his face, the protagonist shouted that if his student didn't come, they would eat everything themselves. The boy was shocked by what he heard. He pounced on the crowd of monsters. His eyes were shining brightly. Charlie joined the meal. They came to the forest of ancestors and MC said that there were probably participants nearby. They could cooperate with them. He put the skin on him, noting that it was a parting gift. The happy child thanked him for everything, adding that all this for 3 bottles of soda. Smiling, the protagonist asked him not to cry, because someday he would also find out how valuable 3 bottles of soda could be. Smiling, the boy agreed with him. Nate watched him go. With a frown, he noted that they would definitely meet. He introduced all his comrades. They returned to the Dragon Temple and Nate asked how Puck was doing. Lying on the floor, the main character said that it was a little sad to let Charlie go, but now he understands that there is nothing better than home. Stroking the squirrel, the protagonist asked what he ate to become so plump. A projection appeared in front of him, in which Alpha offered to take care of the temple as if it were his own home. He continued to stroke his pet and replied that he needed to do some housework. A flash appeared next to the guy, and the plot told us that Alpha was thinking about the new owner, that he, who became the owner of the temple, is not so great. Touching the wall, Nate noted that it was an arrow trap, while we were told that if the protagonist got the temple only by great luck, then we should calmly wait for where fate leads. Alpha watched as MC studied the traps and thought that he seemed wonderful. Pointing his finger at the floor, the protagonist asked if this trap were reset, would oil appear there. Standing in front of the rabbit, he declared that he was a good boy and earned the right to eat meat. Grinning, Nate asked to just watch what he was about to do. He poured sesame oil into the cauldron. The guy released energy into the cauldron. Examining the vessel, MC thought about draining the oil again and using the reset skill on this trap. Oil appeared in it again. He happily declared that this was a feast of Unlimited sesame oil. Looking at the sparks, the protagonist listened as Alpha cursed. Morning came. The baboon walked through the forest and said that the number of not only the boss but also the boars had sharply decreased. He did not understand the reason. He seriously emphasized the fact that now it was not the quantity but the quality of the energy of living beings. The efficiency increases if you first train the survivors, throwing them suitable monsters, and then kill them. There is no crowd from those who have passed the first stage. He added with glowing eyes that now there is just a normal number of people left. You need to put your hand in a little. The stone fell to the ground. The irritated manager asked if Nate thought he was a rabbit for plucking grass. He remembered how MC with a smile on his face said that while he was making a ladder, he should look for grass. The enraged hare imagined the master saying that if he did not want to look for grass, then he would not see meat anymore. He was suddenly taken aback. His gaze fell on the squad of monsters. Hiding in the bushes, the manager thought that he thought it was a baboon and got scared. Looking at the toad's weapons, the rabbit wondered if this was enhancement equipment. The hare noted with a serious expression that this item was not in the first stage. The baboon stood over him. The apostle, terrified, noted that he was too distracted by Dakmo. He needed to sit quietly. John shifted his gaze. He noticed the trembling ears in the bushes. The dumbfounded rabbit concluded that he was finished. The baboon reached for it. He took out a real hare, saying that he had been demoted. He was surprised by what he saw. The beast was chewing grass. Using his ability, the manager was able to pretend to be an ordinary rabbit. John threw it out, saying that he was already happy. The hare was lying on the ground. He began to tremble. A crowd of monsters ran into him. Dakmo swung his club. Running away from the monsters, the tearful manager screamed that someday he would kill the current guide. We were transported to the other side of the mountain of death. Nate's face was puzzled. He continued making a ladder and asked if people do extreme sports for this thrill, adding that the ostrich was supposed to guard him. MC worked hard. The plot told us that in case of danger, the guy took an ostrich golem with him and diligently hammered the steps, going lower and lower. Swinging a hammer, we were also told that the skill of breaking stones reached the 7th level. This was a reward for his loyalty. Banging the tool on the stone, the plot said that he was too lazy to repair the temple or make sacrifices, but performing monotonous movements was not so difficult. A notification popped up that he had entered the territory of the 4th stage. The surprised protagonist asked where the 4th stage came from. He presented the mountain with a displeased look and asked if they bordered on the mountain of death. Shifting his gaze, he clarified if Alpha seemed strange there. He saw that the color of the fog was purple. Nate inhaled the smoke. He suddenly lost consciousness. Waking up, MC saw a golem in front of him. The ostrich watched him with a frightened look. Sitting on the steps, the protagonist said that he suddenly felt uneasy. The main character remembered how he fell asleep and listened to that there was a sleeping poison in this smoke. Fortunately, this earthen ostrich grabbed him when he almost fell down. He quickly rose up and avoided an accident. Closing his eyes, Nate thought that it was for separating the stages. It was not some kind of dust. He was suddenly surprised. Putting his hand in his pocket, MC said that he would go down further. Holding a rag in his hands, he emphasized the fact that he would destroy this sleeping crap. He put a mask on his face, and Alpha asked if he wanted to break through this poisonous cloud with a piece of cloth. Light began to emanate from his hand, after which Nate said that if you apply the purification skill to it, you get a simple gas mask. Going down, the plot told us that of course, this was not due to a simple desire to win. One of his abilities was purification. He sent mana into the mushroom, while we were told that at a low level he could purify a poisonous mushroom, and thus accumulate experience points. But at some point the skill stopped at 1 level and was almost useless. The protagonist looked at the clouds. His face was serious. He imagined himself releasing energy from his hand, and the plot said that his true goal was to purify the cloud itself. In the smoke, MC began to purify it. Turning around, he asked if it does not appear more if you purify it once. Continuing to work, we were told that the main character purified the poisonous cloud and continued to pound the walls, descending lower and lower, and so on, repeating these 2 movements. As he descended lower and lower, we were told that it would be hard for someone, but our Nate was not just anyone. He was surprised. Vast expanses appeared before the protagonist. Looking at the screen, MC said that he had climbed 10 levels in 1 day. Raising his hands, the guy said that if he only had enough hands, he would clear all these clouds. A bird was flying in the sky. It was huge. Nate squinted, emphasizing the fact that it was too big. A griffin was flying towards him. He stretched out his paws. A powerful blow was heard. The main character blocked the attack with a dirt block. He began to run up the stairs. Jumping on an ostrich, he ordered to run up. The griffin noticed how his opponent had escaped. He began to fly after him. The monster was suddenly surprised. He began to lose consciousness because of the smoke. Watching this, Nate said that the griffin cannot break through the poisonous cloud, because it is what separates the stages. The monster flew away from there. Sitting on the stairs, the guy assumed that there were many of them on the 4th stage and noted that it was too dangerous there. The monster began to return there. It caught on the wall. His gaze fell on a gap in the fog. The beast began to climb the wall. It found itself on the stairs. The griffin began to pursue the protagonist. While Nate continued to build the stairs, we were told that the unsuspecting main character continued to hammer the steps. A message popped up that the rock-breaking skill had risen to level 8. Smiling, he said that he would be able to go down faster. The exhausted rabbit returned to the dragon temple. He said with a dumbfounded look that he hated the work of extracting greenery. Frowning, he asked what those sounds were. The monster flew above the temple. The hare was horrified by what he saw. Wiping sweat from his face, Nate said that he needed to rest a little. He suddenly heard through telepathy that there was trouble up there. The manager, dumbfounded, watched as the griffin attacked the temple and cried out that everything was lost. Looking down, the guy heard that an eagle had flown there, and Alpha assumed that the rabbit was talking about the griffin that had just flown in and reached the temple. The manager ran away from the destroyed temple in horror, while Alpha said that they needed to get back quickly. If the temple collapsed, there would be restrictions. Nate, pursing his eyebrows, clarified what those restrictions were. He was shocked when he heard that it would be impossible to use the temple's abilities. The griffin was flying over the building. It was flying rapidly toward the temple. There was a powerful blow. The hare flew to the side. He wondered with a dumbfounded look whether he should run away. Lying on the ground, the manager began to reason that the protagonist constantly harnesses him for small matters. If only he could find a place to live. He suddenly calmed down. Rising to his feet, the rabbit wondered what kind of stupid thoughts he was having. Frowning, the beast came to the conclusion that this place was now his home. Nate placed his hand on his head, saying that it was a very touching speech, although there were some things wrong with it. The guy stepped forward. He seriously emphasized the fact that this temple was their home. MC began to shout loudly for all the golems to gather. The creatures surrounded him. The beast turned their attention to them. Looking at him, the guy asked the monster to come down. The griffin began to shout. As the monster flew towards Nate, he began to take out blocks from his inventory. Pointing his finger at the beast, Nate gave the order to launch boulders. The projectiles hit the beast. A cloud of dust hung in the air. The griffin flew out of the cloud. Smiling, the main character noted that he was resilient. He looked at the rabbit, who said that the protagonist had hit him anyway. Something sharp was needed, because that was the most suitable for such hardy ones. He touched the image of the iron spears in the inventory. Swinging his hand, he used the strength of a boar. MC threw a sharp rod at the enemy. The spear pierced his body. Nate noted with a serious look that he had hit. The monster stopped and began to try to get the foreign object out of the body. The beast was able to extract the spear from the body. Watching what was happening, the guy clarified whether his strength alone was not enough. Examining the monster, he asked if it seemed like it had gotten even more angry. The bird struck the temple. Perplexed, MC listened to the fact that there was something strange there. They should be hunting him, but for some reason they were attacking the temple. He looked at the destruction and added that the griffin continued to attack in that direction. Taken aback, Nate said that this was the boss's room. The angry hare emphasized the fact that the monster was definitely aiming for the altar. MC looked down and listened to the story that the altar ruins contained the energy of all living things, and the monsters guarding the borders needed life energy. The frightened main character began to reason that if the griffin's goal was the boss's room, then perhaps he could stop him. He rode an ostrich to the temple and shouted for the hare to control the golems. The guy began to smash in front of the ruins and look for something. Looking at him, the rabbit asked why he was rushing back and forth. Nate was suddenly surprised. His gaze fell on a stone block. The griffin burst into the temple. His gaze fell on the altar for offerings. He looked at it intently. Saliva began to flow from his mouth. The stone hit his beak. Standing in front of him, MC said that not everyone can go there. He emphasized with a smile on his face that there was a real potato field for the uninvited guests. The vine began to reach for the monster. The roots fettered it. The bird tried to break free. The vine began to tear. The dumbfounded guy screamed that he had foreseen this. Running up to the griffin, Nate noted that he had checked all the items. Looking at the temple debris in his inventory, he emphasized that he had something special for the beast. Alpha watched him and asked what he was going to do. He dumped the debris under him. Sitting in front of the monster, MC said that it would be difficult to cripple it at a long distance, but this should be enough to detain it. Touching the ground, he used a reboot. A trap was built in front of him. The guy screamed with a serious look to start shooting arrows. Arrows began to fly out of the trap. The bird was scared. Many arrows hit it. Peeking out from behind the wall, the guy heard that he was so skillful in using the temple's traps. Now he was proving himself to be its true master. The trap stopped firing. Confused, Nate assumed that he did not have enough life energy to reset the trap. Looking at the beast, Nate asked if he had defeated it. The bird suddenly came to its senses. It began to break everything in front of it. Lying on the floor, The main character wondered what kind of resilient creature it was. With a slight smile on his face, he asked if he could really die this time. The griffin hit the ground next to him with its paw. Rising to its feet, Nate heard Alpha already complaining that he had failed to complete the mission. He began to scream with a frightened look that it would still be possible to reset it again later. He was thrown up by a powerful blow from the monster. Falling to the ground, he thought that he had dodged unsuccessfully. The golem caught him. Smiling, the rabbit said that this guy was disobeying and he was a little late. The gorilla held the owner in his hand. The army, as ordered, pounced on the griffin. Turning around, the hare asked if the master was okay. Pointing his finger forward, Nate said that the manager had arrived just in time. He looked at the last golem and ordered him to help the others too. Holding his face, MC began to shout that 2 gorillas should climb onto the wings, and the rest should attack the legs. The golems held the creature back. Frowning, the protagonist began to reason that if attacks from long distances do not work on him, then there is only one way left, a decisive blow from close range. Taking a pike in his hand, the master added that nothing works on the monster, either stones, nor clods of earth, the only thing left is the strength of the boar. Nate was determined to win and said that he wondered if this would work on the monster from the 4th stage. He used the boar's strength to rush at the beast and thought that no matter how strong he was still a living creature. Looking at the griffin's head, MC added that if you concentrate all your strength on one point. He thrust his spear into the monster. The beast let out a dying cry. The main character, taken aback, said that he had failed. The monster threw him off. The rabbit began to scream in fear. The monster opened its mouth wide to devour the protagonist. It closed its beak. The manager was shocked by what had happened. A curved rod lay on the ground. Opening his mouth in shock, the hare said that this could not be. Something in the griffin's mouth began to move. Saliva began to flow out of it. The griffin flew from this. It flew out of the temple, breaking a hole in the ceiling. The guy approached his friend, saying that he thought he was going to die. The rabbit was suddenly taken aback. He began to cry and scream that it was a relief. He thought he had been gobbled up. Sunlight was breaking through the hole in the ceiling. Gusts of wind were blowing around the temple. Nate looked at the debris. He calmly noted that there was no order there before, and now it was as if something had exploded. Sitting in front of him, the rabbit asked how the master had survived, noting that he thought he had been gobbled up. Raising his finger, the temple owner said that when the monster was just about to devour him, he hastily took the first thing he could find out of his inventory. It turned out to be a piece of salt. He already thought that everything was lost, and the griffin flew away because of this salt. He was just lucky. The dumbfounded manager clarified how the beast got there. The guys were sitting on the floor, and the plot reported that Nate told the rabbit that the cliff below was connected to the 4th stage, and that he had met a griffin there. Crossing his arms, the hare said that he did not know about the 4th stage, because he had never even climbed the Ridge of Death. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that the beast was not such that it would die from some salt. Frowning, the rabbit noted that it was a poisonous cloud. Everything would be fine if it also restarted, and if the restart did not work, then he could fly in again. Then there was no way out, because now they knew the way there. Sitting opposite, MC asked if his comrade knew when the 4th stage restarted, to which he received a negative answer. Holding his chin, the guy emphasized that then it was necessary to first build a protective device in case he flew in again. While the protagonist was restoring the traps, we were told that first he restarted the system to protect the temple. Most of the devices in the temple resumed after the restart. The light energy in his hand ran out, and the plot told us that another problem appeared. He did not have enough life energy. Raising his head, Nate asked if he should hunt and how many victims were needed to restore everything there. The rabbit looked up and asked Alpha if it was possible to sacrifice something inedible, to which he received the answer that it made no difference. The main thing was that the item had life energy. He dumped various weapons on the floor. Looking at the items, MC learned that these were strengthening weapons that could also be used as a sacrifice, after which he asked what that meant. Alpha said that these were weapons that contained special magic, invested in them with the help of life energy, after which the manager got it from the Dakmo dwarves. It was from the 2nd stage, but the baboon dragged it there. The guy took the knife in his hands, after which a message popped up that he had a new achievement. Acquisition of strengthening items. He saw that the knife's options included cutting power. He studied the blade with interest. Looking up, the protagonist asked if he could use it, to which Alpha replied that unfortunately, it was impossible now, unless he became a great magician. Raising his finger, the hare said that the assistant could use the dungeon system, and the baboon had only one duty, to deposit life energy using the altar. Nate presented the altar and asked if it was there too, to which the hare said yes, since there was a dragon temple there too. Smiling, the guy said that he had a great idea. The rabbit suddenly became scared. Crossing his arms, the protagonist suggested stealing that altar. The manager looked at him with an indignant expression. Beads of sweat were running down his face as he wondered what kind of nonsense this man was talking. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that if this was the accumulation point of the temple's life energy, In other words, it was like a battery with life energy inside. They would just steal it and make it their own. Covering his smile with his hand, he clarified what the former guide thought about it. The rabbit imagined the angry baboon and realized that he would be beside himself if the altar disappeared. He said with satisfaction that the master had come up with an amazing idea. He was surprised when he heard that there was an important task for him. The hare was pouring oil on the grass. The beast was moving through the forest with a jug in his hands. He noted with an exhausted face that he was now being forced to do this. He did not think that he would stoop to this. The frightened manager said that he had already said that the baboon could make weapons stronger, and he was constantly circling around the altar. If they'd broken like that, he would catch them. Pointing a finger at his comrade, the protagonist noted that this is why there was work for him. Smiling, Nate ordered him to set fire. The dumbfounded hare clarified what he should set fire to. Holding the stone in his hands, the apostle thought that he was doing what he was told. Tongues of flame enveloped the earth. Surprised, John asked what was going on. Watching the fire, he wondered what was going on again. Sitting in an underground cave, the protagonist listened to the maddened hare laugh and shout that it was more interesting than he thought. He sat on the floor in silence. There was a hole in the ceiling. Puck jumped towards it. Noticing it, the protagonist concluded that the baboon had left the temple. Looking at the temple, Nate emphasized the fact that then they would also move on to action. He entered the room. The puzzled guy said that he did not think that they would leave him like this. No one would care about the altar when there was a boss. Looking at the dark sphere, he noted that something was wrong there. Looking back, the main character asked why the life energy was outside, to which he received an answer from Alpha that the altar had been changed so that anyone could use the power of strengthening. He didn't want to admit it, but the apocalyptic dragon had a good idea. Standing in front of the altar, Nate asked if he could use it, after which he heard that if only he gained power, he would be able to with a greater probability. The puzzled guy thought that Alpha was so excited, he understands, because he wanted to get this energy so much, and now it was right in front of his nose. He began to pound the ground and emphasized that he would try to cut it there and take the altar. Hearing a scream, the surprised main character wondered if the baboon had already arrived. He heard that it was a rabbit, and there was no need to worry. The hare ran through the forest with torches in his hands and said that it was John's cry, who was impressed by his masterpiece. He tied it up, so there was no need to worry, and the plot told him that he had developed an interest in arson. Standing in front of the altar, Nate said that he had prepared it for transfer, and now he could call the golems. His minions came out of the gate. The golems began to carry the altar into the portal. He was taken aback when Alpha said that the baboon would still guess, even if the gate was destroyed, it was necessary to destroy all traces of magic. A smile appeared on his face when Alpha said that since it had happened, everything there simply needed to be destroyed. The golems came out of the portal, and the protagonist told them that everything there needed to be destroyed. Holding a hammer in his hands, he emphasized the fact that he was a master at breaking stones. John was shocked. He saw a huge cloud of dust rise from the blow. Opening his mouth in surprise, the baboon asked if the altar was safe. He arrived at the temple. Cold beads of sweat from fear were running down his face. There were only ruins left on the site of the temple. The players raised their heads and asked what those sounds were. Charlie was surprised and wondered if it was the assistant's voice. Nate himself had told him to go slowly. He was probably doing something unthinkable. The rabbit crawled out of the bushes, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The boy held out his hand and noted that others could see him. The manager said with a serious look that they were almost done. When the fire went out, the boy could move on. If he came across any normal weapons, he could take them for himself. And also, the wolf meat was burnt there, so he shouldn't eat everything. Watching him go, the boy thought that the hare had given him such valuable tips very quickly. Holding his hands in front of his face, Charlie thanked him loudly. The manager turned around. Flying away from there, he thought that he had started an arson, and also destroyed the temple. He smiled as he noted that he had lived to see the participant thank him. The night sky surrounded the temple. Looking at the hammer, Nate learned that the skill, stone breaking, had risen to level 10. Closing his eyes, he studied the description of the new achievement, and the plot informed him that this time the protagonist, who had achieved excellent results by stealing the altar, had a new task. He stood in front of the altars. Smiling widely, the guy called it a double altar. Looking down, the hero asked what to start with. A notification appeared that he should first put a bead containing life energy on the altar. Putting his hand on his side, the protagonist asked that then he would not be able to use the amplification system, to which he was told that he could take half of the energy from there, and then return it to its place. Nate looked surprised and said that I see, this is all life energy, this can be used to resurrect it. Closing his eyes, the rabbit said that right, this is too much, you should not spend all the energy on this, you need to give it up periodically, to which the hero asked what and when he came. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, hearing that but this is enough to restore the temple, to which he replied that good, now is not the time for this, first everything here needs to be fixed. Nate grabbed the ball and said that so, put it on the altar. Opening his eyes wide, he added that he put it. Suddenly a bright glow appeared. The sphere turned yellow. The hero looked at her in amazement and asked again. A notification about a new achievement appeared. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that this inscription appeared again. And what are these questions? To which the guide asked that there were already errors in the achievements window. Standing in front of the notification, Nate asked again, and the guide said that this was too much. Suddenly, symbols appeared on the notification. A notification about the destroyer of ruins appeared. An altar appeared. It was said that the altar of the last days became the altar of life. Now the altar belongs to them. They can rejoice. To which the hero asked that all this was because of an error. Smiling, the hare said that wow, now there are 2 altars, which means we need to build another temple. Crossing his arms, the protagonist asked something like diversity. But is there any point, since he still goes back and forth through the gate? To which the guide replied that yes, but the sphere lit up. It was heard that he could use the fortification system, then he would first work on restoring the temple. Gritting his teeth, Nate asked that there really was no way to restart everything at once. A notification appeared that when he raised his skill level, everything would work out. A view of the temple opened up. A glow appeared around it. It was said that after some time the dragon temple was completely restored. The guide rushed forward and asked where he was going again. This was already an addiction to work. It would be better to have a meat party. Looking to the side, the hero said that first everything had to be finished to the end, and then rest. It all started because of that griffin. The animals walked forward, and the guide asked that it was really necessary to take all this with you for the sake of setting traps, to which the protagonist asked that there was some way to set traps at once. Raising his eyebrows, Nate asked what he could do then. The temple was only for magicians, to which he was told that there were not only magicians here, some hired slaves and built like him. Standing on the ledge, the hero said that they would go along the path he had hollowed out. That would be enough. But how to make a fortification? Looking at the guide, he thought that according to his instructions for fortification depends on the number of altars. Looking at the notification, the protagonist thought that you can also add options there at your discretion, and then said that it was cool. Standing in front of the sphere, Nate thought about the fact that only depending on the amount of required fortification, more energy may be required, and then said that no, then it was not cool. The structure appeared. The thought arose that Nate chose a trap for shooting for fortification. Putting his hand behind his head, the hero asked what they could test. Suddenly, a blow flew at the trap. The protagonist stood behind the wall. The boar was lying on the ground. It was heard that what was the matter, it was not working. The guide looked at him in amazement, and said that no, it was not that it was not working. Peeking out from behind the wall, Nate asked what then. The dents from the shots appeared. It was heard that the arrows had completely entered the skin, that they were not visible. Looking at the rabbit, he said that if so. A view of the sky opened up. It was heard that something very strong. The beast opened its eyes. It was said that there was another wild animal in this place, thirsty for revenge. The griffin walked forward. The thought appeared that the little pest, this damn youth. Suddenly he struck with his paw. The hero grinned and thought that he felt some kind of ridiculous rage emanating from him. The griffin raised his head. The thought appeared that there was very little left. He climbed the rock. It was said that until the moment when he could take revenge on him. The beast hit the wall with his paw. Looking at him, the guide greeted him. Stretching his hand forward, he said that arrows were in battle. Suddenly arrows flew out of the trap. The beast flew to the side. He screamed in pain. Clenching his fist, the hare said that it worked. After all, this trap works. The griffin was rapidly falling down. He caught on the wall. The beast caught on the rock. Arrows were stuck in his body. The thought arose that the beast, who had never known pain before, was suffering greatly. He turned his head and wheezed. It was said that the body gradually went numb because of the paralytic poison. Claws were stuck in the wall. It was said that, however, he could not just give up. The griffin hit the rock with his paw. The thought arose that his pride simply did not allow him to. Looking down, the guide said that it turns out he can experience such feelings. It's so new. The cup rose up. It was heard that he was a little ashamed of it. Grinning, the hare said that he really liked it. The guide looked at the griffin. A long staircase appeared. Raising his eyebrows, the hero asked what was the matter. He looked to the side. Hearing that he was caught, he saw him fall, to which the protagonist replied that no, he only heard, he died. Standing on the ledge of the rock, the guide said that he did not know. If not, he would climb up here again, and if he came again, he would teach him a lesson again. Sitting on the stairs, the protagonist asked that it was true. Well done. It seems that this enhancement works better than he thought. Looking down, he added that it was cracking. Looking at the cliff, Nate asked what is this? The hero landed on the ground, hearing that it was worth coming here, to which he replied that of course it was not necessary. Extending a finger forward, the protagonist said that he should look there. Looking straight ahead, Nate said that a light appeared in this dark cave. It looked like he definitely needed to go there. He put his hands on his hips and asked if it really looked like that, to which he was told not to pay attention. It was immediately obvious that it was dangerous. They could not hear. Peeking out from behind the stone, The hero asked what was where. He opened his eyes in surprise and added that that was why the light appeared. A glow appeared around the sphere. The protagonist raised his head. The griffin was lying in front of him. Suddenly, he exclaimed in amazement. Raising his eyebrows, Nate said that he killed it. Here is a rabbit. Suddenly, the beast rushed forward. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked what he was, immortal. The protagonist looked at him in amazement. A long staircase appeared. Descending it, the guide said that he should brag, maybe he would reward him with some meat. He looked at him in surprise and asked what kind of hole this was. Nate opened his eyes in fear. The beast rushed forward. Looking to the side, the hero shouted that he was going forward. The monsters suddenly ran at the command. They attacked the griffin. The rabbit opened his eyes wide and asked what he was doing here. The protagonist looked at him in amazement and shouted that where was he? He had not finished the job. The guide looked at him in fear and replied that he himself had heard him shout and fall, so he had a nest here. In essence, a blow flew. The monster was cut in half. The monster rushed forward. The griffin struck him. The hero watched them. Opening his eyes wide, he thought that the golems were no use. All that remained was to kill. The rabbit froze and said that it was stage 4, a completely different level. He had knocked down the earth golems in one fell swoop. The protagonist looked down. Raising his hands, the guide said that the earth golems were ahead, they were the best, to which Nate thought that it was dangerous. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked that he would be able to set a trap through the gate, to which he was told that of course, he was going to move the rifle installation here. Frowning, he said that no, there was no time for that, to set up the gate. The rabbit stood in front of the portal and asked where he was going alone. If he had to run, then let him take it with him. Looking at the monsters, he added that they should recover faster, they should run with them. The griffin looked at him furiously. It was heard that he should not come closer, he said not to approach. Smiling, the hero said that he should not be afraid. He bent down and added that he had come, to which the guide asked where he had gone, and by the way, he was not a bit of a coward. The protagonist grinned and said that his scream had been heard all the way to the top, to which the guide asked again. The monster's eyes lit up, and it was said that when Nate fought, he had long puzzled over what technique to use on enemies that his skills did not work on. The hero swung his weapon. The thought appeared that he was able to defeat the one-horned boar due to the limited abilities of the monster. Sitting next to the rabbit, the protagonist thought that he needed the ability to block an enemy of any level, for example, for one like that monster, and the guide asked what and why he was holding his head. Nate sat next to the portal and thought that if he grabbed his head, nothing came to mind. A sphere appeared. The thought appeared that but this was before he got life energy. Life energy is a resource for using temple skills. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he should lie down, to which the rabbit asked again. Frowning, the protagonist said that a shot. The attack rushed straight at the griffin. Arrows flew forward rapidly. A blow flew at the griffin. He opened his eyes in amazement. Lying on the ground, the guide asked what this was. A gate with arrows, really? Nate smirked when he heard that she had set up a gate in front of the trap and aimed the arrows that way. If you imagine how much energy each arrow uses, it's a waste, and he said that he didn't have time to move the trap. Smiling widely, the hero said that okay, although the energy efficiency is terrible, isn't that a cool combat skill? Looking to the side, he thought that judging by the wounds the rabbit left, he thought it would work. Frowning, the protagonist said that victory was his. The arrows were stuck in the monster. Looking at the griffin, Nate said that it was a sparrow. The hero smirked. An achievement about an eagle hunter appeared. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked what the reward is. What is this? Bravery. What a useless thing. To which the rabbit replied, well, what a reward. The first achievement appeared. Putting his hand to his face, Nate asked what the second table said about the first achievement, what the reward was. Was it some kind of bad monster? To which the guide replied that it couldn't be. After all, he separated the stages. It must be special. With his eyes wide open, the hero said that it was not a combat skill. Maybe he'll check it once. A glow appeared on the stone. The beam flew to the side. It was heard that when he raised the weapon, it becomes visible. The protagonist aimed the weapon, hearing that he was still checking the reward, to which he replied that he seemed to understand. Pulling the bowstring, Nate said that this dot indicates the point of impact of the projectile. This dot appears on the target. With his eyes wide open, the rabbit asked that maybe he just needed to shoot once. Pulling the bowstring, the hero said that great, then he'll try. Suddenly, he released the arrow. The arrow hit the ground. It bounced off the wall. Smiling, the rabbit said that he missed. A glowing dot appeared on the floor. The arrow landed right in it. Putting his hand behind his head, the protagonist asked that since he couldn't shoot a bow, he calculated the trajectory himself. He just needed to practice a little. Looking away, Nate added that they would go check the trophies. He did what he asked. Smiling, the rabbit said that he had pulled out all the feathers, and why would he need them? Raising his eyebrows, the hero said that great, there would be chicken for dinner today. A griffin appeared. It was said that it was a fusion of a bird and a lion. Only the wings and hind legs were edible. Looking at the meat, the protagonist thought that the rest of the parts were too tough, so he left them in reserve just in case. Looking down, he said that he marinated the meat. It probably wouldn't be possible to fry it. Maybe they would bake it if the fire was stronger. Looking at the sphere, Nate heard that if you add a little sunstone, the fire will become stronger, to which he asked what the sunstone. He means that glowing stone. The ball was lying on the ground. It was heard that this stone contains the energy of the sun, an eternal fire burns in it, so it is a very valuable treasure, to which the hero replied that it is useful. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that it definitely contains the energy of the sun. The grass grows only near it, you need to take it all with you. Nate took a step forward. Suddenly he screamed in amazement. The hero fell to the ground, hearing that what a fool their master is, to which he replied that he was so scared. What kind of screams are these? To which the rabbit replied that this plant makes such sounds if you touch it. Putting his hand to his face, the guide said that it tasted, they say, a little astringent, sweet, to which the protagonist asked what and how he knew. The thought came that he had tasted it when he was looking for perilla leaves. Holding the plant in his hands, Nate heard that if he wanted to clean them and pull them out of the ground, most likely they would not squeal, to which he asked that it was a radish. It was a pity if he had vinegar, you could pickle the radish. Wide-eyed, the rabbit said, what a smell. Meat appeared. The thought arose that the smoked griffin legs were ready. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that so the two of them had arranged a feast for themselves. Looking at him, the guide said that he would follow him all his life. It was heard that she felt like an outcast. Fog flew in the air. It was said that time had passed like this. Today is a special day. The stone fell to the ground. The protagonist stood still. Grinning, he said that finally. Raising his hands up, Nate shouted that he was down below. The thought appeared that he had cut an entrance in the rock in just 2 months. Looking at the notification, the hero asked why he had suddenly jumped up so much, to which the guide replied that it seemed the system had accepted his results. Stretching his hands forward, the rabbit said what was going on. He was breaking something there again. Holding the drill in his hands, the protagonist said that he couldn't relax. First he needed to make a safe shelter. What a good hit. Standing still, the guide heard that he shouldn't stand idle either. Let him take the earth guys with him and look around the area, to which he responded approvingly. Smiling, Nate said that so, he put the sunstone here. The hero put his hands on his side and thought that the stone shelter was ready, and then asked that it seemed he had overdone it. It was heard that maybe he would decorate the temple like that. Standing in front of the hole, the protagonist said that the entrance was kind of empty. It would be necessary to decorate it a little. He would close the entrance with a stone anyway. It was heard that what if someone notices the bright entrance and comes here? Nate looked away, hearing that trouble had happened. With his eyes wide open, the hero asked what was happening, and where were the golems. The guide was breathing heavily. A view of the forest opened up. It was heard that it was true. The protagonist looked in amazement and asked that he had met people, so there were participants. Rushing forward, the rabbit said that yes, that was true, but they were very scared at the sight of the golems and immediately began to attack. Looking straight ahead, Nate thought that well, yes, for others they are just monsters. With his eyes wide open, the hero said that he should wait. If there are participants who were able to get to the 4th level, they must be very strong guys. Running forward, he asked, interestingly, if the golems were okay, to which the guide replied that yes, they were almost destroyed. The rabbit, opening his eyes wide, shouted about the participants. A view of the sky opened up. The guy frowned and shouted about the shield. He held back the monster's blow. The golem's eyes lit up. Gritting his teeth, the young man asked what this was. Wasn't there core in the solar plexus area? Why couldn't he see it? Looking at the monster, the hero said that they needed to go to lunch faster. It was said that the golems had cores in different parts. Stretching his hand forward, the guy shouted that there was another one, to which the young man asked again. Rushing forward, the protagonist said that people were visible there. Let the rabbit hide. Nate looked surprised and said that there really were. Waving his hands, he turned to the people. The guys looked at him in bewilderment. The hero waved his arms. It was said that this is how Nate looks in the eyes of the other participants. Raising his eyebrows, the young man shouted that he should look there. A golem is chasing a man. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what was chasing. What were they talking about? Running forward, he added that oh well, and the rabbit said that it seemed they all got it wrong. Grinning, Nate asked that if he told them that these were his golems, they would get angry, to which the guide replied that they just didn't think that he was his assistant. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that okay, it was enough that he knew about the existence of other participants, but for now. The people froze in front of him and shouted that they should listen. Behind him, let them look back. How slow, and the rabbit said that so what is he suggesting? Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that whatever, keep running. He raised his finger up. The monster suddenly stopped. The creature lifted its leg. They ran past the people. Raising his eyebrows, the boy said that the golems ran after that man. Looking straight ahead, the young man asked what it was. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that he had distracted the golems to save them. He was so touched, the thought appeared that the participants' delusions about Nate's identity were getting deeper. A view of the camp opened up. Looking straight ahead, the boy asked that new ruins had been discovered. He said it was reliable information. Let him tell him more. Looking down, the young man said that he couldn't stop thinking about him, so he ran after him, to which the man asked what he meant about the man who had distracted the golems, and he replied that the golems' tracks led to the mountain. An entrance appeared. He heard that there were ruins in the mountain. The entrance was unusual. He was ashamed to talk about it, but he was afraid and couldn't go inside to check everything. Covering one eye, the man said that I understand, and then thought that not only had the search party failed to get food, but also the golem ruins. Lowering his head, he added that with his skills it would be difficult to destroy them. Smiling, the man said that since that's how it turned out, maybe they should trust this matter to newbies. Standing behind him, the guy said that it was dangerous, to which the man replied that that was why it was worth sending new guys. Turning around, he added that among them there were some daring guys. At the same time they would show who was the boss here. The young man looked at him silently. A view of the mountain opened up. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that he should wait here. The doors suddenly closed. Walking forward, the protagonist heard that he would do without his earthen friends, to which he replied that he did not want to mislead those people even more. Raising his head, the rabbit asked that he really listened to the squirrel. Did he even understand what she was saying? Smiling, Nate replied that of course, he definitely saw a place where there were a lot of people, to which Puck exclaimed. Looking at the squirrel, the hero said that according to him, there was a stone bridge, and he even tried to cross it. Standing on the tower, the protagonist said that he should show the mini-map on the tower, and then thought that the construction speed was amazing. Nate looked at the notification. It was said that he carefully explored the surroundings using the mini-map, and slowly went to the other side. The hero walked forward. A thought appeared that Puck told him about. A notification appeared that he went beyond the dungeon. He entered the slit space called the Land of the Dead. The protagonist looked at the message and asked that the territory of the dungeon had already ended. A crevice space, what was that? Pointing at it, the guide asked that he did not know that either. Sitting down, Nate said that since he was so smart, he should be kind enough to explain, to which the rabbit responded approvingly. Buildings appeared. It was heard that he had already said that with an increase in the level, the number of dungeons increases. On the 4th level there are only 4 dungeons. Gaps appeared between them. It was said that they were located at some distance from each other, so there are passages between them. These are gaps. Sitting on the ground, the hero said that they call it a gap because it is a space between dungeons, to which the rabbit replied that yes, everything is correct. People were standing among the buildings, and the guide said that the participants use this place as their base and take turns raiding dungeons. It is impossible to get out of the level, but in case of failure in the dungeon, you can return to this place. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist asked that maybe this is because the dungeon is part of the level. For the participant of the first level it is a little confusing. It was said that he has experience of passing only the first level. Raising his finger up, the rabbit said that in short, the participants call this space a village. Smiling, Nate asked what it means. Puck saw a village. Judging by his explanations, it is something like a safe zone. The rabbit suddenly looked surprised. Suddenly he threw it aside. The hero gritted his teeth and asked what it was, to which the guide replied that it was why people left here. A tombstone began to emerge from the ground, and it was heard that it was a village, a safe zone. The protagonist looked in surprise, hearing that he didn't know what, but in this dungeon, there couldn't be such a place. Frowning, Nate thought that it smelled like a corpse. A skeleton's hand appeared. Looking at it, the hero said that it was the Land of the Dead. Now he understood where the name came from. Puck suddenly jumped forward, to which the protagonist said that it couldn't be eaten, his stomach would hurt. Swinging his weapon, Nate spoke of strength. Suddenly, he chopped the skeleton in half. Smiling, the hero shouted that what was the matter, it fell apart so quickly. The protagonist, standing in front of the skeletons, asked that it was not quality, but quantity. Smiling widely, he said that they were pathetic knuckles. Nate looked in amazement and asked again. He frowned. Looking at the skeletons, the hero said that there were too many of them. The protagonist froze in place and said that he should wait. The skeleton swung his weapon. Nate parried his blow. Swinging his weapon, the hero said that there was no point in relying on it. While striking, he shouted that it was only the number. Frowning, the rabbit said that they were pathetic walking corpses. They should not show off. A blow landed on the skeletons. Smiling, the protagonist asked that he was doing well. It seemed that his abilities as a former manager had not yet disappeared. Swinging his weapon, the guide said that he should look at his fighting qualities. Closing his eyes, he said that he should praise him some more. Clenching his fist, Nate shouted that he was a good boy, cool, and then thought that this could be solved even easier than he thought. The rabbit extended his hand forward. Lying on the ground, he said that he was tired, to which the hero replied that he ran out of fuel too quickly. Rushing forward, the protagonist shouted that when he was needed, he was no use, only creating extra weight. The skeleton's eyes lit up brightly. The arrow rushed forward. It landed near Nate's leg. The hero suddenly stumbled. He looked to the side. The protagonist landed on the ground. Kneeling, he cleared his throat. Nate looked at the skeletons. A view of the village opened up. Putting his hands behind his back, the man asked if the reconnaissance team had already left, to which the guy replied that yes, just now. Looking down, he wondered if he would resist, but surprisingly he was compliant, the man who looked like a leader. Looking straight ahead, the man spoke of electrification. He struck the skeletons. Standing still, the guy asked if he was okay. They were here on reconnaissance, not to worry. Looking straight ahead, he added that there was a village nearby, a safe place. The young man looked away. Tears appeared in the hero's eyes and he turned to him. Mike looked at him in surprise. A view of the village opened up. It was heard that he was telling him exactly that he was so hungry that he had no strength. The man looked at him in amazement and asked why he was crying, to which the boy replied that it was not a problem, he had returned. Looking down, he asked again. Raising his hand up, Mike said that Nate had returned. The man raised his eyebrows and mumbled. He began to cry and screamed. Wiping away his tears, the boy said that he was crying even more. Hugging the hero, the man asked that he was definitely Nate. What kind of magic? To which Mike replied that he could see him too, and he added that it was for sure. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked what had happened, to which the young man asked again that their colleague had come. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that he did not know why, but the tears flowed by themselves, and he did not, to which the protagonist replied that he had already cried enough with Mike. Taking a step forward, the man said that he asked them to part, a new guest had arrived. Walking forward, the elder asked what and where the guest was, to which he was answered that he was here. The guy looked surprised and turned around. Stretching his hand forward, he said that he accidentally met him during reconnaissance. Putting his hand to his face, the guide asked that he was the head of the village, to which Nate asked again that who was he, did he know anything. Looking straight ahead, the rabbit thought that he had heard something. Jack looked at the hero. Bowing, the hero greeted and introduced himself. Frowning, the protagonist thought what was the matter, what kind of person was this? An image of a man appeared. It was said that there was a man in the dungeon. He was very weak and cowardly, so he thought that he would soon die in this dungeon. He opened his eyes wide. The thought arose that but his skills were unusual. His skill was insight. The man put his hand to his head. It was said that when the skill first appeared to him, he was very disappointed. The man looked forward. The thought arose that but as the level rose, his gaze froze in place. It was said that the skill began to manifest itself. A dungeon appeared. The thought arose that this dungeon was full of dangers. An attack flew at him. The thought arose that he began to distinguish the weaknesses of opponents, how to attack them, and could even determine the strength of monsters. The man's eyes lit up. It was said that, however, this invincible man suddenly realized that the fourth stage was the last. He looked fearfully. The thought arose that if he entered it, he would die. The man ran forward. It was said that he abandoned his comrades and fled from the dungeon. He lowered his head. The thought appeared that he had abandoned his past and stopped at an intermediate place. The man froze. It was said that this was the founder of the village of Shell, the head of the village. He frowned. The thought that his name was Jack. Looking at him, the hero thought that this Jack was now. The man's eyes lit up. It was said that he was trying to discern Nate's essence. The elder looked at him silently. Pursing his lips, the protagonist thought that why was he staring like that? Smiling, the head of the village said that it was nice to meet him. Putting his hands behind his back, he said that the greeting would be arranged in the square. Let him come quietly. Jack looked down. The thought arose whether he was dangerous or not. He kept his hands behind his back. It was said that determining the danger of a person is his way of life and way of survival. Looking to the side, Nate thought that this man. The head frowned. The thought arose that he was incomprehensible. Smiling, the hero said that he should go ahead, he would catch up, to which Mike asked if it was true. Well, okay. Waving his hand, the boy said that they would see each other soon, to which the protagonist responded approvingly. Smiling, the rabbit asked that he was glad that he finally met people, cried, Snot, it was so nice to watch. Having hit him, Nate replied that he was teasing again. Raising his eyebrows, he added that it was not the time to wag our tongues here, it would be necessary to explore this village. Barricades appeared. It was heard that barriers that were too weak to prevent an attack of monsters. A tent appeared, and someone asked what kind of tent was so shaky. Crossing his arms, the hero asked that it was made like this on purpose, to which the guide replied that okay, it can't be. The rabbit looked at him in bewilderment, and said that even the materials from which it was made looked shabby. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that of course it was. After all, he did not see anything on the way here, to which the guide replied that he was going on about his own again. Stretching his hand forward, the rabbit said that if you do not complete the level in time, there will be a punishment. The punishment at the first stage is a swarm of rats. Bones were lying on the ground. It was heard that, and at the fourth stage, hunger. Walking forward, Nate heard that when there is no food, where will the building materials come from? To which he replied that well, yes, that's true. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what it means. All these people are starving. A village appeared. It was heard that the elder told everyone to gather. The inhabitants were standing in the middle of the settlement. Raising his hand up, Jack shouted that they will greet. It is Nate. The thought arose that how awkward. Looking to the side, the man thought that this was the end of the preparation. Now they will begin the main part. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that judging by his smooth skin and plumpness, he had food in stock. The elder touched his shoulder and turned to him, to which he exclaimed. Jack closed his eyes and said that he needed to say something, to which the protagonist responded approvingly, and wondered what he wanted to talk about. Grinning, he added that in order to get into their community, everyone had to share their food supplies. Looking at the hero, the village chief said that of course he was not asking to lay out everything he had, let him not misunderstand him, the community meant by itself, to which the protagonist replied that well, if that's what he meant. Clicking on the notification, Nate asked what it was. Suddenly, Griffin meat appeared, and he added that it would be enough. The head of the beast appeared. It was heard that it was an eagle. Gritting his teeth, the man wondered where he got this eagle from. The girl mumbled in amazement. People raised their hands up and shouted about food. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked that he listened to where he got this eagle from, to which the hero replied that he simply met it and caught it. The guy looked at him in confusion and asked what he heard. He said that he caught it, and the man added that it couldn't be. Mike opened his eyes wide and asked if it was true, he caught such a powerful monster, and the boy added that it was definitely him. The elder frowned. The griffin's meat appeared. The thought arose that in some places through wounds were visible. It was obvious that several places were affected at the same time. It was impossible to do this alone. Looking at the hero, Jack asked what was clear. He caught a half-dead monster with a trap, which must have fallen from a great height, to which the protagonist asked again how he knew, and he added that a few days ago they saw him falling down. Closing his eyes, the elder said that whoever picked it up first is the owner, as they say, so he is lucky, and then he thought that it turns out that he just picked it up, then you don't have to worry, to which Nate thought how happy he was. The girl grinned and said that this was the same monster that had fallen, to which the guy replied that he was lucky, so lucky, and Jack thought that was great. The unrest among the villagers had also ceased. Looking down, the man thought that he had caught this eagle on his own. Such a person would only be a hindrance in the village if he was too popular among the villagers. Standing still, he added that his status could be at risk, and Mike said that he should listen. Raising his eyebrows, he added that they would go on reconnaissance. Frowning, Jack thought that this was a great chance, and then shouted that what was he talking about. The people froze, hearing that reconnaissance was of course also important. Looking straight ahead, the man said that in this difficult world of the dungeon, a comrade is the most valuable thing, and now such a comrade had come to him. Wasn't that so? Looking around the village, he added that there was no need to make a bad person out of him. Today he had only one duty. The thought arose that it was necessary to reduce his sense of responsibility. Closing his eyes, the elder said that it was enough to have a heart-to-heart talk with a comrade, and then he thought that he could also raise his authority. Mike looked at him in amazement, and said that he understood. Thank you, to which the hero wondered what kind of person he was. Frowning, the protagonist said that this was starting to irritate him more and more. The guy closed his eyes, hearing that he was pretending to be merciful, as if he was the only one doing everything here, and he was being portrayed as heartless, to which he replied that he should calm down. Crossing his arms, Mike said that he was still in a good mood, but they could sit and talk like this, to which Nate replied that it was of course good, and the man said that well, okay, and the boy said that it was so spacious and comfortable here. With his eyes wide open, the hero asked what was spacious. Was their tent really even smaller than this one? The young man grinned and replied that no, it was almost the same size. They had also contributed when they first came here, by the way. Raising his head, he added that he didn't have a blanket with him. It was chilly here in the evenings. He should spend the night in their theater tonight. The protagonist froze in place. Lowering his head, he thought that since they were living here, he was trying to restrain himself. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked again. The thought occurred to him that they had no blankets or furniture. Puck watched the hero. The thought occurred to him that the tent was cramped and dirty. He couldn't stand it anymore. Crossing his arms, Nate asked what was cold, they said. His eyes lit up. It was said that the input was complete, activating the mode of making household items. The people looked at him in bewilderment. Grinning, the hero said that from now on they should say goodbye to the cold. Lying on the ground, the boy said how warm it was, and the man asked where he got such skills, to which the protagonist replied that it was called that, the heating skill. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that what if we add volume? Lying on the bed, the boy asked what was crazy. It was a real bed, and Zulu added that the sofa was so warm too. Closing his eyes, Nate said that it was too early to be surprised. Now he would show them its special qualities. The tea was on the table. It was heard that it was herbal tea, very good to drink before meals. Closing his eyes, the man said that he did not think that he would ever drink tea here, and the boy added that he was crying again. He looked at the mug with the drink. Holding out the cup, the hero said that if it was very bitter, then let him put in a couple of spoons. Archie grinned and said how sweet it was. It was syrup. It was heard that they should let him try it, he wanted it too. Looking at them, the protagonist thought that the quiet tent was filled with the sounds of sipping hot tea. Nate silently watched these people. Steam came from the mug. A thought appeared that the taste had the ability to remind of past events. Since they got into the dungeon, they tried sweet food for the first time. The guy was sitting at the computer. It was said that this candy was for friends. The man closed his eyes. A thought appeared that reminded of happy days that they did not even try to remember in this terrible place. The girl took a step forward and turned to the teacher. Extending her hand, she said that he should take this. Bowing, the student said that thank you for teaching her, goodbye. Mike looked down in amazement. He held a candy in his hands. The people closed their eyes. The hero grinned. A thought appeared that he understood the feelings of his friends, so he silently watched them. The guy looked surprised, hearing that they were such happy guys. The rabbit opened his eyes angrily and screamed that he couldn't look at this any longer. It was just the effect of the tea. Looking at the guide, the protagonist said that he should hide. The people grabbed their weapons. Looking straight ahead, Mike asked how long he had been sitting there in ambush. Let him come to them immediately. Let him just try to move a finger. Gritting his teeth, Nate heard that it seemed he had misunderstood everything. Let him explain to them, to which he replied that why he had left cover. Frowning, he added that he would do nothing. The guide bowed his head down. Sitting at the table, the guy asked what happened now that this rabbit was on his side, to which the hero replied that yes, he was now obedient. Raising his eyebrows, the young man said that he could make things out of the ground, and this assistant was now his servant. What happened to him? Memories appeared. It was said that Nate told them about everything that happened to him. The people looked in amazement. They started crying. It occurred to them that in some places he was very sympathetic to Nate. They listened to the end of the story. The hero looked away in amazement. Grinning, Mike said that he was amazing. He really could overcome everything. The protagonist froze in amazement. Wiping away his tears, he asked why he was making him cry. Zulu closed his eyes and said that indeed, he had been through a lot. Why was he crying all the time? Maybe the tea was still working, to which Archie replied that it was nothing. Lying on the ground, the guide said that they should listen, forgive him for interrupting on such a sentimental note. But he also regretted the times when he was an assistant, and if he stood like this, his neck would soon fall off. A view of the village opened up. With his arms outstretched to the sides, the rabbit said that it was hard, how good it was to lie on his back, to which the guy replied that he had already realized at the first stage that he was shameless. Archie closed his eyes and said that but today they met Nate, and the rabbit had now become his servant. He had been surprised so much today that he no longer had the strength to be surprised. Smiling, the protagonist asked that he definitely would not be surprised anymore. The products appeared. It was heard that it was a set of fried meat according to Nate's own recipe. Holding a bottle in his hands, the guy shouted that in addition to this, today he was ready to lay out all the most valuable. The people froze in amazement. They opened their mouths wide. Archie looked at the food. Zulu opened his mouth. Mike smiled widely. The rabbit closed his eyes. The people exclaimed joyfully. A view of the village opened up. The guys were lying on the ground. It was heard that he had eaten so well. Archie's eyes widened and he said, yes, it turns out Nate cooks so well. Is that also the power of the temple? Looking at him, the hero replied that of course not. Cooking is his soul, to which the guy asked what kind of soul it was. Mike suddenly stood up, and the protagonist asked that he was going to the toilet. Frowning, the guy said that he had thought about it for a long time, and they could do it too. Raising his eyebrows, Nate replied that he also wanted to have such skills, to which he was told that no, that's not it. Looking to the side, the young man said that he was talking about the title of Dragon Apostle. The hero looked at him in amazement, and asked again. He raised his eyebrows, hearing that how are you, he just discovered something very curious, to which the protagonist asked again. Standing still, Nate heard what was there, an object, a monster, who he was talking to, and the guide said that it was called a whisper in the ear. Charlie's eyes widened as he asked if he knew how to cook it. Mike looked at him in amazement. Standing in front of the portal, the protagonist said that he really did. Let him push himself, and the man asked what the gate was. Looking at Mike, Nate said that while there was food, they needed to stock up, to which the guy replied that he was such a good guy, and he asked what they were talking about, the Dragon Apostle. The hero looked at him in amazement, hearing that he also wanted to serve her. Raising his eyebrows, the young man asked what he said Alpha, so it was possible. He thought such abilities would be very useful in the dungeon. He looked at him in bewilderment, hearing that it was for the sake of skills. Looking straight ahead, Mike said that he would not lie, this whisper and the gate. Standing in front of the hero, he added that good communication would effectively reduce the threat from the enemy, and the ability to open the gate would help if someone got into trouble. The protagonist looked at him in surprise when he heard that he didn't want to lose any more partners. He smirked when he heard that. Looking down, the guy said that was why he needed that skill. Looking at him, the guys turned around. Nate looked away and asked what he thought. He was so touched by his words, it was possible, to which he was told that it was impossible. The hero's eyes widened, and he shouted why. He said that he was very touched by his words. That was the only condition. Looking straight ahead, the guys heard that this condition was of course also necessary, but the problem was the limited number of applicants for that skill. Looking away, the protagonist asked what was the limitation, to which he was told that at the moment it was impossible to just increase the number of dragon apostles. Nate crossed his arms and said that damn, just when it was necessary, nothing was working, to which Mike replied that he shouldn't worry so much. The protagonist asked again in surprise, hearing that although there was one way, the view of the village opened up. The villagers had gathered in a crowd. Looking straight ahead, the elder said that it seemed like everyone had gathered. He rolled up his sleeves. The man was holding a knife in his hands. He began to wave it. Jack grabbed the weapon tightly. Suddenly, a blow flew into the meat. He began to cut it. The man frowned. Pieces of meat appeared. Jack waved the weapon. Closing his eyes, he said that now they would distribute in order, and by the way. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that he was expressing gratitude to Nate, who had so willingly shared his supplies with them. The people exclaimed joyfully. Grinning, the head of the village thought that it took a lot of effort, but such a showy performance had a great effect on the crowd. The hero raised his eyebrows and asked why this elder handled the knife so well. With such abilities he could catch an eagle alone. Looking straight ahead, the rabbit said that it was not to that extent, it was 100% skill of slaughtering animals. A knife appeared. It was heard that, in addition, that knife was an improved weapon, about 3 times or even more. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise, hearing that perhaps his skill extended to the knife, to which he replied that it was cool. When he cut up a similar carcass, he sweated 7 times, he was just jealous. Standing still, Nate thought that he too would someday find himself a decent knife and enhance its functions. Looking at the residents, he said that by the way, it seems they are happy with the meat. Grinning, the hero said that now they will slowly begin to prepare. Smoke flew up. The guide frowned, looking straight ahead. Looking to the side, he said that it seemed like a real feast of some kind. There is of course a village, but they look too carefree, even annoying. The man held a cube in his hands. Archie held a brush in his hands. The protagonist extended his hand forward, hearing that this was enough, to which he replied that it was great, and Zulu added that so much, you can't eat so much in your entire life. Looking at the guide, Nate asked that he had already arrived, since it was outside, to which he replied that he couldn't see the smoke, everyone was frying meat. The hero raised his finger up, hearing that he had finished everything, let him take a look, to which he replied that he had written it well done. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked that he was finally ready, to which Zulu responded approvingly. He smiled, hearing that forward, to which the man replied that you just shouldn't expect too much. Looking to the side, Nate asked what happened. They were opening. They raised the poster up. Raising his eyebrows, Archie asked where Zulu had gone. Grinning, the hero answered that it didn't matter where, he went to catch something with bait. Turning his head, Mike asked what would happen to him, since he had never done anything like that, as far as he knew. Closing his eyes, the protagonist answered that no special skills were needed there. He asked him to do only one thing. Smiling, the girl said that it was delicious, of course, but somehow it gets boring, to which the other answered that after all, they hadn't eaten meat for so long. Looking at them, Zulu asked what they were bored with, to which they shouted that he had scared them. Nate smiled and said that one pinch. Holding the meat with chopsticks, the girl shouted that he had poured it there. With her eyes wide open, she asked what this was, really. Waving his hand, Archie asked that there would be no result from one pinch. A cry was heard that they should sell them this salt. People rushed forward shouting that it was definitely there, and him too, to which the hero replied that it was bait. They took the bait. The thought arose that wow. Standing in front of the shop, the man asked that there really was so much salt here. The guy opened his eyes wide and asked what they could pay with. Because in the dungeon money didn't make much sense, you could pay with food. Putting his hands on the sign, Nate said that the deal was very simple. Smiling, he added that any item with reinforcement would do, for which he would receive a bowl of salt. The young man raised his eyebrows and said that he certainly needed salt, but he would exchange it for reinforced equipment. Pushing him away, the guy said that if he was not going to buy it, then let him step aside. Raising his hand, the young man replied that he should listen. It was not just an item, but reinforced equipment. Smiling, the guy added that he knew a way to get such equipment, but with salt things were different. The man looked happily at the weapon. It was said that those who had reached the 4th level had on average 1 or 2 reinforced weapons, and considering what they had to go through for it, it was a shame to give it up, of course. The man put his hand to his face. The thought occurred to him that salt was needed, but it was also annoying to part with weapons. Most of the people present here thought exactly that way. The water was on the stove. The thought appeared that now their hearts were burning at 99 degrees, but until the water reached a temperature of 100 degrees, it would not boil. The man put the axe on the table. It was said that, however, the brave act of only one person, and then said that let him give 1 bowl of salt. The guy looked down happily. The thought appeared that he would add this missing degree. People nervously looked forward. The hero held out the bowl. A tent appeared. The man looked in amazement and asked that he was selling salt. Walking forward, the elder thought that indeed, they had salt in their hands. Looking straight ahead, Jack said that this whole crowd. Smiling, the protagonist said that yes, let those on the left pass the items. He looked to the side, hearing that he turned out to have the ability to surprise. The man grinned and said that let him give him some salt too. Raising his eyebrows, Nate wondered why this old man had come again, and then said that if he had fortified equipment, he would give him a bowl of salt in exchange, to which he replied that he did not. The hero looked at him in amazement, hearing that how about giving him all the salt that was here. Looking away, the girl asked that the elder was really going to buy up all the salt, to which the young man replied that it couldn't be. Closing his eyes, Jack said that the salt and food, he was going to divide everything equally between the villagers. The weapons that they were going to leave here, after all, were filled with memories. A thought appeared, damn, how smart they were. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and said that he should listen. He was saying just in case, no matter how good his goal was, he would not give discounts. The man smiled and said not to worry about it. He was buying everything with his own money, and then thought, what a fool, he had so many cheap weapons that were no longer useful. He lowered his head and added that besides, they weren't worth the salt. What worried him most was that he had attracted all the attention of the crowd with his salt. Putting his hand on his side, Nate said that there was enough here, to which the elder replied that it was nothing, and then thought that he could make such sacrifices. He looked at him in bewilderment, and wondered what he was relying on, acting so confidently. Smiling widely, the hero thought that he had come across a stupid buyer. Looking away, the protagonist said that it wasn't that he suspected him of anything, but whether he would be able to buy all this, and then thought that he needed to warm it up a little more, and Jack said that he had told him not to worry about it. Looking down, Nate added that he simply thought it would be too much trouble for him. Smiling, the elder replied that he wasn't just throwing around big words in front of all these people. Looking straight ahead, he said that he was buying everything, promising. Pieces of salt appeared. It was said that he wasn't bluffing. The elder quickly checked the amount of salt with his skill, and compared it with the weapon he had. The hero smiled widely and thought that, however, the elder still couldn't see one thing using his skill, and then said that then he would believe him and take out all the salt. Raising his eyebrows, the elder asked again. Clicking on the notification, the protagonist said that he had been waiting for this for so long. The statue fell to the ground. It was heard that this statue was 100% made of salt. The village chief looked at her in amazement, and asked that it was all made of salt. Nate closed his eyes and replied that to be precise, it was 100% pure natural rock salt, if he wanted to try it. Looking straight ahead, he added that if that wasn't what he was asking about, he wasn't going to take it back. Smiling, the hero asked that no, he had a lot of authority. The man clenched his teeth and exclaimed. Putting his hand to his face, the girl asked that he seemed a little surprised, to which the guy replied, oh well. Jack froze in place. It was heard that their elder was not that kind of person. A view of the settlement opened up. The protagonist closed his eyes, hearing that he was a good boy. For the first time he showed himself worthy, as befits the owner of the temple, to which he replied, oh well. Lowering his head, Mike said that of course this was a low-level weapon, but still, and Zulu added that all this was really received for salt. Items appeared. It was heard that the elder contributed about a sixth of it. Looking at the gear, the guy said that however, they looked useless. Mike smirked and said that if he looked hard enough, he could find something like that. Let him take a look at this. Looking at the notification, Nate heard that it looked good. It would come in handy when he needed to destroy some hot trap, to which he replied that it was just what he needed to install a grate in a barbecue. Zulu put his hand to his face. A thought came to mind that most of the items that the villagers brought were about the same. Looking at the weapons, the hero thought that what looked good had a short lifespan. Holding the stone in his hands, he added that if they were durable, they were practically useless in use. Frowning, the guy said that this was too much. Although they said that any would do, they all gave the most crappy items. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that they couldn't blame them for that. They couldn't give away a good weapon that was needed to protect their own lives. Raising a finger, he added that, in the beginning, selling salt for equipment had another very important purpose. The boys looked at him. A thought appeared. That's right, the Apostle of the Dragon. Smiling, Nate said that now they had all the items he talked about, it was her turn. The hero looked in amazement, hearing that before he wanted to say something, to which he asked that this was really not enough. Archie raised his eyebrows when he heard that no, she wanted to tell him how to use all this equipment, to which he said that it was a bit of a mess. Wide-eyed, the protagonist asked that there was really a way to make all the items last longer. Looking straight, he heard that no, that was wrong, to which Nate asked what and what then. A temple and weapons appeared. It was heard that if they use this equipment as a sacrifice and put it on the altar, then its power will be forever imprinted in the temple, and will be invested in another item during the strengthening of its action. Looking at it, Mike asked, that is, it will be possible to pick up good items and put their power into another equipment, to which he was answered that everything is correct. He thinks quickly. Looking directly, people heard that however this is only a secondary issue, so now let them put the items on the altar. Zulu looked surprised and said that something does not fit. Stretching his hands forward, he added that he wants to build a temple here. Putting his hand on the altar, the man said that the altar and the sacrifices, as well as the people who will put these sacrifices on the altar and will rejoice at this, such were the conditions of the Alpha. To which the rabbit thought that when he managed to drag the altar here. Raising his head, Zulu thought that these conditions must be met to build a second temple. When there are 2 temples, it will be possible to increase the number of dragon apostles. Closing his eyes, he said that this is of course good news, but if a temple is built in this small village, everyone will immediately notice it. Will the elder just stand and watch? Grinning, the hero replied that naturally, they will not build it here. The man looked surprised and asked what and where then. A view of the village opened up. Looking at the pit, Zulu said that nothing can be seen. Putting his hand to his face, he added that although this is an intermediate zone, it is an underground temple. Who knows what dangers can await them there? Turning around, the guy shouted that enough, let him help with this. They know that he is too lazy to work, he just pretends to be worried about something. The thought appeared that Nate entrusted Mike to grind rice. Sitting on the floor, the man said that he was not used to working, it was too difficult for him, to which Mike asked why he didn't want rice for dinner today. Let him show his white hands. Holding the rice in his hands, the man said that it was not difficult. Grinning, the guy said that you just need to rub your palms until the husk itself comes off, and white grains of rice appear. Looking at him, Zulu asked how he knew all this, and Mike answered that Nate taught him. Lowering his head, he added that this activity is calming, as if he were meditating. It doesn't seem so to him. Looking at him, the man thought that they were all strange here. Smiling, the rabbit said that he understood them very well. When this crazy guy digs the ground, no words help, it's some kind of instinct, like a worm. Looking straight ahead, he heard that he would say the same, like a worm, this is too much, to which the guy thought that what a keen ear. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that there is already a rock formation here, you can try this thing once. Raising his pickaxe up, he added that he really liked one item that they got for salt, with properties that will be even stronger. The protagonist began to dig with a pickaxe. He swung the pickaxe. It was said that the method of breaking rocks that he used was divided into 2 stages. The objects were lying on the ground. The thought appeared that finding a convenient point for an iron stake, then driving it in with a hammer, using these 2 tools was inevitable. Nate frowned and thought that, but now he changed his tool and combined the 2 actions. And with the properties that enhanced the pickaxe's action, his skill even increased. The hero exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked that it seemed he got carried away and made it too spacious. He froze, hearing that they were done with the rice, and what next, to which he replied that it was audible even here. Raising his hands, Nate shouted that someone should come down here, to which he was answered approvingly. Mike grinned, hearing that they should not worry about dinner, be careful, to which he replied that yes, they would meet later. Wide-eyed, he said that this Nate, he was so surprised when he made furniture, and it turns out he can build such things. The guy froze and said that they came. Standing among the plants, the hero said that they are already here, to which Mike asked that he was not imagining things. Stretching his hand forward, he asked that this is a field. He thought that the rice he gave them was all his supplies. The protagonist put his hand behind his head and replied that since he had the opportunity, he decided to sow more. Anyway, it can be taken out of the inventory at any time. It would be a shame to leave such a spacious place empty. Crossing his arms, the guy asked what they should do. He probably called them for a reason, and Archie added that he should just tell them what to do. Lowering his head, Nate said that yes, he will collect empty grains, and he should cover them. As Zulu said, skeletons can appear here. Mike looked away and said that he did not think that he would be careful because of skeletons. Closing his eyes, the hero said that yes, they are not scary, he just does not want them to come close to precious grains, to which Archie replied that a farmer lives in him. The protagonist took the plant. Mike began to harvest. Archie held an onion in his hands. Nate looked away. The rabbit rushed forward. Zulu held a bowl in his hands. Cooked rice appeared. People looked at it happily. The hero started blowing on the porridge. Mike smiled, looking at it. People smiled. A mountain of equipment appeared. Plants appeared, people were heard rejoicing, and a sufficient number of items on the altar, and even a place for a new temple. Everything is ready. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist said that they were all great. The guy smiled broadly and laughed. Zulu covered one eye and said that he had a speck of dust in his eye again. Mike grinned and thought that it was great. The guide froze in bewilderment, thinking that they were all crying here. Stretching his hand forward, Nate said that he proclaimed this place the second temple of the Dragon of Life. A bright glow appeared in front of them. The system reported that this place had become the temple territory and would be called the Underground Temple, and asked if it was necessary to set traps to protect the temple right now, while Nate, looking up at this notification in surprise, asked again why traps if no one would attack at such a depth. And the system notification explained that preparation for the invasion of enemies was an important element of the temple. Nate, raising a finger, admitted that he had already prepared just in case, while the long-eared guide asked with interest if he had really already set traps. Nate, pointing his finger at the field, answered that of course, here they are, while the guide, perplexedly said that this is a rice field. A long hole was dug inside the field, and the protagonist explained that it was not a field, but a ditch inside it, and that even a hole could serve as a good trap. Besides, it was not visible because of the ears of grain, and it was easy to fall into it. The hair guide, looking suspiciously at the installed traps, noted that it did not look very good, while Nate enthusiastically exclaimed that if he had only made a hole, then yes, and ordered to install a trap. The guide, doubtfully looking at the protagonist, thought that he probably wanted the rice field to be updated with each restart. The protagonist, looking in front of him with interest, asked what next, and wondered if that was all. The system window told the heroes that it was worth appointing a manager who would watch over this place, while Nate, imperiously putting his hands on his hips, asked again what kind of manager. The hair straightened his back in confusion. The protagonist turned back to his friend and asked in surprise why he was giving him such ambiguous looks. Nate looked up at the system notification and asked if it was possible to appoint his friend Mike as manager. Mike looked at the protagonist in shock and asked if he really wanted to appoint him, and the hair shouted in the background that he was against this decision. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise at the system notification that appeared, stating that this appointment was impossible, and asked why. The guide pointed his finger menacingly at the protagonist, and asked him in an angry voice if he really thought that anyone could become a manager, to which he replied that he was a manager, although he was a rabbit. The rabbit, excitedly pointing his finger at himself, exclaimed that he was a special rabbit, and that Mike was not fit to hold a candle to him, and the system declared that only an outstanding person could become a manager. The hair guide opened his eyes with a flourish and declared that there were many animals among the managers, because animals could level up more easily. The rabbit, rolling hysterically on the ground, declared that he was the most suitable candidate of all, and that he should be appointed as a manager. Nate, looking at his furry friend rolling on the ground, thought that he was worried about the rabbit having a little more power, but if it was necessary for his friends to become apostles of the dragon. The system appointed a manager, and the snow-white rabbit glowed with a bright light, and cried out with delight. The rabbit, triumphantly straightening up, exclaimed that he was an outstanding rabbit and felt himself getting stronger, while Nate's companion, incredulously asked if he was not just a rabbit. The rabbit, grinning maliciously, replied that he would no longer be called that, and that he could now have a name. The rabbit, enthusiastically putting his paw to his chest, said that he finally earned the right to a name. The rabbit bowed respectfully and asked the protagonist to give him a name, the most noble and beautiful one. The rabbit tilted his head in bewilderment, and asked again what it was and that something seemed wrong. The system displayed that the hero's name was a rabbit. Nate chuckled cheerfully and said in a mischievous voice that it was his name, just a rabbit, and wasn't it better that way than no name at all? The rabbit jumped up indignantly, and yelled that it was the same as it had been. The heroes stood up belligerently, leaving the screaming rabbit to manage the two temples. The protagonists received the title of Dragon Apostles. A schematic representation of the heroes' movements appeared, and with their number increasing, new functions appeared, because now the Dragon Apostles and the manager could communicate with each other, and in modern terms, they had a separate chat. A schematic representation of which relics belonged to which of the heroes appeared, but it was impossible to increase the number of temples. The guy pointed at his comrade and said that he was so noble, to which he replied that he was still a tank. Zulu gave up his place to Mike and Archie, whose task was to fight on the battlefield. The heroes chuckled cheerfully, and this was the end of the process of obtaining the title of Dragon Apostle. An image of a night settlement appeared. At this time in the village there was a man who could not sleep. The hero nervously tapped his fingers on the chair. The elder sat tiredly in his chair. Jack, looking worriedly into the distance, thought that some incomprehensible feeling was bothering him. The hero languidly lowered his eyes and thought that, judging by experience, this meant a threat. An image of a juicy piece of meat appeared, and the elder thought that perhaps the meat was spoiled, although tasty. An image of a pile of salt appeared, and the hero added that perhaps it was poison in the salt, which was simply salty. The elder, looking worriedly into the distance, exclaimed to himself what would happen to him then. The hero raised his glowing hand up. His abilities began to manifest. The elder understood the exact reason for the anxiety. The elder, wide-eyed, exclaimed that perhaps this was the same guy named Nate. A star was visible in the dark sky, and the guard asked his comrade how he defeated the skeletons. Hyun, looking at his comrade with bewilderment, asked him in surprise why he had been there for a long time, to which he replied that he had been in reconnaissance more often, and that this was his first time on guard duty. The guard, pointing his finger at his comrade, said that something bad had almost happened, because if his partner behaved incorrectly, he himself could be in danger. The guard, looking seriously at his interlocutor, added that there were special signs of their appearance, while Hyun, interested, asked what they were. An image of gravestones appeared, and the hero explained that the tombstones were beginning to appear from under the ground. The dead were slowly heading towards the heroes, and the guy added that he did not know how and why they appeared, but if tombstones began to appear, then the skeleton warriors would begin to emerge from under the ground, and that it was better to start doing something right away. The guard, looking up with concern, said that even if their legs, arms, or heads were broken, they would not die because they were already dead. The guard, spreading his arms out to the sides, added that the longer the battle lasted, the faster they would tire, and that it would be worse for them, while Hyun agreed that this was indeed the case. The guard, casting a menacing glance at his partner, concluded that they needed to stop thinking about the dead, look for tombstones and immediately smash them, because this was the way to capture them. Hyun, nodding gratefully, admitted that without this knowledge he would have fought in vain, and asked what these tombstones looked like. The guard, pointing his finger in the direction, replied that the tombstones were located just in that direction. Suddenly the guard's pupils dilated nervously. Hyun, looking fearfully at the many tombstones, exclaimed that this could not be. The graves surrounded the village, and the hero shouted that they needed to quickly report to the elder. Mike, raising his head up, noticed that something was happening outside. The hero decisively said that they needed to get up and look, because he felt that something bad was happening there. The elder, fearfully approaching the heroes, commanded that the fence needed to be strengthened, and that the warriors should go outside the village and prepare for battle. The elder, standing belligerently on the battlefield, thought that his concern was not because of Nate, and shouted that they needed to move in that direction, and that they needed more trees, and where did so many skeletons come from? The elder, looking sadly at the opponents, decided that this time there was nowhere to run, and all that remained was to fight. The hero lit torches and decisively declared that they could scold him and call him a greedy old man, but he did not care, because he had something that he had to protect. A crowd of skeletons was heading towards the village, saying that it was his native and precious village. The elder, looking enthusiastically at the crowds of enemies, proclaimed that they would protect the village. The skeleton looked at the heroes with a deathly gaze. The villagers saw the attack in horror and thought that they were approaching. The guy swung a baseball bat at the opponents. The skeleton's skull shattered into pieces. Another dead man was approaching the hero. The guy tightly clutched the weapon in his hands. The hero threw his bat at the monster with all his might. The villagers watched in horror. The warrior chopped up another dead man. The girl parried the blow of one of the monsters. The guy swung his spear at the monster. The skeleton's skull was pierced by the weapon. All the villagers fought the monsters. The elder watched the battle from above. Jack looked at the battle in confusion. An image of gravestones appeared and the hero said that if the stones were not destroyed, the battle would become one-sided. An image of the size of the military forces of the dead and the heroes appeared and the protagonist added that the villagers simply could not destroy all the gravestones. The villager, desperately raising his hand up, exclaimed. The dead man was approaching the warrior. The boy looked up, human strength was limited. The elder nervously pressed his lips together, they had no chance of success. Jack grinned maliciously and asked himself what success he was thinking of. The hero jumped off the fence and declared that it was not about success at all. The protagonist clutched his sword in his hands. The dead man's body flew apart. The elder swung his sword at the enemy and thought that this was a problem of survival, ordering the heroes to take up arms. Jack looked away worriedly. The villager, desperately opening his mouth, shouted that there were too many of them. Jack looked at the hero with displeasure. The girl clenched her fists and cursed. The dead man looked angrily at the protagonists. Almost every villager knew that a long battle with skeletons was unprofitable, and this became a problem. Sweat was pouring off the warrior. The more time passed, the more pressure the villagers felt. It was fear. The hero took a step forward. As soon as a person feels fear, it paralyzes a person, and the body falls into a stupor and stops moving. The man desperately defended himself from the monster. This means that it is impossible to show his abilities. Jack narrowed his eyes. The elder immediately recognized the anxiety of the villagers. The hero looked into the distance. To overcome this situation, it was necessary to defuse the situation. The elder inhaled air into his lungs. The protagonist, opening his mouth wide, loudly addressed the villagers. The villagers, turning around in surprise, asked again what the elder said. The elder, looking at his fellow citizens with inspiration, declared that they would all face a fierce struggle, and that he knew that there would be those who would succumb to the onslaught and break. The girl raised her weapon and wondered if the elder was also going to fight on the front lines. She was bandaging her wounds, and Jack declared that they had their tenacity and courage, thanks to which they were still alive. The inhabitants wandered carefree through the settlement, and the hero declared that this was the very place that had become their refuge. The warriors looked excitedly at the speaker, and he announced the reason why they must survive. Sweat streamed down the man's face. The bald guy stood over the slain monster. Jack raised his hand enthusiastically and said that they must definitely stay alive and return. The elder, looking resolutely at the inhabitants, shouted that they must go home. The sword was sticking out of the ground, surviving in the dungeon, although it was a daily task for the survivors, but over time the goal became blurred. The warrior looked into the frame. The guy with the scar looked ahead. The bald guy closed his eyes. The girl scratched her nose. The warrior looked ahead worriedly and thought that they needed to go home. The dead were approaching the positions. The elder's cry reminded everyone of their goal. The warrior leaned over tensely, said that he thought they would have to lose this fight, but now it had become a battle that could not be defeated. The fighters fought desperately with the skeletons. They could not just die here. The elder looked at the warriors with inspiration and thought that their fighting spirit had risen again, and added that a miracle would happen. The protagonist smiled cheerfully and thanked Jack for such a touching speech. The hero turned around and thought it was him. The protagonist's team looked straight into the frame, and a miracle appeared. The hero ran towards the crowd of opponents. This expression may seem hackneyed to some. Lightning flashed past the warriors. The expression may even seem outdated. Mike raised his weapon towards the opponents. There were no more appropriate words for him now. This word is hero. The villagers looked at what was happening in surprise. The protagonist cut down another monster. Lightning struck the ground. The elder looked into the distance, fascinated, and thought that Nate had such outstanding abilities. The villager looked at the battle in surprise and asked what kind of sword it was, from which lightning bolts flew, and added that it was a very cool weapon. Archie grinned maliciously and asked if they really thought that it was only his weapon. The hero pulled the bowstring and told the villagers to watch. The guy took aim and said that it was not only his weapon. The guy fired his bow. The protagonist killed one of the dead and said that it was his abilities. The woman, pointing admiringly at the hero, exclaimed that he was so small, but so strong, while Archie, offended, objected that she called him small. The villager, looking around, asked where his uncle was. The warrior, having hit the monster, cried out in pain. The guy, clutching his wound, cursed. The Zulu, looking contemptuously at the skeletons, said that they themselves had died and wanted to make others undead. The hero confidently looked into the monster's eye sockets and asked if that was true, calling them knuckles. The dead man stood opposite the hero. The skeleton stabbed him with a knife. The Zulu looked down with displeasure, said that he had been wounded. The dead man looked sarcastically at the hero and laughed. The Zulu, smirking, asked why the skeleton was so pleased, because it was a joke. The protagonist chopped the monster with his axe. The villager, looking at the hero standing above, shockingly thought that he had been pierced with a knife, but he had survived. The protagonist smirked and said that the revival skill was the most suitable ability for a tank. The elder looked at the fighter and added that he thought Mike was just a newbie, an attacker. The guy attacked the monster, and Nate said that Mike was an attacker in life and on the battlefield. The guy militantly took out another arrow for his bow, and the protagonist added that Archie hits approaching enemies in advance. Zulu raised his weapon to the dead man, and the protagonist said that Zulu has an amazing power of restoration and is responsible for the safety of the warriors during the battle. Jack watched the battle in amazement, and Nate concluded that each of them has outstanding abilities, and the three of them create amazing synergy. Gary stood next to each other, and the protagonist enthusiastically exclaimed that this is a team of the strongest. Nate, looking at the elder with a puzzled expression, asked why they were fighting outside and whether it would be better to fight behind the fence since they had worked so hard to make this palisade. Jack turned to the protagonist and said that this was their tactic. The wooden fences had been knocked down, and the protagonist said that it was hard to find good wood in this dead land and that the palisade was made of rotten logs, so it was not that strong. The villagers looked at the monsters from behind the fences, and the elder added that there were many villagers who used hand-to-hand combat, and that fighting behind the fence was just a waste of energy. Jack killed another monster, and Nate asked if the palisade was of no use, while the interlocutor replied that he could not say that it was of no use at all. A schematic explanation of the fence's purpose appeared, and the protagonist stated that when fighting so many enemies, the palisade helped to at least slightly reduce the possible sides of attack. Jack raised his finger and said that Nate, as a newbie, might think it was too dangerous, but that was their tactic. The hero yawned tiredly and said that it was all too complicated and confusing. The elder looked at the protagonist indignantly and asked again what he meant by complicated. Nate looked at his interlocutor and suggested that it would be enough to build a huge barricade. The protagonist turned to the elder and asked if these skeletons could jump, while he replied that these skeletons mainly attacked by pressing and were weak in jumping, and Nate said that it was just great, he understood. Jack looked at the protagonist with alarm and asked what he was going to do. Nate began creating earthen walls. The barrier blocked the way for the dead. Nate looked at the enemies cheerfully and commanded the monsters that they did not need to push this wall all their lives and suggested that they wait behind it. Nate, looking intently ahead, thought that there was one last detail left. Nate, putting his fingers to his temple, shouted if his comrades could hear him. Mike hit them with lightning bolts with his fist. Archie, putting his hand to his temple, said that he could hear them and asked what had happened. Nate, building another concrete block, said that he was going to protect the residents from the skeletons and asked for help. Nate, putting his hand to his head, commanded that Mike should come to him, and Archie should find Zulu and wait. The hero, looking around in confusion, asked how he would find Zulu here. The protagonist, looking ahead, explained that a sign had appeared that would be immediately visible. Mike, looking up in surprise, asked what it was. The archer, looking at the tower in shock, asked again what it was. Zulu, throwing his head back, exclaimed what kind of building this was. The elder, looking at the structure in amazement, thought that this guy was a god. The villagers, watching the miracle in amazement, exclaimed that a tower had appeared. Nate, looking down, said that they needed to turn on the mini-map. Nate, studying the map, noticed that there were many skeletons on it, and that the blue dots were his comrades. The rabbit, indignantly waving his paws, exclaimed that Nate was up to something again, and that he had to try to avoid being noticed, while the guy asked where he had been. The rabbit, grinning maliciously, asked if the incomparable master's conscience was tormenting him, while Nate asked again, because of what? The rabbit, accusingly pointing at the owner, exclaimed that it was all because of him, while the guy, making excuses, asked how he could have known. Nate, looking down, added that he didn't know that the dead would come out from behind the Temple of Life, while the rabbit asked how these skeletons were connected to the temple. The system window explained that the dead don't like anything that contains life energy, and that's why they react to the temple that way, while Nate, narrowing his eyes suspiciously, asked if Alpha knew that this would happen, and the system answered that he didn't. The tower towered over the crowd of the dead. Mike jumped onto the tower, and he said that the guy was very fast. The hero, looking at the protagonist, said that Nate never ceases to amaze, and asked how he built such a powerful structure in such a short time. Mike, looking ahead, reported that he met their comrade on the way and told him that they wanted to protect the villagers with a clay wall. Nate, nodding, confirmed that they needed to help him. The hero turned to his comrade and explained the plan. Mike nodded firmly, agreeing that he understood. Archie ran across the battlefield, and Nate asked if he could hear him, while he replied that he had not found his uncle yet. The hero looked up in surprise, and the protagonist said that he needed to close his eyes. Mike was standing at the top of the tower. The guy looked at his friend and said that during the battle he realized that even he would have a hard time dealing with these skeletons. The hero looked back and asked if Nate was confident in victory. The protagonist looked confidently at his comrade and said that he was confident in it, and offered to meet him downstairs. Mike closed his eyes and told him to hurry. The guy, raising his swords up, added that he could be hit too. Mike, widening his eyes in surprise, asked what kind of signal this was, and if he meant the lightning skill. Nate, confidently looking at his friend, said that he needed to use all the power of the skill and make a neon sign. The hero tilted his head and said that it was possible, but wasn't it a waste, and suggested that they use their power to fight the skeletons. The protagonist looked up and explained that it wasn't a waste, and that with his skill they could attract the attention of all the villagers. The elder shouted, and the protagonist added that he had thought about it during the elder's speech, and that no matter how loud they shouted, there would still be a commotion. There was a bright flash, and Nate explained that if a bright light appeared in the sky, they could attract the attention of every single one. The tower stood under the night sky, and the protagonist sincerely asked Mike to help him, because he wanted to save all the villagers. Mike looked down thoughtfully, and the protagonist stated that he wanted to save all the villagers. The hero smirked and thought that at some point he had gotten too used to the dungeon. An image of a memory appeared, and he added that he tried to stick together with the others. Mike looked at the fight and thought that he was in a situation that could not be avoided. The hero opened his eyes wide. A tear ran down the guy's cheek, and he thought that nothing could be done, and concluded that perhaps because of this he began to think more rationally. Mike, confidently pressing his lips, said that Nate wanted to save everyone. The hero, resolutely standing on the edge of the tower, agreed that he would try to help. The sword lit up with lightning, and the protagonist added that he would repay him. The warrior, looking at his head, was surprised that this was with his hair. Nate, looking at what was happening, said that he was starting, and suggested that his friends get ready. The protagonist's sword was covered in lightning discharges. Mike looked forward with concentration and activated the lightning skill. The hero raised his swords to the sides. The top of the tower brightly lit up. The warrior watched this in surprise. The soldiers ran away from the explosion in fear. Lightning flashed through the air. It was a very bright and beautiful light that pierced the dark sky above the village of Shell. The soldiers watched the tower. The villagers who were fiercely fighting for the village all turned their gazes towards the bright light. The soldiers were mesmerized by the flash. It was a moment when everyone was focused in one direction. Mike, clenching his fist, shouted that they needed to look at the clay wall near the fence. The villagers, pointing in shock at the creator of the wall, exclaimed that this man was a god and asked when he had managed to build this wall. The hero, looking down, shouted that they needed to take cover behind the wall, and that as soon as everyone was safe, the battle would be over. The villager, looking at the protagonist in bewilderment, asked what he meant and how he was going to fight all the skeletons alone. The girl, turning to her comrades, decided that Nate seemed to have some kind of plan and suggested that they run to the wall first. The villagers walked around the hospital, and the elder commanded that they first needed to save the wounded, and those who had not yet climbed over should cover the rest. Mike, wearily slumped down, admitted that he seemed to have overdone it. Mike, smirking, said that the rest should be entrusted to Nate. The trio of heroes ran towards the enemy. Zulu, noticing the dead, asked if the skeletons had become slower to move because of Mike's lightning. Nate, raising his fist in admiration, exclaimed that Mike was a good boy and the best. Archie, catching up with the hero, asked what they would do now. Nate, raising his head up, replied that they first needed to check if all the villagers were safe and asked to cover him because he couldn't do it alone. The guy, looking into the protagonist's eyes in surprise, noted that he didn't know Nate had such a kind heart. Nate, standing menacingly in the middle of the monsters, explained that it wasn't for the sake of sentimentality, but because all the villagers would be in his debt. Archie, looking at the protagonist in bewilderment, asked again what he meant by in debt. Nate, grinning, explained that the villagers owed him the most precious thing in the world, their lives. The protagonist, frowning angrily, declared that as soon as the battle was over, he would receive at least a level 2 weapon from every villager. Mike was sitting with a sword. The guy was looking down with an empty gaze. Mike stood up and assumed that he had passed out. Archie ran to the guy and shouted his name. The young man hugged Mike and happily shouted that he was alive. The guy let go of the man opposite him and said that he had been worried since he hadn't shown up, and then asked what the latter had been doing all this time. Mike looked up and said that he had been so touched by the protagonist's words that he had overdone it a bit, and had been unconscious for a while. Mike, his mouth wide open, remembered something. The guy rushed to Archie and loudly asked where the hero was and what was wrong with the village. Archie crossed his arms and asked the man opposite him to calm down. The guy put his hand to his ear and asked him to listen. Mike looked away and heard something. The guy turned his head in the direction where the protagonist's name was being shouted. The long-haired young man turned around and moved toward the sound, wanting to check if he imagined it. Mike leaned on the edge of the roof and laughed. The guy looked toward the city and wanted to know how much longer the hero would surprise him. The man raised his hand in joy. The crowd chanted the protagonist's name. A group of people took different poses and shouted the protagonist's name. The guide put his hands behind his head and said discontentedly that people praised Nate, but if they knew what he really was like, they wouldn't act like that. The hero bowed his head and asked the rabbit to be quieter, otherwise the latter would live his whole life without meat. Nate put a smile on his face and told the guide to follow his example. The hero sits on a stone elephant, and says that now is the time to enjoy the victory. The man climbs onto the edge of the roof, notices people and notes that it is quite high up here, and then asks how Mike is doing, to which the latter sarcastically notes that Zulu took a long time to get to them, to which he retorts that Mike has not yet lived to his age. The crowd shouts the hero's name. The man looks at the protagonist with warmth, and says that Mike is now like a superstar, and added that he feels a bit awkward, he can't stay here for long. The hero extends his hand to the crowd. Zulu looks at what is happening below. The man puts his hands on the edge of the roof and notes that the hero is a good man, because he controls the golems. Mike lowers his head down and realizes that these are indeed golems. At first, of course, he doubted their appearance, but now he understood everything. The boy turned to Zulu and asked what had happened, to which the man asked if Mike hadn't been watching everything from here, to which Archie added that Mike had been unconscious after being shot by lightning, and the man said that the boy had missed all the fun. Zulu looked up and said that he didn't know how to tell a story beautifully and tried to start. Archie extended his hand towards the boy and shouted that the man was very slow, and decided to explain everything himself. The wall was standing, and the boy began his story by saying that the hero simply wanted to keep the villagers safe, because a strong wall could protect them from enemies. The hero's group ran past the skeletons, and the boy added that Nate and the others had run around the area to check if anyone was left outside. A stranger climbed over the wall, and Archie added that when the hero was not inside the walls, they wanted to relax. The boy leaned on his knees. Archie sat up and said the main character's name. The hero opened his mouth wide. The protagonist takes off, using the strength of a one-horned boar, and the young man adds that it was amazing speed. Nate places blocks on the ground. The hero's hand interacts with the system window, and Archie then notices that the protagonist was laying out bricks pulled out of inventory. The hand places a block, and the young man says that this process seems simple. The protagonist runs past a wall under construction, and the young man notices that the hero made a minimum of movements to achieve maximum effect. The hero looks ahead. People stand with their mouths open, and a voice says that the villagers were watching him. The villager looks at Nate, and realizes that the protagonist shared eagle meat with them, and he also had huge reserves of salt. Nate builds a wall. The guy looks at the hero and shouts that this man is simply amazing, and Archie summarizes that the protagonist's reputation has increased dramatically. The boy puts his hand to his ear and asks the rabbit where he installed it, and Archie added that the protagonist's plans did not end with these barricades. The guide raised his fist and irritably replied that the hero should look at the map, because he installed it where the guide himself is, and added that he had to sweat to do it secretly from everyone. The hero interacts with the system window and answers the rabbit that he is a good boy. A golden light shines on the hero's face. The reason why Nate could not participate in this battle was because the villagers could suffer from his actions, but when they were far beyond the battlefield, There were no more obstacles. Nate stands in front of the portal and tells the golem army to come out. The stone warriors stand. The villagers look at the soldiers in fear. The golems fly at the monsters. An overwhelming, impressive blow. Nate was able to protect the inhabitants of the village of Slit. Mike stands with an empty look and says that the hero was confident in victory and accomplished such a feat. An old man watches the protagonist. The old man looks ahead and understands that the situation is not the best. The man holds his hands behind his back and understands that the hero has completely captured the hearts of the villagers, and he really doesn't like it. But there's nothing he can do if he wants to survive. The protagonist looks at the old man in the green cloak and says that this is the elder. The man's eyes are covered with a dark veil, and in his thoughts he says that this is a matter of life and death. The old man gestured with hearts and shouted that Nate was a good boy. The villagers' tents are against the wall. The hero stands up and thinks. The villagers notice the protagonist and ask how he is doing. The man puts his hand on the guy's shoulder. It seems that due to the extremely strong shock that everyone had to experience last night, the villagers have become very close to each other. The young man raised his finger and said something to the girl. All the conversations were only about yesterday's battle. An image appeared of two heroes standing. Mike's attack was incredible, but Nate, who won this battle, was much more focused. The guide crossed his arms and noted that all this started because of the protagonist, and Nate replied that everyone was unharmed. The hero turned to the rabbit and said that his friend felt guilty, and the rabbit sarcastically noted that his other one has a conscience, unlike some. The guide holds his head after the hero's blow. A system window appeared and asked Nate when he planned to collect weapons. The hero wanted to know more. An image of a skeleton with a sword appeared, and the window continued that if you put the skeleton's weapons on the altar, you can build another temple, and the protagonist asked if it is possible to use a broken weapon. The circle approached the hero's hand, and the system wrote that if there was any life energy left in it, then yes, but first it was necessary to collect and check their condition. The hero scratched his head. The guide runs and asks where the protagonist is heading. Nate silently looks down. The old man bows at the feet of the young man, and the hero asks why he is doing this. Jack is lying on the floor and calling Nate sir, wants to say something. The protagonist stands and does not understand why he is addressed as sir. The man raised his head and said that thanks to him, a strong wall appeared and now they are safe, and added that the situation in their village has not completely changed. The hero looked at Jack and asked about the change in the situation. The man stood up and began his story by saying that after yesterday's battle, an entire army of skeletons appeared outside the village, so it became much more dangerous there than before. An image appeared where skeletons surround the village, and the elder noted that they are now isolated. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek, and Jack added that there was a problem with food. Two knights stand in front of the skeletons, and the elder noted that before they got food for themselves in the dungeon, and now they will have to fight a horde of undead every time. The guide jumped out in front of the hero and sternly asked Jack what he wanted from the heroes. The protagonist looked at the hare and said that he was disobeying again, and it was no longer funny, to which the latter replied that there was no one else but them. The old man looked at the rabbit in horror and tried to understand who he really was. An image of the guide with glowing eyes appeared. There was not a single participant who did not know about the talking rabbit. They all remembered the most trembling first stage, when they first found themselves in the dungeon. Nate hit the guide on the head, and the old man thought that this rabbit was in cahoots with the protagonist, and it seemed that he obeyed him. The hero looked at the elder and said that he had what he needed and asked him to say what he wanted from him. Jake bowed his head and said that when the protagonist was building this wall, he thought of something. The elder stood up straight and seriously asked Nate if he could build a bridge. The protagonist crossed his arms and replied that he could build a bridge, but would the villagers build a road at the height of the wall? An image appeared of two adventurers running along the wall, and the elder added that if they had a safe road, they would be able to get food in the dungeon again. The guide crossed his arms and said that they would spend the same amount of time on forays and still be safe, adding that Jack had come up with a good idea. Nate tilted his head thoughtfully and asked how long it would take to get to the dungeon, to which the old man replied that it would take about 2 or 3 laps around the village. The guide looked at the protagonist, and the latter realized that the bridge could be built without any problems. The hero smiled slyly and realized that he could do it for a fee. The hero raised his hand and happily said that then they could go out and make an estimate, but the old man asked him again about the estimate. The protagonist walks through the camp with the elder and the rabbit, but suddenly someone shouted that the same rabbit was with them, but Jack asked not to be afraid, because he was with Mr. Nate. The man looked at the hero and noted that it was worth saying just one word that he was with the hero, so everyone immediately accepted and agreed and added that it was all thanks to the strength that the protagonist demonstrated last night. Nate turned away from the man and thought that the latter talked too much, and the man continued that if the hero cooked red beans instead of green ones, they would still believe him. Under the whispers of the villagers, Nate stood in front of the wall, and the old man noted the high strength of the wall. The protagonist raised his head up and asked the elder if he knew what it was and added that this was what he had been collecting with such diligence all this time. Nate raised his hand, and to Jack's assumption that it was earth, he replied that he was right and added that he collected all this earth with this hand. The protagonist looks up and says that after all, this is his life in the dungeon, since all he does is create and build things. The man looks at the young man understandingly. The elder looks at the hero guiltily and says that he was too careless about it and apologized. But the hero replied that everything was fine. The protagonist looks up tiredly and suggests talking about the estimate. Jack looks at Nate in surprise, who says that since he will have to use his precious items, he should get something in return. The young man raises a finger and adds that maybe they should start with the weapons that the skeletons left behind. The elder backs away from the hero in displeasure and is surprised to think that the hero already wants to start. A bead of sweat rolls down Jack's face, who tells Nate that the protagonist's golems did most of the work, so he does not see any problems. The hero smiles greedily and says that he sees no point in delaying and suggests getting started quickly. A man stands in front of a crowd. In order to collect the skeleton weapons, the help of the villagers will be needed, so the elder explained to them what was required of them. The guy bowed his head, and from what he heard, he understood that the hero was going to build a bridge leading to the dungeon, so rumors about the construction of the bridge spread. Groups of people stand and discuss how if there is a direct path, everything will be much more convenient, and praise the protagonist. Nate stands on the ground and was surprised that if they die on this purple land, then they can also become skeletons. The guide raised his hand and confirmed that they will immediately perish and turn to dust, and then added that if you insert a sword here, it will immediately rust. The hero touched his chin and concluded that this land decomposes everything. Jack approached the hero and said that he looks a little gloomy, and Nate replied that he is a little worried about the thought that this land destroys everything. The protagonist looks at the purple soil and reasons that the wall is on ordinary soil, so it is not a big deal, but if you build slabs on purple soil, it can have a bad effect. The elder looks at the soil in surprise and understands that there is something in it, and added that it will be necessary to test the soil, whether it is suitable for building a bridge. The protagonist opened the system window and said that they should try. Nate looked straight ahead and added that they will find out whether it is suitable or not. The earth block falls on the purple surface. The block stands on the ground. The purple substance envelopes the cube, and the heroes notice that it has changed. Nate accumulates blue energy in his hand and wonders what will happen if he tries this. The protagonist uses the purification skill on the cube, and the old man noticed that the purple color seems to disappear a little. Smoke swirls around the block. Jack looks at the block and to the protagonist's words that this decomposition is too poisonous, he replied that it decomposed very quickly. The guide extended his hand and shouted that he knew it, and added that it was a real curse. The hare raised his finger and added that it turned the land into hell. The rabbit opened his mouth wide and said that because of this, the once great army had completely turned into skeletons, and concluded that that was why the land was cursed. The hero put his hand on the cube and told the hare that the skill worked, and the guide was shocked and could not believe it. The protagonist raised his hand and began to say that first he laid a stone slab, and only then put an earthen block on top, and contrary to expectations, everything worked out. The hare lowered his head and said that it was all an accident. Nate put down a stone slab and said that they should try to start with basic work, and the old man said that the protagonist was one of those people who did not listen to the advice of others. The protagonist looked down and after a few attempts, he understood what was going on. An image appeared where the hero was standing on a block of earth, and Nate was telling him that the first step was to lay a stone slab, place 2 earth blocks on it, and then climb on them. The hero stretched his arms out in front of him and continued that the second step was to lower a stone slab, and then 2 earth cubes. An image appeared of how to build a wall, and the hero added that the third step was to repeat the first and second steps, and the fourth step was to move forward. The old man was standing on a wall of earth. Anyone would be surprised by such a sight, but for Nate it was a common thing. The hero looked forward. The young man created an object and said that it was a torch. First he would place his own here, and then they would figure it out themselves, and added that he was not doing this for recognition, but simply because he liked it. Jack opened his mouth in surprise and thought about the hero's words. The old man closed his eyes. The man started crying and said that he was very ashamed, as someone who was constantly cheating to survive, and the hero replied that there was no need to be ashamed because of some torches, and the old man added that he would like to thank him somehow. Nate scratched the back of his head and decided to remind him about the knife the old man used to cut meat. Jack looked at the hero and realized that the hero was talking about his butcher knife and added that it was his treasure. It had functions that, together with his skills, but he did not have time to finish. The man looked at the hero intently. Nate looked away and hoped that his face did not show that he wanted this knife so much. The old man stood up and shouted a warning about the danger. 2 yellow spheres are flying towards the hero. The young man quickly turned around. The guy saw that something was quickly approaching him. Something landed next to Nate. The guide raised his hands and asked what it was and how the protagonist dodged it. The protagonist looks at the rapidly approaching sphere and answered that it was obvious where the projectile would fly. The guy's hand grabbed the hare by the ears. The projectile flew to the place where the guide was standing. Nate pointed at the rabbit and told him to remember this, because he saved his life. The young man approached the yellow sphere, but did not have time to understand what it looked like. The old man looks up and shouts to Nate that there is something else flying there. The hero grabbed the hair, who did not understand what he had to do with it. The object crashed into the block that the protagonist had placed. In order not to get hurt, the hero sat down behind the blocks. The elders sat down near the heroes. Nate sits behind the cubes and tries to figure out what these yellow spheres look like. The hare opened his mouth in indignation. The yellow object lies in a crater, and the hero thought it looked like a pea, but a little bigger. The elder raised his head and said that the hero was right and added that this was one of the most difficult traps in the dungeon, and also such a pea could crush bones. The hero made a serious look. Nate smiled widely and suggested that they could be eaten. The old man looked at the protagonist and replied that these were poisonous peas and if you eat them, your stomach will hurt. The young man looks at the golden pea and thinks that if your stomach just hurts, you can try it. A hand with blue energy approached the sphere. The man leaned towards the guy and said that the hero could cleanse not only the curse, but also poisoned objects. Nate bit off a piece of the yellow sphere and said that it was a little hard, but tasted like peas. Jack pointed beyond the blocks and noticed that nothing else seemed to be flying from above, and the hero wondered why. An image of peas appeared, and the man replied that time was needed for new peas to ripen, adding that the peas in the pod must ripen, then it will be charged again. Nate picked up the guide. The hand holds the ears of the hare. The hero asked him to go and collect the peas that fell to the ground. The guy stands and says that he wants to try once and the unripe peas too, and the old man added that he can go and get a couple, because it is safe now. The young man extended his hand and suggested that they go together, adding that they might come across something else. The sun illuminates the earthen wall. Mike looks at the wall and understands that Nate has done something grand again. The old man walks through the forest. The guy shakes his palms and says that this is where we can end it. The brunette looks at the hole. The old man mentally asked if the guy was a man or an excavator, and mentally added that now it was clear how he had collected so much earth. The man frowned and mentally declared that he did not want to get close to him at all. The old man closed his eyes and mentally declared that now he only had even less desire to make the guy his enemy. The guy raised his finger up and asked if maybe they should go back. The old man answered that they should. The sun sets behind the mountains. The guy walks confidently. The old man mentally declared that the guy had built a bridge in just one day, and added that, moreover, the structure copes with its task perfectly. The guy looks ahead. Blue lightning heads towards the base. The man, wrapped in blue lightning, jumps onto the bridge. The brunette shouted his name in shock. The man in the blue shirt put his hand on the shoulder of the guy in the red t-shirt, and said that he was something else. He added that the guy had built a road and saved them from starvation in just one day. The people were simply crazy about him. The black-haired man blinked and said that now they had to go back. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise and asked why he met him. He clarified that something had happened. The long-haired man smiled and said that they had collected all the trophies that remained from the skeletons. An underground temple, period. The heroes look at the corpses. The man pinched his nose with his hand and asked what that terrible smell was. The guy covered his nose with his hand and said that these things were worn by the dead. The muscular man asked what they wanted to say, that this could also be put on the altar. The temple keeper said that this would be enough to replenish life energy. The guy exhaled and said that this was wonderful, that they should take it up. The man in the red t-shirt raised his finger up. The long-haired guy asked if there was any unfinished business. The guy replied that he was still asking. The guy added that it was time for the count. Two people talking against the backdrop of an orange sunset. People are standing at the base and asking what happened and adding that Nate wants to say something. The guy in the red t-shirt raised his hands and said that first of all he would like to express his gratitude to everyone who has gathered here. The short-haired man looks forward. Nate said that they probably saw the bridge he built. He knows that many of them were worried after the skeletons appeared, but thanks to this bridge, they are safe. The guy lowered his head and said that he hopes that the bridge will be of good help to them. The blonde looks at the hero. The guy in the red t-shirt said that he spent a lot of resources on protecting the village and building the bridge. Nate looked at the crowd and exclaimed that he can't reveal all the details, but now he needed a reinforced weapon. The guy looked up and said that, therefore, he would like to ask them for help. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. Nate said that he asked for everyone to donate weapons of the second level or higher. The red-haired man looks away thoughtfully. Nate thinks to himself that they are grateful for what he did for them, but he still intends to receive his payment for his work. The brunette exhaled and mentally declared that he would be grateful for a voluntary contribution, but if it does not work out that way, then he will have to be persistent. The crowd looks at the protagonist. The sword fell to the ground. The brunette looked at the object. The girl pointed her hand at the object and said that this sword used to be her second hand, that it was just the second level. Now she has a better weapon, so she stopped using it and just kept it in storage, probably because it is dear to her as a memory. Elsa turned her gaze to the hero and said that if not for him, that night would have been their last, and added that she owes him her life. The girl opened her mouth and said that he should accept it. She added that no matter what difficulties await them in the dungeon, debts must be repaid. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and asked the people if they thought the same. The guy opened his mouth. The crowd shouted for him to take everything and use it for a good cause. The night sky covers the base. People shouted for the heroes not to forget about them. So another day passed in the village of Shell. The heroes are sitting on the ground. Morning came. The long-haired guy raised his hand and asked the protagonist if he was in his right mind. He added that they can't go to the dungeon without him. The guy grabbed the protagonist by the shirt and asked what was wrong with him, and added that they met again with such difficulty, and that they should go together and protect. The blonde turned his gaze to the protagonist, and asked if he had a good reason for this. The protagonist scratched his nose with his hand and said that he would be very ashamed if nothing worked out. He added that he would tell them everything later when he returned from the dungeon. The blonde grabbed the protagonist, and said that judging by his smile, nothing serious. He asked the protagonist what he was up to. The hare supported the blonde. Nate grabbed the hare by the ears and said that he would join them at the final stage and added that they should tell him the location of the ruins. The hare asks to let him go. The long-haired guy asks the protagonist how he will go and adds that it is too dangerous. The guy in the red t-shirt took the rabbit by the throat and asked why he should go there, and adds that he will send the rabbit there. The rabbit opened his mouth in surprise and asked what if he meets an assistant there, and added that he now belongs to the Life Dragon group, so he cannot kill anyone, that it is unfair. The guy pulled the hare by the ears and said that it is okay, that even someone like him can open the gate. He added that as soon as he opens the gate near the last ruins, he will immediately move there. The brunette frowned. The guy looks at his friend. The man in the blue shirt says that this is, of course, a safe way, but still worries him. The brunette closed his eyes and said that if you do not raise your level, it will be very difficult to survive. He added that only in battle can you raise your level and acquire new skills. Maybe he is putting a spoke in his wheel. The guy said not to worry. The man in the red t-shirt smiled and said that he has an idea on this matter. That's why he suggests splitting up, asks to just trust him. He will join them at the ruins. The brunette opened his eyes in surprise. The man in the blue shirt smiled and said that he will no longer bother him with advice. The heroes say goodbye to the people. A team of 10 people, including Mike, left Nate and moved to the dungeon. The hare walks up the steps and asks if he is okay. The rabbit added that they met again with such difficulty, and now he is parting like this. The guy says that they will meet again soon. The guy walks up the steps. The hare asks why he stayed in the village. The guy answered that he just did not have enough rice as a merit. The hare asked again. The guy entered the room and said that he realized that he was missing one important thing. The hare asked what the man was talking about. The man pressed the blue button. The hare opened his mouth and said that this was the cursed land. He asked when he managed to pick it up. The temple keeper asked where this cursed land came from. The guy put his hands on his hips and said that he was missing something important. The hare asked that the important thing was the curse of destruction. The guy smiled and said that soup is important to every Korean. The hare asked if he had misheard. A notification came that he had not misheard. The balls are in the cauldron. Nate was cooking. The guide approached the guy and asked what he was doing, that there would be beans for dinner tonight, to which he replied that it was something like that. The hero looked down and said that if he boiled them well. He held his chin with his hand and continued that he would then add this purple earth, then he would get what he needed. The hare looked at the protagonist and asked what he meant by that. There were ground peas on the hay, laid out in square forms. When Nate found beans in the dungeon, the first thing that came to his mind was meju. The guide looked at him in surprise and asked if he was going to eat spoiled beans. The guy replied that it was called fermentation. Someone said that he had never heard of such a thing before and asked if it was some old word. The hero looked at the cauldron and said that it was something like this recipe had been passed down from generation to generation. He continued that if everything worked out, it would be possible to make a very tasty dish. While the hare looked at him and thought that he was talking like it was really something tasty. The guide's mouth started to water and he asked what kind of meju was this. Nate smiled and told him to watch carefully. The golem is holding something in his hand. You need to boil the beans well and then pound them in a mortar. In the background is a cube of ground beans, then mold this porridge into cubes and dry them. The brick is glowing. In order not to waste a lot of time on this, the hero will use crystals with solar energy. Nate secured the blanks. You need to hang these cubes on pre-prepared ropes. The hare took the rope and asked why the hero would use a rope made of straw. The guy smiled and said that he didn't understand anything, that the bacteria in the straw helped fermentation. The guide looked at the protagonist strangely and asked how he knew all this. He replied that it was all made in Korea. The protagonist looked at the blanks and said that it turned out well. The hare asked if he had done everything right, and added that in his opinion it was just hanging poop. Someone said that he wasn't the only one who thought so. The guy started crying and said that they just didn't understand how delicious this thing was. There was an unusual cube lying on the ground. Nate looked down and said that now the most important thing was how to use the destructive power of this land, that if he could control the power of destruction, he could speed up the fermentation. The hare asked if it was necessary to speed up the fermentation. The hero touched the earth and said that they could not sit here day and night until the meju fermented. The protagonist looked at the cane and said that the stone was fine and the iron had been destroyed, that the force of destruction was too powerful, and added that it would not be possible to remove it using the purification skill, and thought about what to do. The hare approached him and offered to mix this earth with the stone. The protagonist asked how to mix them. The guy looked and came up with a way. He picked up the guide and shouted that he was a cutie. The hare asked if he was crazy. He looked at the hero and added that he said it just like that there was no way to mix stone and earth. Nate extended his hand and asked how it could not be mixed, and added that they had a stone, which he turned into dust and then into a brick. There was a smile on their faces. They shouted that they succeeded. Oddly enough, the stone reduced the power of the curse. The guy looks at the bricks of beans. Nate placed the resulting cursed stones under the hanging bean cubes, thanks to which the fermentation process went faster. Drops of rain fall on the tents. Several days have passed. The soldier ran out into the street and shouted that the skeletons have arrived, that those who are able to fight quickly went to the outer wall. Jack looked at him with fear and wondered why it was raining exactly when there were few of them, and added that the strong guys were now on a sortie, that Nate had also disappeared a few days ago, that because of the rain the ground had become wet and turned into mud, and the curse had only become stronger from this. The elder looked down and asked what condition the wall was in, that the hero had built, if there was any damage. The soldier looked up and shouted that there was no damage yet, but the wall had become very soft due to the water. The old man looked at the boy and shouted that they should find the protagonist first, that in the worst case they should be ready to repel the attack alone. Someone came and said that it hadn't rained for a long time. The young man looked up and said that the elder seemed very busy. He smiled. Nate went up to the old man and they started talking. The boy turned to the old man and asked that this is why the skeletons are even more violent in rainy weather. The elder said that he was right. The hero lowered his head and said that this was a rather dangerous situation, that the earth does not like water. He turned to the hare and continued that these undead had also come to life. The guide said that in the rain even the wall could collapse. The old man looked at the protagonist and asked if there was nothing that could be done. He looked and thought. He turned to the people and asked them to stall for time. The warriors said that they would try. The guy pointed his finger and asked if it could be used to make a trap. They said it could be done but he would have to sew it all by hand. The hero said no problem. The elder looked at the protagonist and asked what he had come up with. The guy smiled and asked if the old man could help him. Nate raised his hand and said he would scatter and Jack would compact the earth. The old man said he would help. Skeletons were approaching the base. The elder thought it was what the hero had collected last time. The guy set a trap. Alpha said it was the most amazing trap. Too bad there weren't many of them. The guy looked down and said he would reset. He smiled and said that wasn't all, that it was raining and there were so many rotten bones, and asked what would grow faster. The hare jumped up and said it was a potato. The guy said that was right. The elder thought it was with them. The skeletons were looking at the base. Vines were wrapping around them. The cannons fired at the skeletons. The mud wall of the gorge village was raised. The skeletons were defeated. The potato from the dungeon attacked the skeletons at close range, and the bean trap attacked from a long distance. The elder said that the guy was good, turned to him, and asked what they were doing. Nate smiled and asked if it was obvious that they were making soup. Raindrops washed the ground, sometimes, instead of quiet solitude. Puddles formed on the ground. The noise around soothes the soul. The enemies look at the sky. The hum of the gathered skeletons was heard outside. The hero smiled happily, and this raised his spirits. The guy held his head in his hands and said that he was fine. The hare replied that he was the one who put up the curtain. The elder approached Nate and asked if he could come in. The guy said he could. The hare dug in the bag and said that if he put it with his personal belongings, it would not be the same, and asked if that was all it was. The protagonist looked at the guide and said that such trifles are what make romance. The hero waved his finger and said that bean shoots, the sound of rain, the crunch of knuckles, that it was a wonderful harmony, just like the gurgling of soup. The hare looked at him and said that he did not understand what Nate was talking about, and asked if he should just chop the vegetables. The guy pointed his finger and said not just chop, but chop, giving his whole soul to the matter. The hare said to himself that the guy was grumbling again. The protagonist looked away and said that by the way, this soup is not limited to one delicious bean paste. The protagonist holds the pot in his hand. The rabbit looked at him in fear and thought how delicious rotten beans can be. The old man looked at him in surprise and asked, "Bean paste, you said bean paste." The hero replied that it was too early to be surprised. He stood up and said that something else was needed here. The hare asked what else. Jack looked at him in surprise. The guy took out something. The old man shouted that he never thought he would see tofu again. The elder was dumbfounded and thought that for the hero the dungeon had a different meaning. He continued that Nate was such a good boy, while the guy was stirring something in a cauldron and saying that it was almost ready. The hero raised his hand and said that now he would try his culinary skills in action. The warrior climbed the stairs and asked his comrade if he had done everything that Nate asked. he replied that he had prepared everything. The guy wrung out the water from his clothes and asked if the assistant had seen from the outside that this was no longer a village, but a castle. He looked up and replied that a castle did not sound very good, that it looked more like a skeleton castle. Cannons were firing at the dead. The guy turned and asked what that smell was. The comrade looked at him and said that Nate had suggested that they all have lunch together. He asked what the hero had cooked there. In the background there was a cauldron of soup. Chopsticks were holding tofu. Someone was putting them in a frying pan. The hare was holding a cane. The guy was stirring something. The guide looked at the protagonist and asked why he was being forced to set up these awnings. Were they planning a feast or something? Someone asked when they were starting. The hare asked when people had managed to gather here. The hero smiled and shouted that he needed help, and continued to ask them to get up and help set everything up. All the people looked down. The guy swallowed. Someone started drooling. Nate closed his eyes and said that it seemed like everyone was here. He smiled and wished the people a pleasant appetite. Everyone started eating. The man was glowing with joy and said that every grain of rice was dancing in his mouth. He was surprised and continued that he never thought that he would ever eat tender and delicious tofu here. He looked at the cauldron and said that the most important thing was the bean paste soup, that he was simply speechless, that it gave him goosebumps. The man wondered where the hero got it from, while the hero smiled happily. The hare ate and asked why people were making such a fuss, that this soup could really melt feelings so much. Nate turned to him and said that he himself had already eaten 3 portions. The rabbit asked for another. People were smiling happily. He personally makes the products, cooks, and shares food with others. The hero looks at everyone. He looked down in surprise. In the background, a notification that the guy has a new achievement. Nate was happy and told the hare to look at what reward he was given. A mysterious power comes from people. The girl said that it seemed to have become even tastier. The guy added that there was a feeling as if it was not so cold. The hero looked and said that food is very important for Koreans, that maybe now you cannot be afraid of the cold all your life. The hare turned to the guy and said that this cannot be, that as soon as the soup is digested, the effect will end, to which he replied that this is probably true. There were skeletons crowding behind the walls. The guide asked if it was okay that enemies were coming from all sides and they were eating here. Nate said they were safe. Alpha said that the skeletons wouldn't be able to climb over the wall. The hero looked at the rabbit and added that he had told him everything was fine. He pointed and said that they had killed another one. Nate laughed and added that there was no need to worry. The hare replied that it seemed he had completely lost his mind. The rabbit looked at him in surprise. The protagonist looked at him happily. The guide asked what was wrong with Nate. Was it achievement day or something? The guy looked down and replied that he was talking about the same thing. He was dumbfounded and asked what had happened while he was eating. In the background was a notification about a new achievement. There was a skull on the spine. Nate put his hand to the skeleton's forehead. The skull exploded. The guy asked in surprise what had happened. He looked at his hand and said that he had barely touched it, and noted that this was the reward. There was a skeleton hanging on the ropes. Jack replied that this meant that he had received a reward for destroying skeletons. The protagonist asked if he had received it too. Grandpa looked at the guy and replied that he had, and that he was embarrassed to say this, but for now he was flapping his legs to survive. The elder was holding a sword. The guy said that he had been here longer than anyone else, and it was no surprise that he had such an achievement, and that for his age he was a good fighter. The guy gestured with his fingers. He asked if he could use a weapon, to which Jack replied that he seemed to. Nate pulled his cheek with his finger and asked if he could use teeth. Grandpa asked him again. The protagonist's fingers slid across the interface. He began to eat a bone and noticed that this also worked, and now he could even chew fish bones. The rabbit asked what kind of person he was. Nate raised his finger and asked the elder that if 1,000 skeletons were worth that much, what would happen if he destroyed more. Jack looked at him and said he didn't even know, and that he had destroyed about 2,000, but hadn't noticed anything special. Nate crossed his arms and said that the achievement also counted those who had fallen into the traps, and added that something would probably work out if he waited. The protagonist looked up, and the voice said that how about upgrading the traps, and that the energy collected was enough. Nate stood in the rain and asked if he felt sorry for spending it. Alpha replied that upgrading skills was done for the temple. The guy added that he could better upgrade the gate skill, to which the temple spirit replied that there wasn't enough energy to upgrading skills. Jack stood next to the rabbit and asked who he was talking to. The guide replied that just ignore him and that he was too lazy to explain. The guy extended his hand. On Alpha's advice, Nate said that he decided to increase the level of traps, and to be more precise, to reduce the reload time. The hands on the clock were spinning. The finger pointed in the direction. Now it was possible to create more complex traps. The skeleton stood in the rain. Before that they just aimed at everything that moved, but now it became possible to determine a specific target. The protagonist brought his fingers to his temple. With the help of Nate's abilities, it was possible to control about 20 traps at a time. He opened his eyes wide. The traps attacked the target. An explosion occurred in front of Nate. He looked up, The rabbit noted that this was a scam. As a result, they became much stronger. Snow evenly covered the landscape. Stage 4, Dungeon 2. A monster fell on the snow. Archie was shivering from the cold. He clarified with Mike that he now only uses force. He thought to himself that their neck bone was broken. There were corpses of animals in front of the traveler's feet. Mike said he was trying to use a new power. The archer asked that he had received a new skill while fighting the skeletons. Zulu noted that it was very cold. A window appeared in front of the guy. He replied that it was not a skill, but a reward for an achievement. Archie crossed his arms over his chest. He asked that he was twice as effective at breaking bones. Zulu asked again what the name of the reward was. The bold mage stretched out his hands. What is your skill and how do you use it? The warrior struck another fighter. The bone crumbled into small pieces. Now you can crush bones twice as effectively. Mike looked ahead. He thought that any creature, with rare exceptions, has a bone. Mike looked at this skill from a different angle. He focused on these words. He attacked the monster, and when attacking, he aimed at those places where there was less muscle protecting the bone. For example, the neck bone. This way he quickly became stronger. The guy raised his hand and thought that he could try to apply it to other skills. This was possible thanks to the achievement, and thanks to his great experience. The guy was sitting on the floor, however. The traps attacked the enemies. Nate thought if this reward could be applied to the traps too, and noted that automatic hunting. It was so cool. The rabbit said that he was a charlatan. You can't argue with the number. In the middle of the steps stood a tent. Puck was sitting on the protagonist's shoulder. He broke the bones in his hand. He sat on the floor and thought that he should practice to control the strength when using bone sticks, and that he would have to be more careful. He put the sticks in his mouth and noted that he could see what happened to the other traps. Puck was holding a bone fragment. The animal opened its mouth in horror. Dig a cave. It opened its eyes wide, gobbled up the bones. Nate looked at Puck with confusion and asked what was wrong with him. Nate, the god of ground squirrels. Puck looked at the guy. He added why he was looking at him like that. A window with a list of traps appeared. The protagonist looked at him in despair and said that the shooting installations can attack at a long distance. The number of arrows has doubled, and that he was sorry that he only had one of them, and added that maybe there was a way to increase the number of arrows. Puck was sitting on Nate's shoulder. Alpha said that it was a magic item, so it was impossible to make them personally, and in the event of a crash of the installation, a restart was possible. The guy looked down and asked, "And what had improved here?" The voice answered, "Now you can replenish not only with boiling oil, but also with boiling water." The guy asked again that you can with water too. He opened his mouth in surprise and said that if you put bean paste soup in there would be unlimited soup. Nate turned away. Alpha replied that with an admixture it is impossible, and it only works with simple liquids. Sweat ran down his face. He noticed the word simple liquids. Clouds were flying in the sky. He asked if that was possible too. His voice could not find what to say in response. Nate was sleeping. A few days later, he opened his eyes. An unknown voice called his name and asked if he could hear him. The guy asked who it was. Nate sat up on the bed and asked that it was Mike, and that he was here, and asked if he had arrived at the place. Mike's lips were chapped. He answered that no, and it seemed he would have to come to their aid. Clouds were flying above the tents. Jack was running. Puck was sitting on Nate's shoulder. Grandfather asked if they were looking for him. Nate crossed his arms over his chest and said that he wanted to ask something. The elder asked what happened. A drop of sweat slid down Jack's face. He asked again about the location of the second dungeon. He looked down and replied that he was very sorry, but he couldn't help. The guy asked if it really wasn't there from the very beginning. The grandfather looked up and replied that no, and such a place does exist, but it can't be found in the usual way. Nate looked at him in confusion and asked again that it can't be found in the usual way. Jack looked closely at the protagonist and replied that the entrance to this place changes its position after each reboot. The guy spread his hands and asked again that the entrance is constantly changing. Jack replied that yes, and that the dungeon itself is underground, but the entrance is constantly changing its location. The guy looked at him and replied that the elder still has a lot of experience in capturing dungeons, and that if he went with them, they would help him a lot. Jack crossed his arms over his chest and replied that he would like to, but alas, he had already conquered this dungeon once, so he can no longer see information about it. The boy rubbed his chin and said that it couldn't be helped, and also thought that this was a hint that it was underground. Nate looked at the elder. He told him to listen. He held out his palm and said that he couldn't go with them personally, but he could suggest a battle strategy. The boy looked at his grandfather and asked him again. The rabbit ran through the forest. He asked where they were. Stage 4, not far from Dungeon 2. Archie was shivering from the cold. He replied that they needed to go along the road, and further on there would be fog, and he would feel the cold. Sweat ran down the guide's face. He thought where the cold came from in such a place, and why he had to constantly endure all this alone. Only him. He opened his mouth wide and said that they were really sending him alone, and it was not a joke. Puck was sitting on Nate's shoulder. He replied that of course, it was his duty to arrive at the place first, and open the gate. Nate looked at the rabbit and asked what he didn't want. The guy made a hand gesture. The plant trap was behind the protagonist. The plant turned to him. Sweat was streaming down the rabbit's face. He scratched the back of his head and said that no one could do this job better than him. The guide stepped on the ground and decided that he had to endure. He looked into the distance in shock. Thick fog covered the horizon. The rabbit noted that it was indeed fog. Snow crunched under his foot. He crossed his arms over his chest and noted that the weather was not very good. Mike waved at him. Nate looked up. The guide said that he was opening the gate. He asked that he had already found it. A guy came out of the portal. He asked how they were doing and if they knew what he had done while they were gone. He grabbed his elbows and asked why it was so cold, and what kind of snow kingdom this was. Mike stood in front of him and asked if he was cold, and added that he should be told to put something on. Everyone was shivering from the cold. No asked what was wrong with him. Snot was running from his nose. He noted that first they needed to warm up, then talk. Thick smoke poured out. The elephant-shaped base stood on the snow. Mike and his friends breathed a sigh of relief. Nate was sitting in front of them. Zulu said that they were in paradise. The heated floor, as always, worked perfectly. A rabbit and Nate jumped out of the house. He said that they would be back soon. Puck was sitting in the guy's hands. The protagonist said that while they were resting, they needed to build an observation post. A tower was sticking out of the ground. The rabbit replied that it would be good to have a mini-map. Everything was ready. The guide's mouth opened in surprise. He asked if it wouldn't be better to open the gate under the observation post. The guy replied that it was a good idea, and that then he would stay after the restart. Nate's cloak was fluttering in the wind. The rabbit said that they should make a hole, and he would open the gate. Nate asked if he could. The rabbit and Nate became a well-coordinated team. The guy held out a cup in his hand and said to take it. The rabbit was lying on the floor. Archie asked what kind of tea it was. Nate replied that it was a rice drink. Zulu stretched his back and noted how good it was. It became so warm inside. Archie added that next to Nate it felt like he was in a village house. Mike looked at Nate. He stretched out his hand and asked for more. The rabbit noted that it seemed like they called them because they were cold. In the middle of the steps stood a pillar. Puck was sitting on his shoulder. Nate said that the elder explained the strategy to him, and that they needed to find the entrance to the dungeon. Mike looked at him and said that it was true, and they could not find it. The protagonist asked that didn't they find a stone slab. Mike asked how he knew. Nate looked at the guy and said that the elder told him and asked to see it. Mike held out the slab. Nate noted that it looked strange. The guy asked what was with the slab. Was it somehow connected to the dungeon? The rabbit pointed his finger at the slab and said that it was a keystone, and that the closer they were to the entrance to the dungeon, the brighter it would glow blue. Mike said that was the thing. Nate looked at the slab and asked why it wasn't glowing now. Maybe it was broken. Mike looked at it too and said that the light was only visible at night, and he kept this slab just in case, and that he thought it might come in handy, and that it turned out to be some kind of navigator. Nate crossed his arms over his chest and asked why it only glowed at night, and how could that be? The rabbit raised his finger and said that there was nothing to be done about it, and apparently it was made of moonstone. The guy looked at the guide and asked what kind of moonstone it was, and it was something like a sunstone. The rabbit replied that they were similar, and that it might have magic that manifested when approaching the sunstone. Mike looked at them. The guy asked what it meant that there was a sunstone at the entrance to the dungeon. The rabbit noted that it might. There was a sunstone hanging on the ceiling. Nate asked why the slab wasn't reacting to it. The guide lowered his ears and replied that it wasn't a radar for recognizing sunstone locations, and that there would be a stone with the same magic there. Nate put his hand to his lips and said that he understood the situation in general, and that he should have called them earlier. Mike rubbed the back of his head and replied that it wasn't so cold at first. The rabbit thought he was right, and they called them because of the cold. There were vines hanging on the trees. Lava was oozing from the volcano. It was snowing in the icy steppe. In the frozen cave there was a wall of ice, the surrounding environment. The hand was on the hilt of the sword. Even the strongest warrior cannot resist this. The hand was covered with snow. He can fight monsters, attack dungeons, increase the level of skills and become stronger. But all this is possible only if you adapt to the environment. Nate passed bowls of soup, so Nate and his comrades sat inside the elephant with a warm floor, and saved up strength with the help of freshly cooked bean soup. Mike picked up a spoon. He noted that it was not only delicious, but also helps to resist the cold, and that this is a cool effect. The effect of this soup had an amazing effect. Puck was lying on the floor. Puck can now resist the cold too. He jumped on Nate's shoulder. He said that they will wait inside the elephant until night comes, when the moonstone begins to glow, and then they will go on their way. Mike looked at the guy and said that he would also like it to happen like this. A monster was walking in the snow. Other beasts appeared next to the elephant. The monsters looked at the elephant. One of them opened his mouth and screamed. Nate turned his head and asked what those sounds were. Mike stood up and said that they needed to get ready for battle. Fighters jumped out of the base. Nate threw a cloak and told them to take it because it would come in handy. The guy caught the cloak. He put it on and thanked Nate. The monsters stood in a crowd. The whole team moved out to fight. Puck was sitting in the protagonist's cloak, who said that they didn't look too strong, and that on the contrary, they were so cute. Rabbit stood in front of Nate and said that they were ice gremlins, hooligans who liked to play snowballs. Mike took out his sword and added that such a cute word didn't quite suit them. The monsters rushed into battle. Mike looked at them menacingly and said that they were approaching. The beast ran through the snow. He picked up a snowball. The monster threw it. Nate looked up and asked if they were really using snow. Mike turned around and shouted that it was dangerous. The guy jumped on the protagonist. They fell into the snow. A huge block of ice appeared from the place where the snowball fell. Mike stood over Nate. He looked at him. The guy asked if he was okay. The protagonist said yes and asked what it was. Mike turned around and said that it was magic that controlled the snow, and that they throw snowballs, thereby calling forth magic. Alpha said that it was clear, and that gremlins were created by sorcerers. Nate continued to lie in the snow. The voice said that magic was embedded in their body, so they instinctively use it. The guy asked why he said this only now. Mike told him to get up. The protagonist looked up. At the point of impact, many ice pillars appeared. The pillar pierced the elephant. The guy looked at it in horror. An icicle was sticking out of the elephant's body. Nate thought, you can't treat snow so lightly, and that it looks like the density is similar to its earthen lumps, or even more. The guy opened his mouth in anger and said that they had pierced his golems and that he would not forgive them for it. Mike turned to him and told him to calm down and not to rush at them thoughtlessly. Nate asked what to do then. The monster raised his arm to throw. The guy took out his swords and said that before the snow fell to the ground, it needed to be knocked down. Mike struck. Mike looked at the rest of his comrades and asked them to help, and told Archie to cover them. Zulu looked at Mike and said good. Archie also looked at him and said that he understood him. Zulu ran through the snow. He swung his axe. The guy raised his hands for a magical blow. The aura from the blow dissipated into the air. The ice cracked at the place of the blow. Zulu stretched out his hands and asked what happened. He looked at the axe and added where they went. The monster crawled out of the snow after him. Archie looked at him and shouted that he was behind him. The guy dodged the attack. The monster stretched out its arms. The foot drove it back into the snow. Mike held the sword and said that it seemed like they hid in the snow, and for everyone to be careful. Zulu thanked him. Nate looked at them and thought that they were throwing snow, using magic, and hiding in the snow. Gremlins crawled out of the snow. These gremlins move freely inside the snow. The whole team was hitting them. They are hard to hit and hard to fight. Archie raised his hand. Good thing the battle continued without much loss. Sweat ran down Mike's face. Zulu turned around. Archie looked at him. The cold resistance effect helped us a lot. Mike shook his head and asked where Nate was. He leaned his hand against the golem and said that he was a little late. The golem was letting off steam. There was a plant on it. Nate sat on an elephant and said that he was busy upgrading. He closed his eyes and added that he thought it would be something like the Dakmo dwarves at most, and apologized. The monsters looked at the golems. The protagonist held a ball in his hands. He noted that now their snow jokes were over. The rabbit opened his mouth in surprise and said that how did he even think of making heating inside the golems, and with the help of a sunstone. The hand stuck the ball into the hole. As soon as the sunstone gets inside, it causes a sharp increase in firepower. Steam poured out of the golem. He raised his hands. It turned out to be a red-hot gorilla golem. Nate looked ahead and thought that with snow these creatures are very strong. He bared his teeth and added that without snow they will turn into weak monsters. The protagonist extended his finger and ordered to melt them all. The golems rushed into battle. Pieces broke off the golem's leg. The snow melted on the ground. Mike looked at the path the golems had made. The monster looked at the gorilla. He shook his head. The golem threw him up. Archie stood behind Mike. He said that he had melted the snow and they had turned into pathetic little animals, and added that Nate was a genius. The archer noted that only he could have come up with something like that. The golems were striking the gremlins. The monster looked at them. He opened his mouth wide and screamed. The other animals looked at him. They suddenly flew apart in different directions. The monsters fell into the snow. Nate rubbed his chin and said that the remaining guys suddenly disappeared into the snow, and wondered if they had escaped. The ground shook. The protagonist's eyes widened. Mike's mouth opened in surprise and he asked what it was. A leg appeared from the snow. A snow golem rose in front of Mike. He stood up to his full height. A giant gremlin appeared. A tear ran down Nate's face. He called out to the gorilla and asked again what the snow golem was. The golem pointed at the gremlin. They grappled in hand-to-hand combat. The snow golem bared its fangs. The gorilla's eyes glowed brightly. Their hands clasped in combat. Nate looked at it in horror and thought that he had only grown larger, but was still melting from the heat. Puck was sitting on the protagonist's shoulder. He shouted at the golem to melt him at all costs, and he must not lose. The golem was pierced by icicles. You lost. Nate saw this and asked that this golem could still use magic. Spikes extended from the golem. Gremlins crawled out of its armor. Archie looked at this and asked what it was. The snow golem swung. The gorilla fell to the snow. The golem dealt the final blow to her. The gorilla lay broken in the snow. The snow golem stuck out its tongue. Mike looked at Nate and said that they needed to attack it from different sides first. He looked forward in shock. Nate was standing in the snow. Puck was looking at him. The guy asked that they broke his golem again. Archie approached Mike. He turned away and said that he was saying that those small gremlins merged into one big golem. Mike rushed to Nate and called out to him. He put his hands on the ground and noted that they had a higher density than his golems. Many hands leaned against the ground. He added that it would be impossible to win in a one-on-one fight. Nate turned his hand away and said that this would only happen if they were in the same weight class. An aura emanated from the ground. The protagonist thought, what if he increased the weight? Archie's mouth opened in shock. A huge golem in the form of a ball stood next to Nate. He noted that so that they would sweep everything away here. The rabbit looked at the golem and said that he had never seen such a size in his life. The snow golem looked at the ball in horror. Puck was sitting on Nate's shoulder. Sweat was running down Zulu's face. Archie and Mike were looking at the huge golem. The rabbit was looking at it too. 2 golems pushed the ball. It rolled forward rapidly. The golems continued to push the ball. F equals ma. If you multiply mass by speed, you get force. The snow golem raised his hands. He tried to stop the golem with them. Sparks flew from his hands. Nate looked at the fight resolutely. He said that victory was his. The ball broke the golem. A significant part of his body broke off. Gremlins crawled out from the place of the break. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and asked again that these were united gremlins. Mike looked at him and said that now it was his turn. He jumped up. Lightning struck the place where the monsters were. Victory over the snow golems. The whole team was sitting in the elephant. Zulu noted that the warm floor was so cool and that there was no fatigue. Mike pointed at Nate and noted that it seemed like he had increased his skill level. A window with a notification about the skill increase was hovering above the protagonist's feet. He replied that it was true, only he did not know what to do with this increase in the hot floor, and that it was necessary to use the power of the one-horned boar. Archie pointed at Mike. He said that Nate should not worry. Anyway, thanks to him, they avoided a crisis. Archie said that he would guess what Mike would say, and Zulu asked him to guess. The guy looked at them and asked what was going on. They raised their fingers up and in unison said what they thought Mike should say. He closed his eyes and said that they were both wrong, as he thought, and that this phrase was necessary. Smoke was coming out of the trunk. The guys were arguing. The rabbit noted how much fun they were having. The latter pointed at Mike and said that the sun seemed to have set and that they should check the stove. The guy took it out and noted that it was glowing. Nate looked at him and said that then they would go where the light fell. The elephant walked in the snow. The team was deciding which direction to go. The board shone brightly on Mike. He noted that it was probably here, and the stove was glowing brightly. Nate walked in the snow. He looked at the tree and noted that no matter how you look at it, it was very suspicious. The whole team stood in front of the tree. Mike noticed that the closer they got to the tree, the brighter the stove glowed. There was another board lying near the tree. Archie paid attention to it. Mike replied that something was glowing there. The rabbit pointed his finger in the direction and said that they needed to get closer, and that when the 2 slabs met, something would probably happen. Mike brought the board to another board. The boys covered their eyes from the bright glow. They noted that it was very strong and impossible to look at. Archie asked Zulu to close his eyes a little. An information window appeared, which said about going to the second dungeon. Inscriptions appeared under the boys. They grabbed their weapons. Archie asked what it was. Zulu was holding an axe. Nate covered his eyes and thought that it looked like the skill of opening gates, and that they were going to the dungeon. The guy removed his hand. He looked around in shock. A system window appeared, saying that an error had occurred and he couldn't go through the gate. The rabbit looked at him and asked again that there had been an error. Nate collapsed on the snow. The guy told them to hold on. Something was crawling in the snow. Puck jumped out of the snow. He lay down on his back on the snow. The rabbit looked down at Nate and said that they knew that they couldn't use the dungeon gate. He added that this was their fate. Nate waved his arms in the snow. He said that he didn't know, and he wasn't going anywhere, but would just lie there and look at the starry sky. The rabbit raised his paw and asked what they were going to do, maybe go back to the village, and if they were still waiting for them here, then it was clear that they wouldn't come back, and it was possible that they might even die. The protagonist looked at him and said that he wanted to be alone, and asked to go out. The guide replied that they were already outside. Nate stood up. The rabbit got scared. The guy walked away from him. He asked where they were. The guy replied that he didn't know. The stars were shining brightly in the sky. The rabbit looked after them and thought what kind of person he was, and that he was out of his mind. The guide was hovering in the air, and thought about how many towers he had built here. He flew up to them and added that he was causing a lot of trouble. Something lit up brightly on the tower. The guy looked at the screen and noted that the observation tower skill had increased to level 2, and that he didn't know what to do with it, that he was alone anyway, and no one could see it. Nate lay down on the floor. The rabbit said that after the reboot all this would disappear, and that he was not saving clods of earth at all, and asked him to wash himself with cold water to come to his senses. The protagonist looked at the sky. He replied that why cold water, he wanted him to freeze and die, and noted that a hot bath was a different matter. He looked up indifferently and thought about a hot bath. The stars were shining brightly in the sky. The guy added that these sparkles seemed to be embroidered on a beautiful canvas. Snow was falling in the icy tundra. The protagonist thought about the wonderful frosty spirit that pinches the tip of his nose. Steam was coming out of the pond. Nate thought, what if we add a hot spring to this? Sweat appeared on his forehead and he said that it was decided. Puck jumped up. The guy said that only a hot bath could cure his melancholy. The rabbit answered why. Nate creates 4 walls on the floor. He says that the container is just right. The hero turns and says that the height of the kettle trap is also not bad. Looking at the kettle, the guy asks if it is time to boil the water, and says that he is going to set the trap. The guy puts his hand in the water and says that the water is the right temperature. The hare is indignant. The young man tells him to drain the water when it becomes warm and to reset the trap without interruption. The keeper confirmed that he understood the task. Clothes flew off. Nate tells the guy to step aside. The guy lies in sweat among the steam and sighs. The protagonist floats in the water next to Puck. The young man is sweating, saying that it is just bliss. The hare looks at Nate. He thinks that the water looks too hot, and suggests that it is some kind of magic. The guy enjoys the bath. The guy burns himself on the water. The guy asks with a grin what he is doing. The hero and the hare walk in the snow. The guy says that a hot bath is a thing. The guy chuckles and says that he almost burned himself. Nate says that he does not understand anything. The young man looks towards the interlocutor. He asks what the guy is going to do now, and suggests returning to the village. Nate puts his hand to his temple. He says that he is too upset to go there. He mentally calls Archie and Eric. The blue-haired guy nudges the snow hare. The young man opens his mouth and tells Nate that he hears and asks if he is okay. The guy immediately gets a positive answer and a counter question about where they are. A black stripe cuts the gray wall. The patterns diverge. Eric says that something started here again. Nate is surprised and asks again. The blue-haired guy gets scared. He says that the dungeon is changing. The hero's cloak flutters. The protagonist hysterically calls Eric, and then Archie. The guy tenses up. He asks why no one answers, and says his hopes that everything is okay with them. The hare pokes a finger at the young man. Nate says that he should go to them. The guide shouts at him to calm down, because they do not even know where they are. The protagonist clutches his head. Someone calls him. The guy opens his mouth. He asks Archie if he is okay, and why he did not answer. The archer replies that he was attacked by monsters, and that he only now dealt with them. The boy smiles. He said that he heard his conversation with Eric, and thought that they would worry about him. Nate shouts to his friend that naturally they would be worried. He asks if the labyrinth is changing. The archer says that everything is not so bad, but the protagonist is indignant. A squad of 3 people are in different rooms. They think that they need to go to another place. Archie tells his friend that the dungeon is taking the form of a labyrinth. The walls change position. The guy says that the walls seem to do this every certain cycle. The boy asks Nate if he will come to the labyrinth. The protagonist says that he has some problems, and asks to tell more. Archie understands him, and tells him that they will have to wander here. Fortunately, it is not dangerous there. The hero sighs. He thought that Eric was in some kind of critical situation. The guy runs. The archer says that the situation is really dire, because this is his weak point. The guy blushes. Archie says that Eric is very bad at navigating the terrain. The latter is very embarrassed. The pillars stick out of the snow. Nate notices how relieved he is. The protagonist is wrapped in a cloak. He thought that something bad happened to them. The hare thinks that Eric also has his flaws. The squirrel looks up and squeaks. He sees a white lump, and assumes that it is a snow bunny. 2 objects emerge from the snow. Puck waves his paws. He freezes and squeaks. In front of him is a whole family of snow squirrels. Nate approaches the squirrel. He sees that Puck has made new friends, and assumes that their fur is white because they live in the cold. The animals are talking to each other. The squirrel tilts his head and asks something to his new friends. The white squirrels repeat after him. Puck waves his arms and squeaks. The guy stands behind him and does not understand anything. The guide grabs his ears and complains that it is too loud here. He suggests leaving Puck with his friends and leaving here, because they cannot dig everything up in search of a dungeon. Nate looks at the flock with interest. He agrees with the hare. The squirrels are talking to each other. The protagonist assumes that they may know something. The guy sticks out his index finger, agrees with himself, and claims that they should be asked to show the place where the underground monsters live. The young man closes his eyes and calls his pet. Nate throws forward a lot of bones. He introduces himself and calls himself an investor. Puck puts on a business suit and glasses. He is a translator and businessman. The guy throws his paws behind his head. The hero tells the rabbit to just stand there. The animal is angry that they hatched on him. The squirrels stand opposite each other. They make a deal. The animals shake paws. The deal is completed. Nate grabs the guide and Puck and runs after the squirrel. He asks if the animal said that it was there. The white animal jumps on the spot. The protagonist says that it was very simple. Gentle squirrels showed the way. Nate runs along the tunnel. He dug it and followed the animals. But not everything went according to plan. The squirrel led them to a cicada larva. Following the larva, the heroes found a dead frog. Nate pushes off from it. He realized that there are so many nasty things underground. He adds that he hoped to dig to the dungeon without problems and dug so much. The rabbit looks at the passages and tells the guy that his work now looks like an ant cave. Nate rubs his hands. He thinks that there is no point in stopping, because he is an expert in digging the earth. A passage explodes next to the protagonist. The guy grimaces and asks what happened. A giant ant looks at the hero. The guy asks where it came from. The ant looks at Nate with its red eye. The young man tenses up and asks where it came from. The rabbit is surprised that when he said about ant caves, ants crawled out. He assumes that he predicted. The protagonist tells him that he will talk to him later. The heroes run through the cave. The hare shouts at Nate to do at least something. The guy screams in fear that he can't do anything with it, because it came out so suddenly. The temple keeper tells him that it's not an ordinary ant. The young man screams that he already knows it, because it's too big. The heroes run. The voice says that this creature is one of the witch's experiments, and says that they bred a hybrid from an ordinary ant. The protagonist screams that it doesn't matter now. Nate is sweating. He says that the problem is that he needs to somehow fight this monster. The hero stops. He suddenly understands that he doesn't need to run away. He activates the eagle's valor ability. The young man tenses his eyebrows. He uses the strength of a one-horned boar and kicks the ant in the forehead. Nate looks over his shoulder. He holds his leg and asks why the hell the ant is so stubborn. The rabbit shouts that more are running and adds that they need to close the passage. A whole crowd of mutants climbs into the cave. Nate takes iron bars from his inventory. He thinks that the ants are too close and they need to be stopped. The protagonist throws a stick at the ant's face. It bounces back into the wall. The rod sticks into the wall. The hero is struck by inspiration. He finds a solution. The hero now has many more poles in his hand. Nate throws the rods along the walls of the cave. The rabbit opens his mouth wide and shouts that the guy will not achieve much effect even if he throws a whole bunch. Nate tells him to wait. The ant rushes forward. The iron rod does not allow him to pass. The young man waves his hands in front of the ant, and he is glad that everything worked out. The hare is surprised that Nate installed these sticks to stop them. He adds that the ants move only on the ground, so it can be useful. But the question is how long it will last. The guy smiles. He agrees with the guide that the sticks will not hold back for long, but he says that he does not need much. A drawing appears. The rabbit guesses that during this time the protagonist will install a stone wall, but he does not understand why there is a hole in the middle of the wall. Nate imagines how the ants crawl, and explains that if you block all the passages, they will start making holes from all sides, and this is even more dangerous. He adds that with the help of that hole he can lure the mutants where he needs. The hare looks at the hero with incomprehension. Nate scatters plant seedlings, saying about setting traps. The rabbit looks at the wall and asks if this is really what he thinks. The ant climbs out of the hole. A puff of fire flies into his face. The guy smiles. The guy thinks that if Nate came up with this, then his head is working fine, although he feels a little like a live bait. The white animal jumps in front of the heroes. The protagonist is surprised that it also ran here. The squirrel jumped. Nate offers to follow him. The young man runs after the animal and asks to wait. The rabbit asks where they ran. At the end of the tunnel, a light is visible. The guy is surprised and asks what it is. Nate comes up to an open chest. He asks where the chest and all these items came from in such a place. He assumes that a person lived here. The rabbit points his hand forward and refutes the guess. He says that judging by the shape of the cave, it belongs to ants, and most likely they dragged the items. Nate, scratching his chin, asks why the ants need human objects. The hare answers that they do not understand anything, and simply follow orders. The hero then asks the next question about whether the witch gives them orders. The voice says that now he understands why the witches need hybrids. Nate folds his arms across his chest. The keeper says that initially the witch's house could only be found through the gate, thanks to which they could be completely safe from outsiders. The voice adds that at the same time the witches isolated themselves from the outside world. The ants stand with weapons. The voice of the temple continues that perhaps the ants played the role of more than just guards. The insects, tired, stand on the ground. They were given orders and sent outside to get materials for experiments. Nate stands there looking bored. He asks why they are looking for answers to the temple keeper's questions. The voice answers that despite constant persecution, the witches did not stop experimenting, and used ants for this, ending that this is the answer to his question. The hare crosses his paws on his chest. He says that it seems to him that the conversation is pointless, because they were just told that the dungeon is the witch's house, and the ants are her workers. The guy looks at the guide. The rabbit continues to say that if you go through the entire ant cave to the end, there will be a dungeon. Nate turns his eyes. He smiles and agrees with the hare's logic. The house is on a stone wall. The fire spitters are still standing at the trap. They are aimed at the hole in the wall. The rabbit gets angry and asks what this man is up to again. Nate has gotten his gear. Notifications have appeared that he has put on armor, leather boots, and an iron shield. An iron weapon appears in the hero's hand. A plaque pops up with the news that the hero has put on an iron skewer. The hare is indignant that it looks too luxurious for a skewer. The hero, having equipped himself, says that safety is above all else. The voice says that lately he has had enough vital energy, so he agrees with Nate. The guy, smiling, says that from now on he plans to grow a little. The rabbit is very surprised and asks again if he plans to grow. Nate goes to the hole in the wall. He stands to the side of the passage in a fighting pose. Puck on his shoulder is also wary. Sounds are heard from the hole. Blue sparks fly out of Nate's eyes. The young man's skewer is stuck in the mutant's muzzle. The hare is surprised at hunting with bare hands. Wait, Nate held the equipment. Pierce, the hero hit the ant. The body fell into the acid. Finish off, the enemy dissolved. The image of a boar appeared next to the protagonist. This is how he repeated over and over again using the power of a one-horned boar. This skill determined the outcome of the battle. The guy was sitting on the floor. He was resting and the traps were working instead of him. He raised his finger up. This is how his skill of the power of a one-horned boar rose to level 8 without any problems. The guide called him a swindler. The characters were moving along the tunnel. The hare asked if they were seriously going to fight their way forward. The hero answered that he himself said that a dungeon awaited them at the end of the path. He looked back at the guide and added that, in addition, the skill level had risen, and now these ants were nothing to him. The guide thought that he was somehow uneasy in his soul. Nate glanced at the chest and ordered the hare to grab these items. He replied that he obeyed. The ant attacked the protagonist. The hero stuck to the original plan. He swung his weapon. The protagonist looked around the cave, and went deeper and deeper into it. The guide spread his paws and asked why not summon golems and not no troubles. He clarified why strain themselves so much. Nate put a shield in front of him and answered that the passage was very narrow, and besides, he did not know what kind of soil there was, and if they were very lucky, they would bury themselves alive. He looked back and added that they should think about the good, and it was not every day that they were given the opportunity to pump up their skills so easily. The hare threw up his paws and shouted that it was good for them and for him to suffer. The protagonist turned away and said that he could not hear him. He frowned and said that if you think about it, he had killed so many. He clarified where the new skills were, piercer or slaughter. The guide laughed and told him to give up this thought, and that he had no talent for fighting from the very beginning, and if you force someone who has a bear stepping on his ear to sing without a break, will he sing? The hero raised his weapon and said that even such a person can train hard and sing. They answered that it is true, if you train hard, you will sing like a normal person, and added that they should try to reach the level of a normal person first. The bumps on the hare's head bulged. He screamed. Nate noticed the sounds from the passage. He frowned and shouted for the guide to be careful. The hero grinned and told him to stop stomping and show himself already. The paw stepped on the ground. The ant had powerful mandibles. The protagonist sweated and asked what it was. It was a chimera ant soldier. It turned its head towards the hero. The guide pointed and warned that this chimera was different from those they had encountered. The hero looked back and asked what worker ants were before. His hand rushed to the inventory. He asked why he was only now talking about this. The hero threw the plants onto the ceiling with the order to set a trap. He frowned and commanded to open fire. The shells ricocheted off the enemy. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said that there was not a scratch on him. The hare asked what they were doing and shouted at them to pull themselves together. Nate prepared his weapon and replied that he knew himself. He used the power of a one-horned boar. He hit the enemy's head. The tip of the weapon did not pierce the chitin. The guy's face was covered in sweat. He asked why this did not work either. The ant's mandibles twitched. The enemy grabbed the spear and pulled it out. With a crunch, he bit through the weapon. It fell to the floor. The protagonist looked ahead and asked if the hare saw it. The guide turned around and shouted that of course he saw it, because he was not blind. He asked why they froze like statues and added that they needed to run away. He frowned. The hero said that he had cut it in half. The hare asked again. The guy stood with his back to him. He said that the enemy had cut the spear in half and that even iron was no problem for him, and added that he wanted the same. The guide's ear dropped. He asked what the guy was carrying. The young man frowned and shouted that he wanted everything the ant had. He rushed forward and ordered the traps to be set. The guide watched what was happening. The hero commanded that the enemy be tied up, and shouted that it was excellent. The hare opened his mouth. His brain urgently switched off. Dungeon number 2, the tunnel led into darkness. Mike extended his hand and used lightning. He struck the enemy and froze, crouching. The guy asked Archie if he heard. He looked at the walls and said that everything was changing again. The young man ran and said that he heard some kind of sound, but the shape began to change again. He advised to stay in place. Mike was already running. He froze and said that it was good. Archie asked to make a sound and said that he would try to find it. The guy looked away. He frowned and said that he could do that. Thorny vines. The plant was devouring an ant. It separated its body from its head. The head fell to the floor. The hand grabbed the mandible. The hero held the insect's head and asked if there was anything left. The guide muttered that the poor ant, Nate, had finished destroying the ant cave. He turned around and asked whose side the hare was on. A flash lit up the boy's face. The system notified him of receiving his first achievement. The hero looked at the notification and exclaimed about the achievement. He asked about the reward. The system assigned an ant egg as a reward. The protagonist asked again. The insect was sitting on his finger. The young man looked at the ant and ordered it to raise the left antenna, raise the right one and let go of the left one. He thought that it obeyed well. Nate looked at the palm and said that there was still no attack skill, but it listened well to commands. He said that if the ant were a little bigger then at least it would be useful. The guide took the insect. The young man said that it was the size of a real ant. The hare looked at the insect. The hero said that it had character, and asked that it didn't look bigger than an ordinary ant. The protagonist stood in front of the guide. He thought that he was definitely a baby chimera ant, and the armor looked the same as those monsters. Nate held the insect on his finger, and said that he liked it, that he had caught an ant that did not die even if you stepped on it. The pet tilted its head. The young man said that ants communicate with pheromones and asked if he knew the way home. The guide looked at the guy and said that he was asking too much of a baby who had just been born. The hero left the gate. The guide asked if they had returned yet. He answered positively. The hare looked at the guy and asked if he had used the gate to transfer some ant to the temple. The protagonist replied that he could not leave it alone. The guy grabbed his chin and said that he did not know what baby ants eat, and so he left it with a little bit of everything. The guide asked what could happen to it. The question that there was only food there sounded against the background of wheat in the temple. The ant looked ahead. Nate and his companions were not the only ones looking for the second dungeon. The players were walking in the snow. The man muttered that they were cold and hungry. He said that a little more and he would start eating snow. The girl replied that then he would die of cold. They were shivering. She looked ahead and shouted that there was a witch's house. The warrior began to look around. He looked higher and asked again. The characters were standing in front of the buildings when the man clarified whether this was a witch's house. The fighter looked at the board and replied that he did not think so, and that the board did not react. The old man frowned and said that it was better than a witch's house. The girl looked back and asked how he knew. The grandfather replied that he had already seen such a thing in the village of Gap. A sign for the bathhouse of Nate's dungeon appeared in front of the people. The characters looked at it and opened their mouths. They said he was an amazing person. Steam was rising from the pipe. Nate, without even realizing it, was gradually gaining popularity among the participants. Mike looked back and asked where his interlocutor was now, and added that he was on the second floor. Archie raised his eyebrows and asked how he got there, and said that he told him to stay put. The young man apologized and said that when he came to, he was already on the second floor. He stood with blades and asked where Nate was and what he was doing. He said that it was dangerous alone and suggested returning to the village. The hero looked higher and clarified if he understood. The guy was standing in front of the door. A question came from there about who dared to wake him up. Nate said that he was now in front of the boss's room. The partners asked again. The Reaper hung in the middle of the hall. What was waiting for the protagonist held a sickle of death in one hand. The other exuded an aura of darkness. The boss's eyes were shining. It was the king of the dead. He guarded the witch's dwelling while she was gone. The monster looked down. It was an immortal lich. He looked up and called the hero. In whom life flickered, he cursed him. The protagonist looked at the hare and asked if he heard. He answered affirmatively and said that the lich was asking to come in. Mike ran. He shouted that Nate should not think of going in there alone, and that he should wait until they came. Archie rushed. He told the hero to run away from there, or better yet, hide somewhere. He exclaimed that Mike was standing in place. The hero looked back and said what they were talking about. He claimed that he was not crazy to go in there alone. The characters were in the library. The guide exclaimed that that was why the young man immediately got ready to run. He replied that he was just getting ready. They stood in front of the door. The protagonist said that he accidentally thought that the witch herself was there. He added that it was strange because the place is called the witch's house, but it looks like a laboratory. He looked at the guide and asked why there were no monsters here. He was told that this meant that whoever was behind the door was so dangerous. Jack frowned and said that the boss of the second dungeon was the king of the dead, and he could not be defeated in the usual way. The grandfather looked at the characters and said that however. The old man looked at the hero and said the name of the item. The protagonist asked again. The sphere is filled with energy. The elder said that this is the name of the vessel that contains the soul with the energy of the lich, and he hides it in a secluded place that no one knows about. Nate crossed his arms. The grandfather said that if you break the vessel, you can defeat the lich. The guide's ear dropped. He said that first you need to find the vessel of life. He pressed his ears to his head. The hero was putting the vials in the inventory. He exclaimed that there was so much that was needed here and that he needed to take everything with him. He asked if the hare had said anything. The guide smiled and replied that nothing, and that he would help them. He decided not to think about anything. The hero looked at the shelves and asked what kind of books these were. He was offered to open them. Some witches had tomes with spells. The protagonist looked down. He examined an empty book and clarified that there was already a post. He asked if all witches' books looked like this. They answered him sarcastically. The guy looked away and asked why he felt guilty. The guide stood next to Nate and asked what he expected. He said that this was the place where the participants walked. He asked that the assistant would really leave important information here. The hare closed his eyes and advised not to blame himself, and added that the protagonist's skills were already similar to magic. The hero threw books into the inventory. The guide shouted that they had picked up more. He said that there was no need to laugh like that. Nate pointed and asked if he knew how many uses paper could have. He added that even if it was just white paper, it would come in handy. The shelves were full of books. The hero offered to dismantle the cabinet and take it with him. He said that such good boards were also not easy to get. He exclaimed that there were also plenty of nails here, and that this was a jackpot. The guide called him a man. After some time, the characters stood in an empty room. The hero asked if he had overdone it. The lich called the young man. The hare added that he should now say something about this. The guide looked back. The tile stood out from the others. The guide said that it stuck out and looked suspicious. The hero confirmed. He picked it up with an offer to look. The chest lay in a niche. The young man called it strange. Nate looked down and asked what it was. There were daggers in the chest. The hero clarified that it was a bunch of some knives. The hare asked if he thought they were vessels of life. The young man noticed something. He grabbed the knife. The protagonist looked closely at the weapon and said that he had seen them somewhere before. The assistant gave a description. He remembered Jack with a knife, and said that the elder used it when cutting meat. The hero squatted and exclaimed that for this reason he did not want to give it up. The guide asked if such a young man would give it up. Nate looked at the door from where the question came about who was stealing the lich's treasures. The guy apologized. Mike looked around and asked what was happening and why everything started shaking on all sides. He said that the walls stopped. Archie looked up. Mike said that his labyrinth had stopped, and clarified that there too. The guy answered positively. He shivered and added that it was getting cold. The young man exhaled. He assumed that the boss battle had begun. The doors to the boss room opened. The hero looked ahead and said that the same one had been calm all this time and asked that this kitchen knife was really so dear to him. The lich looked ahead. The guide pressed his ear and shouted that it was dangerous. The beam rushed towards the young man. He jumped up and frowned. His hand reached for the block in the inventory. The attack hit the item. The block was damaged. Nate looked ahead and asked if it was some kind of magic. He said that the lich froze his stones and cut them. The boss looked at the hero and demanded that he return the treasures. He insulted him. The hero looked at the hare. He offered to simply give the treasures. The young man asked if he had gone crazy and added that he had long had his eye on such a knife. The boss began to appear behind the protagonist. He asked what it was. Nate turned to the enemy. The lich swung and said that anyone who coveted his treasures would die. The protagonist crouched, dodging the attack. The boss looked back and said that he was the king of the immortals and death to all invaders. The young man lowered his gaze. He looked at the enemy and wondered if he was too small. The boss attacked the hero again. The lich pursued the fleeing characters. The guide asked if the guy decided to run alone. He advised not to talk, but to run. The beam flew between the retreating. The lich flew after him and commanded the protagonist to return his treasures. The hero looked back and thought that an attack at a long distance would be fatal. He wondered if it would work at close range. He materialized stones from the inventory. Nate grinned and thought how the enemy would do it. The boss destroyed the blocks. The guy cursed that it didn't work. The guide asked what he was doing and shouted that they should either run away or fight to the last. The protagonist answered that he was doing it right now. The hero looked at the guide and asked if he could do what he was told. He clarified what the guy wanted. The hare rushed next to the protagonist. He turned his head. The guide frowned and clarified if it was possible. Their backs were moving away. Nate asked again and answered that he still didn't know him. He smiled and said that he just goes and does it. The hare looked at the hero. He turned his head and said that it was like him. The guide said that he ran and rushed to the side. The lich looked towards the escort. Nate put his hands to his mouth and called the boss. He asked where he was staring. The lich turned to the protagonist with an insult. The hero dodged a blow in the back. He gave the hare 2 instructions. The guide flew into the portal. The first instruction was to run to the gate, and the second was to place the golems right in front of them. The hare gave the order to the henchman. The hero ran away from the boss, and while Nate had the strength to run from the lich, the guide had to complete these 2 tasks. But he did not think about one. His foot slipped on the ice. The hero lost his balance and asked what happened. He did not think about the lich's cunning. He fell to the floor and groaned about how painful it was. Nate looked up. The boss swung his sickle. The guide hit the golem with the lich. He said not to be afraid. The protagonist smiled and said that he was so fast. The ostrich held the enemy. The hare said that he had done everything he was ordered to do until now. He frowned and said that the hero had a truly first-class servant. He jumped up and said that for this reason there was no need to be afraid. The guide swung his paw. He attacked the lich. Rags fell down. Nate looked up and wondered what it was. The hare landed at the hero's feet and said that after all his guesses were correct and the lich turned out to be this. The boss hung above them. The guide said that the witch's experiment was also the king of gremlins. The enemy looked down. He raised his head and ordered the protagonist to give him his treasure. The characters looked at him with affection in their thoughts. The lich rushed to attack. The guide jumped up and shouted that the enemy was approaching. Nate, riding on the golem, picked up his henchmen. They were running away from the boss. The hare asked what the hero was going to just take and run away. He was told that would escape and he had prepared everything for the fight. The gate was in front of them. The protagonist called his servant all-knowing. They rushed past the portal. Nate frowned and ordered to strike now. The lich was rushing opposite the gate. The fist burst out of the portal and attacked the boss. The enemy stuck to the golem's hand. He flew off from the blow. The lich narrowed his eyes. The golem's attack pattern appeared in the guide's imagination. He said that there was really no need to summon the golem, because it could attack the enemy anyway. The boss emitted an aura. He said that he would kill him and that not even bones would remain of him. Streams of cold spread from the lich. The hero covered himself with his hand and exclaimed how sharp the cold was. He frowned and ordered to install the gate. The enemy narrowed his eyes. He rushed to attack. The hero looked at the enemy and opened his mouth. The blade of the scythe flashed. The enemy struck with a slash. The stone protected the characters from the attack. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. The protagonist thought that the boss realized that the gate was not dangerous for him. He thought that now it would not be easy to open it again. Nate looked back and said that he needed to get off. The guide asked why. The guy answered that he would distract the opponent, and the servant should install the gate. The young man jumped off the golem. The guide asked where he should open the gate. He was told that he himself saw what was happening, so let him think and install it where necessary. The protagonist turned around and said that the hare was experienced. The subordinate looked at the master. The hero frowned and shouted for him to be faster. The lich approached the guy and promised to kill him. The palm squeezed the spear. The young man thought that if he was the king of the dead, then he was also dead. He remembered the battle with the skeleton and thought that if he recalled all his past experiences, or recovered the object, Nate thought that he would give the weapon the purification skill. And what was such a weapon? The enemy rushed to attack. The hero blocked the blow and thought that he could try. He counterattacked the boss. Nate swung. He hit the lich. The enemy's head was smoking. The young man took a stone and used purification on it. He threw it at the enemy. He threw a brick at the opponent again. Ice formed behind the protagonist when he asked how the lich tasted purification bricks. Puck caught the boy's attention. The hero retreated, shouting that this attack again. He blocked the blow and thought that the enemy was moving with the help of ice. Nate parried the boss's attack. The palm looked at the opponent's face. The protagonist frowned and used purification. The skill partially destroyed the robe. The young man looked up and cursed. He mentally exclaimed that because of the robe it was unclear where the enemy's body was. The lich looked at the protagonist. The guy was standing with a weapon. He asked why he was staring and asked if he was angry. He was provoking the enemy to attack. The boss smiled. He hit the beam slightly to the side. The hero was holding a broken object. The lich squinted and laughed. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked why he was smiling. He said that from the very beginning he was just stalling for time. Nate smiled. The guide gave a thumbs up. The gates surrounded the combatants. Portals appeared in the room. Frowning, Nate ordered to hit the monster. The golem's fist jumped out of the portals. The lich was scared. Powerful attacks flew at him. The gorilla's fist hit the monster. The golems continued to beat him. The demon was shocked by the damage he had received. The gorillas hit him again. MC jumped on the ostrich. He paid attention to the rabbit, who said that it was powerful, and then asked if the master knew that if the vessel of life was not destroyed, the lich would not die. Looking at the projection, the protagonist said that it was so, but to find it, it was necessary to neutralize it. He touched the book in the inventory. Looking at the scattered book pages, the guy asked to help him tear everything and scatter it. The lich narrowed his eyes. Energy began to hover around him. The demon shifted his gaze. Many pages were flying in front of him. Nate handed the hare a homemade torch and ordered to burn everything there. He called him a fire rabbit with a smile. The man and manager began to set fire to everything in his path, screaming that this was a familiar feeling. His body remembered the sensation. Tongues of flame enveloped the room. Watching the monster, the protagonist thought that the lich was moving with the help of ice. It was necessary to melt all the ice so that it could not escape anywhere. The rabbit continued to set the room on fire. MC's face became satisfied. The fire began to grow. The puzzled guy clarified how this happened if they just lit a few sheets of paper. Pointing his finger at the gate, the rabbit said that this was possible, because he connected the gate with an oil trap there. The enraged demon called them fools. He began to shout loudly for the ghosts to come out. Spirits appeared behind him. The ghosts flew around the room. Nate was scared by their appearance. Examining the monster, he heard from Alpha that physical attacks do not work on ghosts. You need to be careful. They will not be able to use bricks or iron bars against them. The protagonist threw the book at the ghost. Using the target skill, he saw the aiming point on the spirit's head. The boy threw the object at him again with a satisfied look. The flames began to grow. The confused lich ordered the ghost to put out the fire. Holding back his laughter, the rabbit pointed at him and said that when necessary, The monster can say other words, and even stutters. Turning around, Nate said that while they were confused, they should run anywhere, as long as it was far away from there. The demon and his minions tried to catch up with him. The dumbfounded hair emphasized the fact that if the monster caught them, they would definitely not die beautifully, and MC noted that it was he who poured out the oil. Continuing to try to escape from there, the manager said that he was not guilty of anything, he was just following orders. Moving along the corridor, Nate noted that he should go to Mike, he would think of something, after which he asked if he could defeat the immortal. Confused, Mike asked how one could defeat the immortal. Trying to escape, the protagonist said that the monster was on his tail. They were on the 3rd floor of the labyrinth, and were running towards it. The enraged Lich screamed that the guy was despicable. Mike stood in front of the players he saved in the dungeon and listened to how it was getting colder there. Noticing the steam coming from his mouth, the guy suggested going down to the boss's room. Looking down, he noted that he would break through the floor. A blue aura enveloped his body. Looking at the spirit, MC cried out that he would catch up with them before they got there. Gritting his teeth, Nate began to reason that he needed to think about how to stop him. He needed to analyze the situation and find a clue. In his imagination, a layout of the ant cave leading to the witch's house appeared. He imagined the underground floors. The flames were spreading in the laboratory. They began to grow along the labyrinth. Surprised, Nate noted that this was a brilliant idea. Moving along the corridor, he thought that this curved labyrinth was furrows, and the ceiling was a heating stone. The guy looked up. The protagonist imagined a fire and emphasized the fact that the laboratory on fire was a furnace. The ostrich suddenly stopped. MC reasoned that if you imagine an ant cave as a chimney. He jumped off the golem. Frowning, Mike said that he was going to punch a hole in the floor now. The guy was taken aback by the words that this should not be done. The protagonist knelt down. Touching the floor, Nate said that he was sure that it was the same design. The Lich narrowed his eyes. The main character's face was serious. Destroying the floor beneath him, he said that he would install heated floors. Heat began to emanate from the floor. A notification popped up that he had installed heated floors. Nate, smiling, noted that he had succeeded. Touching the floor again, MC said that the temperature must be above zero so that this ice could not freeze again. The surprised guys on the 2nd underground floor asked if it was getting warmer. A dumbfounded Mike asked what the protagonist was doing now, because it had become warmer. An enthusiastic Archie asked if the main character had made heated floors throughout the dungeon. The gremlins lay exhausted and could not even get up. The happy guy cried out that he had succeeded and asked if he should also go up to the 2nd underground floor. Looking at the black smoke, MC assumed that the temperature was too high. Enveloping his face in blue mana, he noted that they needed to use the purification skill on their face, and they received a temporary gas mask. The upset Pack and the rabbit asked how they were. Surrounding the guys with an aura, he said that it was time to move on. The Lich flew after them and shouted that they were pathetic worms. Smiling, the protagonist said that this was no longer his territory. He threw a yellow sphere at him. The ball ended up in front of his face. A powerful explosion was heard. Steam rose from the monster's face. Watching the demon, Nate clarified whether even immortals could be injured. Looking up, the main character said that the labyrinth was confusing, so he needed to punch a hole, climb up and patch it. He held a pike in his hands. Hitting the ceiling, he screamed that he would break the stone. The ceiling began to collapse. Having made a hole, the protagonist said that it was great. They jumped to the floor above. The Lich was shocked by this. The demon flew after them. Standing in front of the hole, the main character asked whether the monster himself would stop. He said with a satisfied look that he would give him earthen bricks. A pile of earthen blocks fell on the demon. Looking at the closed hole, MC noted that it would not be easy for him to get out with this, but now he needed to find Mike. Surprised, Zulu asked where Nate suddenly appeared from. Taken aback, the guy asked a similar question. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He noticed how Zulu was holding hands with a girl and asked who it was nearby. Embarrassed, Zulu laughed, and MC began to shout that he was a traitor, because someone was fighting, and he was walking with a girl. Closing his eyes, the guy said that it was not the matter. He accidentally saw that the girl was in danger, and saved her. He was taken aback by the rabbit's words that it was a trap. Pointing his finger at the stranger, the manager emphasized the fact that she was not a person. If he wanted to live, then he should move away from her. Looking down, Nate said that he himself did not know for sure. He looked at her legs and said that they were transparent. The guys silently looked at their new companion. The girl turned into a ghost and pounced on Zulu. The guy clenched his hand into a fist. He swung his fist, preparing to attack. The demon was killed. Her hand flew to the side. The ghost evaporated. The upset Zulu said that he quickly got hungry. The rabbit with a satisfied look said that thanks to the fact that the guy met his first love there, they learned a good lesson. He presented the sphere and said that if there were such traps there that absorbed physical forces, then there was a high probability that the vessel of life was hidden nearby. The protagonist calmly said that in this case it was necessary to gather everyone there, and Zulu clarified how to do this. because if they began to move, they would risk getting lost again. Smiling, MC noted that there was one way. Surprised, Mike listened to Nate go up to the second floor and meet Zulu, after which he asked where he was approximately now. Archie stopped and asked where he found Zulu, to which he received the answer that the protagonist did not know where it was, but it seemed to him that the boss's weak spot was hidden somewhere there. Grabbing the mandrake, the main character said that therefore everyone needed to listen carefully. The interested guy asked what it was. Showing the plan to Zulu, Nate explained that they were witch spies that screamed when stepped on, so he could try stepping on them and his broken heart would immediately feel better. He threw the mandrake on the floor. Tears came to the boy's eyes. Covering his ears, he swung his leg, and then a loud scream was heard. Covering his ear, Mike reported that he heard it. A pile of stones lay on the ground. The lich got out of the trap, saying that he would kill this bastard. He was suddenly taken aback. The monster, with a serious look, called his ghosts. The spirits began to circle around him. Looking at them, the lich declared that he would tear him to pieces. His eyes began to glow. A snowstorm surrounded the demon. The boy noticed a squeak. The guys looked at each other and discussed that they had no idea what could squeak like that. They were shouting with a wary look that the sound could be coming from where the boss was. He was literally calling them. It would be a sin to refuse such an invitation. Mike was running down the corridor, while the plot was telling us that when the strong go ahead, there are always those who follow them. The guys were running after him, and we were told that everyone present headed towards the decisive battle, where Nate was. A loud squeak was heard throughout the dungeon. Zulu turned around and asked how much more he should crush them. Standing in front of him, the main character ordered to crush until the pain of his first love went away. Looking up, he emphasized that it became quiet, like the calm before the storm. The earth began to tremble. Lowering his head, the guy asked what it was. The floor collapsed. A lich appeared before him. Stunned, Zulu noted that it was very cold there. Touching himself, Nate said that he would maintain the temperature of the heated floors. Warm mana enveloped the corridor. The dumbfounded Zulu thought it looked like a battle between a boiler and an air conditioner. The shots hit the spirit. Looking at the living plants, he declared that these were banal techniques. The monster destroyed the plants. Swinging his axe, the guy asked if the demon noticed him. A powerful blow was heard. The demon's head was cut in half. It grew back together. The man was shocked by what he saw. Frowning, the protagonist cried out that the spirit was immortal. The lich pounced on him. Zulu tried to parry the attack. His axe was cut in half. Raising his head, the man noted that this was enormous power. Looking back, he wondered if this was the creature MC was fighting. He threw the broken weapon on the floor. Putting brass knuckles on his hands, Zulu asked to hide behind him. A powerful energy surrounded him after activating the skills, regeneration, and muscle strength enhancement. He swung for a powerful blow. It hit the lich. The guy started moving forward, taking the advantage. The man continued to beat the ghost. Cracks appeared on his face. Zulu suddenly frowned. He dodged a powerful attack. Looking at the cut, he noted that if he avoided serious injuries, he could heal himself with the recovery skill. His wound healed. The man returned to the fight, saying that it was his turn. He made a powerful uppercut. Zulu hit the skull with a side kick. The monster went on the offensive. The man grabbed his scythe. He hit the demon in the face. Waving his hand, the guy continued to make a series of attacks. He let go of the scythe. Zulu shifted his legs. The lich was scared by this. A crushing blow hit him. His skull began to crack even more. The monster flew to the side. His face was puzzled. Enthusiastic MC said that maybe the guy is not as outstanding as Mike, but he can take a punch just fine. He is more of a fighting machine. The man beat the ghost without stopping. The lich flew up from a strong attack. Lowering his head, he began to grunt in pain. Flexing his fists, the guy said that soon the demon himself will regret being immortal, because he will make him experience this pain endlessly. Smiling, the demon ordered to set a trap. A magical projection appeared under the man's feet. Zulu was shocked. A girl appeared in front of him. She tied their hands with chains, saying that the man saved her, and then disappeared, although she was very worried. Squeezing his hands, the girl said that she would not let go of them again. The confused guy asked if it was true, then deactivated his skills. The enraged rabbit began to scream loudly that Zulu was a fool. The confused protagonist thought that he needed to do something. He stepped on the mandrake. The man was taken aback by the powerful scream. His gaze fell on the ghost. The guy killed his beloved again with one blow. The manager imagined a flow of energy on the floor and said that he found a clue. When it absorbed his powers, he noticed the path where this energy led. Frowning, Nate clarified whether it was at the end of it. Smiling, the hare replied that there would be a weak spot of the lich, a vessel of life, if not him, then the altar. Zulu rushed into battle, and the plot told us that the monster was again overcome by the rage of unrequited love. A barrage of incessant blows, like a storm, rained down on the poor demon. MC ran away from there and asked the man to hold the spirit. The blows fell on the demon's face. A bright aura surrounded him. Turning around, the protagonist asked what it was. They began to run away from the lich, who switched his attention to them. Swinging his scythe, the monster said that they had nowhere else to run. Mike suddenly caught the demon. He held him by the head. The main character was very happy to see his old friend. Closing his eyes, the guy remembered how he ran through the labyrinth, looking for the right path. He said with a serious look that he would repay in full for everything he had endured. He began to press on the monster's head. Mike knocked the lich to the ground. The guy began to release an electric discharge at him. The stunned monster screamed in pain. Running away from there, Nate noticed that the demon was busy for now. The rabbit ran ahead. He pointed his finger at the wall. The protagonist swung his spear. There was a powerful blow. They found a purple sphere behind the wall. The guys were surprised by what they saw. They stumbled upon the vessel of life. Mike was shooting lightning at the demon. The ghost was furious about this. Frowning, the guy asked if he was still moving. The enraged spirit asked how the pathetic worms dared. A powerful surge of energy through the guy's back. The lich began to heal, and Mike clarified if this ghost was really immortal. Standing among his comrades, he said that it was okay, it was better to step back for their safety. The lich surrounded himself with blue mana and said that they could not kill him under any circumstances. He flew at them saying that he was an immortal lich, the king of snow gremlins, standing above death. Ben. Surprised, Mike asked about his name. Looking at them, the ghost began to laugh. Frowning, the spirit said that he would personally kill them and make them his ghosts. He emphasized with a mad look that they should watch carefully. What happens for disrespecting him? All that will remain for them is cold and death. They are insignificant creatures. Nate calmly asked if the ghost was dead yet. Ben turned around. A powerful pain suddenly struck him. Lasers began to fly out of his eyes. The spirits left the host's body. Surprised, Zulu asked if the ghosts were leaving his body. The spirits flew in different directions. The lich fell to the floor. Dust rose around him. A white glow began to emanate from him. Examining Ben, the guys asked what it was, because everything was fine with him just now. Mike, with a smile on his face, said that it was a miracle and asked what the protagonist did. Holding the back of his head, Nate laughed, noting that it happened. Looking down, he saw the ghost, who said that it was a bummer. Squinting, Ben noted that he just wanted to protect the owner's home, so he gladly took the curse on himself, and the soul vessel broke so easily. Standing in front of him, MC said that the vessel was not broken yet. He placed it whole on the altar. A bright light emanated from the altar while Alpha said that he expressed his gratitude. Ben began to tremble and say that Nate despised him so much that he did not even kill him, after which he asked how he dared to sacrifice his soul. A notification popped up that the main character received the achievement. Successful attack of the dungeon for destroying the witch's house. In the second dungeon, as a reward, all survivors will be healed. The guys were happy with the victory. The main character smiled widely. Zulu looked at his hand with admiration. Mike had a sweet smile on his face. The guys were standing next to each other when his friend praised the protagonist, asking where he found the lich core. The long-eared manager opened one eye when he began to answer, but was interrupted. The people in front of Nate were enveloped in a glow. Then he wondered what it was. Then someone suggested that it was the new boss. The brunette raised his hand to his eyes, covering himself from the bright light. He looked ahead in surprise. The friend standing in front of him disappeared. Then he said that this really didn't look very good. Then the administrator said that there was a magic circle at the entrance, and that there was probably the same at the exit. The hare opened his mouth, looking ahead, when he reminded that he still had a personal gate. The protagonist looked displeased when he told him to think about it for himself, that if there was no gate, he would have to put out the fire on the third floor, and then crawl through the ant cave to the top, and then mention cruel and petty people. The protagonist looked forward emotionlessly when the alpha said that in fact, the Doomsday Dragon has such qualities. Then he told him that he was comforted. The manager stopped, looking ahead when he started talking about how they should also slowly leave until the dungeon reset, and then asked what he was doing there. Serious Nate's mouth fell open when he suggested that he was not dead yet. He was sitting in front of a defeated opponent, who replied that it would happen soon, and that there was nothing left of his magic power. The Reaper looked at the smiling guy, who said that in that case, he would take it for himself. The protagonist looked at the Reaper's sickle when a window with his characteristics appeared. The worried administrator stood to the side of him when he exclaimed that he would be perfect for harvesting rice. Then his subordinate thought that he was crazy. They were both in front of the lich. When the hare asked if he was really going to beat the soul out of the ears of corn, then the protagonist said that it was a pity, and that it would be good if he was a little bigger. An armed creepy Reaper was shown. Next to him appeared Nate with a sickle. The guy remembered the enemy's attack when he thought about how powerful his slashing power and sword skill were after all, deciding that he would have to find a use for it. The lich's eyes were shown up close when he exclaimed that he took all his treasures, and that he was cursing him. The protagonist extended his hand to him when he used the cleansing skill, then he screamed loudly. The trembling Reaper was in front of the protagonist, who asked how that was possible, and then asked for forgiveness. Nate looked at the hare next to him as he addressed him, asking if there was any way to take him with them like the earth golems. The boy looked away attentively when he asked him again, calling him greedy, and the alpha replied that he understood what he wanted. The lich sat on the ground, frightened, looking forward when he explained that it was impossible, since creating an immortal Reaper is a difficult and forbidden technique even for witches. The protagonist was shown in profile when he decided to ask a question, and then asked if he would die if he had a vessel of life. The opponent's eye glowed brightly when he answered that it was true. The protagonist held a magic sphere when he assumed that he was dying, because it was currently empty. The Reaper's face was shown close up when he asked if he would really mock him until he died, adding that it was offensive. Nate looked at the ball with interest when he noticed that it looked like the life energy bead he had placed on the altar. Then the alpha told him that the area of use was also similar, and that there was no such place here, so all the life energy placed here is collected there. The guy lowered his gaze, continuing to look at him, when he said that then the answer was clear. He touched the surface of the vessel when the manager asked about what the answer was, then the master ordered to fill it with life energy, after which he was asked again. The injured and trembling lich was shown up close when the protagonist explained that he had placed the energy that was there on the altar, and that if he filled it with mana again, the creature would not die. The skeleton was shown when the alpha told him that he would be able to survive, but at the moment his body was completely broken. The Reaper in a cloak was trying to crawl on the ground when he added that even if they tried and brought him back to life, he would not be able to move normally. The protagonist brought his hand to his face when he assumed that this meant that if there was a whole body, everything would work out. Tall towers were visible in the distance. Nate and his subordinate were sitting on a snowy roof. Sweat was running down the administrator's face when he turned to the master and asked what he was doing again. The boy looked back with a smile as he chuckled and asked about what he couldn't see. His hands reached out to the snow figure as he exclaimed that the snowman was ready and that his hands were frozen. The hare behind him opened his mouth wide as he explained that he was asking why he was doing this, and was told to just watch quietly. The master held the skull of a lich in front of him, who was screaming that he would rather die than take such shame on himself. The protagonist smirked as he apologized for doing this to him, adding that he apologized if he was offended. The enraged Reaper's face was shown up close as he replied that there was no point in talking about it now. The protagonist's lips were parted as he said that if someone like him just died or disappeared, he would be very sorry. The lich's eyes widened, remaining silent. He narrowed his eyes, turning away. Nate's mouth dropped open as he looked forward when he reminded him that he was the king of the snow gremlins, and then asked if he was right in that it meant he could control the snowman. The priest's skull was in the guy's hand when he answered yes. The brunette was shown from behind when he told him to try to enter it, and then he asked him again. A faceless snow figure was shown when the lich asked what it was. The protagonist looked away when he asked the alpha to fill it with fuel. The snowman opened his mouth wide, screaming, and then a system notification about the first achievement called Master of the Dead appeared, which said that he became the new Master of the Lich Witch Keeper, and that the dungeon laughed at his creativity, and also that the reward was the fact that the priest's power could no longer harm him. The satisfied protagonist's face was sweating as he exclaimed that this was it, and that he knew it would work. The worried administrator's mouth was open as he wondered if it had worked. Then even the alpha was amazed that he had made the Dark Lich his ally. The Yeti's mouth was slightly open. His small hand was revealed. The snowman looked at his limbs as he wondered what kind of power this was. Nate watched as he turned his head. The Lich narrowed his eyes sharply, looking ahead. The confused brunette opened his palms as he asked what it was, stating that he was now his benefactor, and then offered him to forget the past. The snowman's mouth was slightly open as he introduced himself. With tears in his eyes, he raised his hands in the air as he shouted that he was pledging his allegiance. Sweat was pouring down the protagonist's face as he offered him to forget everything that happened in the past, because now they would be friends. Ben leaned forward, placing his hands on the snow as he thanked him, promising to be loyal to him until death. The protagonist, embarrassed, touched his nose as he said that he was just the model of a loyal servant. They were watched by the long-haired manager, who said that they were having fun there. The boys were near the edge of the roof. The administrator looked forward with a satisfied smile when he offered to look at how he had changed, reminding them that only recently he had threatened to curse them. The snowman pointed to the hare when he replied that all this was in the past, and that he was asking his simple-minded elder to continue to guide him, when he asked him again. The manager looked angry when he asked why he called him that. Ben pointed to Nate, who was sitting next to him, when he explained that there was also a certain order between those who serve the same master. However, judging by his outfit, it seemed that he was a butler assisting the master. The angry administrator pointed in front of him when he asked about what the majordomo was, and the master called him a farmhand. The disgruntled hare pointed at himself when he repeated his words, and then exclaimed that it was not so. The protagonist sat in front of him, covering his mouth with his hand. His subordinates argued at his side. The system window appeared, which talked about the reward, when the protagonist said that at least he did not have to worry about him betraying him. He looked up thoughtfully when the alpha disagreed with him, answering that in fact the effect is even greater. The spinning lich was shown, when he explained that his magic was mainly known for its large-scale damage, and that he himself was immortal, so this damage did not apply to him. Nate was in the range of the Reaper's power, when it was told that now, even if the lich used his magic, it would not harm him. The brunette held a sharp bayonet in front of him when it was reported that this could be used effectively in subsequent battles when developing battle tactics. The surprised guy introduced several Reapers when it was explained that it would even be possible to create a magical division to protect the temple, consisting of these immortal beings. Ben opened his mouth wide, pointing to himself when he exclaimed that everything was correct, if only the vessel of life was safe, and that he would get out of hell itself and protect the owner. A core appeared in front of him when the alpha reported that looking at him was wasting too much energy, and that he would now save and look with one eye. Then he asked him again and began to object. The protagonist was sitting behind the snowman when he spoke. He turned his head to the side when he suggested returning to the village first. A grain field and an underground temple was shown. The guys one after another came out of the portal. Ben looked ahead in admiration, his fists clenched as he said that this gate magic was far superior to teleportation magic and that his master was all-powerful. Glowing spheres were shown. The snowman looked at his limbs as they began to melt. He looked scared as he turned to the master, screaming that he was starting to melt. The manager chuckled as he realized that his weak point had been found. Ben stood in front of him as he exclaimed that the lich had no weaknesses, asking what he was talking about and explaining that it was a natural trait of snow creatures. The protagonist had his back to him as the snowman turned to the master, talking about what would happen if he gave him some more energy, then decided that he would try to hold out on his own. The master's subordinates stood by as the alpha responded that it wouldn't work and advised him to go into the shadows. Nate turned around, looking back as he told Mike he would call later. Ben sat near the wall, upset, and was asked what he was doing there, to which he replied that he was starting to melt because of the sunstones, and that he was told to stay in the shade. The brunette put his hand behind his head when he said that it was no good, and that he wouldn't be able to move like that. The snowman was shown in profile with his mouth open when he asked him again, and then exclaimed that he knew it, calling the owner merciful. He clenched his fist in front of him when he said that if he increased the energy threefold, he would try to maintain the cold and win the battle with the sunstone. The protagonist looked ahead with disdain when he objected, explaining that it was too wasteful to waste energy on such a thing. Ben put his hands on the ground when he realized that no one wanted to take his side. The man put a hat on his head. The protagonist's eyes sparkled when he asked if it was better. The snowman reached his hand up to the hat as he asked what it was. Nate remembered sitting on the elephant as he explained that he had made it, adding that it was just the right size, then wondered how it felt and if he could move around like that, even though it was a little awkward. Ben looked ahead, touching the hat as he marveled at the equipment the craftsman had made himself, then replied that he was so grateful and embarrassed that he couldn't help but be. The brunette looked embarrassed as he looked down, thinking that praise would make even a whale dance. He smiled widely, holding his hand out to the side as he shouted that it was great. The protagonist snapped his fingers when he decided to lay more gear on the altar to get additional options, and then use them to enhance other gear. A scarf appeared on the snowman's neck when the system alerts appeared, and when he exclaimed that it was a precious treasure, then the administrator thought that it decorated him. Ben walked past the grain field, when he was amazed that this was the owner's home. He stood in front of the protagonist with a smile when he asked him to trust him to take care of this place, then the alpha said that this was also not bad. The snowman in the hat looked away. Nate stood, watching the subordinate, who shouted about the grains falling there, and that he would clean it up, then the man asked him again. The guy looked scared when he remembered the ants. He extended his hand forward when he asked him to wait, and not clean them up, explaining that he deliberately gave rice to the insects. Sweat was running down the brunette's face as he finished saying that it was for them to eat. There was a pile of rice in front of him when the protagonist wondered why there was more of it. He remembered how he gave the ants only one handful. The snowman sitting in front of him pointed to the grains when he asked the owner to look at it. The shadow of the plants fell on the ground. An ant crawled out of the thicket. The people present watched the insect near the pile of rice. The ant dropped several grains on the ground. Ben looked at the insect with admiration when he said that it was a chimera, and was amazed that the master was breeding small, but true to their instincts, workers. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion when he asked him again. The snowman in the hat introduced the ant when he explained that chimeras were created to collect food for the new owner's storage. The hare was watching them from the side when he exclaimed that he couldn't stand aside looking at them and then asked to give him some work, then the protagonist laughed. The longer manager looked ahead with displeasure when he thought about how it felt like he was there alone doing nothing, like a drone, and that he was starting to worry. Nate looked thoughtful when he closed his eyes. The guy looked confidently in front of himself when he agreed, answering that if he wanted it that way, he would trust him to manage the temple. Ben had a wide smile on his face when he said that it was a great choice. A system window appeared in front of the man's hand when he announced that this would now be his weapon. The snowman looked down attentively. A broom and dustpan appeared, then he exclaimed that it was wonderful and magnificent. Ben ran towards the grain field when the alpha noticed that he was settling in there faster than he thought. The manager was behind the foreman, who agreed with him, calling him diligent. The smiling protagonist was shown from the side when he said that today was the first day and asked him not to overdo it. The offended administrator crossed his paws on his chest. Sweat was running down the face of the snowman in the hat. He wrapped himself in a blue scarf when someone exclaimed that there were drops of water in it, and asked him not to splash the melted snow when walking. The hair began to flounder in the air when he added that he was poor and weak and could slip, and then asked what he would do then, to which he answered that he deliberately splashed water to do wet cleaning. The lich in the hat pointed at the angry manager when he reminded him that he could fly, and then wondered where all the discontent was coming from. The furious manager's mouth was wide open as he screamed that the problem was his tone, and that he didn't like the way he spoke like an old man. The snowman with the broom stood in front of him as he asked if it was true, and then replied that he would try to improve in that case. Then he exclaimed that that was also strange. The servants were opposite each other when Ben explained that it was not that easy to change the tone and manner of speech in one day. Then he screamed that he was getting stranger, suggesting that he was trying to make fun of him. The snowman in the hat turned away from him as he laughed, saying that he was getting better little by little. The manager imagined the hooded lich as he wondered if he had such a character to begin with, and why he was so cheerful, since he was just a servant, concluding that he didn't like him. The protagonist was sitting behind him. When he realized that he was getting even more annoyed, he said that he was thirsty. The guy's mouth was slightly open when he addressed Ben. The subordinate in the hat appeared next to the foreman, asking if he had called him. Nate handed him a glass. Ice cubes began to fall into the water, when the snowman exclaimed that he understood, and that he would prepare everything for him. The man's lips touched the rim of the mug. The protagonist held out his hand to the side, smiling when he said that this was very good, and that soda should be drunk cold, and also that it was incredibly cool. The manager shook with anger when he thought about the fact that he was really praising him so much for some ice, and about how this really irritated him. The guy opened his palm in front of Ben, who said that he would continue cleaning. Then he was asked to wait and get something. The surprised face of the snowman was shown, who realized something. The protagonist held a sickle in front of him, when he explained that he would lend it to him only to cut the rice grains. The subordinate in the hat looked happy when he thanked him, shouting that it was great and wonderful. Then the alpha noticed that they were very suitable for each other. He ran towards the field, when he exclaimed that he would then begin his work. He cut the ears of corn with a sickle. Nate watched him, when he thought that he looked cheerful. Sweat poured down the face of a tired Ben, when he began to speak. Behind him lay a pile of grain, when he reported that the mission that the master entrusted to him was completely accomplished. In front of the guy was the harvested crop, when he was amazed at how much of it there was, answering that it was great, and that they should also rebuild the underground space. An ant appeared on the ground in front of him. Then the brunette decided that it was worth building a normal pantry for food, and then thought about the passages along which it would be easier for insects to move, summing up that he would trust this baby to grind grains. The protagonist brought the beetle to his face when he realized that he only had one of them, and that it would take a long time to collect rice grains. The protagonist imagined a creature with bone wings when he asked if he wanted to accidentally become an ant queen, telling him that in this case he would lead the army. An administrator approached the guy, who asked if he really thought that such a baby would also lay eggs. Then Nate apologized to him, asking if it was definitely a female, after which the subordinate wondered how he knew the sex of the ants. The brunette's face with closed eyes was shown up close. His hand reached for the column. With his other hand he grabbed the edge of the cube. The protagonist was shown in profile as he exclaimed that everything was ready. In front of him was a table and a golem as it was explained that it was a mill. The hare turned to look at the clay idol as he asked him again. The master touched his cheeks with his hands as he explained that after processing the ears of grain, you can cook rice right away or grind it into flour and make rice dumplings with peas. The confused guy opened his mouth as he realized something. Then the manager asked what was wrong with him. Nate looked up meaningfully as he answered that he wanted tteokbokki. He closed his eyes, sighing as he added that he did not have pepper paste, so it would not work. Behind him stood his subordinates. When the brunette thought about what to look for, if there is anything similar to red pepper, and about asking the elder, then Ben wondered about what was wrong with him suddenly, to which the administrator replied that he was often like this, and that he would get used to it. The tents were shown 2 days later. The participants walked one after another, when it was told that Mike and his companions returned to the village. They stopped in front of a huge dark entrance, when it was told that with the help of a magic circle they got out of the witch's house and got to another place, namely, right to the entrance of the third dungeon. Archie was shown in profile, when it was reported that the companions were faced with the choice to attack him or upgrade their equipment, and that they decided to choose the latter and went back to the village. The main character looked forward, his mouth open, when he exclaimed that they had to endure a lot on the way. A comrade hugged him, calling him by name. The tired boys were standing nearby when he noticed that they looked and smelled worse than homeless people. The protagonist stood in front of them when he added that they needed to wash up first, and then told them to follow him. Then they asked where. A room with columns was shown. The comrades followed Nate, assuming that there was a new path in the temple and wondering where they were going. Then he asked them to wait, because they were almost there. The guys stopped in front of a closed door, when the guy exclaimed that they were there. The protagonist opened it slightly, when he asked if they were ready for fun. Water was pouring out of the pipe. Sweat appeared on Mike's face when he began to ask his comrade. The protagonist wiped his nose when he answered that he was bored while he waited for them, so he decided to do this thing. In front of the guys was a pool, when they wondered if he was bored and made a sauna. Ben adjusted his hat, looking ahead. The brunette imagined a lich in a cloak when he called him the boss from the witch house. The snowman bowed to them when he realized they were his master's traveling companions, then apologized for his past behavior. Then the master mentally asked him again, noting that he was very polite. Nate looked at his friend in front of him when he assumed they were hungry, then said he would cook dinner, telling them to grab a pinza and get in. Ben was behind Mike, who asked his comrade again, then the subordinate exclaimed that he would cook. Food was shown on a plate. The snowman in the hat added something to the bowl. The dishes were filled with delicious food, when he told them that the master had recently become very fond of snow pinza with bean powder, then asked them to enjoy a bath. Archie's mouth began to drool when he asked him again, then Zulu did the same. A corner of the pool was shown. The participants were in a sauna, when the young man exclaimed that it was hot. The brunette looked ahead with a smile when he asked them to listen, saying that he had one request. The guys turned their heads in one direction. Mike opened his mouth, looking ahead when he answered that if he told him, he would give his life for him. Smiling, Zulu pointed to himself when he said that he would not spare his soul. Then Ben was amazed by this. Puck was in front of him when he made a characteristic sound. The squirrel ran after the snowman, who said that he was somehow uncomfortable, and then asked what was wrong with him. The animal climbed onto his hat, then he added that this was not allowed. The main character stood with his back to his subordinates when Ben turned to the hare, asking if he could take him. The snowman and the squirrel were in front of the manager, who told Puck to come to him. The animal deftly hopped to him. The former lich in the hat looked surprised when he realized that this little guy understood everything. He imagined a pyramid with a hierarchy when he shouted that he himself was at the lowest level. The protagonist bent one finger when he said that it seemed like he would need to find time to level up the purification skill. Drops of water ran down the boys' faces when they asked him again. The system window was shown when it was told that lately Nate had again begun to think about the value of his main skill, and that he got it at the very beginning, and if you compare the other abilities, then this one had levels. The system window was shown close up when it was explained that purification was at the initial level. The satisfied manager hugged a squirrel to himself when he said that it was true, and that against immortals this skill is like fire for humans, summing up that if the master raised its level, then it would only be useful. The brunette introduced various undead when he agreed with him, remembering that he had seen the effect of using it on liches and skeletons, and that it looked like an attack ability. He had a weapon in his hand when the guy added that it was of little use for attacking, since it had an extremely small radius of impact, and that it could only spread to what was in his hands. Pack jumped onto the shoulder of the owner, who asked if this was true, when the administrator concluded that therefore he needed to raise it to the average level, and that then it could be used at a distance. The hare pointed his finger up when he asked if it was okay for him, since then he would have to hunt only with this skill. The protagonist's eyes were closed when he asked why he needed to hunt. The manager looked ahead in confusion. The guy pointed at his comrades, then they asked him again. The guys stood in a circle. Mike looked ahead carefully as he asked if they should block the skeletons while he cleared the ground. Archie was next to Zulu, who said it would be easy, so the boy asked how long they should do it. The protagonist looked away with a smile as he answered until his skill reached the intermediate level. His comrades looked ahead worriedly as they thought about how easy it was, but at the same time difficult. The brunette looked ahead determinedly after a few days. Zulu attacked the skeleton. A blue glow appeared in front of Nate. The tired boys were behind him as it was told that thanks to their incredible efforts, he finally increased his skill. The ground shook as a system notification appeared that the dungeon was restarting. A dark silhouette with glowing eyes was shown. The pupils of the creature narrowed greatly. The dark figure hovered over the structures as it wondered what kind of tasks these were, deciding that no one could have built them, and that such skills even existed. The labyrinth was shown from above. In front of the silhouette was a gate. It tilted its muzzle towards the lich's body. The translucent figure hovered over the floor as it said that the Reaper was not moving, and that the vessel of life needed to be checked. In front of the creature was an orb as it said that its soul had indeed disappeared, suggesting that the boss had been completely destroyed. The dark muzzle was shown in profile as its owner explained that the vessel of life was not just a place to store magic, but that it was a bowl in which the soul was placed, and without it, the lich was just a broken doll. The silhouette of the furry creature was shown, which admitted that someone had achieved perfection and gained the skill of soul destruction, adding that it was curious about what skills he had. His eye was shown up close when he said that there was nothing to be done and that the boss needed to be changed. Creepy entities appeared in front of him when he said that the dungeon would also change in that case, but that would be quite funny. The protagonist looked amazed the next day when he asked the question. Spirits were flying around the ceiling when he asked about where the lich had gone and what kind of entities they were. The protagonist continued to look up carefully when he said that he came for something since the dungeon had reset, and then asked what was going on. Sweat was running down the hare's face when he explained that the dungeon had changed. The master looked at the subordinate standing next to him, who added that it seemed like the boss had been changed. Then he asked if that was possible since he couldn't have done that. The manager introduced the baboon when he told about how the high-class managers can change the traps or guardians at their own discretion, reminding him that he survived. Sweat appeared on Nate's face when he thought about the truth. The administrator opened his palms in front of him when he summed up that in that case, it turns out that the attack method of the witch house has also changed. The brunette looked down with concern when he asked how it had changed. The hare looked ahead with a frown when he spoke about a fight to the death. He introduced the flying spirits when he said that it was necessary to catch all those who were there, because that was the only way to conquer it. The guy looked up with a worried look when he asked him again and exclaimed that there were too many of them, answering that he did not want to. The entities surrounded the protagonist when the manager told him that it wasn't that easy, because the labyrinth was also constantly changing, and that they were able to pass through walls, so they could attack them, which was not at all advantageous. The spirits hovered above the guys when the protagonist suggested that it was still better than fighting the lich. Then the subordinate agreed with him. Nate smiled slightly, opening his mouth when he said that it was even good. The frightened administrator put his paws out to the sides when he asked what was good about it. The guy looked determinedly straight ahead when he answered that this was a great chance to try it. A cloud of energy appeared above his palm when he explained that he was talking about the mid-level purification skill. Then a system notification appeared that this ability purifies an object, and that it can be used at long distances. The spirits hovered above the master and his servant, who wondered how to hit them when they moved like that. The brunette's eyebrows furrowed as he asked what his question meant. He aimed his sights at the entities as he answered, like this, activating the target ability. There was an energy clot in his palm. The protagonist directed it forward. The protagonist held his hands out in front of him. He attacked the spirits with his mana. The shocked hare opened his mouth wide when he realized that he had just hit the ghosts. Nate was striking the spirits. The guy closed one eye when the subordinate addressed him, then he asked about not seeing that he was busy. The brunette looked at the manager standing behind him and asked him again when he suggested trying once, adding that if it didn't work, they could jump into the gate. The happy administrator pointed his finger in front of him when he suggested seeing if he could catch a few of them on his own. One spirit was shown when it was said that ghosts were one of the most difficult opponents. The entity passed through the man when it was said that their method of attack was basically simple, and that upon contact with them, the enemy's health and body temperature dropped. Many spirits attacked the enemy when it was said that with a single attack it would be about 1% of health. But if several dozen attacked at once, you could say goodbye to life. The excited hare closed his eyes when he said that these dangerous creatures pass through walls and fly as they want, and the worst thing is that physical attacks do not work on them. He imagined the master attacking the spirits when he wondered why he was dealing with them so easily. The owner stood with his back to him when the manager advised not to underestimate them, to which he replied that he understood, and then asked if he counted. The protagonist looked ahead with a smile and said that everything was going smoothly when he replied that it was the 57th. A screamer fell to the floor in front of the administrator, then he asked why he was there, to which he was told that if the ghosts get too close, then it is worth starting to put pressure on him. Many entities were in front of Nate. The spirits started to fly away from him in fear. The guy blew on his fingers when he exclaimed that ensuring a safe distance was complete and that they were starting all over again. Then the hare thought that it was against the rules, and said out loud that he had become even more cunning. The brunette turned around and looked back when he asked him to call it efficiency, not cunning, and then asked why he had to sweat on purpose if he could work and not strain himself at all, because he was not a fool, after which he asked if he was counting, then the servant replied that it was already 83. The protagonist smiled contentedly when he said that he was hungry and that they would leave as soon as the count reached 100, adding that no one knew and that he might suddenly get some achievement. Then a system notification appeared that the purification skill had reached level 2. In front of him was the system window. When he shouted that after all for leveling up it is the best, then the subordinate thought that it would be better if he watched where he was shooting. The protagonist stood sideways to the manager. When he noticed that for some reason there was no achievement, after the hunt for 100 ghosts was finished, then he was told that if it was, then Mike probably got it a long time ago, to which he agreed. Nate turned his head and looked at the servant, when he offered him to have lunch and go back there, assuming that something could come of it, then he asked him again, wondering if he really wanted to rest. A blush appeared on the guy's cheeks when he answered in the affirmative, and asked him to press the screamer. The brunette put his hands on his belt when he offered to go quietly. He looked down carefully, then he was asked what was the matter. There was a white substance on the floor, when the master wondered what it was. The boys leaned over him when the manager told them that these were the remains of ghosts, then they asked him again. The protagonist imagined the death of a spirit when he spoke about those ashes. The hare put his hands behind his head, standing in front of him. When he said that it was interesting that they left behind ashes, then he replied that if it came to that, the one who killed them was even more interesting. The protagonist brought his hand to his mouth. He opened it slightly, looking away when he asked if it was possible that this could be used somewhere, to which he was told that perhaps only in a ceremony to honor the ancestors. The manager looked closely at the master, who said that it was not there, reminding him that this was an object left behind by a dead monster, and that it would probably find a use. The manager approached the ashes when he thought about what he meant. The hare began to sneeze, standing in front of Nate, who thought about the dangers of inhaling it. The boy turned away from the servant with a smile, who exclaimed that it was just ordinary dust. Then the brunette asked the alpha if he knew anything about ghost dust, and if it was a good name. The master looked up attentively and asked again when it was told that it could be used for research purposes as a magical reagent, but for him it was of no use, since he was not a mage. The protagonist examined the pile of ash from all sides. The ashes were on his palm, when he decided to roll a lump. A cube appeared in his hand, then the protagonist wondered what it was, and whether it was really a new object. Then the administrator exclaimed that it was just a hardened piece of dust. The hare watched the movements of the owner, who was rolling the lumps, when he resigned himself, thinking that he was not listening to him anyway. A window with a picture of ghost stones appeared when he exclaimed that something was working and that it would be useful someday, to which the subordinate replied that he wished it were so. The protagonist attacked the ghost when it was told that they had dinner, and began the second battle. The protagonist looked at the system window in front of him when it was reported that they used up all the screamers. The manager wiped away tears, saying that the poor creatures could only scream and then die. Then the master reminded him that he himself had stepped on them. The administrator winked when he replied that it was true. Nate looked at the bird when it was told that screamers lived in the eagle's nest. Then he wondered if it was worth going there and getting more of these creatures, deciding that this time they should make a trap in the temple. He smiled blissfully when he said that the eagle most likely rebooted somewhere around this time. The guy looked at the disgruntled hare, who said that he had just recently gone for grass, and now he was planning to hunt a bird. The brunette approached the portal when he answered that he would set a trap, and that she should catch them, summing up that the costs were even less than with ghosts. Then the servant said that he could hardly imagine all this. The mountain of death was shown. The eagle was in front of the protagonist when he said that he had caught it, and that there were no achievements again. The manager held the screamers in his paws when he explained that if it had already appeared once, then most likely it would not appear again, with the exception of special achievements, and that, in addition, the reward was the same, so there was no special meaning in it. The protagonist pouted in front of the subordinate when he said that this dungeon was too greedy, to which the latter replied that his greed had reached the sky. The administrator pinched the master when he added that this was why he had gained weight. Nate clenched his fist when he asked the alpha if his fat could be placed on the altar, to which the latter refused, then he cursed. The master and servant stood opposite each other when the hare advised him to let the ghost attack him if he wanted to get rid of him so much. Then he asked if it was true and if he would lose weight. The angry subordinate clenched his fist when he exclaimed that this was a joke, and that if he wanted to lose weight, he should move more and review his diet. The beaten manager lay behind the brunette, who said that he had almost believed it. The guy looked ahead intently, thinking about life energy. A system window appeared in front of him. The stone was shown on the screen as he wondered what would happen if he implanted it there. The protagonist crossed his arms when the alpha said that it was impossible and that they couldn't waste life energy on something like that, and then asked if he knew how much it would take to resurrect Erdei. The protagonist's mouth suddenly opened wide as he exclaimed that he would try it once. He imagined the Reaper turning into a snowman as he asked him to think carefully, since he had implanted energy into the vessel of life, and after that Ben had taken their side, and then wondered what would happen if he implanted mana there in the same way. The serious administrator stood before him as he was told that it was a waste and that it was useless. Nate raised his index finger as he reminded them that ghosts could also take their side. The guy imagined the spirits above him when he said that even though the lich had disappeared from the boss's room, if it worked out, they could have their own army of ghosts. The hare covered his face with his paw when he asked about his dreams, answering that if he accidentally caught one Reaper, it didn't mean that he could become a dark sorcerer. Then the alpha told him that, speaking about Ben, there was originally a vessel where energy could be invested, so he managed to pull off what he had started. The upset brunette opened his mouth wide when he asked why they weren't listening to him, because the master of the temple orders, and then told him to invest energy. Then the alpha advised him to try only on one stone, warning him that it was impossible there now, and that he should go to a safer place. The border of the village was shown when the master asked if it was possible there. The protagonist stood next to the manager when he said that if something went wrong, he could ask the villagers for help. Then they agreed. He had a cube in his hands when the alpha said that he would invest life energy. The protagonist looked at the stone intently, politely asking the ghost to come to life. The cube began to hover above his palms. Nate looked at it in shock. The administrator looked scared, looking at him when he asked if it was true. The guy watched the flying stone with delight, shouting that everything was correct and that the ghost needed to be resurrected. The master and servant watched the spirit together. The hare frowned, looking up when he wondered why it continued to rise. The cube rushed towards the white clouds. It flashed high in the sky when the brunette wondered what was next. Then the subordinate replied that he did not know, assuming that it ascended. The manager covered his mouth with his paws, laughing. The protagonist turned his head towards the administrator when he asked why he was laughing. The hare waved his paws behind him when he replied that he just said it, and it turned out to be true, and then asked if it wasn't enough for him to just purify the ghosts, so he also helped them ascend, summing up that he killed the ghost twice. The protagonist looked away with disdain when the alpha explained that it seemed like he had lost all his dark power and only had the ability to fly, concluding that it was a waste after all and that it was good that he didn't use that much energy. Nate looked at the white clouds when he thought about whether it was good. His serious face was shown up close. The clouds were floating in the sky. Brown eyes were shown up close when the guy said that it was not bad. A servant stood behind the satisfied master, who asked about what exactly, to which he answered him that he could not control them, but he could launch them into the sky. The happy brunette opened his mouth and exclaimed that it was grandiose, and then wondered if it was possible that the lizard statue that was in the temple was also made in this way. The protagonist introduced the blue monster. When the alpha assumed that he meant gargoyle, then he asked him again. The blue lizard spread its wings when it was told that it was a living stone, and that in the past, the masters who created the Temple of Life created this statue to honor Urdai, which brought him great joy, and then he put him to guard that place. The protagonist squeezed the stone between his fingers when he said that everything was exactly like that, suggesting that if he used it, then he could make a flying statue. The master and the servant exchanged glances when the guy advised him to think carefully about what would happen if he put this stone into earth golems. Then he asked what would happen, suggesting that they would also fly to the sky and become stars. The long-eared administrator turned his head when the alpha told him that, apparently, the ghostly stone could fly away, but not return back. Then he added that it could not move to the side either. Nate stuck his finger in his ear when he was told that the living stone was a completely different level of magic and that if you put life energy into the crystal and use flight magic, it will cause constant movement. Then he exclaimed that he knew nothing and that he needed to study this issue, summing up that it would work out somehow. The guy looked at the object in his hand when he suggested trying to charge another stone. Then the alpha replied that he hoped this would be the last. The cube flew out of his palm. The master caught it, clenching his fist. Then the hare asked him to be careful, warning that otherwise it would fly away with him. The owner crouched in front of his servant. The worried manager opened his mouth when he asked why he gave it to him. The protagonist's eyes were closed when he replied that it could fly, so he was fine, and then told him not to let go of it. The shocked administrator looked ahead tensely. The servant was hovering in the air above his master when he asked if he was really rising. Then he was asked not to repeat himself, reminding him that he himself could fly. The protagonist looked up thoughtfully, realizing that the speed was slower than he expected, when his subordinate shouted that he was not flying himself now. The hare was hovering in the sky when he said that he had stopped. The master raised his head, looking up, when he wondered if he was really not rising anymore, suggesting that it was because of the weight. The manager was in the air in front of him when he advised him to try to let go. The administrator frowned, unclenching his palm when he agreed with him. The cube in front of him flew up, then he realized it. Nate covered his cheeks with his hand when he said that it was because of the weight. Then the alpha said that he thought so too and that it was very interesting. There were objects on the ground when the servant was ordered to go down and tried to grab the stone again along with this load. The hare was hovering in front of the master when he realized that they were clay bricks and said that it was too heavy for him, to which he replied that that was why he was giving it to him. The tired manager was shown from behind. His paw reached for the cube. He grabbed it, raising his hand. Then the guy said that it was still because of the weight. The brunette imagined a hot air balloon when he said that it looked like him, and then suggested making it and flying on it, adding that when they need to go down, they will just take out the bricks and control the weight. Then the alpha objected to him, answering that it is impossible, because the sky is very dangerous. The flying administrator looked ahead with displeasure when he agreed with him, explaining that if he meets a dangerous monster, for example, a kite, then he is finished. The main character bent his hand, bringing it to his mouth, thinking about how there are too many prohibitions, and that he assumed that this was a great invention. He touched his finger to the system window when he decided that he needed to go back to the very beginning. A huge object appeared in front of him. Then the subordinate asked why he suddenly pulled it out, to which he replied that he would put a ghost stone in it, and that then he would be able to move it with his own strength. The worried hare raised his paw up when he was interested in what would happen next, and where he would use it, saying that even golems could mix it. Nate's happy face was shown, who replied that there was no need to invent something to use somewhere later, and that it was just for fun. The servant flew above his master when he realized that he was again pretending to say something smart. Then it was told that the guy was a real example of a spendthrift. The brunette licked his lips, looking forward when he said that he put a ghost stone in, and then told the alpha to add life energy to it. The object took off from the ground. The protagonist watched this with satisfaction as he shouted that it was rising. He had a wide smile on his face as he asked the alpha to use some fuel. The huge object was floating in front of the protagonist, who exclaimed that it worked. Then a system notification appeared that he had a new achievement called Birth of a Flying Stone, as well as that he had witnessed a world secret, and that the dungeon was looking at him closely. Nate looked down, excited, with interest, as he asked the systems again. The guy was standing next to a huge cube when he said that it was kind of weird, because the first achievement without a reward. Then the manager agreed with him, saying that he also saw such an achievement for the first time. The subordinate looked worriedly at the master, who spoke about the world secret. Then he replied that this was some kind of nonsense. The thoughtful face of the protagonist was shown close up when he wondered what he was expecting. In front of him was the administrator, who said that he was wrong in any case, and that first he needed to apologize to the dungeon. Then he disagreed with him, asking what he had done. Tents were shown in the village of Shell. The entrance to one of them was slightly open. The man folded his hands in front of him, looking forward when it was told that in life there are people who are unpleasant just because they exist, and that for the elder this person was Nate. Jack pictured the smiling guy when he said that he hadn't done any direct harm to him, but he had a feeling that his position in the village was slowly losing ground. The man was pacing around his desk when he added that last time he had looked at his meat knife with incredible envy, and that he had left him alone, but he was bragging more and more. The elder touched his chin, looking up when he remembered that Mike and his partners had apparently gone hunting, deciding that heaven itself was giving him a chance to tell him everything he thought. Jack ran past the tents. He bent his hand in front of him when he exclaimed that this time he would be firm with him. Suddenly the man froze, looking ahead. He was watching the protagonist from around the corner. The brunette raised a huge cube when he asked if it was true that he was just a strongman, and the administrator agreed with him. It was shown that his palms did not touch the surface of the object. The elder looked around the corner, startled, when he realized that he wasn't just making the blocks for fun, and that there were probably tons of them. Jack watched the boy spin the cube above him, asking if it looked cool. The white-haired man looked ahead intently. He turned away and headed toward the camp, when it was explained that he had quietly walked back. The protagonist stared up when he thought he understood everything. The block was in front of him, when it was explained that from the outside it looked like a game, but in reality he was trying to understand the features of the floating stone. The cube was shown moving upward, when it was explained that there were two of them, and that the more life energy was put into it, the greater the force that kept it floating in the air. 2 blocks of different sizes were shown, when it was explained that depending on the weight, the height of the hover will be different, even with the same amount of energy. The protagonist held out his hands to the small stones when he said that it turned out that with the help of a certain energy and weight, you can adjust the height of the flight. A dissatisfied face of a hare was shown, who said that this, of course, is unusual. A servant stood next to his master when he asked where he would use it, saying that if he used it on golems, they would just dangle their legs in the air, like he did. Nate opened one eye when he exhaled, advising him to use his imagination and asking why he thought that it was only used during battles. The guy stood in front of the manager, who asked where then, to which he replied that, for example, if it was necessary to secure some position. A grain field was shown when the sound of an impact was heard. Subordinates watched the master destroying the room. Sweat appeared on Ben's face when he asked the master why he was suddenly destroying the stairs. The administrator pointed at his comrade when he said that he was talking strangely, to which he replied that it was not he who was strange here, but the gentleman. There was a hole in the ceiling above the guy when he said that he had torn down the stairs first. A system window appeared in front of him when he decided that it was time to get down to business. Cubes appeared in his palm, then the former lich felt the power of ghosts. A snowman in a hat watched the protagonist. Ben adjusted his hat when he exclaimed that he saw that his master was following the path of alchemy. Next to him stood a hare, who disagreed with him, saying that he was definitely not one, and that he was just a master and making up all sorts of nonsense. Nate touched the stone rectangles when he said that it was not easy, mentioning the appropriate amount of life energy and the mass of the stairs, as well as what would happen if the height was slightly changed and adjusted. The snowman was in front of the manager when he asked him to listen, and then asked him if he still thought it was an alchemy, telling him that his previous witch owners also liked to have heated debates about magic. The guy was assembling a ladder in front of him when the manager disagreed with him, saying that he was just playing around. The protagonist looked at the step in front of him when he asked the alpha to remember the amount of life energy for that height, adding that it seemed difficult at first, but if you get the idea, everything will be much easier later. Then he was asked if he really wanted to continue making such structures. The protagonist looked confused when he answered that it was natural, and that if a pioneer like him did not use new techniques, his hands were starting to itch. The floating ladder rushed upward, then the guy exclaimed that it was cool and excellent. The big-eared administrator's mouth dropped open when he realized that he thought he was just playing around and that it was really something. Then a system notification called Walking to Heaven appeared. The servants looked at their master, who said that it was not bad. Nate looked away with a smile when he said that such simple skills worked well, for example, rolling earth clods or breaking stones. The brunette climbed the ladder in front of his subordinates when he realized that he could now put life energy there without the help of an alpha, wondering what would happen if he tried to use it like that. The hare and the snowman looked surprised when they asked him again. They opened their mouths wide in shock. A ceiling of slabs appeared above them when it was told that there was a second floor in the underground temple. The protagonist sat down, smiling, when he said that he dreamed of living on the second floor someday, and that his dream came true. Then the manager asked if he really dreamed of living underground too. Ben looked at the beaten administrator. The system window appeared in front of the protagonist, when he said that it takes more ghost stones than he thought, and that they should also get them and practice the cleansing skill at the same time. Nate, smiling, looked away, when he exclaimed that it was great that the former lich would go with them this time, and that they would take everything that was there. The snowman in the hat looked carefully in front of him. He was shown in profile, when he answered that this is the very place where even death retreats, and which saved his life, calling it the home of the previous owner. Ben's eyes stopped glowing when he nodded. Behind the sad guy was the administrator, who explained that although he was on their side now, there were still old memories, and then wondered how it was possible to be so indifferent. The servant with the blue scarf had his mouth slightly open as he spoke. The snowman in the hat pointed forward decisively as he exclaimed that he knew all the traps and secrets of that place, and then asked to entrust this matter to him. Then the master said that this was excellent, and the hare suggested that there were no normal people in this team. The forest was illuminated by the sun's rays in the summer area near the entrance to the second dungeon. The guy wiped the sweat from his face as he asked the question. Behind Mike were Archie and Zulu, as he turned to the protagonist and asked about whether he was really going to go alone. Looking away, the guy asked that he was going to go there alone. He raised his eyebrows and added that he shouldn't jump above your head. Frowning, Archie said that as soon as he sensed danger, he should run immediately, and Zulu said that or let him wait until they arrived. They stood next to each other. The thought came that Mike and his partners could not enter the already captured dungeon a second time, so they honed their skills before entering the second dungeon. Naturally, these rules. The entrance to the dungeon appeared. It was heard that he was so worried. Walking forward, the hero said that okay, let him not worry, he will call, to which he was told that this path leads straight to the boss's room. The thought arose that did not extend to Nate. Frowning, the rabbit said that they were behaving as if their own son was leaving his father's house. The protagonist landed down. It was heard that if they had seen him act like this at least once, they wouldn't act like this. Looking straight ahead, the manager said that he had grown up a long time ago. The protagonist waved his arms. It was heard that he could beat anyone he wanted. The creature took a step forward and exclaimed. The animals were moving forward. Looking at them, Nate thought that ice gremlins were against the rules. It was said that the purification only applied to ghosts. Looking straight ahead, Ben said that he would take the defense upon himself. A glow appeared around the weapon. The animals looked at him with fear. Ben looked at them furiously, and said that they should come to him. The hero, watching them, said that he said it again, and the guide added that it gave him goosebumps. Suddenly Ben rushed forward. He began to wave the weapon. The pet swung the scythe. His eyes lit up brightly, and he added that they should die. Looking at him, the rabbit thought that he should not be angered. He turned his head to the side. Collecting dust from ghosts, the hero grinned. As soon as the ice gremlins approached, Ben immediately began to attack them. At this time Nate collected ghost dust. When the ghosts approached, Nate attacked them. At this time Ben collected dust. The hero collected dust. They held hands. It was said that they worked as a well-coordinated team. The protagonist walked forward. The thought arose that Nate and Ben swept the entire witch's house like this, when suddenly, looking to the side, Nate asked what it was. It felt like someone had cleaned up here, to which Ben replied that his master had changed, and he was doing the same thing, a strange feeling. Closing his eyes, the rabbit asked that they weren't the managers. Grinning, the hero thought that it wasn't in vain that they cleaned up here. He looked at the manager, hearing that he leveled up with this, but it was a stupid skill, to which he replied that the opponents were strong monsters, and high-level monsters give even more points. The rabbit sighed and said that in short, they were lucky again. Holding the cube in his hands, the protagonist asked what he was talking about luck. What was wrong with him? No matter what anyone says, he achieves everything through effort. Watching him, the manager heard that he was rolling up a lump of earth. He grinned and thought. Looking down, Nate asked that, by the way, maybe they should check how much better it had become. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he simultaneously purified 3 lumps. 1 lump could be considered enough for 1 level. Crossing his arms, the hero asked that then if he were level 10, he would be able to purify 10 lumps at once. Clenching his fist, he added that with an increase in level, the quality of purification also improves, so hunting ghosts would become easier. The protagonist turned around, hearing that he should just know that it would not be easy to level up here. The entrance appeared, and it was heard that there was a staircase. With his eyes wide open, Ben said that the first underground floor began here, and that they had to be careful. A diagram of the dungeon appeared, and it was said that Nate had started from the boss room and had quickly gone through the entire dungeon, no matter how ironic it may sound, but the first underground floor turned out to be the most dangerous for him. Looking straight ahead, the pet said that it was the first underground floor. Foliage appeared, and it was heard that it was called the Witch's Garden. The hero looked in surprise and asked again, to which he replied that why his eyes were so wide. Grinning, the protagonist said that for sure, witches probably did all this too to survive, maybe there were some edible vegetables there. The Witch's Garden appeared, and it was heard that this was some kind of grass, you can eat it. Ben extended his hand forward and replied that it was poisonous mold, if he touched it, he would be poisoned, so he should be careful. Nate crouched down and asked what was interesting, but he couldn't clean it, and the rabbit thought that it was immediately obvious that it was inedible. Pointing to the mushroom, the hero asked what this was, to which the pet replied that these were mushrooms, but if you came closer, they would spray spores. Looking straight ahead, the manager heard that this was ordinary moss. The protagonist looked down and said that he was disappointed, although the light didn't penetrate well here. Bowing, the pet said that he was very sorry, but most of these were traps, there was almost nothing edible here. Looking at him, the hero asked that almost meant that there was something. Raising his head, Ben replied that there was, but it didn't look very good. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said that he should show. He took a step forward. Nate held his hand out to the side and said it was a bit dry, to which the pet replied that there were plants growing here that absorbed a lot of moisture. Holding his hand out in front of him, the rabbit shouted that he shouldn't run into it, there was something ahead. The hero stopped abruptly in front of a cactus. He clenched his teeth. Frowning, the manager said what it was. The thorns on the cactus appeared, and it sounded like a blood-absorbing cactus. Smiling, the rabbit said that a blood-absorbing cactus, if you prick yourself on its needles, will start to absorb the blood. To be more precise, it is a plant that absorbs all the moisture that gets on its thorns, so they say. Crossing his arms, the hero asked what absorbs the moisture. He said, that's why the air is so dry. The protagonist looked down. Turning around, he said that he accidentally didn't mean this plant, that it was edible, to which Ben replied that it didn't look very nice, but the previous owner ate it with pleasure. Closing his eyes, the rabbit asked what else. She was a witch, maybe she drank blood from this plant, he hates everything connected with blood. Nate looked ahead silently. He turned around, hearing what was the matter, to which he replied that it was something disgusting. Looking down, the hero said okay, let him try it first. Waving his arms, the manager asked what he wanted him to try, anything but this, he was damned. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that yes, it was just a pure cactus, the dungeon had reset, so he hadn't had time to absorb anyone's blood yet. Looking away, Ben heard that it was true, to which he replied that the owner's word was true. Pointing at the rabbit, he said that he could rest easy, to which the manager replied that he should try it himself. Lowering his head, the pet said that it was a pity, but he was a snowman, if he came too close, it would suck all the moisture out of him. Raising his hand up, he added that he could not go near it. Closing his eyes, the rabbit exclaimed. He rushed towards the cactus. The manager tore off a needle from the cactus. The rabbit looked away. Running away from him, Ben asked what he was doing, what was wrong with him. Smirking, the manager said that he was scared, then he should stop talking like that, otherwise it was annoying, to which the pet replied that who else was talking about a manner of speech, he would try to change. Raising his eyebrows, the hero asked what and what he was going to do with this needle. With his eyes wide open, he asked again. The protagonist tore off a needle from a cactus. Looking down, he said that the spines of this cactus were just right to be used as needles. Nate closed his eyes and said that was great, they made work gloves, to which the rabbit asked why he was so fast. Smiling, the hero said that he had been making them for a long time, little by little, and now he had finally finished, to which the rabbit thought that it felt like he had all sorts of skills better developed than the purification he had been given. Looking straight ahead, the manager heard that he would pull out the spines and try the cactus, to which he thought, damn. Standing in front of the cactus, the protagonist said that all the spines were pulled out. Stretching his hand forward, he asked what will they cut it, knife? With wide eyes, Ben said that here it is. Nate cut the cactus. The knife suddenly rested against something. With wide eyes, the hero asked what it was. Holding a piece of cactus on a knife, the protagonist thought that not only by its appearance, but also by its peculiar smell, yes, it is a watermelon. Looking at it, the rabbit asked that he had to eat it, to which Nate replied that no, he would eat it. The manager shuddered and asked if it was true, to which the hero said that he could not force his subordinate to do such a dangerous job. Nate bit off a piece of watermelon. He began to eat it. The hero closed his eyes with pleasure. Juice was dripping from the aruba. It was heard that let them just look at the drops of blood, what a terrible plant, to which Ben replied that that was not the word. Looking straight ahead, the pet said that the previous owner also said that the taste was very refreshing and pleasant. The current owner is also very brave, to which the rabbit replied that witches are still completely different. Looking at the hero, the manager thought, wow, he's eating this nasty and dangerous plant so briskly, he really respected him. Grinning, the protagonist said that he had another brilliant idea. Taking a piece of cactus in his hands, Nate said that he needed to cut off the tip. The hero was pouring a drink and said that he should pour soda here too. The manager looked at him in bewilderment and asked what he was pouring there. Closing his eyes, the hero shouted that soda and watermelon are a real punch. From now on he will call it a watermelon cactus. The seed was floating in the punch. Looking at it, the protagonist asked what a seed it was, and why it was so big, easy to eat, of course on one side. Stretching his hand forward, Ben said that he should be careful with this seed. If you put it in water, it will immediately absorb it. Holding the seed in his hands, Nate said that then it would be easy to grow, to which he was answered that okay, does he really want to plant this terrible plant in the dungeon? And he added that it is good when there are many traps. Closing his eyes, the hero said that mold has recently appeared in the bathhouse, and the alpha said that this is true. Standing in front of the cactus, the protagonist said that if he planted it nearby, it would be an excellent dehydrator, and an excellent trap in itself, let them see, to which he was told that he agreed, a wise decision, and he added that he should see how quickly he changed his mind. Looking away, Nate asked what he meant by he agreed, let him install the gate. Standing in front of the portal, the hero said that he should pull all this out and transfer it to the dungeon. Holding a piece of watermelon in his hands, he added that he should freeze this, and Ben said that he should excuse him, but now his energy is not enough to freeze it properly, and the protagonist said that it is not necessary properly, let him cover it with thin ice. Stretching his arms forward, the pet asked that this is enough, to which Nate replied that it is great, how convenient it is. A frozen watermelon appeared, a notification about the first achievement appeared. The hero's eyes widened and he exclaimed, to which the rabbit replied that he could make an achievement out of feces. Looking away, the protagonist asked what he thought, anyone could do it, it was a shame to eat it alone. Nate grinned and said that he should bring Mike and the others to the temple. A dungeon appeared, and it was heard that this was why he had come for it. The manager extended his hand to the side and said that he was asking everyone to come back. Taking a step forward, the man asked if it was true, to which Archie replied that they would go faster. Entering the portal, the guy said that he was going forward. The young man stood in front of the portal. The rabbit was lying on the ground. Looking at the guy, he asked what was wrong, something he didn't like. Looking straight ahead, Mike said that he still didn't trust him. Frowning, the manager said that he could do as he pleased. Crossing his arms, the young man said that he had always wondered why he had left Nate alive. Looking at him, the guy thought that he couldn't say that it was because of the system, he had pride too. The young man raised his eyebrows and thought that he knew he wouldn't answer. He was like this before, seemingly friendly, but no one knew what was inside him. Frowning, he added that he had unexpectedly become their ally. How much could he be trusted? Looking at the rabbit, Mike asked what his real goal was. Grabbing his ear, the manager answered that it meant what, to eat well and live well. Standing in front of him, the guy asked what that meant, to which the rabbit said, oh shit, why are you bothering me? The rabbit's eyes lit up and he said that from the very beginning he had one goal, wealth and prosperity, to eat well and live well. Putting his hand to his face, he added that in this regard, too, things were not bad now, there were no problems with food, clothing and shelter. Pointing to the portal, the manager said that he knew before that he was a boring and too serious person, enough of wasting time, they would go. Standing behind him, Mike said that if he caused Nate any harm, to which he replied that this was what kind of person he was, they would go already. The hero was sitting near the cacti. His eyes wide open, he said that set a trap on the cactus, it was said that a trap was being set. The protagonist watched the plants. Turning his head, he said that the effect was immediately visible, it was heard that if you take into account the humidity in the sauna, then this would be enough. The man took a step forward. Looking at the cactus, Mike said that this was in the witch's house, and Archie shouted that he should be careful, if he got too close, he would suck the blood out of him. Smiling, Nate said that it was okay, now it was their trap, if they got pricked, it would be unpleasant, but he would not suck the blood. Raising his finger, the guy asked what he was saying, this includes the dragon's apostles, to which he was told that it was true. Looking straight ahead, the man said that it worked. He opened his eyes in amazement, and shouted what was wrong with him. Putting his hand to his face, the rabbit said that if he pricked himself, let him just do bang, and everything will be fine. Raising his hands up, Zulu shouted that this was even possible, it was not a mosquito, and the manager thought that it meant that it was possible with a mosquito. Crouching down to the ground, the hero said that he should not worry, now he would do a little magic, a hovering staircase. The cacti flew up, and Mike asked what was happening again. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was too early to be surprised. The cacti hung in the air, the thought appeared that the earth was hovering in the air. People started eating watermelon, the thought arose that slightly frozen watermelon punch, And so this eventful day passed, so eventful that there was no time to even sit down and think. A view of the sky opened up. It was said that Nate's daily life. The hero stretched, sitting on the bed. The protagonist was sitting in the sauna. Food appeared. It was said that breakfast and lunch at the same time were being soup, rice and fried meat, for dessert a watermelon cactus, and the rabbit asked what he sprinkled the meat with salt. Closing his eyes, Nate said that well, it's time to go to work. Stretching his hands forward, he said about purification. A notification appeared that the purification skill had risen to level 4. The hero was collecting dust. It was said that collecting ghost dust. Looking at him, the rabbit thought that something was here. Lying on the ground, the protagonist said that it was heavy, and he added that it was not so. The manager clenched his fists and said that there was a complete lack of any feelings. This was a 4th level dungeon after all, he could get caught. Looking away, Nate asked that the previous boss was with them, what to worry about, to which Ben replied that he thanked them, let them trust him. Raising his hand up, the hero said that they would go slowly. A view of the village of the crack opened up. Wide-eyed, the protagonist asked what was going on. Maybe something had happened. The guy bit his finger and thought that it was as if they had seen something terrible. Nate looked at the guy in surprise and asked what was going on. Wide-eyed, he asked again. Mike looked down, hearing that it was on his forehead. The village appeared. It was heard that an assistant was coming to the village. The eyes of the beast lit up. It was heard that everything was flourishing here. Looking at the village, he asked what our people got along so well with each other from the beginning. They should be worried about how to survive. How did they overcome these difficulties? Looking down, the beast said that it had been a long time since he had come down. A glow appeared in front of the man. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed. Looking at him, the beast said that he began to look better. He was living well, to which the elder replied that he was not. The village chief bowed his head, listening to the fact that he had gotten fat, and the village looked surprisingly good, however. Stretching his hand forward, Simon said that the reason why he was still alive, he had not forgotten. The man frowned. Wide-eyed, the beast said that he should remember his number. He could declare his death at any time. Kneeling, Jack said that he knew his calling, to which Simon asked that he do his work for him, right? The beast lowered his head and asked what this was. After all, he had saved him so that he would explain the dungeon to people instead of him, and he just went and settled in here. The guy stretched out his hand and said what this was. The man was kneeling. The thought arose that Simon was lazy, but very smart, so he trusted the man to personally watch other people. He was too lazy to tell about the dungeon, so he handed this matter over to the elder. Plants appeared. It was said that, however, after Nate appeared, the number of people wanting to go into the dungeon had significantly decreased, and the village had become a fairly safe place. Gritting his teeth, Jack thought that in the end, this is a self-evident fact. Who would want to go into such a dangerous place? Any person would do so. Looking at the people, the beast said that it seemed that they lacked persistence, so he would add interest to them. The man's eyes widened as he heard that this was his last task, to take all the villagers and go underground. The people watched him in silence. Looking straight ahead, Simon said that he was sentencing them to death. The villagers looked at him angrily. Suddenly, numbers appeared on their foreheads. The girl frowned. The number on her face changed. The hero exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that he, too, would make himself an apostle of the dragon. What idiocy. To which he asked that an assistant could really kill people left and right like that. Sitting on the ground, the rabbit said that perhaps there was something they didn't know, to which Nate replied that some pathetic assistant allowed himself everything. Looking to the side, the hero heard that only they could speak like that about the dungeon assistant, to which he asked that he was on his side. People were standing in the middle of the village. Looking straight ahead, the man said that they only had one way to survive. In 30 days, or more precisely in 29, they had to attack another dungeon, then the survivors would receive restoration. The villagers looked at him silently. Putting his hand to the guy's head, the protagonist said that purification. Raising his eyebrows, he added that damn, it doesn't work, maybe the curse is too strong. Raising his finger up, the rabbit said that the purification skill does not allow him to get rid of everything. Curses also have levels. The guy looked ahead. It was heard that this curse is called the Mark of the Victim. This is almost the highest level to date. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what the Mark of the Victim was, to which the manager replied that the state window, a label that he sacrifices to the dragon of the apocalypse. The curse was cast on the guy. It was heard that Mike, who was not even there, also received a curse. That is, this is a common sacrifice, not a single one. Looking directly, the hero said that the highest level to date, and if it is not possible to increase the purification level. Sitting next to him, the manager replied that there is a probability, of course. This is a natural principle. The higher the curse, the higher the purification skills should be. The rabbit looked in bewilderment, and said that but will he be able to increase the level in a certain time? He does not even know how much to increase. Looking down, the protagonist said that it is true. Hunting ghosts has become much easier, but they bring almost no experience, so it will not be easy to increase the level with their help. The guy raised his hair and asked what these numbers mean, to which the rabbit replied that a type of expiration date. The number 29 appeared. It was heard that 29 meant that in 29 days he would be sacrificed, to which Nate asked what would happen if the expiration date passed. The manager closed his eyes and replied that it would spoil. Frowning, he added that yes, it was a spoiled sacrifice, one who could no longer participate in the dungeon game, one who refused to attack the dungeon halfway through, no longer had value as a sacrifice. The man closed his eyes when he heard that the assistant could kill him at any time, to which he replied that it was true. Standing in front of the people, the elder said that these numbers could only be removed by restoring all the survivors. They had no other way to survive except to attack the dungeon. Closing his eyes, the rabbit said that was right. They would already capture this dungeon. There was no need to rely on others. After all, he had lived like this from the very beginning. Jack lowered his head and thought that he was right. That was how they lived and would live, and then said that but how long should they endure this torment? The manager looked at him in amazement and asked how long. Didn't he tell them everything? When he successfully finished the game in the dungeon, he would be sent wherever he wanted. If he didn't want to die, let him do everything in his power. The guys looked away, hearing that if they died, they would become victims, but if they survived, it would be their victory. People walked forward. It was said that as a result, all the participants went to the third dungeon. The hero stopped. The thought arose that in case they failed to clear it, Nate decided to stay in the village as a backup, but more precisely, to increase the level of the purification skill. Smiling, he said that he went with them rabbit, and could come to them at any time when he opened the gate, to which Mike asked that he could handle it alone. Looking away, he said that he felt uneasy that they were leaving him alone again, to which the rabbit asked what it was, who else was worried about whom, and he added that they had a good trip, let him take care of himself. The hero stretched out his hand to the side. A thought appeared that this was how Nate's operation to raise the purification level began. The protagonist grinned. It was said that together with Ben they suppressed all the ghosts in the witch's house. A notification about the achievement appeared. A glow appeared around the hand and Nate said that this was exactly what was needed, because of which everyone else was suffering so much now. Looking away, the hero said that by the way, a connection had already been established with the third and fourth dungeons. It was heard that it was true. The only way for them to stay alive was to attack the third dungeon and go through the fourth. Closing his eyes, the hero said that it seemed that this Simon was really smart. He was delighted when he changed the boss to ghosts. Smiling, he added that he would not like to meet him personally. Suddenly he would put a number on his forehead too. A portal appeared. It was heard that this would not happen. He no longer had the mark of the victim. It did not matter. Let him open the gate. The area near the village appeared. The skeletons were looking forward. Looking at them, the protagonist said that they should come here. Stretching his hands forward, he shouted about purification. Nate smiled broadly. Raising his hands up, the hero said that this skill now works at long distances. There is no need to suffer like before, to which Ben replied that it was great. Looking at the notification, the protagonist said that he had only purified in vain. It was still level 4, too low efficiency. Putting his hand to his face, Nate said that another time he would have stayed here until it worked out, but now is not the situation. Time is running out. He looked surprised when he heard that he could clear the poison cloud better, to which he asked what exactly. Why didn't he think of it himself? A view of the cliff of death opened up. Climbing the stairs, the hero said that from here to the very top there were poisonous clouds. He would try to clear them all, gradually climbing the cliff. Stretching his hand to the side, the protagonist added that after changing to a long distance, the scale was now completely different. He broke through the wall and thought that it was an effective method. Nate grinned when he heard that the purification skill had reached level 5. Closing his eyes, the hero shouted that it was great. We should continue in the same spirit, to which he was told that there were no more poisonous clouds left. A beam flew along the wall. It was said that the purification skill had changed to a long-range action. The beam flew through the wall. The thought arose that this is why the area of application of purification quickly disappeared. Reaching his hand forward, the protagonist thought that there were some inaccessible areas, but where Nate could reach, it was already cleared. Crossing his arms, the hero said, "Damn, do they really have to gouge out a ladder again, unless it can fly?" The protagonist asked in amazement. The beast widened its eyes, hearing that for sure, it can fly, to which he asked what it was. Standing in the middle of the dungeon, Simon asked why the witch's house was empty again. This place had already been attacked. Looking straight ahead, he added that there was not a single trace, and that the floors were so clean, as if they had done a general cleaning. Widening its eyes, the beast said that how strong do you have to be? What kind of monster did this? Standing still, Nate said that this would be interesting. A glow appeared around the boxes. The hero clicked on the notification. Smiling, the protagonist asked what to do this time, or rather how to do it. The stick was drawing on the ground. Looking down, Nate said that if you use a floating stone, it would not be difficult to make the golems fly, but this way they would just hang in the air. He raised a finger, hearing that the first thing to do was to solve the problem with the driving force and control, to which the hero replied that it was true, they should move freely. It would be necessary to think about the center of gravity or balance so that they do not turn over in the air. Objects appeared. It was heard that, by the way, the ghost stone can be charged with energy, but it is impossible to pull it out of it again. If you bring a ghost or floating stone as a sacrifice to the altar, then you can convert them into energy. Sitting on the ground, the hero said that it will not work to control the height with the help of life energy. Maybe it is better to manually adjust the weight. With wide eyes, the protagonist asked what and how about this form. Ben looked in surprise and exclaimed. A drawing appeared on the ground. It was heard that its abilities were simply something. It was a cockroach. Looking at the pet, the hero said that it was actually an octopus. The protagonist clenched his teeth. Ben looked at him in surprise. Clenching his fists, he shouted that the birth of an unlucky genius whose beautiful drawings cannot be appreciated, because he was born in the wrong century and in the wrong place, and right now he is standing here, in front of him. Waving his hand, Nate said that was enough. Looking down, the hero said that in short, this is how he will make an octopus golem. He will leave the head empty to fly in it. It will be safe. A cloud appeared. It was heard that it was a great idea. Then the poisonous clouds will not penetrate inside, and it will protect from the wind. The hero stood inside the octopus. It was said that there was another advantage. If you add earth cubes to the head, the octopus will begin to decrease in height due to weight, and vice versa. If it wants to rise, then you just have to remove the earth. To which Ben replied that what a great idea. Holding a stick in his hands, the protagonist said that the octopus's mouth is an entrance, and also a cannon that shoots a purification skill, because its goal is to increase the skill level. Holes in the ground appeared, and the pet asked what these holes were, to which Nate replied that these holes indicate his location. With wide eyes, Ben asked what it meant. He will become the captain of the ship. Smiling, the hero said no, the engine. Looking away, he shouted that so, thoughts and ideas ended there, and now to work. A glow appeared around the hero's hand. Ben ran after him. The protagonist drank water. The pet cooled him. Smiling, Nate asked what he thought. The octopus golem stood in front of the hero. The pet looked at him in surprise and said that he was amazing. The octopus showed up. It was said that he had planted potatoes from the dungeon at his feet to increase the density of the earth. The engine cabin could move in all 4 directions. There was heating in the cabin, and there was a place for shots with the purification skill in front. The hero raised his hand, hearing that it felt like it was bigger than he thought, to which he replied that it was a bit heavy, but it was full of ghost stones. The protagonist began poking the octopus with his hand. Raising his head, he said to charge it with energy. The octopus raised its tentacles. A glow appeared around them. The monster's eyes lit up. Standing in front of it, Nate said that all that was left was to insert the core. The hero touched the beast. With his eyes wide open, he said to let it get up. A bright light was emitted from the octopus. Raising his head up, Ben said that he could even be a dungeon boss, congratulating him on creating such a terrible monster. Smiling, the protagonist replied that they would try to ride. The octopus flew up slightly. Crossing his arms, Nate asked, so what, are they starting? Stretching his hand to the side, Ben said, an air fortress, they are performing, a mini blizzard. A glow appeared from the octopus. The beast flew forward. It was heard that it was flying. Smiling, the hero said how great it was, as if he had become a real sea captain. Stretching his arms forward, he asked, so what, and now they will try to descend to the poisonous clouds. The octopus flew forward. Suddenly a beam flew out of it. It was heard about purification. The protagonist smiled and shouted about it. The clouds flew in his direction. Gritting his teeth, Nate asked if he had really gotten the sleeping poison. He stretched his hand forward, thinking that he should be careful, and then said that it was fire. The octopus was flying among the clouds. The hero smiled, listening to how he was breaking through the earth, stones and now clouds, to which he replied that this was what made him unique. They were flying forward, and it was heard that they might take a break, that they should seal the entrance with earth. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought. Crossing his arms, Nate said that he felt sick, that he didn't feel well. Looking up, he added that it was possible to open the gate here, to which he was told that it was possible if there were specific coordinates, and the hero said that he should stop here for a while, to which Ben responded approvingly. Coming out of the portal, the protagonist said that he was back, to which the pet asked where he had gone. Holding the skin in his hands, Nate said that he had cleaned the skin. Lying on it, he added that comfort is important in transport, the back just melts, the bed is science. The hero closed his eyes and snored. Looking up, the pet asked where this gap came from. The sleeping gas leaked. Stretching his hand to the side, he added that while the owner was sleeping, the hole should be sealed. The protagonist slept, listening to the fact that he had already worked all day today. He could handle the mooring himself. The octopus flew forward. It was heard that as slowly as possible. He stuck to the rock, and Ben said sweet dreams. Morning came. The hero woke up abruptly. The protagonist froze in place. Closing his eyes, he said that it had been a long time since he had slept so well. Was it really because of the sleeping poison, so you can get hooked? Putting his hand to his face, Nate asked, well, since he was full of strength, maybe they would start raising the level, but first. The octopus stuck to the rock, and he heard where they were. Looking at the hero, Ben said that in order not to wander all night in the open sky, he moored on the nearest rock, to which the hero replied that he thought they were lost. Looking at the notification, the protagonist said that judging by the fact that the temple was not visible on the map, it was far from them. Well, it did not matter to them. A message about the skill appeared. Stretching his hand forward, Nate said that from now on they would try to gain speed. A view of the sky opened up. He heard about purification. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought. Looking at him, Ben asked why he was thinking, to which the protagonist replied that he understood. Looking at the sphere, the protagonist said that he thought that the purification skill only hits in a straight line. Let him see. Nate silently held it in his hands. Sitting on the floor, the hero exclaimed. Turning around, he shouted that well, how about him? He spun a little, really, it even seems to have spun a little, like a baseball, right? The pet looked at him in amazement and replied that he did not know what a baseball was, but he saw that he had finally managed to take control of the magic into his own hands. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what control. Raising his finger up, Ben said that it was about the magic that is fired when concentrating. Now he can use it in different ways. Smiling, Nate asked what happens like that. I wonder how much he can spin. Throwing the sphere, the hero shouted that the angle of rotation became greater. The hero's eyes widened and he said that he was right. The main thing in baseball is the breaking ball, to which the pet asked again. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that he should do it again. It was said that at first he tried to throw at 90 degrees without stopping. The beam flew to the side. The thought occurred that when he got used to them, he was able to draw a semicircle. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that his head suddenly began to hurt. He looked away and asked again, hearing that he was overworked. He was not a magician like Ben. Controlling magic requires considerable mental effort. Falling to the ground, the pet said that it couldn't be. It was his fault. How could he let his owner ruin his soul and body like that? Frowning, Nate replied that no, everything was not so bad. How could I explain it? It was like fatigue when I studied for an exam all night. Looking straight ahead, he said that in other words. Lying on the floor, the hero said that he just wanted to quit everything and get some sleep. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist shouted that Nate was back, to which Ben replied that it was a relief. The octopus flew across the sky. Frowning, the hero exclaimed. Stretching his hand forward, he shouted that damn, more than a semicircle is already difficult. Clutching his head, the protagonist added that it was so annoying when it didn't work out, he couldn't continue training like this, otherwise his head would hurt again. Raising his finger up, the pet said that by the way, there's nothing better for restoring strength than mandrake. Looking at him, Nate asked that mandrake was what he drank instead of tea, to which Ben replied that it was true, and he added that he thought he said that witches use them as reagents. The hero closed his eyes, hearing that he did not recommend him to consume such an ominous plant, although he had already drunk it many times, to which he replied that it was a bit like a traditional Korean drink, and the taste was excellent. Looking straight ahead, the pet said that if he felt well, then the magic would become much stronger, which meant that his intellectual abilities would recover faster. Looking at the mandrake, the protagonist said that great, then they would drink a cup. The kettle began to boil. The man cut the plant. The grass was boiling in the kettle. The liquid was pouring into the glass. Nate closed his eyes. Raising his eyebrows, he said that the smell alone already added health. The hero looked to the side, hearing what an ominous smell, to which he replied that it was quieter there. The protagonist drank the drink. The octopus was flying among the clouds. It was heard that he never thought that he would ever drink tea above the clouds. He came up with a new entertainment. Nate began to cry. It was said that mandrake removes accumulated harmful substances from the body through tears. Looking down, the hero said that before he only liked the taste, but it turns out that mandrake had such a wonderful property. His head began to hurt less. Maybe his strength is restored. The protagonist swung the sphere and shouted that he had changed and could now shoot. The sphere flew forward. Smiling, Nate shouted that he had drawn the semicircle so clearly. Raising his hand up, the hero said that it was not bad. Now he would have to drink this tea during training. A question was heard about why he was so fixated on the trajectory. Looking to the side, the protagonist answered that it was interesting. Raising his head up, he said that it was great. He would make the angle steeper until he got a normal circle. A thought appeared that at such moments the alpha missed the rabbit, who always put in his word. The manager looked ahead. Frowning, he thought that he wanted to eat. The man looked to the side and shouted. Closing his eyes, the rabbit thought how boring it was. Rolling his eyes, the man shouted for help. The animals looked angrily ahead. It was heard that they should be careful. People looked around. It was heard that they should not miss the torches. The eyes of the fish lit up. People were holding torches in their hands. Darkness appeared. It was said that the place was covered in darkness on all sides. The man took a step forward. The thought appeared that it was called the deep sea, but it had nothing in common with the sea. It was a squelching land and a black fog that enveloped it. Fish swam forward. It was said that, and also ominous creatures, every now and then emerging from the darkness. This black fog hated the light. Holding the weapon in his hands, the guy said that if there was light, they would not be able to get to them. Let them save the torches. The thought arose that at the same time he was afraid of it. A spark fell on the man's hand. Closing his eyes, the man shouted that it was hot. Looking at him, the rabbit thought that he had lost the light. Frowning, he said that in that case. Looking straight ahead, he added that this was the end. Stretching his hand to the side, the man said that his light. Opening his eyes wide, he asked that anyone had an extra torch. The monsters rushed forward. The rabbit looked at the bright light. A glow appeared around the guy. It was heard that even today the Lightning Man was working at full capacity. Mike held a weapon in his hands. It was said that he was nicknamed the Shining Knight. He clenched his teeth tightly. An explosion flared up behind him. A thought appeared that for the fact that he shot blue lightning, striking enemies with it. Watching the people, the manager said that if he continues to abuse the skill, then very soon he will burn out mentally. Looking straight ahead, he added that but still he is a real man. The guy looked at the glow. It was heard that when he first got here, he barely reached the level of electric discharge. Lightning flew around him, and the manager said that the more often he uses the skill, the stronger he becomes, and with a pumped-up skill, you can try to go through the dungeon to get new achievements and new skills. Putting his hand to his face, the rabbit said that a genius who really puts in a lot of effort, probably something like this. Closing his eyes, he added that it was some kind of déjà vu. The manager looked at him in amazement and asked what he was just thinking about. Rushing forward, he added that the guy was just a regular slacker. Mike looked away, hearing that he should save his strength. If he continued to use his skill like that, he would quickly run out of strength. Raising his eyebrows, the guy asked what he was worried about him. Frowning, he said that it was nothing. With this skill he needed a little time to recover his strength. Closing his eyes, the rabbit said that but the recovery was incomplete. He did not get the point, if he were at least half like him. The young man looked at him, hearing that what was he talking about again. Closing his eyes, he replied that well, he was right, Nate was always relaxed. Raising his weapon up, Mike said that this is exactly why he respected him, to which the guide replied that he scared him. Closing his eyes, the guy said that but he had no time to relax. Frowning, he added that he would not remove this mark for now. The young man raised his head, hearing that it was good, Shining Knight, to which he asked again. Looking straight ahead, Mike said that something like a golden light had just appeared in the sky. What was it, or did it seem to him? Clenching his fist, the hero shouted that it worked. A notification appeared that the purification skill had risen to level 6. Standing behind him, Ben said that he congratulated him, looking pleased, to which the protagonist replied that of course, increasing the level was of course good. But a sphere flew out of the hero's finger. Nate frowned. Controlling the beam, he said that well, now he can draw a full circle, his fantastic ball control. Smiling, the hero said that if this were applied to golems. The beam flew around the octopus. It was heard that it would turn out to be a purifying spherical satellite, although it disappears when it makes a circle. The protagonist turned his head, hearing what the meaning of all this was, to which he replied that it made sense. Isn't it amazing? Just at the moment when he drew a full circle, his level increased. Sitting on the floor, Nate said that the timing was too precise to be a simple coincidence. Skill control has a positive effect on leveling up, isn't that right? Smiling, he added that it looked like that. This could also be called an achievement, as he thinks, but there is none. The hero sighed and said that well, as always, when it is not necessary, he will stumble over it 10 times, and when it is necessary, he will not find it day after day. I wonder what he is doing now. Looking up, the protagonist thought that he could go there. If the purification skill reached level 6, he could try to cleanse the curse. With wide eyes, Ben said what it was. Looking at the hero, he said that it was somehow strange outside, to which Nate asked again. Looking outside, the protagonist asked what was going on, why was it so dark, and why were there no more poisonous clouds? The octopus flew forward. It was heard that this darkness was not because of the night, it had recently had dinner. Rays flew out of the octopus's mouth, and the protagonist asked that then it was some kind of new poison. The spheres flew forward rapidly. Suddenly they exploded. With wide eyes, the protagonist asked what it was, as if the darkness had swallowed the light. Looking straight ahead, Ben said that traces of the abyss. Nate turned around, hearing that it was an abyss swallowing light, did not think that he would find traces of the abyss here, to which he asked what was this. A sorcerer appeared. It was heard that this was a forbidden border that the witches were exploring, an area full of ominous and dangerous chaos. Looking up, the hero asked that it was not the same thing, and what next? He said that mandrakes are sinister, and darkness can also scream. Pointing forward, Ben said that he had just seen it. It absorbs light, to which the protagonist asked again. A glow appeared. It was heard, or rather light, in which there is power, in other words, light in which there is life energy or magic, and in his case it is the power of skill. The octopus flew forward. and the pet said that the dark fog of the abyss, which maintains its existence by absorbing the power of skill, such is the essence of this darkness. Putting his hand to his face, the hero asked that it absorbs skill, that is, one can say, it neutralizes it. The protagonist looked up, hearing that they were in trouble then, he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. If he got into the black fog, he would be able to destroy the gate, and if he opened the gate, he would have nowhere to hide in case of danger. Pointing to the side, he said that it didn't sound good, turning around, to which Ben replied that he understood. Looking at the claws, Nate asked what it was. The hero looked at him in fear. The claws dug into the wall, it was heard what the hell attacked them. The monster bit the octopus. The creatures attacked him. The protagonist screamed in fear. He tightly clutched the weapon in his hands. Nate swung towards the monster. The creature's head fell to the floor. Its eyes lit up brightly. The head of a fish appeared. Looking down, the hero asked what it was, why the fish was swimming in the sky, to which the pet replied that it was the fish of the abyss. Turning around, the protagonist shouted that the fish of the abyss was definitely a fish. First they needed to get out of here. The octopus flew forward. A mini blizzard could be heard. Nate rushed towards the hole. He looked away in amazement. Looking at the monsters, the hero thought that because of their weight they were losing altitude. Frowning, the protagonist added that if they left everything as is, they would risk crashing. It was a pity, but it seemed they would have to abandon the octopus golem. Nate landed on the floor. Looking away, he said that they would install the gate. The hero looked surprised when he heard that the coordinates were unstable, that it was currently impossible to install the gate, to which he asked again. Turning his head, the protagonist said that then there was no other way out. All that remained was to make the golem work at full capacity. Nate looked out from behind the hole. He climbed onto the roof. Frowning, the hero said that the hovering ladder. Suddenly he rushed forward. The protagonist stuck his gun into the monster. He looked at the notification. Nate clicked on it. The monster's eyes lit up and he screamed. The hero sat silently in front of him. Looking at the creature, he said that the effect was what was needed. The protagonist stood on the roof. The thought occurred that an ordinary person at such a height and speed would lose consciousness. His eyes lit up. It was said that but in this situation he fought and surprisingly remained calm. A griffin appeared. The thought arose that the reward for achieving this is the bravery of an eagle. Nate struck. The thought arose that the bravery of the Prince of the Sky. The griffin passed to him, without losing its pride and dignity. The hero frowned. A spear flew into the monster. The creatures flew to the side. Smiling, the protagonist said that the last fish remained. The octopus swam forward. The thought arose that the successful destruction of the fish of the abyss. He swam far ahead. Lowering his head, Nate said that he figured it out. I wonder how much longer they will last. Standing on the octopus, he heard how well he repaired it, as if no holes were made in it, to which the hero replied that this guy is also an earth golem, so it is worth replenishing the missing earth, as he himself will be restored. Looking away, the protagonist said that in general, it was dangerous to stay here, they would go down and open the gate there. Looking at him, Ben said that if he provided him with a little visibility, he would try to take the right course, to which Nate replied that he was going to do so. Suddenly, the pet exclaimed in surprise. Torches appeared. It was heard that this was the same. He was using ordinary fire without magic, to which the hero said that yes, he had his guesses, and as he saw, he hit the mark. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that he should just look at the center of the fire. The dark fog seemed to dissipate. Looking at the monster, he added that they had come again. The abyss fish looked at the fire in amazement. Nate froze, looking at it. The monster turned around, and he asked again. Raising his head, the hero said that it seemed that they did not emerge from the dark fog. It was clear that for them, darkness was something like water. Ben's eyes widened when he heard that he should go inside the golem, to which he asked again. Smiling, the hero said that he would get into trouble for that. The pet turned away and said that it was the sunstone. A glow appeared around the sphere. The box rose up. The protagonist crossed his arms. Looking straight ahead, he thought that this made him look more like a glowing jellyfish than an octopus. Maybe he had overdone it. Nate looked away when he heard that he wasn't sure about the appearance. But the method was simply amazing. The light of the sunstone was a unique ability that had nothing to do with magical power. The hero crossed his arms when he heard that even the abyss couldn't harm this light, to which he asked that he couldn't say such things in advance. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that he didn't know much about the abyss. Ignorance of evil and bad things was not a sin, to which he thought that he wasn't even ashamed. Raising his hands up, Ben said that thank you. Now everything around him was very clearly visible, but what to do with him? Nate looked at him in surprise and asked again. The fish wagged its tail. Looking at it, the hero thought that this was the one that got inside at the very beginning. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that looking at this creature that came from the darkness, it's just a fish. Standing next to him, the pet asked that he had seen the abyss fish before, to which he replied that it was not from the abyss, but similar. Nate looked in amazement, and said that it was an anchovy. It looked like a big anchovy. Looking at it, Ben heard that it was an abyss fish. Sticking out his tongue, the hero asked, interestingly, what does this fish of the abyss taste like? The protagonist held a butcher's knife in his hands. Looking at the fish, he said that while the fish is fresh, the first thing to do is cut off the fillet. It was heard that how about moving to a safer place and enjoying the meal there. Looking to the side, Nate said that this is all for the sake of food, he can't miss a meal. Swinging a sledgehammer, the hero said that first they need to stun it. Light appeared around the octopus. The protagonist cleaned the fish from scales. He pulled out the entrails and separated the bones. Nate began to cut off the fat. He grinned, looking down. The hero poured the sauce, and the pet asked what it was, to which he replied that it was soy sauce, specially made from beans. A fish platter appeared, and it was heard that this is how it is. The more presentable the dish, the tastier it is. Ben trembled and said that if you think about it, he is a real master of torture. Is he really going to eat blood and flesh raw? Looking at him, the protagonist asked what he has never tried sashimi, to which the pet replied that he is a snowman, he cannot eat anything at all. Sitting on the floor, Nate said that it is a pity, such a delicacy, then let him stand next to him and blow a cool breeze on him, to which Ben replied that he listens and obeys. Blue rays appeared. It was said that due to the humid climate, Nate was constantly sweating and experiencing discomfort. In such a situation, Ben's skills were very useful. The hero closed his eyes. A thought arose that his blizzard was very much like the work of an air conditioner. Taking the fish with chopsticks, the protagonist said that the first piece goes without anything. He grinned and added that it was not bad, and the meat was sinewy. Taking the sauce in his hands, Nate said that they say that in some areas sashimi is eaten with bean sauce. Raising his hand, he added that it was very good. Now the soy sauce, what a pronounced taste. Smiling, the hero asked what a little vinegar could do. A bowl appeared. It was said that the production of fruit vinegar according to Nate's recipe, from earth mixed with decomposing clay, he would make a pot for fermentation. The fruits lay in sugar. The idea arose that he would put here all sorts of fruits from the dungeon and sprinkle sugar on top. Underground fruits give off bitterness, so more sugar would be needed than usual. The fruits were boiled in a pot. It was said that if you use the powers of a ceramic pot and reduce the time, you can quickly get fermented fruit vinegar. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he would mix it with soy sauce. It would be nice to add wasabi here. Is there anything similar? The protagonist picked up the rind of a watermelon cactus. He began to chop it finely. Ben asked what the point was, with his eyes wide open, to which Nate replied that there was no point, he just wanted to recreate the taste of wasabi. The protagonist picked up the wasabi with a stick. He began to eat it. The protagonist grinned and thought that sometimes luck comes in life, almost exactly like wasabi. Nate stirred the wasabi into the sauce, and said that what if you mix cactus wasabi with vinegar soy sauce? The protagonist looked down and shouted that sashimi should be eaten exactly like that. He turned around and called the rabbit to eat. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that he wasn't there. Standing in front of him, the rabbit said that you would think he was dead, to which he asked again. Sitting on the floor, Nate asked what he was doing here, to which the manager replied that his alpha called him, so he came, and they were just nearby. He rolled his eyes and asked that he didn't know that this was dungeon number 3, and then thought that he had covered it again. He heard that this was also a dungeon. The hero looked up, hearing that the other participants were also in a place shrouded in darkness. He tried to contact them, to which he asked how he got here alone. What about Mike now? Stretching his hand forward, the rabbit shouted that so that's what's the matter. Then there was no answer. They wanted to gobble up such a delicious thing alone that they did not even hear what they were told. Shoving a fish into his mouth, the protagonist replied that he would rather try this. Closing his eyes, he asked what he was saying. A thought came to him that he was a little ashamed. Unlike the dialogue box in the phone messenger, missed messages transmitted via alpha could not be viewed again. Nate smiled, talking about sashimi. Putting his hand to his face, the rabbit said that this was tasty and sinewy. It was not the time for this. His comrades were in trouble. With his eyes wide open, the hero shouted that why was he only talking about this now? Stretching his hand forward, the manager replied that there was no need to be so nervous, there was no hurry. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment and asked what it meant, dangerous but not urgent. Nate raised his head, hearing that when he saw it, he would understand himself, to which he responded approvingly. Stretching his hands forward, Ben said that he was starting to move. The rabbit was sitting on an octopus. A glow appeared around him. He heard that he should follow his instructions. It was easy to get lost here. A thought appeared that, and when he managed to make it. Closing his eyes, the guy thought that he was still a good man, because now he did not have to walk. The man held a torch in his hands. It was said that the black fog of the Sea of the Abyss, in order to fight normally in this fog, it is important to watch the torch as well. Monsters appeared. A thought arose that as soon as the darkness absorbed the fire, the fish of the abyss would immediately gather there. The guy held a torch in his hands. A thought appeared that but the whole problem is that these fish are far from the biggest threat. He took a step forward. Waves appeared around him. Fins appeared from the water. Suddenly the mollusk jumped up. Looking at it, the man said that they had lost another one. The thought arose that once their mouth closed, it was impossible to open it. People began to run away from the mollusk. The man struck. The thought arose that Zulu and Mike were locked inside. Gritting his teeth, the man said that the devil? The man froze in front of the monster. Opening his eyes wide, he asked when Nate would come. The archer turned his head, hearing that he should help. Frowning, he shouted that it was approaching from above on the left, and from below on the right too. People began to fight the monsters. The monster's eyes lit up and he cried out. Gritting his teeth, the warrior thought that this sound. Holding a hammer in her hands, the girl heard that the shadow cat, be careful. She gritted her teeth. Looking at the beast, the girl said that here is the creature. The archer frowned and said that it was hiding in the shadows and putting out the torches, after all, without Mike. Looking straight ahead, Zulu said, damn, tough bastard, you can't handle it with normal forces. Mike looked down, hearing that now only his lightning remained. The man looked surprised and asked why it wasn't working. Closing his eyes, the guy replied that he could concentrate all his strength and try to destroy it. But if he fired a lightning bolt in such a narrow place, it would be dangerous even for him. Looking at him, Zulu said that he knew what he was thinking, but if they did nothing anyway, they would die here like the last dogs, and soon there would be no oxygen left. Hitting himself in the chest, he asked that he knew about his regeneration skill. He wouldn't die that easily, they would try to break through. Standing in front of him, the young man replied that no, it was too dangerous to trust their lives to luck. What he was talking about should probably be left for the most extreme case. They would try to wait for Nate. Frowning, the man said that even if he came here, he thought he could come up with something better. He had ever opened a closed shell of a mollusk with his bare hands. Even with the help of golems, he would hardly succeed. Mike lowered his head down. Zulu closed his eyes and sighed. Stretching his hand forward, he said that at the moment when he swallowed them, he was confused. It was a mistake to kill the mollusk. If it were alive, you could try to force it to open its mouth. Looking down, the guy said that Nate would have come up with some other way. Standing in front of him, the man answered that it was true. He was almost here. They would wait a little longer. Looking at the glow, the girl asked what was this. The man opened his eyes in surprise and asked what the last boss could do. The guy raised his head up and said that they should wait. The hero was sitting on an octopus. They heard that it was their ally. What was that bright thing? Smiling, Archie asked that he really made a golden chariot. Going down to him, the hero asked that he was okay, not injured. Putting his hand on his head, the protagonist said that he should give his forehead, to which he asked again. The guy closed his eyes. He heard about purification. The number remained on his forehead. A thought appeared that damn, it was still far away. Frowning, Nate said that if he knew that this would happen, he would go clean the dungeon with them, to which the rabbit replied that the harder he tries, the greater the reward. Raising his hand up, the hero said that here he is. He closed his eyes, hearing that he will not beat, to which the protagonist replied that he even missed him a little. Standing in front of him, the young man asked that he could not first deal with this, to which Nate replied that okay, let him entrust this matter to him. Looking into them, the hero said that what happened would be told later, to install the gate. A glow appeared around his hand. Golems began to emerge from the portal. Frowning, the protagonist said that he should guard the people. The beast looked furiously. The golem rushed forward. Looking straight ahead, Nate addressed the army. The golems began to fight the monsters. The man looked in surprise and asked what this man was, who he was, and the girl asked again that he was not from the village. Yes. The hero walked forward. It was heard that he should look carefully. This is a great man. Looking at the mollusk, the protagonist said that this was the mollusk they were stuck in. Knocking on it, Nate asked that it was real iron, or a metal similar to it. An inventory appeared. It was heard that he had something in stock for such cases. If it was metal, then it could be melted, right? The hero climbed the stairs. The thought came that the experimental subject from the witch's laboratory, the chimera ant, the mutant ant's saliva, corroding metal, and its pincer-like mandibles, capable of piercing metal. The protagonist poured the liquid onto the mollusk. Looking at it, the guy asked what was corroding the mollusk's armor. Pink smoke came out of the hole. It was heard that it was great. He made a hole. People raised their heads up. It was heard that there was light there. Standing near the mollusk, the hero shouted that they should move away. Molten metal would pour out now, to which they answered that it was good. How was the situation outside? Looking to the side, the protagonist replied that everything was fine, they should not worry. Smiling, he added that it was better to think about the fact that he would soon get out. Now he would try to cut it out. An ant cutter appeared. It was said that the cross-shaped scissors were made from the jaws of a mutant ant. It also strengthened the necessary options. Nate held the scissors in his hands. Gritting his teeth, he shouted about the aura of a one-horned boar. A glow appeared around the scissors. Looking at them, the hero said that the blade had completely deteriorated. Apparently it really was a hard shell. Raising his hand, Zulu said that the hole had become much wider. He cut with the scissors where he bought it. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he meant where he bought it. He made it himself. He would give him these scissors, and let him try to cut from the inside. The man looked surprised and answered approvingly. Climbing onto the mollusk, Nate heard that forward they broke, to which he replied that he would throw what was left. The dark sky appeared. It was said that after 4 broken ant cutters they finally managed to get out. Smiling, the man said that thank you, he believed that he would pull them out, to which the hero replied that it hurt. Looking away, Mike said that he did not believe in him. Raising his hands, Zulu shouted that no, he believed, damn it. The thought appeared that, and then Zulu began to justify himself for a long time. Mike looks forward and notes that he can now conduct one experiment. He strikes with lightning. The team is taken aback. The hare is unhappy. The guy lowered his eyelids and notes that it is very good that he did not do this inside. He looks at his hand. Something breaks in front of the guy. He happily declares that it works, with which Nate agrees. The hare points at him, saying that they are too late to show off their strength, and asks if they are ashamed of themselves for simply being locked up, to which Mike replies that it is not so. He coughs and declares that, in general, he will now deal with the steel mollusk alone, and that if anyone ends up locked inside, it will be him. Nate sits down near the water. The guy is thoughtfully holding something. He examines the object and realizes that it is real iron. The hare comes up to him and asks him what he is up to again, and asks if he wants to make a shield out of it. The guy grins and asks if he knows what mother of pearl lacquered items are. In the background, a voice talks about Nate's earth golems and that they could boast of power comparable to the boss of some zone. The gorilla smokes, and he continues that they had such incredible strength and an inexhaustible supply of energy. He introduces another golem, and notes that another huge plus of theirs is the ability to regenerate. The golem melted and the voice notes that no matter how hard they were still made of earth. The narrator tells about the dragon, saying that they could not resist those monsters that were stronger than the earth, and this is the reason for what will happen later. Against the background of the box, the system notes that in front of us are mother-of-pearl lacquered products, specifically that these are crafts made from thinly sliced mollusk shells that are cut into the shape of various figures. Someone is holding one of these and the voice reasons that Nate has found something that could compensate for the weak points of his earth golems, and that he is the one using Korean traditional crafts. Nate shows the hare his finger and explains that if you wrap the earth golems in a mollusk shell and asks if they will become practically impenetrable, to which he is stunned, saying that it looks like a piece of armor. The guide uses a monocle and continues that it somehow reminds him of a piece of plate armor, and the system explains that it is armor made of scales, therefore the phrase scale armor would be more appropriate here. Nate is puzzled by what he said. Ben smiles and notes that it is simply a brilliant idea. The hare is embarrassed and asks him what kind of names are these, about an armored golem, because he does not understand anything and that he has no taste. Nate thinks that an armored golem doesn't sound so bad, and the hare asks him again with disgust, while the voice notes that it was decided to use this name for the new golems. Someone drew a scary gorilla and Nate notes that this armored mollusk reminds him of a huge mussel, and someone explains to him that mother-of-pearl products are most often made from mussel shells and that the heavens themselves want him to make armored golems. The hare casts a spell and asks if his armor will crumble during the battle and if he will tie it all up with a rope. Nate shows him the finger and asks why he needs a rope if he will just take and laminate everything. Nate thinks that mother-of-pearl products are usually varnished on top so that the shell does not fall off. The hare is perplexed by what it means to varnish something, to which the guy replies that he himself does not know what it means. The brunette looks at the cup and explains that he doesn't know everything in the world, but nevertheless it seems to him that he found the right raw material for this matter. The hare looks into the cup and clarifies what kind of black liquid is there, to which he receives in response that he mixed the shell of a mollusk with the saliva of a chimera ant, and that he will try to smear it on the surface, and that if it does not work, then he will just need to change the proportions. Nate asks with a smile if they will try to collect the material for him first. The lighthouse uses a lightning strike on the mussel. Nate splits the same ones with a mud cube and the voice continues that this is how he pulled out armored mollusks. Mike, meanwhile, uses lightning and the voice explains that he has already completed the process this way. The guys look at each other and the voice understands that their fighting and creative abilities have not worked together for a long time. Mike sparkles with the words that this is already their 6th mollusk. The hare shouts quite loudly that he is a good person, Lightning, to which the latter asks if he cannot call him by such a strange nickname. The team collects the debris and the voice notes that all the other members of their group have already been collecting. Helen collects the debris, while the voice continues that they all helped and thus became a single team. The hare hums something and notes that each member of the team has his own talent, and that now they have simply turned into a model of production workers. Nate hits the rabbit. He falls to the ground. The hare asks why he is fighting. Nate points at him and explains that everyone is working, and he is just relaxing and orders him to go and at least do something. Ben sprays everyone with water, to which the rabbit retorts that he is not the only one enjoying the rest, and for some reason the latter still hits only him and draws his attention to Ben, who is also lounging and offers to beat him up too. Ben smiles at him and explains that he would be happy to help them, but he has one problem: he has no hands. The hare furiously asks what kind of thing he uses for witchcraft in such a case and clarifies whether he is deliberately pretending to be busy with something so as not to work. Nate waves his hand and stands up for him, saying that although he has hands, he still doesn't have them, and clarifies how he imagines collecting shards with snowy hands, to which the hare retorts that he is talking nonsense, because how was he able to carry a scythe before? The guy looks at him with displeasure. The hare asks again. Nate clarifies whether he, like Ben, can emit cold, working as an air conditioner for the team. The hare is taken aback and asks again what he means. Nate stands there contentedly and asks if he can do the same and praises Ben. Ben hands him a cup, saying that he asks his master to try some cool soda, to which he agrees. Nate points to the glass and asks him if he can do the same. The hare is taken aback and asks how this is even possible, because he can't do a couple of things as he already finds himself on the snowman's side. The hare ties his ears into a spiral and realizes that their scales are tipped to one side and understands that he has a favorite, and Nate asks why he is standing and repeats that he told him to go to work. The hare sits by the water and reasons that he is not really, of course, and wants someone's affection, but something is bothering him. He frowns and realizes that he is in a lousy mood. Nate stands behind him and decides to clarify if he is offended by him. The hare moved away. Nate smiles and insists on asking whether he is offended or not. The guy bends down and calls him. The hare furiously asks him again what he said and what he wants from him anyway, because he was not offended, but angry, to which he receives in response that he was scared, and the voiceover explains about the character traits in general, that if someone asks the offended one whether he was offended or not, then he will only get more offended. Nate looks away and denies it, because he just wanted to make a drawing on the golem, and notes that he thought about cutting his face there. The guy smiles and continues that he looked like someone and that people say that real heroes usually hang something on their chest, and it will turn out to be something like a mascot. The guy turns away and says that he still will not do anything, because what kind of rabbit is there? To which he asks him to do it, and asks why not, and really asks to draw his face there. Nate tries on a piece of shell on the gorilla and the voice says that this is how the work on making an armored golem began. Nate nails the pieces to the golems, and he says that he hammered the planks from the clam shell into them one by one. The gorilla is covered in liquid, while the voice explains that this is because Nate then covered them with chimera and saliva, which he mixed with crushed clam in advance, and that he thus firmly glued the shell to the golem. He knocks out a rabbit's face on a piece of armor, and the voice notes that as soon as he removed the coating from the well-dried clam shell, something happened. The rabbit's face is adorned on the armor. Nate asks him with a smile what he thinks about this, to which he happily declares that he turned out very beautiful there, and Nate clarifies whether he really liked himself so much. The rabbit closed his eye and notes that for him it turned out very well. The gorilla clenches his teeth as the system explains that Nate has improved the Earth Golem, and that he has created the Armored Golem number 1 in the gorilla series. He bends his forelimbs. His back is also protected. The gorilla shines an eye. Nate stands and looks at his brainchild. Mike looks stunned and notes the gorilla's stance, that he looks strong. The guy wipes his face contentedly and he asks if he has ever worked in a workshop before, to which he explains that he has this innate talent. The system sends him a notification. He reads the achievement sheet, that he has made an armored golem, and that he has invented such a thing as an improved golem, and so on, and that his reward is that the golem will now perceive its armor as a piece of its own body. Nate reads it stunned and realizes that this is even better than he could have imagined and asks if this means that the armor will now also regenerate. Nate shows his gorilla to the rabbit, and the rabbit says that he is certainly a good guy, but decided to clarify whether he is too obsessed with him. To which he receives in response that he does not agree that he is obsessed, because he still needs to look at him more closely to understand how cool he actually looks. The hare smiles and notes that he admits this and that the drawing on his chest is especially cute. The rabbit frowns because he noticed something strange, because Nate is not some kind of magician. Nevertheless, he continues to create new golems. The white one is even more confused because he does not understand how he does it at all and assumes that he does it thanks to some kind of error in the system. Nate turns around at someone's voice, which says that there is nothing strange here. Gerald looks at them and explains that initially golems were sculpted by hand and that the creation of earthen dolls with the help of magic appeared much later. The rabbit is indignant and asks if this means that at first golems were made by hand, just like him, to which Gerald confirms these words. Gerald exhales smoke and continues that at that time there was not even magic and that the technique of creating golems meant making an earthen fist in one's own image and then putting life into it. Nate is taken aback by the fact that he said that this was already something from the realm of divine phenomena. The rabbit scratches the back of his head and asks what he is saying, because the conversation began with golems, and they came to a deity. Nate thinks about advanced things and realizes what was going on, but notes that he thought so from the very beginning, because cars and planes are also made by human hands, and asks him if this means that golems are not much different from something like that. The rabbit looks at him blankly and retorts that he just found out about it himself and has the audacity to act smart, to which Nate asks why he's saying that, because he's known about it for a long time. The brunette smiles and suggests that they not argue now, because there's not enough time and that since they have more strength, they need to act. The plot moves forward a few days. The girl sits and wonders why she's the 13th. Someone grins and says that they only have 13 days left to live, to which the second one replies that they need to find the dungeon as quickly as possible. The old man is perplexed. He closes his eyes and asks for forgiveness, because it's too dark here and he doesn't remember the right way. The guy in the bandana smiles sadly, while the old man clarifies that he does remember something. The group perked up after his words. The old man raises his finger and says that it was a high place. Jack also stands and continues that they need to climb as high as possible, because he remembers that the dungeon was in the highest place. Nate thinks about the high place and notes that it is still good that they have at least some kind of clue. He points his finger back and suggests that in that case they should first move in this direction and that if they realize along the way that they made a mistake, then they will have to turn in the other direction. The archer scratches his head and asks him to listen to him, because he was actually heading there, to which he asks again if this is true. The sun rises. Against the background of the octopus, the voice continues that the privateers were heading upward and kept near the bright golem of the octopus. Mike looks at the armored mollusk and the voice explains that if they met armored mollusks, then he killed them. Nate accepts the fragments under the comment that the other participants passed these trophies to Nate. The guy works and the voice explains that with the help of these materials Nate began to make a second armored golem, and that this time he acted much faster and smoothly. The fish shines with its eyes, while someone clarifies whether it is a fish of the abyss. It opens its mouth. The gorilla withstands the bite of such a thing. The fish cries from broken teeth. The gorilla makes a fish cutlet, and the voice notes that such fish were no longer a problem for them. Nate looks at this from above. The rabbit stands a little behind and notes that he is surprised and that now they can enter the black fog alone and that they will no longer have to think about the fact that they can die, to which Nate asks them not to go there, because what will they do if a huge fish suddenly emerges from the darkness, which will be the size of a mountain? The rabbit closes his eye, saying that he feels so sorry for his golems and that it would be better if he treated him like that. Someone shouts about the shadow cat. The girls catch it, screaming that they have lost it and that the third one must catch it. The thing runs at Nate. It grabs the glowing piece of octopus. The thing darkens. Nate is stunned that the light of the sunstone has gone out. The archer has caught it. The cat is shaking and cursing. The cat has become smoke and the girl notices that it has run away. Nate looks at the extinguished sunstone and asks if this means that she is not a simple monster, and notes that he did not think that cats can extinguish not only a torch, but also his sunstone. Ben looks ahead and says in surprise that now he understands what kind of cat it is and that he will have to keep an eye out when they go to bed, to which Nate asks why he says that and assumes that he knows her. Ben imagines a cat and explains that it is one of the creatures of the abyss and that it is a shadow monster that destroys light and emits nightmares, and Nate asks again about nightmares, but he immediately continues that he makes everyone around him have nightmares and then with their help he clouds the mind of the victim. The rabbit spreads his paws and retorts that it will not be possible to sleep peacefully here, and Nate notes that this is such a nasty and terrible place. Nate looks at the rabbit and asks if they have options to get rid of them, to which he receives in response that nothing affects them anyway and adds that these cats are so cowardly that they immediately run away as soon as someone notices them. The rabbit points his paw forward and screams that one is hiding there. The guy jumps and chases her away. Nate notes with a smile that, as he understands, he now has a talent, to which he angrily asks him again. The brunette points his finger at her and asks him to go and catch the cat. The guy looks thoughtfully. The rabbit waves its paws discontentedly, and he asks why these cats gathered at the feet of his golem. The brunette realizes something and remembers that when they were flying in the sky, they did not meet a single one, which means that they are hiding in the shadows. Nate looks at the cat and says that he understood what the matter is and that they move when they hide in the shadow that is cast on the ground. Nate lifted the octopus into the air and realized that his problem was solved. Nate looks at the rabbit and notes that he is lying here again, to which he argues that he also needs to rest, to which he replies that he needs to work, so he calls him to get up. Someone meows. Both look at the shadow cat. Nate looks at the angry cat and asks when she managed to get up here, to which the rabbit notes that she most likely cannot move simply because it is too light here. The brunette smiles and asks whether he can tame her or not, to which the rabbit clarifies whether he thinks he is capable of such a thing. The man looks forward in horror. He trembles and asks for something not to come and not to approach. The zombies are heading towards them. The brunette recognizes his mother in the zombie. She bites him on the neck. The guy falls in horror. The archer looks at this and asks what it is, to which Jack urges him not to look. Jack continues to look and the voice notices that something appeared before the elder. He sees his dead comrades and friends in the zombies' faces. Jack closes his eyes and thinks that they have not seen each other for a long time and again asks for their forgiveness. The elder looks displeased and explains that what they see is a hallucination and that it is not even a hallucination, but simply those memories that simply remained here. Jack looked up and notes that their appearance here indicates that they have found what they were looking for. The elder trembles and notes that in front of them is a hill of nightmares. The man looks at the zombies and says about the third dungeon and that it is a hill of nightmares. The guy in the bandana asks again if these are definitely hallucinations, because he was able to touch one with his sword. Jack looks at him and yells at him to be careful, because if he can touch them, it means that they can attack them back. The elder continues that as long as they do not attack first, they should not approach them under any circumstances and explains that these hallucinations are reality, and that if they go inside, they will be in danger. Zulu closes his eye and notes that hallucinations are terrible, and someone asks why he thinks so and if he remembered anything, to which he denies that anything happened. The rabbit looks ahead and states that if we generalize, then they now need to be extremely vigilant, and that if you think about it, then shadow cats belong here. The cats came running to him. Mike looks at the rabbit and asks how he knows such things, because there really are a lot more cats around. He looks at the cat and explains that shadow cats absorb light and spread nightmares and that the black fog also absorbs light, and it also has a power that supports its own existence. The rabbit holds out his paw and asks what will happen if they combine them. Jack squints and replies that after that, the nightmares accumulated in the sea of the abyss will become reality, and will be like these hallucinations, to which the rabbit says that he is right. Jack hears the voices of his friends who say that he is a traitor and curse him, and he tries to convince himself that this is a hallucination, just a hallucination. The elder opened his eyes and continues that the longer they stay here, the more their minds become foggy and therefore, as soon as they enter inside, they will need to go through the dungeon as quickly as possible. Mike is perplexed whether they are going to get inside, and specifically inside what. Everyone is taken aback. The elder takes a stick, saying that he will soon find out everything himself. The zombie bares his teeth at him. He throws something at him. The zombie looks at him and curses. He reaches for him while Jack yells that they need to stop these illusions first. The zombie attacks. The archer runs back and asks what that was and why hallucinations can use skills. The rabbit reaches for the cat and yells that his only target is the shadow cat. While everyone was fighting back, the voice notes that at that moment everyone was doing their own thing and helping everyone else. But that's not all, because there was one person who was focused on what needed to be done. Nate is casting some spell. He makes himself an armored golem, and the voice continues that he didn't care what was happening outside. The brunette continues to do this, despite all the danger that threatened him. He looks tiredly and the voice says that it was as if he was deliberately trying not to listen to the sounds of the battle, and that he was just silently working and putting all his effort into this work and creating an armored golem. The brunette sweats and he continues that it was all because he trusted Mike and the rest of his comrades. While they are looking at something stunned, the voice says that they all trusted each other and that with confident steps they all moved together closer to their goal until the moment when it finally appeared before their eyes. A spiked tower stands right in front of them. The team members are terrified. Against the background of the towers, the voice says that the darkness gradually dissipated and that a certain building appeared before their eyes and that people were standing and looking at it with their mouths open. The guy takes off his helmet and asks if they really have a building in front of them, because it looks like something else. They look at its top and notice that it looks more like a clamshell. Mike looks at the elder and notes that when he talked about them having to go inside something, he asks if he meant this. Jack replies in fear that he's not sure he can. He turns around and says that they're all going to die. The voice comments on this as the fact that once the group reached the dungeon, the elder was overcome with memories from the past. He looks down and states that there are a variety of nightmares inside and that they'll have to fight their way through them and get to the top floor. Against the backdrop of a bunch of shadow cats, he notes that once they go inside, a countless number of cats will immediately run up to them. Jack looks in horror and even the slightest ray of light won't get inside, to which someone asks him what he's worried about. The archer looks at the octopus and notes that they have Nate with them and that this golem is still too big to go into the shell of a mollusk. Nate asks if they're talking about going inside. He's standing behind them. The brunette looks at the towers and notices that the shell is very large, to which the archer is happy that it appeared. They look at the entrance, and Nate notices that the door looks a little narrow. The brunette turns around and asks Jack how spacious it is inside, because if only there was enough room, he could teleport there through the gate, to which he replies that it is about the size of a witch's house. The guy peers into the tower and realizes that in that case his golem will not be able to turn around there. He looks away and asks the golems to break the wall. The armored guys go to the tower. The archer is horrified and asks when he managed to do so much and notes that it is simply amazing. The golems go to the entrance. The gorilla swings. They hit the wall of the tower. The team members note that if the shell collapses, they will not be able to capture it. Nate smiles and asks them not to worry, because even if it collapses, there will always be a way to clear the dungeon. Something is smoking. He looks at the wall of the tower. Nate knocks on it and realizes that it hasn't collapsed and wonders if it's made of the same material as their armor and assumes that he's looking at a real armored mollusk. He looks up and asks if they have a way to melt it. Rabbit is indignant at how he's going to melt it and asks him to stop making unnecessary movements and just go inside. The team asks if they're going to go or not. Nate turns around and turns to the elder and asks if he said that they need to get to the very top here and asks what's up there. Jack is shaking. He replies that the Black Queen is waiting for them there. Against the background of the tower, he continues that the 4th level assistant called this place the Black Queen's Castle and that they called this tower an endless spiral prison. He imagines it inside, saying that this shell inside is arranged in the form of a spiral and is divided into floors, and notes that the participant needs to climb up the spiral stairs. Against the background of zombies, he continues that along the way they will constantly have to fight with the emerging images. Against the background of fish, he explains that sometimes these images take the form of a fish of the abyss. Jack looks stunned and explains about rare cases. He imagines a woman, and Jack continues that such illusions can also appear in the form of loved ones. His wife is trying to kill him. The elder sadly continues that even when the understanding comes that this is just a hallucination, killing family and friends with your own hands is very scary, and that such a heavy burden will fall on any soul. The team sadly fell silent, and the rabbit says that only now he understood why he was shaking. The rabbit extends his paw and notes that if a person goes through this several times, then his peace of mind may not withstand it, and that this is a minus of the human soul. Nate slaps him on the back of the head as he continues that he is basically leading to the fact that this place is like a training ground to strengthen the participants' minds, to which the guy retorts that he is talking nonsense because it is torture for a person. He frowns and notes that they should not suffer in vain. Nate suggests an alternative option to climb the wall from the outside. Nate holds up a finger and explains his plan that they will simply get into the octopus and climb up the wall. He looks at the top and continues that at the top they will make a hole and get inside, and asks how they think it will be easy. The team tensed up and asked how easy it is impossible. The archer wonders if they can just up and fly, because the octopus golem can fly and they can also take other golems with them. Nate looks down sadly, saying that he thought about it too, because if he uses the floating stone, they can fly up. But there is one problem. There are too many abyssal fish, and he thinks it will be safer for him to stupidly climb up the wall. The brunette looks down and explains that they will only stick to the wall, but the understanding that they have something to rely on will already serve as a good incentive for everyone. The rabbit points to the gorillas and retorts that even if people ride an octopus, what will the rest of the golems do? Nate turns to the gorillas and replies that he will drive the floating stones into them, and that if he only reduces the weight a little, they will be able to rise up after them themselves. The guy holds the cubes in his hands and offers Gerald to put some life energy into them and that they do not need to fly in the sky, and he does it just to reduce their weight, to which he agrees. Nate looks at the gorilla and explains that he is going to drive floating rocks into their joints. The brunette turns to the centaur golem and notes that he will not do that to them, because they will not be able to climb the wall. Nate clenches his fist and turns to the team that they will have to fight up there standing on the golems, and asks if they will be able to cope with the task. Nate smiles and adds that they are warriors after all. The team mentally says that warriors are people too, to which they still answer that they will try. Nate looks at Mike and asks if he will be able to break the wall with his skill, to which he replies that he will try. Mike is getting ready to use the skill. He strikes the wall of the tower with lightning. A lot of smoke remains. Nate looks at the hole and notes that it is very good that there is a penetration. Nate looks at the golems and turns to the armored gorilla of the third option and the regular gorilla of the first option, and does not forget about the octopus golem. Nate says with a smile that they are all set and that they can go up. The warriors are standing on a large octopus. The people in cloaks point their weapons at the monster. The armored creature strikes the monster. The Zulu swings his axe. The guy in the t-shirt cuts the monster. The man lands on the monkey's hand and thanks her. The blue-haired boy looks away and says that it seems to him that the higher he goes, the darker it gets. Eric holds the weapon in his right hand and says that the number of abyssal fish has also increased. The cube with golden balls emits light in all directions. The guy with blue eyes adds that if it weren't for the light from the golem, they would be in trouble now. The blonde girl pointed her sword at the mutant's mouth. The lady in the helmet holds the snake by the mouth. Eric says that death was breathing down our necks, adding trials over and over again. The monster emits an attack beam from its mouth. The guy holds arrows in his teeth. The guy in the blue sweater declares that helping each other was not a choice, but a mandatory condition for survival. Archie takes an arrow out of his mouth. The man with blue eyes wonders what will happen if they run out of sills. The young man in the red sweater spreads his arms to the sides. The girls touch the beds and say that the bed is soft, and such amenities are hard to see in the dungeon, to which Nate replies that this is the second level of shock absorption, and adds that if you are going to rest, then do it in comfort. The girls sit on the bed and tell the guy in the red sweater how comfortable they are. As they say, praise makes even whales dance. There are beds, someone counted 5 of them. The girls are sleeping on the beds. All the participants of the battle were divided into 3 groups, and alternately fought and rested. The guy with long hair swings his sword, keeping himself in good shape. They continue to fight. In the bowl are pieces of fish. Along with comfortable resting conditions, there was something else. Nate says that this time it is stewed fish in soy sauce. On a white plate are pieces of a dish. A young man with dark hair claims that it is steamed fish. Sushi is laid out on the board. The guy claims that people should help themselves to the dish. Emma holds her cheeks and says how delicious it is. The brown-eyed guy holds a tray with mugs in his hands and offers his comrades a cup of screaming grass tea, which will calm their minds and souls. Olivia drinks the tea and enjoys its aroma, after which she adds that this is real paradise. Ben glances at his owner and turns to him, who asks what's wrong. The pet looks down. A cat peeks out from behind the cloak. The creature in the hat asks how long he needs to hide this baby in his shadow. Nate reaches forward and asks the pet that he has nightmares and he also wants a cup of tea, to which he receives an answer that nightmares do not occur due to lack of sleep. The stones glow above the hat, and the creature with black eyes suggests that he can melt. The guy remembers that he placed sunstones around Ben so that the cat does not run away into another shadow. The brown-eyed boy touches his face with his finger and asks the pet to be patient a little longer, then they will go to his homeland and he will fill it with snow. The man folded his hands and asks the snow monster if he feeds the cat well, to which he receives an affirmative answer. The snow monster unties the bag. Small stones fall out of the pouch. Nate remembers that they use sunstone crumbs instead of food. The cat looks at the food. Max starts to eat his treat. The young man smiles and thinks about what a good cat she is and adds to himself that he will definitely tame her. A notification appears, which says that shadow cats are sinister animals. The guy in the red sweater says that on the contrary, it seems to him that they are good, especially since he entrusted the matter to Ben. The pet grabbed his hat and apologizes to the owner. Because he cannot control the cat, the young man adds that he should try to learn how to do this. The weirdo's eyes light up and he clarifies whether he was told to try. Nate says that this kitten feeds on light alone and if he can control it then, he thinks, it will compensate for Ben's weak point. The dark-haired guy shows a fist with a raised thumb and supports his pet. The snow monster gapes in surprise. The man holds his head in his hands. The weirdo stands in front of the cat and declares that he was wrong, because he thought he was called in for a while and added how stupid it was on his part. Ben clenches his fists and declares that he will keep trying until the shadow cat begins to obey him. The kitten plays with the pet. The rabbit narrows his eyes. The guide flies and thinks that everyone is trying their best and adds that there are not even cats here, and no work either. The hare flies into the octopus. The rabbit hovers in the air and asks Nate what he is doing, to which the guy replies that he has important business. The guide gapes in surprise and clarifies whether the business is really important. The man hands the grandfather a plate with a dish. The young man covers the man with a blanket and says that he needs to cover himself properly. The rabbit narrows his eyes and thinks what is important here. The guide glances at the boy and asks him if it wouldn't be better for the humans to cook for themselves and for him to go fight, since he's gotten quite strong. Nate spreads his arms out to the sides and says he's thought about it, adding that everyone just says his cooking is better and tastes different. The hare draws his arms back and says that everyone is worried that the golems will stop if something happens to this young man, to which he suggests that maybe that's true. The man holds a lump in his hands and states that he wants to fight himself, but that's more important now, to which the rabbit asks what he's doing. The boy moves his hands to small objects and claims that he's practicing his hovering ladder skill. Nate moves his hand under a cube and says he'll need those things soon, to which the hare is surprised that they're different shapes and asks the boy why he's playing with the earthen figures now. The outline of various figures glows white and the young man declares that this is an experiment, and he is checking whether the size and shape are important, and whether the skill works on other materials. The rabbit folded his arms. The man says that he also discovered that he can put life energy into them. The guide lowered one ear and claims that he does not understand why the guy is explaining all this to him, because the main thing is that he is happy, and thinks that he has some strange premonition that he needs to run. The rabbit narrowed his eye. Nate calls him. The young man smiles and declares that it is the guide's turn to help him. The rabbit, jumping up, flew over the cliff. The guide, pointing up, said that the top is already visible. Nate, stretching tiredly, asked again if everything was done, while the companion confidently answered that almost. The hero looked at the interlocutor in surprise and he said that they should go out and see for themselves. Nate, standing on a huge monster, noticed that it was standing almost vertically. The protagonist, confidently looking at the top of the rock, noticed that it didn't even have any spikes, and that he didn't like all of this, and advised to retreat back, while Rabbit said that he agreed with Alpha, and added that the fish of the abyss suddenly began to flock together. A huge fish, approaching the protagonist from behind, and Nate resolutely objected that he couldn't retreat, especially since nothing would happen to the octopus, while the little animal shouted in shock that something was happening behind him. Zulu, grabbing the protagonist in his arms, exclaimed that Nate needed to pull himself together, to which he asked what kind of weapon he had in his hands. The guy, showing his new weapon, replied that it was a bone of the abyss fish, and explained to the protagonist that it was a pretty useful thing, and Nate added that he should also get a few of those for the golems. Nate, materializing a floating ladder in front of him, added that you can move as you like. The protagonist, crouched in a fighting pose, said that they were almost at the finish line. The mysterious observer, watching what was happening with his purple eyes, asked in bewilderment what they were doing. The observer, flying closer to the heroes, asked himself if this was the boss of the first round, because he looked different, and asked whose skills these were. The observer, looking at one of the fighters named Zulu, suggested that perhaps this was that big guy. The observer, turning his gaze to another warrior named Mike, added that perhaps this was the one who shoots lightning. The observer, flashing his burning eyes, asked what it was. The toothy creature, looking at the concrete slabs in the air, asked again if it was the ground. The tower rose high into the sky, and Nate sighed tiredly that they had barely arrived. Mike, emitting lightning discharges from his swords, commanded that there was no need to hesitate, and that it was necessary to immediately pierce the enemy, and the protagonist asked everyone to step aside so that they would not be sucked in. Mike, activating the lightning discharge, cast a lightning strike spell, while his comrades exclaimed with admiration that it was cool. The hero, having assessed the hole in the surface of the tower, stated that there was a piercing. The group member, looking at the new enemy in bewilderment, asked if this was really the last boss. A stone girl stood in front of him, and the hero added that he was meeting such an enemy for the first time, because he never thought that he would meet the last boss with such calmness. The elder put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said that this was the last boss that needed to be defeated, and then they would complete the mission, to which Mike asked if the statue was really the boss. The elder looked languidly ahead and said that, to be precise, her shadow was the Black Queen, to which the heroes asked again if he really said the shadow. Ben looked at the new boss in surprise and thought that this couldn't be true, and the protagonist asked what had happened to him. Tears slowly welled up in little Ben's eyes, and he said that he was very sorry, but this was a statue of a goddess, his previous master. The protagonist turned to his friend in shock and asked if the witch was really his master, and the rabbit asked if the Black Queen was really a witch, to which the system asked if the heroes really meant the fact that it was a witch. Ben nodded in confirmation and said that it was, because if this statue was really a witch, then it was the Black Queen. Nate suddenly covered his eyes from the bright flash and exclaimed, "What is it?" Nate looked away worriedly and asked his comrade what happened. Mike felt the barrier and said in bewilderment that it was a transparent wall. The system notified them that they could not enter the dungeon the wrong way, while Mike asked in surprise why they could not enter. The rabbit, looking menacingly at the heroes, said that this was a common thing, and asked if they really thought that the assistant would just stand and watch them go around. The rabbit raised his head belligerently. A huge black lion flew at the crowd of heroes. The elder named Jack, throwing his head up at the enemy, exclaimed that it was Serpa. Serpa, looking at the heroes with interest, noted that this time they had come across rather interesting participants. The black lion, opening his menacing mouth, added that he did not think that they would want to enter the dungeon from the other side. The protagonist looked at the enemy in surprise. A huge creature was approaching the protagonist's team, and Nate stated that it was a stage 4 assistant named Serpa. Serpa, having activated protective measures, set up an energy dome. The rabbit, pointing his finger up, noticed that the assistant had set up a dome and added that if he hadn't noticed them, everything would have worked out. The hero looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked if he was really talking about the enemy setting up a dome, to which he suggested looking at his surprised face, and Nate objected that it was impossible to understand what expression the animal had on its face. Nate, putting his hand to his chin, said that it meant that they wouldn't be able to go in from above, while the rabbit reassuringly replied that Nate could go in alone because he was a system error. The protagonist looked ahead tiredly and said that this was true, but he didn't want to reveal his essence to him. The protagonist looked at his hand, and the system announced that he had nothing to fear because this assistant couldn't harm him. The terrible lion flashed his glowing eyes, and the system announced that he looked strong, but if you look closely, he was just a mage, and on top of that, he was bound by an assistant contract. The rabbit gave a menacing look and said that it was true, because assistants couldn't just kill people, because they had certain restrictions, and added that however, he didn't know what kind of contract Serpa had, and most likely it was a number mark. The protagonist scratched his cheek excitedly, and the assistant said that if the curse didn't work on him, then he wouldn't be able to kill him so easily, to which the guy replied that the dungeon's error would show itself again here. Nate, decisively throwing his head back, asked if they should stick to the plan, while the rabbit worriedly asked the hero if they were really going to do this, to which he replied that he had something in stock for such cases. The protagonist nervously lowered his head and the rabbit noted that if it didn't work out, Nate would only waste his life energy. The rabbit, putting his paw to his head, sighed with anxiety. The rabbit, frowning maliciously, added that he was even waiting with impatience inside. The formidable lion looked down on the heroes and the little animal explained that he wanted to see how the assistant would react if the plan worked. Serpa, menacingly flashing his shield, decided that since they had broken the rules, they needed to be punished. Glowing numbers began to appear on the foreheads of the team members. The participants, seeing the countdown numbers, panicked and exclaimed, "What kind of numbers are these?" The participants, clutching their heads, exclaimed, "What should they do?" Tears welled up in the girls' eyes. They panicked in an unexpected situation. The lady looked away. The gazes of the people in danger soon focused on one point. Tears began to flow down her face. An image of various dishes appeared. They looked at the one who fed them hot food and sometimes brought reinforcements. The gorillas raised their paws menacingly. The heroes looked forward with confidence in their eyes, at the man who brought peace to their harsh underground life. The protagonist was filling his battle glove, the one who could solve the problem of the heroes, such as Nate. The protagonist looked into the distance with hope, whether Nate could live up to their expectations. Nate silently closed his eyes and commanded that everyone should come to him. The protagonist with a confident grin on his face said that they were proceeding with Plan B, while the participants happily exclaimed that he answered. The team members surrounded the protagonist and asked if he really had a plan or some kind of way, to which he replied that he did not know whether it would work or not. Mike slowly approached the protagonist and asked if this was better than just sitting and waiting to die. The protagonist looked at his friend with confidence and said that he had a very important role in Plan B. The huge lion glared menacingly and asked who this person was. The assistant looked at the protagonist and thought that some participant was able to remove his curse. Mike looked at the protagonist in surprise. The guy nodded towards the protagonist, said okay, and asked what Nate was going to do. Nate, smiling mysteriously, replied that it was a secret and that it would be a shame if everything failed, while the participant, agreeing, noted that he probably had a plan. Mike took a step forward. The hero stood in front of the rift, and Nate said that he would have to stall for time. Mike looked at the approaching monster and asked if he could distract the Serpa, because it looked pretty cunning. Nate, looking at his friend, explained that it was possible to do what Serpa disliked the most. Mike, looking into the distance in confusion, asked again what kind of thing it was that Serpa disliked. The hero clenched his weapon in his hand, and the protagonist explained that Serpa had hastily made a barrier so that they could not get close to him. Mike, decisively raising his weapon up, exclaimed that it was just a barrier, and that they would break through it with force and pass. The guy, hitting the hole, began to storm the barrier. The hero looked at the emitted light. The flash pierced the eyes of the protagonist's friend. Zulu, squinting anxiously from the flash, shouted his name. Mike, breaking a hole with his sword, shouted a warning that he should not approach. The system notified that they could not enter the dungeon in the wrong way, while Mike exclaimed in surprise that he was being thrown back. The hero flew back painfully, screaming in pain. Mike, shaking himself off, prepared for a new attack. Mike, determinedly frowning his thick eyebrows, declared that he would not retreat because of such techniques. The hero made another fierce blow. Serpa, looking at what was happening with indignation, exclaimed that the incessant attack of the barrier was suicide, and that losing such a strong participant was very disadvantageous. Mike, menacingly looking at the hole in the barrier, called for a lightning strike. Serpa, angrily flying up to the protagonist, exclaimed that Mike would not calm down. Serpa, threateningly flashing his eyes, asked if Mike was seriously going to die. Mike, grinning contentedly, noticed that all of Serpa's attention was now focused on him, and offered to try to kill him. Serpa jumped on the hero. Nate, jumping down from the platform, said that they also need to hurry, and commanded his friend to go down. The hero flew down on his huge comrade. Bahamut, bowing his head, replied that he listened and obeyed. The participants, noticing the protagonist, worriedly asked if they were running away, and where Mike was now. Nate, looking reassuringly at his comrades, replied that there was no need to worry, and that he was not running away. Mike dealt a cruel blow to his opponent. Mike, activating the attack again, called for a lightning strike, while Serpa exclaimed irritably that Mike was hitting the barrier again. The assistant, angrily approaching the opponent, shouted that it was necessary to stop. The protagonist deftly dodged the attack. Serpa, looking at the opponent with displeasure, asked if he was fighting too terribly. Leo the Terrible looked at the opponent, and he said that this was exactly why he relied on his curses. The antagonist bared his teeth and shouted that he was a nasty guy. The winged lion walked towards the hero. The antagonist widened his glowing eyes in surprise and wondered what was going on. Mike looked at his opponent in surprise and asked him if he really thought it would be that easy. The team members watched the battle in shock. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and wondered if her eyesight was failing her. The huge spike tower leaned to the side, and the girl said that the tower was leaning. A bright glow illuminated the protagonist's face. Nate put his hands forward and shouted about a floating staircase. The huge structure was lifting off the ground. Columns of dust were rising up. The rabbit was holding a bag of blocks in his hands, and the protagonist told him that now it was his turn to help, to which he replied that he asked to attach his floating stone to the first floor. The guide turned around and shouted angrily that the witch's fortress was taking off. The rabbit rushed down, and the protagonist shouted at him to put more stones on the first floor. The elder looked at what was happening, dumbfounded, and wondered what the protagonist was going to do. The team members looked at the protagonist in surprise, and he said that he would destroy everything here. The tower was spikes tilted, and the hero said that he would destroy the insidious magic of the sickles. Nike confidently frowned and said that he would also destroy the witch's fortress. The protagonist made a blow and used an additional amount of life energy from the hovering staircase. Mike grinned maliciously and said that he did not think that there would be an assistant who would calmly watch this madness. Lev grinned angrily and asked himself what kind of psychos they were. The protagonist's friend looked contemptuously at his opponent and said that he should just give up, because they had already won. The tower with spikes on the sides tilted to the side. The stone statue stood quietly to the side. The conditions for clearing the dungeon are the destruction of the statue of the goddess. The statue of the goddess jumped up after the fall of the tower. The blow went to everything that was inside. The stone statue shattered into pieces in the center of the abyssal sea. The huge tower with spikes fell into the sea. The team members watched in shock as the huge structure, which fed on the suffering and despair of the members, fell down. The tower leaned lower and lower. The fanged fish of the abyssal sea fell down behind the structure. The huge tower collapsed into the sea. The protagonist confidently clenched his fist. All this happened thanks to one person. The huge hack tower lay on the bottom. The team members joyfully rejoiced. The system announced that the dungeon had been successfully cleared. The girl ran her hand over her forehead. The number began to evaporate from her forehead. The protagonist's team members joyfully raised their hands in triumphant jubilation. The elder climbed out of the hole and told the protagonist that the curse had disappeared. The protagonist looked at Jack encouragingly and said that it was a great relief, because now he could breathe a sigh of relief. The system announced that the floating ladder skill had risen to level 5. The protagonist screamed in surprise at what he saw. The protagonist's team members were moving towards the ruined tower. The rabbit looked at the ruined structure in fascination and thought that he had never imagined that this would actually work before. Nate scratched his head in embarrassment, and the man wondered who else would use such a method to clear a dungeon. Elder Jack looked at the protagonist in surprise and said that he now understood the incomprehensible anxiety when he first saw him. Jack closed his eyes in confusion and thought that he just did not want to deal with a madman. The winged lion flew up to the hole in the tower, stunned by the development, something he had never seen before. The lion looked menacingly at the events that had taken place, his anger turning into absurdity. The assistant opened his mouth wide, then the absurdity turned into involuntary laughter. The lion opened his mouth menacingly. This laughter turned into some kind of hysterical fit of a madman. The enemy, appearing from the depths, said that he did not think that he would ever see such chaos. Nate, looking contemptuously at the enemy who had appeared, replied that he was the only one who had gone crazy, and that they had already cleared the dungeon, so it was better for him to just leave them alone. The lion, approaching the heroes, replied that he could not do this, because such a psycho like Nate turned out to be in this boring dungeon. The enemy, flashing his gas, added that this was a funny joke, this lost soul. Nate, looking at his opponent in surprise, wondered if the enemy really knew him. An image of the assistant's memories appeared, and the lion mysteriously said that he remembered what Baboon was talking about, because in the first round someone who was not on the list appeared, and therefore something strange is happening with the dungeon. The enemy, approaching the heroes' team, added that he now understands why Nate was not affected by his curse. The heroes blocked the enemy's path with their swords. The protagonist's comrades said that this was enough. The lion menacingly opened his mouth and said that the hero had gathered many brave minions around himself, and asked if this meant that he was a true leader. The protagonist hesitantly raised his hand and said that this was not so, to which Mike quickly snapped that everything was correct. Zulu, proudly looking back at the protagonist, said that the one who feeds is the one in charge. The team members, agreeing with him, nodded and repeated the phrase that the one who feeds is the one in charge. The heroes rushed at the antagonist. The rabbit, standing resolutely in front of his master, added that if the enemy wanted to attack their leader, they would have to fight them first. Jack, looking at the situation with fear, thought that he was finished. The enemy, looking condescendingly at the heroes, said that there was no need to worry so much, because the participants could not fight the assistant. The rabbit, frightened, covered his face with his hand, and the monster asked him if that was true, to which he exclaimed in fear that the enemy had frightened him. The lion, with his mouth wide open, noted that he had seen many interesting things today, and that he had not thought that the assistant, who had been expelled, was still hanging around here. The rabbit, grinning ironically, asked if he would order him to be called the ghost. Nate looked back at his assistant in shock and exclaimed if he was a ghost, and he replied that he was closer to a spirit to be more precise, and added what kind of questions. The protagonist looked at his comrade in surprise, and he added that if he was a ghost, then Serpa was a ghost too, while the guy asked in surprise what he meant. The hero looked back and asked if he really said anything about a ghost. Mike looked at the protagonist in surprise and asked if everything was okay. The protagonist took a step forward, and the opponent stated that he had come out personally, and this showed that he was a true leader. The hero raised his fingers and called for a purification spell. Lev began to approach the protagonist, and stated that he had survived thanks to the purification skill, for which he praised him. The hero materialized a glowing ball in the air. Lev bared his teeth and shouted that the participant could not even hurt him. Serpa's face twisted into a horrible grimace. The hero raised his hand. The lion looked at his back and screamed at how dare he hurt his beautiful mane. The lion opened his mouth in surprise and screamed that he and Nate were on completely different levels. The protagonist called on the purification skill, and the lion, running away in shock, asked why his attacks worked. Serpa opened his mouth in surprise, and Nate said that he was not just a participant. The protagonist pointed his finger at himself, and said that it just so happened that he was also a manager. The hero frowned and asked if the lion had said anything about different levels, because if you think about it, they were equal. The protagonist launched a purification spell straight at the lion. Serpa, jumping, thought that he only needed to dodge to the side. The hero moved his hand. The balls changed direction. The spell pierced the assistant. Nate, looking up menacingly, said that he had trained a little beforehand and thought that the body's defense was higher. Lev landed on 2 paws. Serpa looked fiercely at the hero and said that this was nonsense, because the hero could not be a manager. The rabbit extended his hand forward and said that he was also a manager, and the alpha system said that she was too. Lev, opening his mouth menacingly, asked how such a scumbag could become an assistant. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and declared that the rabbit was the owner of the temple and the manager. Lev opened his mouth in shock. The system ordered the apostles to attack, because they could attack the assistant, and the girl, adjusting her glove, said that she was pleased to hear it. Mike landed on the ground. Sulu worriedly looked at his comrade, and he asked him to help. The guy stood on the hero's hand with his feet. Sulu, pressing his lips together, said that he could help with this. Mike pushed off his comrade's hand and flew forward. The guy flew forward quickly. The hero pierced the enemy with his swords. The lion opened his mouth and roared painfully. Mike swung his weapon and declared that this was only the beginning. The warrior hit his assistant in the face. The ghost, angrily raising his paw, hissed that he was just a bastard. Archie, summoning a water whirlwind, shouted that the whirlpool would not let Serpa do anything. The arrow flew straight into the monster's side. The lion, frowning menacingly, summoned the shadow of death. Mike boldly stood in front of the antagonist, and he summoned the shadows. The guy looked at his opponent in shock and thought about the shadows. The monster opened its huge mouth and ordered the shadows to devour him. The hero clenched his sword in his hand and declared that this would not stop him. Mike swung his charged sword, summoned an electric Urumi. Serpa's eyes widened in surprise. Ghost, having received an electric discharge, screamed in pain. Nate, having raised his hand in satisfaction, noted that it worked perfectly. Ghost, having turned around angrily, growled at this damned missed participant. The guy, threateningly approaching the opponent from behind, asked where he was looking. Mike, having turned his eye, activated a powerful thunder attack. The discharge pierced the hero's opponent, and he shouted a call of lightning. Ghost, having received a lightning strike, screamed. Nate, having raised his hand up, activated the final attack of volley of cleansing spheres. Archie pulled the string of his bow and summoned a whirlpool. Zulu raised his hands in hopes of victory and urged the heroes to move forward. The attacks of both sides collided in the air, creating a powerful explosion. The sea of the abyss shook from the shock wave and shook. Only smoke flew in the air. Serpa opened his wounded mouth. Ghost, breathing heavily from his wounds, groaned. Mike, approaching threateningly, declared that they would now finish off Ghost. The assistant, mockingly tilting his head, laughed. Mike calmly looked ahead, and the lion noticed that he had forgotten something. Ghost, approaching the enemy, said that they had already cleared the dungeon, while Nate asked in bewilderment what he was talking about. Ghost, his eyes flashing, asked if the guy was there, what happens when clearing a dungeon. A pentagram appeared under the protagonist's feet. Nate, looking back at his comrades in shock, shouted what was going on. Serpa, frowning, triumphantly said that they were being transported to the next dungeon. Mike, looking at his opponent in confusion, cursed. Light illuminated the room. The protagonist covered his eyes from the bright flash. The hero looked ahead with displeasure. The ghost, indignantly passing by the protagonist, exclaimed that they had flown away again and left him alone. The rabbit, jumping up behind the protagonist, said in a mischievous voice that he was here too, while Nate replied with displeasure that this did not console him one bit. The ghost, looking at the heroes, coughed up blood. Serpa, opening his mouth, noticed that the wound was deeper than he thought, and that he needed to return to the altar as quickly as possible, because if the magic of the dungeon remained there, he would be able to quickly regain his strength. The rabbit, pointing his paw at the antagonist, exclaimed that the ghost had such an expression on his face as if he was plotting something. The protagonist, throwing his fingers up, thought that he was alone again, but he needed to finish the job, while the system, warning, said that their opponent was a mage, and it was better to attack him from afar. The ghost, concentrating on the spell, said that this was just great, and shouted cleanse. The lion, having received damage from spells, cried out pitifully. The hero, continuing the magical attack, brought down spells on the enemy. The lion stood in the center of the attack. The antagonist, having received a partial hit, cried out in pain. The ghost, looking menacingly at the protagonist, began to summon shadows. Simon opened his mouth and shouted to open the gates of the dungeon. A portal appeared in front of the lion. The rabbit pointed his finger at it and noted that it was running away. The lion looked at him and said that they would see each other again, and that the day would come when he would eat them all. Nate stuck out his finger and told the golems to move aside. Gorillas jumped out in front of Simon. They pushed him away from the gate. The golem's hand hit the lion's face. He asked how pathetic golems dared to touch him. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and said that he didn't even know, and that maybe it was because their bodies also had life energy, and that he had put floating stones in them. The guide stood behind Nate, who thought that, to be honest, he meant the gate, and the result was even better. Nate opened his mouth and ordered the golems to break. The gorilla raised its hand to strike. The blow hit Simon's nose. The blow sent him flying upward. The golem struck again. The lion swung its arm to counterattack. He jumped up. The gorilla bared its teeth. She struck the lion right in the belly. Simon's mouth opened in pain. The other golems were throwing punches at his face. All three gorillas struck him. Two of them grabbed the lion by the leg. They threw him up. The lion opened his mouth. He fell hard to the ground. The landing raised dust. Simon was lying in it on the floor. He looked up. All four gorillas jumped up to attack. Rock fragments were flying from the place of the blow. Nate walked towards the lion. The lion was lying near his feet. The protagonist stood in front of the lion. He looked down at him and said that he had one question and asked where the fourth dungeon was, where Mike had flown to. The lion raised his head and said that he cursed him. Simon was enveloped in an aura. Dust was flying in the air. Nate stood where the lion had just been lying. He said that there was so much pathos. The rabbit scratched his head and said that he never thought he would see a person kill a helper. A window appeared that said that he had received a new achievement, Dungeon Bully. Nate asked what a helper's relic was. The guide replied that he shouldn't check the rewards right away. It was such an exciting moment. Nate put his fingers to his ear. Mike asked if he was okay. The guy replied that he had already dealt with him and asked if he had received the achievement. Mike replied that it was a great relief and that he hadn't received the achievement. The rabbit pointed at Nate and said that Mike wasn't a manager. That's why he hadn't received it, and that participants can't kill managers. The protagonist raised his finger and asked why he had achievements then. The guide replied that it was because sometimes managers kill each other. The guy looked at him and added that that's why this wasn't the first achievement, and that there was no point in killing each other. The rabbit spread his arms and said that because of greed, that if you take the dungeon from another assistant, you get additional magical power, and with it you are not afraid of either hunger or death. In other words, you will become immortal. Nate put his hands on his hips. The rabbit said that it was time to begin. The guy asked for what? He looked at him. He answered that to accept the third dungeon. The sun was rising over the horizon. Nate held a collar in his hand. He shook it in his hand and said that no matter how he shook it, it did not make any sound, and that where did such things come from? The rabbit stood behind and asked if he would go to accept the dungeon. And where did such a master of the temple come from? The guy answered that he would do it later, and that if he was annoying, he would change his mind altogether. He lowered his eyes and said that wow, such a necklace belonged to the manager, and that maybe Simon kept a dog. The ball on the collar glowed. The rabbit flew up and said that each assistant has one thing that can prove existence. Nate said that he does not have one. The guide took off his hat and asked what you cannot see. The guy held a necklace in his hand and thought where it can be used. The rabbit replied that he did not know, and that his things are used for beauty. The earth shook. The protagonist asked what it was. The guide suggested that it was a dungeon reboot. A board appeared, which said that the dungeon was rebooted. Nate looked at the rabbit and asked how so, because there was no assistant, to which the guide replied that it seemed that he automated the system, because he was quite lazy. The guy noted that first you need to climb the octopus. The octopus hovered in the air. Nate noted that if he could automate the system in the dungeon, then he had tremendous skills, or was just lazy. The temple was illuminated by an aura. Nate noted that the floating staircase had not disappeared. The rabbit agreed and added that it was because it did not touch the ground. The rabbit stretched out his hands. The protagonist asked again that it was because it was hanging in the air. The guide replied that in simple terms, the dungeon was one big trap, and that they had set traps too, so they should know. The guy rubbed his chin and thought that if this was the same logic as when restarting a dungeon, then it was clear why only what was on the ground was restarted. Nate was standing on an octopus. He asked what it meant that these floating stones would be here forever. The rabbit replied that it was possible. The guy stretched out his finger and noted that if a tower was built using the floating staircase, then a permanent map could be used. He raised his hands and added that suddenly the reboot will start again. So just in case it is worth installing a lantern on the witch's castle. The rabbit said that then the cats will come running to eat the color. The guy answered that it will float in the air. Ben put his hands on his stomach and said that he had a feeling that everyone forgot about his existence. He was standing on an octopus. The rabbit asked what he was doing that he just showed up. Ben answered that he was doing a task that his owner gave him. Nate asked what kind of task. A cat crawled out of the scarf. Ben said that he was talking about it. The guy was holding a collar in his hands and said that he was good and did a good job. Ben looked at it. He looked down and noticed that, judging by this thing, Simon eventually died. Nate looked at him and asked if he knew this thing. He answered that he was a servant in the witch's house. He stood in front of the protagonist and said that this thing belonged to his previous owner. Nate picked up the necklace and asked again that it belonged to a witch. The witch stood near the table. Long ago, there lived a witch who studied forbidden magic. She closed her eyes. Next to her was always a faithful gremlin, doing housework. The gremlin held a broom. Kira looked at him. She wiped his face with a handkerchief. He opened his mouth in pleasure. The witch put her hand to her cheek, and a black cat, who did nothing but sleep. The cat flicked its ear. The cat was always either sleeping or eating something. The cat was sitting on the floor, or looking at its mistress, who was constantly studying something. The witch stood with her back to the cat. The cat was looking at her back, and the cat's name was Simon. Max was playing with Ben's hand. He said that a lot of time had passed, and one day the cat learned to use magic. Sweat began to flow down Nate's face. He asked why this was suddenly. The rabbit noted that it seemed to him that his story had suddenly picked up speed. The protagonist looked at the cat. Ben said that cats tend to repeat the habits of their owners. The guy replied that they would not repeat magic. Ben put his hand out. He added that in general, the witch was very happy about what had happened, and gave this necklace to Simon. The witch was holding the cat. He said that if your magic becomes more than it is now, this thing will certainly help her, so let her keep it like the apple of her eye. There was a collar around Simon's neck. Nate held the collar in his hands and said that it meant that this collar was not a dog's, but a cat's. Ben replied that it was exactly like that. The guy grabbed his head. He said that he really killed a cat that could talk, and added that he was a loser, and just a psycho. The rabbit was in the air and said that otherwise he would have killed him, especially since he was not a real cat, and that it was a ghost of a cat, or rather a lion. Nate continued to blame himself. Ben looked at them and asked if he could continue his story. The rabbit asked if he had finished. Nate crossed his arms over his chest. Ben said that initially, his goals with Simon were different, and that the reason they became servants of the dragon of the last days after they died. The ghost held a scythe. Ben added that he became immortal, and always guarded the master's refuge, and Simon after death lost all his memories and turned into a ghost. The cat looked into the distance. Ben noted that only vague feelings for the owner remained in him. Max sat in a scarf. Ben noted that this was why the end-time dragon trusted him to rule this place. Nate looked at him and asked that this was why there was a statue of a witch. The statue of Kira folded her arms. Ben looked down and replied that it was so. Nate also lowered his head and said that it turned out that Simon was used, and that this end-time dragon turned out to be bad. The voice added that he agreed how evil he was. The lion opened his mouth. Ben said that Simon became an assistant and gained even more magical powers, and at that moment the power sealed in the necklace began to manifest. Nate looked up and asked again about the power. Ben extended his finger and said that this necklace can control the shadow. There was a bell hanging on the red collar. The protagonist picked up the collar and asked again about controlling the shadow. The shadow was lying on the ground. Alpha said that if he thought about it, he had heard that among the forbidden magic that witches studied, there was a secret magic related to the shadow. Nate looked at Ben and asked what kind of magic it was. He said that it was magic that could give shadows memories and bring them to life. The cat was sitting near the woman's head. 1 or 2 cats could cause nightmares or unpleasant memories in people. The cat was surrounded by an aura, but the more there were, the more vivid the memories became that could attack people. Nate brought his fingers to his face and said that this is the thing. Ben looked at him and added that, however, this was not what the witch was doing at all. Kira was sitting on the floor. Ben said that she was studying ways to relive important memories from the past or happy moments in life, and that this was the goal. The guy looked at him and said that it turned out that everything started with the best intentions. Crowley rubbed his palms and said that it was enough about that, and that it was time to examine the necklace more closely. The protagonist brought the collar to his face and said that it seemed like the item had special skills and that shouldn't it have some special options. The guy stretched the collar and asked how to use it. The rabbit replied that it was made for a cat and that he thought it would suit him. Simon opened his mouth. Nate said that he didn't wear it on his neck either. The rabbit replied that most likely the item had a conditioned seal. He pointed his finger at the guy, who asked what kind of seal it was and how to remove it, and that he could try purification. The rabbit replied that he thought that everything could be done with purification and that it was so obvious that Simon got the necklace from the owner. He twirled his finger and added that that's why they should also get it from the owner. Nate looked at him and asked again what owner he was talking about since the witch was dead. The guide replied that he should think better of it. The temple tower stood in the middle of the water. The rabbit noted that the creature that died was not dead. Nate rubbed his chin and spoke the words of the rabbit. It said that such a creature still exists. The guy widened his eyes in enlightenment. He said that this could not be a statue of a goddess. The rabbit snapped his fingers and said that this was the correct answer, and that if he stood in front of the statue of a witch, then surely a way would appear. Nate looked up. He was standing in front of the tower and asked what it meant. We need to climb up again. The guy rubbed his palms and added that at the same time, they should take the altar with them. The The voice said that this was the most joyful of all he had heard. Floating stones lined up in front of the tower. There was something glowing on its top. Nate was pouring liquid from a vessel, the saliva of a chimera ant. The rabbit flew up to him and asked him what happened when they pierced the ceiling and that compared to Mike it wasn't impressive. The guy replied that he had his own way and the result would be the same. Nate fell to the floor. The rabbit and Ben jumped after him. There was an error on the window about illegal entry into the dungeon. He put his hands on the back of his head and said that he was glad to see him too. The monsters were looking at him. Nate was standing on the platform. He flew up to the statue. The statue was holding its hands together. The guy looked at it and said that it was well done and that it didn't look like a witch but a goddess. Ben also looked at the statue and noted that it was quite a beautiful woman. The lion was standing in front of the statue. Ben added that Simon must have felt the same way when he saw this statue as he did now. Nate looked down. He took out a necklace. The bell on the collar twitched. The rabbit asked what was wrong with it. A shadow was reflected from the statue. It was getting bigger. The shadow flew up. The rabbit pressed itself against Nate and asked if it was dangerous. The necklace reached for the shadow. The guy answered that no, the necklace was just testing the reaction. They looked up at the shadow. The bell continued to reach for it. Nate stretched out his hand with the collar. His mouth opened in surprise. The shadow began to move into the bell. The rabbit held onto the guy's neck. He held the necklace with his fingers. The bell hung on his hand. Nate noted that the sound had stopped. The guide flew up and said that he looked like the king of shadows now. Nate answered that he did not know what it was, but he was scared. Magic emanated from the bell. The window showed the characteristics of the object. Nate noticed that a window had appeared and added that it was not a necklace, but a bracelet. The rabbit looked at the bracelet and said that for a person it was more like him in size. The guy asked what kind of sound was coming from it. The rabbit tilted his head and replied that he probably appeared every time he used the skill, and that there were many such items. The monsters were reaching up. Nate looked at them and said that it seemed like they were not interested in him. The rabbit replied that they appeared from the shadow bracelet, and that it seemed like they no longer perceived him as an item to attack. Nate pointed his finger in the direction down, and said that then they could go down the stairs. The rabbit said that he was fearless. The three of them went down the stairs. As the rabbit said, the shadow hallucinations did not pay any attention to Nate. The cat passed by the guy. There were even those who stopped taking the form of hallucinations and returned to their cat form again. Nate looked at the cat and asked if they could be controlled. The rabbit replied that he did not know, and it was worth trying. The guy sat down next to the cat and activated shadow magic. He stood up and commanded the shadows to come to him. Nate was holding a bell in his hands. He looked at the running shadows and asked why they were running away and suggested that it might be because of their low level. Ben looked at it and said that it was the same cat he was looking after. Nate petted it and said that it seemed like she was the only one who listened and that it was unusual. Even though she was shadow, he could touch her and asked if it was also an effect of the bracelet. The cat jumped into the guy's shadow. He hit the rabbit in the face. The guy asked what it was. Ben pointed to the guy's back and asked him to look behind him. Behind Nate was his shadow double. He stood in front of him. Ben noted that the shadow monster that emerged from his shadow and that it was a shadow servant. The shadow rested its hands on its hips. Nate asked again about the shadow servant. The protagonist raised his hand. The shadow repeated his movement. They shook hands. Nate pointed to the servant and said he was silent. The rabbit said he expected too much from someone who had no eyes, nose, or mouth. The shadow opened its mouth and made a cat sound. Nate noted that despite the image of a person, it was actually a cat. Ben held out his hand and said that this was exactly the research the witch was doing. Nate asked about shadow cats. He replied that he was talking about shadow monsters. An aura emanated from the shadow. Originally, shadow magic was a high-level sorcery that not everyone could master. Kira threw up her hands, however. The witch was able to significantly reduce the degree of complexity by replacing the main components of a shadow filled with magic and memories with shadow monsters. There was a collar on the floor, and among other things, shadow cats were the most suitable for this, since they had the ability to collect memories of summoning nightmares. The rabbit looked at Ben and said that what a witch was smart, and asked what a shadow servant could do, fight or produce something. Nate looked down. Ben replied that everything. He raised a finger and added that it could move, exactly repeating his movements. The boy looked at the servant in confusion. He straightened his shoulders. Nate asked again about repeating his movements. The servant stood in front of Nate. The rabbit noted that the shadow could only repeat the movements it remembered, and that this meant that he would not be able to fight, since the owner was like that. The boy replied that it was offensive. The servant sat down. He picked up a stone. The rabbit said that he could already roll lumps. Nate crossed his arms over his chest. The rabbit added that he really looked like his master. The boy lowered his head and thought about what skills he could use. Ben said that the shadow could not use skills or use magic, only repeat movements. The rabbit wiped tears from laughter. He also said that he was so sad and could no longer watch it. The servant put a ball of dirt on the floor. The ball stood on the ground. Nate looked at it. His eyes widened and said that this was Eureka. The guy picked up a lump of earth. The rabbit asked what Eureka, and what was so special about it. The guy asked to look at the ball. The rabbit opened his mouth in surprise. The rabbit, who had spent so much time with Nate, immediately understood everything. He looked at the lump of earth. The shadow could not use the skill of rolling lumps of earth, but was able to make a lump of earth with his own hands. The guide lowered his ears. The guy remembered the words about the impossibility of using magic by the shadow, and said that another error had appeared in the system. The guy pointed his finger at the rabbit and asked that he also saw this, that the lump of earth was perfect. The guy leaned his hand against the stone block. He collapsed on the floor and noted that he was missing hands. Nate wiped the sweat from his forehead and added that no matter how much he wanted to ask others for help, it also took time to teach the technique. Sweat ran down his face. He thought that he would like to make a copy of himself. Nate put his hands on the servant's shoulders. He noted that he was a wonderful worker. Nate's wish came true. The octopus was hovering in the air. Nate summoned the unfinished iron golem Kentoros. The servant pushed the golem with the guy, and finished the job together with his shadow. He hit the chisel with a hammer. The shadow looked at him. The protagonist turned his head to the servant. He handed him the hammer and asked if he wanted to try. Nate stepped back and said that we would see his skill. Sweat was running down his face. His eyes were wide in shock. The servant was working with tools on the stone. The guy thought that this couldn't be, that he didn't even need to bother giving him instructions, and that he was doing everything just like him, and that he was able to repeat such painstaking work exactly. Nate put his hand on the servant's shoulder and said that it made the process much easier. He sat down on the floor. The guy looked at Ben and asked what about the servant's health and what to feed him. Ben replied that the shadow is the most faithful slave who never gets tired and never eats. Nate turned to him and asked him again about it. Ben replied that there was a nuance. The protagonist crossed his arms. Ben said that if he was shot, most likely the magical power would either flow out through the wound or destroy his form. The guy asked what kind of balloon it was. The rabbit noted that he was weak. Nate scratched his lip and thought that he had weak defense, and the one that Simon controlled was quite strong. Ben looked at him and said that it was because Simon was an outstanding magician, and he probably strengthened his shadow not only with magic, but also with other means. Nate looked at Ben and said that magic was not intended for combat, and that it was probably originally intended that the shadow simply did not need protective power. The rabbit flew up and said that's what he was talking about. He pointed at the guy and said that he wasn't a mage, that's why the shadow was so weak, and that the servant was a loser who had bad luck with his master. Nate stood up and said that he was talking about a mage again and asked him to stop. Ben, a lich mage. Ben waved his hand and said that it didn't matter that he had such a weak defense. He poked the shadow with his scythe and asked him to look at it. The shadow dissolved into thin air. Ben held the scythe. Nate said that it really did, as if it had evaporated. A cat crawled out of the shadow. He jumped at the guy's feet. The cat licked his paw. Ben noted that the shadow monster didn't die. The protagonist looked at him and said that his health was unlimited, but his endurance was weak, and that it turned out that he could be recycled infinitely. He picked up the bracelet and said that this was enough, and that he could still get such a cool slave. Nate looked at Ben and asked how many of these could be made. He replied that it depended on the mage's capabilities. But if there was material, then as many as you wanted. The rabbit noted that it was all about capabilities. The guy rubbed his chin and said that maybe it was worth trying to make. The rabbit asked himself that he was at least listening to what they were saying. Nate held out his hand and said that he didn't have one like that in the witch's house, but now he had one, the altar of the third dungeon, stage 4. Nate looked at the altar and said that since another altar had appeared, then a temple should also be built. Alpha said that this was the nicest thing he had ever heard. There was a building on the cliff, a great temple. Puck was sitting on Nate's shoulder. He said that he was making a sacrifice. The ball was enveloped in fire. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and said that Simon had collected a lot of life energy, and that with the help of this the spent life energy was restored. The voice said that the lady's temple was transforming. Nate moved the bunk to another pedestal and thought about placing the crystal on this altar. A window appeared, saying that the achievement of Ruin Pioneer had been obtained, and that a reward had been received in the form of transferring ownership of the altar. The rabbit flew up and said that he had become cooler than a baboon. As the number of altars increased, so did the level of the managers. Nate rubbed his chin. He thought that this made a total of 3 altars, including the one he brought from the underground temple, and that this meant that he could strengthen items up to 3 times. He raised a finger and said that he could also increase the number of dragon apostles, and that he would need to appoint someone. The guy closed his eyes and said that if he became a dragon apostle, he would be able to fight with assistance, and the more reliable comrades, the better. The voice said that to be more precise, they were not his comrades. Nate turned around. A voice comes from the room, saying that to be more precise, they are not their comrades, to which Nate turns his head and asks what he means. A man appears with a sword in his hand. The entity continues to say that the title of apostle should be given to those who are willing to sacrifice their lives for them. Puck sits on the guy's shoulder. The boy smiles and says that he means to gather as many close people around him as possible. The voice asks if they heard what he said, to which the guy turns and asks if that is not the same thing. The guide exhales. He flies near the protagonist and says that this is too cruel a mission for an outcast of the dungeon. Nate states that he also has friends, and asks if that is the case, then should he contact them. The guy raises his fingers to his ear and asks what they are doing there, and says that if they tell him what is around them, then he will try to find them. The boy hears Eric apologizing and asking the boy to contact him later because he is currently fighting. The guide laughs because Eric said he was busy. He imagines a stone structure with a sign underneath that says this is the 4th dungeon and asks why everyone is so busy, adding that the dungeon is currently without a manager and that there must be chaos going on there. The guide, putting his hands behind his head, tells the boy not to bother them and to just wait until they contact him themselves, to which the boy replies that this is true and that this conversation is distracting. He tilts his head. There is an explosion. Eric shouts that it is time to get down to business. Turning his head, he asks why he is alone. He cries and shouts that he has them. The squirrel says that he is Pack. The ant says that he is an ant. The shadow adds a meow. The guide covers his eye and asks the man to stop. 2 young men stand and a notification appears saying that Eric has a servant. He also has a big project, a diagram drawn on the floor. The boy smiles and says that he is going to build a shadow cat farm, to which the voice asks if he was planning on building a temple. The boy looks down and says that the materials are hoverstone and earth, and he will also need sunstone, but he has used up too many materials so far. He looks up and states that he went to get them again. The eagle lies on the ground with arrows in its neck. Eric thinks that the eagle hunt is complete. He holds a knife and asks if they should cut it up as well. The boy turns to Maximus and tells him to come over. Eric hands over the knife. The shadow holds the knife. The blade begins to darken. Puck sits on the shoulder and asks if the shadow has swallowed him, to which Eric yells for Maximus to give him back the knife. He looks at the blade and claims that it has returned to its original form, adding that it seems to change color only when his shadow holds it, and the guide says that this happens when he perceives the knife as a weapon. Eric approaches the eagle and tells the shadow to watch him do it and try to repeat it, after which he thinks that there is nothing to learn. Maximus lowers the knife. The guy watches the shadow work and thinks that it immediately began to move, completely repeating his movements, and adds that thanks to the knife's options, the speed has increased by 1 level, and says that it is the best. The young man hits himself in the chest and says that he will definitely build himself a shadow cat farm, to which the guide clarifies if he wants to breed shadow slaves. The rabbit puts his paws behind his back and asks if Eric knows that this is the 1st dungeon of the 4th stage, and the guy clarifies if he is talking about the griffin's nest. The guide raises his finger and says that to be more precise, there is a forest at the foot of the cliff, and the young man replies that he did not even think about it. A room appears. The guy reasons that the 2nd dungeon of the 4th stage is the witch's house. In the middle of the ocean there is a cliff with spikes. The young man continues that the 3rd dungeon is the Sea of the Abyss. He scratches his chin and states that he does not know anything about the 4th dungeon yet, and there is the 1st, and asks what it turns out to be. Eric snaps his fingers and declares that there is another altar that does not have an owner, and the guide replies that it is. The guy warms up and says that the more altars the better, and adds that first you need to get more ghost stones, and says that there is still so much to do, after which the guide is indignant that he needs more. A notification appears that a reward has been issued for clearing the 1st dungeon. Eric looks at him and asks what it means that all the survivors have recovered. The guide scratches his chin and says that it looks like someone has cleared the 1st dungeon. The 4th stage, the 1st dungeon, the animal forest. A view of the greenery of the forest opens up. An ordinary forest located right in front of the mountain of death. The plant is blooming. The beans in the dungeon have grown and become green. A huge plant has taken root. The land rich in game, the villagers began to visit it often to get food for themselves. But this was the 4th stage, which means the place was not quite ordinary. 2 hunters are carrying prey. A black silhouette knocks down the hunter. This area adjoined a rocky mountain, so there were many unexplored caves in which dangerous animals and monsters nested. Red eyes of monsters look out of the caves. The task of the participants was to find the last dungeon among them. Fireballs are flying. A beam of fire pierces the air. Someone tells the commander that there is a wound on the skin and that they need to act immediately. A guy with blonde hair waves his hand. Fire splits the monster's body. A bear with 2 heads falls to the ground dead. A notification appears that it is Michael. The hunting party stands. A black-haired youth shouts that they caught him. Void pushes the guy away and tells them to step aside. He runs his hand through his hair and says that the dungeon is causing so much headache. A notification appears saying that it is a participant of the dungeon Void. He looks towards the party and claims that if they had not interfered, they would have caught the monster faster, to which Tony is indignant. Who else interfered? Tony comes up and says that he was from the very beginning. Void interrupts him, ordering him to shut up. He smirks and says that if something is not liked then they can fight once. The soldiers are scared of him. Someone throws out his hand and tells Void to stop messing around. Jane says that they will take the spoils anyway and adds that they will not tolerate their immoral behavior anymore. The girl looks ahead. In the dungeon, friction between the participants has become more frequent. Void looks at her. 2 squads are standing opposite each other. In cases where the boss was also valuable as a food supply, such skirmishes became even more serious. Void forces out a laugh. He turns his head and asks what they are standing there for and orders them to quickly butcher the monster. The guy looks at Jane again. He smiles and advises that if she does not want the loot stolen from under her nose, she should be quicker next time. Jane makes an obscene gesture and curses him. A magic circle appears under her feet. He asks if this is the passage to the next dungeon and orders the meat to be put into inventory. Void smiles and says that they will see each other again. There is a purple flash and a system notification appears, saying that the dungeon is restarting. The mountains are colored orange by the evening sun. Eric asks if this is where it is. The guide points ahead and says that it is, adding that he is sure that he felt magical waves from the gate there. The boy looks at him and asks if he can feel it, to which the guide states that it is natural, since he is a high-level rabbit. The boy walks through the cave and thinks that there are torches there, most likely because of the dungeon. He notices a corpse on the ground. The guide flies up to it. He points to the tracks and states that half of them were fighting, and the other half were just watching, adding that the participants seemed to be divided into 2 camps. Eric bends down and wonders what he can tell from the tracks, to which the rabbit says that there is a lot of information hidden in the tracks of the battle. Puck looks at the guide, who says that if you watch the battles enough, you'll notice it, and the guy says he's a smart guy. He looks away and thinks it's sad that the participants are fighting each other, but now his goal is the altar. Eric looks at the stone structure and asks if it's the altar. He uses the ability to break stone. The boy is standing with a hammer in his hand, a piece of stone with an altar in front of him. Eric turns around and says it's time to go back, the reset is almost over, and tells the golems to take the altar. He shudders. Michael appears. The guide yells that they have problems because the last boss has reset, and Eric asks what it is already. Michael slams his paw on the ground and growls at the guy. The guide turns his head and explains to the guy that if the main enemy in the sky is the eagle, then the ogre is the king of the forest. The monster opens its mouth. He raises his paw to attack. The guide flies away and says that among the ogres, the 2-headed one is the most dangerous kind, and the boy asks him if he couldn't have told you right away. He crouches. Eric uses magic, telling him to set up a gate. Michael looks forward. He jumps forward. Eric is surprised by the bear's speed. The monster crashes into the gate. The boy watches as it cracks. The gate crumbles, the bear growls at the boy. Sweat runs down the face of a shocked Eric. He stands and asks if it is possible to destroy the gate, to which the guide replies that Michael has magical immunity, which allows him to destroy skills by force. The boy slaps the guide and shouts that he asked to inform about this in advance. He looks forward and thinks that the gate is also a skill, so using abilities will not work on it. The bear approaches the heroes. Eric runs into a wall. He thinks that Michael is much more cunning than he looks, because he cornered him and hopes to feast on him. The armored golem stands stone-faced. The guide asks what to do, because if the golems start fighting, the cave will collapse from the force of their blows, to which Eric replies that he knows. He looks around. The guy notices something. There are torches in the stands. The young man turns his head and calls the rabbit. Eric clarifies that if Michael has 2 heads, then he sees much more. The guide looks at him and says that one can reason like that, and adds that with 2 heads, both vision and hearing are twice as good. The young man extends his hand to the cat behind his back and asks that if everything goes dark before his eyes, then Michael will be twice as confused. The guide points his finger and says to turn off the light. The cat runs past the bear. Max puts out the torch. The bear looks at him. Eric shouts for him not to stop. Jumping over the torch, the cat puts it out. Eric throws out his hand and shouts for the golems to grab him and immobilize him as much as possible. The golem pushes Michael. The bear's paws pierce the ground. The monster grabs the golem's arms with its front paws. The golem looks at its opponent. The fight begins. Eric looks at him in surprise and says that they are inferior in strength, to which the guide says that this is natural and asks who he thinks would win if the boss of the 1st and 4th stages met. The golem growls. The guy looks at the fight and answers that the one with more will win. The golem kicks Michael in the face. The guide notes that this is true. The golem jumps over the monster. He grabs him by the neck. The guide waves red stripes, supporting the golems. The golem lets go of Michael. Another golem strangles the bear. Eric shouts that they have captured the monster. The bear hits the golem on the back with its paw. A smoking mark remains on the armor. The guide says that because of this position, Michael cannot hit with full force, and adds that without iron armor there would be problems. He looks up and states that if they continue to fight like this, the dungeon will definitely collapse, and Eric notes that he knows this. The boy smirks and says that he was prepared for this too. The cat puts out the torch, and the boy says that this was the last torch. The bear looks forward with a stunned look. Eric holds the cat's collar and commands to use shadow magic. Max turns his head. He begins to transform. The boy looks at the black figure. The boy hands the knife to Maximus and asks if he remembers how to slaughter cattle. The servant looks at the bear and meows. Eric looks forward and states that the shape is slightly different from the griffin's, and adds that he should do everything as he remembers. The figure listens to him and meows. Maximus approaches the bear. The servant strikes. He pulls the knife back. Michael opens his mouth and roars. Maximus strikes again. He continues to swing the knife. The guide looks at him and asks if this is too cruel, to which Eric replies that it is not cruel at all, and that all the meat they have eaten before was obtained in the same way. The rabbit looks at the interlocutor and asks if bear meat is tasty, and the guy replies that he does not know himself, and that they will try it today. Michael roars. He hits Maximus with his paw. The shadow half disappears. The bear bares his teeth. Eric smiles and says that he is using shadow magic again. Michael watches as Maximus recovers. The servant looks askance and meows. After a while, the guy holds a golden ball in his hand. The guide and Eric say wow together. They look at the meat that Maximus cut up. The boy looks at the shadow and says that it did everything as he showed. Eric holds the skin and is surprised that Maximus took it off too. The boy examines the skin and says that it has magical immunity, and asks if they sew clothes from it, will it block normal skills? The guide looks at him and states that making clothes sounds good, and adds that it will not completely protect from attacks, and that Michael died because of the knife. The guide looks at Maximus and says that, among other things, he is not that hardy, and that only one blow is enough for the body to disappear. Eric folds the skin and says that he can still become more effective when there are more of them, and the guide notes that this is true. Maximus stands with a knife. The rabbit brings that the shadow is still an ideal killer, because there are no sounds or traces. Eric laughs and asks that if he has several hundred of them, he will become the prince of the night. The guide puts his paws behind his head and says that he is daydreaming and that he is not at the right level. The guy looks at the collar and says that everything is sad and that he would like it to be a skill, not an option to the item, and adds that it is a special option that you can't really do anything with, because they cannot be entered into the enhancement system. An old man with a sword is standing near the anvil. The guide says that this is what blacksmiths are for, and adds that in the process of making items, they can also make engravings. The guy looks at the collar and thinks that such a thing was made by a witch, and also hung it on the neck of a cat that she kept, and adds that either she had some kind of plan, or she loved cats so much. The young man says that they need to make a cat farm faster, and the guide asks if this is really his conclusion. Eric asks the guide why the dungeon does not end and where the achievements are. The guide points forward and says that there might be more bosses. The guy asks if that's possible, and the rabbit says that he saw that there were several caves. Eric looks at the altar and says that he wasn't going to clear this dungeon anyway, and adds that since he got the altar, it's time to go back. The golem picks up the altar. The guide asks the guy if he's going to the witch's house, and the boy replies that he's going to the first stage, and specifies that he needs another golem. He commands to set up the gate. The guide looks at the party. He levitates and says that who knows, maybe he'll actually win against this baboon. Eric looks at Puck. After a while, the great temple, a voice is heard that it can't be. The snowman holds his head and screams that he didn't think the temple could be so dirty. He watches as Puck jumps to the bones. The squirrel climbs onto the rib. Its tail twitches. She turns around and Ben asks what he's doing. Puck takes a bite out of the bone and the snowman asks if he just wants to eat it all. The snowman smiles and asks how good of an environment it must be for mice to have gotten so fat. Ben looks at the mess and says that, come to think of it, Eric is good at making and decorating, but he has trouble cleaning. The snowman notices a stain and asks what those marks are. There's a web stretched between the bones and Ben notices it. He clenches his fist and says he gets it. The snowman looks up and says he's finally figured out what his calling is. Ben picks up a broom. He starts sweeping. The snowman runs through the hallways sweeping. Ben swaps the broom for a mop. He waves the mop and says that the water that comes out of it makes cleaning much easier, and adds that the large bones will have to be removed separately, and that it is time to move on to the particularly dirty places. The snowman watches as the portal opens. Eric raises his hand and says that he has arrived, and is surprised. The boy looks at Ben and asks why it is so clean, and the voice adds that it is wonderful. The snowman looked at the boy and said that he cleaned up, and Eric said that he was a good boy. Ben notices a lump of dirt. The golem comes out of the portal, leaving footprints, and the snowman says that he is the culprit of those footprints. He claims that the enemy was among them all this time, and adds that it seems to him that there are more of them. The guide looks at him and says that he will explain everything to him now, if he means the golems. The snowman raises his hands and shouts that it turns out that those earth golems will be added at a rate of 1 per month, and the rabbit says that when Ben is surprised, he starts talking normally. Eric looks up and thinks that there are more golems, but this is because he has never seen a baboon. He imagines the golems and thinks that there are 4 armored gorillas and 4 armored centaurs. There are other golems. The guy continues that the ostrich is a golem, an octopus is a golem, a bomb, which he brought, and also an elephant is a golem, from which he took the bomb. The young man lowers his head and states that he has 11 golems, after which the guide says that this is not some kind of zoo, and asks who he will do this time. Eric looks ahead and says that he does not know yet, and suggests cleaning up, and the voice says that good thoughts have visited them. A boy stands near a snowman and shouts that it is time to start a general cleaning, and Ben says that he will be in the front row. The guide starts to fly away and wishes good luck. The boy says that he should help too. The rabbit points to the ant and says that he will look after the pets, and says that this is also very important. He flies to the shelf and says that he will climb higher so as not to breathe in the dust, and Eric says that he knows that he is just trying to see. The rabbit lies down on the shelf and thinks that no one will see him. He closes his eyes. The guide opens his eyes. Eric and the guide are standing near the temple. They think that, fortunately, they have not seen the baboon again, but this raises suspicions. The monkey is sitting. The guide thinks that during the first stage he never felt his presence, and that this was just a moment when the participants were supposed to enter the dungeon, but he was not there, and the task asks why. The rabbit knows and asks why. The guy approaches the guide. There is a shout. The guy asks if it will work. The great temple is unhurried and calm. You can hear them say to try again. Eric looks at the fish and says that they need to dry naturally. The golem waves a leaf. The guy confirms that it is so. The guide watches the golem and asks why the boy would do this at all, and Eric replies that he will dry them and make a powder out of them, which will make the broth tastier. Puck climbs down from the boy. He meets with Max. The cat jumps out of the floor, scaring the squirrel. Eric looks down and says that they can also make a place for fishing while he builds the sky temple. He props up his chin and says that there is a lot of work to do, and that he should write it down. The inventory opens. There are books. Eric says that last time he brought magic books from the witch's house with him. The boy writes down the task in the diary. He twirls the pen in his hands and says that there is more than enough work to do, and he should distribute it, and adds that the ghost stone can only be made with the help of the purification skill, so it is better for him to go personally. The boy turns his head and asks Ben if the shadow servant can fight ghosts. He replies that it is possible. Eric thinks about it and says that then they can try to teach him some fighting techniques. The guide laughs and asks who will teach whom. The guy slaps him on the back of the head and says that he is asking for trouble again. The young man asks the guide to take the golems and get mollusks in the Sea of the Abyss, and gets the answer that he is actually busy, after which he shouts that he is not doing anything. The guide jumps and shouts that he needs to find out what the baboon is doing, and the guy asks what is wrong with him. The rabbit said that this is his guess for now, but it seems to him that the greedy baboon is plotting something. The guide had to suffer because of the monkey, so he knew his character better than anyone. He felt some kind of incomprehensible anxiety that could not be explained in words. The baboon sits and looks forward. The guide folded his paws and said that therefore he needs to go to the first stage, and added that they should not worry, he will only watch. Eric stands with his arms folded and asks if he is making a mountain out of a molehill to avoid working. The guide turns around and shouts that he is not doing this at all and that the baboon will henceforth be their main enemy and rival. The guy looks at him and asks why, since he hasn't done anything. The rabbit trembles and thinks that he blurted out the first thing that came to mind. The rabbit raises his paw. The voice says that the baboon can interfere with the revival of Erdia. The guide said that this is exactly what he wanted to say. Eric closed his eyes and said that the rabbit can go there, but that he should be in touch. The rabbit cleared his throat and shouted that it was cool, stopped short, and said that it was not cool, and then stated that he was going. The guy asked Ben if he could go with the golems to the sea, and the snowman answered that he would go, but he would like to get some life energy. Eric turned his head and asked Alpha if it was okay to do that, and Alpha replied that Ben had made a big contribution to cleaning the great temple this time. The snowman raised his hands and a voice said that it was okay, to which Ben shouted thanks. Eric looked at the journal and asked what was left. He noted that all that was left was to finish cleaning the temple. Ben linked his fingers and told the guy that he had cleaned up as much as he could, but he hadn't been able to remove the big bones. Eric turned his head and said that the golems would be doing that job. He looked at the paws and said that their paws would be hard. The golem looked at the modified hand after the guy used the modify fingers skill. The guy looked at them and said that it was disgusting. Eric said that it was temporary and that he would return it to how it was later, and asked why he wasn't leaving. The golem started cleaning up the bones. The guy said that the golems were now busy too. He clapped his hands and said that everyone was busy now and ordered them to remember to contact him sometimes. Ben raised his hands and explained that he had no means of communication. The guy looked at him and said that they just got an altar, and the rabbit said that he didn't believe it. The golden rays of the appoint manager skill surround Ben. Eric looks up after Ben and asks if he is going to ascend, and the guide says that something like that, because increasing his status is about overcoming an already determined fate. The snowman looks at his hands and says that this is what Serpa felt. He holds out his hand and says that he feels an uplifting feeling and a sense of superiority, and adds that he now understands why Serpa changed, intoxicated by this power. He looks down and says that it is not even an increase in class or an increase in power, but it feels like he has become an entirely different being. He closes his eyes and states that he is no longer undead, but he is not an ice gremlin either. He is illuminated by golden rays. He says that he feels like he is now a snow spirit. He descends and says that he seems to have understood all the secrets of this world, and tells the owner that he has become snow itself, and the guy thought, what other spirit, just a snowman. Eric looked ahead and said that he does not know about the other, but he somehow resembles an alpha. The guy looked at Ben after the voice said that this is natural, since he now has a similar concept, and the boy asked about a similar concept. The voice explains that he is a dragon of life, a creature that has sworn to serve and dedicate himself to Earthia. Eric thought that Ben dedicated the cup of the soul to her. Ben looks at his hands. The voice added that he is no longer a cursed undead golem, into a completely different creature with a new life. A state window opened. The guide raised his paw to his mouth and said that he is a low level, and he is average, and calmed down. Ben clenched his fist and said that the previous him, who was obsessed with power, had long since died. He straightened up to his full height and declared that he was dedicating all his strength and soul to Erdia, and the guide told him not to overdo it. The voice declared that finally a normal manager had appeared, whom he wanted to see. Eric looked at them and said that they should go already. The Sea of the Abyss, a squad of warriors stands, fish and cubes fly around them. New participants appeared in the sea. One of them looks at the cube and asks why square stones fly in the air, and the other answers that for them these stones are real salvation. The soldier turns his head to the side and says that there is a gate there. Ben stands on the golem and says Aegeus. The warriors prepare for battle and shout that a new monster has appeared. They watch as the snowman commands the golem to collect shellfish. Ben stands with his arms folded and says that the golems used to disobey him, but now they follow his every command, and adds that this is what it means to reach a new level. Now he has a taste of power. The guy with glasses looks at him and asks what kind of snowman this is, and clarifies if he is the last boss. Ben turns his attention to them. He says that they are lowly worms, and continues to say that everything is different, and since they are the same race as the owner, he will help them a little. Clouds fly out of his hand. Clumps of snow fall to the ground in front of the warriors. The piles begin to move. Mini behemoths jump out of them. They wave to the squad, who ask what they are, and think that they are kind of cute. The snowman holds out his hand and tells the warriors to follow him, and explains that they will lead them to the dungeon. The golem turns to the squad when someone asks why they should trust Ben, to which he replies that it is their right to believe or not, and that they can continue running in the darkness or get help. The guy with purple hair bows his head and says that they are in no position to choose, and the guy with glasses thanks the snowman. Ben waves his finger and says that if they want to thank him, they should leave marks if they see armored clams along the way. The squad looks at him and asks if that is all. The golem turns around, the snowman says that he is going, and the warrior with the shield says that he is cool. On the cliff there is a great temple. Eric wipes his sweat and says that the first stage is over. He looks at the golem and states that it is the size of a hole. The guy looks up and says that he could not use golems properly before because of their size, and that one like this can probably go anywhere. Eric takes the skin and shouts that there is still something left to finish. The boy takes the needle, a notification window appears. He starts sewing. The dragon asks what he is doing. The boy looks to the side and replies that he is going to take the pet golems with him to the witch's house, and adds that ghosts can walk through walls, which means it can be dangerous for golems too, and the voice replies that this is true, and the golems will probably be attacked at the very core. Eric continues sewing and explains that they need to be made so that the ghosts cannot penetrate them, and the voice asks if he is really going to sew. The boy smiles and says that he is going to open the golems in the skins, and then no one will be able to penetrate them, and the voice says that he does truly incredible things. Eric asks how to make it so that the threads are not visible. He grabs the skin tighter. The boy sticks out his tongue and asks what will happen if he pulls there. The guy lifts the skin and says that it seems to have gone unnoticed. Unbeknownst to Eric, he used a blind stitch, like the kind used to make teddy bears, and the voice says that he has stitched the pieces of leather together as if he were using magic. The bear examines itself, and Eric says that it is a bear, or rather a golem, and the voice notes that the bear is a monster. The boy pokes it in the nose and says that it is quite cute. The boy says that he does not hear anything when the voice reproaches him for having such an evil guardian in the Temple of Life. Eric starts sewing again, noticing that he needs to make clothes for himself, and debates whether to make a windbreaker. The stones form an entrance to the cave. What will they feel if they enter the dungeon that they once defended? The blue ant looks ahead. The blue bear hit the ant. Only Nate could do that. The bear aggressively hits the ants. The guy smiles and says that every time he comes here it gets easier. It's even funny. Big Bear swung his fist. The animal hits the ant. The bear hits 4 ants. The plants shoot at the ant. The silhouette of a man watches the battle. Nate looks at the silhouette of a man and tells him to watch carefully. The brunette stuck out his tongue and said that if you tear off the head of a soldier ant, here are the salivary glands. The guy picked up the fawn of an ant and said that this genus, which looks like pincers, should also be opened and put here. The silhouette of a man takes the ant by the horn. Nate tells him to hold on. The bear takes the ant. Nate looked away and asked why not all the ants came out. A notification appeared. The first achievement. The killer of chimera ants. Nate destroyed 1,000 chimera ants. The witch's pets. The dungeon pays its respects to him. The reward is the skill of the ant antenna. Nate looks at the notifications in surprise. The first achievement, meaning that no one has received such an achievement before him. Nate looks at the notifications which say that the ant antennas are level 1. Nate opened his mouth and said that this is a good skill, that something looks like a homogeneous spore. The guy smiled and said that he should brag to the rabbit. A notification from the rabbit appeared, saying that the hare is surprised by the hero's new achievement. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and said that he knew the rabbit would react like that, but Alpha showed no interest. The rabbit frowned and asked if the dungeon had accepted and added that he had never seen anything like this, where an ant cave was defended 3 times. Nate said that was why it was called the first achievement. The rabbit brought his hands to his mouth and said that he thought that ant antennae would be useful in battle, but if they really did have antennae, it would be disgusting to watch. Nate looked up. Nate lowered his head and asked again about ant antennae. Ant antennae began to grow out of the guy's head. The brunette said that these were not real antennae. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. The brunette looked at his friends and mentally stated that he felt as if the sensation had expanded. The blue bear approached the guy from behind. The brunette mentally stated that he even felt the animal from behind. He added that this was very cool. 10 seconds were up. The brunette looked at the missing antennas and said that it was bad that there was so little time, but it would probably last longer as he leveled up, and added that the next thing after the ant cave was the witch's house. Evil ghosts were flying around the room. The ghost headed towards the main character. The guy in the blue cloak was fighting off the ghosts. Nate smiled and said that it was a total breeze here. The brunette touched the blue cloak and said that the orc's skin was working great. The blue ghosts were gathering into one cloud of energy in the sky. Nate looked at it and said that he didn't know which of them was risking their lives more here. A white radish was lying on the floor. A man's foot stepped on a white vegetable. Nate said that for him it was like walking through a shopping mall. The witch's house was cleared. The guy was holding blue energy in his fingers. It seemed that he would soon find all the materials for building a temple. Stage 1. The hare was flying through the forest. The rabbit flew up to the big blue frogs and called out to one. The strange animal looked angrily at the hare. The blue frog hit the boar with a sword. The hare frowned and asked what, such guys have powerful weapons. He added that it would not take long to destroy nature. There was nothing but chaos here. The blue animal took out its tongue. One monster grabbed another monster by the hand. The blue pumped-up frog snatched the sword from its rival. The hare looked back and said that these weaklings suddenly became stronger and went crazy. The man in the business suit grabbed the sword. The guy in the business suit pointed the sword at the guy. The man in the white t-shirt begs for mercy. The guy in the suit says that until recently he was an ordinary employee of the company. The sword glitters in the sun. The man in the suit says that now he is in an unknown place and is waving the sword. The guy in glasses opened his mouth and asked if his rival thinks that he has the ability to show mercy. The rabbit exhaled and said that it seemed that blue animals were not the only ones who had gone crazy. The man in glasses swung his sword and told the guy not to be offended by him. The brunette pulled the sword behind his back. The rabbit knocked the sword away from the guy in the suit. The man grabbed his hand and asked what happened. The rabbit crossed his arms over his chest and said that he was disgusted to watch this, so that the hero would know when to stop. The man in the suit looked at the rabbit and asked why the rabbit was talking. The heroes looked at the flying rabbit in surprise. The hare asked if this was important now, and added that if they had already come to the dungeon, they should be cleaning it out. It would be better if they joined forces. He asked if they wanted to go home. The men opened their mouths. The guy in the suit took a deep breath and asked if they could go home. The man in glasses cried and asked if they could go back to the old world. The rabbit looked at the men in surprise. The hare narrowed one eye and asked what kind of reaction this was. He added that it was as if no one had ever told them such a thing. The man in the suit stepped closer to the rabbit and exclaimed that he had never heard such a thing. The rabbit mentally asked why they were angry at him. The rabbit raised his hand and asked that they hadn't heard that they could return to the previous world when they finished playing in the dungeon. The men opened their mouths and exclaimed that no one had ever told them such a thing. The rabbit frowned and mentally declared that Baboon was a bastard. He mentally clarified that he had really ignored such a basic rule and not told them. The hare exhaled heavily. The rabbit crossed his arms over his chest and said that first they should stop and come to him. He asked about where the other participants had gone. A crack. Clouds slowly floated over the base. The guy grabbed the hare's ear and said that Baboon seemed to have lost interest after the first stage altar disappeared. Nate gaped in surprise and asked if Baboon had abandoned everything and added that it was not profitable for him either. His participants would not advance to the second stage and would die. The hare peeks out from behind the bushes and says that he himself was curious to know, so he waited until a new game began after the reboot. The long-haired man looks at the sword. The rabbit gaped in surprise and said that the participants had enhanced weapons from the very beginning. Nate looks forward and asks the hare if they could try to increase the survival rate of the participants. The young guy nudged the older man. The rabbit said that he did not know. Most of the soldiers took weapons from those who were engaged in production, so the survival rate of the produced class, on the contrary, began to fall. The brunette raised his hand to his face and said that if you look at the long term, they will soon run out of provisions, since the soldiers do not have the skills to produce. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and asked what the conclusion was. The rabbit looked back. The hare flies over the crowd of people and says that it seems that for now he will have to do the first stage. The hare looks at the crowd. Nate asks what the rabbit will do if he meets Baboon. The hare answered that when he meets then he will think about it. He added that the game has rebooted, and there are still no signs of his appearance. Nate narrowed his eyes and asked what he decided to quietly get out of his duties. The rabbit answered that it is possible. He does not have any thoughts and ideas at all, because he is stupid and greedy. The guy brought his eyebrows together and said that he realized that Baboon is greedy. Cursed earth, filled with skeleton warriors. A skeleton in armor walks. A skeleton in a helmet runs. The guy looks at the pyramid. Nate was building new land over the skeletons. The man leaned his hands on the glass square and exclaimed that it was a floating staircase. The guy looked up and said that it was heavy. The man turned back. The shadow cut the stone with a sword. The brunette smiled and said that this guy was strong. The leaf was lying on the stone. Nate ran to the dark hero and asked what was shining there, what was stuck there. The white weirdo asked what the hero was talking about. The hero put his finger to the plant and said that he was talking about this. The white monster picked up the plant and said that it seemed to him that it was one of the types of algae from the Sea of the Abyss. The guy took the plant in his hand and asked if it was seaweed. The leaf was lying on the hero's hand. The guy exclaimed that he knew it was seaweed. He added that it looked the same. The brunette scratched his chin and said that there was no escape from his sharp gaze. After all, he was an expert in seaweed soup. The white monster asked again what the hero was talking about. The guy smiled and mentally declared that this was not a real sea, but seaweed grew there. He mentally added that it was amazing. The monster in the blue scarf raised his hand. The guy said that he should collect all the algae. The monster agreed. On Nate's orders, Ben brought all the mollusks that the algae stuck to. The big monkey carries the mollusks. Ben drags the big plant. The guy smiled and exclaimed that it was Kim. He added that he didn't think there would be Kim here either. Ben picked up the plant and asked what Kim was. The guy said it was a very tasty thing. The sun was shining on the seaweed. The guy said that the seaweed should be spread out and dried in the sun. The fire was burning. The guy said that when it was dry, it should be fried over the fire and greased with sesame oil. The man was holding sushi on chopsticks. The guy said that later he should wrap hot rice in them and dip it in soy sauce. The man closed his eyes and said that it tasted amazing. The hare asked if something tasty had appeared. The man turned to the hare and said that he would be gone for a while. The rabbit said that he was hungry, so he came. The rabbit raised his finger up and exclaimed that he shouldn't be there all the time. He added that he had already taken the main measures. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and said that the hare was a good boy. He added that he just needed extra hands. The man raised his fist and exclaimed that he who does not work, does not eat. He asked the hare if he wanted to eat. The hare pressed his ears to his head and said that he thought about it, and was not very hungry. The guy said that he who does not collect seaweed, let him not eat. The rabbit took the seaweed in his hands and exclaimed that it was disgusting and slippery. The man asked what the hare was talking about, and added that he should not cry when he ate it. The guy took the seaweed in his hand and said that if he ate it, then today would be his birthday. The hare opened his mouth in surprise and asked again. The rabbit shook his head. The guy asked the rabbit when his birthday was. The hare replied that assistants do not have such things. The transition to another level is birth. The man smiled and said that then they would consider it his birthday. The guy said that he was congratulating the hare. The rabbit folded his arms in embarrassment. The hare laughed and asked again if it was true that it was his birthday. He added that it sounded good. Even his mood had improved. The cut seaweed was lying on the board. The guy said that he would cut the seaweed to make it easier to eat. The garlic was lying on the plate. The main character said that he had prepared mandrakes instead of garlic. The seaweed was boiling in the soup. The guy said that he would fry it well in oil, add fish broth and bring it to a boil. The man was cutting the meat, and said that since they had no beef, he would divide the meat of a two-headed bear instead. The guy smiled and said that it smelled good. Now he would add salt and soy sauce. The soup is in a bowl. The guy exclaims that it is ready. Rays are coming from the bowl. A notification appears, which says that the hero has a new achievement, Abyssal Seaweed Soup. He has prepared a high-quality dish using ingredients from the Abyssal Sea. The dungeon expresses delight. The reward is a richer taste of seaweed soup. Blood regeneration plus 100%, detoxification plus 50%. The guy looks at the notification and asks what it is. The rabbit clarifies what they have prepared. Ben is standing next to Nate. He is surprised that the hero knows alchemy. He adds that witches use similar materials from the abyss in their experiments. The guy is embarrassed. He replies that he just heard somewhere that seaweed soup purifies the blood. The rabbit stands behind the protagonist. Nate asks if it is dangerous for the body in a normal state, for example for people with high blood pressure, because blood regeneration has increased by 100%. The guide replies that this is impossible, because this function simply restores missing blood. The hare raises his hand up. He begins to say that the participants mainly die from blood loss. The guide, folding his hands, continues that after this soup there is twice as much blood, thus increasing the survival rate, and adds that it also has a detoxifying property. The hero noted that the rabbit understood the true value of the soup. The guy drinks the liquid from the ladle. He does not believe that the soup gives regeneration. He swallows the soup and notices that it is really tasty. The guide asks to give him some too. The rabbit is delighted. He declares that it is super tasty. The hare holds a plate in his hands. He says that this delicate taste makes his soul feel so good. The protagonist leans towards him and compliments his taste in food. The sea and the land intersect. The place where Nate built the third temple was near the territories of the Crack and the Sea of the Abyss. In the sky there is a stone tower with spikes. If he wanted to catch shadow cats, it would be more effective to build it in the castle of the Black Queen, but it was too dark and dangerous there. Dark monsters open their jaws. Nate exhales. For this reason he decided to build it in a bright place, and when everything is ready, then move it closer to the Sea of the Abyss. The hare, pricking up his ears, asks if the protagonist wants to move the whole temple. He calms him down, and says that the main material of the temple will be hovering stone, and that if several golems are placed at once, nothing will happen. The hare jumped sharply. The guide, flying up, is indignant and asks what kind of shape this is. Nate, frowning, replies that it is the shape of an inverted pyramid. The guy stands and looks at the pyramids. The keeper asks if he wants to create a portable temple. The guy, folding his arms, listens to his new friend. Ben asks him how he came up with the idea to create such a strategic shape as an air fortress. The keeper of the temple agrees with him, and says that they will be able to carry the glory of Erdia throughout the land. Nate says that he will grow shadow cats in the pyramid, no matter what they say. Ben spreads his arms to the sides and calls this idea brilliant. The young man is embarrassed, contradicts his pet, and adds that the idea is not so brilliant. The rabbit flies up to the hero and asks him to confess honestly. The guy asks what to confess. The rabbit asks him if he made such a figure to make a roof with a courtyard. Nate, with tears of joy, says that he always wanted to live on the roof. The guide shouts that he knew it. The boy holds a book in his hands and thinks that he should make a field for vegetables, but not too big. He adds that a field that is too big will not do, and he thinks that 660 square meters will be quite enough. The pyramid flies across the sky. Once the dimensions of the temple were determined, the rest of the work did not take much time. The three heroes stand in the center of the surface. The protagonist suggests placing the altar in the center, because then everything will look good. The guardian agrees that this is just the perfect location. On the pedestal is an orange ball. Nate reaches out his hand to it, and proclaims this place the third temple of the Dragon of Lifertia. The boy raises his head. A notification appears that this place will now be called the Sky Temple. He laughs and says that the Sky Temple does not sound colossal. The young man folded his hands. The temple offers him to set traps, but he wants to plant peas first. The guardian agrees with him. The guide suggests planting them on the sides, because then the closer they are, the stronger the blows will be. Nate stands in front of the hare and replies that the sun doesn't penetrate well there, and they will quickly wither. Ben holds out his hand. He suggests planting the potatoes at an angle, then it will interfere with the enemies when they try to penetrate. The guy praises him. The keeper confirms that the idea is rational. The rabbit jumps and shouts that traps are not needed, because no one will come anyway. Clouds float across the sky. Day has turned to night. The rabbit, Puck and Nate lie and sleep. The keeper wakes the protagonist and calls him. It seems to him that someone has penetrated the temple. The young man jumps up and asks where the enemy is, and immediately receives an answer that he is in the underground temple on the territory of the Rift. A detachment of people who attacked the wild forest moved to the land of the Rift several days ago. Jane's spear plunges into the skeleton. Its handle breaks off his skull. The girl reports that there are a lot of skeleton monsters here. The guy with glasses asks what kind of place this is. The squad reports that the monsters are attacking. The girl orders the squad to block the skeleton's attacks, but Tony tells her that the monsters have a rather weak defense. Another girl from the squad reports that the number of enemies is not decreasing. Jane reports that they need to find a shelter to hide from them. She orders the tanks to cover the squad, and the production players to help. The group agrees. Jane knocks off another skeleton's head. The spear is still moving, and the girl has already turned to the skeleton. People's feet are moving on the ground. The girl, sweating, asks what happened. They notice a clay bridge ahead and offer to climb it, because the skeleton cannot climb there. The heroes are sitting on the bridge. Monsters are walking below. The dark-haired guy looks down and notices that they really cannot climb there, because they can't even jump. He, putting his hand to the floor, reports that the height of the bridge seemed to be specially adjusted to size, and the skeleton cannot climb it. Jane, leaning on the spear, offers to sit down and rest, and asks if anyone is left below. Tony reports that everyone is up there, and there are no wounded. The girl says that this is a great relief and asks if anyone has seen Void's people. The guy replies that he hasn't seen them and suggests that they may have gone somewhere else. The girl closes her eyes and is glad that she managed to avoid this useless fight. 3 people from the squad are standing, wondering where the bridge leads. The girl says that it is already evening, and first they will have to spend the night here. Jane opens her eyes in surprise. Night has come and an incredible picture unfolds before them. She could only be amazed. Lanterns have lit up along the edges of the bridge. People are amazed and say that it looks like lighting on a highway, and that it looks like they should cross this bridge. The squad moves along the bridge. They set off in the morning. The bridge reaches the wall. At the end of the bridge a village awaits them, surrounded by a huge stone fence. Tony tenses up. He asks if this place is a new dungeon. Jane says that it seems to be a skeleton castle. Void grins. He asks who came here. Yellow spheres fly around him. He says that they are late again. Jane looks at the man. She is surprised that he is already here. Void smiles evilly. He said that he knew that they would come here, because this is the only place where you can get food. Jane tenses her eyebrows. She notices that the plants that grow along the wall are underground potatoes. The girl understands that she was too careless, and that at this rate they will recapture their dungeon. She turns away in her group, and says that they need to find an entrance inside as quickly as possible. Void looks down, and tells them that they are trying in vain. He smiles and says that if there was an entrance here, then skeleton warriors would have been there long ago. The girl turns to the wall. She understands that in order to get there, you need to climb over the wall. She sees a bunch of plants and thinks that if warriors can do it, then it will be difficult for the production ones. The girl clenches her teeth. Void spins fireballs. He launches them at the squad. Jane jumps back and notices that they will be able to climb over the wall only if no one interferes with them. She screams for everyone to move to the side. Void laughs hysterically. All the people run away from the explosions of magic. The girl prepares to deflect the balls with a spear. The blade looks towards the enemy. Jane looks at the enemy and says that her weapon is an imperial spear. The girl releases magic spears and knocks down the fire charge. Air currents diverge from the girl. Void calmly looks at her. He tells her that she is, of course, great. The girl gets scared. The guy tells her that even she does not have eyes on the back of her head. Jane puts the spear under the ball and holds the blow. She turns around and thinks about what would have happened if she had hesitated even a little. Void stands on the wall and shouts to the squad that this time they will have to suck their thumb again. The girl looks down where the skeletons are roaming. She turns to Void and says that she is not going to retreat. The man looks at her emotionlessly. He releases fireballs and asks what she will do. The girl dodges 3 fire projectiles and curses. Jane jumps back to her squad. She tells the guy in glasses that the man's skill annoys her. He replies that he annoys everyone. The fireball spins in the air. This is Void's ability. The ball flies at the person. The skill is very long range and pursues its target. The attack power is not the highest. Void is standing among the balls. If you get a burn in the absence of normal medicines in the dungeon, then they become quite a formidable weapon. The man smiles and says that he will leave the guests to his people and fireballs, and he has business inside the fortress. He waves his hand and orders them to try hard. Jane frowns, angrily says Void's name and asks where he went. A guy with a short haircut puts his hand to his glasses and asks what is inside, maybe some cool object, or maybe he is fighting a boss. The girl puts her hand behind her back and says that whatever is there, they need to get there. Void is angry. He thinks that they need to finish the cleanup before the squad gets here. Unlike Jane's companions, the man was very uneasy. The guy leads the squad through the desert. To be honest, his team arrived only an hour earlier than the second. Void turns to the squad and tells them to go faster. The guy's hand lies along his leg. In fact, if they had some result in an hour of work, he would not be in such a hurry. But his haste had its own reason. Void put his hand in his pocket. He does not understand what it is. There is nothing inside the wall except for one tent. Void notices that from the outside the wall looks dazzling, but inside there is nothing. The guy looks ahead. He understands that no matter how advantageous his position is, he cannot underestimate Jane's strength. The tent is standing. Gusts of wind rest against it. Void believes that if there is something here, it will be inside the tent. By order of Jack's elders, before the attack on the dungeon, all the tents in the village were dismantled, except for Nate's tent. Void looks inside the tent. Once inside, the guy says that he knew it. Inside the tent, the guy finds a staircase leading to the basement. He immediately reports this. In the basement there is a long corridor. Void orders his guys to get ready quickly, calling them lazy devils. The guy stands and looks to the side. He remembers that last time they lost to a 2-headed bear. He also believes that perhaps there will be those who can cancel the skill. Someone from Void's group calls him. The guy with the mask gives him 20 torches. He asks him if he wants 2 for everyone. Void smiles wryly. He asks again how many torches he wants per person. The man steps on his foot. He explains to the others that their job here is only to produce, and that he will take all the torches for himself. One of the squad members touches the other on the shoulder and tells him to be patient, because this is not the first time. He gives him a bandage and says that they must be responsible for their lives themselves. Void removes the emotion from his face and orders the tanks to move forward. The group goes down the stairs. The blonde looks ahead and wishes that at least someone would appear ahead and that he will immediately turn him to ash. The man with the shield calls out to the boss and notices that there is a bright light below. Void looks at him with displeasure and asks what difference it makes to them, because they are in a dungeon, and orders them not to relax and continue moving forward. Dave turned around in fear. With the blonde in the background, the voice reasons that if they ignore his character and only think about clearing the dungeon, then according to their boss, they have nothing to lose and that his cold and cruel character has helped him survive in the dungeon more than once. Dave approaches the doorway. He looks forward and addresses the boss and notes that he should see this in person. Void looks displeased and the voice says that he is the cold-blooded leader of their squad. The blonde sneaks up and asks what is going on there, while the voice continues that he was just on guard. Void is taken aback, and the voice says that nevertheless such a picture unfolded before him. The guy saw a grain field and the voice explains that he has never seen such a picture in his life. Void looks in horror. He frowns and realizes that they cannot relax and declares that he cannot be fooled by such a trick. The squad members try to stop him, while he decides to summon a fire circle. The blonde raises his hand, asking what's wrong with them and if they've gone crazy. They shout that there's rice in front of them. The team members cautiously try to convince him that it's rice and that it's edible. Void looks down and asks if that's true and if it means that there's a rice tree in front of him and asks to remove the fireball. The first one counters that it's not a tree, but ears of grain, but the leader is displeased to hear someone shouting that it's not that important and that they need to harvest the crops as soon as possible. He turns around and asks what harvesting means and asks if anyone has the harvesting skill. The team is indignant that their leader doesn't know what a simple harvesting is. Void looks around and states that this can be entrusted to the production class and asks them to harvest the crop while they scout everything here. He crosses his arms over his chest, saying that at first glance there are no hidden dangers here, but they still shouldn't relax, and adds that they will do the reconnaissance separately and that if they see something strange, they should shout. The leader looks up and orders them to get started. He turns to his production class. He looks and thinks that these production freaks are getting on his nerves and that they are just sitting there and doing something incomprehensible and does not understand what is so special about this harvest, while the voice notes that it was very stupid of Void to think so. With the farmer in the background, the voice continues that it was all because in order to collect the rice ears, it was necessary to work hard and have many skills. The production members of the squad try, while the voice explains that now, when they do not even have normal tools, it was even more difficult for them. Void stands there while he says that of course the guy couldn't know that since he didn't know anything about farming and asks if they could do their job faster. One-Eyed rubs the ears of grain and thinks that it's only easy in words and if he doesn't like something, then he could actually try their work for himself. He turns around at the call. The brunette points back and notes that there is another storage for rice, to which the guy asks him again what he said. Void smiles while someone reports that there is a sauna here. He realized what he heard and asks if he heard correctly. The blonde walks along the cacti and notices that they are hanging in the air and wonders what kind of place this is. He walks forward and asks if this is really a sauna. Void turns around at the cry that there is also a snowman here, to which he replies that he thought that there was a limit to lies and where would a snowman just appear underground. Ben looks at him. The snowman is unhappy. He throws the squad members out of the room. Void looks on in shock and hears that they are being attacked by a snowman. Ben angrily summons a blizzard and asks who is so brave that he dared to break into his master's temple and insults them. Void covers his face from the wind and notes that it is very strong and someone asks him if it could be the dungeon boss. Ben spreads his arms out to the sides. Ice flies past the leader's boots. Ben gets angry and asks how he dares to trample his master's temple with his dirty feet and adds that he will take it and restore order here right now and orders his subjects to attack. Void is horrified by the earthquake. Something hit the floor. The gorilla lets out an angry roar. Void smiles and notes that everything is going as he thought because the dungeon must have its own monster. The guy with the sword asks him what the noise is and is stunned by the fact that there is a monster in front of them. Void yells asking why they are standing there because they should go forward, those who are tanking classes, and the rest should hide behind him. Void glows. He frowns and declares that he will burn everyone here. Ben sees a fireball being launched at the gorilla. Ben looks at the fireball in horror. Void smiles. The gorilla falls. Void looks back and orders the back row to attack from a distance, and the dancers to tie their legs so that they cannot approach them. Ben frowns at them and notes that these low creatures have arranged a pretty good fireworks display here. The snowman gets angry and notes that they are clearly no match for him, and that fighting him face to face will be very disadvantageous for him. The gorilla looks forward, and Ben has an idea. The snowman goes on the attack and shouts that his blows will not be able to damage the armored golems. Void is confused by the word armored. The gorilla lets out a roar. He attacks the enemy squad. The shielder gets hit. Void emits fire and asks if he thinks he's just going to stand there and watch. The leader yells that he's using a fireball. The gorilla gets hit. The gorilla looks at the armor. It's gone out. Void is horrified and asks what kind of armored golem they have and notes that he really is all armored, but he's not some kind of simpleton, and after all, he was able to pass the first stage. He smirks and orders his fireballs to gather together. The guy frowns and someone says they know. He sees the gorilla's paw and yells that he knows the golem's weak spot. Void launches multiple fireballs at him. Fire flies into his paw. It's broken. Void gloats. Ben looks down in horror. The gorilla falls backwards. Ben is down. Void yells at his squad, asking why they are just standing there, and orders them to find its core and destroy it. The squad goes on the offensive. Void watches from the side. Ben stomps and insults them. The voiceover explains that the golem attack tactics used by the leader of this squad were pretty standard. The gorillas look at his squad and he continues that it only worked when facing one golem. Void looks in horror and asks what it is and why there are so many of them. Something breaks a hole in the wall, and the voice notes that his methods could not work so easily on Nate's army. The leader tries to catch his breath. Void yells that they need to run and orders them to go up. Ben is already standing on his head and asks where he is going. Ben smirks and notes that he came to him of his own free will, but he will not be able to leave so easily. The leader looks at him and hears that the moment they entered their fate was sealed, and he adds that they will either be slaves or victims of his master. The snowman summons a blizzard. Void frowns and wonders if he really just needed to go and catch this snowman. He uses fire on him and screams that he is a stupid snowman and that he will just melt him. Ben is taken aback. Shadowcat saved him. Void is horrified. The first member of the team says that he thinks there was something like a cat there, and the second agrees that he saw it too. Rabbit notes that this is all nonsense. The squad turns towards the voice. Rabbit looks angrily and notes that he just wanted to gawk at the battle, but now he is no longer laughing. Ben looks at him and retorts that he shouldn't interfere with all this, because he's sure he can figure it out himself with these bastards, to which the rabbit notes that it looks like he still doesn't know everything and that he's just a newbie. Ben closes his eyes and replies that if one of them has to get their hands dirty, then he offers his candidacy. The rabbit looks away and asks him not to make fun of him and clarifies whether he said that just because he really likes to cut people. Void doesn't understand anything even more because he knows the assistant rabbit and doesn't understand what he's doing here. The rabbit looks at them and declares that all the faces here are familiar to him. He continues angrily that he hasn't seen him for a long time. Someone grabbed the rabbit by the collar, while the voice notes that for all the members of his squad, their first stage was just a terrible memory. Void trembles and the voice explains that this concerns him in particular. Nate looks at the rabbit and asks if he knows him. The guy looks at everything that's happening. Void asks in horror who he is. The rabbit points at the blonde with his paw, saying that he did it again. He wants to kill everyone who is not from his squad and asks why he still hasn't corrected his idiotic habit, to which he gets scared. Nate smiles and asks if he is a bad guy, to which the rabbit agrees. He smirks and continues that he just got here and immediately acted like an old man. The blonde is taken aback, while he states that if it weren't for another guy, he would have already killed him. Nate looks away and asks again about the other person and why he killed him. The rabbit frowns and explains that the second one was even worse and that he couldn't stand him. Void looks in horror. The rabbit is awkward until the blonde understands who this guy is, that he is talking so freely to this rabbit, because in appearance he is just an ordinary participant. Void fixes his hair and realizes that it is not that important now, and at first he needs to get out of here and asks him to listen, turns to the rabbit, and says that he needs to tell him something. The rabbit listens carefully and clarifies what he wants to tell him. Void closes his eyes and asks if they can just let them go, and that he promises that they will not make noise here anymore and just quietly leave this place. The rabbit closes his eye and asks why he is asking him about this, because he should ask such questions to the owner of the house. Void looks at the snowman in bewilderment and asks who in this case is the owner of the house and suggests that it is Ben. Nate smiles and explains that in fact it is him. Void turns around in horror. The blonde asks himself if he understood correctly that he is the owner, because this guy looks too ordinary. Dave asks his friend if he heard what the rabbit said, that the guy is the owner of the house. Nate is embarrassed and thinks that this is rather awkward for him. Ben whispers to him that if he wants to spill blood, then he is ready to get his hands dirty and deal with these rude people. Nate shows him the finger and explains that he should not deal with anyone, especially such wonderful people. Ben and the rabbit are perplexed by the wonderfulness of these people. Void gets angry and asks again if they are wonderful and what kind of reaction was that. Nate comes up to him and starts a conversation about the fireball, asking if he can control it as he pleases. Void sullenly notes that he is right and asks again why he needs to know this. Nate winks at him and explains that he offers them to work with him for a while. Against the background of an inverted pyramid, A voice notes that during the construction of the Heavenly Temple, Nate racked his brains for a long time. The cat yawns and the voice continues that one of his purposes for this temple was to build a shadow cat farm and wondered how they could be placed inside. Against the background of the Catablin, he notes that they do not have their own physical body, and therefore they cannot even be grabbed by hand. Nate chases one of them and the voice continues that, in addition, they are so timid that they immediately run away. Someone brings a torch to her, and Nate explains that the method he came up with is to lure them there with fire. Nate is exhausted and notes that this would be too difficult, and would take a lot of effort. Against the background of Void, he continues that the skill of fireballs caught his eye and that he does not need a large workforce, because there are small lights that fly on their own. Nate tilts his head and clarifies whether he heard correctly that his name is Void and introduces himself with the words that it is very nice to meet you. Void is perplexed by what is happening. Nate looks at his displeased face and remembers that he was standing there sweating and didn't even know what to say to this unexpected friendliness on Nate's part, and that if they were to be precise, he could tell from his face that he was terribly uncomfortable. Void frowns and asks himself who he really is and why he treats him like that. Nate smiles like a child, and he notices that he made such a face as if a fancy table was set before him. The brunette smiles and notes that this is the end of their acquaintance, and that he will no longer ask him about the invasion of his home and offers to make a contract with him. The blonde squints and asks again about the contract. Ben looks surprised and asks if it will be a slavery contract, to which the rabbit claims that it will be. Void is perplexed about what slavery they are talking about. Nate turns around in confusion and asks what they are talking about, because how can you call a person a slave? Because he was just going to ask him to be a worker for a few days, that is, to play the role of the production class. Void is horrified and reasons that now he understands everything, because this is the reason why he smirked so much when he looked at him. The capillaries in his eyes burst, and he is indignant that he wants to make him his production slave. He sees that they are distracted and notes that when he is completely distracted, he will simply kill him. Fireballs descend and he continues that he does not know what happened, but if he catches him, then it will be good. Fire flies towards them, and he thinks that in this case all his problems with the snowman and golems will be solved. Void smirks and wishes him dead. Nate looks at the fire in shock. His torso is burned. Ben cries out to the master in horror. Nate tears his shirt and claims that it scared him. Void looks at him in horror and asks what it is. Nate looks at him contentedly and replies that it is the skin of a two-headed ogre, and the effect is simply amazing. Void's squad members are taken aback. Nate looks at them awkwardly. The first one asks if this clothing was made entirely from the skin of a two-headed ogre, and the second one notes that Nate is so capable that he sewed everything so well and neatly. The guy in the cap approached him and asked if he did it himself, to which he confusedly gives a positive answer and hears a lot of praise. Nate scratches the back of his head and replies that he is surprised because he did not think that anyone would be able to appreciate his thing, and another one asks him what kind of seam he used, to which he immediately answers in detail. The rabbit looks at him in confusion and asks what kind of unexpected conversations he is having with the production class, to which Nate remembers that he does not have time to stand and chat with them. Void hears that he is talking to him. Nate closes his eyes and asks if it is true that he just attacked him. The guy walks towards him. The brunette looks into his eyes. Nate stands in front of him and asks if he knows one thing. His gaze becomes glassy and he asks if the one who is more accustomed to blood knows, the production class or the combat class. Void looks in horror and reasons that he thought that he was just a weakling, but now he feels great strength in him. Nate imagines a boar hunt with the words that the combat class is only engaged in hunting. Against the background of his one-eyed comrade, he continues that the production class, in turn, slaughters cattle and cuts up its carcass. He imagines a man washing blood off his hands and continues that in the process it is natural that such people get dirty with blood and shreds of meat fly at them, and there have been cases when such a person was dirty with blood from head to toe. Nate also looks at him, and the voice draws attention to his motionless gaze. Void is trembling all over and the voice continues that his gaze caught the instinctive fear of the leader of that group. Nate warms up and explains that he is not such a narrow-minded person and besides, he needs him. The brunette continues with a smile that he has a lot of things to do with him ahead, and that he suggests that they get by with just a flick. Void is perplexed and asks what he is talking about. Nate looks angrily and adds that what he just said was not a question. The brunette concentrates energy in his finger, and the voice says that for every person who tries to crush the enemy by force, while Nate uses the power of a one-horned boar, and he continues that in this case there will definitely be someone who will be stronger. The guy watches closely and orders him to expose his forehead and that if he misses, he can break something. Void looks forward in horror. The blonde rolled over. The voice notes that the determination of seniority was completed, that Nate is more important than him. Someone remembers Nate's flick and says that after determining seniority. A small tent stands and the voice continues that the village of Zell has opened to everyone. People go to it. They are standing near a counter with food. A rabbit sells steaks and says that if they need provisions, They can exchange it for equipment with an enhanced effect, while the voice continues that the founder of this business was a rabbit. The voice explains that the rabbit is very good at understanding the value of objects, while the guy tries to beg him for some meat, to which he thinks that this person left an item worth 1 point here. The rabbit points at him and asks if he thinks he's just going to work at a loss and that if he wants meat, he should bring him items. Nate continues to say that the rabbit was also good at bargaining, and that it made people unhappy. The girl looks at the counter and asks why there are so many people there, to which the other one explains that the assistant is there exchanging food for items and asks if she wants to take a closer look. Jane scratches her forehead and asks if they can just take a peek. The rabbit yells Jane's name across the counter. He throws her some meat, yelling that she's too skinny and that's why he'll give it to her, and Nate notes that the rabbit also had his favorites. Jane looks at him and agrees that they were in her way during battles and thanks him. She also has something to tell him. The rabbit is horrified that the girl asked permission to ask him a question about why he walks with Nate. He waves his paws and says that they should not stir up the past and that she should take more meat, to which she apologizes. Nate talks about Jane, that she was one of those whom the rabbit liked as well as Mike. She smiles and the guy explains that she has leadership qualities, as well as fighting abilities, as well as an open character, and this could not but please the assistants of the dungeons. The rabbit shakes his head and asks her where her lover went, who always went with her, because he does not see him. Jane hides her face and replies that he died. The rabbit points at her with his paw and asks if that is why she cut her hair, and if she lied to him about the battles, and continues that he is very sorry, because they were so suitable for each other. Her team is horrified that the rabbit did not read the atmosphere at all, and someone asks himself how he can be so insensitive. The bunny stands there contentedly and Nate remarks that he was still doing a great job selling, and Gerald says that's great because the offerings keep coming in. Void looks on in horror and realizes what's in front of him. He looks down from the octopus's mouth and fumes. A bunch of abyssal fish are chasing them. They fly up to a sky temple while the blonde asks if it's a dungeon. Nate looks down and wonders what he should call it. There's something growing in the beds. There are nets hanging and the blonde asks if it's really some kind of weekend farm. The octopus parks. Void looks around and asks where they are. Ben stands behind him and explains that they're in hell and that this is where his grave will be. Ben whispers in his ear asking how he dared threaten his master's life and explains that before he would have killed him and ground his flesh and bones into powder and turned his soul into a demon. Nate straightens his clothes and asks him to stop because they are leaving. Void looks on in horror and asks where they are going and notes that if they came out of this octopus, it means that they are not leaving, but that they have arrived. Nate shouts at his golems to move. The gorillas exchange glances. They take the pyramid by the end. They tilt it. Nate looks down with satisfaction and declares that the movement has begun. The fish of the abyss looks at Void. Void in horror wants to use the fireball. His flame flew into black smoke, to which he longs for the ball and asks what is this black fog. Ben hits him on the head and orders him to stop making noise and to stand still. Nate asks him with a smile not to do that. The brunette came up to him and asked if he could see what was ahead. Void was taken aback and wondered how he could see anything in such darkness. The guy looked ahead and actually saw something. The blonde screamed asking what it was because he saw some kind of huge mollusk shell in front of him. Nate clenched his fist and explained that he saw the very dungeon he loved so much. The shadow cat burst out of the scarf and Nate added that there were plenty of such cats inside this dungeon. Void frowned and asked if that was the same thing he had dispersed with fire earlier. Nate looked at him and explained that he just needed to get these guys out of the dungeon. The blonde looked at him in confusion and asked again what he needed to do and how he could do it. Nate showed him his finger saying that he would tell him everything now and asked him to release the fireball one more time. Void obediently follows and the brunette tells him that shadow cats love to chase fire and that this is the hint he wanted to press and that it will certainly not be easy. They stand near the tower and Nate makes him a remark that this will not work and that he should handle the fire more carefully, to which he agrees. The brunette points his finger forward and adds that he does not need to stupidly drive them away, but rather try to attract them even if he has to take the blow. The brunette frowns, while Void understands that he is already tired of him because he points out his every step and notes that he is no longer able to tolerate such an attitude towards himself. The blonde turns around angrily. Nate grins with a flick and clarifies what is wrong with his face and whether he wants to do this. Void is scared and replies that everything is not as he understood, because he is having a lot of fun, and the voiceover notes that this guy's motivation was successful. Someone holds a jar in his hand after some time. Void smears himself with ointment and swears that the cats haven't gone anywhere yet, but the hallucinations that are inside him cause him too much harm. Nate looks over his shoulder and asks what kind of ointment he has. Void shows it to him, saying that it's an ointment with an effect of stopping bleeding and notes that his guys from the production class made it for him, and asks himself if he will ask him for the ointment. The brunette looks closely and asks himself if this means that there are people who can make this ointment. Nate creates a portal and tells Ben that he will go to the village. The plot is transferred to the village of Slit. Oliver looks surprised and asks if he asked him about the hemostatic ointment, and the system notices that the head of the production class of the Void team is standing in front of him. Nate spreads his arms and gives him a positive answer, explaining that he caught their leader using it, and explains that he was shocked by the effect of his ointment. Oliver sheepishly thanks him for the praise and explains that they made the ointment from herbs they found in the forest. He raises a finger and continues that he has the skill of collecting medicinal herbs and that once he tastes an herb, he can immediately detect it nearby. Nate looks thoughtfully and replies that this means that he simply has the skill of collecting herbs, and not making medicine, and asks if in that case anyone can make these medicines. Oliver reached into his bag, saying that he is right, because if there are herbs, then anyone can make medicine from them and that he even has one with him. Nate looks at his palm. The brunette is taken aback. Nate sees pepper and asks again if this is not pepper, because it is definitely it. Oliver awkwardly gives him a positive answer asking if this is the first time he has seen underground pepper, because any of the production class carries one with them. Against the background of the pepper, the bespectacled man explains to him that underground pepper contains a substance that stops bleeding and that if you crush it and smear it on a wound, the blood begins to clot faster, although it is very painful. Nate is stunned and indignant that it turns out that pepper had such useful properties. Oliver looks at the pepper and notes that in their world it did not have these properties and that if you use it for food purposes, it turns into poison and that as soon as he chews it even a little, his stomach immediately twists. Nate points at it and asks what it tastes like, if it is as hot as regular pepper. The bespectacled man raised his eyebrows and answers positively, explaining that it is hot and that the larger it is in size, the hotter the pepper will be and that the poisonous properties become stronger according to the same principle and clarifies why he asks him such things. The brunette examines the pepper and explains that toxicity is not a problem for him. Oliver is stunned to hear him use the purification skill and asks if he has one. Nate bites into the pepper. He looks at Oliver and feels the spiciness. The guy is all flushed and understands that this is a real pepper and asks where he found it and whether it was in the forest. The Four Eyes guy explains to him that there is a lot of it at the second stage and that it grows there at every step. The guy is taken aback and realizes that everything is so sad, because he did not even come close to the second stage and therefore did not see it. The brunette looks at him and asks if he has any more of this ointment, to which he receives in response that he has some and that if he needs it, he can give it to him, to which the guy thanks him. Nate looks at the pepper with satisfaction and notes that there are a lot of seeds inside and that this is enough for him to plant and grow the pepper. The brunette opens the system window and continues that he gave him the best gift he could ever give. Nate closes his eyes, saying he can't stay in his debt. Oliver looks at the pile of food in shock and asks if that's all he needs. The bespectacled guy asks if he sees a few whetstones and torches in there. The head of the production class is horrified to see potatoes and even meat in front of him. Nate hands him the armor and asks if that's better than what he offered him before. The guy points at him and encourages him to take whatever he needs. Oliver scratches his cheek and points out that he's only going to give him some pepper pod and that he feels bad about taking so much in return. Nate trembles angrily and asks what he means by some pepper pod, because he gave him more than just pepper. The brunette clenches his fist and declares that with this ingredient he can make spicy pork. Oliver looks at him in confusion and asks himself about spicy pork. The story shifts to his pyramid a few days later. Void is luring cats and the voice notes that thanks to his efforts, they managed to gather shadow cats. The blonde is standing near the entrance, and the voice continues that it was impossible to say that they were going to which the guy calls them inside and the voice explains that they could not be used as shadow servants right away. Someone feeds them and Nate explains that the shadow cats fed on light and embodied nightmares and that in order to use them as his shadow servants, he needed to feed them enough light so that they would all start reproducing nightmares. Nate feeds them with a smile and wonders if this cat produces enough nightmares. He smiles and hears Gerald tell him that he thinks that not such a sinister magic is used to destroy nightmares and he answers that everything is correct, but nevertheless the process itself is rather confusing. Nate looks at the nightmare in the form of himself and understands that everything is ready and that he has witnessed the birth of his second shadow servant. The rabbit looks displeased and notes that there are only 2 of them and asks how much more time he needs to tame absolutely everyone who is sitting in their basement, to which he receives in response that hasn't he heard his saying that an earth golem starts with 1. Someone from behind shouts the number 60. Void exhaustedly hears the question of what he means. Has he already collected 60 cats? To which he receives a positive answer and suggests that they try to reach 100. The rabbit is perplexed why he is so happy. The blonde asks himself why he is happy and the voice explains that he is simply very carried away by his work and that it begins to bring him pleasure. Nate looks at his servants. One of them is sitting with tongs. Nate thinks that he was already surprised when he had 1 shadow servant, and now he has 2 of them and that their speed is simply amazing. He watches them messing with the stones and wonders if there is a way he can use them somewhere else. The brunette looks and continues that he wonders if it is possible to breathe other people's memories into them, because if you make a shadow servant with the outstanding skills of another person, then it will be just a bomb. The rabbit exhales and notes that he wants too much from first-level shadow magic, to which he receives in response that he thought that such a trick would not work for him. The brunette looks at him and continues that Simon used this magic, to which the rabbit retorts that he was a mage. Nate pouts and retorts that he has another plan, to which his mascot asks again what he is going to do. In the background of the village, someone is perplexed. The masked man asks if he just asked to be taught archery. Nate raises a finger and says yes, explaining that he's well paid for the lesson. The guy turns around and asks the other guy if he knows how to shoot a bow, to which he says no because he's a close-range combat class. Nate looks at him in confusion and wonders why they don't have a combat class that can shoot a bow, or if he should just wait for a member of his own party, and that he's just unlucky. Jane raises her hand and asks her to listen. Nate turns his attention to her. She holds up her item of clothing and explains that while it's not her primary weapon, she's the best archer out of them all. Someone asks if there's romance in the dungeon. In front of the two party members, he continues that, to be honest, it's happened a lot. The blonde is casting a spell while the voice continues that even when people were in danger, they had feelings that made their hearts beat faster, and that there were many couples who cleared dungeons together, and at the same time helped and relied on each other. Jane crossed her arms over her chest, and the voice comments that she was a rather beautiful and slender girl with short hair. Nate tries and he continues that he, in turn, was of a strong build and even handsome to some extent, and that these two were young. Nate looks at her and someone remarks that overall, one could say that they looked pretty good together. The first one looks at them and remarks that he doesn't know if he's allowed to say such things at all, and asks the second one if he thinks they are right for each other. The rabbit is completely taken aback. He flies to his master and thinks that people say that if you look from afar, then life seems like a comedy, but up close it's a tragedy. Jane is very angry. She turns to the guy through a smile and asks if it is possible that he has some kind of problem. The girl hits him in the face, saying that he should spread his arms, and asks why his other hand is lowered, to which he asks again why in her opinion it is so. Jay watches his movements closely and is indignant why he cannot even take a basic position, to which he retorts that he is trying very hard. The girl shows how to do it and asks why he cannot do it, and repeats that she told him to do it like this and does not understand what could be difficult about it. The rabbit scoffs, while he notes that he is telling her the same thing. The blonde with a smile notes that it is very cute, but Nate understands that it was not like that at all. Clouds in the form of an ant fly across the sky. Nate tries to shoot, but he does not succeed. The rabbit looks at the bow and asks her if archery is so difficult, to which she replies that she does not know, because she immediately mastered it. The rabbit asks again, to which she notes that he himself told her that he can see the target. Jane looks at him and clarifies if this means that he can tell in advance that he will miss even before he shoots, to which he receives a positive answer. She twirls her finger and asks if he should then choose another target, and that he just needs to hit where he wants. The rabbit smiles and says that she gave up the idea of /U200B/U200 teaching him, and asks if she really is going to give up everything. Jane gets angry and yells that this is not so, and that in fact it is all about her just wanting to be a realist, to which the rabbit understands that her conclusion is that Nate simply does not know how to control his own body, to which she retorts that she did not say such a thing and that it is just a misunderstanding. Nate exhales and says that he will try again, but nevertheless he really wants to cry. The voice explains that this is how he continued his training. Jane looks ahead in shock, and the rabbit asks what is this, if there are any changes in her student. Mascot laughs while she is angry that everything is completely wrong, because he took the wrong pose again, and he agrees that he is completely hopeless. Rabbit flies up to him with a proposal not to torture himself, but to just carry a trap with arrows, and he clarifies whether it will be better that way, to which Gerald intervenes saying that it is impossible, because traps can only be used to protect the temple. Nate scratches his ear and hears that if there is an invasion, then the only thing he can hope for is traps, to which the guy thinks about the fact that today everyone around does nothing but grumble, and Gerald continues that, besides, he will be able to answer for the expenditure of life energy each time he crosses a trap or not, most likely not. Nate frowns and asks what all the noise is about and confirms that he will shoot a bow and that he will definitely learn sooner or later. He tries again, saying that he just needs to try again, and he just needs to get used to it. The arrow spins in the air. The guy runs out of breath and decides to shoot again, while the rabbit taunts him that he can't hit the target and that he doesn't know how to aim at all. He gloats with the words that there are things that can't be done with just one effort, and the voice adds that it's impossible to say that the rabbit is wrong in this regard. Nate tries to catch his breath. He looks at the target, and the voice continues that nevertheless, the appearance of a person who never stops trying. Jane comes up to him, and the voice explains that such a picture can touch a person's heart. Someone against the background of arrows declares that if you take the arrow's hits as the result of an action. Nate pulls the bowstring and the girl continues that the position before the shot is the beginning. She imagines patterns and explains that if the beginning is different each time, then the result will change. She tries to correct his stance and notes that he does not have to take the exact pose she showed him, because he should first try to find his own criterion for a pose that will be comfortable for him, to which the guy asks again about the criterion. Jane looks at him and explains that now he has a different pose every time and that is why he cannot find this very criterion. The guy holds the bowstring and hears that she suggests that he imagine that he pulled the bowstring to his chin and hit the bull's eye, then next time he will need to pull it to his chin in the same way. She thinks about him with the words that it seems to him that the difference in the position of the hands is small, but for the arrow that flies out of his bow, this is a very big difference. Jane crosses her arms over her chest and says that he needs to try to work out a position for himself that will be the same with each shot, and that aiming is already the second step for him, and asks if he understood. Nate looks stunned and agrees. He frowns and thinks that he needs to find his criterion first and that when he finds it, then it will be much easier for him. The brunette pulls the bowstring. The rabbit looks at him and asks how she thinks he has a chance, to which she responds that he will have to repeat the same thing many times, and this is the hardest thing in this matter. The guide asks again about repetition, because he does it best. The arrow hit the target. Another arrow hit the target. He hit the bullseye. Nate is taken aback and the voice notes that he is persistent and stubborn. He sawed the previous arrow in half. The guy looks pleased and says that he succeeded, while the voice explains his achievement. Jane looks at him and says that this is excellent and notices their shadows, to which she responds that it is because of them that he tried to learn to shoot a bow. Nate picked up the bow and the voice continues that his archery training is complete. The brunette puts expensive food in front of her, saying that he asks her to take it, because it will be her payment for the training. Jane looks at this and asks why so many, to which the guy replies that he entrusted the shooting to the shadow servants, and that he himself will not shoot anymore. Korlik shows him a paw and says that he thinks correctly, because it would be better for him to tame another cat, to which he himself clarifies whether he should really do this. The girl looks at the shadow and turns to him that he seemed to say that the shadow servant has the same skills as him. She looks at him and says that she would like to teach him something in this case. The creature rose up. The man's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he rushed forward. With wide eyes, the girl shouted to get ready. Dodging the blow, the hero said that even if she tells him to get ready, the protagonist began to run away, shouting that he should wait, time out, to which the rabbit said that at this rate he would die. Looking to the side, Nate shouted to shoot. The people aimed their bows. Arrows flew at the man. He transformed into a cat. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what the Imperial Spear was. Standing in front of him, Jane said that even basic movements could be useful to him. It would be an excellent combination with the skills of shadow servants. The protagonist looked at her in bewilderment, and thought that he would suffer again. A shadow servant appeared. An idea appeared that there could be better practice. In the Heavenly Temple there is just someone with whom you can practice. These are shadow cats, or rather hallucinations that they could create. Void stretched his hands forward. It was said that thanks to him they managed to train them. The beast looked forward. An idea appeared that the shadow cats reproduced the terrible memories of the enemy in reality. Crossing her arms, Jane shouted about the position. An idea appeared that Nate's last terrible memory was Jane's teacher. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought that it was somehow a little disgusting. Sitting on the ground, the hero said that it was also difficult to take the right position when shooting a bow, but with a spear everything is more difficult. Having handed him a flask, the girl asked what was difficult. Yes. The protagonist began to drink and thanked her, to which she replied that he should not rush. Jane raised her eyebrows and said that she thought that if his skills were translated into a game theme, then he was like a summoner. No matter how strong the servants were, if he died, they would be of no use. She looked down. Looking away, the girl said that therefore he should not die. Nate smiled and replied that it was good, he would study and train diligently. Standing next to him, Jane said that he should rest a little and come, to which he responded approvingly. The hero looked away, hearing that such a feeling, a little reminiscent of Mike, to which he replied that it was true. The protagonist looked up, hearing that a call had just come in from Mr. Mike. He would answer, to which he asked what he heard that they were talking about him. Nate's eyes widened, asking that he was alive, how was the situation, what was around, he would come to him soon. The hero raised his eyebrows, hearing that they were all fine, a little dizzy. There was not much time, he would briefly tell about the fourth dungeon. A monkey appeared. It was heard that if we get straight to the point, then suddenly the manager who was on the second stage, a baboon, appeared. They looked surprised and asked again. Looking down, the protagonist asked what but why the assistant from the second stage appeared on the fourth, to which he was told that they themselves did not know the reason, only that it was a little annoying. A glow appeared around the cube. It was heard that he was carrying a cube the size of a fist in his hand. The baboon raised his hand up, and someone said that he started doing whatever he wanted with it in the fourth stage, like summoning monsters. Nate asked with wide eyes that the fist-sized cube also summoned monsters. Looking straight ahead, the rabbit replied that it was most likely an altar. Stretching his hand forward, he added that the baboon was holding the altar of the fourth dungeon in his hands, to which the hero asked what an altar was, but it was the size of a fist. Crossing his arms, the manager said that he most likely shrank it with magic. If it was not an altar, then how could his antics be explained? The baboon gritted his teeth. It was heard that he always had his eye on other dungeons that were managed by other assistants. It seemed that he found out about Simon's death and reappeared. Lowering his head, the rabbit thought, damn, so that's what he was worried about the baboon for. Why didn't he understand his intentions earlier? Raising his finger up, the hero said that but all the other altars were with him, and there was no altar in the witch's house to begin with. Closing his eyes, the manager said that for starters, the altar of the 4th dungeon was definitely stolen from him. It was heard that since he was carrying it in his hand, it would be difficult to steal it, nothing to do. The protagonist shuddered, hearing that he would have to kill him this time too to take it away, to which he shouted that why was he so warlike. Looking straight ahead, the rabbit said that if they suffered damage because of one altar, the problem could become much bigger. Stretching his hand forward, he added that if he carried this altar everywhere, it meant that he was not going to rule the dungeon. Only in a dungeon that no one controlled could such chaos be created as this scoundrel. The girl looked at the monster. It was heard that he released monsters wherever he wanted. She fell down. It was said that and activates the traps. Frowning, the rabbit said that before John completely captured the dungeon, he wanted to compensate for all his damage, that is, kill all the participants and take all the life energy for himself. Nate looked up, hearing that he could now tell him. Looking away, the guy said that there was no need to worry too much. In short, John escaped. Turning his head, he added that he got a little bit of it from them. The hero looked surprised and thought that the baboon got it from them. Smiling, he added that, yes, even Simon had a hard time because of Mike. Standing still, the young man said that although it was not so easy, in general, now the 4th stage is in terrible shape. Looking at him, Archie said that it was time for them to start acting, to which he responded approvingly. Mike looked down and said that they would be very busy now. He should also be careful with that cube, he still had it. His eyes widened and he heard that he would call again, to which he responded approvingly. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that he was a baboon. He shuddered when he heard that he would not be training, to which he replied that he would. A view of a forest of wild animals opened up. The baboon took a step forward. He was breathing heavily. Raising his head up, John shouted. Looking straight ahead, he thought that among the participants there were people with a high level. How could ordinary people manage to raise their level? Holding his hand, the baboon added that they would still see. It was now that he retreated, the day would come and he would eat them alive. Looking around, John said that there was a forest of wild animals. Gritting his teeth, he added that this was where everything went wrong. The baboon flew up. It was said that in order to capture the 4th stage, where there was no longer a manager, the baboon went to the 1st dungeon, that is, to the forest of wild animals. He froze in surprise. The thought appeared that, however, there he saw that the altar had disappeared. Since he had no time to be surprised, the baboon immediately made a new plan. He decided to capture the altars in reverse order. The baboon lowered his head and thought that if there was no altar in the 1st dungeon, it was quite possible that there was none in the next one either. He decided to jump and immediately go to the 4th dungeon. He looked at the cube. The thought appeared that his guesses were correct, and he was able to get the altar of the 4th dungeon. Mike struck him. It was said that, however, to his misfortune, he ran into Mike and his comrades. The beast raised his head and exclaimed. The baboon looked away. Suddenly, the bear pounced on him. John struck him. The beast fell to the ground. A glow appeared in front of the baboon's hand and he said that he would use this first. A light appeared around his hand. He tensed his hand and said that it was excellent. Clenching his fist, John said that yes, it was not easy for him, but now he has an altar. The baboon's eyes lit up. He waved his hand sharply. Gritting his teeth, John exclaimed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in amazement. Looking at the pentagram, the baboon asked what the magic circle was. Stretching his hand forward, he said that the magic circle created from shadows was Simon's circle. Suddenly, a glow appeared in front of him. John opened his eyes wide and said that it was hidden here. A bright light appeared. It was heard that Simon's secret place. The baboon entered the portal. It was heard that it seemed that Simon was hiding some kind of treasure here. Opening his eyes wide, he said that he was crazy. Stone statues appeared. Images of girls appeared. Looking at them, John asked why there were so many dark goddesses. While striking, he said that they were here to chew at least with one place. A broken statue appeared. It was heard that the assistant who could not forget the past, such a one deserved his death. The baboon clenched his teeth tightly. He turned his head and asked again. A rune appeared. It was heard that it was the same. John opened his eyes wide and asked what the curse of the rune was. A pyramid appeared. It was heard that it was so boring. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he was talking. He was bored. It was better to dig a cave. His soul was not in the spear. Opening his eyes wide, he thought that he should dodge the enemy's blows to the left and right, and then strike, blocking the blows. Let him defend himself with his right hand. No need to stick out his buttocks. You need to turn your back like a wave. Clutching his head, The protagonist shouted that he was already having auditory hallucinations. The rabbit closed his eyes and said that he should give up this idea. If he had the ability to do this, he would have developed the skill long ago. Ben opened his eyes wide and said that martial arts are harmony between body and mind, which is achieved throughout life. Lying on the ground, Nate said that they should shut up. If they are all so smart, then let him try it himself. Looking at him, the manager asked that at this rate he would do all the exercises that Miss Jane gave him, to which he replied that he did not know. Turning around, the girl said that she was going hunting, and in the meantime, let him practice his spear strike 1,000 times. Got it. The hero closed his eyes. Getting up, he shouted that he did not know anything, he would have fun. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist said that his conscience torments him a little. Stretching his hand to the side, he added that therefore he would have fun with the spear. Swinging his spear, Nate heard how he did it. Looking straight ahead, the hero replied that when he couldn't concentrate on his lessons, he often entertained himself with this move. Raising his hand, the rabbit asked why he swung a stick at school, to which the protagonist replied no, with a pencil. Smiling widely, Nate shouted that great, he wouldn't do those punches today, he would spin. Smiling, the rabbit asked what he could spin in that too. Looking at the shield, the hero asked what worked. Closing his eyes, the manager asked how about using both hands to spin different objects. The protagonist began to spin objects on his fingers. The pets looked at him happily. Nate pointed at the rabbit. It looked at it in amazement. The hero touched it with his finger. The rabbit looked away in fear. The protagonist began to spin it on his finger. Nate looked at the notification about the new achievement in amazement, to which he asked again. Jane looked at him silently. The hero smiled, hearing that she said to practice, and what was he doing, to which he replied that it was true, he was pretty good at spinning. The girl looked at him in surprise. With wide eyes, she said that perhaps it would come in handy in battle. The thought appeared that Jane did not skimp on advice on how to use the skill. The hero swung the spear. He extended his hand forward. The protagonist smiled. The thought appeared that in general Nate independently mastered the spear in a way that was comfortable for him. Smiling, the girl said that he was a good boy. He thought these were good results. Bowing, the hero said that it was all thanks to a good teacher, thank her. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and asked again. The rabbit shuddered and asked again. Raising her eyebrows, Jane asked what was wrong. There was something on her face. A view of the forest opened up. Looking at the rune, John said that it was clear, then those who stepped on the cursed ground receive a curse, so it was a curse of decay. Looking at the statue, he added that the scoundrel Simon, with the help of which he fed on life energy, was he really going to resurrect his former mistress? Suddenly the baboon clenched his fist tightly. He held the rune in his hands. His eyes lit up and John said that a little time would pass and everyone who was cursed would die, and all this life energy would go to him. A view of the village opened up. The rabbit looked down and asked that he was definitely crazy. Looking at the magic circle, he asked how he could do such a thing. The hero looked at the rabbit. Crossing his arms, he said that he was a good boy. Well, did he learn anything? Closing his eyes, the manager said that he seemed to be some kind of psycho. The protagonist's eyes widened as he heard that he had turned the village into a dungeon, to which he asked again. Looking at the magic circle, the rabbit said that the dungeon's automation system had been activated, and he thought that meant something. Nate raised his head, hearing that someone had declared this land to be the realm of the dragon of the last days, meaning that someone had definitely used the altar. He lowered his head and asked if Simon had really been resurrected, to which the manager replied that he didn't think so. Even if that had happened, there was no altar at the fourth stage for him to use. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that it turned out that it was a baboon after all. Standing in front of the rabbit, he added that yes, it was most likely John. The guy put his hand to his head and said that he suddenly had numbers, and the girl asked what else was 29. What did that mean? Closing his eyes, the rabbit said that they might die soon, to which the people asked again. He raised his hand. It was said that after the rabbit's explanation, people looked forward. The thought appeared that people could not contain their fear. The protagonist lowered his head and plunged into thought. Looking at the rabbit, the man asked what and what they should do now, to which the manager replied that if he cleared the dungeon in 29 days, he would survive. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that they did not even know what kind of place the next dungeon was, and the man added that this was the end. Looking at the hero, the rabbit said that he should just not try to send the participants to the gate. Frowning, he added that if he continued to help them, they would never grow up. As a result, he would simply be a bad influence on them. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that they say that a person grows up through suffering. They suffer, that's why there is a dungeon. The manager fell to the ground. Raising 2 fingers up, Nate said let them listen, there are 2 ways. The people looked at him in surprise. Looking up, the hero said that either the easy and fast way or the hard and difficult way was whichever they chose. Looking at the people, he said let them talk. The man widened his eyes and asked if there were any downsides to the easy and fast way, to which they replied that of course there were. Raising his finger, the protagonist replied that it was a shortcut, so it wouldn't be as hard, and when it wasn't as hard, he thought they all knew what that meant. Standing in front of him, the girl said that the easier the way, the more there was to lose. Looking straight ahead, she added that it meant they couldn't be sure they would be able to overcome the trials, but they would miss the chance to become stronger. Frowning, Jane said that they didn't have time right now, though, and thought it would be better to solve urgent problems first. Looking at the people, she asked what they thought, to which the people replied that they would follow her. Turning around, the girl asked what they thought. The guy looked at her, hearing the appeal. Raising his eyebrows, he replied that he refused. Looking straight, Jane said that a person like him. The hero looked in bewilderment, and thought that their opinions did not coincide. It was terrible. He could be taken by force with her. Frowning, Void said that he should listen to the end of what he would say. Gritting his teeth, he added that he said that urgent problems needed to be solved, that they did not have time. Stretching his hand forward, the guy asked that if they took all these excuses into account, when would they be able to clear the dungeon and grow? To which the young man replied that he refused to follow his decision to retreat. Gritting his teeth, Void thought that besides this Nate would not help for nothing, for a simple-minded girl. Looking to the side, he said that in short, he thought that for a final decision there were too few explanations. What kind of easy and quick way was this? Raising his finger up, the hero replied that by moving to another dungeon using the gate, the travel time would be dramatically reduced. Looking at it, the guy thought that it was a straight gate leading to a dungeon. He seemed to have heard that that clam-shaped tower was also a dungeon. Frowning, Jane said that there was no reason to refuse, they would go together. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that only. Smiling, he added that the easy and fast way was not free, they would have to pay. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked what to pay, like barter, when he exchanged food for enhanced weapons. Standing in front of them, the protagonist answered that no, this time instead of food people, he needed workers. Crossing his arms, he added that a baboon would appear here very soon. Frowning, Nate said that they would open a hunt for him. They opened their eyes in amazement, a thought appeared about what he said. Frowning, the guy shouted that he was going to hunt the assistant. Looking at him, the hero said that he knew it seemed crazy, but unless he was killed, the spell would not be lifted. Smiling, Void said that he had never heard anything like this before, to declare a hunt for the assistant himself. Looking straight ahead, he added that he did not know what a quick and easy way was, but this crazy idea attracted him. Lowering her head, the girl said that this was why he talked so much about growth and attack, how easily he changed his mind. Looking away, the young man said that the assistants mocked him every day, and now there was a chance to take revenge. He thought he would miss this opportunity. Wide-eyed, he shouted that wasn't it, to which he was answered that everything was correct. Looking at the guy, Jane asked what the hell, their opinions coincided, to which Void replied that he was talking about the same thing. Smiling, the hero said that good, it seemed they had agreed, and now he would tell them the plan of action. The protagonist drew circles on the ground. The girl looked down. The guy put his hand to his face. The protagonist's eyes widened. Looking straight ahead, Jane asked what they would really be able to do, to which Void replied that it would be crazy. Nate raised his eyebrows when he heard that they would need new dragon apostles then. Good thing there was a third temple this time, so there was an opportunity to choose new apostles. Looking straight ahead, he heard that 3 had met the conditions so far. The hero looked surprised when he heard that if there were more temples and dragon apostles, a war with the last dragon might start later, to which he replied, what kind of war, let him not overdo it. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that although now was a great time to appoint new apostles, if communication was established, it would be beneficial during battles. Looking up, the protagonist asked what and who the 3 were that met the conditions, to which he was told that they were the people who helped him and touched him to the depths of his heart. The girl looked surprised to hear that it was Jane. The guy looked up, hearing his name. Crossing his arms, the rabbit asked what and who Oliver was. The man raised his hand and said that it was him, to which the hero thought that he certainly impressed him. Holding a spear in his hands, the girl asked what about his plan, did he really want to use this name, to which the protagonist replied that of course, it fits perfectly. Smiling, Void asked what and what, it was just an amazing name for a plan. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist said that so, they had some final preparations left, let them come here, he will appoint them as the apostles of the dragon. A view of the mountains opened up. The baboon laughed, his eyes wide. He raised his hand and said that there were more dungeons, and his level had also increased. Lowering his head, John said that it seemed that due to the increase in strength he was hungry, and at such moments. Rushing forward, he added that the best thing was human flesh. The baboon flew forward rapidly. His eyes lit up and he said that although this was his dungeon, he did not have a soul for it. People would still end up in his belly sooner or later, you just need to look, there would probably be a few. John adjusted his hat. He looked to the side. Looking at the monster, the baboon asked what and where it was leading. He went down. A small tower appeared. A girl was standing in it. The guy looked down. A village appeared. The baboon took a step forward. Looking at the tent, he said what was the matter. It seemed so beautiful from the outside, but there was nothing inside, and why was the ground so crooked? A tent appeared. He heard what kind of tent it was. Damn, he wanted to eat people and make a dungeon here. Putting his hand to his face, John said that no, maybe it would be better to arrange an arena for mortal fights between monsters and slaves. Yes, it would be a funny sight. Taking a step forward, he added that then we should first remove this stupid tent. Suddenly the ground rose slightly. It rose even higher. Looking out from under it, the hero thought that he was seeing it for the first time in real life. This was the baboon. Looking at the rabbit, he said that yes, this is not an assistant, but some kind of dungeon boss, to which the manager replied that it was true, and when did he manage to get so fat? John walked forward. He heard that he was not that big at all. Perhaps he increased his level and became larger. Looking away, the protagonist asked what about him, to which the manager replied that he was actually cute. The guy was standing in the tower. Looking down, he asked what was attacking. Putting his finger to his ear, Nate replied that not yet, let him come closer. The baboon was standing in front of the tent. He struck it. John swung his hand sharply. A glow appeared in front of him. The hero's eyes widened and he said that he would do it right now. Smiling widely, the young man said that he would turn him into a mountain of ash. John looked at him in amazement and asked what the hell was going on. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered. Flames engulfed the beast's flames. The baboon wheezed in pain. Frowning, the protagonist said that great, a preemptive strike and suppression of the enemy's force, the first point of the plan was accomplished. Lying underground, the rabbit asked what kind of suppression of force. The baboon grabbed his head. He lowered his head and thought, damn, he was so surprised he almost got caught, a trap or something. He heard that it didn't do any damage to him. The guy smiled when he heard that he should stun him so he wouldn't escape, to which he responded approvingly. Flames flew out of the tower. Void clenched his fist and said that he would hit him in the head, the damn monkey. The attack flew at the baboon. There was an explosion behind him. He fell to the ground and wheezed. John slid along the ground. Beams flew straight at him. Fire spheres flew forward rapidly. The baboon's eyes lit up and he thought that this was not a living creature, it was a skill. An explosion flared in front of him. Gritting his teeth, John thought that among the participants there was one with such a skill, for sure. Lowering his head, he said that Void was a bastard, so it was him. The baboon raised his hands up. He slammed his hands on the ground. John stood in the middle of the trap. Looking at him, the guy said, "Oh shit." While striking, the baboon asked where he was, little rat. Smiling, the young man said, "What power? It's not for nothing that he's called an assistant, it's even a little scary." Looking to the side, he added that it was much more pleasant to hit this assistant properly. Stretching his hands forward, Void shouted, "Come what may," a series of fireballs. The baboon looked at the tower. His eyes lit up brightly. The guy was directing attacks at him. Clenching his fists, John shouted that this is where he was hiding. The young man clenched his teeth tightly. The beast landed on the ground. Frowning, the hero turned to Ben. While attacking, the pet said that he listens and obeys. Suddenly the beast slipped. He fell onto the ice. The girl looked in surprise, hearing that he was pulling now. The people grabbed the rope, hearing that they should pull. They pulled the rope. It was attached to a peg. The rope was pulled from the tower. The guy looked at him in amazement, and shouted that they would pull it too. The rope was tightly pulled. The baboon was lying in the center of the trap. Raising himself, he asked what the rope was. When did they manage to do that? Looking straight ahead, Jane thought that Nate was simply amazing. The tower appeared. It was heard that he had built such a tower with incredible speed. A view of the pit opened up, and someone said that he had also changed the landscape of the village. Holding the rope in her hands, the girl asked when it was time to pull this rope, to which the protagonist replied that he would give a sign. First he would hide it in the ground. Looking down, Void asked, by the way, and where is this rope used? Grinning, the hero said that the baboon was their guest, they should please him with gifts. Looking down, Jane asked what gifts. He meant these blocks of earth. A weight appeared. It was heard that he would be surprised, because it was a very heavy gift. The girl took it in her hand. The weight was hanging on a rope. Suddenly it began to fall down. Gritting his teeth, the baboon said that all the rats hid in the tower. Swinging his hand, he asked that they also called these sesame seeds traps, but they did not work on him. His fist rushed towards the weight. He struck it. John looked at his hand and asked what it was. Oil. Frowning, the guy shouted that now, let them lower the rest of the boulders. The weights began to fall down. They quickly rolled along the rope. Oil spilled in the hole. Flying up from the ground, the rabbit said that now. Holding a torch in his hands, he added that the main character's exit, it has come right now. Grabbing his head, the baboon said that he was a pathetic rabbit. Kicking him with his foot, he added that he was a dumbass. Closing his eyes, the rabbit said that moments of humiliation, his hands still shake as soon as he remembers. Throwing the torch, he added that but all this was for this moment. The torch fell in front of the baboon. A powerful flame flared up. He screamed loudly in pain. John stood still. It was said that the first point of their plan was to lure the baboon into the center of the hole and piss him off. He struck the weight. The thought appeared that the second was to pour oil on it. The baboon was burning in a bright flame. The thought appeared that all this was for the third point. The hero looked straight ahead. The thought appeared that Nate had been saving his strength until this very moment. The plants headed towards the flame. Frowning, the protagonist said that he should launch the projectile. A powerful explosion broke out in the middle of the village. It was said that he used all his concentration and began to control the P-traps. A bright flame appeared. A notification about the skeleton destroyer appeared. An attack flew at the baboon. The thought appeared that he used the skeleton destroyer achievement on the traps and dealt fatal blows to the baboon. John raised his head, thinking that he couldn't use the flight skill. Oh shit. A blow flew at him sharply. He grabbed his back and wheezed. Frowning, the protagonist said that he wasn't very good with weapons. The baboon began to fall down. It was heard that, and with the traps very well. People were standing on the tower. Looking down, Jane asked how this was possible. It was just an incredible battle. Smiling, the guy said that who would have thought that they would deal with the assistant. Rising from the flames, John thought that first they needed to do something with this fire. A cube appeared in front of his hand. Squeezing it in his fist, the baboon said that the rain and wind, let them put out the fire. A rain shower. A view of the sky opened up. Clouds thickened on it. Rain fell in front of the hero. Raising his head, Void asked again. Wide-eyed, the girl said that, but in that case. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the rabbit said that they had problems. It seemed that the fire was about to go out because of the rain. He asked again in surprise, hearing that no. Smiling, the hero asked what he knew, what would happen if water got into boiling oil. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that the baboon made an irreversible mistake. John jumped up and shouted that it started raining. He was saved. Lowering his head, he asked what it was. Rain was pouring down from the sky. Sparks from the fire appeared. The baboon raised his hands up. His eyes lit up and he shouted. A bright flame appeared. Dark clouds appeared. Rays peeked out from under the clouds. Drops of water lay on the plants. The man took a step forward. The baboon was lying in a hole. He raised himself slightly and wheezed. Lowering his head, John said that he didn't think this would happen to him. It felt like he was fried. Raising his eyebrows, the hero asked what and how did he know. The name of their operation is Yellow Baboon Barbecue with Fried Peas. Although they slightly overdid it with oil, it turned out to be deep fried. He grinned and added that he couldn't think of a grandiose name for their plan. In general, for them, the production class, the closest thing was food. The baboon croaked and said that some lousy production class, so he planned to cook it. Crossing his arms, the protagonist asked that he still had the strength to laugh, so these wounds were nothing to him, to which he was told that he was deliberately pretending to be menacing. The baboon was about to die. The beast was kneeling. It was heard that for sure, after all, he had killed Simon, the production class. No. His eyes lit up and he said that it was an omission. The rabbit looked surprised. Hearing that he had told him to find him, he took his side, the stupid rabbit. Stretching his hand forward, he replied that he talked too much for someone who was about to die. Raising himself, the baboon said that okay, in the end he won. Clenching his fist, he thought it was so cruel, he had gained eternal life, but he was meeting such a miserable end. Lowering his head, John said that he cursed his fate. Raising his hand, he added that he also cursed him. The baboon pointed at the rabbit. Looking away, the hero thought it was the rabbit. Waving his hand, the manager asked why he was cursing him. It was not he who set up the traps here and beat him. Looking down, John asked why he was asking why he was cursing him. Kneeling, he added that he did not know it. The rabbit asked again in bewilderment, hearing that this was his offense. Gritting his teeth, John said that he alone took it and forgot everything. He felt better from this. Removing his hand behind his head, the manager said that he should listen. If he was going to say things that no one else understood, he could not agree with him. John closed his eyes and said that he was a pathetic coward. He tensed his hand and added that they were all. Suddenly his hand turned to stone. A statue of a baboon appeared. The hero looked at it in amazement. Suddenly the statue split. The rabbit froze in bewilderment. He grabbed his face and shouted that he had stopped at the most interesting part. A notification about a new achievement appeared. Jumping into the pit, the manager said that he should not die. He was breathing heavily. Lowering his head, the rabbit asked what was wrong. What was wrong? He had really forgotten. Looking at him, the protagonist said that it probably wasn't that important. When Simon died, he also said all sorts of unpleasant things. Pointing at him, the manager asked that no, but what if it was connected with the secret of his origin, to which the protagonist replied that what other secret, he was originally a rabbit. He looked at him in amazement, and said that for sure, he was originally a rabbit. Nate's eyes widened when he heard a nosebleed, to which he asked again. The hero looked down and said that he probably overdid it a bit. The protagonist raised his head. Jane grabbed his shoulders. Kneeling, she said that it seemed like it wasn't easy for him to control all those underground beings. Void also felt unwell after releasing so many fireballs, to which the rabbit replied that it was the first time he saw something like that. Suddenly, a call to the commander was heard from the tower. The guy was lying on the ground. It was heard that he really died. Gritting his teeth, the young man thought that he wasn't dead, idiots. Smirking, the girl asked that he could go back. They were all great. It was raining outside. The rabbit covered himself with a leaf. A thought appeared that the baboon's magic, which he imposed on these lands, continued to have an effect even after his death. It was very strange. Looking up, he said that he thought he would die and all his magic would disappear. It started to rain again. The rabbit stopped and said that it was as if it was a curse of rain, although it was probably just the dungeon's automation system being activated. People were sitting near the tents. It was said that due to the incessant bad weather, the participants who were in the village had to go down to Nate's underground temple. The hero opened his eyes slightly. Raising himself, he said that his head, how long had he slept? Standing in front of him, the rabbit said that he had not gotten up for 2 days, to which the protagonist asked that it had been 2 whole days. Pushing him aside, Jane asked that he had woken up. Putting her hands to her face, she said that he should forgive her, to which Nate replied that he had just gotten up. Smiling, the girl said that it was a relief. They were all so worried. The hero, his eyes wide, asked what they were waiting for him to wake up. What if he had slept for an eternity? Closing his eyes, the rabbit said that he shouldn't make such a touched face. Besides, the curse of these participants could be lifted by moving him here, to which the protagonist replied that that's it. Smiling, Nate said that the curse would be lifted quickly. There were about 27 days left. He could rest a little. He was fine. He should go rest. Standing in front of him, Jane asked that it was true. He should rest too. She walked forward. Sitting on the bed, the hero asked what kind of things the baboon had, to which the manager replied that the others were already looking for them. Putting his hand to his face, he added that the fire had gone out only recently, and the temperature was too high. After all, it had been a heated battle. Putting his hand in his hat, the manager said that, but he still managed to take something. His eyes wide, the protagonist asked what this was. The altar of the 4th dungeon. He looked up when he heard that they now had 5 altars and 3 temples, to which Nate asked how many, when did they appear, and was told that such an event was worth celebrating. Holding the cube in his hands, Nate asked if this altar would always be this size, to which the rabbit replied that they couldn't break the baboon's spell, so most likely yes. He looked at the cube in surprise and said that it looked pretty cute. Raising his eyebrows, the hero asked what was going on, and the alpha said that he had analyzed the spell that was embedded on the altar. Holding the cube in his hands, the protagonist heard that there were traces of the magic that the baboon used on it, to which he asked what kind of magic, rainmaking, and the alpha said that it was a gate. A glow appeared around the cube. It was heard that there were coordinates engraved on this altar. If they followed them, they would be able to find out the location of the 4th dungeon. Nate's eyes widened, saying that it worked, to which the manager replied that they would be able to go to where Mike was. Closing his eyes, he added that but that then, even if they found him, they would still have to leave. Looking down, the hero thought that to some extent he was right. He had a feeling that their paths were constantly diverging, and the stories of the dragon apostles were always not enough. The protagonist asked in surprise, hearing that he had a great idea. An image of a guy appeared. It was heard that they should give this altar to Mike, then they would be able to track the location. Smiling, Nate replied that it sounded good. Then we should meet him first, let him track the coordinates and find the direction, to which the alpha responded approvingly. It was raining heavily outside. The magician looked at the spheres. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. Looking down, the guy said that he found this. Holding the rune in his hands, the protagonist asked that it belonged to a baboon. Suddenly it lit up. Shards fell down. Nate's eyes widened, saying that this is it. A statue appeared in his hands. The end of the 2nd season. The hero looked at him in surprise and asked what the baboon's things were that had dropped as a reward. A glow appeared around the statue, and it was heard that judging by the curse marks, it did not belong to a baboon. This statue definitely had a curse of decay from the village. Looking at it, the rabbit thought that it was a curse of decay. Maybe it was Simon's thing. Looking down, the protagonist said to check the information. A notification about an old piece of wood appeared. Nate looked away, hearing that it seemed to be true, to which he asked what it meant that it was a very valuable thing. A notification appeared, and it was heard that the expiration date had already expired. It was a pity, but he would not be suitable even as a sacrifice. Closing his eyes, the rabbit said that if his endurance was at least 1, he could be entered into the fortification system. Looking at the statue, the hero said that but on the outside it was whole, which meant it had already been destroyed. The baboon raised his hand up. It was heard that it was clearly invested with magical power, because of which all the magic inside could be destroyed. Crossing his arms, the manager said that it would be strange if the baboon could repeat Simon's magic. He most likely pulled the curse out of him and entered it into the dungeon automation system. Naturally, the thing broke. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that it was a pity, to which the rabbit replied that however, Stretching his hand forward, he asked that he could give it to him. The manager smiled, hearing that, but why? To which he replied that it was a beautiful figurine, and the girl was hugging the toy she saw. Nate looked down. In the hands of the figurine was a hare. The rabbit closed his eyes and said that this toy looked very much like him. If you look closely, he even has a small butterfly on his neck. Looking at the figurine, the hero said that he did not see anything, to which he replied that there was definitely something there, just like his, and the protagonist added that it seemed like there were some details. Maybe he should try to make a figurine too. Nate looked at him, hearing that he should make a rabbit similar to him. Throwing the figurine, the hero said that he should take it and go, to which the rabbit replied that it was great. The guy silently looked at them. Raising his eyebrows, he asked that this was the item he was looking for, maybe he should look for more. The protagonist looked at him. Looking down, he thought that it was Simon's thing, so there should have been something left from the baboon. Void closed his eyes, hearing that he would be grateful if he found something else, to which he replied that it was good, then let him rest. Nate watched him. Looking straight ahead, the rabbit asked when he became so obedient, it bothered him. The hero crossed his arms and asked why he said that, to which the manager replied that he had always been one of those who were strong with the weak and weak with the strong, that is, not very good. The rabbit closed his eyes, hearing that on the contrary, such people can be seen through right away, to which he replied that it was so, but one should not relax too much. Looking up, the protagonist said that the strong with the weak and weak with the strong. The guy stuck a knife into the man's back. It was said that there were no laws in the dungeon. People pretended to be weak in order to then stab others in the back. The man lay on the ground. The thought arose that either they pretended to be too strong, after which they were killed that same day. The people stood still. The thought arose that people like Mike were an exception. The guy walked forward. It was said that is a person doomed to become a villain, because he initially has an evil nature, or is it the circumstances that make him so? The sound of rain and the dull steps of Void plunged Nate into thought. Looking up, the hero asked what did Void do? Looking at the statue, the rabbit replied that he was probably an ordinary office worker, like most of them here. Closing his eyes, the protagonist answered that it was true. It was pouring rain outside. It was heard that most likely. Opening his eyes wide, Ben asked that he finally woke up. How does he feel? Smiling, Nate answered that for sure, he was here too. Jumping up, the snowman said that he had a fever, so he put snow on his forehead, and to keep him cool, he blew on him, to which the manager replied that there was another interested person. Looking to the side, the pet asked what it meant. Pointing at the rabbit, he said that it was the same, to which the manager replied that he was staring at it, it was his. Looking straight ahead, Ben said that he was disgusting. Flying up, he asked where he got this thing from, to which the rabbit asked again what was wrong with him. He decided to maintain the image of a man. Looking up, the hero asked what happened. He could scold after all. A lump grew on Ben's head. Heavy rain poured from the sky. Standing in front of the snowman, the rabbit asked what it meant to the witch, to which he replied what exactly. Looking down, the pet said that she made this figurine in memory of her happiest days, which she missed. Looking down, the hero said that she did a good job. He would even say masterful work. After all, he said that she also made this bracelet herself. The witch stood still. It was heard that it seemed that she could not only cast spells, but also tinker with her own hands. Although if she lived deep underground, she probably had a lot of free time. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that when he was bored, he began to tinker. He understood her that way, to which the rabbit asked, what was going on again? Holding the figurine in his hands, Nate asked what kind of cat it was, to which the manager replied that it was his, and Ben said that it was Simon. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he was not here. This was before he met the witch, but this rabbit was her favorite toy. Looking to the side, the hero asked again. He looked down. Looking at the rabbit, the protagonist heard that he was looking at something. A glow appeared around the figurine. It was heard that it was by chance not that toy, to which the manager asked what he thought so. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he said that even though he didn't remember what had happened before, he wasn't a toy. It would have been better to say that he had been a witch in his past life. Looking at him, Ben asked what nonsense he was talking about, to which the rabbit replied that he shouldn't talk to him in that tone. Nate looked down silently. Looking at the statue, he thought that now it somehow reminded him of them, no matter who was who. The hero grinned and said that they had enough of arguing, they would make peace. The protagonist stroked the rabbit's head. Grinning, Jane asked that he could go outside already. If he wanted, she would give him a raincoat. Standing in front of her, Nate replied that he didn't need it. He had plenty of that kind of stuff, to which she said that she thought so. The girl looked down and exclaimed. Looking up, the hero said that he had completely forgotten about it when he came to his senses. Crossing his arms, he added that first they had to stop the rain, to which Jane asked that he wanted to make an umbrella. Standing in front of her, the protagonist replied that it was too difficult. Raising his finger, he added that they would make a roof. The roof was hanging in the air. Looking at it, the guy laughed. Raising his head up, he asked what the roof was instead of an umbrella. he simply had no words. A roof appeared over the village. It was said that it was an excellent roof made of floating stone. Light emanated from it. The thought arose that Nate had placed solar stones inside, so there was also plenty of light. This artificial light gave off a pleasant warmth. Grinning, the hero said that how long had they not seen sunlight. Water poured down. It was said that, but an even more amazing thing was the rainwater that rolled down the roof. It itself broke through the ground, forming furrows. The structure appeared. The thought arose that this was how a natural moat was created, which only strengthened the defensive power of the village. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that the roof was made of earth. Rain would seep through it, to which he replied that yes, so he came up with something. A glow appeared around the roof. It was heard that a trap should be installed throughout the entire roof area. Raising his finger up, Nate said that he divided it into zones and installed traps. It would only be necessary to reinstall the damaged areas, and energy could be saved, to which the Alpha replied that he was amazing. Looking up, the hero said that when cultivating the land, it would be possible to remove the necessary piece so that water would flow there. Standing next to him, the rabbit asked that he was going to plant something here too. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that it had simply become cramped in the underground temple. He wanted to move the rice fields to the first floor. Smiling broadly, he asked that it would be beautiful, yes. The manager looked at him in confusion and asked again. Looking at the hero, he thought that it was fine if he liked it. Knocking his foot, Nate said that the ground had dried out. It seemed everything was ready, to which the rabbit replied that there was no need to worry now. Taking him by the face, the hero said that he had some kind of wrong attitude. The protagonist looked away, hearing the appeal. Looking at the girl, he asked what it was. Holding the key in her hands, the girl replied that it seemed to be buried in the ground due to the rain and mud. The earth dried up, and she noticed this there. Looking at it, Nate said thank you, check the information. A glow appeared around it. A notification about the golden baboon key appeared. The hero opened his eyes wide and said that judging by the baboon's name, this was his item. Standing in front of the girl, the protagonist asked what he was opening, maybe some kind of magical warehouse. Raising her eyebrows, Jane asked again that what if it was some kind of skill in handling objects. For example, if you say the password, some kind of storage will open. Putting his hand to his face, Nate said yes, he had such thoughts too. Holding the key in his hands, he added that let the magical warehouse open. The hero stretched his hand forward. Opening her eyes wide, the girl thought let the magical warehouse open. What was wrong with him? Frowning, the protagonist asked that maybe he had spoken too quietly. Let the magic warehouse open. He threw the key on the ground and shouted that nothing was working, to which the girl replied that he should calm down. Nate looked in bewilderment, hearing that he had not heard about the keys to the magic warehouse for a long time, that this did not work, to which he asked that he had not said anything on purpose. It sounded like he was just analyzing the magic. It took some time. A glow appeared near the key, and the Alpha said that with the help of this golden key you can open additional space. If you open it, a secret place will appear, which only the baboon knew about. Smiling, the hero asked what it meant. Is this really a storage? To which he was told that if you go straight to the main thing. He looked in amazement, hearing that he would not be able to use this key, to which he asked why, and the Alpha said that because he was not a magician. Falling to his knees, the protagonist asked what again. Crossing his arms, the rabbit said that the baboon did not change, even the last thing left after him was the key to the treasure vault. Looking down, Nate asked that he was also an assistant, did not know how to use it, to which he replied that no one can use what is in the assistant's caches. Looking at him, the hero asked what it means that everyone has such caches, to which the manager replied that naturally, he also sometimes visits his storage. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist asked what then why did not he run there? Closing his eyes, the pet answered that probably there was not enough magical powers. After all, he also spends a lot of energy to open the gate. Wide-eyed, Nate said that for sure, Ben is a magician, maybe he knows something. Falling to the ground, the snowman apologized. Standing in front of him, the hero heard that he uses ice and snow to move in space, but he does not know at all how to open the keys. Looking at the key, the protagonist asked if it was true that there was no catch from this battle at all. He widened his eyes and asked again. Nate looked away and asked that this key needed to open the door, so maybe he should just make a new door then. Sighing, the rabbit asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that no, if this secret place could only be opened with magic, then there would need to be a door that fits this key, right? Gritting his teeth, he added that he would use this damn magic and cheat the system, to which the rabbit thought that he had made something up again. Crossing his arms, the protagonist heard that if he made a door that fits this key. He clenched his fist, hearing that maybe something would work, to which Nate replied that he knew it, and the manager asked that he had also succumbed to madness. The hero looked at the key, hearing that first, the coordinates of the key and the magic circle had to be linked. The key was inserted into the lock, and the Alpha said that if you activate the magic formula by opening the lock with the key, a glow appeared around it. It was heard that there was a chance that an additional space would open. Smiling, the protagonist asked what they heard. Looking at him, Ben said that he was simply amazing, and the rabbit added that who knew that his idea would be taken seriously, and the alpha asked that but would it be possible to make such a door. Looking down, Nate thought that the lock that fits the shape of this key has a standard structure, and then said that something will come out along the way. Looking straight ahead, he said that if there is a key, then there must be a lock. Smiling, the hero said that a lot of things need to be done, it will be interesting. The guy was standing under the roof. Looking up, he said that he was so tired of this rain. A glow appeared above the hero's hand. Looking at him, he exclaimed, it was heard that the interpretation of the marks on the mini altar was finished. The arrow pointed forward, and the alpha said that the direction of the arrow points to the mark that was on the altar. He will mark the location of the fourth dungeon. Let him follow his instructions. The protagonist closed his eyes, hearing what this means. He will not leave, to which he replied that yes, he has some things to do. People were standing in front of each other. It was heard that Nate said to gather everyone here. Looking straight ahead, Nate asked what is so. Everyone is gathered. Opening his eyes wide, he said to install the gate. A glow appeared behind him. Looking up, the hero said that now it is time to say goodbye. A long tunnel appeared. Standing near the portal, the rabbit asked that he was the last one, to which the guy answered approvingly. Smiling, Jane said that it felt like they were cheating. She wasn't sure if it was possible to skip stages like that. Closing his eyes, the manager said that they shouldn't relax. Their task was to run across. Raising his finger up, he added that the dungeon would be cleared when all the monsters were destroyed. They had to do it themselves. Frowning, the rabbit asked if they understood. Standing in front of him, the people answered approvingly. Looking at the rabbit, the hero said that he had already caught the ghosts, so half of the monsters remained. The protagonist looked away, hearing that he should come here. Stop spoiling the atmosphere. A bump appeared on the rabbit's head. Turning around, he said that in short, there is room for luck in life. It is worth taking advantage of since the task became twice as easy. The people closed their eyes and answered approvingly. Raising their eyebrows, the girl asked that there is room for luck in life. Grinning, the hero asked if this was really true. The protagonist looked away, hearing the address. Bowing, Jane said that thank you for helping them. The protagonist put his hand behind his head, hearing that thanks to him they had a great rest, and thank you for the food too. Looking at them, he said that oh well, what can I say, they also helped him a lot. Raising a finger up, the girl said that by the way, let them not forget to train with a spear, even when she is not around, 1,000 times a day, understood, to which Nate responded approvingly. Looking at the notification, she added that nothing special, let him just use it during training. Looking at the spear, the hero asked again. Grinning, Jane said that it almost lost its durability, so it is not suitable for battle, but for training it is just right. Standing next to the hero, the rabbit said that this is a skill of returning to the hands of the owner, to which Nate replied that it is just an excellent spear. The girl closed her eyes, hearing that thank you very much, to which she replied that it was a good thing, but the attack power was small, since she got it at the second stage. Smiling, the hero said that the option was amazing, and thanks to everyone else too. Lowering his head, the guy said goodbye, and the girl added that he should be careful. The young man closed his eyes. The protagonist closed his eyes, hearing that this void was incorrigible, to which he replied that it was okay with him. He also helped them a lot. Raising his hand, he said that thanks for everything. Void looked at him in amazement. He slightly opened his mouth. The guy grinned. Nate put his hands behind his head, hearing that he would now go to the fourth dungeon, to which he replied that yes, we must. The hero froze in bewilderment. The beams flew forward. A glow appeared on the walls. The protagonist's eyes widened, thinking that the lights were small, but they burned beautifully, illuminating the path. He turned around abruptly. The guy closed his eyes. A glow appeared around his hand. He lowered his head. The thought arose that this was a farewell to Nate. The rabbit looked in bewilderment. The man entered the portal. It was said that in this way the meeting ended in parting. The creature took a step forward. The thought arose that which, perhaps, led to new meetings. The monsters rushed forward. Jane frowned. The thought arose that these incomprehensible dungeons and reboots. The young man clenched his fist. It was said that they would continue. They struck at the creatures. A pyramid appeared. It was heard that he was leaving immediately. Grinning, the hero said that yes, it is necessary. The arrow on his hand lit up. The protagonist extended his hand forward and said, so, where should he go? To which the rabbit replied, of course, the endless darkness. The protagonist closed his eyes, hearing that how about cutting down on the number of words a little. Looking away, Nate said, not darkness, but an exciting unknown. Grinning, he added, that now they were definitely on their way. 2 large gorillas are holding a pyramid. The inverted pyramid is tilted. A guy is sitting on the ground. A man is writing in a notebook with a pen. The hare asks what he is doing there again. The man replied that he wants to make a forge. The rabbit clarified how it can be made. The notebook is open. The man says that you need a furnace and an anvil. The hare narrowed his eyes and said that this is, of course, good. The man looks at the blue fish. The rabbit said that at this rate the fish will eat the temple. The blue fish are biting the stone. The guy slammed the notebook shut and said that he is tired of them. The man pressed the button labeled bow. Two silhouettes of men hold bows in their hands. The guy aims the bow. The arrows hit the blue fish. The man points his finger and says that the two of them should stand here and drive away these fish. He asks if they understand. The guy walks away from the black silhouettes and says that he will take a look. The rabbit mentally declared that he understood how to do it. The man raised his hand to his chin and said that if you use a sunstone, you can achieve great fire power. He added that the furnace was decided. The man opened his eyes in surprise and said that if you melt the iron scales, you can get liquid iron. Now all that remains is to make a mold for the anvil. The guy crossed his arms over his chest. The rabbit asked why this was necessary. The man replied that molten iron is poured into this mold, which then hardens. This process is called casting. The guy looked up and said that you need to go to the mountain of death for materials. The mountain of death. A rat sits on a mountain. A man raises his hand to his forehead and says that he hasn't been here for a long time. Everything looks new somehow. The rabbit agrees. A man and a hare sit on a large gorilla. The hare asks why they came to the mountain of death. The man says that he once accidentally saw a cave where a monster rat lived. The man raised his head up and said that now he sees that this place was a limestone cave. The rabbit clarified what the guy was talking about. The hare pointed to the side and exclaimed that this is a rat pack. The large gorilla looks forward. Destruction by a rat pack, a disaster from the first stage. The gorilla runs forward. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and exclaimed that it feels like he has achieved success and returned to his hometown. The cave is on the ground. The heroes entered the cave. The hare exclaimed that it is amazing. The guy said that the hare is right, it looks impressive. The man sat down on the ground and said that it seemed to him that there was a lot of limestone. He added that they needed plaster. The hare closed one eye and asked again what the hero was talking about. He asked where he knew all these unnecessary words from. The temple keeper said that he was also very curious. He asked if the hero was an alchemist. The guy nodded his head and said that when you prepare for the Unified State exam, you learn all sorts of details. The rabbit looked at the ground and asked if they needed plaster, adding that there was none here. The guy smiled and said that they would have to collect at least limestone, adding that good things could be made from it. The rabbit sat down and asked what exactly could be made from his nick, that it looked like simple stones. The guy exclaimed that cement could be made. Humanity began to use cement quite a long time ago. Packages of cement are lying on top of each other. The Egyptian pyramids stand on the ground. The oldest building was built 5,000 years ago. These are the Egyptian pyramids. The rabbit took the pick in his hands. The guy took the pick from the rabbit and said that he should also collect limestone, then it will be faster. Nate and the rabbit collect limestone. The dark man hit the stone with a pick. The rabbit, Nate and the shadow servant quickly collected limestone. There is a sign on the ground on which it is written that this is Nate's first mine, the road to the gate. While they went down the cave lower and lower, Nate left signs. An image of the signs that Nate had placed appeared. The inscriptions were very detailed. Nate writes on the sign. The rabbit asks why he writes so much. The guy replied that everything is similar here, so it is easy to get confused. The man smiled and said that, besides, it is worth sweating a little now, and then it will be easier. The brunette looks at the sign and says that he is pleased. To be honest, it just seemed to him that these signs would look nice. The stones are attached to the ceiling of the cave. The guy asked what the smell was. The heroes approached the mountains of white something. The rabbit crossed his arms over his chest and said that these were rat feces. He added that he had seen a lot of monster feces. The man opened his mouth in surprise and asked if they wanted to make a desert out of them and added that this was a real gold mine. The guy smiled and said that these mountains of feces could be used as fertilizer. The rabbit asked how the hero always managed to come up with something. The sign is on the ground, which says that this is mine number 3, a field of rat feces. Be careful not to step on it. The man crossed his arms over his chest and said that now they were full of rat feces, that this could be stopped. The rabbit clarified that they were now going back. The man opened his mouth with inspiration and asked what the hare was talking about. He added that they would go even deeper. The heroes walked through the cave, so they dispelled the darkness. The heroes climbed down the rope, went down the rocks. The man looks up, then they came across a cemetery. Cemetery. The man looks at the graves, and asks why they made a cemetery in such a place. The graves are on the ground. The temple guardian said that this is the place where those who sacrificed their lives for Ardia rest. Nate asked what it means that there were so many dragon apostles. The sun shines on the mountains. The temple guardian says that the name of the mountain of death means that here is the land in which the artery rests. He added that the dragon of the last days drove them all here after their defeat in the war. The guy turned his gaze to the rabbit. The temple guardian said that only sad memories of defeat remained here. The man opened his mouth and asked what it meant that his grave was there too. The heroes looked at the graves. The temple guardian said that he was not there. Nate asked why he was not there. The temple guardian said that it was because he was the first and last apostle of the dragon. A yellow beam shines on the temple. The temple guardian said that he protected the artery until the last. He sacrificed himself. He clarified why they were asking. Nate coughed into his fist and said that he did not have a body, so he could not try his food. He added that it bothered him a little. The guy raised his finger and said that he would also like to put a flower on his grave. The rabbit laughs and says that the guy cares so much about others. The temple guardian thanked him. The sun shines on the mountains. Nate said that now it is time to go back. The pyramid hangs in the air. The man smiled and exclaimed that Ben was good at taming him. The third shadow servant. Nate looks at the shadow servant. The guy raised his hand to his face and said that it was good. He asked the rabbit if it was true. An image of a rake appeared. The hare is holding a rake in his hands. The heroes look at the rabbit. Nate asks why he is standing there and not cultivating the land. The rabbit put the rake on the ground. Nate was making a field for growing pepper in the sky temple. The shadow servant looks forward. The temple was guarded by shadow servants and golems. The man writes something in a notebook. Almost all the necessary materials for making a forge were collected, so he wanted to try himself in farming even more. The man with glasses looks forward. The new dragon Apostle Oliver made a great contribution to this process. A notification appeared saying that the heroes have already found fertilizer. With fertilizer, the time for growing vegetables will be noticeably reduced. Pepper requires a lot of earth energy, so usually after one pepper harvest it is necessary to let the earth rest for 1 year. Nate exhaled and said that this guy sent a very long text. Nate stuck out his tongue. If these are monster experiments, first you need to cleanse them of poison, use the purification skill, and then mix with the earth in a ratio of 4:6. The guy was surprised by this message. The man looks up. After that, Nate endlessly gave his advice. The plants broke through the soil. The effect was simply amazing. The rabbit looks at the plants. The hare opened his mouth. Nate turned to the rabbit. The hare exclaimed that he should come here. He clarified whether the pepper grows so quickly. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise and said that it seemed to him that it was much faster than potatoes. The guy looks at the plants and asks that this effect is from good fertilizer. He added that it looks like guano. The rabbit looked at the hero and asked him what he was talking about. The man said that it was fertilizer made from frozen bird droppings, and added that there was a time when a war even broke out because of it. The plant grows. The guy said that the effect of regular bird poop is good. He added that it is even better from rat poop in the dungeon. The temple guardian said that this is the point. The man shakes his head. The temple guardian says that everything in the dungeon contains life energy. He added that monster excrement consists of very nutritious substances. The rake lies near the plant. The temple guardian says that Artea has forbidden growing anything in the dungeon and extracting seed energy, so she accepts other sacrifices. The rabbit collects soil for the plant. Growing pepper usually takes at least several months. The rabbit looks at the plants with love, thanks to the careful care of the rabbit and suitable growing conditions. The hare happily looks at the grown plants. The heroes manage to achieve a bountiful harvest. The animal wipes away a tear with a handkerchief and says that his children have grown so healthy, while the rabbit is busy growing pepper. The man looks at the furnace. Nate started building the forge. The man looked up and asked if he could rest a bit. The guy writes something in a notebook. The animal says that lately he often writes something in this notebook. The brunette says that every time something comes to his mind, he writes it down here. The man held out a glass to the rabbit and said that he cooked according to the recipe that he once wrote down here. The rabbit asks what's inside. The guy replies that he should just try it first. The animal drinks from the glass and exclaims that it's delicious. He added that it's sour, sweet. He asked about what it is. A notification about a new achievement appeared. The hero prepared Muzokura. The reward is that the taste of the drink becomes more noble. The taste plus 20%, heat resistance plus 30%. The heroes look at the notifications in surprise. The man says that his heat resistance is higher than that of fruit punch. Then he returned to work and finished building the forge. A notification about a new achievement appeared. The path of the blacksmith. The hero built a forge. The dungeon is surprised by his skill and creativity. The reward is a product made in the forge, with a certain probability will have a special effect. The furnace and the forge are against the background of a stone wall. The rabbit approached the hero and asked if they were going to make powerful weapons now. The guy asked what kind of weapon the rabbit was asking about. The man narrowed his eyes and said that he was going to make a ladle, and added that he would then make a frying pan and a normal saucepan. The rabbit tilted his head to the side and mentally asked if the hero had completely lost his mind. The guy looks at his hand and says that something is wrong here. The guardian of the temple asks him what happened. Golden crystals fly over the hero's hand. The main character says that for some reason they are rising up. He clarified whether they are moving normally. The direction is correct. The hero looks up. The hare asks if that means the fourth dungeon is up there. The man says it can't be seen from here, maybe up there. The man opens his mouth and says that since they're up there they should climb up once. The rabbit lowers one ear and asks if the hero wants to add some floating rocks. The animal frowns. The guy says let him do it. The pyramid flies in the air. The rabbit holds a white cube in his hands and asks how long he should keep adding them here. Nate says until the dungeon appears. The rabbit angrily attaches the white rocks to the pyramid. The pyramid flies higher. Nate raises his hand. The pyramid flies through the black clouds. The guy exclaims that it looks like a black sea. The rabbit says that there are even real fish there. The heroes look up. The guy says that the compass is still pointing up. He clarifies if they need to go higher. The temple guardian says that everything is correct. The arrow clearly points up. The rabbit winked. Nate said that they should try. The hare said that it was better than wandering in the dark. The animal opened its mouth. The pyramid flies up to 2 golden islands. Rather, they saw a truly unusual picture. Golden balls lie in the stone. A huge number of solar stones were floating in the sky. The pyramid flies closer to the islands. They looked like the sun. The heroes look up. The hare asks what it is. The rabbit clarifies whether this means that they are not the first to invent the floating stone. The guy agreed. The rabbit points his finger at the notification and asks if the hero remembers his achievement. Then he clarifies whether this island can be a world secret. The main character looks up in surprise. A notification appeared saying that the heroes had reached stage number 5, called the Path of Light. The man smiled and exclaimed that this was the 5th stage. He clarified that they were probably not heading to the 4th dungeon. The man opened his mouth in surprise. The temple guardian said that it seemed like he was mistaken. A window appeared in which the temple spirit said that it seemed like the cube's coordinates were connected to this place. The rabbit crossed his arms over his chest and said that he thought so too, and that this altar was on stage 4, so it was logical that it could contain coordinates leading to the next stage. Nate scratched the back of his head and wondered how they could meet Mike and the others. The rabbit replied that they should try to contact them first. The protagonist put his fingers to his ear and asked Mike what he was doing. The rabbit looked at the guy. He turned to the guide and said that maybe he was busy and that he hoped that nothing had happened to them. The rabbit said that if something had happened, it had happened a long time ago, and that he had said that a baboon had caused a commotion up there. The two of them looked into the distance. Nate asked if they should go down. The guy looked down. He looked up and said that it meant there was a battle in the sky. Griffins were flying above him. The guy asked how many there were. The griffin flew down quickly. Nate's bangs fluttered in the wind. He ordered Ben to cover him. Ben jumped up for a magic attack. He struck the griffin in the sky. The griffin opened its beak and screamed. Lightning was shooting from the clouds. Stage 4, Dungeon 4. The inventory interface appeared. Mike noted that there was one last piece left. He wiped beads of sweat from his face and noted that if Nate were here. The guy was holding a sword. Nate's voice asked what he was doing. Sweat was running down Mike's cheek. He said that he was talking about the devil, and that he wanted to send him a message now, but he couldn't. He picked up a piece of meat and noted that this was the last one. The dragon's apostles also save up vital energy for talking. Mike put the meat in his mouth and said that first they need to find the others. A powerful silhouette of a man with a wolf's head appeared behind him. Mike turned to him and asked if it was him. The beast's eyes glowed brightly in the darkness. He replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Wolf, the 3rd stage assistant. He clenched his hands into fists and added that this dungeon was completely destroyed, and that there was no altar yet. Mike picked up the magic-shrouded sword and asked what the 3rd stage assistant was doing here. The wolf sat down on the cliff and answered that he shouldn't wind him up, and that he didn't come here for mischievous attacks. The guy was covered in magic from head to toe and asked what he had just said. The wolf bared his snow-white fangs and said that he was so impatient and that he would die soon. Nate opened his mouth in a fit of anger and replied that he was the one talking. Wolf closed his mouth and replied that he had said it himself. The wolf sat down on the cliff and added that if he fought, he would die, and he did not want to die in disgrace, so he should stay away from him. The assistant crossed his arms over his shoulders. Mike wondered what was wrong with him. The griffin opened his mouth and screamed. Nate built a wall for protection and told him to taste his arrows. The griffin deftly dodged the arrow attack in midair. He flew over the wall and the protagonist. Nate, with sweat on his face, turned to the enemy who had flown by and noted that while they were flying, he could not hit them. The wall fragments were scattered all over the floor. Nate asked if they were that fast. The rabbit said yes, and that griffins are called the kings of the sky. A magic attack flew out of Ben's hands. He said that it would slow them down. He jumped up and said the name of the skill. Nate and the rabbit jumped up happily. The guy said that Ben did a great job with the attack, and that it was good that they had him. The rabbit said that he was their youngest good boy. The protagonist looked up and thought that he needed to find a way to slow down this crazy speed. The icon of soft cement was glowing in the inventory interface. Nate noted that he still had some. He fixed the wall with cement. The guy opened his mouth and ordered Ben to run to them. He quickly ran away from the griffin that was catching up with him. Ben disappeared with everyone behind the protective wall. The rabbit noted that he was very fast. The griffin waved his paws in flight to attack. His attack sent shards of wall flying. Chunks of uncured cement covered the griffin. Nate looked at him enthusiastically, noting that the counterattack had gone well, and that they were losing. Shadow warriors with bows appeared behind him. The guy ordered them to attack. The archer's arrows pierced the griffin's belly. The rabbit pointed at him and said that the sunstone was needed as soon as possible. He took one stone out of his hat and said that they loved everything that glitters. The rabbit flew up and threw all the stones he had at the falling griffin. The stones stuck to the unhardened cement mortar. All the griffins turned their attention to the griffin covered in stones. They attacked him at once. The guy enthusiastically noted that the rabbit was a good boy, who proudly said that they took the bait. Nate watched the griffins fight and noted that while they were busy, they should return to the hovering ship, and then call Ben. Ben stood behind the protagonist. He was ordered to stick the temple to the very bottom of the ship. The rabbit looked at them with confusion and asked what they wanted to do and that they didn't just want to go back. Nate closed his eyes and replied that Ben had his limits too and that they couldn't run away from them forever. He opened his eyes wide and added that that's why they now had to dock the temple. The protagonist waved his hand and activated his skill. With the help of the stone slabs that appeared, he rose up. He extended his hand to activate the skill. The rabbit looked up and noticed how the guy quickly made a hole. Nate wiped sweat from his face and asked if this was normal soil, and added what made it float in the sky then. The guide flew up to him and replied that it was probably magic. The rabbit stood behind the guy and told him to stop digging and that this was enough space for docking. The flying temple joined the floating island. Nate noted that the docking was successful. He sat down on the floor. The rabbit asked about the safety of this place. An information window appeared, saying that someone had invaded the temple. Nate stood up and asked what had happened. Beads of sweat were rolling down his face. He asked when he would rest this time. The rabbit was flying next to him. The window said that it looked more like they had invaded someone else's home. Lightning was shooting from the sky. The wolf bared his teeth and said that as expected, this was the reason. All the problems with the dungeon were his doing. Mike closed his eyes and thought that the wolf was talking about Nate, and said that he did nothing. Wolf opened his mouth and added that he smelled manna, and that pretending was useless, and he reeked of the manna of the missing assistants. He stood on the rock. The guy answered that he should decide already, that he would be scared or continue yapping. Wolf asked him for forgiveness. Mike looked at him and thought that he was always like this, and that he used to tell what was needed and get lost. Wolf pointed his finger at him and asked what this demoted one is on your side. He crossed his arms and added that this sneak did not obey anyone, it was all Nate. The wolf's eyes glowed brightly in the dark. He said that if so, then he was the rabbit's accomplice in the murder of the baboon and Simon. Mike looked at Wolf condescendingly and thought to himself that the ability to smell manna, this is a terrible skill, it is still Nate's doing. Wolf frowned and said that he got it, this smell seems to have received the blessing of the dragon of life. Mike looked at him. Wolf's eyes glowed brightly in the dark. He said that thanks to the disappearance of the assistants, he took all the dungeons of the second stage and his rank increased. A fiery aura enveloped Wolf's body. He added that he should be grateful. Nate raised his swords enveloped in lightning magic and thought that he knew more than he thought, and that maybe he should attack him and kill him. Wolf extended his arms and told him to calm his bloodlust, and he would not ask any more questions. A bead of sweat slid down Nate's indifferent face. The wolf crossed his arms over his chest and added that what was the point of further questions, that this territory was not in his jurisdiction, and he was responsible for other things, and who cares about the dragon of life anyway. He stood on a stone pillar and noted that he was an assistant who knew his duties, and that he should not compete with the participants, but help them from afar, and they are all like guard dogs protecting their homes. Wolf's fur bristled, and he added that nothing good would come from a mess in the house. Mike looked at him and said if he was going to attack then let him do it already and stop distracting him with weird conversations. The wolf opened his mouth and said to call his comrades back, and he would take them safely to the next stage. Nate looked straight up. Some kind of thick liquid was dripping from the ceiling of the temple. It spread all over the floor including the fence grass. There were poisonous green bubbles floating in the liquid. Nate gritted his teeth in fear and asked why there was something like that living on this island and that it looked like someone had shoved slimes in there. The slime continued to spread across the ground. The rabbit noted not to underestimate it, and that these slimes devoured everything they touched. Nate asked what that meant they were slimes and added what their weakness was. A poisonous green core floated in the slime. The rabbit replied that their weaknesses were fire and cold, but if there were many of them, it was better to aim for the core. The guy closed his eyes and said that it was better to get out of here then. He looked at the indignant rabbit and added that what was the point of fighting an inedible opponent, so let's leave and dig another hole. The slime swayed from side to side. It suddenly began to move towards the garden with plants. Green plants stood in the slime's way. The rabbit grabbed his face in horror. Nate asked if they were really aiming for the peppers. The guide said what were they worth and they needed to be stopped. He jumped back from the protagonist and said that he would pull out the floating stones. He replied that he should hurry up so that they would get away right away. Ben flew up to the slime with a magic attack in his hand and said that he would try to freeze it. Ben attacked the slime with an ice strike. Nate pulled on his gloves and noted his good work, adding that he should not let them spread. The protagonist began to build a wall and said that they needed to gather them in one place. Sweat was pouring down his face. The slime was trapped in a large pool. Nate asked if it could be called a slime pond. He looked up and thought that maybe they could make a trap out of this, to which the voice replied that it was too risky when the Silsni got out of the hole, and that everything in the temple was edible, The guy added that he thought so. Nate turned to Ben and ordered him that when the rabbit pulled out the floating stones, they would start fighting, and at that moment they needed to direct the temple in the other direction. The temple separated from the floating island. Nate wiped the sweat from his face and the rock that the second parking hole was dug. The rabbit pointed at the hole and said that there were slugs in there too. The guy looked up at the hole and said that we were flying away. A diagonal image of a rabbit and Nate appeared. The guy said that another hole had been dug. The rabbit replied that they were here too. The protagonist added that he could try here. The rabbit replied that they were there too. The sun was sliding down the horizon across the scarlet sky. Slugs were oozing out of the floating island. Nate crossed his arms over his chest and said that they needed to wait for them to drain, and that they were now fully relying on Ben's powers, to which he agreed. The fish began to bite off chunks of slime. The protagonist looked down. The rabbit said that who would have thought that the fish of the abyss would like slugs so much. Nate rubbed his chin and asked if that meant they could eat them too. The guide asked him to moderate his gluttony. Nate looked at the container with slime. The rabbit grabbed his head. The guy said to let him clean it. The rabbit said that he was completely nuts. The rabbit looked at the slug with disgust. Beads of sweat were running down his eyebrows. Nate stood next to him, flushed from laughing. He extended his hand and activated the purification skill. The bright green core of the slime began to glow yellow. The glow of the core disappeared and it remained the same. Nate crouched down next to the slime and noted that the color remained the same. The guy swung his hand hard and said that he would clean without stopping and began shouting the name of the skill. The rabbit frowned in confusion and thought to himself that this really worked. Nate stood up to his full height next to the rabbit. He looked at the slug that had crumbled from the skill and said that he had just finished cleaning. On the floor lay a clean slug that resembled a chicken egg. The guy noted that it looked very similar to one. The rabbit looked at him disapprovingly. Nate asked what it would taste like. The guide replied that he had forgotten what that thing was before and that it was still slime. Nate looked slyly at the rabbit and asked why he shouldn't try it first. The rabbit asked where his gluttony went. The protagonist added that now it looked like an egg, and what if it was just a trick? Nate and the guide turned to the temple's voice. It said that it didn't matter who ate it, as long as they ate it while full, it would be an offering. They looked at the slime again. Nate said that in that case, it should be edible. The rabbit ironically replied that of course, since he had purified it. The guy put his hand in the slime. He picked up a small piece of the slug. A moment later it was in his mouth. The rabbit stood next to the guy and asked him how the slime tasted. The guy with glassy eyes said indifferently that it was kind of tasteless. The guide put his finger to his chin and added that it tasted like slimy air. Nate brought another piece to his mouth and said that it tasted like konjac. In a fit of anger, Nate picked up the whole slug and said that he couldn't take it and that he would give it flavor. The pieces of slime thrown into the boiling oil burned. Nate said he would deep fry them, then added that everything was burnt. The cooked slime stood like jelly. The guy said he would try to cook it, then said that it looked like pudding, but still no taste. The slime was being fried in a hot pan. The protagonist stated that he would give it to them in a pan with oil, then noted that the taste was the same, although the consistency was similar to a fried egg. Nate clenched his hand into a fist and stated that apparently in this case he had to give up the taste, but in exchange he had to work on the texture. The guy placed the slime on the board. The rabbit asked what he was doing. The protagonist's face was sweating. He said that he was trying to knead the dough, and that it was very sticky, so it was quite difficult, and he thought that maybe he should add flour. The rabbit held onto the lapels of his jacket and said that it was none of his business, but he felt like he was enjoying it. Nate replied that it was fun, and that now he understood why some people kept slime monsters for fun. He raised his hand excitedly and said that he had some chili peppers, so why don't they make some kale guksu? The rabbit asked what it was. There were floating islands in the sky. A pillar of light appeared on one of them. Mike and some warriors were standing in a line. The boy asked what this place was the 5th stage. He looked ahead in shock and cursed. He stood at the end of one of the islands and asked what these islands were floating. The wolf's braids of fur hung on his chest. He said that they were all surprised and that he would explain everything to everyone now. The wolf's amber eyes glowed brightly in the darkness. He said that from the 5th stage onwards they would rarely meet with the managers and that it might sound great to them, but it had its drawbacks. Mike looked at Wolf. Behind him a girl and a boy were discussing how there was no manager here. Archie raised his hand. A full quiver of arrows was hanging on his back. He asked what in that case, who would inform them. The wolf sat down on the cliff and said that it was a good observation. He pressed his lips tightly together and said that this place was known as the road to the top of the sky. In the sky, among the clouds, there were several islands floating. Wolf added that finding the way to this place in the middle of the sky would be their first task. Mike looked closely at the wolf and asked what this meant. He opened his mouth and said that if they did not find the right path in a certain time, then all the islands would fall. Archie stood behind Mike. Wolf raised his muzzle up and said that every island they saw, no matter its size, was a dungeon, and that some could be easily passed, while others would take their lives. A ray of evening sunlight reflected in the wolf's eyes. He added that each of them had its own right path, and they needed to find it. The mustachioed man opened his mouth and asked what that thing was next to them. The warriors bared their weapons at the sight of the slugs. Wolf scratched his beard slyly and said that it seemed that the first thing they needed to do in this place was survive. Several fighters demonstrated their skills in combat. Wolf added that this was the abode of the king of gluttony, namely the slug. Nate turned to the noise in the distance and asked what that sound was. He was standing in front of a steaming pot of food. The rabbit looked straight into it and said that the meat of the abyssal fish with the fat of an armored mollusk, and also the color was bright red, and that this crap would really be tasty. The guide wiped away the drool that had flowed out. Nate replied that his drool said otherwise. The rabbit added that he had not noticed. The guide took a bowl of freshly cooked soup and asked if the rabbit was ready to feast. Cooked noodles were hanging from the ladle. The rabbit asked to give him some too. Wolf flew to them and said that his duty was only to inform, and that perhaps right now the participants were going through the difficulties of this stage. He jerked his paws in the air. The wolf bared his teeth. In the distance in front of him, he saw a temple floating in the air and asked what it was. Nate ate noodles with chopsticks. He noted that the taste was now just right. The rabbit held a steaming bowl of food and asked how it could be so good. The guy and Gid were sitting by the fire with plates of noodles. The protagonist said that he cooked it, and of course it would be delicious. Nate turned towards the noise and asked what it was. A bead of sweat ran down the rabbit's face. Wolf appeared in front of them floating in the air. Gid asked what he was doing here. Nate looked at him in horror and asked what kind of wolf he was. The rabbit replied that it was an assistant. The voice of the temple announced that an ill-wisher was approaching the temple. Nate jumped up from the table. Ben said that he had arrived. The guy raised his finger. He looked menacingly at Wolf and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. An army of shadow warriors and golems appeared in front of Nate, all armed and armored. The wolf looked at them, stunned. He held out his hands and told him to calm down, that he had no intention of attacking whoever he was, and that this place wasn't even under his jurisdiction. Nate looked up at him and asked why they should trust him, and noted that he seemed different from Simon and the baboon. The wolf opened his mouth and said that the rabbit knew him well. Nate crossed his arms and asked him if he knew the wolf, and he said yes, and that he was a manager after all. The wolf hovered above them and the warriors, and said that he knew that he wasn't dead, but very much alive and well, and that his scent had lingered well on the contestants who had recently advanced to the third stage. The rabbit scratched his chin and asked who he was talking about, and said Charlie. Wolf raised his hand and corrected the guide, calling Charlie a contestant with the food god's skill. Nate looked at the flying wolf and said that this little rascal, no wonder he was AWOL, and asked if Charlie had already reached stage 3. Wolf crossed his arms and said that he was quite a dark horse, and that the speed at which he conquered dungeons was incredible, and that he would soon reach stage 4. Nate also crossed his arms and asked that he was already at that level. The rabbit repeated the wolf's words about being a dark horse. The wolf's eyes were brightly glowing a rich amber color. He said that, however, this kid clearly smelled of the dragon of life. The rabbit covered his mouth with his paws. Wolf continued to hover above them and said that he knew it, that they knew it too, and asked what that meant, that it was not Mike who said it on them, and added how they were related to the dragon of life. Nate looked at the wolf and told him seriously to get ready to fight. Wolf put his hand out and said he took his question back. The rabbit and the protagonist looked at the wolf and wondered what was going on. The wolf started beating his chest. He said that was enough already, and he was asking out of pure curiosity and asked why they always tried to fight. The guy asked what he was talking about. Wolf raised his hands and said he didn't care what happened to the dungeons outside his territory. Nate put his hands on his hips and said that he really was allowed to treat the dungeons like this. The rabbit said that he was still the manager by status. The temple voice said that he couldn't believe he was hearing this, and that the apocalypse dragon must be tired too. The wolf put his hand to his mouth and said that he got a little carried away, and that he wasn't usually like this. He pointed at the guy and the rabbit and asked that they now have 5 altars. Nate asked how he knew. There was a temple flying under the floating island. Wolf replied that he had his own sources, and asked that this artificial flying island was also a temple of the dragon of life. The rabbit came close to the guy and whispered that the wolf always had a good sense of smell, so he was extremely sensitive to the smell of mana. Nate put his ear to the guide, who added that it seemed that he had become stronger than he was before, and that it was possible that the baboon's tricks. The wolf clenched his hands into fists and said that he heard everything. He closed his eyelids and noted that thus, as long as the dungeons under his control were in order, he did not want to cause trouble. Nate looked up at him. He added that he had no intention of becoming their enemy. The guy asked what he was suggesting they do, and that it did not seem like he came to be friends and chat. The wolf dropped to the ground in front of the rabbit and Nate. He looked at them furiously. They looked back at him questioningly. Wolf closed his eyes and asked happily that maybe they could eat together. And what about that red soup over there? Behind them, a pot of noodles was boiling. The protagonist looked at the wolf in surprise. An artificial island was floating in the dungeons. The rabbit lowered its ears. Nate asked that managers really had to eat to live. The guide answered that it was true. Wolf wagged his fluffy tail with pleasure. He deftly used his chopsticks on the noodles and said that the taste was simply amazing. The wolf sat by the fire. Nate noted that his tail was hitting the floor so hard that a little more, and he would take off like a helicopter. Wolf's cheeks were swollen from eating. He asked what the abyss fish with an armored clam and earthen chili was, and added that it was delicious, and what an abnormal food it was. He waved his chopsticks and noted that it was like a symphony of taste. Nate's mouth opened in anger and told him to stop eating. The rabbit added that he was like a pig, and that they already had won. A bump appeared on the rabbit's forehead. The guy asked whose side he was on. In response, Gid moaned in pain. Wolf lay down on the floor with a full belly and said that he was full. Nate asked if he had a conscience, and noted that he ate everything. The rabbit replied that he was also interested. Wolf licked his lips and said that they should not be upset, and that for such a reception he would reward them. Nate and the rabbit turned to the wolf and thought about the reward. The wolf sat down on the floor and said that although it was more of a suggestion, and noted that, as he had already said, he was not interested in anything beyond the third stage. He scratched his furry chin and added that he hated it, be it night shifts or overtime, but it was necessary for everything under his jurisdiction to work without problems. The rabbit put a finger to his chin. Nate asked that wasn't he responsible for the third stage and what was the problem. The rabbit noted that it was probably because of the other stages. An image appeared explaining how the stages worked. The wolf said that the rabbit was right, and that no matter how well he managed the third stage, if there was a problem in the previous stages, it would affect him too. He leaned his hand on his leg and added that more specifically, the problem occurred in the early stages, so he had no choice, so he had to take control of the second stage. Nate looked at him suspiciously and said that he thought he said he would reward them, and asked why he was explaining so much, and what he wanted to say. Wolf's eyes flashed brightly in the sun. He said that he would get to the main topic, and added that he wanted them to take control of the first stage. Nate, looking at his interlocutor menacingly, asked how a manager could say such a thing, and if he was not afraid of a reprimand from the dragon of the apocalypse or something worse. The manager shrugged indifferently and said it didn't matter because he was only in his position because of his promise. Nate nodded sensibly, and the system noticed that it couldn't tell if he was being irresponsible or overly diligent, and added that even though he had doubts, they'd be better off accepting the offer. Wolf looked up at the protagonist, puzzled, and the system asked if he could also take control of the fourth stage. The manager, his mouth wide open in anger, said he didn't care, but the place was functioning smoothly without a manager thanks to Serpa's magic, and that reckless actions could lead to the collapse of the dungeons. Nate looked into his interlocutor's eyes in surprise and asked how Serpa had accomplished this. An image of the floor plan appeared, and Wolf explained that Serpa's automated system could function up to the fourth floor, and that the final dungeon of the fourth stage was a sea of abyss. The rabbit, casting a displeased glance at the manager, remarked that Serpa had automated everything to such an extent, and that he was a real genius, but very lazy. The manager, hanging his head wearily, said that for the highest rank, such magic was nothing special, and that this place was an excellent example. An image of a proudly standing lion appeared, and the hero added that Serpa's real talent was not magic, but mimicry. The protagonist turned around and said that now it was clear why the shadow cats copied what they saw. Wolf, glaring at the protagonist, said that this was his reward, and asked if they accepted his offer. Nate, raising his thick eyebrows, asked what if he was not eager. The manager, indignantly straightening his shoulders, exclaimed what an arrogant little man, and asked how he dared refuse him. Colic, raising an angry finger at his interlocutor, shouted that he had better shut up and asked if he had any idea what it meant for a person to manage a dungeon, to which the hero replied that it was a lot of tedious work. The manager, nodding in agreement, said that it was the most exhausting job in the world, while Nate noted that the best job was to do nothing, and Wolf said that this was wise and worth writing down. Rabbit, looking away with displeasure, exclaimed that they were lazy. Nate, turning to his interlocutor, noted that it turned out that he had drawn the short straw. Wolf stared at the protagonist in bewilderment. The manager, grinning slyly, asked what it would take for Nate to take on the first stage. The protagonist raised his finger and offered the manager to give him a good item, to which he replied that he could not, because according to the rules, he could only give items to participants in his territory. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and asked what about that combat skill, to which the manager replied that he was not a god and asked how he, being an ordinary manager, would give the protagonist the skill. The protagonist made a dissatisfied face and said that Wolf was no good, and Rabbit added that managers were useless in general, and Wolf ordered him not to interfere in the conversation. Nate, raising his finger, announced that he would take the first stage. The protagonist, looking confidently at the manager, added that he would think about what he wanted to get in return in the future, and asked for a small favor. The manager, looking at the protagonist with interest, asked what exactly he wanted to get. Nate, looking at his interlocutor, asked if the participant named Mike was currently on the floating islands, while the manager confirmed that he had personally transported him there. Nate asked if the manager could transport them to Mike, while he, looking at the heroes with displeasure, replied that he could only transport participants, so no. The protagonist, closing his eyes, said then he would offer another condition. Nate, putting his hand on the rabbit's head, commanded that they needed to take this good-for-nothing and fly to their comrade. Nate, looking menacingly into the eyes of the interlocutor, asked if someone of his level could protect the rabbit from the eagles. The manager, nodding self-confidently, replied that he had stopped stating the obvious, and that, of course, he could. Nate, leaning over to the animal, said that the rabbit should hand over the altar to Mike, while the rabbit, understanding the task, replied that he understood everything. The hero tilted his head towards the rabbit and asked if the rabbit thought Wolf would not betray him, while Wolf calmly replied that he shouldn't worry about it. The rabbit climbed onto the manager's back and added that they used to get along well, while the other man replied with displeasure that he needed to stop acting like they were friends. Nate, looking hopefully into the distance, said that everything would be fine. Floating islands levitated in the sky. Mike struck down the enemy with his swords. Nate, looking away tiredly, wondered if eagles really attacked right after slugs, and added that there were only mountains beyond the mountains. The rabbit, falling from the sky, exclaimed that he seemed to have everything under control, and Mike asked in surprise how he got there. The rabbit, having handed over the item, said that it was not important and that they needed to take this mini-altar, while Mike, perplexedly asked again which altar he meant. The animal, flying back, announced that the job was done and said goodbye, while Mike, confusedly asked what it was. The next day, clouds covered the blue sky. Nate, relaxing in the hot springs, groaned longingly. The rabbit, leaning towards the owner, asked if he was tired of these baths, while Nate, enjoying himself, answered that they relieved stress perfectly, and the rabbit, surprised, asked again if the protagonist was really stressed now, and the hero said that he had a new senseless duty. The rabbit, leaning even closer, asked if he really meant leading the first stage, while the protagonist, nodding, answered that the problem was that he had no reliable way to get back there. The rabbit, standing in a determined pose, said that they could use the gate and that there was no need to worry, and the system objected that without fixed coordinates it was impossible to open the gate, and the protagonist added that Alpha had better shut up, because his ears were already hurting. The rabbit, closing his eyes in displeasure, said that they had no choice but to go back the way they had come, and Ben heroically proclaimed that he would lead them, even if it cost him his life. The rabbit, glancing at his comrade with displeasure, noted that he was already dead, while Ben embarrassedly replied that it was just a figure of speech. The system window popped up in front of the protagonist, and Alpha said encouragingly that they could still do something, while the protagonist enthusiastically asked if it was true, to which the system replied that it was necessary to pump up the skill of opening the gates to the second level. Nate, sighing from relaxation, noted that in other words, offerings were needed, while the system confirmed that this was true. Nate, looking away appraisingly, asked if what they had collected was not enough, since he had already taken possession of so many altars. The protagonist made a dissatisfied face, and the system said that each time they lost a lot of energy in battles with the managers, and the protagonist nodded that this was true and asked if he could donate what they had stored in the bins. In front of the heroes there was a table strewn with delicacies. The system asked if there were more, and the protagonist, standing with his arms crossed, asked how much was missing, because he also needed to eat. The system, calculating the needs, answered that 2 eagles would be enough, while Nate, surprised, raised his head, asked again if it was too much, and asked if this skill would really be so useful. An image of fire appeared, and the system said that they decided to become the owners of the temple in order to use the gate to return home. Nate, displeased, threw his hands behind his head, answered that he remembered his main goal. Nate, nervously looking away, asked if he could ask the dragon apostles for help. Mike, putting his fingers to his temple, noted that eating 2 whole eagles would be difficult, even for him. Archie, pointing his finger at the fight, shouted that another enemy was approaching, and the hero thought that this was just in time and quickly said that Nate had better excuse him, because he was a little busy. Nate, standing with a dissatisfied face, stated that in the end it was impossible. The rabbit, smirking, noted that he should have asked another person, while Nate, surprised, asked again. The hero, proudly putting his hand forward, exclaimed, "Did he really forget about the master in this matter?" The hero took a step forward. The lizard passed the guy. The huge monster growled menacingly. The guy made one punch right to the jaw of his opponent. The hero stared at his comrade and wondered if he really was a high school student. Charlie, happily greeting his friend, exclaimed that he was doing great, and the system declared him the dark horse of the 3rd stage. Nate looked ahead in surprise, and Charlie enthusiastically suggested that if they needed offerings, they could rely on him, while Nate interestedly asked how much he could give. Charlie, waving his arms shyly, replied that he could make as much as they wanted, and that if it wasn't enough, he would eat more and send it all to them. Nate, looking at his interlocutor in bewilderment, asked what that meant, eat more and send it, and added if that was possible, to which the boy said that he would now send some energy. The energy flow, rushing to the recipients, transmitted a powerful charge. A stream of energy hit the heroes, and the system exclaimed in shock that there was so much energy here that it was equivalent to 3 eagles. Nate, looking at the bright flash in surprise, said that there was even one on top, and asked what kind of a swindler was doing this to food. The rabbit turned back in bewilderment, and Wolf noted that he said that Charlie was a dark horse. The protagonist turned back in confusion, and the manager said that this child would eat everything that fit in his mouth. Wolf rolled his eyes and added that this boy was truly a monster. An image of a lizard crawling towards the hero appeared, and the manager said that if there was a chance in the fight with the monster, there was an explosion, the boy would bite into it with his teeth and tear out the flesh. Nate and the animal exclaimed in surprise. Wolf, nodding in confirmation, asked if they were deafened, and that Charlie was getting stronger by eating the flesh of monsters. The boy's body was getting bigger, and the hero noticed that it was scary. Nate, sadly remembering the past, said that sweet and little Charlie was no more and added that it was all the fault of the dungeon. The system reported that the skill gate setting was moving to the second level, and that it was now possible to set up curved gates between altars, but this consumed life energy. Nate, looking at the monitor, asked what a warped gate was, and the system replied that a warped gate was a passage that could only be opened at the top of an altar, and the hero asked again what the difference was from a normal gate. The protagonist leaned over and the system explained that each altar at their disposal had a set coordinate, and added that they could now contact temples and altars even while moving. A bag was levitating above the altar, and the system said that this function was originally intended for the dragon apostles to exchange offerings between temples. Nate, scratching his chin in surprise, asked again if this was some kind of delivery, while the rabbit perplexedly repeated the word delivery. The protagonist, looking up in confusion, asked if people could pass through these gates, to which the system replied that with his permission they could move as much as they wanted within one dungeon, but unfortunately, it was impossible to leave the dungeon using these gates. Nate, sighing in disappointment, remarked that then it made no difference, to which the system window responded that this was incorrect, and that if it was not about people, then transportation was possible, while Nate, perplexed, asked again what he should do with it. A schematic explanation of the exchange of supplies appeared, and the system said that they could exchange food and other supplies with the apostles, if there was an altar at the other end. Nate, scratching his chin enthusiastically, exclaimed that now he could receive new ingredients from his comrades or treat them to new dishes. The rabbit, soaring into the air, asked the hero to think about getting good items first, and the system agreed that they had only just gotten the altar and Nate was already thinking about where to dump it. The protagonist, pursing his lips, asked why they were like that and whether a full stomach wasn't enough for a good life. An image of energy auras appeared above the protagonist, and the system said that the offer was not a waste of time and that Artia's power was gradually being restored, bringing benefits. Nate, shaking his head wearily, noticed that the alpha system was grumbling again. The system asked that since the warped gates were open, maybe they should visit the Great Temple, to which the hero, wearily bowing his head, asked why exactly there, and the system replied that it wanted to show them something. The Great Temple. A huge temple stood on a cliff. Nate, looking at the object in shock, exclaimed that it was cool. Tongues of flame licked the monster's bones. The skeleton of RTIE looked at the heroes, and the system proclaimed that it was necessary to bow before this greatness. The system added that Artia's revival had finally begun, while Nate, looking at the spectacle, remarked that it was awesome, like a neon sign. The rabbit, wiping away tears, emotionally exclaimed that RTIE was great, and he was the manager of this temple, while Nate, egging him on, asked if this was the first time he saw her, and why he burst into tears, and the manager, embarrassedly admitted that he had caught him. Ben watched what was happening, fascinated. Ben, bowing before the altar, solemnly said that he wholeheartedly entrusted RTIE with his loyalty and pride, while the rabbit, ironically remarked that this was an exaggerated devotion. The protagonist, watching the process, thought that the revival would continue with the influx of donations. Nate, admiring the spectacle, thought to himself that this was cooler than he imagined. The animal on the hero's shoulder, yawning from boredom, said an incomprehensible phrase, while Nate noted that he had been here for a long time and had already seen this. The skeleton menacingly watched the heroes, and the protagonist asked if muscles, skin and even organs would appear later, while the system answered that everything rotten would be restored. The rabbit, raising its head up, noted that this looked like a complete restoration of the survivors, while the system answered that there were differences, but essentially the same, since both abilities belonged to dragons. Nate tensely closed his eyes. The protagonist, cheerfully raising his head up, said that from now on he would more seriously engage in collecting donations. Nate, looking at the ceiling of the temple, added that he wanted to complete this process. The temple stood on the edge of a cliff, and the system noted that to complete was disrespectful language, but as long as Nate was motivated, it was not so important. The blue sky was covered with snow-white clouds, and Nate decisively declared that they would sacrifice this too, while the rabbit indignantly exclaimed that he had saved it to eat alone. Stage 1. A location with a temple appeared. The protagonist chopped off the golem's head. Nate, examining the enemy, asked where the core was, while Wolf, surprised, noted that Nate defeated the golem in 10 seconds. The manager, appraisingly watching the protagonist, added that Nate was amazing in many ways. Nate, turning to the assistant, asked how many golems they had, counting this, while the rabbit quickly replied that it was the 12th. The golem's hand lay lifeless on the ground and the system noted that it was golem number 12. The hero looked down at his opponent. This number had a special meaning for Nate, and he said with satisfaction that it was done. The protagonist lay tiredly at the bottom of the ravine. A year had passed since falling into the pit and finding a way to the surface. The pathetic participant producer began to act aimlessly. The hero stood in a proud pose. A year had passed since then. Nate, throwing his head up, admitted that he almost died here, and now he runs everything here. The rabbit, clenching the cloth in his teeth, emotionally exclaimed that this was the best feeling in the world, and that he missed the first stage. The protagonist looked forward hopefully and asked if they would start tidying up the place. The golden ball levitated in the air. Nate nodded contentedly and asked what to do now. Wolf glanced to the side with displeasure and replied that it was nothing complicated and that they just needed to provide victims. Nate raised his head in surprise and asked again what he meant by victims, while the manager confirmed that it didn't matter who exactly. The main thing was to put a living thing on the altar and kill it. Nate stuck out his tongue indignantly and exclaimed that he didn't want to do that, while the system noted that they didn't need to do that. An image of various dishes appeared and the system said that the apocalypse dragon liked killing, but they could offer fresh produce. Nate raised his finger in clarification and asked if the recent chili pepper harvest would do, while the system responded approvingly that of course, the fresher the better. Nate, enthusiastically throwing his hands above his head, exclaimed that they would clean the inventory, because he had potatoes and peppers there, and he would take everything out. The rabbit, shocked by the actions, asked what the hell was going on here. The protagonist, proudly demonstrating a composition of products, exclaimed that it was a work of art. The rabbit, indignantly waving his paws, shouted that it was impossible to start a fight on the altar, and the system declared that this was blasphemy. Nate, justifying himself, laughed and said that since he was going to be sacrificed anyway, why not joke, because these were his offerings. Wolf approached the protagonist menacingly. The hero activated the magic discs in his hands. The protagonist, panicking from what was happening, shouted that he did not understand what he was doing. Wolf, calmly looking ahead, said that he was only setting the coordinates that would lead to the second stage. The manager, throwing in his claw, added that the reward for clearing the dungeon would be the full restoration of the survivors and the opening of the warped gate. A swarm of rats ran forward and the manager said that if the participants could not leave this place, they would be destroyed by a swarm of rats. Wolf, frowning menacingly, added that such was the fate of the people who lived here a long time ago. Nate, looking at his interlocutor with interest, asked if it was true that people used to live here. The tree stood without leaves and the hero explained that this place had long since fallen into decay, but some events were repeated over and over again. Nate, horrified by what he heard, asked again if he meant reboots. The wolf, looking at the protagonist, answered that this was a repeat of the endless apocalypse, and that this was the essence of the dungeon. The protagonist, raising his eyebrows in surprise, noted that the specifics of each dungeon were associated with local troubles. Wolf, turning his head to the side, explained that each region had its own troubles. Red-eyed rats sat on stones and the protagonist said that at the first stage everything was destroyed by rats. Drops flew over the lakes and the protagonist explained that in others abnormal natural phenomena occurred. The city slept peacefully and the hero explained that some were buried under the black fog of the abyss. The rabbit, throwing his hands behind his head, asked what they had sinned so much that they met such a terrible death. The manager, silent for a moment, thought about the answer. Wolf, looking at the interlocutor, said that he envied him. The rabbit looked at the interlocutor with displeasure, and he added that the rabbit did not remember anything. Nate, throwing his head up at the speaker in surprise, noticed that Baboon said something similar. The rabbit, jumping excitedly in front of the wolf, exclaimed that these were the same words again, and that he had forgotten. The little animal, scratching his chin, shouted to be told the truth, and that he might be the reincarnation of the witch. Wolf, looking at the altar with displeasure, declared that the joke had gone too far, and that he was the witch's toy rabbit, which she never parted with as a child. The little animal, lowering his ears in shock, exclaimed that this was true. The rabbit, laughing at the reaction, made a pft sound. The rabbit, indignantly leaning back on the protagonist, shouted that it was impossible to laugh, and the latter declared that the rabbit was a little rascal. Nate, throwing up his finger, said that the rabbit on the statue was a toy. The little animal, hanging his head sadly, asked if this was really his past, and that he didn't remember anything because he was a toy. The manager, nodding in confirmation, replied that it was bitter but true, and that he would learn more when he leveled up. Wolf, casting a comforting glance at his interlocutor, added that although Nate was a toy, he had heard and seen a lot of what the witch did. The rabbit, pouting with resentment, said that this did not calm him down, while the wolf, observantly noticed that he was pouting just like her. The little animal, throwing up his paws defensively, exclaimed that his soul could be a witch's, while the interlocutor asked him not to involve their former mistress in fantasies. Wolf, turning his attention to the altar, asked if it didn't have a new master now. The rabbit turned to Nate. The rabbit indignantly bent his ears and the protagonist angrily exclaimed if he had any problems. Wolf, having completed the procedure, reported that the coordinates were set, and the owner of the temple could proclaim his territory. Nate, confidently looking forward, solemnly announced that he was proclaiming this place the fourth temple of Ardea, the Dragon of Life. The system notified that the territory of the temple and the dungeon were proclaimed and would be called the Temple of the Rabbit and the Dungeon of the Rabbit respectively. The rabbit, indignantly throwing up his paw, exclaimed, "Was the system laughing at him too?" The system reported that now they could freely dispose of the traps of the dungeon, the monsters would not be able to recognize the manager, and all the energy collected would be directed to the altar. The system said that it had chosen him because the rabbit would take care of the first stage very well, while the rabbit, looking up in surprise, asked again, "Is that how it was?" Nate, looking at the rabbit, agreed that this was his former place of work and he would handle it, while the rabbit answered, "Okay, so be it." The rabbit, wide-eyed with admiration, exclaimed triumphantly that after so many ups and downs, the defeated king had returned, and soon everyone would tremble with fear. Nate hit the arrogant pet. The rabbit, rubbing the back of his head, said that he would have to put more pressure on the participants, so that they would not die senseless deaths. Nate, staring at his interlocutor, declared that although the rabbit would be running this place, it belonged to him too, and he did not want anyone to die here. The rabbit looked at the protagonist skeptically, and replied that people can die from illness or age, so what difference does it make if they are eaten by a monster or fall into a trap? The rabbit raised his paw and added that if they are not given hell, they will not survive the second stage of Ruhul. Nate, looking down at the rabbit, said that this will not happen if they do not die, and added that someday they will become stronger like him. The rabbit stared at his interlocutor in surprise. The rabbit, tilting his head, said that even the managers have no power over the monsters. Wolf stared at the altar and said that the rabbit was right, because it is impossible to control monsters that obey instincts. The protagonist grinned and suggested that the heroes listen to his opinion on this matter. The heroes looked at the leader in surprise and he said that he would call it kindergarten for the participants. The rabbit deftly jumped away from the lizard. Even the managers have no power over the monsters, and they are usually calm. The lizard jumped on the rabbit. If the manager attacks first, the monsters will see him as an enemy and attack. The rabbit confidently stood in the middle of the crowd of lizards. For the monsters, the managers are something like ghosts. The rabbit looked at the protagonist with interest and asked what the kindergarten meant to the participants, and what they were planning. Nate, pointing his finger at the plant, said that the monsters are a problem, but they can use the plants. The system replied that Nate decided to use the skill of setting traps, while he, pointing with his fingers, added that they will plant plants and lower the difficulty level for the participants. The rabbit, frowning anxiously, asked if this will use up all their resources. The system said it was not against setting traps, but asked where to get the energy to overload them, to which the protagonist, scratching his chin, asked what could be offered as a sacrifice. There were various products on the table, and the system answered that fresh products were best, and then the bloodless meat of monsters. Nate, looking away in surprise, asked again what the fuss was about, while the system answered that the flesh of monsters was dirty, and if you let the blood out, the meat would become cleaner, and the hero suggested organizing the butchering of carcasses. The system asked how they would solve the problem with energy, to which the protagonist, bowing his head, answered that they would get energy by raising the level of the participants. The protagonist, bending over his work, noted that now the producing side would have more work than the fighters. The heroes confidently crossed their arms over their chests. The blue sky covered the forest. Nate, clapping his hands enthusiastically, exclaimed that they would begin. Nate, actively setting up traps, shouted that a trap needed to be set. Nate, setting up the safety of the plants with his magical hand, said that he would now make it so that if a participant was swallowed, gastric juice would not be produced, while the rabbit appraisingly noted that the flowers were becoming safer. The protagonist, clenching his fist contentedly, exclaimed that this was great, because they were on the right track. The manager, curiously watching the construction, and the hero asked him why he was still there, to which Wolf explained that he was curious to see the dungeon setup, and that he would take a look and leave. The protagonist carelessly put his hands behind his back. Not everything went according to plan, although the planted plants did not attack the managers. The rabbit hid behind the protagonist. The monsters either ignored or avoided Nate and his subordinates. The dense forest stood under a cloudy sky. The implementation of the plan was easy, but this caused misunderstandings on the part of the participants. The girl looked warily into the distance. The participant, pointing to the standing man, noted that where he was standing should be safe. The participants, looking at each other, said that they needed to take a look. The protagonist wiped sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, players appeared on the horizon. The protagonist turned to the heroes in shock and ordered them not to approach. The hero waved his hands, but the participants thought that he wanted them to come closer. The hero took a step forward. As ordinary participants approached, everything went wrong. The lizards pounced on the heroes. All the monsters in the area began to attack the participants. blood splattered in all directions. Nate, looking ahead in frustration, complained that he had told them not to come. The protagonist shouted at the heroes to stop coming here. Nate and his subordinates set traps, but the participants did not listen. The heroes ran forward. The participants repeatedly did not understand the instructions and shouted that there were no monsters there. The monsters attacked all the people in the area. The danger of the first stage increased to the sky. The rabbit, looking at the owner, asked if they were not going to save the people. Nate, biting his hand in confusion, exclaimed that there were too many people here, while the rabbit replied that they were automatically transported here since the stage was left without a manager. White clouds floated across the sky and the hero shouted that it was all Baboon's fault. Ben, flashing his eye, called for a blizzard. Ben, activating ice magic, created a protective blizzard. The player, freezing dangerous animals, secured the area. The participants, shivering from the cold, complained that they were cold. The rabbit, looking at his friend, asked if it would help the participants if Ben's powers were not eternal. Whose hand was that lying in blood, and the system said that they needed to save as many people as possible, because if they died, it would only benefit the dragon of the apocalypse. The system said that they needed to save at least one more person, and then provide them as an offering, and the rabbit, pointing to the board, noted that deaths are bad, and the living are better, and added that they needed to come up with a long-term solution instead of temporary measures. The arrow was pointing up. The protagonist scratched his chin in confusion. Nate, throwing his head up, exclaimed that they would put up road signs. The protagonist, generating new blocks, said that since the participants did not hear him, he would show them detours, and if they trod a path, people would follow it. Nate, having worked hard at work, said that the first thing to do was to gather all the remaining people in one place. The participant, having found a sign, was surprised by what was in the sky. The directional arrow showed the direction of movement. The participant, looking at the find, asked if the arrow showed where to go, and the girl asked if it was a trap. The girl, pointing her finger in the direction, answered that this whole place was one big trap, but you can go there for now. The arrow pointed down. In the merciless dungeon, the sight of this familiar symbol gave people confidence. The heroes ran forward en masse. The girl and the guy ran forward. The survivors gradually gathered together. A unicorn, a boar, stood in front of the heroes. The heroes looked at the enemy, effectively fought threats together. The heroes attacked the monster. The number of deaths in the battle with monsters decreased. The participants stepped into safe territory. A girl named Chloe looked around in confusion and asked what kind of place this was. The settlement was surrounded by a wall. It was stage 1, a safe zone built by Nate. The rabbit flew up into the air. The rabbit, clearing his throat, said that he hadn't done this for so long, he was a little nervous. The rabbit, formally greeting the assembled, announced that he welcomed them to the dungeon, while the participants exclaimed in surprise. The rabbit raised his finger up. Thanks to his experience, the briefing on the rules of the dungeon and the final goal took 10 minutes. The girl, looking at the hero with confusion, asked if they really needed to clear the dungeon to get home, and what to do right now. The rabbit, raising his paw up, replied that they would be divided into 3 groups. An image of a bow and arrow appeared. This was the hunter's group. An image of meat appeared. This was the butcher's group. An image of a row appeared. This was the farmer's group. The rabbit, frowning menacingly, concluded that from now on they would move between these groups and be reborn as dungeon experts. File 142.1.pdf. The participants, looking ahead with puzzled eyes, considered the proposed specializations of hunting, butchering, and farming. The protagonist, looking encouragingly at the heroes, said that if they wanted to stay well-fed and alive in the dungeon, they should learn these skills, and added that he would first explain how to use monster bones. The participant, noticing a new instructor, wondered who it was. The hero, directing the group to the specialist, said that the butchers should follow the shadow chef, while the latter, greeting, meowed. The shadow chef, leading a group of butchers, began teaching butchering. The rabbit looked at the groups appraisingly and noticed that the participants were calm and that they even liked it here, while Nate asked if he thought so. The rabbit folded his paws and replied that he told them that Nate had created this place, and that it was logical that they would want to thank him, while Nate noted that it seemed as if he had condemned them to a lot of grueling work. Nate, looking at the participants leaving, said that in any case, in other dungeons the participants were used for sacrifices, and in the rabbit dungeon they would make offerings. The system noticed that profiting off the victims for the apocalypse dragon was an interesting way to get revenge. The protagonist's beast sat cutely on his shoulder. The protagonist opened the book and said that they needed to look here. The hero flipped through all the pages. The drawing of the beast began to move. The drawing continued to move. The beast in the drawing was babbling. The animal jumped. The rabbit, delighted with the result, exclaimed that it was as if the picture had come to life, and the hero noted that he always reacted so violently to such things. The participants learned to cook meat. Unlike Nate and his comrades, who had free time, the participants worked all day like bees. Ben showed the heroes the forest. The first group went outside the walls to improve their hunting skills. The guy tore meat. The second group learned to cut up monster carcasses. The heroes plowed the land, the third group cultivated and fertilized the land for crops. The guy held a book in his hands, the shadows showed everything by example, and then precise instructions were printed for the group leaders. Nate put his hand to his lips. Thanks to the well-coordinated system, the protagonist had a lot of free time, while he, enjoying the peace, noted that the weather was good today. The protagonist leaned over the participant who was working and said that everything was fine, but they could try to do it differently. He looked like an old man hanging around the neighborhood and grumbling about everything. The rabbit pointed his finger forward and shouted that everything was done wrong. Later the rabbit outdid him in this. Wings appeared behind Nate's back. They accidentally used the carrot and stick method. Fire appeared behind the rabbit's back. This helped harmonious learning. The participants, drying themselves with a towel, said that Nate is a kind person and that they need to work harder. While he helps, Nate's popularity has skyrocketed. The sun was shining brightly. The participants exclaimed that the potatoes have sprouted and have already grown. The protagonist, pleased with the result, praised them for their excellent work. Nate, carefully conjuring over the crop, said that for safety reasons he will immediately set a trap. Nate, looking at the heroes with admiration, added that an offering should be made, and that they will speed up this process. Nate took out the monster rat droppings from his inventory. The hero quickly sowed the entire field with them. The participants, shocked by the protagonist, exclaimed that Nate is the god of agriculture or something like that. Nate, opening the bag for the participants, said that this fertilizer is rare and hard to get, and added that he will use it only this time. The participants, running away into the field, thanked the protagonist. Nate, writing down the formulas, thought that if you use unclean blood of monsters and their bones together, the growth rate doubles, and that blood purification can improve the result. Wolf, coming up behind the hero, asked with interest what he was writing, and that it did not look important, while Nate, surprised, asked again why he was here again, and the manager answered that he finished his shift and came. Nate, perplexedly studying the text, asked if he wrote it. The text, displayed in runes, said strange things. The protagonist, puzzledly looking at the drawing, said that this was not his handwriting. The rabbit, poking his paw at the notes, said that these were runes, and the system explained that this was the writing of magicians, and witches did this. Nate, looking at his comrade in surprise, asked how he could read it, while the rabbit replied that it was an underground auto-translation so that the participants could communicate in different languages. The rabbit, scratching his head, noted that even so, it was a problem, because a mage would not use runes for such nonsense as potatoes being delicious and beautiful. The system said that with the help of runes, one could learn new types of magic and create magic circles, while Nate, inspired, asked if this meant that he could learn magic. The system replied that imitation would not work, and that only understanding the true meaning of the runes and using them in reality could change the world. Nate, gritting his teeth in confusion, asked what that meant, while the rabbit added that they would not be able to use them anyway. Wolf, standing behind, said that there were people who could use runes without mana. The hero tilted his head and explained that only witches can use runes as much as they want without mana. Nate, looking at his interlocutor in surprise, asked if he meant to say that the text about potatoes was written by a witch, and asked when it was. The wolf, pointing to the notes, asked where the protagonist got this magic book, while Nate replied that he found it in the 4th stage, where Ben was. The hero, twirling his claw in the air, said that magic books are made of special paper that can summon magic circles, and that the runes on such paper are not just a coincidence. The protagonist, frowning in confusion, asked what he was trying to say. Wolf, grinning, explained that a magic circle only appears when using a certain type of magic. Nate, looking at his interlocutor in confusion, exclaimed that the text about potatoes was created with the help of magic. The manager, turning his head to the protagonist, asked if Nate wanted to take the magic book and repeat what he had done before, while the guy asked again what exactly he had done before. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and exclaimed to himself that he had been cultivating potatoes. Nate, taking the potato and the book in his hands, prepared for the experiment. The magic record, activated by the touch, began to shine with bright runes. Magic symbols appeared on the page, and the hero said that this was the same text. The wolf, pointing at the book with his paw, noticed that the source was the potato in Nate's hands, while the latter, surprised, asked again if this was really a magic potato. The potato began to shine with light, and the hero said that what was more important was that inside the underground potato was the will that had written the runes in the book. The rabbit, jumping up with interest, exclaimed that he also wanted to try, and asked to give him a potato. The rabbit, unsuccessfully trying to activate the magic, asked in confusion why nothing was happening. Nate, looking at his long-eared friend, noted that it seemed that only he could do it, while the rabbit indignantly exclaimed that again only Nate could do it, and he replied that he did not know why. The rabbit, looking at the potato, noted that the potato did not need to know how beautiful and round it was, because it was useless information, while Nate said that he would try the droppings of the monster rat, and added that he was curious if it would work with other things. Nate, opening the book, read a new text about rats, and was surprised to notice that the text appeared immediately. Nate, looking at the next item in the inventory, asked if this was an abyssal fish bone. The magic book displayed new text about fish, and the rabbit, leaning over, asked what it meant. Nate, looking at the notes with doubt, asked if the rabbit found it strange, while the latter asked what exactly. Nate, pointing to the text in the book, noticed that the author of the text seemed to not know about the abyssal fish, but if you read more carefully, she describes something similar to this fish. The rabbit, looking at the interlocutor in surprise, exclaimed that this is indeed so. The protagonist, looking at the book in shock, exclaimed that they are looking at the backstory of the appearance of monsters. The rabbit crossed his arms, hearing that as if right now they are looking at the backstory of the appearance of monsters, to which he asked that is not too much. Looking at the book, the hero said that underground potatoes, monster rats, abyssal fish, judging by the notes, they used to be ordinary living creatures. If you read more carefully, you can find a mention of any of the monsters that exist now. With wide eyes, he added that it was quite possible that the dungeons were not the creations of the apocalypse dragon at all. Maybe they would find out how to get out of here if they found the witch. Looking at the beast, the protagonist asked where she was. Let him find her now, to which he replied that it was useless. The witches had disappeared long ago. A flame appeared. It was heard that, to be more precise, everything in this world had met its end. Looking straight ahead, Nate asked that he knew something. Looking at him, Rick replied that he should forgive, not as much as the rabbit, but all the managers had lost their memories. Stretching his hand forward, the rabbit said that he should look at who was apologizing, and he also ranted that he had forgotten everything, which was true. The beast stood still. It was heard that it was originally assumed that they, the managers, would wander the world during its end, like ghosts. The hero froze in bewilderment, hearing that, but in the end they have a different role, so the change in memory should not surprise them at all. Looking at the rabbit, Rick thought that if they could forget everything, like him, then none of them would suffer from these vague gaps. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked that since he remembered so much, let him tell him. Standing in front of him, the beast said that these runes were undoubtedly the last witch's record, because to write such nonsense in runes, a huge talent is needed. Lowering his gaze, Nate said that the last witch, the Black Queen. Looking at him, Rick answered that it is true. Looking straight, the hero asked what she was like. The girl's hair appeared. It was said that the Black Witch, for some she was a damned witch. She stood in place. The thought appeared that, and for others pitiful. The girl stood in the cave. The thought arose that the only survivor among many victims, she hid from the imperial pursuit and died alone. In truth, she was a magnificent queen. The change of teams appeared. The thought arose that 10 days later, as a result of the change of teams of farmers, hunters and butchers, the participants became. The guy looked straight ahead. The thought arose that professional experts of the rabbit dungeon. Frowning, the young man said that he should not cause much damage, otherwise it would be inconvenient to cut up. Smiling, he asked that the blood and bones should be separated for further farming, right? Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what he thought. Isn't it ideal for a hunter's ration? It is made from the last harvest. The hero and the rabbit froze in bewilderment. It was said that the more the line between producers and fighters was erased. They hit their hands. The thought arose that the more the relationship between the participants was strengthened. Closing his eyes, the rabbit said okay, he will send the time of his graduation ceremony. The protagonist walked forward. The thought appeared that since the rabbit began to lead the participants. The monsters were lying on the ground. It was said that Nate wandered around the first stage and finished off the mist monsters. The hero looked surprised. Crouching to the ground, he asked that the dark mouth had collected the participants' things. Items appeared. It was heard that they might be useful. The protagonist stepped on the mud. He lifted his foot and shouted, "What the hell, did he step in the mud?" Nate held a book in his hands. Looking at the glow, he asked that they were mermaids. The hero pulled out a stick and said that it was a trap. Such a door would also be useful. A wooden door appeared. It was heard that it was open, a joke. The protagonist raised his head, hearing that the participants had already reached the ruins. Since he was pulling out the cores from the golems, their release would be quick, to which he asked that they were already there, then he should come too. A view of the ruins opened up. People were standing in front of the altar. Smiling, Nate said that he congratulated them on passing the graduation test safely. Now if they put what they produced on the altar, their training would be complete. People put the items on the altar. Hearing that he asked to put offerings, a notification of achievement appeared. The girl opened her eyes wide and exclaimed. The beast flew up and said that now the indulgences were over. Looking to the side, the hero asked why he was here again, to which Rick replied that he was checking if the gate was working properly since these were his first participants. He came to be present. Grinning, the guy asked where they were going now. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that well, he himself had never been there, so he himself knew little, but good luck to them in the next stage. A glow appeared around the people. Raising his head up, Nate said that it was sad to say goodbye, and the rabbit asked that they were alone, but he had not forgotten. Holding the book in his hands, the hero said that he was not a human, to which the manager replied that he was right. He thought that toys were beneath him. A glow appeared around the book. Looking at it, the protagonist asked, "That's all?" Closing his eyes, the rabbit said that it meant there was a reason for his cuteness. It was logical that he was the cutest in this world. Looking at Rick, Nate said that he wanted to check him too. A notification about the dungeon restart appeared. Rick got up and said that the restart had begun. He made sure that the dungeon was functioning properly, so he was leaving. A glow appeared in the forest. The hero raised his head, hearing that they were returning to the 5th stage, to which he replied that they were not. Smiling, he added that they would celebrate. They now had their own dungeon, so at least they should throw a party. Nate's underground shelter appeared. It was heard that when did they manage to grow so much? The protagonist stood still. Looking away, he asked if it had been a while since they had been here. Yes, to which the rabbit replied that it was nostalgia. The dishes were on the table. Sitting at the table, the rabbit said that they could say her name in front of such a crowd. Suddenly the participants would spread it to other places, and the dragon of the apocalypse would begin to act. Looking down, Nate asked what and what. Now Rick also knows about it. If they were going to catch them, it would have happened already, to which the manager replied that he had just thought of it, but it was true. The hero looked up, hearing that it was true. They were no longer hiding like sycophants. No matter what difficulties and misfortunes they would face, they would still come out victorious. The pet closed his eyes and replied that he knew that their alpha was a macho, but let him slow down. They looked in surprise, hearing that she was actually a woman. The protagonist smiled and said that he was sure that the alpha was a bearded old man, to which the rabbit replied that he thought she was a beluga. It was heard that she was of course apologizing, but she thought that whales do not look like that. The girl raised her hands and said that as she said, she was the first apostle of RTIA, so she offered herself as an innocent victim. Nate exclaimed in surprise, hearing that she was 26 years old then, and now at least all 500, of course, she does not have a calendar, so these are approximate numbers. Closing his eyes, he said that it means RTIA accepts only pure and innocent victims, to which the alpha replied that no, she was just a loner then. They looked ahead in bewilderment. A thought appeared that after the truth about the alpha's gender was revealed and that she had been alone for 525 years, everyone seemed to become closer to each other. Flying islands appeared. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist heard him call it a day, to which he replied that he should come here, what he thought of the participants of this stage. Closing his eyes, the manager said that he was furious. Why was he so stubborn that he did not want to listen to him? And the alpha said that even so, he could not kill the participants. If at least one survived, he could sacrifice him. The protagonist looked away, hearing that but what he planned to do, to which Nate replied that since the slimes were gone, he wanted to go up to the island and look around. Rushing forward, the protagonist spoke of the destruction of stone, the formation of mud. Looking at him, the rabbit said that he was digging so hard. The protagonist climbed out of the hole and said that he had made it. He was exhausted. Looking at the sky, the protagonist said that he should look at this endless sky. Closing his eyes, he added that it was wonderful, as if his body was floating. The pet held his hand out and said, "Damn it, a slug was taking him away." Nate looked away and asked what it was. Purification. They walked forward. The hero looked at him in surprise. The protagonist stopped and said about the ruins. Knocking on the wall, he asked if it was a keystone, to which the manager replied that it was true. It was moonstone. Could he tell him how to work at such a height? Nate looked away and said that he was sure there were ruins made of sunstone on other islands. It should have worked, but not for him. He gritted his teeth when he heard that firstly, it wouldn't work until he put energy inside, to which he asked that he really didn't want to work now. Rick frowned and said that he needed to replenish his energy through death. Saying this, he meant that he needed to hunt. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that the hunt was talking, then they would activate the ruins and think about what to do next, to which the alpha replied that she agreed. It was interesting what kind of magic it was, and if they found a way to the next island, they would be able to choose the destination. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that the monsters they could hunt in such a deserted place, excluding slugs. The beasts flew through the air. It was heard that they were griffins. Nate's eyes widened, but they were difficult to catch from the ground. He came up with an idea. A griffin bone appeared in the inventory. Looking at the book, the hero asked what crows were. That's why griffins were so obsessed with the sunstone. Looking down, the protagonist thought that they hated the dark and loved sparkling things. If he used this information, he was sure he could come up with something worthwhile. His eyes widened. He added that there it was. A brilliant idea had come to him. A view of the sky opened up. The golem was climbing the wall. Looking at them, Nate said that the golems had finally arrived. Grinning, the hero said that if he could not go to the sky, then he needed to make the griffins come down to earth. Flying islands appeared, and a sound of return was heard. The monster's eyes lit up. He looked straight ahead. The protagonist held the sphere in his hands, to which the rabbit asked that he had used return on the golem's cores, to which he replied that he had. Looking to the side, Nate said that the griffins were so strong that no armor would save them, so in an emergency he would use return only on the core, and it would pull itself out. Putting his hand to his face, the rabbit said that in that case, they would not lose the golems. Clever, even brilliant, to which the hero responded approvingly. The carving on the weapon appeared, to which the manager asked why he carved these grooves on the spear. Taking a step forward, the protagonist said that last time he received the twisting skill. Grinning, he added that if you combine twisting with the possession of the spear, the weapon rushed forward. Nate stuck the spear into the stone and said that you can use it as a drill. Suddenly, he destroyed the stone. Stretching his hand forward, the rabbit said that this is penetration, to which the hero thought that he should control the power. A hole in the stone appeared. Wide-eyed, Ben thought that he had such power, even without using magic, and then said that a long time ago, in the Empire there was a knight with similar abilities. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that it could be useful in battle. Let him try. Raising his eyebrows, he thought that great, if this is a weapon of this level, should I prepare a place for battle? Nate was hitting the rock with a hammer. The spheres were falling near him. Holding a drill in his hands, the hero asked that he could practice and get them with the spear. A notification appeared that the twisting skill was now at level 3. Floating islands appeared. It was said that Nate was getting the sunstones one by one, and the islands plunged into darkness. A mountain of sunstones appeared, and the rabbit asked why he needed so many, to which the hero replied that he had already told him they needed to prepare a place for the fight. The protagonist swung his hand, and it seemed that he had used his digging method to create a semblance of an arch. A crooked tower appeared, and it was heard that if he gave it such a shape, they would be able to climb. Frowning, the manager said that he had never seen such a design. Standing in front of the pumpkin, Nate said that it worked. Crossing his arms, the rabbit asked what and how this would be useful in hunting griffins, to which the hero replied that since they do not like the dark, then they need to illuminate the place for their new nest, right? A glow appeared from the pumpkin, and it was heard that if all the collected sunstones were placed, it would definitely attract their attention. Smiling, the protagonist heard that doesn't it look like a huge bait for griffins, to which he replied that the concept is the same. Nate raised his finger up, hearing what to do next, to which he replied that in the past encounters with them, I would not say that they work in a pack. Twirling his finger, he added that after they get tired after the battle, following his plan, they will catch them all at once. The hero smiled, hearing that if the plan does not work, and they do not fight, to which he replied that then the plan will fail. The thought appeared that there are no precautions. A rock appeared. It was heard that good, then maybe they will begin to implement their plan. A view of the flying islands opened up. The protagonist stood still. It was said that at the top of the sky, where the sunstones were collected, silence reigned. He grinned and said that he should scatter the bait from the fish of the abyss. The thought appeared that, and he sat waiting for the griffins. Ben stretched his hands forward and answered approvingly. The guy waved his weapon. Looking straight ahead, Archie asked what that was, to which Mike asked what the problem was. The boy's eyes widened and he said the wind was suspicious. The flock of griffins were on the move. Standing behind him, the boy replied that he thought they didn't fly at night, to which Archie replied that they did. Looking up, he asked what, and still, weren't there too many of them, to which Sulu asked what the hell, was today the day they died. Looking up, the man said he didn't think they were the target, to which the boy asked what he meant. Raising his eyebrows, Jack said he was talking about that mountain, it wasn't like yesterday. The man pointed ahead. Raising one eyebrow, the boy said he shouldn't talk nonsense in a situation like this. Didn't it look like a Halloween pumpkin? Holding his hand out to the side, the hero said it was the opening of the pumpkin night. Let him meet their customers. The protagonist smiled when he heard why he was so optimistic, and what kind of fur dress, to which the alpha replied that she was also interested. Adjusting his glasses, he said that he would stop picking and let him get ready. The griffins were flying in the air, and it was heard that the clients were approaching. The animals looked at the glow. They rushed towards the light. The griffin opened his eyes wide. They looked at the sunstones in amazement. The griffin looked down. The animal looked at the fish. Looking at the rabbit, Nate heard that things were going well, if this continued, to which he replied that of course, if they tried to leave then he would gut them into pieces. Smiling, the hero said that so, they would begin. Looking straight ahead, he added that they were returning. The pumpkin stood on the ground. Looking straight ahead, Rick said that for the first time he saw someone who specifically attracted griffins. A glow emanated from the pumpkin. Suddenly it went out. The beast looked at him in confusion and asked what he was doing. The protagonist took the sunstones out of his inventory. The griffin looked at him in amazement. They started waving their paws. The beasts were hitting each other. Putting his finger to his ear, the protagonist asked what the situation was. The rabbit opened his eyes in surprise and said that the griffins were reacting aggressively because of the sudden turn of events. There was a complete pandemonium here. Nate smiled when he heard that he was saying, "Crazy bastard, what is this?" To which he replied, "Thanks for the compliment." Ben lay among the fish, hearing that he should turn on the music, to which he replied, as he ordered. Smiling, the snowman said, "Get up." The ghosts came out of the wall. They struck the plant. Looking at the notification, the hero said that there were still many griffins here. They would push their customers for great delight, to which the alpha asked what he was talking about the trap with arrows. The arrows flew towards the griffins. It was said that he had already set up traps aimed at the exit from the cage. He did not give the griffins permission to leave. Smiling widely, the protagonist asked what, and now, maybe it was time for them to go in. Stretching his hand forward, Rick said that after all he was a man, how was he going to fight in the dark? Looking straight ahead, Nate replied that he had a solution for any situation. Looking at him, the rabbit asked that he was really going to go in. The hero took a step forward. Adjusting his fur coat, he said that antennae, the power of a one-horned boar. The protagonist struck the griffin. He stuck his spear into the beast. Ben stretched his hand out to the side. Nate clenched his teeth tightly. The hero pierced the griffin through and through. Looking straight ahead, Rick asked if he had ever seen such a vile guy, to which the rabbit replied that this man had been like that from the start. Frowning, the beast said that this was not even a battle, more like extermination, he was just a coward. The protagonist lowered his head, hearing that he was a very strong coward. A view of the cloudy sky opened up. Nate held a spear in his hands. Standing on the corpses of the griffins, he asked that the sun had already risen. Notifications appeared that the spinning skill had reached level 6. The ant antenna skill had reached level 6. Clenching his fists, the manager said that he had really caught 40 griffins. It was amazing, to which the hero replied that he had not even come, saying that he was busy. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist said that it was ready. There was no time for talking, we must quickly butcher them. Rick turned his head and asked that they didn't need to rush. The ruins had already finished charging, the road to the next island would open immediately, and the alpha said that he should just bleed and sacrifice. So many offerings, it really was a fantastic battle. Nate smiled and said that Ben would start cutting with a knife, and they would inspect the ruins. Looking at the ruins, the protagonist asked that this was not the fog of the abyss, to which the rabbit replied that yes, the magic of the abyss works on the same principle. Nate grabbed his head, hearing that they could not pass through the warped gate, to which he replied that he knew it, damn, to which the manager replied that it was in vain, and the alpha said that it was not in vain, she received a lot of offerings, so they are in the win. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked that the black trail had appeared on another island, to which the alpha replied that she felt the mini altar moving with the trail. Looking up, the protagonist asked that he was moving with the trail, to which Rick replied that just think, the griffins couldn't even get close to this damn thing. Yes, this is the only safe way to move around the islands. Grinning, Nate asked what or maybe not, to which the beast asked again. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that if this is such a method, then they can do something similar themselves. The beast froze in amazement, and asked what do you mean do it themselves? Raising his finger up, the protagonist replied that they will get there on their own. They can move with the help of a flying temple along the black trail. Well, how? Putting his hand to his face, the manager said that this makes sense. You can move freely as long as there are no griffins nearby. He closed his eyes and added that it wouldn't be too hard for Ben, and what about the huge amount of life energy it would take? Nate smiled widely and said that was why he was thinking about a boat. The rabbit waved his hand and asked what they needed it for. Smoke was coming out of the ruins, and he heard that the black plume didn't look like the water of the abyss. He hoped they hadn't forgotten about the monsters that lived in it. The fish scales appeared in the inventory, and the hero said that he wanted to say that they should try it. Standing in front of the ruins, the guy asked what it was. The man looked at him in amazement, and said that each plume led to a different island. It seemed that they had to choose one of the three and follow it. Looking straight ahead, Mike said that then. He extended his hand forward and added that he would choose the middle one, to which Archie thought that he had decided so quickly. Jack put his hand to his face and said that there was no congratulatory message about clearing the dungeon, to which the young man wondered when he had time to approach it. Looking up, Zulu said that was right, maybe they missed something. A notification appeared that the dungeon was restarting. Looking down, the man asked what was restarting. The ground beneath the people shook. It began to crack. It was heard that damn, the earth was splitting. Looking down, Mike said that no, it was not the earth that was splitting. Cracks appeared on the island. It was heard that the entire island was collapsing. Looking straight ahead, Zulu asked what it meant, that if they didn't move on to the next island they would fall, to which Mike replied that it seemed so. Frowning, he added that they would first enter the trail. A stone statue appeared. The hero, with wide eyes, shouted, "What the heck, they conquered the dungeon, so why is everything collapsing?" Hanging in the air, the pets said that all the energy needed by the island was used for the black trail, to which the protagonist replied that it was enough to fool around just because they could fly. Looking straight ahead, Rick said that the flying islands would be scattered and divided into parts upon restart. Most likely, after completion they would reform around the ruins, everything that fell. The animals raised their heads up. It was heard that it would disappear into the mouths of the fish of the abyss, and the rabbit said that it should quickly return to the sky temple, before they became food for the fish. The protagonist held his hand out to the side and shouted that at least he knew how many griffins there were, and that wasn't all there was. It sounded like they could lose all the valuable offerings. The rabbit rushed forward, hearing that he should go check the path to the sky temple, to which he responded approvingly. Looking at the pet, Nate asked that he had extracted all the blood, to which Ben replied that he had faithfully carried out the order. The hero put his finger to his ear, hearing that they were ready. The tunnel was completely destroyed. Looking down, the protagonist thought, damn, this was all so sudden, there was no choice. Looking to the side, he shouted about the mud formation and the floating ladder. Gritting his teeth, Nate repeated the phrase. The hero held his hand out. The thought appeared that he had used the mud formation to restore the walls. He had sealed the hole in the wall, it was said that, and at the same time filled in the gaps, using the floating ladder as stones. Frowning, the protagonist thought that if he screwed up, it would be the end. Let him concentrate. The fragments fell down. The pumpkin hung in the air. The thought appeared that Nate had survived. Looking down, the hero said that despite the destruction, if the island continued to float, then everything was fine. If he was wrong, then they would fall right on the temple below them. Looking at the pets, he added that he thought they should direct the pumpkin to the temple, to which Ben replied that he apologized. But all the energy was spent on the battle with the griffins, and the alpha said that it was sad, but a lot of life energy was absorbed, nothing was left. Smiling, the protagonist said that what if they offer this bunch of griffins as an offering? Frowning, he thought, stop. Gritting his teeth, Nate thought that energy was needed to move. For energy he needed to make a sacrifice, but the sacrifices were in the pumpkin, and the altar was in the temple. He heard that they also couldn't use the gates because the air currents were in the way. In any case, there was no energy. Putting his finger to his ear, the hero thought that he thought there was no choice, but he would ask him to help again, to which the rabbit replied that it looked like he was busy. Looking away, the protagonist said that things were bad, and then thought that there was no way out, they would use the last method. Dead griffins appeared. He heard that he needed to eat them all. Nate took the rabbit by the ears, hearing that he thought that this was all they could do now, to which he shouted that where he was going, he would also contribute. Biting his lip, the hero said that they had come to this, it would start the festival. The pumpkin hung in the air. The pets looked at him in amazement. Buildings appeared, and it was heard that something had happened again. The rabbit extended his hand to the side and asked what the huge iron plate was, to which the protagonist replied that he had made it in the forge. Raising his hand, he added that first of all, they needed to eat their fill, so they were starting with making hotyak, to which the manager asked what he was also going to eat. Extending his hand forward, Ben said that he would forgive him, but when he kneaded the dough, he should add bread mold so that it would rise well. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what he knew about yeast, to which the pet replied that knowledge of cooking was a basic requirement for a butler. With his eyes wide open, the pet said that bread mold could be obtained from flower nectar, which has a lot of sugar, and left to sit for 2 or 3 days until it grew, while before that he had used corn syrup. Nate smiled and asked what, and then they will cause fermentation, let him leave it to him. The hero picked up the dough, heard that after kneading leave it to ferment for 10 minutes. The mixture appeared, and he said to add corn syrup, sugar, salt, then add beans, sesame and mix well. The protagonist put the filling. Looking at him, the rabbit thought that he was not needed, did not understand what was so impressive. Nate pressed the pancake from above. Smiling, he said that here, welcome to the pumpkin food stand. Closing his eyes, the manager thought that despite the fact that they were hot, this smell was like sweet lava. Opening his eyes wide, the beast thought that the aroma was delicious. The hero raised his eyebrows and thought that hotyaks were the best. Standing in front of the pets, the protagonist said that they seemed to like hotyaks. He looked away, hearing that he didn't know what the taste was, but it couldn't compare to the offerings, so he should hurry up and sacrifice the griffins. Nate smiled broadly and said that he shouldn't worry, now it was time for the main course. The hero was mixing the ingredients. Looking down, he said that it was ready. Ribs appeared. It was said that they tasted like chicken. The pets exclaimed in amazement. Rick looked surprised, hearing that he couldn't eat them, to which he replied that what, but she said that there shouldn't be anything left, and the alpha said that even if there was, he couldn't eat a single one. Dead griffins appeared. It was heard that this wasn't just food, this was a valuable offering for Artea. Could he bring the meat for Artea to the temple? Looking straight ahead, Rick said that it would be difficult, for him, the manager. It was sheer nonsense to make offerings to the Dragon of Life, and the alpha said that it was true, but they didn't care, so he couldn't eat. Putting his hands on his hips, the hero said that he shouldn't be so mean, even though Rick didn't know, but he had given them a huge help. The protagonist took the plate in his hand. The beast looked at it in amazement. Looking at him, Nate said that it was fried rice with the taste of ribs, there was no meat in it, it would do, to which the alpha responded approvingly. Smiling, the wolf said that at least there was only the smell of meat, it was so delicious. The pumpkin flew forward. A thought appeared that the process of eating instead of an offering was long and difficult, but little by little the pumpkin was approaching the temple. A view of the ruins opened up. The guy was eating chicken. Gritting his teeth, the boy said that thanks to him, they easily cleared the 3rd stage, but at least let him brush his fur before eating. The boy turned around, hearing that it seemed like he had gained weight since their last meeting. Crossing his arms, Rick said that he really had been eating non-stop, to which Charlie turned. Closing his eyes, he said that he smelled so delicious, he had been eating chicken ribs. Lowering his head, the beast replied that he did not, to which Charlie said that he was lying, his nose could not be fooled, and he added that it was true, he had only eaten fried rice. With wide eyes, the boy said that it must have been delicious, but why did he come here? Frowning, the wolf said that he came to tell you that his work on the third stage was finished. It was time to go to the fourth. The hero looked away, hearing that the first apostle had just arrived at the temple, to which he replied that the first apostle, this little one, apparently had some free time, he should go down to the temple and make offerings there, and the alpha asked what he thought, that receiving energy directly is faster. Looking down, the protagonist said that no, after eating, he had a feeling that they had wasted their time, so they should get it faster. Sitting on a chair, he added that since the altar was closed, they should go the way that would benefit them both, to which the rabbit replied that since the altar was closed, they should just. A view of the old village opened up. Charlie smiled, hearing that he had arrived at the temple, to which he asked that this was his temple. Looking straight ahead, he said that then, since this was originally his land. People looked at him, and the guy asked that these guys are not the owners here, right? Looking at him, the man shouted that he said this place is theirs, and the girl added that if he wants to hide from the rain, he should go to the forest. Looking up, the protagonist asked what people were there, although it was true that the village was empty now, but other participants could have come and settled there. Raising his head up, Charlie said that this place belongs to someone, since they took possession of it, and the girl said that they would go to another place. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that there was rice here, and this was a valuable resource, so they could not calmly let him in here, since he did not understand the words. They would explain it to him in another way. Suddenly, they directed an attack towards the guy. Charlie frowned. He jumped to the side. Looking at the people, the guy heard that why was this fatso so fast, to which he replied that he was not fat. His mother said that later all this would go into growth. Taking off his clothes, the young man said that they attacked first. Looking at him, the man said that this pig took off her clothes and began to fuss, and the girl asked that he was crazy. Suddenly the guy shouted about a diet. He abruptly tightened his belt. The people looked at him in amazement. Smiling, Charlie said that well, now he only had to get taller. Frowning, he asked that it was okay if he broke one of these roofs, to which the hero replied that he should forget about it, these were traps anyway, so they could reset them later. The guy bent down to the ground. Suddenly he jumped up. Swinging his fist, the young man said that a diet blow. An explosion thundered in the building. It was said that Charlie cleared the building of uninvited occupiers. The protagonist looked up, hearing that it was really interesting. It seemed the first apostle had learned to use the life energy accumulated in his body due to his determination, to which he asked again, and the rabbit said that it was amazing, an ordinary person had achieved something like that. Nate looked up, hearing that it would be easier to understand if they saw him for themselves, to which he asked what to see Charlie for themselves. But how? And the alpha said that in his arsenal of skills there is one that will allow him to see everything from afar. Looking down, the hero asked what from afar, maybe she means the mini-map, to which the alpha replied that usually the owners of the temples can see the apostles, wherever they are. Looking at the map, the protagonist heard that he will not be able to see as much as the same magicians, but he can try, to which he replied that since he built many towers around the temple. Clicking on the map, he added that he will look, he just needs to press this blue button. Nate flinched and exclaimed. His eyes widened as he heard that he understood what he felt. It was like being an omniscient god watching everything from above, to which the hero replied that no, it felt like he was playing a video game. The guy put his hands on his hips. It was heard that no matter how hard Charlie trained to lose so much weight, it was definitely not because he asked this pathetic-looking guy to give him everything he had saved up, right? Closing his eyes, the protagonist shouted that he should forgive. The guy looked at him in amazement and asked again. With wide eyes, he asked why he was hearing his voice from the sky. Was it auditory hallucinations from the crash diet? Looking at the sky, Charlie asked if it was really him, to which Nate replied that yes, it was him, and the young man added that he eventually became a god. Raising his eyebrows, the hero said that he did not know that he would be heard through the mini-map, like in VR. Putting his hand to his face, the rabbit said that this way of communication resembled the exchange of messages between managers, and the alpha said that although they were different organizations, the dragon's powers were similar. Perhaps the apocalypse dragon used the same way to check the dungeons. Looking down, the manager thought that then Simon and the baboon should have known about the existence of the error. Then why did the apocalypse dragon not do anything? The guy smirked. It was said that thanks to Charlie, the issue with the hostile participants was resolved. He took a step forward and said that this was the navigation from the alpha. Everyone was coming here. The thought appeared that according to Nate's instructions, they found the basement of the temple. The territory was divided between the participants and Charlie's team. People were standing in front of the altar. The thought appeared that in the end, Charlie and the participants diligently brought offerings to the altar. A glow appeared in front of the guy and he asked what it was. Waving his hands, the rabbit said that an emergency, a huge problem. The young man stood in front of the altar. The thought arose that thanks to Charlie and the offering, the buildings appeared. It was said that Nate and his company safely reached the heavenly temple, but immediately several anomalies were discovered. Looking at the map, The hero asked what a bunch of red dots accumulated near the temple, to which the rabbit asked again, "What and what is there?" Looking to the side, the protagonist said that it was not strange for skeletons to gather around the village, but before that he thought that their location was more scattered, but now it looks like someone purposefully gathered them. Nate and the rabbit looked at each other. The manager waved his hands. It was said that worried Nate and the rabbit raised their level and used a new skill of warped gates, after which they immediately moved to the temple. Looking down, the guide said that all this is strange, he will go check it out himself. He abruptly rushed towards the hole. Raising his eyebrows, the hero wondered if it was really that serious that even the rabbit, who hated to strain himself, went to see what was going on. Standing in front of the guy, he asked him what he knew, what those numbers that appeared meant, to which Charlie replied that for sure, Mr. Rick explained. The young man looked at him in amazement, and asked that there would be no problems. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he hoped so. Frowning, the rabbit asked what those bastards were doing. The skeletons were walking forward. Heavy rain was pouring down on them. A mountain of skeletons appeared. Looking at Rick, the rabbit said that he had a bad feeling. Looking straight, the wolf heard that he was a criminal, what he had done, to which he replied that it was not him. If he wanted to find the reason, then let him look for it among them. Stretching his hand forward, the manager asked what they did to him, since he was saying such things, to which the beast replied that to bring donations with the help of the participants. He thought this damned land would accept such a thing. Looking down, the rabbit asked what he saw of the situation. Looking at the map, the hero answered that yes, something would happen if they built this tower, maybe try to break it, even if it was too late. Frowning, the manager said that it was almost finished, so it was definitely too late. Besides, the biggest problem was that a building appeared. It was heard that there was more than one tower. The people looked down. A building appeared in front of them. With wide eyes, the protagonist thought that they were preparing for a war or something. The man looked surprised and asked that doesn't it look dangerous? Looking down, Nate thought that the first task was to illuminate the surroundings. It was necessary to place floating sunstones everywhere. Raising his hands up, he spoke about the floating staircase, to which the guy asked what skill he used to create these shining things. Frowning, the young man shouted that something was approaching from the tower. A mountain of bones appeared. The creature took a step forward. Horns appeared on his helmet. The skeleton walked forward. He sat on a horse. The hero looked at him in surprise and shouted, "What kind of giant is this? This is not a man, but a giant." The skeleton stood near the king. Looking down, the wolf asked what the Dark Knight was, surprised, to which the rabbit replied that the soldiers knew how to build a fortification, and called the knight. The girl opened her eyes wide and said that it was really the devil. The knight's eyes lit up. It was said that the primal fear of facing death seized the minds of the participants. Looking at him, people heard a scream. The guy grabbed his head. The protagonist held a mandrake in his hands. Frowning, he shouted that everyone should concentrate. The king rushed forward. It was heard that right now he was advancing in this direction. We cannot allow him to destroy the wall. People looked at each other in fear. Stretching his hand forward, the man shouted. The attacks rushed towards the knight. He swung his hand sharply. The knight blocked the attack. A devastating explosion thundered behind him. The boy shouted with wide eyes that it didn't work, they had to go there and fight. The people froze, the thought that if they said they didn't want to, they would die at the hands of this bastard. They began to fall down. It was heard that they would do it so that he wouldn't reach the wall. The people stood in front of the knight. It was said that the resistance of the participants was obvious. Gritting his teeth, the boy thought that his head was exposed. The monster struck him, the thought that the Dark Knight's forces were against them. The people looked at him in amazement. The man looked scared. It was said that there was no moral support that Mike, or the head of Void, could give, and to make matters worse, the Skeleton Knight was the commander-in-chief of the skeleton army. The skeleton's eyes lit up and he told the soldiers to move forward, the thought that the situation was becoming more and more desperate. The hero looked at him in amazement and asked what he could say too. Moreover, they had set up camp and were advancing like this. Frowning, he added that he should set traps so that they would only attack the skeletons. A beam shot out of the plant. The skeletons began to attack them. The guy looked at him in amazement and exclaimed. The Dark Knight froze in front of him. Suddenly, the golem struck him. Looking straight ahead, Charlie turned to the hero. It was heard that he had divided the golems into 3 groups in 4 units. Looking at Ben, the protagonist said that he should order the mini-Bens to penetrate the gap created by the golem, leaving the small matters to him, to which the pet responded approvingly. Looking at the map, Nate said that the skill he had acquired for viewing the mini-map was time to test it. Putting his finger to his ear, the hero said that first of all, they should ignore the regular skeletons and aim for the towers that did not summon soldiers and knock them down. The spirit peeked out from behind the golem. He looked away in surprise. The golems rushed forward. It was heard that they would obey his orders. The knight looked at them. Striking at the golem, he asked how dare they do that. Stretching his hand forward, the rabbit said that the bastard went to protect the collapsing towers. The hero's eyes widened, thinking that now he knew for sure they were intelligent. The golems rushed towards the monster. It was heard that they should block it. Looking straight ahead, the knight said that they should aim for the golem's cores. The protagonist looked in surprise and thought that he had figured out their weak spot. The skeletons began to attack the golems. The dark knight struck him. The golem flew to the side. The knight held his core in his hands. Frowning, Nate thought that no, they were being broken, and then shouted that they should return. The skeleton held a glowing ball in his hands. Catching it, the hero said that it was close. The monster stood in front of the golems. It was heard that they should protect the core with all their might and fight. He silently looked forward. Suddenly, he rushed forward. The golems screamed loudly. The knight swung his weapon at them. With wide eyes, the girl said that this was not the case when people could interfere, to which the man responded approvingly. Smiling, the hero objected. The skeleton, looking at the smoke, heard that with their multitasking they knocked down one tower. He looked angrily and asked how dare they. The protagonist climbed onto the octopus. Looking at him, the rabbit asked that he had not thought of going there himself, to which Nate asked again that if he destroyed the tower, then the skeleton knight would disappear. Looking straight ahead, he added that since the knight was so mad about the golems destroying the tower, then this was his chance to go and destroy another one himself. The octopus flew up. Looking to the side, the hero spoke of purification and rotation. Suddenly, he rushed towards the skeletons. The protagonist struck them. Grinning, he said that purification works great against skeletons. You could say that he is their natural enemy. A tower of bones appeared. It was heard that a trap was being set. Looking at the hero, the rabbit asked that not even from outside, why did he stop them here? To which Nate replied that he would understand when he saw it. The hero stood still. Smiling, he said that it was fire. Lights began to fly out of the plants. Standing on the octopus, the protagonist exclaimed joyfully. The skeletons froze in place. They looked at the destroyed tower. They began to climb it. The creatures rose higher and higher. Nate looked surprised and asked that they were restoring the tower with their bodies. The dark knight held the core in his hands. Suddenly he broke it. It was heard that one golem had just been destroyed. Looking at the minimap, the hero said that damn, he was too late. He was so focused on the tower that he missed the moment of return. And the alpha said that there were 10 golems left, if you count the octopus, ostrich and ogre, as well as the returned core, then only 11. Frowning, the rabbit asked what 11, there are still so many, to which the protagonist replied that he was quiet, he was thinking. The knight sat on his horse. A thought came to him that no matter how many golems they had, this bastard was too strong. Those who blocked him had all lost. It would not be easy, but first he would take care of him. The boy responded, hearing the appeal. Looking at the dark knight, he heard that he should join the others, and together they would take one of the knight's legs and pincers, to which he replied that they had already tried to do something like this. But he was too fast, they did not have time. The octopus suddenly grabbed the people. It was heard that he just needed to become faster. Stretching his hand forward, Charlie shouted that he should stop. The octopus was on their side, to which the boy asked if it was true. With wide eyes, the boy asked what but how was he going to increase their speed? This golem was barely dragging itself. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he should throw. The octopus waved its tentacles. Frowning, the protagonist thought that Charlie already knew the skills and characteristics of the participants. These 5 would cope if they used their powers correctly. People flew forward rapidly. Frowning, the man asked what and what to do. Looking straight ahead, the guy shouted about the leg. They struck the horse. Smiling, Charlie asked where Nate was. The dark knight stood still. Looking at him, the hero said that he was right here. Opening his eyes wide, he added that he should be destroyed. Shots flew at the monster. His eyes lit up brightly. A powerful explosion erupted. The corpse of the dark knight lay on the ground. Charlie looked at him in surprise and asked that he died. Where did his head go? Suddenly, the earth shook. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked what it was. Bones flew in the air. A typhoon began to form from them. The monster's eye lit up. The rabbit looked at him in fear and asked if it could be the apocalypse dragon. The monster looked forward furiously. It was heard that they should be careful. She felt the spirit of the apocalypse dragon from him. The creature opened its mouth wide and growled. Nate looked at him in surprise and asked if it was the apocalypse dragon, to which the alpha replied that it was not a real one, it was a half copy of the apocalypse dragon, a bone dragon. Ben looked at the monster. He opened his eyes in amazement and asked what was going on. It was a night dragon. The dragon's eyes lit up. The thought appeared that if the most terrifying undead mage is the Lich, and the strongest undead is the Dark Knight, then the best summoner of the undead is the Bone Dragon. But right now, the Bone Dragon and the Dark Knight merged together and formed a Night Dragon. Rushing forward, Ben said that there will be trouble, we must retreat, to which the hero replied that what is the use of it. Looking down, the pet asked if it could be that he is fighting for the participants. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that it was nonsense. This place is a valuable rice plantation, and the rabbit thought that he should go and figure it out. Stretching his hand to the side, Nate shouted that he was going forward. He was looking at the dragon. Pointing at it, the hero spoke of purification. The blows flew at the dragon. Gray smoke appeared behind the rock. Skeletons were crawling towards it. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked that he also uses skeletons for immediate recovery. Looking up, Charlie asked that they could defeat something like this. The people were watching the dragon. The man looked at him in fear and asked that they would die here. The protagonist stretched out his hand to the side and shouted that he was not as good of an orator as Void, not as reliable as Mike. The dragon looked at him in confusion. Nate stretched out his hand to the water and said that even so, he was good at something. Frowning, he shouted that there was a floating staircase. The dragon flew up. He began to fall on his back. The monster fell down. He fell to the ground. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked that the weak point was the knight in his head, to which the alpha replied that it was true, the life force was concentrated in the skeleton knight. The people frowned and shouted. It was said that a tiny man attacking a huge monster. This was how Nate's desperate determination looked, filling the participants with the spirit of battle. The protagonists looked away, hearing that what was happening. They suddenly perked up and rushed into battle, to which he replied that it was wonderful. Charlie frowned and shouted that they would fight with him. What should they do? If they were going to die anyway, they should do something. Let him just order them. Nate raised his eyebrows. It seemed like he was explaining the monster's weak point to the participants, and they were listening in response. The dragon looked away. It was said that while the bone dragon was recovering from its fall, the people stood still. They were preparing for battle. Looking at them, the hero said that now let them carefully head towards his head. He scattered many floating steps, so they could run around. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist added that they should only use long-range attacks. That was understandable, to which they responded approvingly. The golems rushed forward, hearing the command. The people directed the attack. Charlie rushed forward. A powerful glow appeared. The dragon's eyes glowed red. Frowning, the man said, "Damn, their attacks are nothing to him," to which the guy replied that it seemed like the sky had gotten a little darker. Cubes began to fall from the sky. Closing his eyes, the hero said that as an artifact, the hovering stone consists of a ghost stone embedded in an earthen brick. He did not know, ghost stones embedded in his head are especially strong. The cubes rushed towards the dragon. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said about returning. The dragon froze, looking at them. The knight's eyes lit up. Suddenly they were covered with stones. A huge pile of stones fell down. Smiling, Nate asked what he remembered. He said that he was good at something. The people exclaimed joyfully. The stones fell down. It was heard that the body's regeneration, this irresistible ability, allowing not to react to his attacks. Gritting his teeth, Rick said that the crazy man, in fact, it was necessary to simply remove Simon and the baboon. Sitting on the ground, the hero exclaimed, to which the rabbit replied that he buried the bone dragon alive. But since he was already dead, did this mean that he made a grave for him? Fong fell to the side. He hit the stones. The guy stopped his leg in front of him. Charlie looked in surprise and said that because of the dirt he died without the possibility of recovery. Nate thought it all out in advance. Looking at the people, he added that indeed. The hero smiled widely. It was heard that they did it. The Dark Knight sighed heavily. He silently looked forward. The protagonist stood in front of him. Frowning, he said that let him rest in peace. Notifications about skill increase appeared. Nate smirked and said that was a great reward. He was a worthy opponent. The hero rolled his eyes at that. That was great. Now the undead wouldn't attack him like before. To which he replied that was good. What about the other fighters? Charlie looked at the notification and said that they didn't have a primary achievement. Only this. A message appeared about the achievement received. The protagonist crossed his arms, hearing that in any case, didn't that mean that they were much less helpful in defeating the Dragon Knight? To which he replied that was an interesting remark. The view of the sky opened up. It was heard that okay, although this meant goodbye, but they would burn the Dragon Knight to the end so that he could no longer recover the formation of mud. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist said that it looked like an imperial burial mound, to which the rabbit replied that it was a grave. A tombstone appeared on top of the hill. Gritting his teeth, Nate asked what again, to which the manager replied that it was a tombstone. Had he really risen? Rain was pouring down on the tombstone, and a notification of achievement appeared. The hero looked at him in surprise and asked again, and the rabbit asked what it was. An object appeared in front of him. Taking it in his hand, the protagonist asked what he thought. Was it a ring? He had such a thick finger. Frowning, the manager said that who sympathizes with this dead bastard? Who sympathizes with whom? The dungeon has gone crazy. Looking straight ahead, Ben said that this thing is a giant knight's ring. Looking down, Nate asked again. A view of the village opened up. People were talking among themselves. It was said that the participants were celebrating the victory over the Dragon Knight and enjoying a well-deserved rest. The rabbit crossed his arms when he heard how many stages there were in the dungeon. Was it true that they were offerings for the Apocalypse Dragon? Then if they cleared the entire dungeon, wouldn't they die in the end anyway? Raising his hand, he said that they should ask in turn. The guy looked away. He looked into the tent in surprise. The hero was fast asleep. he heard that he must be tired. The girl was walking through the market, he heard that there were fresh fruits, let them come and look. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist thought that where is he, why does he have such a huge hand? A view of the city opened up, a thought arose that either it is not his, these are someone's memories. A tower appeared, a thought arose that he turned into a giant, that's right, he is in the giant's memories. The man stretched his hand forward. The girl grinned and said hello? Covering one eye, she said that today he was still huge, to which she was answered that she, on the contrary, was tiny. When will she grow up? A thought appeared that what a familiar face. Kira lowered her gaze and asked that isn't it hard for him? It was heard that he had seen this child somewhere before. Covering her eyes, she said that let him forgive that he cannot help, do not overexert himself. Lightning appeared in the sky. A view of the city opened up. The man raised his hand and said that he sees nothing, a breakthrough, a thought arose that he feels how he is dying. A view of the forest opened up, it was heard that he is a giant knight, the one who did not keep the oath of the night. A thought appeared that this is a forest of monsters. A bright flame appeared, it was heard that he was able to protect that child at the cost of his own life. The flames spread everywhere, it was said that although he could not stop the collapse, he protected her, sacrificing himself. The forest was burning with bright flames, it was heard that his blood and flesh were burned, but his bones and soul remained. Fire appeared, it was said that he would risk everything to protect her, thank you for cleansing his soul. The hero exclaimed with his eyes wide open. He froze in surprise, hearing that even though only his bones were left, he would give them to him. Clutching his head, the protagonist shouted that it was a voice in his head, he was not awake yet. He looked at the glow in amazement, and added what was wrong with his body. The rabbit entered the tent and asked what happened. Looking at his hand, Nate replied that the light was gone. Sitting on the bed, the hero heard what was happening here, what it was, to which he replied that he was as surprised as he was. Looking down, the protagonist asked what kind of damn realistic dream he had. Moreover, even after waking up, someone was talking to him. Looking straight ahead, Ben said that his soul would stay with him for a while, to which the rabbit replied that when he found himself here. Putting his hand to his face, Nate said that in that dream he saw the giant's memories when he was still alive. Looking down, the hero said that first of all, he remembered that girl. Kira closed her eyes, it seemed that she was a witch. The pet looked surprised and asked what the Lord showed. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that nothing important, thanked him and gave him his bones. Looking to the side, the manager said that it seemed to him. Nate looked at him in amazement, hearing that either he had become taller. Smiling, the hero said that it was true, apparently his dream of becoming taller had come true, he had given him his bones, so that explained everything, to which the rabbit replied that he was talking nonsense again. Stretching his hand forward, Ben said no. Raising his finger up, he added that they must have merged into him, he means the giant's bones. The hero held the giant's ring in his hands. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and asked what it meant that it was not active, and the giant's bones had really merged with his body. Standing in front of the pets, Nate asked that he would not become a giant like him now, he did not want to. Raising his hand up, the pet replied that of course not, instead, his bones would become as strong as the giant's bones. The hero put his hands on his side, hearing that since he was one, due to his straight posture, he looked tall, that's the effect. An image of a man appeared, the thought appeared that giants were representatives of a race born with a huge body. Their main defense was bones that could not be broken. The protagonist clenched his fist, the thought occurred to him that their symbol was incredible strength, with which they could easily knock down a bull, they were a true warrior race, and now Nate had the same bones. Nate raised his head and laughed, and the rabbit said that they had completely lost their minds. Standing in front of the people, the hero heard that he slept well, thanks for yesterday. Bowing, the protagonist said that it was not necessary, they succeeded because they worked together. Nate closed his eyes, hearing what kind of disgusting expression, to which he replied that he had felt such restraint in recent days, this was also the influence of the giant's bones. Charlie smiled and asked that he forgive him for interrupting, but what to do with this curse? Stretching his hand forward, the hero replied that he would open the gate to the next dungeon, this would save them time, to which he was thanked, and the alpha said that opening the gate to the witch's house was no problem. Looking at the rabbit, the protagonist said that it was great, but that full help would be bad for the participants, and the rabbit replied that he finally said something worthwhile. Looking up, Nate added that everyone had regained their strength, and would make sacrifices before heading to the next dungeon. The people were carrying bones in their hands. The guy grinned when he heard where he said they should go, to which he replied that they should go to the altar in the underground temple. Looking at the people, the hero heard that he was worried that the dead giant would decide to appear during the offering, but fortunately it worked out, to which he responded approvingly. Looking away, the man said that although he was doing this because Mr. Nate told them to, it never occurred to him that he would work in a dungeon, to which the man asked that it was boring, really. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought about it. Smiling, he said that he had a great idea, to which the manager asked what for what. The sky opened up, and a vending machine could be heard. The rabbit raised his head up, hearing what it was and how it related to offerings. Raising his finger, the protagonist said that he should think about it. Now, because he is here helping, the participants are putting in a lot of effort to make offerings. Closing his eyes, he asked what would happen if he left, meaning who would work for nothing. Nate smiled broadly and said that he would allow the participants to visit the place from time to time, making a rice vending machine. People would make sacrifices themselves. An exchange was shown. It was heard that instead of tracking down hordes of evil spirits and bringing their inedible bones, they would receive rice. Closing his eyes, the hero said that if he said it so that one skeleton appeared, then after the restart they would take all the remaining life energy for themselves. The participants would receive priceless food, while they would receive profit without spending. Extending his hand forward, the rabbit said that moreover, they would receive a clear goal, and the alpha said that it was a bit snobbish, but thanks to such a system, only those who brought offerings would receive a reward. Clenching his fist, the protagonist asked what it meant that everyone agreed, then they would begin making right now. A hole appeared. The thought appeared that Nate began to dig a tunnel directly to the altar in the underground temple. The hatch closed. It was said that then installed an automatic door at the entrance. Putting his hands on his hips, the hero asked what he could do so that the door would only react to inanimate objects. They did not need unforeseen incidents, to which the manager replied that it was easy, he was an expert in this. Grinning, the protagonist said that if he decorated it poorly, it would not attract people's attention, but if he did so, a vending machine with rice appeared. Dice were thrown inside. It was heard that they first opened the lid and threw down the offerings. Looking at it, Nate said that their number was measured on the altar. Stretching his hand to the side, the hero said that a fresh rice sprout was added next to the machine, to which the manager exclaimed. The protagonist looked up, hearing that she understood exactly what he wanted. He wanted this system to be automatic, to which he asked that yes, it was possible, and the alpha added that he might need to level up the reset to level 2 first. Looking down, Nate asked if the conditions could be the same as catching the boss and resetting the dungeon, to which the alpha responded with approval. Closing his eyes, the rabbit said that by simply leveling up, they were able to automate the system, whereas Simon had worked so hard to do it using magic. Stretching his hand out to the side, the hero said that it was all because of his brilliant mind, to which the rabbit thought that he had become strange after receiving the giant's bones. The protagonist pointed to the box. It was said that after the presentation of the rice vending machine, the participants were. The people looked in amazement. Looking at the sign, Nate thought that reinstalling it would keep it the same, and he thought that there was also a sign for the new recruits who would be arriving here. Standing in front of the portal, the people shouted that they were grateful for his help. Charlie turned around and said that they would see each other again. He rushed towards the portal. A view of the blue sky opened up. Closing his eyes, the rabbit said that they had sent another team, to which the hero replied that yes, it was time for them to go to the 5th stage too. Grinning, he added that he had given the shadows some instructions. They would go and check them out. A view of the flying islands opened up. The manager looked at him in surprise and exclaimed. Looking at the pumpkin, he asked if this thing was really covered in the scales of the abyssal fish. Looking away, the protagonist said that as expected, his shadows were doing their job quickly. Looking at the islands, he added that they would now return through the river of the abyss. A view of the dark fog opened up. A building appeared above him. Nate was sitting on the platform. He looked away, hearing that although they were heading to the Sky Temple, this thing looked disgusting. Closing his eyes, the hero said that if they paid attention to the shape, it would take a lot of time. They just needed to get to the place where Mike was. A dark trail appeared. It was heard that, but if Mike moved so fast, then why were they so slow? Frowning, the protagonist shouted that this did not work. Let him bring all the golems here. Nate called the guide, who pressed his ear and asked what it was. The golem was holding an object. It was a steel paddle. The coating was made from the scales of fish living in the abyss, made by the protagonist. The hero raised a finger up and said that first he would send the gorillas to the pumpkin. He looked away and said that his secret weapon was an octopus engine. The octopus hung behind the transport. The hare frowned and said that they were just rowing gorillas. He asked what kind of octopus engine, and what was he even talking about. Nate explained that the octopus was acting as a motor behind them. The primates were rowing. He added that this approach would make the gorillas' job easier and increase their speed. The protagonist pointed and ordered them to start rowing in full speed ahead. The transport was crossing the river. The hare was dressed as a pirate. He shouted to the left side to accept the information that the sea was on their side. The hero slapped the guide on the back of the head and asked if he was joking again. He looked at his companion and asked where he had dug up these clothes, to which he received the answer that there would always be a dressing room for such a cool guy. The guy looked up and clarified that it was some kind of utility room and chuckled. He was holding an object in his hand. He said that this was a key. Gerald posted a description of the thing. The hero looked at the key and muttered that they hadn't reached the next island yet, and supposed that maybe they would have time to find the lock that this key fits. Islands covered with greenery hung in the sky. A group of players looked at the one who had approached. It was another group. The man greeted them. Mike and Archie frowned. The archer turned to the swordsman and said that they were suspicious. The guy replied that it was better to be careful. Zulu looked ahead. He came forward. Mike called him. Archie appeared in front of the man and told him to wait. He assumed that it was a trap. He asked again. The swordsman thought that doesn't he think it's suspicious, because they are on the 5th floor but with poor equipment. He looked around. Jack said that in the dungeons this happens in 2 cases. The old man frowned and said that in the first case, if they have nothing. The man stood with his hands on his hips. The grandfather continued that in the second case it happens if someone killed themselves to protect themselves from their equipment. Archie looked up and clarified that they were hiding equipment to avoid PK. Mike asked if items weren't made for survival. PK is player killing. Players go into dungeons to find valuable loot there. The palm was squeezing a knife. Sometimes they also kill each other. But there is one nuance. No matter how many times they kill each other, what's the point if everyone has nothing to take? Jack sweated and assumed that whoever took their equipment on purpose must have considered them player killers. The bandit grinned and asked what they were whispering about. He clarified if they were meeting them. The group of players tensed up. The transport was moving along the river. There were spare parts on the floor. Nate opened the lock and said that he was used to opening locks in dungeons. He asked which lock this key opened. The guide crossed his paws and said that this was the first time he saw such a way to solve the problem. The hero said that he would try this one now. The protagonist was turning the key. Based on the mechanisms of the locks used in the doors, Nate made the necessary parts in the forge. He compared them with the shape of the key and tried to find the right one. Night fell. The clouds were white in the rays of the sun. The hare rubbed his eye and was surprised. He pointed at the guy and asked if he had sat up all night. He clarified that he had not slept at all. The hero asked if the guide had woken up. The companion trembled and said that it was incredible. He asked if the sun had really risen in the west and said that he was sure that this was the curse of the baboon. The protagonist held the lock in his hand. He laughed and said that everything was ready. The hare waved his paws and asked what it was and whether he had really managed. The hero answered that of course. The guide jumped and said that his master was inimitable and he was amazed by his greatness. The hero asked if it worked out well. Ben said that he believed in him. The hare pointed to the castle and clarified that nothing was happening. He asked if he had added life energy. The guy answered that he was waiting for them to wake up. The companion crossed his paws and was surprised by such loyalty. The hero objected that it was simply dangerous to do it alone. The hare answered that he knew it. Gerald reported adding life energy. The protagonist said that they would begin. The castle lit up. The game announced the opening of a magic window. A portal appeared in front of the characters. Nate glanced sideways and repeated after the system. The guide said that he was going first. The hero pursed his lips and offered to go together. The companion agreed. They stepped into the portal. The characters were very surprised. The coins were piled up in a mountain. Swords and other jewelry lay in a pile. Gold sparkled in the light. The guide trembled and asked if this was the entrance to the treasury. He assumed that was why the key was gold. He rubbed his chin and said that he knew about his greed and asked why he liked these useless pieces of gold so much. The hero put his hands on his hips and said that the hare was obsessed with clothes, and John with jewelry. He asked if they were similar. The interlocutor clarified what was wrong with the clothes and added that it was just a hobby. The protagonist looked up and said to be quiet. He asked when the guide became rich. He said that you can't even see the top. Nate hung himself with gold and said that he could and simply had to try on some of this jewelry. He laughed and asked why no one was there. The hare looked at the hero. He shouted that all the money in this world was his. The protagonist laughed with his mouth wide open. He took off his glasses and asked what it was. The phone was visible in a pile of gold. There were phones and watches on the floor. The hero frowned and insulted John. He clarified that he even took the user's valuables into his hands. The characters looked at the things. The guide suggested that the owner of the jewelry had cooked these things from corpses. The hero agreed and asked where so much goodness came from. He insulted John and suggested that he was a thief in a past life. Gerald said that he could have been from the nobility. The guy asked again. They explained to him that most of the things that could be observed here were national treasures of the empire, and the emblems that were found everywhere were also imperial. The jewelry was shining. The guide pointed at the protagonist and said that it seemed to him that he was not really listening to him. Nate threw away his phone and clarified that there was not a single working phone here. He said that he wanted to listen to music. The hare pointed his finger and said that he knew what these things were that all the newcomers to the dungeon were staring at. He added that they were thrown out after a couple of days. The palm was squeezing the phone. The hero said that it was a revelation of Sherlock and that there was no Wi-Fi here and noted that there was nowhere to charge the phone here. The protagonist fell to the floor and grumbled that he felt so good while he didn't remember about this thing. He complained that when he saw it again, he wanted to use it again. The hero sat up abruptly. Gerald said that it was an interesting invention and that from the outside it looked like a trinket, but inside you could feel energy flowing along some kind of chain, reminiscent of a magic circle. The protagonist asked again and clarified if she could charge him by chance. Gerald said that if it was just to charge him with life energy, then she could, but it was not as easy as it seemed. The guy was happy. She explained that the process had its quirks. The energy was spinning. She said that as he already knew, life energy keeps them alive. She explained that the dragon uses it to create power magic. The image of a man and a sword. She added that others can use it as a kind of aura. She said that the wavelength of this power varies from person to person. The hero looked up and asked what that meant. Picture of the scheme. Gerald explained that in order to change life energy into electrical energy, they need alchemy to change the wavelength. Nate closed his eyes and complained that first magic. Then alchemy? The guide laughed and asked what he meant by needing an alchemist. Gerald said he could handle it. The characters frowned and asked if it was true. He replied that as long as he had the necessary components, and there were plenty of them here. The jewels sparkled. The hero exclaimed about gold. The phone lit up. He explained that for this type of alchemy he needed about 3 grams of gold. He said that this was not the most effective way of charging, but if the hero wanted, he could try. The guy raised his fist and said that it was the best. He suggested not to wait and get started. The screen glowed gold. The phone turned on. The protagonist exclaimed that it worked. Nate buried his face in the phone and exclaimed. He cursed and said that there was a fingerprint scan. The screen reported that the fingerprint was not recognized. 5 unsuccessful fingerprint verification attempts. Please draw a pattern to unlock. The hero looked at the phone. He exclaimed that he would unlock it no matter what it cost him and began to enter the key. He shouted for it to open. Nate put his hands on the floor and said that he had failed all attempts and the security had become too serious. The guide said that it looked like he had failed, and it seemed that it would be more difficult than capturing dungeons. Gerald said that the magic of recognizing its owner, and that this mechanism was more incredible than he thought. The hero was upset and asked if he could unlock it, to which he received the answer that it was impossible. Nate looked at the phones and said that at least one of them must be unprotected and all that was left was to find which one. He asked Gerald to charge them. He replied that he was interested and he would use more gold. The phone lit up. The screen displayed a security key. The protagonist exclaimed that it was another one. He grimaced and offered to try again, after which he cursed. The guide was lying on the floor. The hero shouted that it was again. The hare pointed at him and asked why he was obsessed with this thing and said that it was useless for battles. The hero frowned and answered that it was useful, after which he added that it would be like this after unlocking, and he would find a use for it in battle. The protagonist was surprised and clarified that it was a flip phone. The mobile was open. Nate sweated and said that it definitely wouldn't be on it. Gerald said that he used gold. The guy turned the phone over and shouted that it had no password, after which he thanked Gerald. He looked at the icons and asked what these were all applications. He added that it was so beautiful. The guide frowned and asked what he was so happy about. The protagonist opened the encyclopedia and said that it was amazing, and he had found a real treasure. Nate smiled and said that the previous owner had installed offline applications for which he thanked him from the bottom of his heart, and it would have been a complete bummer if they needed the internet. He added that he always wanted to know how to clean the sink until it shined. The hare looked over his shoulder and asked if that was why he was so upset. The guy asked him to wait, and said that this song was a more fatty. The characters jumped up. The hero was holding a phone in his hands. He looked to the side and exclaimed. He said that his body itself was asking to dance. They began to dance. The protagonist raised his hand. The partners were lying on the floor. The hare said that he was really bad at dancing. The guy replied that the main thing was that he liked it himself. He sat up and exclaimed, after which he offered to take a joint photo. The guide asked again. Nate pointed the phone at the hare and asked him to say cheese. He looked at the screen and said that this is some kind of agitation. The hare hung in the air and asked why. The hero looked at the interlocutor and asked that he was not lying when he said that he looked like a ghost. The guide asked to say spirit instead of ghost. The protagonist brought his palm to his face and thought that he could use this, and so the tricks of ghosts would not work on him, and this was an unexpected plus. Day, clouds in the sky. The transport moored to the island. Feet stood on the floor. The hero said that they finally reached the next island. He looked up. The protagonist stood by the island and turned to Gerald and asked where Mike was. He was told that according to the location of the mini altar, it would be far from them. The hero looked at the arrow and assumed that it was in a different place. He clarified whether they were moving in the wrong direction, after which he assumed that they would meet next time. The guide looked at the guy and asked what about being the first to clear the dungeon. He agreed and suggested moving forward. The hero used the mud formation skill. A hole appeared in the island. The protagonist bent over and said that he was fed up. He looked forward and exclaimed. He looked at the wisps of fog and asked that this island was shrouded in the fog of the abyss. Nate pointed his hand at the fog and used purification, after which he said that it seemed to be useless. The guide frowned and warned the hero. He said that he felt a bloody aura nearby and it would be necessary to call several golems. The protagonist took the lock and offered to check that place. A portal to the treasury opened. Ben stood with the gorillas and asked how he could help. The castle was shrouded in an aura. The island of plenty has unstable coordinates, so the gate will not open until they stand on the altar, but the magic inventory can be opened anywhere as long as there is a way to open the lock. Ben spread his arms out to the sides. Nate instructed him to watch the treasury. The gorillas were standing in the room. The hero placed golems inside to stabilize their summoning system. The fog began to pass through the portal. The guide exclaimed that something was leaking into the inventory. The guy cursed and ordered several golems to be sent. The golems approached the characters. The guide looked at the owner and said that he only needed to widen the hole and clear the way up, to which he objected that first they needed to set up a camp. Nate made walls and clarified that he could then make a roof. The player appeared behind the protagonist. He asked if he was a newbie and what he was doing. The hero shuddered. A group of users stood in the fog. Nate looked at them. He frowned and asked if they were players. The hare said he could smell blood and suggested that the bloody aura was coming from them, and that they had killed people. The man was standing shirtless. The guide added that they were naked, but the amount of energy coming from them was enormous. Nate asked if they were homeless, and why they were walking around naked. The hare pointed at him and said that they were not homeless, but thieves, and they were all naked because they were afraid of being deceived by their own group. The protagonist struck a pose and said that he thought they were poor. The interlocutor replied that everyone here was poor compared to him. The guy frowned and asked who the guy was and what he was wearing. The girl replied that he would have been robbed if he had been in a dungeon. He grabbed the sword and said that they would see what he had. The guide frowned and warned the hero against letting his guard down. He said they were professionals. The guy swung his blade and said he would take everything for himself. He frowned sharply. The golem hit him. The bandit fell to the ground. His mouth was open. The thieves were surprised. The bald man asked what just happened. The girl exclaimed. The golem loomed over the enemy. The man clarified that it was a huge teddy bear. They answered that it was an ogre. The archer grabbed her weapon. She fired and ordered them to disperse and attack from afar. The arrow flew at the hero. He caught the projectile. The enemy was surprised. The protagonist broke the arrow and said that it was nothing to him. The skill of inhuman strength was activated. He looked ahead and assumed that he needed a guide to explore the island and asked if this was true. Nate jumped. The bandits exclaimed that he jumped so high and clarified if it was a skill. The enemies, screaming that the protagonist was stronger than they thought and that they were retreating, jumped into the fog. Hare asked where they had run off to and said that they would not see where to go. The bald man stood in the fog and said that they had studied the place thoroughly and that they would kill them quickly and gently. Nate stood behind the bandit with a phone. He slapped him on the back of the head. The hero looked at the screen and said that since the fog was created by magic, he could see through it through the camera. The screen showed the enemies talking. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that now. He created his clones and asked them to go easy on them. Clouds of fog against the sky. The thieves were buried head deep in the ground and apologized. The hero cleaned his ear and said that he had built a camp here, but would he be able to create an observation tower? He selected an item in his inventory and thought out loud that he could remove the fog and build it quickly. The clones were holding propellers. Nate said they were covered in abyssal salmon scales and had to be spun with all their might. The towers rose up in the fog. The thieves were underground. The girl asked who he was and muttered that he was getting rid of the fog with propellers. The bald man exclaimed. The protagonist sat down in front of the bandits. He smiled and offered to chat with them. The characters were in front of the opponents. They were telling something. The guy sweated and said that they were telling the truth and asked to believe them. Gil waved his paw and said that they smelled of blood and asked who they were trying to fool. He said that they were killing people and taking their things. He exclaimed that they should stop lying. The bandit frowned and said that it was not true and they only intimidated and took things and did not kill anyone. And if they killed it was only for self-defense. He added that to survive on the Sky Islands they had no other choice. Nate looked down and thought about what he was talking about. A pile of bones. To get to another island on the way to the top of the sky, a certain number of deaths are required. An ominous face in the imagination. Of course you can collect the required number by killing monsters, but the biggest problem with this is people who illegally bypass the system, because they found targets that were much easier to kill than the same monsters. The figure pierces the man. These targets were people. The bandit looked down and explained that killing people also increased the total number of deaths collected and killing your own partners turned into a kind of tradition. He added that after the kill, all equipment was taken as a bonus, 2 rabbits with 1 shot. He said that his group did not want to go that way. So they just take the loot. The guide crossed his paws and said that they were pathetic and asked how they differed from murderers and looters. He clarified that wasn't it obvious how the robbed would end up. The guy replied that they were victims too. The hare pointed and asked that by their logic there was at least someone here who hadn't become a victim. The thief was recalling the past. 2 men were standing opposite each other. He said that in any case, they all began to hide their equipment, and that everyone did so, and therefore no matter how weak a person looked, he could have hidden an excellent weapon because of it. No one attacked anyone. The guide crossed his paws and said that this place was incredible. He said that walking around naked so that no one would attack is absurd. The hero looked down and asked that he needed to clear this island and move on to the next one. He said that hunting people is illegal, and clarified if there was a way around. The bandit frowned and thought that for a newbie he had heightened senses. If they were his. He closed his eyes and said that, to be honest, they had escaped from the inside of the island, so they knew little. The protagonist asked again. The thief explained that the participants on this island were fighting each other for a treasure chest located in the center of the island, an image of a glowing chest. The hero looked down and asked again. They explained to him that, as he probably knew, this place was called the Island of Fog. Clouds were approaching the player. He explained that even if they ran to a safe area away from the fog, the participants would eventually meet in a labyrinth in the very center of the island. A picture of a labyrinth with a pillar in the middle. The hero clarified that there was a labyrinth here. Josh looked at the ground and confirmed. He said that it was surrounded by walls high enough that the fog would not penetrate them. He added that there was a tower in the center, and saying that the treasure was inside it. The tower towered against the sky. The protagonist rubbed his chin and asked if that was the case. Did that mean that was how they cleared the dungeon? He asked why they killed others and stole their things. Laura looked at the characters and said that it was a rumor, rather than reliable information. The hero asked again. The hare raised his palm and said that it was strange. He asked how they knew that the treasure chest was inside the tower. He said that most likely the participants had not seen it, and those who had seen it had already moved to the next island. He asked if he was right. Josh frowned and replied that they had learned this from the villagers. The hero perked up and asked again. He asked if there was a village here. The bandit confirmed and said that it was in front of the entrance to the labyrinth, but they were thrown out of there. The guide leaned over to him and asked if it could be a shelter village. He answered that players did not live there, but people who had lived here from the very beginning. Nate led the group. He was wearing a helmet and said he couldn't wait to see the villagers who lived underground. The hare asked if he could do something with the helmet. He said it was too eye-catching. The guy raised his finger and said he couldn't even imagine what he was talking about. He placed the phone in the helmet and said it was a modern device that would cancel the fog effect. The protagonist handed over the phone and said that they would be able to find their way with it. Josh and Alea were surprised and asked how it hadn't run out of battery yet. The screen showed a clear island. The bandit exclaimed that the camera could see through the fog and thought that was how he had found them right away. The hare pressed his ears and asked if it was okay to just give them the phone and suddenly they would run away with it. The hero reassured him that its battery would run out in a day or two and they wouldn't be able to charge it. The protagonist raised his fist and said that his problem was that he didn't trust anyone, but people were loyal. He said that he knew this because they had become a small team. The hero used the shadow art skill and Josh appeared as a figure. Nate smiled and calmed the bandit by summoning a shadow as a guard. The guide asked who the guard was for, and so Nate's adventure began, accompanied by hunters. Josh turned around and said that this is where the territory of poisonous snakes begins. He pointed his finger forward and said that this is the territory of scorpions. The group followed him. He suggested a rest. The players were sitting by the fire. Nate pointed his finger and turned to Alea. She asked if he was younger than her. He replied that he did not know and mentioned her thigh. The hero asked what happened to him. The girl touched her leg and said that it was after a bite of a poisonous snake, since when bitten, the wound becomes hard as a stone. The hero put his hand on his hip and asked again. She answered positively, and said that's why they call them stone snakes. The guide clarified that it must be the curse of petrification. The protagonist looked away. He heard swearing and turned around. The bandits were shouting that they were surrounded and apparently there was a snake lair somewhere nearby. The monsters were everywhere. Josh looked back and asked Nate to stay behind. He said that you need to fight snakes with a weapon like a spear. The bandit hit the enemy. The hare smiled and said that this is the romance of the dungeon. Yesterday's enemies are today's allies who join forces in the face of danger. The hero replied that it does not matter. The golems attacked the snakes. The marauders fought, and thanks to all of them, the enemies were quickly defeated. Dead bodies lay on the ground. Laura approached Alea and asked if she was okay. The girl replied that she thought that they killed everyone, but apparently this one was hiding somewhere. The guide lowered his ears and asked if everything would be okay with her hand. She replied that the effect of the poison wears off in about 3 days, and there will just be a little discomfort. The hero looked at his hand and wondered if he could, then asked to hold out his hand for a minute. He brought his palm to the wound and used purification. The petrification was going away. The hand became clean. The girl exclaimed that the petrification was gone. Josh frowned and said that he did not know that the protagonist was one of those who had the purification skill. He raised his hands and said that he had not seen anyone with such a skill since the very first stage. He said that the hero was incredible, because he went all this way while maintaining the purification skill. The girl thanked the guy. Nate brought his fist to his face. He picked up the bodies of the snakes. The guide asked him what he was going to do with them, and clarified if he wanted to eat them. The fang of a dead snake pierced the corpse of another. It was petrified. The hero broke the corpse and said that the skill breaks stone. He assumed that he could now break stone with his bare hands because of the giant's bones. The hare frowned and clarified that of all places he decided to break rocks here, and asked if he was messing with corpses. The guide brought his paw to his face and thought that the curse of petrification and breaking rocks had combined and that this was a system error. The hero grinned and said that he had found a new weapon. The fang sank into the skin. When a stone snake bites, a part of the body slowly petrifies. Nate, who had personally observed this effect, had an idea. A picture of shadow servants shooting arrows fortified with the poison of stone snakes appeared in his head. An image of him crushing petrified enemies appeared in his thoughts. He smiled and asked if they could collect all the slain snakes. Fog spread among the petrified trees. The grass was motionless. The hero looked at the statue of a swan in the pond. He asked if a nuclear bomb had gone off here. Josh looked at him and said he didn't know what had happened, but when they arrived, it was already like this. The protagonist remembered Wolf's words about the dungeons repeating the extinction process. Nate said that this place had died out because of a curse. The guide turned his head and assumed that it was. He asked if it was important and hurried the owner. The hero reached out to the animal and said that the poor swan looked so sad and used purification. The swan's corpse lay on the ground. The guy muttered that it didn't come back alive. He looked at the trees and said that it worked on trees. He assumed that the effect depended on what the skill was used on. The protagonist wrote in the book. He said that since he had dealt with the petrification curse, he needed to quickly write it down before he forgot. The hero was told that they were there. He looked back. The characters stood in front of the wall. Nate asked if this was the labyrinth the bandits had told them about. Josh confirmed. The thief warned them to be careful from now on. The protagonist looked at him and asked why. He wondered if it was because the locals had kicked them out. The guide asked why they had been kicked out, if they had stolen anything. The guy rubbed his head and confirmed. He said they had harvested some crops without permission. The protagonist wondered if he was serious. He asked if crops could be grown here. Josh remembered the garden beds and replied that they hadn't seen everything, but there was a small farm with something that looked like carrots. The protagonist asked again. The guide pricked up his ears and exclaimed. He waved his paws and asked what they were waiting for. He told them to show the way. The bandit pointed to the village and warned them not to touch what belonged to the villagers, and if they did, all the villagers would chase them. The protagonist asked if that was true. He raised his finger and suggested that instead of stealing, they should exchange meat for vegetables. He said that a person should eat meat, not vegetables. Josh looked back and said that if the villagers listened to them, they would have done so a long time ago. He explained that he, the hero, would understand everything when he saw it. The characters were standing in front of the entrance to the village. Someone was walking past the buildings. They looked at the figure of a man. The hero rubbed his eyes and asked if it was a zombie. He clarified that the villagers they were talking about were zombies. Josh confirmed. The protagonist raised his palm and said that he told him that they grew vegetables. He asked how zombies could eat it. The guy replied that he did not know, but they grew it somehow. Josh explained that at first they thought the farm was abandoned, but when he pulled out a carrot, the image of a bandit with a vegetable in his hand appeared in his memory. The villagers chased him. He said that all the zombies began to pursue them. He rubbed the back of his head and said that this is how they started getting together, and that they hadn't met before. The guide closed his eyes and laughed. He said that this can happen when you run away from zombies. You can suddenly find new friends and even love. Alea added that she didn't understand about the latter. Nate smiled and suggested dropping by the farm. Josh crossed his fingers and categorically answered that they can't touch their things or fight. He explained that if they kill at least one, then all the zombies will follow them, and the only way to get into the labyrinth is to quietly go through the village. The golem stood next to the characters. The guy asked if the hero could do something about their loud steps. The golem hung in the air. The protagonist asked what he meant by can't. He equipped a ghost stone. The guide crossed his paws and clarified since when they were on the same side, Josh replied that it was better to go through the labyrinth together than alone. He said that only thanks to them they got out of the fog. The hare turned away and objected that it was thanks to the phone. Someone asked that the treasure was inside that tall building. The hero looked back. The locals were discussing the treasure in the tower. In the end they objected that if people like them become greedy, they will fall under the curse and die. Josh asked to be quiet because zombies talk. He added that this is how they found out about the treasure. The protagonist looked at him. Nate looked ahead and said that the rumors were spread by zombies. The hare said that these were the voices of ghosts and suggested that they were cursed, and their bodies and souls were stuck in the village. The guide put his hands on his hips and thought that these were not ordinary zombies. An empty street. The hero looked around the village. He brought his hand to his chin and said that this place seemed familiar. He tried to remember where he had seen it. The guide asked if this was déjà vu, to which he received the answer that perhaps he was right. Nate raised his eyebrows and thought that he was wrong, and he had seen this village in his dream. The guide put his paws behind his back and asked what was wrong with him. The protagonist said that this place looked exactly like the village where giants roamed that he had seen in his dream. The hare asked again and doubted that giants roamed in this tiny village. The hero went forward and answered that in his dream he was going there, right through the town square. Josh asked where he was going. The characters were walking along the street. The protagonist pointed and added that he was heading towards the tower. He was standing in front of the gate. He said that there was no labyrinth in the dream. The guide frowned and said that first they should go back to where they came from. The guy agreed. The Fog of the Abyss. Nate remembered the book. He thought that the dungeons were created by the imagination of the witch. He imagined the girl and thought that this was a labyrinth where she used to live. The village from the dream appeared in his thoughts. He thought that in the eyes of a child it must have really resembled a huge labyrinth from which no one can get out. He remembered the child's face and thought that maybe what the night left him was not a bone, but a child's smile. He opened his eyes. The guide frowned and asked not to make such a face when they were picking carrots. The hero held a vegetable in his hand. Josh shouted that he told them not to touch them. The zombies trembled. They gathered in a crowd and screamed. Monsters with completely white eyes looked up. Nate stood in a golden sparkling helmet. Arnold looked at him in bewilderment and asked what he stopped him with a wall. He stood with Leslie behind the protagonist. The girl added that only he was capable of such a thing. Nate, surrounded by his comrades and monsters, began to dig a hole. He said that now that this place is crawling with zombies, we will make a way underground. A black smoke appeared in the tunnel behind the guy. Nate noted that it was a black fog. He took a brightly glowing stone from his inventory and added that the smoke goes away. The sunstone is activated. Temmie looked at Nate and asked who he was. Arnold noted that he was so serene in a place where we were practically helpless. The rabbit was flying behind the guy, the next farm. The hovering rabbit was gnawing on a carrot. The protagonist asked him to stop eating it. The guide noted that the carrot was sweet. The guide turned to the rabbit and said that he heard that rabbits get diarrhea if they eat too many carrots, and that on the other hand he eats pork for 10. Nate crouched down near the plants growing in the garden and noted that it was lettuce. No one knows if there is treasure inside the maze, but Nate found a lot of treasure before entering the maze. Nate's eyes widened at what he saw. In the middle of the garden was a large head of green cabbage. In a fit of unbridled joy, he raised his hands enthusiastically and thought that this cabbage could make excellent kimchi. Leslie and Arnold were each carrying a head of cabbage. The guy said that they got carried away and collected a good harvest. The girl asked if it was enough to last them through the maze. Behind the wall built by Nate, hordes of monsters were crowding, repeating the same words about treasures and curses. Nate noted that they were not repeating the same thing over and over. Arnold, holding a cabbage in his powerful hands, replied that they were, and that now that he could hear them up close, it resembled some kind of pattern, and then asked if he thought there was any hint of a maze. Nate crossed his arms over his chest and asked what was in the game. Leslie walked behind them and said that she was watching the zombies, and she thinks that there are special ones among them. The protagonist turned his head and asked the girl again about special zombies. A glowing sunstone was attached to the top of the staff. Temmie ran in front of the group like a traveler and said that their goal was over there. The rabbit perked up his ears in fear and asked why they were here. The undead were standing in front of them. The zombies were working in the field. Nate peeked at them from behind the wall and noted that it was cool and that they were the only ones growing vegetables. The rabbit added that it seemed so and that they did not look as aggressive as the others. The rabbit flew over the zombies working in the field and said that he would listen to what they were talking about. The rabbit frowned in confusion. The zombies were talking about a small child who had undeservedly received his fate. Behind him, Nate was standing on a slab floating in the air. He said that they needed to listen to them some more. The rabbit asked when he got there. The zombies continued talking about some child and his fate. The protagonist got closer to the guide and asked if they were talking about that witch. The rabbit said yes, and it seemed like she was a saint or something, and that it seemed like she was too kind to be a witch. Nate looked down from his levitating platform. The rabbit added that they were still repeating the same lines, and that there was nothing more to listen to, so they should leave. He turned to the protagonist, who asked him to wait for him. The monsters began talking about a sir, whom they asked to save that child. Nate watched them, stunned. He turned to the rabbit standing behind him and asked if he heard that. The rabbit asked what he was talking about. Nate leaned his hands on the slab and said that they were talking about some Sir Vandyck. The guide asked if he was delirious. Nate looked down at the monsters and thought that he was the only one who heard it. He pointed his finger at the Vandyck ring icon in the inventory interface. The protagonist's hand added a ring covered in magic. The rabbit asked what it was and added that the ring emitted powerful energy. Nate looked at the ring with a sly smile from ear to ear and said that he thought he was damn lucky. The ring glowed a dull blue. Steam came out of it. A blue bolt of magic flew out of the ring. Nate looked at it and said that this direction leads to the labyrinth. The bolt flew past the iron buildings. It crashed into a metal wall. Nate's eyes widened in surprise. The rabbit's mouth fell open in shock. Nate's teammates also looked on in shock as the charge crashed into the building. They all heard a voice that repeated the words of the dead, who spoke about the poor child, and that he should be happy. The charge left a huge hole in the wall. Nate and the rabbit climbed up to the newly formed hole. Their friends were watching them from behind the wall. Arnold asked what was the shortcut, and what was that voice he just heard. The rabbit pointed his finger in the direction to Nate, and said to be careful, it could be a trap. The protagonist turned to him and said that it was definitely not a trap, and that he was sure of it. The rabbit put his finger to his chin and wondered if there was a reason to be sure, and said that if he said so, then they should go inside. They turned to the rest of the team. Nate asked what they were all waiting for, and added that they found a shortcut together, and let them go this way. The whole team jumped over the zombies on the floating platforms of the protagonist. He said that everyone should follow him. Arnold, along with everyone else, followed closely behind Nate. He looked at his back and thought that all their lives depended on him. But he used purification to heal us, and on top of that, he gave them vegetables. Nate carefully jumped onto the stove. The guy added that he did not look like a bad person, and that he was actually very soft. The golden helmet sat well on Nate's head. Arnold wondered if he was a slacker. His bangs hung from his forehead. The protagonist put his finger to his chin. He thought, as they say, on another level. His foot stepped on the dusty ground. He stood facing the iron wall and said that this is a labyrinth. The guy picked up Sir Vandrick's ring and asked what it points in that direction. The whole team, led by Nate, followed him through the passages of the labyrinth. The rabbit noted that this is a huge place. The protagonist led everyone with the help of a magic ring. The rabbit added that if it weren't for the ring, they would have gotten lost a long time ago. The guy raised his hand with the ring and replied that there was no need to worry about getting lost, and that if things continued like this, he thought he could pull him out, and that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Stunned by what they saw, Arnold and Leslie looked up. The guy worriedly asked what it was, a tank or a bus. Nate sat with his arms folded on the transport, and replied that it was an ordinary elephant. He looked at them and told them to climb in, otherwise he would leave them here. The whole company sat on the elephant's floor in a circle. Nate said that this place may look unreliable, but they are completely safe. Arnold said thank you for the welcome, and added that he didn't even know how to thank him, after all the help he had given. The guy put his finger to his chin, and replied that they really thought so. Arnold sat next to him, and asked him again. The guy took out a large bag filled to the brim with bones and said that just for this case, he prepared a task for them so that they could properly thank him, and that such things are usually fun to do together, especially when you sit in a circle of friends, poisonous fangs of stone snakes. Arnold and Leslie looked at the bones and arrows laid out on the floor. The protagonist picked up a fang and an arrow and said that from now on, why don't they combine them and create petrifying arrows? Everyone got up from the floor. Arnold repeated Nate's words. The participants were shocked, faced with a sudden cottage industry. A rabbit appeared in the elephant's window. He told Nate to quickly come here. The protagonist went outside to the guide and asked what it could be. Huge spiders sat on the walls of the labyrinth. The shadow warrior pulled the bowstring. The guy asked if he could try out the new arrows. The arrow hit the giant spider's paw exactly. The paw instantly turned to stone where the arrow hit. Nate ordered the others to start shooting. He clenched his fist enthusiastically and noted the effectiveness of the new arrows. Nate looked out the window to the guys and told them to give it their all, and then they would be able to earn some money. Arnold reluctantly agreed. The monstrous iron walls of the labyrinth were covered in dust from the ground. Michael opened his mouth and shouted for everyone to run. A huge metal ball was rolling after them. The guy with the mohawk jumped and activated the wind sprint skill. The bald guy said that he was going to leave him behind. The latter stretched out his arms and said that he was going to show what he was capable of now. He turned to face the rolling ball. The guy grimaced from the tailwind. He was standing a meter from the metal sphere. It passed through him. The bald guy took his hands away from his face. He fell to the ground in relief and realized that it was an illusion and that he had fallen for it again. Michael was standing behind him. He said that the worst thing is that some of these illusions are real. The guy replied that he would let him go just this once. The guy with the mohawk gave him his hand and asked where they should go next. He replied that they would go back to the previous crossroads. Arnold sat with the phone in his hands not far from the flying ball. He looked at the smartphone screen and noted that this couldn't be happening, that this iron ball wasn't visible on the camera. He turned to Nate, who was sitting further away, and said that it was incredible to distinguish illusions from reality through a phone camera, and asked how he managed to charge it. Nate leaned his hands on the elephant's body and replied that he used melted gold. Arnold asked him again about the gold. The protagonist held out both hands, the phone in one, the ring in the other. The guy looked at it and replied that that's it, and thought to himself that he was explaining how to charge it, because no one else could do it. Nate covered his eyes from the shining sun with his hand and said that these illusions were well planned and intricate, and asked if they could create something like that. Alpha replied that he was not a mash. The guy asked him to be quiet. A blue glowing arrow burst out of the ring. Nate and the others passed most of the labyrinth thanks to the ring's instructions. The protagonist and Arnold looked up in mild surprise. Soon after, a tower of rumors appeared in front of them. In the middle of the field stood a tall stone tower. Some time ago, a warrior was fighting off giant spiders with a sword. One of the spiders wrapped him in webs. The fighter looked at his enemy with horror in his eyes. He and several other victims were hanging in cocoons of webs. The guy wondered where they were dragging them. In the distance stood a white brick tower. The guy noted that the tower was in that direction. Cold sweat appeared on his face. He thought that the shortest way to the tower was to be kidnapped by spiders, and added that luck was on his side. The warrior turned blue from lack of oxygen. In front of Nate and the rabbit, an army of warriors in webs captured by spiders gathered. The rabbit pointed at them in horror and said that everything went too smoothly, and that apparently the brains of these people were cleaned by spiders, and said that you need to look at their eyes. The enslaved fighter was trudging towards them with a sword in his hands. Nate looked at this sight and said that it seemed like they were still alive. The rabbit asked that if they died in this state, they would become zombies. The protagonist rubbed his chin with his fingers and wondered if they should save them. The rabbit furiously replied that he would stop interfering in everything. All of Nate's team members took up weapons and said that they would take care of them. Sweat appeared on Arnold's face. He said that it seemed that in order to get to the tower, they would have to go through them, and that they would manage without arrows, and that they liked this kind of work. He jumped above everyone and said that everyone should come to him, and that he would kill them all. Arnold swung his halberd at the enemy in the air. At the moment of impact, the enemy calmly jumped back from the blow. He pushed off the ceiling with his feet. The guy barely held back the onslaught of the enemy who jumped on him with the help of the door of the weapon. He gritted his teeth from the tension and wondered what those movements were. Nate rubbed his chin with his finger. The rabbit noted that they were jumping like they were imitating Spider-Man and asked the guy if he was going to fight. Nate looked at the battlefield and replied that something was wrong. 3 zombies were holding different weapons in their hands. The protagonist noted that the movements of these spider zombies were not very similar, and that the participants had different skills, but their fighting style was the same. The warrior held back the onslaught of the enemy. Nate added that they had strange attack patterns. The rabbit raised his hands and said that he seemed to be right, and did he really have a solution? Nate closed his eyes. He opened his eyes wide and replied that he had no ideas. The rabbit asked why he was laughing at him. Nate watched the fight between the zombies and the team members. He covered his left eye and said that even if the world turned upside down, it would be wonderful if they had time to look at the sky. Get asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Nate turned to him and replied that they were threads. Barely noticeable threads were coming from the falling spider zombie. His entire arm was wrapped in webs. All the threads went from the tower to the zombies. Nate added that they were not brainwashed either, but controlled with the help of threads. The rabbit noted that he was right and that they were coming from the top of the tower. Nate looked resolutely at the tower and ordered the shadow warriors to cut all the threads. Several shadow servants quickly twirled their spears. One of them deftly cut off all the enemy's threads in a jump. The girl captured by the spiders fell to the ground. He was kneeling on the dusty ground. Arnold and Leslie looked at the work of the shadow warriors in surprise. The guy said that the zombies fell and asked what was happening. The girl assumed that Nate did something again. He looked up above himself. From somewhere a voice came, which asked who was brave enough to break his dolls. A sharp spider paw bit into the wall of the tower. Stella climbed out of the tower with the body of a spider, the Spider Queen Stella. She looked down and said that they were welcome to her nest, and that her name was Stella, and also asked that they would become her dolls too. She extended her slightly creepy finger. The spider zombies suddenly rushed forward. Arnold fought with one of them. Nate looked up at the witch and said that she brought the zombie back to life. He turned to the rabbit. It said that you need to be careful, because it is the boss. The protagonist asked him again. The Spider Queen licked her finger and said what a cute rabbit. He told her to go away, and it was not tasty. Beads of sweat appeared on Nate's face. He asked why she was so beautiful, and added that it seemed like he had seen her somewhere before. The rabbit waved his arms. He said that who cares about her appearance, that she is nothing more than a bug, and the fact that she speaks in human language makes her more disgusting. Stella came down from the tower. She asked how one could say such a thing to a woman, and that she could cut out his tongue. The guide apologized to her. The witch put her hand to her chin and said that it was too late, and that such a tongue should be cut off, and ordered her babies to come out. A crowd of spiders crawled out of the wall. Arnold stood behind the frightened Leslie and shouted that the Spider Queen had called all the spiders nearby, that he thought they had better run. Nate looked at the crawling spiders and thought that building a wall would be useless, that even if he used floating stones, the spiders would use webs. The protagonist raised his hand with the item up and commanded the magical inventory to open. Ben waved at him and said that he was welcome and that they were halfway through the inventory. The spiders looked at the open portal of the magical inventory. Ben noted that there was solid dirt everywhere, and that these terrible creatures terrified the owner's eyes. He took the magical scythe in his hand and asked if Net could leave the cleaning to him. Nate lowered his head and asked Alpha if she was listening and commanded her to send life energy to Ben. She replied that she was fine. Ben was enveloped from head to toe in a blue aura. He noted what an incredible power it was. He narrowed his eyes and thanked Nate. Ben flew over all the enemies to the tower and activated the blizzard skill. With a deft movement of the scythe, he chopped off parts of the spider's body. Arnold and Leslie watched Ben's fight. The guy asked what kind of magic it was and suggested that they go further away. The Spider Queen grabbed her elbows and said that it was getting cold, and that apparently there was a capable person here who owned magic. Enraged, Ben raised his hand and said that the enemy should get ready, and that he, Ben, would wipe them all out in one fell swoop. He swung his scythe. The spider was enveloped in ice magic. Ben struck the enemy again. He flew above the battlefield and laughed. Nate stood next to the rabbit. The guy said that after going over to the side of the Dragon of Life, shouldn't they refrain from bloodshed, To which the guide replied that he was repeating it over and over again, but they are considered undead, so what did he expect? All the spiders near Ben turned to ice. He asked what all this was. Stella looked at him and said that she had a funny visitor in her nest, that she dared to do such a thing to her babies. The rabbit pointed at the Spider Queen and said that why was she climbing up and talking down to them. The guide immediately hid behind Nate's legs. He answered that maybe she was scared. The witch sat on the tower and said that she could not leave the tower. The rabbit asked why. She lowered her languid gaze. She looked down at them and answered that it was decided so, and that now they were waiting for the last test. She straightened her arms in different directions and added that they should try to hold out. Black smoke began to come out of her. She looked down and said that if they stayed alive, they could get the treasure. The rabbit looked up at her and said that it seemed as if she said it on purpose to give them the treasure. Nate looked at the witch. A fiery magic ball flew through the air. It hit the Spider Queen right. She fell off the tower from the impact. Nate turned around anxiously. Michael stood with his arms outstretched. Smoke was coming from his hands from the attack he had just made. He said that he had caught her. Nate walked towards Michael and Lemmy with his fists clenched, asking who these people were. Lemmy pulled out his sword and told the guide to get out of here and that the treasure would be theirs. The rabbit next to the protagonist crossed his arms and said that it was getting interesting and that these were the guys who had run away from the iron ball earlier. Nate looked at them with disdain and noted that, in short, they were more idiots and asked that they had good equipment too. Michael put his hand on Lemmy's shoulder. He said that if they defeated that spider thing, all the treasure would be theirs. The guy with the mohawk swung his spear and activated the fire spear skill. Nate was warming up for the upcoming fight. The rabbit noted that at this rate, they risked being left without the treasure, and he asked what they could do in that case. Nate looked ahead decisively and said that he would save first. The rabbit asked who he was going to save. Nate ran up the platforms that appeared. Michael threw a fire spear at Stella. She put her hand up to protect herself. Nate jumped and created a stone block to protect the witch. She looked at him in admiration. Nate waved his hands with glowing eyes and activated the floating ladder skill. A huge stone wall formed in front of them. The guys assumed it was a boss skill. Nate and Stella were standing behind the wall. The guy said that they needed to run away from here. The Spider Queen looked at the protagonist questioningly and asked what he was going to do. Nate turned to her and answered that nothing, and that the tower was now unsafe, so they should run into the labyrinth, and asked that she had nowhere to run. Lemmy looked up at the flying wall and said that they would not give up so easily, that they would flank and attack. The guys ran around the wall. Nate looked at them with amusement and said that they were changing the location of the Tataka, and that in this case he would just build another wall. Nate waved his hand and placed a block of stone. Stella looked at him in surprise. The rabbit flew up to her and asked which member was rescuing the dungeon boss, and what. That contestant was definitely crazy. Nate waved his arms and told them not to stand there like that and to run towards the labyrinth. The witch looked at Nate, who was working, and said that they couldn't leave the tower to begin with. He held on to the tower and said that she would die at the hands of people, as was her destiny. Nate turned to her and thought that she knew that she would be killed. The Spider Queen climbed up the tower. The rabbit pointed at her and said that she was running away and that the rules of the dungeon couldn't be broken just like that. He started waving his arms wildly. He added that no monster could leave the dungeon of their own free will and that you can't make someone do something that you can't make someone do. Nate asked who said that he couldn't. Nate used magic to make a big hole in the white tower and said that he makes the impossible possible. The rabbit asked why he shot a hole in the tower. He said that it was to get inside. Nate ran into the tower on the ostrich golem. The rabbit looked after him and said that he was a bore and ordered Ben to go inside with him. Arnold and Leslie looked up at the tower. The guy asked what they should do and that he was too scared to go there. Lemmy bared his teeth and noted that the Spider Queen had escaped into the tower. Arnold looked at him and said that now that you think about it, don't those guys have good equipment? The protagonist moved up the stairs to the top of the tower after Stella. She wondered what he was trying to achieve and why he was climbing up the tower, and that maybe he was trying to find treasure. Nate looked ahead and asked if it was Stella and added that he would take her and the treasure. She replied that he needed her for what? Nate looked ahead indifferently and said that he thought she had something to say. The rabbit began to nervously wave his paws. He asked what they were carrying and that he was trying to hit on her. Meanwhile, spiders were climbing up the stairs behind them. The protagonist said that spiders were chasing them. The rabbit replied that of course he could see it, and that if they caught up with them, they would be finished, and that why risk their lives like that. Stella said that this inscription appeared when she touched the tower. An image of a scroll appeared, which told a story about some girl, that the locals spread a rumor about her, that her legs were terrible, that she charmed everyone with her face, and that she did not come down from the tower because she guarded the treasure. Nate and his friends ran up the stairs. The rabbit asked what the witch was, what the Spider Queen was, and that she was one of those with monster limbs and a pretty face. The guy replied that it was, and that from his experience he could tell that the witch's diary was very similar to the game's developer notes. An image of glowing ancient writings in an unknown language appeared. Nate added that the stories were like dungeon challenges, and that they had overdone it by a lot, but still. The rabbit and Ben were flying next to him. The rabbit asked what it meant that the tower was created by a witch, and not an apocalypse dragon. The protagonist replied that he didn't think so, but maybe the original idea came from the witch, and that no one would willingly let you read their diary. Nate looked ahead and added that this someone borrows ideas and implements them. The guide frowned contemptuously and thought about the dragon of the apocalypse. Alpha asked that he was sure that the game was created based on the witch's diary. Nate looked closely at the book and said that yes, and if he was right, then Stella could be a witch. Ben said that it was not true. The guy turned around to look at him. He was flying behind the rabbit and said that she only had the same hair color as the witch, but all other external features were different. Nate turned his head to him and asked how he was so sure that he was not mistaken. He answered that he was absolutely true in his words. In the wall between the torches there was a door. The guy said that then they would know the truth when they reached the top of the tower, and added that it was over there. They entered the room. The protagonist said that this place looked like an attic. Stella was standing by the window. She said that they finally got here and asked what it meant that they came to ask for their death, and that maybe they could continue from where they left off. The witch turned her head to the heroes standing behind her. Nate extended his hand and said that before that, maybe he could shake her hand once. The Spider Queen turned to them and said that she didn't know what they were planning and that things didn't always go the way you wanted them to. A black and purple aura enveloped the witch. She said that he couldn't change her fate. Tongues of magic burst out of the tower. They quickly spread throughout the labyrinth. Arnold was choking Lemmy and asked what the hell was going on here. Nate looked in front of them in shock. Someone said that they were welcome. The guys found themselves in a busy shopping area of the city. Vendors were calling out to customers. A sweet grandpa handed Arnold an apple and said, "Just look at these apples." The guy asked if the apple was real. He, without thinking for a second, bit off a large piece of the apple, saying that it was real. The seller in shock said that he had to pay first. Arnold pounced on the counter with apples like an animal. The grandpa ran to call security. The guy said that when will he be able to eat fresh fruit again? The guy deftly dodged the guard's spear flying at him. Nate quickly looked down through the window and noted that this was an imperial spear technique. In the middle of the city stood a tall tower. Nate grabbed the phone. On its screen, Arnold and Leslie were fighting with the guards. The guy asked why they dared to attack him with a spear because of an apple. The protagonist watched this spectacle in surprise and noted that it was all an illusion. A voice came from behind, greeting Nate and saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Nate turned around to look at him. In the middle of the room, on top of the tower, stood a little girl in a blue dress. The protagonist looked at her in shock and asked how she knew him. The rabbit said that she scared him. The blue-eyed girl stood in front of them and answered that wasn't he the guy who was with the Knight Vandyck, and thanked him for coming to Herman, and added that he could just call her a witch. Beads of sweat appeared on Nate's face. He asked again that this was her dream, and not the giant's dream. The witch waved her finger and answered that this was her dream, and that last time he got here through Vandyck, and that she also created this ring. The guy scratched his head in confusion and said that he seemed to not understand what was happening. The girl said that the rabbit was very cute. She pulled the rabbit to her. He asked for help. He looked at the witch with displeasure. He closed his eyes with pleasure and thought about what it was. Tears came to Ben's eyes. The girl asked who he was. He fell to the floor and said that he was her devoted former butler Ben. The witch replied that she did not know Ben. He opened his eyes wide in horror. He asked if she had forgotten him. Light from the window fell on Ben lying on the floor. The girl apologized to him and said that it must be the one who is now. She has not met him yet. He could not believe her words. Nate looked at the girl and asked what she was talking about. She lowered her eyes to the floor and answered that memories are usually stored in objects that are treated with love, and that they can remember them through this object. The bright sun illuminated the entire city. The witch added that the atmosphere, things, people, even taste and smell. Nate looked at her in confusion and thought that even if it was true, it couldn't feel so real, even though magic was a mysterious thing. A circle appeared above his hand. Alpha said that it was possible that it was abyssal magic and that she had pulled them into the memories through the object. Nate stood face to face with his shadow clone. The voice added that once you enter the dream world, it is not surprising that the owner recognizes it. The girl was holding a carefree rabbit in her arms. She recognized the voice and said that she wanted to be as adorable as her when she grew up. Kira brought her hand to her cheek. Alpha asked if she could see her. She said of course she could and that she looked so cool and graceful and that she must be a real cutie. The voice said that who knows, she has never had a boyfriend. Nate shook his head and asked where Stella was. The girl pointed to the corner of the room and said that her spider was right there. Nate turned to where the witch pointed. In the shadows among the webs sat a small spider. The protagonist asked if it was Stella. Kira answered that it was her pet and asked if it was really cute. Nate looked at the girl holding the rabbit. He covered his mouth with his hand and thought that she probably didn't have any friends. The guy crouched down next to the spider and asked what Stella was going to give him for the last test, and added why she brought them here. He pointed his finger at the spider and asked it to say something. An image of a page from a magic book appeared, which told that the witch everyone was talking about was Stella, not her. Nate was reading a book with rapture. The girl was standing with the rabbit facing the window. The protagonist noted that it was impossible. She wanted the witch everyone was talking about to be Stella, not her, and for the spider to protect her. The guy closed the dusty book and asked the Spider Queen if she was listening to him now. He was looking somewhere up. He said that protecting this child was her last test for him. The girl looked at Nate with embarrassment and asked that he was going to protect her. Ben stood next to the guy. He said that they would protect at the cost of their lives. The guy added that yes, and those who have no friends should help each other. The tower shook. Nate asked what happened. The girl stood in front of them and asked that they were really going to protect her. A drop of sweat slid down Nate's face. He said that they would protect her and asked from what. The entire village was engulfed in torchlight. The girl replied that it was from a former victim of the village. The man opened his mouth and shouted that the witch must be killed. The woman waved her hand and added that it was all because of her. The entire population of the town moved towards the tower and chanted that it must be torn to shreds. The girl's eyes filled with bitter tears. She asked to protect her from this village. Nate looks out of the window. He looks down and says that there is a crowd of people gathered there, and that they do not look like the villagers they have seen before. A crowd of armed people moves forward. The boy states that they are more like evil spirits. The young man recoils and asks how they could do this to a child, adding that this is too much. He imagines the town and thinks that if this scene is the same as the giant's dream, the town will burn, people will die, and the giant knight Van Dyke will sacrifice his life to save the witch, and continues that Van Dyke is not here now. Nate looks at Ellie and Guide and thinks that he clearly understands what is required of him in that trial, and that they should help the girl from the town instead of Van Dyke. The witch hugs the rabbit. Guide looks at her and thinks that he never thought about the feelings of the final boss, and that she felt this every time. Nate throws out his hand and uses the skill floating ladder. He turns his head and yells at the rabbit to stop fooling around and help him, to which the guide replies that he is encouraging him. Ellie hugs Guide. The guy asks if he is comfortable, to which the rabbit replies that it is the doll's duty. The rabbit imagines the wall of the maze and asks if everything will be okay, and specifies that if they climb higher than the wall of the maze, the griffins will attack them, and if they do not climb high enough, they will hit the wall of the maze. Sweat runs down Nate's face. He says that they will have to maintain balance. Blocks hang in the air. The boy tells Ellie to follow him. The girl is shaking and says that she is too scared to go outside. The guide breaks free from the witch's hands. He holds out his hand and says that everything will be okay. The rabbit looks at the girl and says that although Nate seems like a fool, he is a man of his word, and asks her not to be afraid and to follow him. The girl looks at the guide's paw. She takes the rabbit's paw and wipes away a tear. They begin to walk along the blocks, and the guide asks not to look down, only at her. A boy and a girl enter the room. They call out for Nate. The boy says that there is complete chaos down there and asks what is going on. The hero states that they are just in time and asks everyone to get out of there. They move along the locks to the other side. Nate touches the wall and says that it is too thick to break through with a pick. A ring appeared in front of him, and the boy recognized Valdic's ring. The wall flew apart, forming a passage. He took the hoop in his hand and said the owner's name and asks if he is trying to help them. He looks ahead and says that it is time to move forward. The man with a short haircut looks around and warns that they are being followed by spiders. The squad stands against the spiders and tells Nate to move forward and they will deal with it. The guy with the spear pierced the spider's head. Nate finishes building the stairs. Ellie closes her eyes. Dead spiders lie on the blocks. The guy stands at the edge of the stairs. He looks at the landscape and says that they did it. The companions are happy that they got out, shouting that they are outside, that they survived. Someone thought that they would never get out of there, and states that the spiders are retreating back into the labyrinth. The guide looks forward. He watches Nate and thinks that maybe it is trivial, but avoiding ground monsters, using the black fog as a roof and even defending himself from griffins, he managed to build a bridge in such conditions. The rabbit scratches his head and continues that the ground is uneven, so the height of the walls of the labyrinth was different, but despite this, he calculated everything correctly and was able to build it. Nate looks forward. The guide claims that he is an incredible person. The guy looks back and says that Ellie can open her eyes because she is safe. The girl asks if this is true. Nate says that she can open her eyes. She asks if she really can. The guy says that she can, and Ellie opens her eyes. She looks forward and sees a beautiful landscape. Nate looks at the girl and asks if the outside world is beautiful. Ellie cries and says it is and thanks her. A notification appears saying that a new achievement has been unlocked. The squad is happy to have passed another stage. Nate gets a notification that a skill has been upgraded and asks if that is all, and the guide explains that it was mostly the others who fought. Ellie raises her hand and thanks her for saving her, then adds that she would like to repay her, but she has nothing. Nate looks at her and explains that he did not say that to her and tells her not to worry. The girl forms a ball of green energy in her hands and says that she hopes it will work for them. Alpha is amazed that such pure power comes from her. The witch says that she is right and adds that in fact, the tower she was imprisoned in collected energy little by little from the villagers and then concentrated it into her. Nate leans over and asks if the tower drains energy, to which Ellie says just a little, not enough to shorten her lifespan, and that she wasn't there by choice. The guide looks at the boy and asks him to just accept the gift. Nate states that it bothers him a little that it was taken from someone, to which the rabbit points out that the other dungeons are also powered by the participants, so it makes no difference, and the boy says that in that case, he'll gladly accept it. A notification appears, saying that a new achievement has been earned. Nate looks at it and asks about the power of transcendence, and the voice explains that it's another name for life force, and adds that an excess of life force beyond a person's capabilities leads to their transcendence. Alpha goes on to explain that sometimes a person's body can't take it and dies, and the boy asks if that's dangerous. Nate notices a golden glow to the right. He looks at Ellie and notices her body. Ellie says she's fine, she knows she died a long time ago, and adds that these are just her memories. The guide tilts his head and states that the dungeon is a cycle of death, after all, and adds that this child is locked in an eternal prison and constantly relives her death. Nate smiles and asks if she comes there every time and sees it over and over again. Ellie looks at him. The guy looks at the witch and says goodbye to her, then adds that they will see each other again. The girl smiles and agrees. There is an abandoned village. Nate is sitting when the witch disappeared. He checked his skill list. A list of skills appears. The guy looks away and mutters that his skills are a mess, and that they are a little embarrassing. He props his chin and says that he can level up his skills, and asks which skill he should level up. The guide flies up to him and tells him that he needs to level up all of his main skills, and Nate says that purification is the hardest to level up. A notification appears saying that he has chosen to level up purification. Then a news item appears saying that purification has been leveled up. The boy looks at his stats and says that almost nothing has changed. He looks at the cat and asks what he has. Max is holding a collar with a bell in his mouth. The boy tries to take the collar from the cat, asking who gave it to him. Max breaks away from his hands and runs away. Nate holds out his hand and asks him to be a good cat and give him the collar, because it is not food. Max looks at him and meows. He throws up the bell. The cat swallows the collar. Nate looks at him and asks why he swallowed the item. Max starts licking his lips. The guide looks at the boy and asks why he reacted that way, to which the boy replies that it was exactly like the bracelet, but the description said it was a witch's bracelet, and asked if he hadn't seen it when he was hugging her. The guide remembers the girl and says that he petted the cat when they were walking on the bridge, and adds that the witch either gave it to her herself, or the cat stole it. Nate becomes sad and says that it is a loss anyway and that the thing looked impressive, and the guide says that it certainly is. Max covers himself in a blue aura, and the guide calls Nate to look at him. Alpha states that he has a different personality than a normal shadow cat, and the boy asks how it has changed. Alpha states that he knows little about void magic, since it is not his specialty, and the guide asks why he acts like he knows if he knows nothing. Ben holds up a finger and states that he thinks the previous owner's bell influenced the shadow art, and suggests that he try it once. Nate holds up his hand with the collar, asking if he should check for sure, and uses the secret shadow art skill. Max turns into a copy of the boy, and Nate states that nothing has changed in appearance, and the guide confirms this. The rabbit then notices that Maximus is imitating how his master started by digging dirt, and asks to look at it. The shadow begins to form a mound of dirt. She is covered in a ghostly blue aura. A block appears. Nate looks at it, and the guide asks if it is possible. The guy smiles and states that Maximus used a skill. Nate crouches, saying that he will look, and uses the skill mud formation. Shadow imitates him. Nate looks at it, and shouts that she really uses a skill. The guy and Maximus begin to move. Before this, the shadow clone could only imitate Nate's movements, he could not use skills. Maximus looks at the fire in his hand. After changing his character, he was able to use them. Nate looks at Maximus and asks what skills he can imitate, and says that he will test everything. A notification appears. According to the test results, the clone was able to use basic master level skills. Nate smiled and asked that with each time he increases the skill to master level, he will be able to use them, to which the guide replied that it is possible that so. The shadow takes out a pole. Another amazing thing was that it had the same abilities as Nate. The guy said that it was great. The boy put his hands on his cheeks and stated that now with each reboot of the dungeon, he will visit it, and that he must collect as many bells as possible. The guide looked at the owner and said that if a clone appeared that can use skills, then he has nothing to fear anymore. Nate raised a finger and said that the first thing you need to do is give him a name, and added that from now on he will be called Larry. A purple light appears in the night forest. The boy lies down and looks at his inventory. There are 14 mud bricks in the cell. The number has changed to 17. Nate jumped up and shouted that this automated production is just a real treasure, and the guide noted that it works quieter. The guy looked up and noticed that the reboot was about to begin. He bowed his head and said that before that they will explore the zombie village. The loot appears. Nate and Larry have collected useful items from the village. The guide thinks he is collecting junk again. The guy is standing in front of a group of warriors. The boy with brown hair scratched his head and said that they decided to stick together, and Nate replied that if it was fate, then so be it. They thank him. Nate puts his hands behind his head. Everyone continues to stand, and the hero asks why they do not leave. The boy closes his eyes and asks where Nate is going to go, because he is obliged to follow him. Nate looks up at the sky and says that he is not sure, and tells them to go ahead, because he has a lot to do up there. Arnold opens his eyes and asks what he is going to do, and adds that he will die if he is caught in a reboot, and that if he needs help, he will gladly help. Someone asks him to go with them. Nate looks to the side and asks if they want to watch, because he wants to do something. An inventory appears. Nate asks what its limit is. The inventory fills up slightly. No one knows the filling limits, because no one has yet managed to collect enough items to find out. There is a small house. Nate asks that if there is no limit, then will he be able to fit a house there? The squad stands and says that this is impossible. There is a small village. The guy continues to reason that it is possible to fit an entire village there. It disappears. Nate states that it turns out yes. He raises his fist and is surprised. The young man stands in front of the shadow and says that he never thought that exchanging items would be so useful, and asks if the work speed has not increased. The squad watches him and thinks that it is easier to just give up to Nate, because there is a gap between their levels. A notification appears about restarting the dungeon. The squad leaves, wishing good luck, leaving sadness behind. The other participants move to the next island. The octopus flies over the ship. Meanwhile, Nate calculated the time of the next restart. The ship stopped at the central tower and waited for the witch. Stella is illuminated by a blue light. She lowers her head and says that here we go again. The hybrid approaches the window. Stella looks out of it. She looks up and asks what it is. There is a bridge from the tower to the wall. The hybrid begins to cry. The guide says that he meant that they only need a bridge and asks why the rice paddies are hanging in the air. Nate looks at him and replies that if he had only built a bridge, then that place would have remained a lonely place, and the rice paddies would decorate the landscape, especially since if they collect the landscape, then wouldn't they still be in the black? Stella climbs down the wall and states that he got there himself and that it is incredible, and clarifies that he is not here to kill her. Nate folds his arms and says that it is, and thinks that she has lost her memory, and it will be problematic if Ellie has forgotten everything too. Stella looks at him and says that he has interesting skills. The guy asks if she can tell who her master is. A purple aura begins to appear around the hybrid's hand. She says that it is curious, and says that it is time to begin the final test right now. An empty room in which there are household items. Ellie folds her palms and says that he has come again, and Nate is surprised that she remembers him. The girl hugs the rabbit. The snowman says that he is glad to see his former owner again. Ellie says that her memory is limited to that moment in time, and that she knows little about the people she will meet after. Ben says that everything is fine. Ellie and the guide hug, part of short-term memory. It reflects the personality of this girl. Nate looks at her and says that she was part of the witch's memories. Ellie looked at him and said that she represents her past, and that a long time had passed before she realized this, and added that now she will have less problems because he rebuilt the bridge. Nate looked ahead. A bridge appeared. The boy said that it was unharmed, so he just planted rice on it. The bridge goes through the entire labyrinth. The boy explains that the floating bridge was not subject to reset, and that because of the hole from Wandik's ring, the bridge will remain in place even if the island decides to move, and that in other words, the reset will not affect it. Nate looked down and said that thanks to Wandik, this bridge will always protect her. Ellie looked down and said Wandik's name. Nate pointed towards the window and said that even if no one comes to save her in the future, she will be able to cross the bridge and get out. Ellie said that she was very happy and thanked him. The boy raised his hand and asked if they could talk before the villagers came. Ellie looked at him and asked if he meant that he wanted the bell, to which the boy asked how she knew. The girl looked at him and asked what they should do since he doesn't have it since she gave it to the cat last time, and Nate asks if it's restored after the reset. The witch closes her eyes and says that she only has one bell in her memory, and she gave it to the cat last time, and the boy says oh no. He picks up the collar and says that it means the end of the shadow arts. Ellie asked if the future her made that bracelet, and the boy said yes. Ellie said that if she needed the bell because of that bracelet, then he could go find the future version of her. Nate looked at her and asked what the future version of her meant. Ellie stands on the water and says that she feels that yes, she somehow feels that somewhere in the past there is another version of her trapped. Ellie looks at the boy and says that she only has one bell in her memory, but if he finds the other version of her then maybe she will have it too. Nate smiles and states that maybe, and thinks that's all the Vandik gift could do. He asks the girl her name, and she replies that he can call her witch, to which she replies that he can just call her witch. The guy smiles and says that's not the name she wants for herself. He brings up a memory and says that since it's a memory from the past, how about Ellie? And adds that it sounds much better than just a witch. She looks at him and says her name. Ellie smiles and says that she likes it. The octopus ship flies away, Leaving the memories behind, Nate moves on. The guy remembers the forest and thinks that the next place the giant went in the dream is the forest of animals. He looks ahead and says that they are going to the forest of animals. There is a large roof over the peninsula. An underground temple. Nate looks at the plants and asks if the forest of animals is the dungeon of the first stage. The guide points his paw forward and asks what is this, and the guy asks him again what. He looks towards the paw and is amazed. The ant looks at Nate. There is a bunch of ants on the floor. The guy asks when they managed to multiply so much, and suddenly they were just born. The guide picks one up and says they look like adults and adds that they were probably taken as subordinates. The boy points to a pile of twigs and asks where his chimera ant is, then looks at the huge ant and says it has grown so much and is the size of a fist. He looks away and says they need to name it. Nate points to it and says it is now Jake. Alpha tells the boy that Charlie is calling him. The boy looks up and tells him to put them through. Charlie stands there and asks if he saw anything unusual in the animal forest and asks for clarification. Nate puts his fingers to his ear and says if he knew he wouldn't ask again and asks if he felt anything strange. Charlie looks away and thinks. The boy opens his mouth. He raised his finger and said there was a huge cave at the foot of the cliff, but there was nothing inside. Nate closed his eyes and asked if he had the place where the sunstone was, and Charlie asked how he knew, and the boy thought that he should know, because it was his doing. Nate looks at the ants and tells Charlie to let him know if he remembers anything else. He gets up and says that he probably has to go to the beast forest himself, so he has no choice but to look for this something. The beast forest, the dungeon of the fourth stage. The sun illuminates the forest at the foot of the cliff with caves. This place was often visited by participants, because many edible plants grow here, fruits grow. However, those who have already cleared the dungeon could not go further than the entrance to the forest. But Nate was an exception. The purple fog is approaching the forest. An error message appears. The guy looks at it and says, is it true or something? The boy speaks up and asks if the boss at this point was a two-headed ogre, and the guide says it was and they made an ogre golem out of its skin. Charlie looks up and says that's what Charlie said. Charlie raises his hand and says that in order to clear the beast forest, you have to defeat all 3 bosses, and that because there are a lot of ruins there, finding the bosses will be difficult. Nate looks up and asks that he's not interested in clearing the dungeon, but if there is something hidden, it should be in the boss ruins, and the guide says that's entirely possible. Nate looks ahead and says that the main problem is that he doesn't know where to go. The boy looks at the rocks and says that all the trees look the same, and the rocks and caves look like they were copied and pasted. He tilts his head and says that he doesn't even remember where the ogre's cave is. Nate snaps his fingers and shouts that he installed a gate in the cave and asks Alpha to find out the coordinates. The voice apologizes and says that, apparently, the installed gate was destroyed by a two-headed ogre, because he can't determine its location, and the guy says damn. He grabs his chin and says that the search would be easier if there was something memorable, but for a dungeon, this is rare. Charlie says that if you think about it, there was a huge lake near the ruins. Nate raises his hand and is glad that there is at least something, then suggests going to search. He uses the skill build tower. A pillar appears in the middle of the forest. The guy looks at the map and says that just looking at it, he will not be able to determine the location of the lake, and the only remarkable thing there is that the red dots are strangely collected in one place. The guide looks at the map and says that even if these are monsters, they are still living creatures, and coming from there may be water. The young man points his fingers at it, and says that this is a true statement. There is a forest, a cry is heard ahead. The rabbit squints from the light. Nate put on golden armor, the characteristic of the item appears, and the guide asked if he will go straight. The guy looks ahead through the helmet, and says that who knows, maybe there is illusion magic at work here, and adds that with the phone in the helmet he will be able to see through it, and suggests just watching. He looks up. Insects fly above him. The guy asks if they are mosquitoes. Nate forms a spear. He cuts one insect. It falls to the ground. The guy takes his hand away and asks why they are so big and disgusting. Charlie says that he forgot to say that there are a lot of mosquitoes in that forest, and that it was difficult with them. The guy gets into a stance and shouts that he should have said earlier. He looks at the insects and says that they are leaving. The young man wipes the spear and says that he has dirtied it. The rabbit examines the enemy. He shouts that it is not a mosquito, but a gadfly. Nate asks what difference does it make if it's a mosquito or a gadfly, does it matter? The rabbit yells that it does, and that if it is a gadfly it wouldn't drink their blood. The guide says that they live in a damp place, so there might be a lake nearby. The guy takes out a journal and says that they can learn something from the journal. A paper is shown with a description of a mosquito on it. Nate looks at the guide and says that he said it was a gadfly, but the journal says it was a mosquito. The rabbit folds his paws and says that he knows exactly what gadflies look like, and that she must have been mistaken because they look similar. Nate turns around and says that it is a gadfly, but also a mosquito, and asks if he is talking about a monster that sucks blood. He recoils and thinks that she is an idiot, and how could anyone confuse a mosquito with a gadfly, after which he adds that it is not her mistake. The guide asks what the guy is going to do, because it is dangerous to lie with exposed skin. Nate raises his hand and begins to think that golems are too slow, and that of all creatures, mosquitoes. He looks up and thinks that they are mosquitoes. The guy inserts the key into the box and says that he will have to wait for the forest of animals. A portal opens to the room with gold. He says that he has come up with something incredible. Ben looks at the guy and asks if he is back. The young man strokes the snowman on the head and says that he is, but he will have to leave soon. Ben follows the guy with his eyes. Nate sits down near a pile of gold and rummages through it. The guide asks why they are here, to which the guy replies that last time he noticed an interesting thing there. He lifts a flagpole and says that this is it. The guide looks at it and thinks that it is a golden flagpole. Ben looks at the owner, who says that he is leaving, and asks him to work in the same spirit. The snowman watches and asks what is the reason for him being so busy. The Misty Island maze, the witch's tower rises above the walls. The guide asks why they went back there. Nate holds up a flagpole and says that the only place to get the thing he needs is up there. He looks up and says it's time to get started. The animal forest is illuminated by the sun. Nate shouts "Ta-da-em." The guide looks up and asks what the stupid thing is. The golems are holding flagpoles with webs stretched out. Nate looks at the guide and says he is an idiot, and that the gadflies are no longer a problem for them. The boy imagines the flagpole and names it. Nate then imagines the webs gathered in the witch's tower. The golem opens his mouth when the boy says that there are many golems to carry this contraption. Nate looks ahead and says that this is their portable protection against gadflies. The guide looks at him and says that it will stop a few, but those stuck in the web will not disappear. The guy shows a spear and claims that he will kill the stuck gadflies along the way. He looked ahead and thought that this is a good time to increase the antenna skill. Nate smoothly walks through the forest, taking 2 antennae and standing under the web. The guy tears off the tail of a flying gadfly. He smiles. The guide squints. Nate stops for a minute to rest, sitting under the web. Nate sat down on a stump and said that he was exhausted, and the guide said that this is understandable. The girl runs away from the mosquitoes, screaming. Nate and the guide turn to look at her. A girl and a guy fall towards the squad. Nate looks at them and is amazed. Several mosquitoes are stuck in the web. Jackie scratches his head and says that they owe Nate their lives, and Olivia adds that they apologize for bumping into them. It was just very unexpected. The young man replies that everything is fine. The guys admire Nate for making a mosquito net out of spider webs and ask him if he is a genius. The guide yells at them to be quiet because they are attracting attention. The boys are amazed that the rabbit is talking and the guide asks if they know him. Nate waves and tells them to take a breath and he will set up the tent. Olivia is drinking tea. She puts down her cup and says that it was impossible to imagine that in the forest you can find warmth from other people. The boy looks at them and asks how long they have been in the forest and asks if they saw a large lake near the ruins. Olivia looks at him and asks again what lake and says that they just came from there. The water is approaching the shore. Olivia moves the branches aside and says that it is right here. The boy looks at the ruins in the middle of the lake. He looks at them and asks if that is a treasure chest, and the guide thinks that he noticed the chest before the lake. Olivia puts her hand behind her head and states that they have tried many ways to get to it, but they have not figured out how to swim across the lake. Nate looks at it and says that it seems to him that it is pretty deep. The guy looks up and notices that there are too many horseflies. Nate puts his hand to his ear and asks Charlie how he crossed the lake, to which he replied that they never worked up the courage to do so. Nate listened to Charlie say that the ruins were too close to the lake and asked if that meant the chest was a fake. The guide spread his paws and said that it was best for everyone, and suggested that they move on, because there was a high probability that it was a trap. The guide looked at his companion. Nate smiled. The rabbit screamed that he was not going there, and that if they wanted to find out what was there, they should walk across the floating rocks themselves. The boy closed his eyes and said that that was the plan, but he had a bad feeling about this. He looked at the ruins and said that it felt like something could float up from the depths of the lake, and the guide asks why they still want to send him there. The guy says that they will test it then, and uses the antenna activation skill, after which a piece of meat appears in his hands. He throws the piece of meat into the lake. The meat disappears. The guy watches this. He looks at the place where the meat was and says that it has disappeared. Sweat runs down the boy's face. He says that there is something in the water. There is definitely something in the depths of the water. Nate throws another piece of meat and says that they can try again. The guide looks at him and asks why he keeps throwing meat into the water and causing a panic out of thin air, and Olivia thinks that this is just a waste of food. The guy continues to watch and thinks that something continues to eat the meat. He swings the third piece, saying where, but stops. He looks at the lake and notices that the meat has stopped disappearing. The sun reflects off the surface of the lake. A whirlpool forms. A siren emerges from the water. The guide looks at it and yells that it is a water elf. Nate looks and asks. The elf speaks. The nymph looks at the guy. He looks at the guide and says that is what they call them, but he is a rabbit. Olivia looks at Nate and yells that it is a siren, and the guy asks her again. Olivia closes her eyes and says that it is a monster that lures prey with its songs to then eat them alive, and tells them to cover their ears. The elf begins to sing. The guide yells at them not to listen. Nate looks at her. Someone says that it is too late. He raises his hands, listening to her sing. The guy closes his eyes and says that she has a melodious voice and she sings beautifully. The guide looks at him and asks if he is the only one brainwashed, to which Olivia replies that they are fine too. She looks at Nate and says that this monster is different from the ones they have seen before. The elf points to her mouth and then to Nate. She mimes taking a gulp. Siren pats her stomach. The guy raises his hand to his chin and wonders if that means she has eaten pork. The elf nods her head. Olivia turns to Jackie and says that she can talk. The guy asks if she just assumed that she said that. The guide smiles and says that he understands. Nate looks at the rabbit and asks what he understood, and he says that she has eaten her fill so she does not need to eat them. The elf shakes her head and the guide says that he is definitely a genius. The elf dives under the water. Nate looks forward and asks if these are for him. The elf is holding up a pair of rubber boots. The guide looks at them and asks if they are trash, and the guy asks if they are rubber boots. He takes them and shouts that it is incredible to find rubber boots in a dungeon, and adds that they will come in handy someday. The guide points to the opposite bank and says that since the siren is favorable to them, they can ask her to ferry them. The elf crosses her arms. The guide looks at her and says that she probably does not want to leave the water, and Nate says that it does not matter, the chest is still there. He points to the boots and asks if she could bring more of these things. He holds out a plate and says that he will give her dessert in exchange. The elf raises her hands in delight. A rusty bronze shield falls to the ground. A status window appears. Nate is hooked on the siren's gambling. The guy looks at it and says that another piece of junk, and the guy holds it in his hands and says that finally something worthwhile has appeared. The elf lies on the water. Nate is digging through the pile the siren had brought. He picks up a sword and says it could still be used. Olivia watches him and thinks it's a pile of junk. Nate notices something and asks what it is. He picks up a werewolf guard bracelet. Nate looks at it and says he knew he'd find something valuable. The guide asks if the howl is just a wolf's howl. The guy spins the pendant and asks how to use it and asks if he should imitate a wolf's howl. The guy does so. The guide laughs. The guide sits on the ground and tells him to just say it in human language. Eyes appear and someone asks who dared to summon him. Nate turns around. Wolf is standing behind him. Olivia looks at him and says his name. Jackie asks why on stage 4. The guide looks at him and asks why he's here. Wolf looks down. He notices the bracelet. The werewolf covers himself and asks Nate where he got this item from. Wolf is confused by the sight of the participants of the first stage. They call themselves Big Guys, an unusually large group of people with a friendly atmosphere. A small squad stands in front of him. And each of them is in great shape. The guy smiles at the girl. He thought that when they gave the first stage to this mistake, the number of muscular participants immediately increased, while the number of those passing to the next stage increased sharply. And most importantly, these snot-nosed brats, they are all warriors, but also producers. The guy shouts that it is time to cut up the carcass. The group divides the dead boar. He looks at them and thinks that at this rate the dungeon will soon be cleared, and asks what kind of energy is this. He flies away like a star into the sky. Olivia looks ahead and asks if it is possible that the item has a summoning effect, and Jackie asks in what cases it is used. Wolf stomps his paw. Nate looks at him and asks why he is there. The wolf points at him and yells that he summoned it, and asks where he got the werewolf guard bracelet. The boy looks at the pendant and says that he found it by accident in the lake. Wolf clenches his fist and says that this is nonsense, and adds that the pendant is the treasure of the Rugal tribe, and he says that he found it by accident. The boy closes his eyes and asks what kind of Rugal tribe is. Wolf raised a finger and asked if he really used the amulet, not knowing what kind of object it was, and began to explain that the Rugal tribe are the noble beasts of his majesty. Nate raises an eyebrow. Wolf tilts his head and says that they are the cruel rulers of the forest. A werewolf stands against the moon. The wolf continues to say that silver mane is shining like moonlight, the mind of a ruthless hunter, and the ferocity of a beast. He holds out his hand and declares that they are the nobility of the forest. The guide squints and asks if that isn't self-introduction, and Nate states that he did. Wolf tilts his head and says that the werewolf guardian bracelet is a symbol bestowed upon those they have acknowledged in the past, and when used, it summons the nearest tribe member. Nate looks at the pendant and clarifies that it is there because he used it, adding that it is a shame because he could have seen another werewolf. Wolf states that that will not happen, and the boy looks up. The werewolf turns away and says that he is the only survivor of the Rugal tribe. The boy looks at him and says that it is a very sad story. He raises his hand and asks if he should just say his wish, to which the wolf snaps that he is not a genie from the lamp. Wolf looks away and thinks that of course he would have granted the bracelet's owner's request, but the boy did not receive it properly. Nate looks at him and asks why he came then, and that if he can't fulfill the wish, then he should go back where he came from, and Wolf yells that he summoned him. The guide turns around and says that they are busy anyway, and the guide supports him, saying that he is collecting trash. The werewolf thinks that they are impudent. Wolf flies away. The guide looks after him and asks if he really left because the boy told him so, and Nate asks that maybe they scared him too much, and since he came, he should have stayed with them. The guide raises his paw to his mouth and asks that, by the way, if they summon him again, he will come, to which the guy replies that they need to check. Nate brings the bracelet to his mouth and asks if Wolf can hear him. The werewolf appears and yells at him, asking why he summoned him again, to which the guy replies that he really did come. He wipes away a tear and says that they were wondering if he would come again, adding that he apparently can't resist. Wolf frowns. He declined the call this time, but usually the howl is passed on to the next closest tribesman, but since he was the last one left, he was also next in line, which was why he was trapped. Wolf pointed at him and told him not to dare call him again for no reason, he warned. He disappeared again. Nate picked up the pendant and called him again. The werewolf landed and started yelling that he told him not to call. Nate pointed to the side and said that he had called him for a reason this time, and asked if he could bring the treasure chest. The wolf turned around and asked why he should do that. The boy raised his hand and said that he would cook him a nice meal. Wolf turned his head and said that the ruins belonged to his tribe. The sun shone on the chest. He smiled. The werewolf looked at the chest and thought that he, as the last of the tribe, was asked to bring the treasure. He turned towards the island and thought what a sad fate. Nate closed one eye and said that if he did not want to, then just say so, and the guide noticed that he was in no hurry. Wolf turned his head and shouted that he would bring it. He jumped onto the island. Taking the chest, he returned. Nate looked at the chest. The treasure fell to the ground. The guy smiled and stated that he was opening. He opened the chest. The guy looked inside and said that it looked like something worthwhile. An axe flew out of the chest. An item status window appeared. Olivia looked at it and said that it was a level 4 weapon. The guide looks at him and says that the spirit tracking function is amazing, and adds that this skill allows the axe to fly straight to the target regardless of the flight path. Nate picks it up and asks what makes it act like a homing missile. He raises his hands and says that his body is feeling something. Wolf says that there is no reason to panic, and adds that the spirit living in the axe is checking him out. Nate brings the axe to his face and says that this is the first time he has seen such a special function, and says that he should try it. The guy swings the axe. He throws it. The axe approaches the mosquito. The insect flies away. The axe stops. It suddenly accelerates and cuts the mosquito in half. The young man looks at this and says that this is wow. He grabs the axe and states that it is returning. Olivia looks at him and says if this was possible, and asks what she just saw. She presents the flight diagram and states that the thrown axe has changed its trajectory dramatically, and asks if there is a monster that can dodge it. She looks at Nate and says that by returning it, he will not lose it, and declares that this is incredible. Wolf says that he must be surprised, after all, it is the treasure of his tribe, the spirit axe, and Olivia says that she understands. Nate takes the axe in both hands and says that it is certainly a useful thing, and adds that then, Alpha, he will sacrifice it. Wolf yells at him that he is a bastard. The voice asks if he really wants to sacrifice such a treasure, and the guide, waving his paws, begins to argue that the special function may not even be registered in the enhancement system, and tracking is extremely rare. Nate looks at him and asks what he should track if he can see the target anyway. He looked at the function and said that the logging can be used multiple times. The guy uses the skill set gate. Nate carelessly sacrificed the spirit axe. He extended his hand. While Wolf, who was watching him, tightly closed his eyes, he said that a damn system error. Then he visited the treasury. Coming out of the portal, he asked Ben if there were any good axes, and quickly gathered a squad of shadow lumberjacks. They are holding axes in their hands. The guide frowned and asked where the spirit axe went, and why a crowd of shadows appeared here. Nate closed his eyes and said that he thought this would be the fastest way to find the witch's trail, and added that the golems are too slow. The guide flew to him and asked what his plan was. The guy opened his eyes and said that it was time for logging. While the squad of lumberjacks quickly cut down trees, Larry and Nate put the logs in their inventories, sitting on the ground. Because of the trees that were cut down, the gadflies did not bother them. Meanwhile, the participants killed the monsters that they encountered during the cutting to thank the guy. The effect of the level 2 logging skill was beyond imagination. It cut the trees as if a knife was cutting a radish. The clone stood in front of a huge tree with an axe. Nate looked up and stated that this tree was too big for the shadow to cut it down. He called Larry. A blue aura began to cover the guy and he said, "Let's go." A notification appeared, what skills they were using and the number of lumberjacks, after which they cut down the tree. At this rate, the beast forest quickly disappeared. Wolf tilted his head and thought that this was not good, and added that the guy may not understand, but he was making a mistake. The guide flew to Nate and asked if the forest had become too quiet, and the guy asked if he thought so. He turned his head and said that the monsters began to appear less often. The ground shook. The boy looked into the distance and asked fearfully if it was a reboot. The guide pointed his finger in the direction and said that it was not him, and urged him to look away. The forest shook. The trees began to bend. They intertwine. Sweat begins to run down the boy's face. He asks if the trees are intertwined. Several trees form a huge trunk. The outline of eyes and a mouth appears on the trunk. Wolf leans over and starts yelling at Nate that he has done too much damage to the forest, and that this creature will not forgive anyone who destroyed the forest. The boy looked up and asked what the hell. A tree grows in the middle of the forest. Wolf explains that it is the guardian of the forest. Richard stands up. Wolf explains that he is the guardian tree. The guide watches as the guardian pulls its roots out of the ground and says that it cannot be. A notification appears explaining who Richard is. Nate closes his eyes and asks what the creature of legends are talking about. Sweat runs down the guy's face, thinking that he has awakened. The hare raised a finger and said that he already knew that everything would lead to this, and added that he had already told him to stop cutting down trees so thoughtlessly. Nate picked up the guide by the ears and asked him why he was only now worrying about it, to which the hare replied that now was not the time to blame anyone. Richard raised his leg above the forest. A large shadow fell on the ground. The foot hit the surface. Sweat ran down the protagonist's face. He asked if the hare saw this, to which he replied that the trees giving way were an anomaly. The tree was walking towards the young man. The guy opened his mouth and said that Richard was slow and they would manage somehow. Nate ran away from the monster on an ostrich. The fighter looked around and thought that even if he teamed up with the Grimbel, he wasn't sure they would win, and realized he didn't really want to fight. Nate held on to the ostrich golem and said that if they kept running like this, wouldn't things be better if they got out of his sight? The beast towered over the boy and said that the boy was taking wishful thinking for reality. Richard spread his arms. Wolf noticed that even without eyes, the tree could see them with the help of other trees in the forest, which would give away the protagonist. The fighter sat on the golem and asked what if they got to the floating island, to which he was told that it was useless and there were trees there too. Richard extended his hand forward. Wolf noticed that it didn't matter where he ran in this world, because the entire forest became Richard and would attack him. The hare flew into the air. The protagonist thought that it meant he would haunt them all his life and destroy all their temples in the process. The guide said that the impudence of man angered nature. The fighter raised his hand to his mouth and asked that the trees were becoming his eyes, and asked what it meant if they cut them all down, he would be blinded. The wolf opened his mouth wide. Wolf clenched his fist and said that the protagonist was crazy. The hare asked if Nate understood the seriousness of what was said. The warrior held an axe in his hand and said, "Isn't it too late to regret?" The guy gritted his teeth and said that given the circumstances, they all need to be cut down. Nate's shadow clone stood under him. The real cutting began. The warrior jumped into the air and shouted that the protagonist is not afraid of the wrath of the forest. The guy replied that he does not care, and added that now it is necessary to install the gate. Nate smiled and said that they can evade Richard using the gate. Yellow mana emanated from the gate. A table appeared, which reported that the gate was being installed. The energy of the gate spread through them in waves. Streams of magic pierced the air. The fighter adjusted his clothes and thought that if they abuse the gate, they will lose life energy, and added that they will restore it later. Puck was surprised. The animal was sitting on the warrior's shoulder. The protagonist asked when it had gotten there, and said that it had followed them while they were using the gate. The huge tree was moving towards the protagonist. The animal's eyes lit up. Puck jumped up from the protagonist's shoulder. The young man was surprised. The guide opened his eyes wide and said that the animal was probably delighted to see such a huge tree for the first time. The fighter clarified that it meant that he was with them too. The hare raised his hand to his chin and wondered when this little one had become so menacing. The tree fell to the ground from the young man's blow. Nate wiped his chin and asked where he was now. The rabbit replied that he had climbed 1/10 of Richard's height and then fallen off the branch. Sweat was running down the guy's face. Nate thought what a relief and added that Richard only considered him an enemy. The clouds were bathed in the sun's rays. The stars lit up the blue sky. Wolf pointed his index finger and shouted that the wrath of nature would not give the boy time to rest and would constantly haunt him. Ben looked at the warrior and told him to calm down, and added that their master was sleeping now. Wolf raised his lip and asked why the boy was not sleeping, to which he answered that he was a lich and never slept. Ben raised his hands and exclaimed that while his master slept, he was obliged to control the octopus golem. The dark people beat the trees. The octopus flew in the air. Wolf realized that they could play hide and seek with Richard forever. The tree stretched its leg forward. The hide and seek lasted a week. The boy smiled. Nate was not afraid of Richard. The fighter turned and asked if the Grimbel was ready. 2 people were molding golems. The boy was surprised that his opponent was faster than him. Wolf did not understand what they were doing. The guide said that they were competing. Who could make a golem faster? The warrior flew up. There were many stumps on the ground. Wolf noticed that half of the forest was already gone, and added that in any case, after the restart, everything would be restored. The wolf lowered his head and said that it would be better if he had not seen this. The boy pointed back and called Wolf to dinner. There were juicy steaks on the board. The boy put his hands on his hips and asked how the wolf liked his special steak, to which he replied that it was incredible. Hair covered his forehead. The young man said that the guys should enjoy the food. The wolf held a piece of steak in his hand and asked why Nate did not participate in the felling himself, to which the boy replied that the shadows could do without him. Pieces of meat flew from the fighter's mouth. He thought that it seemed better than the automated system. The boy ate the steak and said that he just fried the meat, but it was so delicious, he asked if it was worth cooking more. The guide asked for more. The boy's eyes lit up. A sign appeared, informing that an achievement has been unlocked and the logging skill has appeared. There were patterns on the book. One scientist once spoke about the rule of 10,000 hours. The statue was illuminated by a beam of light. To master a certain area and become an expert in it, you need at least 10,000 hours. An inscription was visible, stating that an award was received. Nate did not practice 10,000 hours, but he was able to go beyond the capabilities of the human body. The guide pointed a finger at the protagonist and said that this was a gross mistake, was indignant, what other efforts, and then argued that the shadows did everything for him. The guy put his hands on his hips and said that he did not understand what the guide was talking about, because he chopped down trees like a lumberjack, and used the shadows for some work. The hare screamed that the dungeon was deceived. A table with a skill was visible. Green crosses hovered in the air. The dungeon can offer many skills that restore the health of participants. The man raised his hands above his head. Some simply speed up regeneration, and others reduce health consumption from the very beginning. Blood dripped from the blade, but the most famous and familiar skill for everyone is the exploiter. The notification lit up the faces of the guide and Nate. In the case of Nate's new skill, its uniqueness lies in the fact that the target of exploitation was not a person, not a monster, but a tree. The boy raised his hand to his chin and said that when he was wounded during a battle, it was enough to simply cut down a tree. The hare was surprised, what nonsense, and added that the guy was going to cut down trees during the battle. In the boy's hand was an axe, an iron axe, no special function. The tree fell from the boy's blow. Nate looked at the axe and said that he and the axe seemed to have become one. The numbers flashed on the table. The warrior noticed that his health was being restored, and wondered what would happen if he cut down 100 trees. Would he be able to restore his health completely? The guide closed his eyes and said that it was easier said than done. It was unlikely that the boy would chop down trees on the verge of death. He added that if his health approached 0%, he would not survive. The young man saw an approaching tree. Nate put his hand to his face and wondered if he could cut down Richard. The guide replied that he had no chance and only he could use logging. The man opened his mouth and said that he thought the tree was growing, or that his imagination was running wild. The ox ate meat and noticed that the boy had been chopping down trees all week and the fury of the forest had grown. The fighter frowned and asked why he had not been told about this before. Wolf replied that he had not seen Richard before. The guide hid behind the boy. The young man noticed that the tree had grown to the size of 10,000 trees. The guide said that by the time the fighter improved his skill, Richard would pierce the heavens and reach the universe. Nate put his hands behind his head and asked if it was necessary to kill the tree, and added that it was just a tree. The boy opened his eyes wide. The magic circle stood in front of the protagonist. The hare pointed to the circle and said that this was Simon's magic. The fighter agreed with the guide. The warrior opened his mouth and noted that Simon was the witch's cat, which meant that the witch's trail was in the forest of animals. The guys were illuminated by the light of the magic circle. Nate asked Alpha to study this magic circle. The circle was enveloped in blue mana. Alpha said that this was a dungeon automation system. It could work automatically and infinitely, but inside the circle there was a secret magic array hidden, similar to the key to the baboon's treasury. The hare raised his hands and said that this must be Simon's secret place. Nate said what this meant. Sweat was running down the guy's face. The young man said that then let's go in, and added that they needed the key. The wolf looked at the protagonist and asked him if he didn't have the key, adding that Simon had left it. The protagonist was holding a bracelet in his hand. The boy brought his hand to the magic circle. Something was glowing in the darkness. A bright flash of light illuminated everything. The man was covering his face with his hand. The boy opened his mouth and said what it was. There were pieces of statues lying on the floor. The guide was holding a shard in his hand and saying that these pieces looked like statues of a witch. The young man smiled and laughed, that he knew he could do anything, and added that maybe they should find a grim bell here, or more precisely, a witch's bell. The warrior's face was shining. The guide said that unfortunately for the boy, he said it out loud. The wolf frowned and noted that if a coincidence is repeated, it becomes inevitable. The boy leaned over the ground. The wolf noticed that the young man often behaved differently than the other participants, and added that it seemed that the boy was endowed with the ability to see things hidden from view. Wolf held a stone in his hand. The warrior held a fragment of a statue between his fingers and said that Simon pretended to be smart, and everything he did was this nonsense. The boy looked back at the wolf and asked him if he had found out anything, to which Wolf answered him that Simon wanted to revive the witch. The wolf frowned and said that he must have lived an impossible dream. In the middle of the library stood a winged lion. The guide wiped away a tear and asked who dared to kill a cat yearning for its owner, and added who that wandering cat killer and destroyer of nature was. The protagonist looked sideways and said that he had no choice, and asked who this fool was. The rabbit closed one eye and said that it meant what it meant, and called the protagonist the trash of the dungeon. The young man's fist was smoking. The lion bowed his head. Simon barely remembered the witch who was actually his mistress, but he unconsciously wanted to return the object of his longing. The witch statue was illuminated by a beam of light, as it completely automated the dungeon, gradually accumulating magical power, all for the return of the witch, the Black Queen. Wolf looked down and said that Simon was the one who called her the Black Queen. The debris lay in piles on the ground. Wolf noticed that these countless statues indicated that Simon was trying to recreate the forgotten image of the Black Queen. The fighter crossed his arms and said that it was pointless, and added that shadow magic can only recreate a fragment of someone's memory. It will not be a real witch returned to life. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and realized what had happened. The young man closed his eyes and said that he had made a decision. The hare spread his hands and asked the boy what he had decided. The warrior smiled and said that he would restore all these broken statues. The guide pointed at the broken statues and wondered why they needed to restore them all. Piles of stones were visible on the floor. The hare noticed that there were more than 1,000 pieces of the statue. The man was clutching a piece in his hand and said that if they collected piece by piece, then sooner or later they would collect them all, and added that he thought if they did, they would get a hint about the bell. Ben ran out of the portal and asked if he had been called, and noticed that there was a mess everywhere. The protagonist raised his finger and said that they would now start cleaning, and asked Ben to summon as many mini copies as possible. The small creatures stood in a line. Nate actively took advantage of the fact that they shared one field of vision. The spirits ran. The protagonist directed them in all directions, informing them about the pieces that should fit. In his hands lay 2 pieces of the statue. In order to glue them together, first you need to apply cement, and then wrap them in cobwebs and wait until it hardens. The hands joined the 2 fragments into one. The protagonist looked at the pile of fragments, and said that they just had to do this until there was not a single fragment left. A long time passed. The boy raised his hands up and noticed that they had done about half of the statues. The guide had a leash running down his face. He said that this needed to be glued too. The witch statues filled the room. Wolf looked down and noticed that it looked like a public cemetery. The wolf looked at the boy and called him. The protagonist responded. The fighter pointed to the statue and said that it was different. The pile of stones formed a girl. The warrior ran his hand over the table. The figurine of the girl lay in his hand. A table appeared, notifying the characteristics of the figurine. The hare spread his arms out to the sides and said that he thought they should finish this statue first. The protagonist agreed. The guide held part of a cat in his hands. Ben held the head of a toy rabbit in his hands. The man opened his mouth wide and was happy. The boy was squatting and saying that the figurine was finished. The guide asked what now. The boy smiled and said that the answer was already there, and it was shadow art. Dark magic emanated from the model. The boy's faces changed. The boy raised his head up. A stream of magic swirled in the air. Mana turned into a dark cat. The cat hovered in the air and introduced itself, and then asked who these people were. The boy bared his teeth, surprised by what was said. The guide said that it was incredible. Sweat was pouring down Wolf's face. Simon recognized him. The cat was in the air in front of the wolf. The fighter noticed that Simon recognized him, and the wolf asked why he shouldn't have recognized him. Simon looked around and wondered what this place was, and asked himself why he was here. The cat bowed his head and realized that he was not real. Simon looked down and said that he only had memories and his magic worked only half-powered. Streams of magic emanated from the cat. He asked that he died again. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and was surprised that this aura was very dark. The boy smiled and asked if he could take the bell from the cat that was hanging around his neck. Simon's eyes shone. The cat said that the boy wanted to die, and added that this bell was very dear to him. The wolf opened his mouth and said that Nate should be more tactful. The man winked and said that he was not asking for this for nothing. The hair covered the protagonist's forehead. The boy said that he would give the cat a chance to see its owner if he gave him the bell. The cat's gaze changed. The guide put his hand to his mouth and asked the protagonist what he intended to do, and noted that they did not even know where the witch was. The boy looked into the distance and said that, unlike the Simon who made a contract with the dragon of the apocalypse, he consisted of Simon's yearning memories for the witch. The warrior smiled and said that although they do not know the true fate of the witch, but the witch, who is a piece of memory, does. The hare opened his eyes wide and was surprised by what was said. The fighter glanced to the side and said that he does not care about souls and he hates complications, and said that they need to think about it more simply. The protagonist extended his hand forward and invited the cat to go with them, promising to take him to his mistress. Simon opened his eyes wide and wondered what this guy wants to do. The young man extended his finger forward and told the cat to get some sleep. Streams of dark magic emanated from the figurine of the girl. Simon was a spirit tied to the earth. The statue was edged with pink magic. the cat could not separate from the shadow of the statue and act on his own. The golem held the statue of the girl in his hands. The warrior held a bell in his hand and woke the cat. The pillar of magic moved upward. The cat opened his mouth wide and did not understand what the hell the protagonist was doing. Simon bared his teeth. The animal opened its eyes wide. A little witch stood in front of the spirit. The girl smiled and greeted the kitten. The girl opened her mouth and exclaimed that the cat was very big. She asked if the cat could talk. The big cat flew up to the girl. The little girl asked if it was true that she could keep it. The guy said that as long as she had the spider, she would not be bored. The girl smiled and exclaimed that she was grateful. The cat flew up to the girl. The hare asked if she was scared of the cat. He added that the cat was twice as big as the girl. The little girl told him not to talk nonsense. There are no bad cats in this world. She added that the bigger the better, and if he can talk, then perfect. The cat opened his eyes and said that there was no point. The girl stands against a white wall. The cat said that the one he had been striving for all his life was a vague shadow that was only in his memories. The girl hugged the cat's paw. The cat said that she was right in front of him now. The girl looked up at the cat and asked what his name was. The cat looked at the girl and said that it was a smile, warm as sunlight. It was a clear and pleasant voice. He added that everything was the same. The girl clapped her hands and asked why he was silent. She asked the gentleman if he had a name. She asked if she could give him a name. The guy smiled and said that as she wished. After all, she was his mistress. The girl raised her finger and exclaimed that it was good. She added that she would name the cat Serpa. The girl holds the cat by the paw. The man says that Serpa is an assistant, so this means that they will help and support each other. Sounds good. The girl exclaimed that now they will be together all their lives. The cat looks forward. A tear flows from the cat's eye. The girl stands in front of the lion with wings. The cat said that no matter what happens, his lifelong wish is right in front of him. The girl opened her mouth and asked why the cat was silent. The rays move away from the cat. The animal exclaimed that it shines so brightly. The cat became smaller. The girl picked up the animal in her arms and exclaimed that he was a cutie. She added that he was so talented. The hero looks at the girl. The hare says that this is a touching moment. The collar with a bell hit the floor. The guy picked up the collar and said that it was a witch's bell. The hare exclaimed that he was a bummer. He clarified whether it was necessary to take it now. The guy looked at the rabbit and asked why he was doing this. He added that he was the creator of such a touching drama. He clarified whether the dungeon should have been touched too. The rabbit told the hero to stop talking nonsense. A notification appeared saying that an achievement had been unlocked, reliving memories. The heroes had achieved the true goal of the shadow teaching. The dungeon cried with joy for their kind-hearted attempts to recreate precious memories with shadows. The reward, the skill, secret shadow art. The heroes looked at the notification. The rabbit said that it was unbelievable. Then it actually happened. The hero looked at the collar with the bell and asked if this was the same bell he had originally. The bell was shining. Bright rays coming from the collar crashed into the guy's chest. A notification appeared saying that the secret shadow art of the first level, to give them shape, shadow clone. A notification appeared saying that the level was increased to the second level, shadow clone. The heroes opened their eyes in surprise and said that the fixed levels of the secret shadow art was unlocked. The rabbit narrowed one eye and asked if the skill had turned into an item. He clarified if that was possible. The guy looked down and said that the fact that the secret shadow art had become a skill could mean that he could level it up. The man put his hand to his chin and said that he was currently at level 2, he could control up to 10 clones apparently. He clarified that as the level increased, the number of shadows also increased. The guy smiled and exclaimed that good deeds always come back. The rabbit said that it was funny that he was lucky even now. The man narrowed his eyes and asked what the rabbit was talking about. He added that he knew how hard he had tried this time. He clarified if the rabbit had cut down at least 100,000 trees. He added that if not, then let him keep quiet. The guy holds a collar with a bell in his hands. The rabbit says that the hero is brave. He adds that the shadows did all this. The man says that he can't hear him. He added that this time, thanks to Serpa, he got the bell very easily. The cat puffed out his cheeks. The guy told him to go to him. 2 guards are standing. The sun is shining on the trees. A notification appeared saying that the dungeon will be rebooted. The stumps are on the ground. The animal looks at the trees and asks if the forest has returned, and his anger subsided by itself. He added that everything has returned to normal. The wolf looks ahead and says that Nate is lucky. He clarified whether it is possible that he foresaw this and cut down the trees. The witch's tower. The tower stands against the background of black clouds. The guy opened his mouth and asked if the Quirkas had disappeared. He added that this was excellent. The guy smiled. The wolf mentally said that he did not expect anything else from him. The boy leaned over to the stove and said that now he could cut down trees without worrying. The rabbit asked when he was worried. He added that the hero should just use the wood that was cut earlier. The man looked at the hare and said that he actually thought he would make charcoal this time. The rabbit asked again what the hero was talking about and asked why he suddenly needed charcoal. He asked why not just use a sunstone. The boy smiled and said that the rabbit was an idiot. He added that of course, to eat ribs cooked on coals. The boy put his hands on the stove, and said that in order to make proper charcoal, they needed to build a stove. The man opened his eyes and said that the most important thing was to make sure that the heat did not escape. The cat opened his mouth and asked what was good about it. He clarified why, of all places, it had to be done here. The boy looked at the cat and said that memory alone was not enough. He added that it would be better to do it inside the building to prevent heat loss. The cat exhaled. The girl said that everything was fine. She added that it was fun for her to watch things like this. Some time later. Meat is roasting on coals. The heroes are looking at the meat. The girl took a bite of the meat. The hare is holding his cheeks. The wolf is chewing the meat. The heroes are sitting over the meat. The ribs on the coals were undoubtedly incredibly delicious. The heroes are lying on the ground. The girl says that there is no more room in it. The rabbit said that he had eaten too much. The girl sat up and asked that weren't they going to meet their comrades. She added that they had stayed here for so long because of her. The boy raised his hand and said that everything was fine. In any case, he was here for the charcoal. The girl said that she understood everything. The witch opened her mouth and said that they had fed her delicious food. She added that they should leave some charcoal for her when they left. She would be making charcoal here from now on. The boy smiled and asked what she was talking about. The rabbit clarified that he was talking to a 10-year-old girl. The hare added that this was child labor exploitation. The girl closed her eyes and said that making charcoal was fun. She added that she had nothing better to do anyway. The boy put his hand to his chin and said that the foggy island had no specific location. He clarified if that meant they wouldn't be able to set up the gate. The boy looked at the cat. The cat exclaimed that it was no problem, that he would take care of it. The man opened his mouth in surprise and asked if he could do it. The cat said that he would engrave the coordinates on the statues they brought. He added that then it would be possible to open the warped gate. The man made a surprised face and asked again if it was possible. The cat narrowed his eyes and said that he was the one who created the automated system for the fourth stage. He added that if he recorded the coordinates of the island on it, then it would be possible. The man smiled and said that this was the real Serpa. The cat walks through the white room. The current Serpa barely remembers the days when he was the manager. The black cat looks ahead. Also, he almost does not remember anything about the dungeon departure, or the reason why he created the automated system. Only memories regarding the witch. Participants like Nate and Eric he could not even remember. The man looks at the cat. The animal said that at first he believed that he wanted to harm, but the hero reunited him with his mistress. The cat lowered his ears and said that now he thought he should thank the hero. The cat added that the hero had given the current him, stuck in the past, a precious present. The cat closed his eyes and said that in return, he would like to pass on all his knowledge of magic. He added that he would be happy to pass it on to him. The boy opened his mouth and asked again what the cat was talking about. The girl holds the animal in her arms. The cat says that no matter how much he wants it, he has no gifts of magic, not a drop. The girl said, does this mean that the sickle will not be able to use magic? The hare laughed at the hero. The hero asked who he was laughing at. The cat opened his eyes and said that since he has the skill of shadow art, he will teach the hero to use it. He added that it would be useful to learn. The witch's tower stands against a background of clouds. The cat said that the hero should try to use the shadow skill. The heroes look at the shadow servant. The cat approached the heroes and said that the way he summoned the shadow was similar to golem magic. He added that the heroes did not use the skill that way. The hero crossed his arms over his chest and asked how to use the skill. The cat looked at the hero and said that shadow art and golem magic were not similar at all. He added that it was easier for shadows to take on a different form, just as nightmares can try on different guises. The guy blinked and said that he remembered how Serpa gave the shadows a form and fought them. The guy raised his finger and asked if it was true that the cat came up with a form for them. The man frowned. The cat said that of course he did it with magic. He added that the hero did not have an affiliation with it. The cat licked his hand and said that with an increase in level, maybe someday he will be able to use it. He added that he wants to at least explain what to beware of. The guy tilted his head to the side and asked what he should beware of. The cat sat down on the floor and said that shadow cats are not exactly immortal. He added that the hero should pay attention so that he does not get attacked by the same type of shadow. The man raised his hand to his chin and mentally stated that shadow art and golem magic are different. The shadow servant meowed. The man opened his eyes in surprise and mentally stated that he never thought that shadow cats could change the shape of a shadow. The man pressed the buttons of the sunstone and the floating stone. A golden ball appeared in the sky. The man smiled and said that if it was about simply changing the shape of a shadow, then it should be possible even without using magic. He asked if this was true. The man rubbed his hands together and asked how about it. The rabbit flew up to the guy and asked what he was going to do, the trick with his hands. The guy looked at the rabbit and told the hare to look at the shadow, not his hands. The man folded his hands into a puppy. The hare exclaimed that it was a puppy. The man moved his little finger and said that now if he moves his little finger, the shadow moved. The rabbit exclaimed that the puppy opened his mouth. The girl looked at the shadow and exclaimed that she was impressed. The cat opened his mouth and asked if the hero could change the shape of a shadow without magic. The boy looked at the shadow servant and said that it was his turn now. The shadow servant straightened his arms. A dog appeared from the hands of the shadow servant. The rabbit said that it looked like a real dog. The cat approached the shadow dog and said that he never thought that such a thing was possible. The shadow dog opened its mouth. The cat said that shadow art is primarily a visual component. He added that if you can change the shape like that, then it is almost like magic. The cat approached the hero and asked if it was possible to create an animal using the whole body. The hero asked again and said that it was quite difficult. Nate assumed a strange body position and exclaimed that something like this. The hare said that he couldn't look at it, that it seemed wrong to him. The cat agreed. Nate exhaled and said that since it didn't have to be his shadow, he could try casting a spell on the golem's shadow. The man stretched his arms forward and exclaimed that this is a shadow art. The boy looked at the cat. The animal said that the hero is trying to run although he has only learned to walk. He added that the hero is too weak to work with other shadows. He needs to increase his level first. The man crossed his arms over his chest and stared at the cat. The cat looks at the hero. The girl stretched her arms forward and said that this is a shadow art. The hare laughs at how the hero is trying to practice shadow art. The cat laughs and asks what he was thinking. He added that he was comparing his mistress to an ordinary person. The girl calls the cat. The cat mentally asked if it was important. The girl strokes the cat. The animal mentally stated that right now, the one he missed for so long is with him. On the edge of a foggy island. Islands flew in the air. The protagonist confidently looked forward and asked if it was time for them to leave this place. Dark auras burst out of the stone temple. Nate closed his eyes with satisfaction and declared that they had cleared the foggy island long ago, so it was high time for them to move on. The system announced that a mini altar had been spotted in the direction of the right column. The protagonist raised his head and said that they were heading there. The protagonist's ship rushed forward and the commander shouted in a commanding voice for all the shadows to start rowing. The protagonist, looking into the distance with interest, thought about how strong Mike had become. Mike, looking indignantly at the antagonist, shouted why he was doing this. There were many bloody corpses of the participants lying on the ground. The enemy grinned maliciously. The guy with snow-white hair scratched the back of his head and said the hero's name. The enemy, coldly looking at the lying bodies, said that he was killing only because he wanted to, and added that it was fair play. Mike, angrily clenching his teeth, said that these were excuses, because there was no justification for murder. The white-haired guy, looking defiantly at the protagonist, said that he did not want to kill Mike, and offered to step aside. Mike, threateningly pointing his weapon at the enemy, asked what would happen if he did not step aside. The white-haired guy flashed his red eyes. Mike watched his opponent with a frightened look, and the latter said that he was bored listening to this. The antagonist winked his eye and said that talking to the hero was just a waste of time, and added that they, at the very least, were going different ways. The protagonist looked angrily at the enemy and ordered him not to call them that, because he was not a murderer, unlike him. The white-haired guy bewilderedly tilted his head towards Mike and asked him what the difference was between killing a monster and a person, and added that the hero, it seems, took even more lives than he did. The protagonist flashed his eyes angrily. Mike, glowing with a blue aura, said that in the dungeons they cooperate with each other to withstand the monsters. The enemy, looking at the hero with a tired look, noted that the conversation with him was leading nowhere. The antagonist glowed with a red aura. The enemy's body was cleansed of blood. The hero watched what was happening, puzzled. The antagonist, looking angrily into the hero's eyes, said that if Mike did not move away, he would have to kill him. The system announced that the sixth wave had begun, and the ground beneath the heroes began to shake. The enemy, looking at the heroes appraisingly, noted that they were in no position to fight each other. Mike, looking suspiciously after the antagonist, asked if he was planning to simply run away. The enemy, confidently nodding to the side, replied that, of course, he was running away, and advised Mike to protect his comrades, as he usually did. Mike, leaning his body towards the enemy, shouted for him to stop. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger. The white-haired antagonist, mockingly looking ahead, said that Mike would not be able to catch him even if he came back to life. The opponent, grinning self-confidently, said that if Mike was the greatest hunter, then he was the worst kind of prey for him. The prison of the abyss. Many islands were floating in the sky. The protagonist, shocked by the destruction from his balcony, asked what happened to this destroyed island. Nate, puzzled, looked ahead, asked how they could dock here, and the system noticed that it looked like a battlefield, and Mike's altar was somewhere over there. The participant, clarifyingly looked down and asked again if this meant that he was on one of these islands, and the system replied that unless there was an error, then so be it. The hero bowed his head down and said that they should start by checking the nearby territories. Another part of the prison of the abyss. The islands levitated in the air, and the hero shouted the protagonist's name. The boy bit off a piece of meat and asked his interlocutor if she knew Nate. The girl named Jane, raising her hand that glowed with a bright light, said that she knew him. The guy extended his hand forward and said in surprise that she was an apostle of the dragon, just like him. Charlie, enthusiastically turning to his companion, exclaimed that it was exciting, calling her auntie. The woman, smiling shyly, told him to call her just sister. Charlie, turning to the girl, replied that yes, she was his aunt, while she was indignant. The system announced that the dungeon was restarting and the protagonist, flying on his ship between the stone blocks, exclaimed what happened, because they cleared it without doing anything. The protagonist, standing on a stone island, shouted that they had just arrived and this had happened, and said that they would not fall from here, and the rabbit shouted that a bridge had appeared on that island. The rabbit, busily crossing his paws on his chest, said that if they crossed it, it would lead them to the next dungeon, while Nate asked in bewilderment if this meant that all these destroyed islands were part of the dungeon. The protagonist looked ahead with a puzzled expression, and his assistant shouted that enough talk, because they needed to run there faster, because everything would collapse soon. The comrades, quickly running across the bridge, escaped the collapse. Nate, breathing heavily from running, complained that running immediately after arriving was somehow inhuman, and added that there really was no time for a break in the dungeon. The pink sky was covered with white clouds. The protagonist's assistant looked with interest at something ahead. The rabbit, looking at the structure in bewilderment, called the protagonist by name and asked what it was. Nate, turning proudly to his friend, exclaimed that he had been waiting for this question and suggested calling it a mosaic house, a place where they could relax. The protagonist cheerfully stretched and declared that it was like a mosaic vacation home, and the rabbit, skeptically, noted that the house looked like a pile of garbage from a zombie village. The rabbit, puzzled, crossing his arms behind his back, said that, frankly, it looked like a pile of junk, while Nate indignantly replied that the life of a genius is lonely, and that the rabbit simply does not understand real art. The rabbit, turning his back to the protagonist, declared that he would rather remain a fool. The system reported that it had bad news, while the rabbit, worriedly raising his head, asked again what kind of bad news. The protagonist opened his eyes in shock, and the system reported that one of the dragon's apostles had died. Stone islands were flying in the air. The rabbit, looking worriedly at his comrade, asked if everything was okay. The hero, absent-mindedly turning back, answered that yes, everything was okay. Nate, philosophically looking at the stone blocks in the sky, noted that in the end, this was still the same dungeon, and they had seen many different deaths. The rabbit, looking closely at the owner, asked again if he was definitely okay. The protagonist thoughtfully sank into thought. Some time ago. The protagonist put his finger to his ear. After receiving shocking news from Alpha, Nate immediately contacted the dragon's apostles. Charlie, putting his hand to his head in surprise, asked if someone had died, adding that he had met Aunt Jane, while she indignantly exclaimed that she was not an aunt and that she should be called Little Sister. Mike, contacting the protagonist via comm, said that all their comrades and even the village chief were all fine. Nate, looking into the distance in bewilderment, asked who had died then. Oliver, bowing his head gloomily, replied that Void had died. Nate, looking into the distance in shock, exclaimed if it had really been Void. Jane looked down in confusion. The boy, looking at the girl in surprise, asked who it was, and she explained that Void had been initiated with them and had been an apostle. The rabbit, indignantly raising his paw, asked if he had been with Oliver and if one of his own had killed him. Oliver, bowing his head, replied that he had not. An image of a guy with glowing red eyes appeared, and the man said that their friend was killed by a man with snow-white hair. Oliver, sitting on a rock, said that as soon as they set foot on this hellish island, Void began to behave strangely, and that after his death, the man immediately left. Rabbit, crossing his arms over his chest, noted that perhaps he harbored a grudge against him, because the guy had a bad character, and sooner or later he would have met his death. Nate, looking thoughtfully into the distance, asked if his assistant remembered the man with snow-white hair from the time when he was the manager. The rabbit, putting his finger to his chin, asked again if it was really a young guy with white hair and added whether they had such a participant. Mike, looking menacingly forward, said that he thought he knew who it was. The protagonist's friend, standing in a tense pose, said that the protagonist had better never cross paths with him, otherwise he could accept his condolences in advance. The hero, looking ahead warily, said that if they met a man with white hair, then most likely they ended up on the same hellish island as they were. Nate, exchanging surprised glances with his comrade, asked again if the island was really called hellish. The protagonist, looking ahead excitedly, replied that Mike had left a long time ago, asked how they ended up on the same island, and the system stated that he had informed the dragon apostles of the location of the mini-altar. Mike, looking into the distance, said that since they were on a hellish island, he would like to ask for something. The hero, looking straight ahead, added that they needed to act with caution and beware of the white-haired man. Mike bowed his head and added that this especially applied to Nate, since he was a killer whom even he had difficulty dealing with on equal terms, and added that it was better for Nate not to confront this man, but to simply run away. The protagonist, looking ahead puzzled, replied that it was okay. The rabbit, frowning suspiciously, thought that the man whom even Mike had a hard time dealing with should have been memorable to him. Nate, walking away, concluded that in any case, they needed to beware of the man who had killed Void. The system announced that the first wave had begun, while Nate, looking at the display in confusion, asked what the first wave was. The participant, noticing the approaching threat, exclaimed that everyone should look there. Huge bugs were flying towards the heroes. The participant, looking at the creatures, asked again if these were mayflies that they had seen in the forest, and the protagonist added that he could not distinguish bugs so well, but they were definitely dangerous. Nate, horrified by what he saw, shouted that they needed to get out of here. The guy took a sip of liquid from a mug. Nate, sipping sweet tea, sighed with relief. Insects covered the building from all sides. The rabbit, looking doubtfully at the relaxed protagonist, asked if it was possible to cool off here, and the protagonist said that it was possible. After all, that was what this house was built for. An image of a memory appeared. Mike, raising his hand to his head, said that Hell Island is an endless dungeon where you have to resist waves of monsters, and added that it is an eternal prison. The protagonist, looking at the ceiling, said that Mike said so and asked if this means that they need to survive until the wave ends. Nate, resolutely getting up, announced that it was time to get to work. The rabbit, looking at the hero with interest, asked what he had planned now. Nate, starting excavation work, answered that they would dig here. The protagonist made a hole in the ground and said that they needed to dig there. The main character, folding himself in the sauna, said that they could take a half bath and think. Nate, relaxing in the warm water, decided that he would first take a little nap. The next day, the hero's house standing in the middle of a field. Nate, waking up, opened the door. The protagonist, looking at the dead creatures in shock, asked what happened here. Nate, looking at the dead insects on the ground, asked again if all the mayflies were dead. The hero, looking thoughtfully at the ground, thought that since everything had already come to this, it was time to gather information. Nate activated his glowing diary. The magical diary displayed an entry about mayflies. Nate, grinning maliciously, concluded that since they were mayflies, they simply died, but there was no need to rejoice about such a thing. The system announced that the second wave had begun, while Nate, seeing the approaching enemies, exclaimed that they were too stubborn. The protagonist, looking resolutely at the opponents, shouted that they needed to go back. Nate, escaping from a huge swarm of insects, strove for cover. A swarm of insects hit the doors of the building. Nate, catching his breath after the chase, said with relief that he was alive, and that every time the problems were because of the memory diary. Nate, angrily gritting his teeth, asked if the witch was really that special, and the system answered that it was possible that it was a curse. Nate, looking up in surprise, asked again if it could really be a curse. Mosquitoes were covering the building from all sides. The system said that every time it saw this, it was in awe of the witch's spell, and the protagonist, looking at the notification in surprise, asked again what spell they were talking about. The rabbit, businesslike, raising his hand up, said that, as they say, words are like seeds, and the words of special individuals are endowed with great power and nobility. The rabbit put his finger to his temple and added that it was the ability to use words to bring abstract and vague thoughts, or even desires to life, so it was the power to make them come true in this world. The protagonist picked up some dynamite and asked his friend if he knew how to play it, to which the long-eared animal shouted that he needed to be killed when he spoke. Nate, looking away with concern, asked how many more attacks there would be and asked if there was an end to them. The rabbit, levitating in the air, added that there had to be an end and added that he was also interested, but he wouldn't just ask anyone. Nate, scratching his chin with interest, asked if he could ask anyone about it, and noticed that Mike hadn't cleared the dungeon yet, shouting that he knew exactly what to do. Wolf, looking at the protagonist with displeasure, complained that he had told him not to summon him, and the hero was surprised that he had appeared quickly. Bahamut, having assessed the situation, asked what kind of place it was and added that he could smell bugs. The insects covered the house and Nate confirmed his guess, saying that it was a hellish island and he had a question about the attacks. Bahamut, having clarified, asked again what kind of attacks. The protagonist looked questioningly at the interlocutor and asked when they would end. The manager, raising a claw of his paw up, answered that on each island the attacks end differently, and that as soon as you cross the bridge to another island, everything starts over again, and added that this is all he knows. Nate, expressing doubt in his look, asked if this meant that it was useless to go to another island, and the wolf answered that it did not, because when the island collapses or the food runs out, the participants go to the next island. The hero, looking into the eyes of the interlocutors, added that there was also truth in the words of the rabbit, because in order to get out of here, you need to find an island with ruins. Nate, looking at the protagonist with a puzzled expression, asked if Wolf knew where the island was, to which the wolf replied that he had already said that the place was not under his jurisdiction. The protagonist, looking down in confusion, concluded that they probably needed to move to another island, since there were no ruins on this one. The sky was getting darker. Nate prepared to leave the island at dawn. The heroes moved forward along the island, leaving the house and collecting the bare necessities. He left, and the rabbit, flying right behind the protagonist, declared that he was ashamed to leave this behind. The heroes came close to the protagonist's house, and asked what it was. An abandoned mosaic house became a resting place for the participants who arrived on this island. A sign indicated the name of the house. The heroes entered a comfortable apartment. Nate's mosaic house turned into a comfortable shelter. The participants looked around the building inside, and gratefully exclaimed that they needed to thank this Nate. The sign indicated the ownership of the house. Nate built the same houses on every island he visited. The sign indicated that the house belonged to the protagonist. The sign indicated that this was Nate's mosaic house. The heroes leaned over another sign. Nate's name began to gain fame among the participants, and the participants assumed that Nate was probably a real estate tycoon. The heroes stepped near the building. The unknown participant, his blue eyes flashing, asked again who Nate was. The hero grabbed the sword behind his back. The unknown participant, looking at the house, thought that this was what they were looking for. The white-haired guy, looking at the suspicious building, reasoned that the rumors of a safe house in the dungeon could be a trap and wondered whether it was worth entering. The participant, entering the house, explored the interior. The guy carefully looked around. The participant, relaxed, looked at the comfortable furniture. The white-haired player raised his eyebrows in confusion and exclaimed that it was not a trap. The participant looked at the hole in the ground and exclaimed that it was true. The man sitting on the cold ground added that there were rumors of an unknown house on the hellish island and that there was a hot spring there. The guy looked at the pool of water. The hero turned his head in confusion, and the rabbit exclaimed that it was shining brightly, but it was of little use. The hero turned around in confusion and wondered if it was the owner. Nate, entering the basement, was surprised that they had guests. The participant, looking at the pet in shock, exclaimed what kind of rabbit it was. The protagonist, pointing his finger at the stranger, shouted that he was a foreigner. The mosaic house stood quietly under the blue sky. The protagonist sat opposite his guest. Nate, uncertainly turning to the guest, said that the languages should be translated automatically, and explained that he was the owner of this house. The protagonist, curiously leaning towards the stranger, asked where the guest was from and what his name was. The foreigner, embarrassedly opening his eyes, asked to wait with the questions. Nate, raising his fists in admiration, exclaimed that there was even a foreigner in the dungeon, and that it was amazing, while the rabbit, ironically said that Nate said that he was a local. The rabbit, philosophically closing his eyes, noted that for him they were all foreigners or even aliens. The foreigner, looking at the heroes tensely, said that his name was Huey Bernstein. Nate, happily handing his guest a glass, exclaimed that he was German and offered to try a drink made from millet flour. Huey, looking suspiciously at the offered drink, wondered if it was poison or a drug. The rabbit, scratching his chin thoughtfully, said the name of Huey Bernstein. The assistant, levitating near the protagonist, asked if this was the frail Huey he knew. The protagonist, looking at his comrade in bewilderment, said that he was ranting again, because this guy did not look like a frail person at all. The hero calmly glanced at his interlocutor and said that the rabbit remembered his old nickname, because it was a long time ago, and then called him the manager. The animal looked at the hero in surprise. The rabbit pressed his paws to his cheeks in shock and asked what had happened to skinny Huey. Huey looked at the rabbit with self-confidence and remarked that the rabbit must be surprised that he was still alive, adding that it was so shocking. The rabbit threw his paws up indignantly and replied that of course he was surprised, because Huey Bernstein was a complete weakling. Nate called out to the rabbit with interest and asked if he was even weaker than himself, to which the assistant replied with bewilderment that there was no need to compete, and that Huey was the weakest warrior among them. A system notification image appeared and the rabbit added that Huey had the most unsuitable skill for fighting rage, which expends energy for an explosion, and the stronger the explosion, the more energy is expended. Nate, thoughtfully scratching his chin, noted that it resembled Du Ming's skill, and the assistant replied that it was similar, but not the same, and that after using the skill, Huey became unimaginably weak. The protagonist, putting his hands behind his back, agreed that it was worse than ever, but using the skill was unavoidable. The rabbit, studying Huey's transformation, was surprised how the skinny guy became so muscular, and the guy told the rabbit not to touch him. The rabbit, smiling ironically, noted that Huey had lost his sense of humor since he encountered difficulties. Huey, gloomily closing his eyes, uttered the word difficulties. Huey, flashing his blue eyes, plunged into heavy thoughts. The guest, estimating the distance with his eyes, calculated that the distance between him and the owner was 2 seconds. The hero, analyzing the protagonist's appearance, noted that the worn clothes were suspicious, and that this meant that he was strong, but he did not understand what skills he had. The white-haired guy, his blue eyes flashing, decided that if it came to a fight, he would knock him out with one blow, so as not to give him a chance to use his skill. The rabbit, levitating in the air, asked why Huey was staring at them like that. Nate, looking at his comrades, said that there was an argument between Huey and the rabbit, and that a drink made from millet flour was needed now. Huey reluctantly took the offered drink. The white-haired guy, looking at the glass, thought that the drink was not poisoned. Mosquitoes attacked the building. Nate, frowning from the noise outside, noticed that the bugs were very noisy, and offered to go out and calm them down. The guy was surprised by the offer. The guy, shocked, exclaimed that the protagonist was summoning demons, added that it was a trap, and Nate calmly sipped his drink. The white-haired guy, looking at the joyful protagonist, thought that if Huey attacked, then only he would be in danger, because the protagonist could be stronger than Mike. Huey continued to drink the offered potion. The rabbit, grimacing, thought what happened to Huey, because even if he became physically stronger thanks to clearing the dungeons, something was wrong. The rabbit, catching a strange aroma with his nose, felt that it was a strong smell of blood. The protagonist's assistant, raising his hand behind his back, decided that if necessary, he should prepare for a blow and personally knock him out. Nate looked up at the hero, puzzled. The guy, sitting with tears stinging his face, asked why he suddenly started crying. Nate, confidently looking at the hero, said that this was the effect of the drink, which does not harm the body, and that, probably, a lot of toxins had accumulated inside, and the rabbit thought that Huey was a little weaker. The protagonist raised his finger and added that, more importantly, Huey had not eaten properly, and offered to cook dinner together. Nate created exquisite dishes in front of the guest. Huey, looking at the treats in shock, exclaimed that he did not believe that such dishes could be prepared in a dungeon. Nate, politely pointing his hand at the table with dishes, said that he did not know of the guy like this, but asked him to help himself. There was a plate of food on the table and the hero screamed in surprise. The guy shoved a pile of food straight into his mouth. Huey, raising his hand with a fork up, shouted in German that it was really delicious. Huey, relaxing in his chair from satiety, thought that he had let his guard down and enjoyed normal food for the first time in many years, and that he had not been poisoned. The protagonist, looking at the guest, added that after the meal it was time to relax the body. Huey plunged into the hot spring. Huey blissfully made sounds of pleasure. Nate, putting his hand to his mouth in surprise, noticed that even foreigners make such sounds when taking a bath. The main character, turning to the guests, said that now they needed to rest, and that they needed to do something, and the rabbit exclaimed anxiously, what were they going to do? Nate, pushing his long-haired friend aside, said that he had recently learned the secret of the spider's web, to which he exclaimed that he did not want to know about it. Huey, looking at Nate in bewilderment, wondered what kind of person he was and what kind of place this was. The guy, scooping water into his palm, noticed that this was exactly the same dungeon, but it felt like he was in another world. Huey, calming down, leaned over and decided that now was the time to stop thinking. The heroes looked up and asked what it was. Nate, hearing voices from above, noticed that today was lively, and that they had new guests. The attackers, waving their weapons demandingly, exclaimed that they needed to find the warrior of fury, and that he should come out and not hide, and added that they had come to avenge their comrade. The rabbit, closing his eyes in fear, screamed that Huey was naked and weak. The guy, getting up from the bath, said that he did not want to embarrass him, and that he would deal with the attackers, and the heroes could continue to work on the web. The protagonist looked at his comrade in surprise and wondered if he really had a dual weapon. Huey, looking menacingly at his opponents, exclaimed, "Fury." An image of a skinny guy standing appeared, Huey Bernstein, once the weakest in the dungeon, always tormented by a dilemma. The guy fell backwards. Fury guarantees incredible combat power at the cost of his own blood, but during battles he often felt dizzy due to anemia. The hero opened the mysterious chest. The moment of Huey's awakening occurred after he found the butcher's blade on the 4th floor. The burning knife was inside. The system displayed that the butcher's blade reduces the enemy's health to restore its own. A schematic explanation of the situation appeared when vampirism combined with rage. The story of the warrior of rage Huey Bernstein began. The mysterious sign burned brightly. The warriors looked ahead with displeasure. Huey's explosive growth of strength aroused envy among his comrades. The comrades, greedily looking at their comrade, began to ask Huey to borrow the butcher's blade, because it would be better for them to use this blade. The warriors quarreled among themselves. Those who desired the blade began to attack each other. Relations quickly deteriorated. A huge tower with spikes stood in the sea of the abyss. The guy killed all his comrades. In the end they faced misfortune. From that moment Huey stopped smiling. The guy looked away in bewilderment. From that moment Huey stopped smiling. Huey, turning philosophically to the heroes, noted that for him this blade is both a curse and a blessing, and with it he will never lose. The enemy, looking at the protagonist in shock, exclaimed why Nate has so many cursed blades, to which he replied that he cuts cobwebs with them. Huey, perplexedly looked at his interlocutor and said that this is not a cursed blade, but just a kitchen knife. Aviel clenches his teeth. He is surprised by the quality of Nate's kitchen knives. Dora covers her face. She points to the naked guy and says that she found the warrior of rage. The girl blushes. She says that the guy is completely unarmed, or rather naked, and notes that this is her chance. The blonde guy smirks. He thinks that if anyone hears, they might think that he will leave first. He tells Nate not to show them the knives, if he values /U200B/U200B's life. The protagonist raises his head and asks why. Aviel makes a dash. He answers that despite the fact that he saved their lives, they are still hunting for this treasure. The naked guy collides his sword with the girl's staff. Oliver runs up to him from behind and curses him. The man turns around and agrees. He bends down and hits him with a dagger from behind. Oliver lies on the ground, foaming at his mouth. While Aviel fights Dora, Michael rushes at him from behind. The guide and Nate watch the battle. The hare says that the place has been destroyed and it looks like they will have to move again. The hero agrees with him and asks why people in this place start fighting as soon as they see each other. The rabbit raises his paw and suggests that it might be because of those insects. Nate turns around and asks him what the mayflies have to do with it. A page from the witch's book appears on the screen. The guide raises his finger and says that it looks like the witch is encouraging them, and they are following her words. The rabbit makes a stern face. He thinks that if due to the influence of the mayflies this emotion was amplified to the maximum. He adds that the insects probably forced the participants to take their form, thereby feeding the spirit of sacrifice. Nate exhales. He thinks that the rabbit is exaggerating too much. The guide looks at him and says that in the dungeon, everything exists thanks to sharp jumps and exaggerations. Nate raises his hand to his chin. He believes that each monster has characteristics that are not described in the journal, and adds that given this, it would not be strange if mayflies had some additional abilities. Nate looks away, and thinks about the fact that infinity is literally like endless suffering. The guy looks towards the hare. He says that if this is the case, then how could Eric not end up under the influence of the island? The rabbit says that he does not even want to imagine such thoughts. The guide flies up. He suggests that the young man not stand and watch the battle, but collect things and leave here. The guy looks at the web under the knives. Nate smiles. He understands that this can come in handy. Michael jumps on the naked man from behind. A lump of web flies through the air. The guy is pinned to the wall. Michael looks back, clarifies what kind of material it is and says that he cannot move. Nate smiles and says that it worked even better than he expected. Dora holds out her staff, asking the protagonist who he is and convincing him that since he is an ally of Aviel, she will kill him too. Nate turns around and grins. He picks up a skein of web with his stick. The guy throws it up on his staff. The guy launches the thread at the girl. Nate smiles. He is glad that the material is perfect for adhesive shackles. A swarm of insects flies to the ancient house. 3 tied enemies drink from mugs. Nate crosses his arms and tells his ally that they are much better when tied. The enemies are surprised that they were tied in an instant. Aviel thinks that in 3 seconds he will have time to reach them and slit their throats. The 3 sit. Dora thinks that if the 3 of them synchronize their attacks, they will be able to defeat both of them. Michael tenses his muscles, thinks that the web is too strong. Nate looks at the 3 and asks if they got into this just for the butcher's blade. Michael replies that in this endless hell the attacks never stop and that everything is decided by items that give stamina. He adds that their lives were also hanging by a thread, so they had no choice but to do this. Aviel says that he is not trying to escape the inevitable conflicts. He says that he has been through them so many times that he is not just used to them, but already tired of them. Oliver tries to get out of the cocoon. All the muscles in his face are tense. Aviel looks at him and assumes that he is putting on an act. The warrior gets out of the cocoon screaming that he is dying. Nate holds a drill in his hands. He is about to launch balls of web. The layer of web on the old man increases several times. Nate warns them not to move. The rabbit flies past Oliver. He notices that this man is unusual and assumes that he is cursed, explaining this by the fact that usually after a drink made of millet flour, people calm down. Nate takes out his phone and is going to check it for a curse. The guy expresses great surprise. A huge white ball is inflated on Oliver's head. The guy looks at the guide and asks him not to say that it is a ghost. The hare replies that no, because it looks like a barrier. The rest of the room are watching Nate. Nate raises his eyebrows. The voice of the temple says that he feels the same type of magic as mayflies, and not only from Oliver, but from everyone who is here. The guy turns around and looks at everyone through the camera. Everyone in the room has a cocoon on their head. The guy and the guide grimace. The voice assumes that these are mayfly eggs. The rabbit suggests checking the diary. The diary contains a lot of information about mayflies. Nate imagines a swarm of insects. He realizes that mayflies behave so furiously in order to lay eggs on the heads of the participants. The rabbit puts his finger forward. He understands that the maple egg directly affects the minds of people. Nate puts his finger to his chin. He agrees with the guide and adds that if in their case it has a similar structure, then it will affect the mind. The rabbit presses his ears. He asks what they should do now, because he does not want to be in this creepy house for another minute. Nate folds his arms. He says that he could be a better option for them. The rabbit looks at him in confusion and asks again. The guy uses purification magic. Nate's hand reaches for Oliver's head. The eggshell flies into pieces. Oliver's eyes bulge. He is very surprised and asks what happened. Nate opens his mouth with joy. He was sure that the magic would work. The rabbit raises his finger up and notes that most likely the larger the egg, the more the character changes. The rest are relatively small. Nate looks at the forehead and asks why they don't have eggs, since they've been here for a long time. The rabbit, happily poking Aviel with his paw, says that he doesn't have an egg either. He thinks it's because they take a bath every day. Nate thinks about it. He says that not only cleansing helps with eggs, but also water. Oliver, sitting up, says that he has a question. He opens his eyes and says that it has been on this island for quite some time, but they didn't know about these eggs. He tenses up and asks what would happen if the eggs hatched. Nate, folding his arms, suggests that they would become mayflies. The man lies in a cocoon. He says that it would calm him down. A boot lands on the ground with a thud. Instead of hands, the entity has a claw. This monster is an exact copy of Oliver. He looks at the booth and tells the copy of the squad that he has found a home. Nate tells the group that since they have been here for a while, he would like to ask them about the monsters that live here. Nate turns around. Aviel tells him that he saw one sinister guy here. The guy tenses up and asks again if he is really sinister and not strong or scary. A knock and a voice come from behind the door. Are they sure about that? Nate raises his eyebrows and is surprised that he still has a guest, and a guest with a very familiar voice. Oliver yells at Nate not to open the door. The door is located between two walls. The voice asks if they are all gathered there. Nate clenches his teeth and realizes that the voice behind the door is the same as Oliver's. The wall explodes. Aviel jumps up and grabs a weapon in his hands. The old man asks to free them from the web. He says that he will fight on Nate's side. Aviel replies that while wandering around Hell Island, you keep running into sinister faces. The evil clones enter the house. Hare asks Oliver if they are twins and immediately receives a negative answer. He replies that such are called doppelgangers. The guy rips the web with a knife. He orders the squad to stand up. Michael thanks him. Oliver's doppelganger opens his mouth and asks why the traces of eggs suddenly disappeared. Nate turns and asks if he is talking about mayfly eggs. The evil clone points to his forehead. He confirms and clarifies that he is talking about the eggs that grew on his head. Rabbit suggests that they were found by these eggs. Dora's doppelganger asks how the rabbit knows their color. She asks if they can see them. The clone says that even they, who were born here, cannot see them. Nate opens his mouth and asks if mayflies are not born from eggs, but something like them. Oliver's clone ignores the question and asks where they put the eggs. Nate scratches his head and says he destroyed them with his purification ability. The clone jumps on the guy, calling him names. Aviel opens his mouth wide, calling for battle. The squad stands in a defensive stance. They remark that fighting in a defensive stance is creepy. Nate orders them to back off. He summons purple magic and tells it to destroy the Grimbell squad. The Oliver clone's face takes on a puzzled look. The clone turns to stone. Nate sits down on a chair and tells them that it is the stone snake's venom, and that now they will not be able to move for a few days. The Oliver clone asks to be released, because they do not want to die. The guy lowers his head on the chair. He asks why they are so clinging to life. The clones are still asking for their release. Nate ignores their requests. He says that they will talk about killing later, and now he will ask a question. The clone screams. He replies that he will only answer the conversation if he is released, and it does not matter how many questions there are. Nate ignores the requests again. He says he wants to know something about them and asks what exactly they do. The man screams that until they are freed, they will not say anything. Nate sticks out his lower jaw. He says that if they do not answer anything, then he will kill them right now. The clone of Oliver agrees to tell. Nate begins to write down in a diary everything that the doppelganger tells him. The guy wrote down 5 facts on paper. The protagonist asks again if they live one day at a time and asks why they have such a strong will to live. The doppelganger answers that they are descendants of mayflies, so they only live one day. Oliver lies on the floor and says that in order to increase their lifespan, they kill people. He adds that only those people who carry eggs on their heads. The rabbit closes his eye. He calls them vampires and asks them how much their lifespan increases for one person. Oliver looks at the ceiling and answers that by one day. The rabbit is indignant, saying that they are like mayflies, living one day to earn another. Nate's mouth drops open, noting that in order to earn a day's wages, they have to take a life. Oliver's doppelganger looks up and says that it is parasitizing a person's head and absorbing the lifespan of a mayfly egg. It closes its eyes and says that if the host dies, the egg immediately bursts, and it absorbs the life force that spills out. Nate grits its teeth, saying that eventually they still have to kill the host, so it seems like he should take care of them right here. Oliver closes his eyes and screams that it is unfair, because if they could see the eggs, they wouldn't have to kill the host. It looks down sadly, saying that the eggs are invisible and intangible, and asks how the protagonist is suggesting that they only take the eggs. Nate asks how they find the participants with eggs. The doppelganger replies that they know the approximate location and size of the egg by pheromones. Nate looks down at the floor and asks if they would agree to pop the egg without killing the host if they had the chance. The doppelganger opens his mouth happily. He agrees and says that he would prefer to kidnap rather than kill. The hero and the rabbit look at him in confusion. The guide asks if he is going to use the kidnapped mayfly eggs as hosts. Oliver blushes and shakes his head. The heroes talk. Nate says that they are psychopaths. The rabbit replies that they just have a corrupted way of thinking. The house is on the edge of a cliff. Ben waves his hand and shouts at the guy that there is no point in talking for long, and that he will get rid of them himself. Oliver tenses his face. He asks for mercy, and states the fact that he promised to let them go if they answer correctly. Nate asks him with a calm face if he wants to die first. The doppelganger asks to free them and says that he will not forget his kindness. Oliver opens his mouth. He says that if the hero kills them, he will not get anything out of it. Nate is surprised and agrees. He asks if their weapons and equipment are part of the transformed body. The doppelganger tenses his face and answers that once they turn to ash, their equipment will be separated from them, so do not even think about stealing it. Nate makes a surprised face. He asks why they take the form of participants, and if they have special conditions. Oliver answers that it is probably because they are their hosts. The guy takes the book in his hands. He says that for the most part, he satisfied his curiosity. The doppelganger looks up and asks what will happen to them. The pets stand with weapons in their hands. They offer to get rid of the enemies. Nate raises his hand to his chin. He orders to let them go. The rabbit is indignant, and Oliver thanks him. The boy raises his hand and says that they will spend the whole day with him. The doppelganger looks at him angrily and asks if he wants to watch them die. Nate raises his hands to his neck and says that it is not so. He is just curious, that's all. He smiles and thinks that now is not the time for long discussions. Clouds fly across the sky. Eggs levitate in the air. Nate watches all this with the help of his phone. The guy turns the phone up and down. He says that they look like Easter eggs and there are a lot of them. Oliver looks at the phone screen and is glad that he sees them. Nate gives him the phone and tells him to check for himself. Oliver asks again what to check. The protagonist closes his eyes. He asks if he should feed them to him with a spoon. He offers him to check if he can burst an egg. Joyful, Oliver agrees. He ran through the air to the nearest eggs. Holding the phone in one hand, he swings his claw. The doppelganger realizes that physical methods of influence do not work. He hits the egg with a magical attack. Nate is surprised that he can use skills. The rabbit adds that it is quite possible that this is one of the original skills of the participant. Oliver lands on the ground. He is happy that if he used the skill, the egg can be destroyed. Nate tells him to go and gain more days of life. The doppelganger is surprised and agrees. An hour later, the sweaty squad has gathered together and is discussing how many eggs they have destroyed so far. Oliver asks Nate if he can give them his phone. The three bow to Nate alone. They say that with him they can live without worrying about anything. Nate is surprised. He agrees to give them the phone. The squad raises their hands up and rejoices, calling the guy the best. The young man raises his finger up and says that the phone charge is only enough for one day. The squad is indignant that then their lifespan will not change in any way. Nate raises his hand to his chin and says that the phone can be charged. The squad bows to him and asks him to bless them with his knowledge. The rabbit asks the hero if he saw how quickly they changed sides. Nate gives each of them a phone. The squad is happy with his generosity. The group is already sitting on the phones. Nate informs them that it is not free. Nate smiles and says that they will do something for him now. The house is on the edge of a cliff. The guy enters the house. He says that he is very tired. The naked man asks what he did to them, and if he got rid of them. Nate puts his hands on his hips. He says that instead, they will do more important things. Aviel gapes in amazement. He asks what those monsters can do. Nate puts his hand in his pocket. The guy with the white mohawk walks across the field. The protagonist says that they are looking for ruins. The rabbit says that they will wander around cheerfully until they find the ruins, and will notify them. The hare raises his hand. He says that they need to charge their phones, so they will report once a day. Aviel asks how they will know how to get back. The rabbit grins. A large arrow points to the house. The guide says that they will know how to get back, no matter where they are. Michael runs up to Nate and tells him they found ruins. Nate's eyes widen and he asks if they found ruins. Michael replies yes. Dora says she did too. Nate raises his hands to his chin and he asks if that means many of them found ruins. The rabbit says it's a year that's been rich in ruins. Puck waves his paws. He squeaks in his sleep. The squirrel sobs in his sleep. Ben walks past him. The squirrel wakes up waving his arms. The pet asks the little animal what it was dreaming about. The squirrel grins. Ben wonders if the little creature will soon have the chance to grow up. The pets try to talk and the rabbit emerges from a magical portal and tells them to stop pretending to understand each other. Ben asks why he's here and the guide says he needs to get some heavy gold rings. The pet asks why he needs them. The rabbit says it's to charge his phone or something. He says he's going to go anyway. The guide comes back from the portal and says he brought the rings. He raises his paw and asks which of the 3 ruins they're going to visit first. Nate turns around and says they're not going to the ruins. The rabbit asks why. The guy sits down on a stump. He tells the rabbit to think, because they live day by day, earning themselves time. But thanks to the phone, their life expectancy has increased significantly. He asks if they would like to maintain their current position as long as possible. The rabbit raises a finger. He asks the protagonist if he is telling them that they are lying to them that they found the ruins. Nate, crossing his arms, says that at the moment this is their best option. Moreover, there is a high chance that the ruins are fake. The rabbit says that this is quite cautious of him. The rabbit raises his paws. He says that it is quite possible that there is a treasure chest there, even if these are not the ruins. The young man looks to the side and says that it is quite possible, but it is better for him to have a specific goal than to chase unknown treasures. The rabbit is surprised and asks again about the goal. Nate puts his hand forward and turns on the navigation. The first thing he will do is find Eric. The guide and the young man move forward. The guy silently turns back. Aviel follows him. The protagonist looks over his shoulder and asks why he is following him. He asks again if he is going to look for runes. He replies that he wants to repay for the food and therefore will protect Nate, and in a low voice calls his food delicious. The protagonist turns around and asks again what he said, but Aviel denies it. Land islands fly in the sky. Archie opens his eyes and asks if everyone is thinking about this. A blue castle appears in front of their group. Eric says that they can only hope that this is the very place. The elder yells at him, "Will they just go in like that?" Zulu turns to the elder and asks him if he is going to retreat. The leader shrinks. He says that he has a bad feeling that if they go in, something serious will happen. The guy tells him to stay outside if he is afraid to go in. The elder gets even more scared. He turns away and thinks about how he has no choice. The old man's mouth twists strangely. He looks at the castle. His intuition skill screams without stopping, screaming that this place is very dangerous. Wolf levitates in the air. The werewolf's eyes flash. He notices that the prison is changing greatly. The islands are surrounded by a red glow. It was originally a training ground for practicing killing. The blade hangs in front of a dead man. Killing a doppelganger, a creature that looks exactly like a person, the participants get used to acting rationally. The man looks forward in fear. They get used to committing murders. The man gets up from the ground. All this leads to the fact that their souls become stained with blood, turning into offerings fit for the dragon of the apocalypse. Wolf shows his fangs. He says that it was so. He looks at the doppelgangers running with phones, wondering who they are. Two men run up to Sharon. She asks who it is. The girl suddenly pulls out her sword, hitting Oliver's clone. He puts his hand forward and tells her to be careful, and says that they are not here to hurt her. Sharon, not trusting him, bares her teeth. Oliver touches the girl's forehead. She is stunned and asks what he is doing. The man replies that he did nothing and runs away, telling her to be careful. The girl's vein appears. She wonders why he patted her head. Wolf ponders the fact that the difficulty level in the dungeon is becoming more and more unpredictable. Meanwhile, a whole crowd of doppelgangers has gathered in front of Nate's cabin, asking for a phone. Nate cups his hands and shouts for everyone to line up and gather information to charge their phones. He asks Aviel to hand out phones to the crowd. The rabbit asks him where so many monsters came from. Nate replies that it seems like the very first doppelgangers told the others. The guy puts his finger up. The guide asks if it's okay to give them phones like that. Nate replies that the phones are blocked anyway, so if they're also being paid with information, isn't that a victory? With the phones from the protagonist, the doppelgangers dispersed in different directions across the hellish island in search of ruins. While many of them were giving information to charge their phones, it was obvious that some of them were lying. The blonde guy tells the protagonist something. The hero understands that it's obviously a lie, but despite this, it clearly brought its own benefits. Dora, supporting herself by the side, comes to the house. Before reaching it, she falls to the ground. Nate, calling her, asks if she's okay. Aviel tells the protagonist that these wounds were inflicted by a butcher's blade. The guy asks him why he thinks so. Aviel says that the cuts were made by vampirism, meaning that only Aviel's doppelganger could have done them. The rabbit agrees, noticing that all the blood has been drained. The guide asks why Nate isn't afraid to go in the direction he is, given that there is a dangerous monster there. The guy replies that Eric is in that direction, and that worries him. The guide asks why the doppelganger is killing his own kind, even if it was his doing. Aviel looks down and says that it learned how to absorb life, so it carried out the massacre, meaning it doesn't need things like a phone. Nate looks at the other guy and asks if vampirism is a blade ability. The guy scratches his head. He says that he can't contact Eric, so he needs to hurry. Aviel's doppelganger strangles Michael. He glares at him. Michael asks the enemy what the hell he is. Aviel's clone says that he does not kill, but does it to bring about the end of the other doppelgangers. He says that he will absorb his lifespan, and he will live it better than suffering every day on his own. The man plunges the blade into Michael, who curses. The guy's mouth is bleeding. Aviel's clone uses the ability of vampirism. Wolf watches the murder from above. He is wary and says that he would never have thought that a doppelganger would steal life from its own kind using vampirism. Wolf's eyes sparkle. He says that he thought that the doppelgangers were acting strangely, and the difficulty of the prison was broken, but the difficulty of the dungeon was restored on its own. Aviel's clone is covered in blood. The werewolf believes that the first has every chance of sitting on the throne. Aviel is transferred behind Wolf's back. The werewolf sharply turns his head. Aviel hangs from the sky. Wolf grins. The boy calls the monster an evil abomination. Aviel bares his teeth, calls Wolf, and says he's talking to him. Wolf turns around with a jerk. The werewolf is surprised to be seen and recognized. The three heroes lie under a brown cloak. Nate watches the meeting from a cliff. He is surprised and asks Aviel if his doppelganger can see Wolf. The boy says it seems so. Nate asks the rabbit if monsters can see their creators. The rabbit says usually not, but there are exceptions. The boy turns his head and asks in what cases. Wolf asks Aviel if he is a mistake of the dungeon. When no answer comes, the werewolf holds out his hand and says that mistakes must be corrected, even if they are not in his jurisdiction. The clone smirks. Wolf shouts at the doppelganger to answer his question. The guy grabs his chin and asks how much time has passed since then. The creator lowers his muzzle and asks since when. The doppelganger turns red and says that he killed him, adding that by him he means Eric. Nate and his companions are wary. Wolf says that if so, then his status has increased for killing the apostle of the dragon. The guy asks again who he killed. The werewolf says that he made a fatal mistake. The man asks what he is talking about. Nate jerks into the doppelganger's head. The man turns around. The protagonist uses the power of a horned boar. The guy puts out his hand and takes the blow. He looks towards Nate. The clone asks who the hell he is. The hero comes up to Aviel's clone point blank and orders him to repeat what he said. Nate clarifies the question, namely who he killed. The man smiles. He asks if Nate is talking about Eric. The guy's skin is getting darker and darker. The rabbit tenses up. He has never seen Nate so angry, and he doesn't know how dangerous it is. The guy in the red shirt says that he better repeat himself and say that it's a lie. Aviel asks if Nate is his comrade and adds that it's very sad. Aviel's clone uses the rage ability. He says that now that he is bored, he needs a fight. Nate uses the mud formation ability. The guy screams. The ground under the clone's feet falls apart. He opens his mouth and says that the ground has disappeared. He widens his eyebrows and asks if this is a skill. Nate holds a huge earth ball in his hands. He demands the enemy to give him the answer he is looking for. He throws it at the clone. The earth projectile falls apart. Aviel is blown up by the blast. He shows his teeth. The guy roundhouse kicks the air. Nate lifts the earth ball over his head. Aviel watches as the earth ball flies at him. He opens his mouth wide and screams that he won't be fooled twice. The doppelganger pulls his blades out of his hands and breaks the ability. Nate grabs his hands. The monster tenses his face and is surprised by the guy's strength. Nate explains that it is a vortex ability. The guy slams his opponent into the ground. He looks at the monster with angry eyes and tells him not to whine. The rabbit tells Aviel, who is lying next to him, to stop just lying there and do something. The guy thinks about how even if he wanted to, he couldn't do anything in this fight and adds that he won't be able to join it. The monster spits out a puddle of blood. He tenses his eyebrows and does not understand what it was. Nate approaches the monster. He looks at it and orders it to stand up. Abel's doppelganger says that he does not understand what is happening here, but he is not that easy to defeat. The clone makes a sharp jerk towards Nate. The guy grabs him by the arm. He looks at him with a wide eye and uses the spin ability. Nate throws him headfirst into the ground. The protagonist looks at the doppelganger with humiliation and orders to open fire. Several archers shoot from behind his back at the lying monster. Arrows pierce Aviel's muscles. Stone crawls out from the place of impact. Aviel says that his body is changing and understands that it is the poison of the stone snake. Nate approaches the upside-down monster. He raises his hand and tells it to crumble. He looks up sharply as the guide yells that Eric isn't dead yet. The rabbit flies up to him and tells him that Alpha told them that, but they didn't listen. Nate asks the voice about it and gets confirmation that if the dragon apostle had died, she would have been the first to write about it. The monster asks why his rank went up then. Wolf lands on the ground next to him and tells him that maybe he killed someone his own equal. The voice tells him that he thinks he killed Eric's doppelganger. The rabbit folds his paws and asks what all the fuss is about since they just got looped too. Nate looks at his phone and asks what he's talking about. The guy realizes that he has a mayfly egg on his head. He agrees with the guide and asks how long he's had the egg on his head. The guy puts his hand to his head and uses his cleanse ability. Wolf crosses his arms over his chest. He explains that just one blow to the head can change a person. Nate says that at first he felt hot, and then everything turned white. Rabbit tells the doppelganger that it doesn't look that strong. He asks how he was able to defeat the Eric clone. Aviel looks up and tells them that he doesn't waste his life, so he most likely would have won. Rabbit raises his hand to his chin. He realizes that the monster wins due to the difference in life. Then the Eric clone couldn't do anything to him, because he only lives for one day. Rabbit sits on Aviel's leg. He says that luck was on his side, otherwise he couldn't do anything. The doppelganger assumes that the conflict is resolved and asks to be released. Wolf raises a finger and says that it is still strange. He is surprised that the rank went up from killing the evil clone of the dragon apostle. Nate frowns. He doesn't understand it either, and asks Aviel to explain it to him. He gets angry. He says that he's hearing about the dragon apostle for the first time, and they can't imagine how many he's already killed. Nate darkens. He says that he should know how many he killed. He thinks that he killed him. The clone looks up in surprise. Eric is standing in a huge hall. He's sweating and says that he's lost again. The guy looks at the wall and notices that these aren't mirrors, and that they look like surveillance cameras of the abyss. He notices Nate's camera and that doppelganger, and notes that the guy's skills have improved noticeably. Eric looks at the mirrors and says that they show everyone on the hellish island. The voice says that this is not surveillance, but a recording. The guy asks who it is. The blonde guy smiles and says that he is from behind. He assumes that it is himself from the mirror. Eric asks who he is and gets in response that the guy is himself, and at the same time something more. The guy smiles and says that he is the king of doppelgangers, and in this place he wrote down information about all the monsters. Eric asks again if he sorted them. Insects fly over the crowd of people. Eric's clone says that all doppelgangers are his experimental bodies, and adds that he can choose any of them. He says that after many combinations, he found the perfect body. Eric asks what he is trying to say. He darkens, he answers that now he will show it, and says a phrase about the coming of the king. Nate makes the guy answer whether he killed the guy. The man is covered in a green glow. The glow changes color to red. Nate and the rabbit open their eyes. They ask each other what is happening. Eric's clone enters the doppelganger. He says that he has been waiting for this for a long time. Eric stands calmly. They tell him that they were looking for someone as strong as him. Eric enters Aviel. The original Eric pulls out his weapons from their cases. His clone says that he has collected 3 powers, namely lightning, rage and vampirism. Eric covers his face with a weapon. The guy says that with this power he will be able to cross the limit. Wolf looks ahead and says that appropriating someone else's abilities is in the power of the doppelganger king. Nate approaches the body of Aviel and asks if this means that he has been chosen for transmigration. Wolf replies that this is most likely so, and that he suspects that the king plans to cross his limit. The protagonist is surprised and asks how this is possible, because he is just a dungeon monster. The werewolf folds his arms over his chest. He says that perhaps this was influenced by Nate's existence. He says that the dungeon can change. The shards of the mirror fly apart. Eric's clone moves forward. The dragon apostle strains his teeth. The clone's hand collects lightning. He smiles and says that this is incredible. The evil clone stands in front of the old man. Eric is surprised and shouts that this is the head of the village. He uses the Thunder Strike ability. The clone smiles. He also uses this ability. The guy frowns. Red lightning breaks the space. Blue and red lightning spreads across the sky. Nate notices this and says that Eric is currently fighting the boss. The rabbit says that red lightning is undoubtedly their friend's skill, but the red one makes him nervous. Nate starts running and suggests hurrying up. A bright blue flash is heard. Eric looks angrily at the clone. He looks at the enemy with a grin. The guy swings at his doppelganger and asks what he did to the head of the village. The guy replies that he sucked the life force out of him using vampirism, and says that a little can be sucked out of the old man. Eric curses at him. The clone deflects the lightning. He swings his blade at the guy. Eric puts up a block. A bright blue flash ends the battle. A large crater remains under the opponents. The clone tells Eric not to pretend and says that the elder was not that important to him. The guy orders him to stop joking. He releases a bolt of lightning at his doppelganger. The doppelganger swings his sword with a calm face. The guy lets the lightning pass him by. The clone smiles and says that their power is meant for destruction and that they will certainly involve others in this. He puts his hand to his chest and explains that the weak were only a hindrance, because of them he could not use his power to the fullest. Eric opens his mouth and yells at the doppelganger to shut up. The guy releases another bolt of lightning. The young man immediately makes a second strike. He takes 2 blades and points them towards the enemy. Lightning flies out of the weapons. The clone absorbs electricity into his weapon and says that the hero is now using his full power. He smiles and assumes that the mere comrades only irritated him. The doppelganger's mouth is spitting. He shouts that they were just an aggravating burden. The clone wants to say something else, but Eric interrupts him and asks him to stop talking. His eye emits a spark. The guy uses a single punch. The clone emits lightning bolts from his head. He smiles and is happy that he brought the hero to full strength. He asks Eric if this is his first time fighting at full power. He smiles, says that this is natural, and that it was a pleasure to meet him and use his skill set in a real fight. Eric holds the weapon in his hands. He asks the clone again, confused. He uses both Rage and Thunder Strike. The doppelganger laughs loudly. He is happy that he received such great power. Suddenly, he looks down, confused. Eric laughs at his words, about interfering allies, and about the incomplete measure of power. He tells the clone that since he is immortal, he does not understand that humans have tomorrow and they worry about it. Eric holds a knife in his hand. He says that if you spend your strength every day, the future will not come. Eric explains that when your strength runs out, you need the help of your comrades. The clone does not understand what he is talking about. Eric says that even if he releases his full strength, he has comrades who will cover his back. The guy's hair stands on end. Archie and Zulu teleport to the young man. He frowns and asks what the king has. The clone says that all people have the psychology of the weak. The head of the village suddenly gets up and says that he is also rooting for Eric. The guy looks at him and is surprised that he is still with them. The clone asks the elder how he is still alive. The old man replies that he almost died, but we must not forget about his skill. The man says that before receiving a blow from the clone, he drew out his own strength with the help of a butcher's blade. The knife slams into the body with all his might. Zulu tenses his face and says that the leader put himself in great danger. The elder closes his eyes and agrees that he took a risk, since it was unpredictable. He looks at his hand and said that he made this decision between life and death. The squad stands in confusion. Eric asks what he means. The old man says that he means the achievement. A notification appears that the leader has received the achievement King of Survival. The squad realizes that this is not a skill that would be useful to them. The elder scratches his head and agrees that this time he was close to death. The clone gets angry and says that this is too trivial. Eric closes his eyes and says that it is not trivial, everyone just has their own path. The doppelganger agrees that he was severely cut up and understands that it was a principle to live in his weak way. He emits smoke and says that he is not in the mood to fight now and suggests that they postpone the second round. Eric looks at him and suggests that he does not have the strength left for the fight. The doppelganger folds his arms and says that the guy has a very bad character, and asks if it is possible to be less picky. The clone breaks through the ceiling. He says that the leader has fooled everyone in this room. Zulu is surprised that the clone disappeared instantly. Eric looks up, he says that he expected this, and adds that they will not clear such a dungeon. Several islands are hanging in the air. The elephant is dragging a house on its back. Indignation is heard from it that they are moving too slowly. The rabbit waves his arms in front of Nate, and says that the sun has already set. The protagonist denies it, and says that it is not his fault, and that they are moving as fast as they can. The guide says that Alpha is also to blame, because she did not tell about the detour. Nate sits down on a chair. Alpha replies that she did not lie. The guy says that the argument is useless, and let them just sit and wait. There is a knock on the door. Everyone in the room turns around and looks at the door. Eric's clone enters the room and asks if they have any places to sleep. The heroes look at him, immediately realizing that he is Eric's doppelganger. He calmly enters and lies down on the floor. The rabbit thinks this is absurd. He thinks that the guy is being too cocky. The clone asks them not to talk to him. He says that he is too tired. The rabbit pokes him with his finger and asks him to throw the guy out of the house. Nate asks him again if he wants to be thrown out. The doppelganger lies with his back to the heroes and tells them that they are very hospitable, and that the blanket is very soft. Nate asks him if his clone knows him, and asks again if he is Eric's doppelganger. The guy turns around and replies that he more than does. Nate smiles and assumes that he is the king of the doppelgangers. The clone tenses up and asks how the guy found out about this. Nate gives 2 thumbs up. He says that the group chat was crashing because of him, and is happy that they finally met. Aviel is surprised that the doppelganger king appeared from Eric's body. The bunny asks the jock if he knows the Apostle of Dragons. The guy replies that he is quite a famous person. The doppelganger opens an eye and says that Aviel is also a part of him. The guy raises an eyebrow and asks again. The clone sits up and calls Nate over. The guy sits and asks what he wants. The clone looks at him and says that he wants to sleep. Nate narrows his eyes and asks what he wants from him. He sends him to sleep. The guy replies that doppelgangers are not allowed to eat or sleep, not even the king. He says that there is a memory that keeps bothering him. Nate raises an eyebrow and asks what the memory is. The clone states that this memory is in both Eric's and Aviel's heads, and states that this memory is Nate's food. The protagonist grins. The doppelganger leans back and specifies that food and rest are among the minor memories in this blood-soaked dungeon. Nate raises his hand, thanking him for the compliment but not understanding what he wants. The clone asks to be made an apostle. Nate grins and asks what kind of apostle he wants to be. Eric points his finger forward and states that he wants to become the apostle of the life dragon Ertia, and specifies that he knows about him from Eric's memory. He rests on his knee and states that becoming an apostle will allow him to recognize managers. The guy bites his teeth and states that apostles also benefit from food and sacrifices. The rabbit jumps up, outraged that someone with such a dirty background hopes to become an apostle of the life dragon. The guy says that even the guy who became undead could. Why can't he then? The rabbit asks how he knew about it. Nate grins and replies that he blabbed to Eric. The hare calls him a talkative idiot. The protagonist says that in any case, he wants to become an apostle so he can eat and sleep forever. The clone smiles and confirms his words. Nate sits up and asks Alpha if this is possible. He replies that he strives for apostleship in order to consume sacrificial food. This is not a pure motive, but it is possible. Nate is very surprised. Alpha continues that it remains to be seen whether he will be able to sleep, but at the moment it is impossible. The guy is indignant. He asks if the reason for this is because he is a doppelganger. He asks if they are afraid of him because he killed people, and says that despite his appearance, he has not killed a single person. He approaches them and shouts that if they want, he will not kill people, and that he will feed on animals and monsters. The guy clenches his teeth. Alpha says that this is not the reason, but that so far he has not helped the owner of the temple in any way, because in order to become an apostle of life, you first need to impress the owner of the temple. Nate leans on his hand. He asks what the clone will do. The guy replies that he will destroy the one he wants to kill. The protagonist asks why he suggests this, because Artea is a dragon of life. Nate sighs. He doubts that accepting the clone of Eric into his team is the right decision. The doppelganger gets angry. He says that he has no choice but to increase his status in another way. The voice asks him if there is another way. The guy smiles happily. He says that he will kill all the people on the island and sacrifice them on the altar, and thus he will receive the status of an apostle of the dragon of the apocalypse. The clone lowers an eyebrow. He says that he is not sure if these apostles can eat and sleep. The rabbit raises his paw to his face. The clone looks at their faces in surprise and asks what's wrong. Nate laughs at him and asks if he's going to kill all the people. The insects flock to the castle. A notification appears that the mayflies are going crazy, rejoicing at the birth of a king. The insects swarm through the air. Zulu yanks down several mayflies. He notices that they are not ending and asks if Eric is awake. Archie shoots the insects. He looks at the guy and says that he hasn't woken up yet. Zulu's face tenses up. He says that since they appeared on this island, he has protected them, but not to worry, because they will protect him. Zulu swings his axe. He says that there are too many of them. He holds the axe in his hand and shouts that he misses Nate. Jane yells at Zulu to lie down and uses the single strike ability of the spear. The girl smiles. She asks if he called Nate and says that she is the apostle of the dragon. Her partner also introduces himself. Zulu blushes at the sight of the girl. He immediately proposes to her. The girl presses herself and is surprised. A rift forms in the ground. The rabbit tells Nate that Jane got to the squad without any problems. The guy replies that he heard this in the group chat. Nate and the rabbit discuss that she was proposed to. Nate swings his hammer and creates a rift, calling everyone around cheerful. A tunnel forms in the ground. The guy sweats and asks what is left to do. He sees a stone palace and says that this is the holiest place. Eric's clone says that only he can see the mirror temple, and that the altar is underground. The guy is glad that the altar is built of stone and continues to pound the ground with a hammer. Some time later, the heroes dug under the temple. The hare notices that the land here is incredibly fertile. Alpha says that there are most likely mayflies behind the wall. Aviel says that it is quite normal for insects to be in historical places. He says that they may have lived here from the very beginning, and asks Nate what he is going to do. The protagonist holds a hammer. He suggests making a small hole and taking a look. The guy sees something incredible through the wall. On the other side is a huge cave with rails and minecarts. The heroes are surprised and ask what kind of place this is. Aviel looks ahead and assumes that this is a subway. Nate asks him why he thinks so. Nate turns around. Alpha says that this is a mine of the Stone Fairies tribe. The guy doubts it, because it is not connected to the upper world. The voice says that now the hellish island is floating in the sky, but before it could have been on the ground. The minecart sparkles. The rabbit raises his hands and asks what kind of settlement of stone fairies this is. Alpha explains that fairies are born from rocks, but turn back into regular rock when exposed to sunlight. The voice explains that they live underground, eat dirt and rocks, and have known how to mine since birth. A crowd of fairies moves through the cave. Since the Golden Age, the Empire began to use them as slaves. Eric smiles and asks if they will go inside. He says that with his powers he can easily protect them. Aviel reminds that he is here too. Nate smirks. He asks why go inside if it is dangerous and there is a way around. Nate creates rock fissures. Eric looks at him and thinks that he cannot believe it. He remembers Nate, who suggests not to go into the cave and dig along its wall. By digging a passage, Nate avoided unnecessary battles with mayflies, and he learned the location of the altar from the doppelganger king. The clone ironically asks Nate if he is a stone fairy, since it is easier for him to dig than to fight. The guy says that it will not be possible to dig further and will have to go straight. Nate is surprised and says that it seems there is no choice. The squad stands together. Eric says that the rest should watch and not get hit by lightning while he fights. Aviel says that he will watch Nate. The protagonist says to follow the clone, and asks him to make sure that no one interferes while he walks to the altar. Eric asks when his name changed to this. The guy stands with his eyes closed. Nate suggests that it will be better than calling him the king of doppelgangers. The clone says that he does not care, since only the protagonist calls him that. Nate creates a stone rift and asks to move forward. The squad stands in front of a swarm of mayflies. Rabbit shouts to the pseudo-lightning man that the insects are advancing. The clone creates lightning and says that such a name is too much. The guide waves his arms and orders him not to complain, but to watch the enemies. The clone turns and asks why the rabbit is so scared. The guide replies that a real lightning man would not say such nasty things. The clone emits lightning in all directions and orders the hare to shut up. Nate, wearing sunglasses, notices that this mine is much larger than he thought. Nate looks ahead and asks if the entire underground world can be a mine. Alpha replies that it is quite possible, because in the past, fairies could dig up entire mountains. Lightning flies past Nate's face. The guy says that the ruins of the underground world look like subway entrances. Aviel says that he doubts it, because he has been to several underground ruins, but he has never seen such a mine. The voice says that since stone fairies turn to stone after death, their corpses can block other entrances. Nate puts his hand to his temple and offers to share this information with the other apostles. The islands float in the sky, the others say they will keep this in mind. The rabbit tells Jane that when they find the floor, she should ask her muscular boyfriend to break the floor. The girl says that she understands everything and that they have already broken up. The hare is shocked. The girl tells Zulu to stop whining and start digging the floor. Nate's mouth opens wide and is surprised by what is in front of him. There is an altar in front of him. The guy activates the portal and tells Ben to come out. He offers to put golems to tear down the altar. The pet is sitting on the head of a purple statue. Eric is surprised at what is happening with these stones. Ben flies up to Nate and says that he succeeded. Nate turns around, he says that he was not told anything and asks if he succeeded. Ben says that he definitely succeeded and shows 3 cats. Nate looks in profile and sees that he already has 7 shadow cats. The guy raises his hands and orders them not to stop. Aviel asks them to stop and offers to go together. He asks how he can keep up with the golems and sees a minecart. Aviel gets on the transport and rides along the rails. The guy accelerates, blue sparks fly from under the minecart. Nate turns around and shouts that this is fun. He changes his plans and orders to collect the rails and the inventory. 2 silhouettes collect the rails. Nate also helps them. The protagonist smiles. He says that the steel bars can be useful to him. He notices that the minecart has wheels. He is going to take them off too. Ben does not understand why he needs them. After they dismantle the rails, there are 99 iron bars in the inventory. Nate finally reached the altar. The hero takes off his glasses. There is a book on the altar. Ben screams that it's a magic book. Nate asks again. The pet says that the hero will finally be able to become a wizard. Nate rejoices. The rabbit clarifies that this will only happen if it's not another empty magic book. The rabbit gets hit on the back of the head. The guy screams that he always ruins his mood. The protagonist takes the book in his hands. It glows with a purple aura. The rabbit is happy that the book is real. The book emits magic. Nate turns around. Alpha orders them to run away from the book. The rabbit chuckles. A column of magical energy from the book fills the shaft. Nate screams and asks what's going on. Alpha says it's the Book of the Apocalypse. Nate's eyes widen and asks if it's dangerous. The book's aura spreads. Alpha replies that the Book of the Apocalypse summons the dragon of the apocalypse. Eric's clone strains his teeth. Eric strains and asks him what he's doing. The guy was emitting a purple aura. He frowned and thought that his body was not listening to him. The dumbfounded guy heard a voice that asked how dare the unfaithful servant disobey his orders. A glow began to spread from his body. Dumbfounded, Nate clarified what was happening. The stranger's eyes darkened. Watching the enemy, a notification popped up that the apocalypse dragon had possessed the doppelganger king. The frightened rabbit wondered if he felt this chilling fear because of the apocalypse dragon. We were transferred underground to another archaeological site, where the guys looked around and said that it was spacious. As MC said, this place really exists. Zulu looked at Mike and clarified when he would wake up, because this was disturbing. Jane calmly assumed that the guy was focused on recovery. He would wake up when the time came. Puzzled, Zulu mentally asked how long the girl had known him to act as if they knew each other, and then replied that they did. Mike suddenly opened his eyes. He jumped off his comrade's arms. His face was serious. Zulu looked down and turned to him. Frowning, Mike declared that they had to go before it was too late. The boys looked at the protagonist and shouted at him to immediately stepped back. Looking back, Nate said that this cannot be done now, they must quickly dismantle the rails. The hare pointed his finger at him and said that now they should be worried about the altar, to which he received an answer that this is of course so, that is why they went through all these difficulties. The guy with glowing eyes looked at them. The Book of the Apocalypse began to fly towards him. Surprised, MC paid attention to the voice that said that they should stop this, because the book should not get to him, after which he asked the question why so. Watching the book, Nate listened that the reason why the book and the altar exist in this place filled with death could be that the dragon of the apocalypse is preparing for resurrection, like Lady Artea. Frowning, the protagonist clarified if this meant that the dragon of the apocalypse was also dead, to which he received an affirmative answer. He touched the web icon in the inventory. He was preparing to throw. The guy threw the web forward. It landed on the pages of the book. Alpha, watching the scene, said that the dragon of the apocalypse was definitely dead, or almost dead. It must be hiding inside the book. Gritting his teeth, MC asked if that meant that Artea was not the only one who lost her life in that war, and then suggested that the victors suffered serious losses as well. The web held the pages of the book together while Alpha said that if Lady Artea had fallen into eternal sleep when only bones remained, then perhaps the dragon of the apocalypse left the Book of the Apocalypse behind when it died. It left the dungeon behind. Nate, surprised, asked again. He looked up and listened to how the fact that the dungeon was created and left to the care of only one manager seemed strange to him, but now that mystery was solved. Frowning, the rabbit said that it meant that the dungeon's very existence was for the resurrection of the apocalypse dragon. Alpha imagined an altar and noted that they also sacrificed on the altar for the resurrection of Ardia. For the same reason, the participants became victims for the apocalypse dragon. Confused, the protagonist said that he now understood why the participants were sacrificed. They saw the book free itself from the web. Pointing his finger at it, MC cried out that they cannot allow this. The shadow archers must start firing. Arrows flew at the book. They flew past it. Stunned, Nate cried out that the artifact continued to dodge. Aviel rushed into battle, shouting that he would catch it. A guy wrapped in purple mana appeared in front of him. He extended his hand. Aviel was scared by what happened. A powerful blow hit him. The stunned guys called out to him. Lying on the ground, the boy reported that he was fine. Calming down, Nate noted that this was expected of Mike's doppelganger, and then asked if he really switched sides just because his real master showed up. The furious boy replied that it was funny and his body was moving on its own. He looked at the book and cried out that he wanted to grab it. Aviel appeared in front of him and asked if he thought he would be allowed to do so. He swung his blade. The doppelganger struck back. The boy fell to the ground. Looking at his hand, the monster stated that this was a fine body. It would be okay to call it a monster's body. The boy began to fight the demon for control of the body. The dumbfounded doppelganger heard that he must fulfill his destiny and clarified what the monster was talking about. Grinning, the demon stated that his body was nothing more than a sacred battlefield. Every step of his path would be marked by the apocalypse. The surprised guy asked if it could be that the reason he was chosen and merged with the others was to be reborn as the most perfect body. The monster with glowing eyes answered that it was true. His body was meant for him from the beginning. It was his destiny. The surprised protagonist paid attention to the voice that said that it seemed to him that the dragon of the apocalypse had been endlessly experimenting on a hellish island to create a body for himself. The guy flew towards the book with a mad look. Frowning, the rabbit cried out that he would not get closer to it. Furious Nate declared that this would not happen on his shift. The demon appeared in front of the book. He stretched out his hand towards it. The rail flew into the monster's face. He was furious with pain. MC ran towards him, building a hovering staircase under himself. The book dodged the protagonist's hands. Turning around, he called the rabbit. The manager began to try to catch the book. The guy threw the rail aside with a wave of his hand. The main character was falling for the book and asked if the demon thought he would let her escape. He swung another rail. The blow hit next to the book. Releasing a stream of dark energy, the demon wished him death. The guys were taken aback by what they saw and screamed that it was dangerous. The protagonist caught the book. The energy flow suddenly changed its direction. Bouncing off the discharge, Nate thought it was the effect of a lightning rod. With a smile on his face, he said that now they needed to get out of there. The demon released another magic blow and asked if MC thought she would escape from him. The guys began to run away from his mana streams. The angry doppelganger noted that this was the guy. The rabbit looked at him and asked him to quickly put the book in his inventory, to which he received the answer that it would not fit there. Continuing to run, Nate screamed that they had to run as fast as possible. The guy grinned and asked the protagonist if he thought he wouldn't get caught. A rail flew into his face again. His face turned red from the damage he'd taken, and he said he'd give the protagonist the most painful death. Nate turned around and screamed that the demon had said that when he came there. He extended his hand and used cleansing. The shot hit the demon's hair. The manager noted with a displeased expression that the king of the undead doppelgangers, that it wouldn't work. The guy frowned and screamed that it was all useless. The apocalypse was a natural phenomenon of the world, and his cleansing was nothing against it. Nate looked back and said that it wouldn't work and that they had to be stopped at any cost. The golems fell to the ground. The surprised protagonist clarified that the steel bars had become magnets because of the lightning. An exhausted Ben noted that it was too hot there. The guy, enveloped in blue energy, said that he could not turn to anyone. Grinning, the demon asked if he wanted to fight for endurance, noting that he had vampirism. He sent a stream of red energy to the mosquito. MC answered with a serious look that he could also recover. He hit the rails with an axe, after which a notification popped up that the logging skill had reached level 3, the logging speed was increased, and health was restored a little when cutting trees. The frightened monster began to scream so that the guy would not increase the levels so suddenly. Nate stuck his tongue out at him, saying that now they would restart their game of tag. The angry demon thought that in such a situation, this body could end its lifespan. He could not allow everything to end like this. Energy began to spread around him while he reasoned that he did not want to use this technique. But there was no choice, rage and lightning at the same time. The doppelganger, surrounded by an aura, screamed that he would definitely take away his lifespan. Nate was taken aback by the words that if this energy exploded, the mind could collapse. Looking back, he ordered the magic inventory to be opened. In his hands was a book. The mud enveloped the book. He threw it to the treasure. The guy asked with a crazy look what the main character was doing. Touching the ground, the the protagonist asked to try to catch him. He began to dig a tunnel at great speed. The doppelganger flew after him and asked if he was escaping underground. The surprised rabbit emphasized the fact that the speed of mud formation exceeded the speed of lightning. The monster pursued him. He furiously asked not to tell him that Nate was going to dig through Hell Island. Frowning, the doppelganger thought that this was impossible. He did not like to use his power in such a narrow space. Surrounding himself with mana, the demon screamed that it was there that he would kill the protagonist and live forever. Looking back, MC heard Alpha's voice, who suggested that the monster was about to explode its energy. The guy with glowing eyes noted that his cunning plan had come to an end. Grinning, the main character replied that it was what had brought him this far. He watched the demon, who was about to explode. The protagonist, looking pleased, said that the monster would die there alone. He suddenly built an observation tower. The tower began to grow. The surprised monster said that Nate was crazy. There was a powerful explosion. The ground began to tremble. Looking up, Zulu noted that everything was shaking violently and asked what if everything collapsed. Turning around, Mike replied that they had to hurry before it was too late. He began to run along the rails. A hole appeared in the island. The doppelganger began to fall. His gaze fell on a protruding beam. He released a stream of energy into it. The guy began to be attracted to her. The demon started screaming. His face was furious. Standing on the tower, Nate looked down. The dumbfounded protagonist asked how it was possible that the monster self-destructed and survived, to which the manager replied that it looked more like a dragon of life than an apocalypse dragon. The guy started climbing the tower. Smiling, MC apologized, noting that each dug hole has its purpose. The doppelganger was suddenly taken aback. The tower collapsed. A pile of stones buried the guy. His eyes glowed brightly. Blocks began to fall from the island. The dumbfounded rabbit began to call the apocalypse dragon. Looking up, Nate read that the achievement was unlocked. The dungeon was successfully cleared. He cleared the hellish island, the last of the Heavenly Path Islands. The dungeon nods approvingly in recognition of his achievement. As a reward, all survivors will be healed and invited to heaven. The joyful protagonist noticed another message, which said that the first achievement, Fall of the Apocalypse Dragon, was unlocked. The dragon's dream of rebirth was destroyed. The dungeon admired his unimaginable achievement. As a reward, he would receive 1 page of the Apocalypse Scroll, and then exclaimed that it was cool. Looking at the projections, he read that the skill, Observation Tower, had reached level 3. The construction time had been reduced by 4 times and there was an opportunity to expand the map. And the skill, Shadow Art, had reached level 3. Suddenly there was silence. The dumbfounded guy asked why his level had increased, and why everything was as usual. The confused rabbit asked if the dungeon should end if they killed the apocalypse dragon. He opened the achievement message, saying that he would double-check it. Looking at the projection, Nate asked what an invitation to heaven was. Surprised, MC asked if they would be sent home if this was heaven. Hare flew next to him and said that he was not sure about that. It was more like they were being invited to a dungeon called heaven. Pointing his finger at the screen, the manager asked what the page of the Apocalypse Scroll was and when they got it. A portal opened. Ben brought the book to the owner. The guy tore off the dirt from it. The book began to hover in front of him, emitting bright mana. It suddenly turned over. It had an eye. The book came to life, after which it asked how the damned man dared to interrupt its revival. Pointing his finger at the dragon in the form of a book, MC said that it should be dead. The enraged spirit cried out not to be insulted, because the dragon will never die, it will just fall asleep. Looking up, Nate began to listen to Alpha, who said that this is why he said from the beginning that this book is most likely the real body of the dragon of the apocalypse. He imagined the blocks falling off the island and said that the doppelganger king was just a puppet, and when he felt the connection was broken, the dragon's spirit had to move into his real body. Nate crossed his arms, looking puzzled. The rabbit pointed at the book and said that they should have burned it from the beginning. The spirit calmly asked if they wanted to burn the book that contained the power of the apocalypse dragon, adding that it would be easier to destroy the world. He grabbed the bookmark and suggested tearing it. Flipping through the pages, the protagonist asked if it was empty. The guy looked interestedly for the reward page. There were hieroglyphs on one of the pages. Squinting, the main character noted that he thought it would be the first page, but it turned out to be in the middle. He frowned and noted that he couldn't read it, and Alpha noted that it was because he was lower in status than the one who wrote these symbols. But he felt a special power from these symbols. He could try touching them. Looking at the writing, Nate asked again. After MC touched the writing, a bright light enveloped him. He read with a dumbfounded look that the power of the Apocalypse book had forcibly developed skills. The skill, Mud Formation, had evolved into the main skill and reached the intermediate first level. The enraged rabbit cried out that this was impossible. It was the first time he saw someone with 2 main skills. He pointed his finger at the spirit and asked what kind of writing could develop such a skill, after which Alpha suggested that it was written by the Apocalypse dragon. The book smirked and said that they were saying something interesting. The protagonist was surprised by the question. Did they assume that he wrote the Apocalypse book? Looking at the spirit, the boy asked if he was saying that he didn't write it. The dragon in the book's body flew in front of him and asked if they couldn't figure it out even after seeing that the book was empty, noting that it was because all of its contents had been released into the world, and he was just a part of that book. Nate was surprised. We were transported to the witch's tower on a foggy island, with a haze rising around it. The cat was sitting on the floor. The girl was looking out the window. She was holding the book in her hands and asking for protection. Looking at the thick fog, she added that she was asking for protection even if despair and darkness overtook them. The boy's face was surprised. Holding his chin, he said that the reason why the Apocalypse Dragon's controllers couldn't affect the dungeon until now was because it had never belonged to them. Sunlight enveloped the temple. The sun's rays fell on the treetops. While the story told us that this was true, the dungeon simply existed. If we compare the dungeon to a huge plantation, then the Apocalypse Dragon and its managers would be akin to ordinary farmers. We were shown the altar and told that they collect the energy generated inside the dungeon and offer it to the altar to accumulate strength for revival. The light illuminated the trees while we were told that resets, traps, monsters are nothing more than rearrangement of elements inherent in the dungeon, or techniques that allow you to turn back time. In other words, it is only a matter of scale, and nothing but the task at hand. The protagonist's face was calm. He pointed his finger at the book and said that in the end, the dragon of life and the dragon of the apocalypse are different only in nature, and their goal and capabilities are almost the same. The rabbit crossed his arms, noting that both dragons were fighting furiously to turn into bones and books, all to see who would revive first. The book flew in front of them and replied that it was true. The fact that they could talk and move in the book was also thanks to his faithful sacrifices. Gritting his teeth, MC thought that this despicable creature, it meant that the spirit had killed countless people. Looking at him, the dragon noted that judging by his face, he knew what the guy was thinking, but people summoned to the dungeon were bound to die eventually, and he was simply recycling them into energy without waste. He stuck out his tongue and pointed out that even without it, the dungeon would continue to operate on its own. Watching the spirit, Nate listened to the dungeon summon the participants on its own. Frowning, the protagonist asked if the dragon wanted him to believe that. The spirit narrowed his eyes and said that it didn't matter to him, because he wasn't the one who created the dungeon system anyway. Destruction might happen, but creation wasn't his. The puzzled guy assumed that the dungeon was created by a witch. He imagined an image of a girl. Looking at the hair, Nate said that they would need to visit Ellie. Looking up, MC heard that he could be trusted, even if it was an apocalypse dragon, a creature of that rank wouldn't lie. The book answered with a displeased look that it was true. He had no reason to behave shamefully just to deceive ordinary people. Besides, he didn't lose anything from them knowing the truth. Watching the spirit laugh, the main character wondered why he was so relaxed. He calmly noted that he had another question. The book looked at him and clarified what it was. The guy seriously asked if the dragon could return them to their original world. The rabbit was taken aback by this. The dragon stared at him. He closed his eyes and asked if the managers had told him. Looking at the boy, he said that the only way to get out of the dungeon was to clear the final dungeon. Nate was shocked by what he heard. There was silence in the cave. Looking at the body that was healing, Zulu asked if he had succeeded. Mike continued running. He suddenly stopped. Closing one eye, the boy noted that there was no point in rushing, because there were no more mayflies, and he was dying to run without stopping. Turning around, Mike said that they needed to join them quickly, otherwise he would go to heaven alone. Surprised, Zulu pointed out that if heaven meant the reward they had received. Holding a feather in his hand, he asked if this was an invitation. Archie adjusted his collar and said that Nate would not do that. Jane unzipped his jacket and asked if Mike was worried that the protagonist might take up the invitation first. Looking down, the guy said he had a dream. The girl watched him and asked what kind of dream it was. He stated with a serious expression that it was a witch's dream. Aviel was lying on the ground. He suddenly woke up. When he got up, he noticed that he had definitely lost consciousness. Clenching his hand into a fist, the man noticed that he was moving slowly. Looking around the room, he wondered where he was. Aviel was suddenly surprised. His gaze fell on a dark cloud of energy. The puzzled man emphasized that it was from the foggy island. The witch was visible through the portal. Ella folded her hands and began to ask for protection, even if despair and darkness overtook them. Taken aback, Aviel asked if she was praying. Looking around, he heard voices thanking the saint and saying that they were lucky to have her with them. Rising to his feet, the guy clarified whether her reputation there was significantly different from the one on the foggy island. Frowning, he asked if this was before she was called a witch and why they were showing it to him. He was surprised. Ellie started walking and saying that if there was such a place as heaven, she asked to be accepted. She stood in front of the window. The girls started climbing over it. She stood on the window. Ellie jumped off. The dumbfounded guy screamed loudly for her not to do it. There was a bright flash. The giant knight caught her and said that he heard the saint. The man was taken aback and asked if it was a giant. Smiling, the warrior said that he would now serve her and heed her call at any time. The fog rose near the rails. Turning around, Mike asked if anyone had received an answer from Nate. He thought with a sad look that heaven was dangerous and the protagonist should not go there alone. Frowning, he emphasized the fact that the scene he had seen in his dream with the witch was a warning of the misfortune that would happen to them. An image of Ellie appeared in his imagination, and he added that no place would accept a girl cursed by everyone as a witch. Even if there was such a place, it must be there. Looking back, Mike asked everyone to listen that the place they were heading to was the witch's paradise. The guys were surprised by what they heard. MC was taken aback by Alpha's words that there were many messages from the apostles who were worried about his condition. Nate held out his hand and asked to tell them that he was fine and to hurry up and come to him. Raising his head, he listened to the story that they needed to take the altar before the reboot, after which he replied that it was true, the reboot would come soon after the cleanup. Alpha introduced the islands and told them that there was still time before the reboot on the floating islands, but everything could go differently there. Looking around, MC asked if this was because the island was divided into parts, adding that they needed to hurry. Looking at the road, he noted that he would like to continue collecting the rails laid there in the future, since the usual gates would not work, after which he asked if it was necessary to reinstall the altar and use it as a distorted gate. Raising a finger, the rabbit said that they just needed to take possession of the altar they had received earlier and register it in the temple. Spreading his arms, he added that they could contact Rick for tuning, he had been helping them lately. The guy grabbed the book. The irritated spirit asked him to stop this pointless action, because it was useless to try to damage the book. Nate smirked and said that it was a bit rude of him. He put the chain on the book. The dumbfounded dragon asked what kind of mockery this was. Pointing his finger at the book, Nate asked if he thought his dignity had increased a little, and the rabbit pointed out that it looked like an antique. A portal opened to the magic inventory. MC stuck a stake into the floor and said that if he was tied there, he would not be able to escape. Looking at the chain, the spirit screamed to be released. Holding his chin, Nate emphasized the fact that the dragon would now live there. At least he had freedom, as far as the chain allowed, so he should not be too upset. The manager listened with a smile on his face, that it was a great idea, since the dragon of the apocalypse was immortal, then limiting its movements was the best strategy, and asked who would have thought that the baboon's magical storage would be used for such purposes. Ben pointed his finger at the spirit, and said that he would not take his eyes off him. The irritated dragon noted that he had experienced great humiliation and would curse them all. The main character shot purification magic at him. The guys came to the altar. Rick arrived there. He clarified with a serious look that this time. He looked at the portal and wondered if this energy could be behind the door. The wolf was taken aback when he heard a voice asking to save him. Frowning, the rabbit asked if Rick would help him get out, after which Alpha said that the managers and apostles of the apocalypse are different, so everything is fine. If the dragon of the apocalypse could control the managers, he would have done it long ago. The hare was surprised. Rick ignored the cries of the spirit. He asked with a puzzled look if he was deaf, because he had been deaf all day. The enraged wolf turned his attention to the guy and asked if he had been called again to help privatize the dungeon. Surprised, Nate asked how Rick knew, to which he received the answer that his plans were obvious. He smiled when he heard Alpha say that the wolf had been watching them all this time and asked if everything had been a pretense until now. Rick extended his hand. He noted with a serious look that the hellish island now belonged to the protagonist. The main character cried out with a satisfied look that he declared this place the fifth temple of the Dragon of Life, Ardea. A powerful stream of energy flew out of the altar. Mana spread from the island. Enthusiastic MC read that the divine domain was proclaimed. From now on it is known as the Temple of the Hellish Island. The territory of the dungeon was declared. Now it will be called the Hellish Island. The spirit closed his eye and noted that he would never have thought that the dungeon in which his body was created would be taken away like that. Looking at the notice, which said that he could now freely use the dungeon's traps, the monsters would not attack the manager unless he attacked first, in which case they would become hostile. All the energy collected in the dungeon would accumulate in the altar. Turning around, Nate clarified where the traps were on the Hellish Island. Rick, closing his eyes, replied that this was something he would have to ask them about. He waved at the dragon and clarified if this was true. The rabbit, looking interested, suggested trying intimidation or torture, after which the spirit cried out that even if he twisted the pages, he still would not feel pain. The irritated monster asked not to turn up his nose, just because they caught him. Even if they captured the Hellish Island, magic of this level would never be able to change this place. The dragon was taken aback by the question of whether it was true. Nate sighed. Holding his chin, the protagonist asked if he would have to change everything again. The confused spirit asked what he was trying to change. Mike stopped. Looking at his hand, he noticed that the direction of the pointer had changed. There was a pointer hanging above his hand. It began to spin. The guys smiled and heard the voice of the main character, who asked when everyone would arrive. Raising his head, Mike turned to his comrade. Touching his temple, He asked if Nate was okay and if he had gone to heaven alone. Looking down, MC replied that he hadn't done that, after which he asked the guys to get there faster, noting that there were no monsters up there. Confused, Archie asked if it was because they didn't know that Nate was the only one who could get there. Jane looked at him and said that it was wrong. Looking at him, the girl asked if it was a mine, adding that there should be an exit somewhere in it. The boy, looking pleased, said that it was expected of their aunt. She was good both in battle and in conversation. Surprised, Jane asked again what she was called. Mike listened attentively, saying that since the dungeon was cleared, all the traps stopped working, they could go up. Stretching out her hand, the girl noted that they needed to go. The group began to climb through the ruins. Zulu looked at the islands and said that all the mayflies were dead. They suddenly turned their gaze. Their gaze fell on the observation towers. The dumbfounded guy asked if they looked different, and why they were floating in the air. Looking at the unfinished tower, he suggested going to the protagonist. Wiping sweat from his face, MC glanced at the mini-map. His gaze fell on the group that appeared on the map. The joyful guy emphasized that he would try out the new function. The map began to approach. He saw his comrades and noted that it was a real satellite map. The rabbit approached him and asked why he was digging rebar into the ground under the towers, to which he received the answer that it was so that the participants could get there. Holding the clay in his hands, the guy said that it was impressive. The formation of the mud had reached an average level, and the soil had become much softer. Having driven the beam into the ground, Nate said that it went underground perfectly. Closing his eyes, the hare noted that even with great strength, it was not easy to drive the beam into the ground. At this point it was not a question of forming mud, but of becoming perfect. Crossing his arms, the guy asked what the difference was, and the manager suggested that it was small. The protagonist pulled the earth towards him, and the plot told us that this small difference was incredibly impressive. Now he could use skills without even touching the soil. He held a piece of earth in his hands, and we were told that if he touched it with his finger or punched it, the hard earth would become soft like soggy cotton candy. MC looked down. He touched the ground and said that if he continued to level up, he might be able to float in the ground. The manager, looking pleased, said that this was crazy, that he would fall through the floating islands, and Nate noted that this world was too small to handle his powers. He met up with his comrades. Looking up, the guy said that before heading to the next dungeon, he was finishing up some preparations. Zulu looked at some maps and asked what it was, to which he was told that the protagonist had leveled up his observation skill. Standing behind, Mike noted that since the distorted gate did not appear right away, they must have some more time. He seriously suggested not to accept the invitation to heaven for now. Archie extended his hand and asked if that meant they wouldn't be going to the next dungeon, and if they would be staying there longer. The man closed his eyes and said he wanted to listen to Mike and take a break. The guy walked up to him and said that more importantly, they had business. He seriously said that if his dream was true, heaven could be a very dangerous place. They should all gather there and combine their forces. Looking at the maps, he added that fortunately, thanks to the protagonist's skill, it wouldn't be hard to get everyone there. Surprised, Archie asked if MC had set up towers all over the island. Confused, Nate said yes, and then thought that he was just having fun building them. The rabbit flew up to him and said that there was no need to look for people one by one, since Hell Island was now their dungeon. They could just send everyone a message. Mike looked at him and asked if it was true that it was much easier. Smiling, the main character asked to just tell them to go this way. He looked at the maps and added that they could build more signs. He built a sign out of dirt, and the plot said that this way the participants gradually gathered around it. Mike stood in front of the people, while we were told that he called on the people to unite. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy cried out that they should unite. Watching him, Nate assumed that he was good at such things because he was a taekwondo instructor. The rabbit flew over the players and thought that there were many participants. He was suddenly surprised. Looking at the guys, the manager clarified if they were dead. They asked with a satisfied look how the protagonist was doing. They bowed their heads, saying that they were alive thanks to him. The rabbit began to whisper in his ear that he did not understand why the doppelgangers were still alive. The guy looked at the dragon and heard a scream that it was not a creature that they could summon just to satisfy their curiosity. MC, with a smile on his face, said that he would give him a gift if the spirit answered. The book looked at him silently. The upset dragon noted that he could not think that there was such a person who could not even offer a sacrifice. The surprised hare clarified whether it would be like with the mice from the first stage. The puzzled protagonist asked about them. Raising a finger, the manager said that they were a type of monsters that live and die regardless of the restart of the dungeon. Crossing his arms, Nate came to the conclusion that as long as the creature did not run out of life force, it will continue to live. MC, with a satisfied look, asked a question if it was better that way, because at least they would not have to worry about death. The enraged dragon began to scream. He was promised a gift. The main character suddenly grabbed him. He drew a kind face on his page and asked him to smile like this when he spoke. The spirit looked at him and shouted that he didn't need it. One day he would definitely kill him. Confused, Nate thought he had a feeling that the dragon was saying that on purpose. The excited guys asked if they would continue to live. Putting his hands on his hips, the guy replied that it was, and during the reboot it would be safe near the altar would not be destroyed. They began to cry with happiness and thank him. The old man stood opposite and asked how they would charge their phones if he left. Looking up, Nate asked if his presence was necessary, since the charging was done through gold, to which he received the answer that it was, if you put the phone on the altar, in the underground mine, it will automatically charge, but before that you need to put gold on the altar in advance. The surprised guy noted that it was just like wireless charging. The boys listened attentively, that it was not free, now they would have to earn their living. If they put the phone and offerings on the altar, only half of the energy would be converted. They bowed their heads, shouting that they had no choice, but they were still grateful. The doppelgangers listened attentively, that now they would hunt mayflies for them every day. Artea liked it. As the offerings accumulated, resurrection was only a matter of time. The puzzled protagonist assumed that she was very pleased. Grabbing the book, Nate suggested using it as an offering, noting that the apocalypse dragon could also be resurrected. The rabbit, with a satisfied look, said that it sounded good, and Alpha cried out that she categorically disagreed with this. Surprised, MC listened, that the apocalypse dragon and Artea were of equal rank. If offered as an offering, then he could try to take control of Artea's body. Nate thoughtfully noted that it was quite possible. Alpha glanced at the book and said that even with the dragon locked in a magical vault, it still bothered him, but it was better this way than if he were making plans in the middle of nowhere. Folding his arms, the manager stated that it was true. Without the altar and the apostles of the apocalypse in the vault, he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. The baboon would never have thought that his vault would be used like this. The sun's rays fell on the islands. The guys were sitting on the rocks. Pointing his finger forward, the rabbit clarified if Oliver was there, adding that even the production squad had made it to this stage. The man was taken aback. Surprised, MC asked if they were okay, noting that he heard that they were with Void. Disappointed, Oliver replied that Void had met a sad end. Looking down, Nate said that nothing could be done. After all, it was a dungeon. Looking at the man, the protagonist asked how he was now. Holding the back of his head, Oliver said that he had become a leader. Showing a pointer on his hand, the man emphasized that he had become a leader thanks to this navigational thing. If you follow the arrow, you can pass the dungeon as safely as possible. Standing in front of him, the guy assumed that Mike had gone the same way as him. Closing his eyes, the rabbit noted that his life was like a variety show and suggested that he write a memoir later. How a factory slave became a leader, or something similar. Opening the bag, the man thanked him for a good title and noted that he had found one thing that might be useful to Nate. The guy lowered his gaze. In the man's hands was a fruit. The puzzled hair emphasized the fact that it was an ordinary grape, after which Oliver asked if they remembered that he had the skill of collecting plants. Closing his eyes, he added that he had picked grapes from the vines that grew on the columns of the ruins. His skill told him that they had detoxifying properties and could help with digestive problems and stomach pain. Spreading his arms, the manager asked what use plants were for someone with a cleansing skill. Enthusiastic Nate said that it was not. He stretched out his hands to the grapes. The main character, with a happy face, said that they were pepper. Looking at the gift, he shouted that a spice had finally been found that could proudly bear its name. Looking around the islands, he heard that Oliver had also found sesame. Evening had come. While the guys were resting, Alpha said that all the apostles of life had finally gathered together. Looking at the guys, he said that they were the valiant apostles of Artea. Stretching out his hand, MC said that while they were here, he would make Zulu an apostle, after which the guy asked if he could now also use the group chat. He asked with a puzzled look if he should impress the protagonist first, to which he received the answer that it was okay, he had impressed him many times before. Surprised, Zulu asked how he had impressed him. Annoyed, Nate said that he had been rejected. The rabbit touched the guy's shoulder, who began to cry and said that basically they were all alone in life. Stretching out his arms, the main character cried out that he was appointing Zulu the apostle of the dragon. He presented the sliced meat and said that on such a beautiful day they could not help but have lunch together. It was time for the pork leg. Eating the meat, Jane began to ask how the food in the dungeon could be so delicious and whether he had somehow gotten the spices. Looking at the sky, Nate said that Oliver had brought the spices. Besides, without buckwheat noodles, the pork leg was incomplete. The sun was setting below the horizon. A dumbfounded Aviel started calling the witch. Sitting in the tent, he clarified whether it was all just a dream. Looking around, he asked what was so noisy there. The guys were eating in a circle. A notification popped up that the first achievement, Dungeon Chef, was unlocked. Despite the difficult conditions, he managed to get the perfect combination of products. The dungeon was drooling over his dish. As a reward, the taste of the dishes was improved. Pointing his finger at the projection, Nate clarified what the third reward was, the bonus effect of the set menu. Aviel approached him and asked what all this meant, to which the main character replied that they were having a celebration in honor of the gathering of the Dragon Apostles. He could join them and treat himself. After trying the food, Aviel noted that it was delicious. Ben watched the scene and said that the more he learned about the master, the more incredible he became, and thought that only witches could do such alchemy. He seriously assumed that the witches were dead, but their power would remain on this earth forever. The fish swam in the sea of the abyss. One of the fish stopped. Its eyes began to glow. It swelled. An arm came out of its body. The guy came out of the fish's body. Frowning, he asked how the dragon of the apocalypse dared to steal his body. A school of fish, he smirked, and asked if they had the nerve to challenge him. A red aura enveloped his body. The guy's gaze went blank. He defeated the monsters with one jerk, looking mad. An electric discharge struck the fish. His face was calm. The biggest of the fish appeared in front of the guy. He smirked. The stranger asked to eat it with a satisfied look, and then asked if they thought he would just die. The monster was suddenly taken aback. The guys were sitting in front of the fire. They were actively talking. There was a smile on their faces. Mike was watching them with a joyful look. Looking at them, he noted that it had been a long time since they had all gathered together, and in a safe place. Lowering his head, he added that it was all thanks to Nate. Folding his arms, the guy said that if he tried harder, more people would have fun with him. The rabbit flew up to him and said that no matter how capable he was still a simple person, so this outcome was already good, there was no need to blame himself. Turning around, he asked if the protagonist thought so. MC touched the ground. Confused, Mike asked what he was doing. Holding his chin, the main character clarified if he needed more. He turned his attention to his comrade, who was trying to call him. Mike asked with interest what he was trying to do with these pieces of paper. Looking away, Nate asked if he was talking about this paper. Looking at the sky, the guy asked about the sky lanterns. Surprised, Jane asked how he connected them, to which she received the answer that it was with the help of glue from the web, which turned out to be more useful than he thought. Stretching out his hand, Mike clarified if these were sky lanterns that are launched at festivals. The protagonist put a sunstone inside the product. Light began to emanate from the lantern. Releasing the lantern, the guy noted that it was really beautiful, after which he clarified if they had enough strength to fly. Looking at it, MC said that this is a good question, anyway, they are similar only in appearance. Looking down, he asked what if he added some life energy to it. A stronger glow began to emanate from the lantern. It was able to fly. The guys watched this and said that it was beautiful. Mike smiled and thought that Nate's skills had improved significantly. Technically it wasn't even a ladder, but he could still do it. It was really impressive. The excited guy asked if they should increase the production speed now. Shadows appeared. The players approached him and started asking if these were sky lanterns. The rabbit flew in front of them and asked for silence, and to wait for their turn. The protagonist looked at him and asked to borrow his ear. He started whispering something to him. The manager was shocked by what he heard. The hare looked wary and asked if he was serious. The guy had a smile on his face. Raising his fist to his mouth, the rabbit said that unfortunately, many people died this time. The guys were taken aback by what he heard. Looking at them, the manager noted that that's why they, who were lucky enough to survive, will launch these sky lanterns so that their souls can rest in peace. The players started crying and shouting that it was very attentive of Nate. He listened with a serious expression that everyone wanted to help. Covering his face with his hand, MC started whispering that it was just bait to attract the griffins. The manager overdid it, to which he received the answer that now it was the resting place of the dead, after which we were told that the main character's reputation had grown. In the background of the group members, someone notices that the participants and doppelgangers have joined forces, and as a result, a huge number of lanterns have been created. Nate looks at his inventory and confirms this fact, saying that they have already done so much. He closes his eyes and thinks that this is an incredible production speed. He goes to the stone, saying that now they need to write their wishes on these very lanterns. The redhead looks at him and asks again about the wishes. He closes his eyes again and explains that they should write them for themselves and for those who are no longer with them, because they were born to love and be loved, and someone understands that suddenly the atmosphere has become much warmer. The brown-eyed man casts a spell and asks who finished writing and calls out to the hovering ladder. The lanterns flew up into the sky. The rabbit looks displeased and notes that some are falling, to which someone shouts who is such a good guy and did it wrong, and the guy says that nevertheless it still looks exciting, and he receives a notification that he was invited to heaven. The people are taken aback by the notification and ask why so early. Mike looks at the feather and realizes that this is the very thing he hid. The people in front of Nate disappear, and he also receives a notification that he was invited to heaven. The brunette shouts after them to sell a lie so that the lanterns fly on them, and that way they will be able to find each other. The rabbit looks up and asks him if they heard it, to which he replies that he will hope so. The brunette looks at the feather. He is taken aback and asks him to wait. The guy grabs the rabbit by the ears. They fly like a bullet perpendicular to the ground, accompanied by the screams of the rabbit. Nate shows everyone his teeth. The guy looks at the rabbit and asks if it worked on him this time, to which he replies that most likely it is some kind of error, and the system explains that most likely it is the power of the object that moves him, and not the magic circle itself. The brown-eyed man flies and is glad that it is night now, because if it were day, they would become food for the griffins. The system gives an alert about the dungeon reboot. Pieces of earth float in the air. The rabbit hides behind the guy and hopes that the doppelgangers are okay, to which he receives in response that he told them to be near the altar during the reboot. The guy remembers his sky temple, because if it falls, then everyone will know about it. They fly, while the system notes that if their temple remains in this state until the morning, the griffins will find it and destroy it, to which the rabbit replies that this cannot happen, and the man in the red t-shirt agrees with him and offers him to get behind the wheel and follow him. The guide is perplexed until he insists that he do so and hands him a cube to take it with him, because he will really need run to drive properly. The rabbit extends his paw and hears a request for him to take the ghost stones with him just in case. Brown-eyed looks down and explains to Gerald that if he puts the ghost stones on the altar in the Sky Temple, then will he be able to fill them with life energy? To which he replies that he can, because for him it is like charging a phone. The guy flies away screaming for the rabbit to protect his temple, and he agrees. Nate moves away. He frowns and hopes that everything will work out for him. The brunette noticed something. He sees his temple and it asks what he is doing, because he should hurry. The brunette smiles and is glad that he did everything so quickly. The plot moves to the Sea of the Abyss to the fish. Someone flies and kicks the fish. August looks around and realizes that the black fog does not allow him to use his skills to the fullest, and that apparently he will have to move like this for some time. The fish snaps its jaws. He lands. The blonde looks up and someone notes that he, as the king of doppelgangers, inherited Mike's indomitable fighting spirit and vampirism. The guy frowns and someone notes that he used the entrails of the abyss fish as steps to rise to the sky and says that he will not give up and uses indomitable fighting spirit. His palm touches the wall. A hole breaks through and the system notifies that he activated vampirism. The man flew out of the fish. He looks at it, stunned, and doesn't understand what he sees. There are many burning lanterns in front of him. The blonde smiles madly and notes that since there are so many sky lanterns, he can easily climb up with his skills. Nate's squad is standing on the clouds. Mike looks up. He asks himself if he sees a ceiling of clouds, and the system notifies him that this is how they entered heaven. The man sticks his hand into the clouds. He is taken aback. The guy climbed almost completely and shouts that he can climb into the cloud. Mike is perplexed and asks if they really need to climb up there like that. A temple is hovering somewhere. The brown-eyed man receives an error message that he has entered heaven without permission, and he asks why. The brunette peers into the feather and asks why, because this time they arrived there completely legally and that he even has an entrance ticket with him. The rabbit crosses his paws over his chest and replies that this time he really did move there as he should have and that perhaps this message is addressed to his heavenly temple. The rabbit looks at his feather and asks if the light it emits really dissolves the clouds, to which the guy notes that he is right. The guide smiles and replies that he does not think he will ever tell him such a thing. The rabbit washes himself, saying that he is here to guide him as an assistant and that the next stage is waiting for him. Nate is taken aback while he asks him to go through. The guide frowns and asks what is the matter. Is he surprised or maybe this is the first time for him? The brunette remembers the very beginning. He smiles and replies that it is refreshing and understands that this time there is no mistake. The brown-eyed man frowns and agrees to go to heaven. Nate looks at the feather and Gerald says that it seems to him that the cloud has physical strength and that the temple simply could not get there, but the feather created a hole in the cloud for a while. He holds the feather in his hand and understands that this means that without a feather it is simply impossible to get to heaven and that this completely lives up to its name, an invitation. The guy asks with a smile if they can go since they were invited, therefore they should go, and the system notifies him that this is the entrance to the sixth stage called Paradise. The guy in the red t-shirt is stunned by the local beauty. The brown-eyed guy looks ahead and realizes what this paradise really is and wonders if this is what heaven really looks like. He looks at the burnt feather. The brunette looks around and realizes that his invitation has also disappeared and that most likely they got there according to all the rules. Nate feels through his shoes that the surface of the clouds is very soft. Something sticks out from under the cloud. Puck jumps out and the guy asks if he has been following them all this time. The guy scratches his pet and explains that he has not seen him since the temple and thinks that he is having a lot of fun. The rabbit turns to him and asks if he is alive, to which he receives a positive answer, because he is fine and asks what is going on with his temple. The guide looks around and says that the corners of the temple are broken, but otherwise it is intact, and Gerald adds that it is such a relief and asks if there is a hole nearby the size of the temple. The rabbit frowns slightly and replies that he looked, but did not find a single one, because even if he tried to break through the clouds, they are simply thrown back. To which the guy understands that nothing can be done and asks him to hide the temple away from the griffins. The rabbit looks at the clouds and agrees with the question of what it is like inside the clouds. The guide is perplexed by the fact that he received the answer that it is very beautiful there. Mike looks around and asks where everyone is, because he is here all alone wandering among the clouds. The gray-haired man asks again what he said, because he is in the same situation. Jane turns around and also agrees. The archer looks at his comrade and confirms that they are here too. Nate looks up and turns to Gerald with a question if he can tell him the location of everyone with the help of an arrow, to which he agrees. Puck is riding on the clouds and he states that they all entered together and asks why they were scattered so much. The guy thinks about it while Gerald says that he assumes that everyone just ended up at different depths in the clouds and that he noticed that those who started to rise with them stopped only when they reached a certain point. The guy crouched down and asks how he got up then. Nate touches the clouds. He looks around and realizes something because it seems familiar to him. The guy remembers his mud-shaping skill. The brown-eyed guy is holding a piece of cloud in his hand. He looks at it and asks what kind of nonsense it is because it is a cloud. Logically, the mud-shaping skill should not work on it. Nate peers at the cloud and reasons that their components should be completely different and asks if it looks like a cloud but is actually soil. The brunette looks ahead and continues that in the end, if it was just an ordinary cloud, then they could not stand on it, and that then we would not be able to grow these trees and grass. Gerald states that he feels like this place is like a huge terrarium, to which he asks again about the terrarium and clarifies why he thinks so. Gerald imagines this place as an enclosed space where artificial land is created with the help of magic. Nate asks him again what he means because the sky is high and clarifies if this can really be an enclosed space. The brunette looks up and notes that now that he thinks about it, he realizes that when they started to rise, it was the middle of the night. The ceiling is brightly glowing and he realizes that suddenly it was clear daylight and wonders if this can be true. He frowns and reasons that perhaps they are simply surrounded on all sides by a wall of clouds, to which Gerald supports his hypothesis. Nate looks ahead and continues the thought that in this case they did not rise on the clouds, but simply entered this space through them. He looks down, and now he understands why he came all the way here, because maybe his mud formation and the power of the pen just interacted with each other. The brunette falls to his knees saying that it's even better this way because it will be easier for him to move around since he can drip here exactly as much as he wants. The guy uses mud formation with a smile. He turns around at Gerald scream that he should take care of himself. An arrow flies into his eye. The brunette dodges at the last moment. The guy looks at the arrows and asks why so suddenly. He realizes in horror that there are arrows in front of him. They shower him in huge quantities. The guy covers himself from them with a cloud using mud formation. The guy looks out and notices that he almost died just now. Puck holds on with all his might and hears that his attackers continue to advance and wonders what to do because he gave all his magic inventory to the rabbit, so he can't summon golems now. He frowns and shouts that he is using shadow art and calls everyone to him. His shadows materialize and meow. Nate looks ahead and shouts for them to protect him and uses mud formation 3 times. He shows where to go and sticks out of the cloud. The guy makes an escape. The brunette makes his way through using mud formation. Brown-eyed runs out of flow and realizes that if he digs a tunnel that goes this way, he will be safe from any skill that penetrates the ground. Brown-eyed looks around and asks who the brave one was that attacked him, a participant or a monster, because whoever it was, he will forgive Gerald for showing him Mike's location. The guy sees an arrow on his hand and agrees to go there. He digs his way through shouting that he does not know who they are, but his digging skills are the best and that they can certainly try to catch up with him if they dare. He and Puck fell somewhere, and he notices that they got to a new place. The octopus looks straight at him. Nate is taken aback. The octopus is also in shock. The guy screams and is perplexed by the fact that there is an octopus in front of him. The guy tries to come to his senses. The octopus spits ink at him. Nate covers his face from it. The brown-eyed guy grins and realizes that there is not ink in front of him, but fog, and notices that he can't see anything. He is taken aback until someone says the word vomit. The brunette frowns and Gerald notices that all this is very dangerous. The 8-legged one is preparing to attack. He runs to attack, while the guy is perplexed by what this is and why he has a weapon. He screams and uses mud formation. A volley flies at his purple opponent. The octopus dodges. The brunette realizes in horror that this makes no sense, and Gerald states that he has excellent command of the equipment because this monster is very smart, and the guy asks if now is the right time for compliments, especially towards his opponent. Nate looks at the clay in his hands, saying that nevertheless he felt something because this cloud is a little different from the ground. The brunette examines the cloud, saying that unlike the ground it is elastic. Nate shouts to his Shadow Legion to split into 2 groups. He looks at them and gives orders to the teams that number 1 commands a squad of shield bearers and number 2 archers. He stands behind them and asks if they are ready. He frowns, shouting for everyone to attack. The octopus sees arrows in front of him. He frowns. The tentacles hide behind his shield. The cephalopod goes to attack. He spins and attacks. What was a guy turns into a cat. The octopus spins his sword. He prepares to attack. Nate looks at him and realizes that he moves just like a human, but there is a slight difference. Brown-eyed frowns and says that his shadow clone will chop him up. The shadow clone attacks. His opponent loses a tentacle. Nate covers himself from another portion of ink. Nate notices that he has taken up his old tricks again and wonders if he is going to escape. Against the background of ink, he says that in this way he has become like a rat in a trap and orders the shadow clones to shoot into the mysterious tunnel. Octopus is taken aback by another batch of arrows. The octopus deflects all the arrows. Nate throws a cloud at him, saying that this is the right moment. His eyes sparkle and he uses target search. The guy throws it and orders him to eat the volley. The shot ricochets off all surfaces. He jumps from cloud to cloud for a very long time. The octopus is nervous while that thing aims for the gap between his eyes. He extends a tentacle. The blow hits somewhere and explodes. Nate smiles and notes that he hit the bullseye and asks the shadow clones to finish him off. The clones wave at him. The cloud of ink rose again. Nate lowers his eyelids and asks why they are acting like this. Nate uses the cloud and notes that he can't see anything, so he uses spin. The cloud is thick. The guy inflates it. Nate sees 2 tentacles and realizes that he cut off his tentacles and ran away. The brunette noticed something. He sees a thin crack and asks if he crawled through it, therefore he is very flexible. The guy looks down and continues that hiding won't help him and uses mud formation. The octopus looks out of the clouds. Nate kicks it. Puck is perplexed by the fact that Breakfast runs away from his master and orders to capture it. Brown-eyed with clones runs after him. Brunette sees that he turned the corner. The guy slows down. He is taken aback by what he saw. In front of him stands an octopus many times bigger. Brown-eyed is drooling because it looks delicious, and Gerald tries to convince him that it is all dangerous and that they should run away. He smiles wryly and asks if he thought that the appearance of a huge octopus would scare him, because the larger the size of the target, the easier it is to hit it. Asamong lies all pierced by arrows. Brunette laughs saying that this is a victory. The system notifies him that he has unlocked an achievement called Giant Octopus Hunter, and that he has defeated it, and it was guarding the treasure of paradise. Therefore he gets the key to the treasure chest as a reward. The guy reads and asks why this achievement is unlocked, because defeating it was not difficult at all. Nate rubs his nose and realizes that he just became too strong. Zulu looks at the octopus and asks if he got the achievement because he killed an octopus. Mike states that he also unlocked this. The girl looks at her octopus and asks if they are talking about one giant one, because she also just dealt with one. The brunette is taken aback. He looks at the mountain of octopus corpses and asks if this means that everyone defeated one individual. Nevertheless, his little rascal escaped anyway. Nate looks down and continues that whether it's heaven or a terrarium, this place is still full of deception and asks if it's really just some kind of aquarium that's filled with octopuses. The brunette turns to Gerald, because maybe he got an answer from Oliver during this time since they arrived there, to which he receives a negative answer, because if there are a lot of monsters in this place, then it's dangerous for him to be alone, being a simple production worker. The brown-eyed crossed his arms on his chest and notes that then they should first figure out what to do first, because most likely they need to find Oliver first, and then meet everyone else, and that then they will make a hole in the cloud wall and return to their temple. Nate receives a letter and Gerald clarifies if he is going to check his received reward, to which he remembers that he received something there. The brown-eyed guy sees a chest near the octopus and understands what it's like to receive a reward, as if it's some kind of trifle, and offers to see what kind of incredible treasure he was guarding. The little octopus presses itself behind the chest. It's scared. Nate is scared in return. The octopus stuck a tentacle into the keyhole. The brunette screams and is indignant why he's opening it. Mike frowns and warns his teammates not to let the octopus steal their treasures. Nate is taken aback by the fact that Zulu notes that his reward has already been stolen and Jane also agrees. The guy is perplexed by what scroll they are talking about, while Gerald asks him to make sure that he did not tear the scroll with the spell. The man realizes what Mike said. The octopus frowns and prepares to tear the scroll. Zulu, horrified, declares that his scroll has also been torn. The octopus holds the scroll. Letters are running around him. He jumps with his beak at the screen. The man looks at the octopus and notices that it has suddenly become faster. The girl jumps back. Another one looks and says that her octopus has become stronger. Zulu says that it burns like a torch. Nate looks down and thinks about the fact that this is an item that allows monsters to use skills, and Mike shouts at him to catch it because he can target the scroll with the spell from another place. The brunette looks sadly. The octopus is shaking. The brunette looks at it and wants to retell everything in other words. The finger points at the octopus and the brown-eyed man clarifies whether this means that if you rip off the drink, the skill will be used. The brunette takes the scroll. The guy in the red sweater asks if he can be quieter or maybe he wants to turn into small stone chips. Nate reads and asks what is written here, because he does not understand anything, or is it his problem again because of his level, to which Gerald notes that he is right, because these runes do allow the use of magic. The brunette is happy while he continues that this type of scrolls with spells is the exclusive property of witches and if you tear it, the magic contained in it will be used, to which he asks again if he really thinks so. Gerald looks at the runes and the guy asks him to confirm what he said, to which he receives a notification that these are magic spells, which have full durability, and that its special function is a first-level fire rune. The octopus is all sweaty, while the guy clarifies whether fire will appear if he tears the scroll. Brown-Eyed reads and Gerald asks him to be careful because if a person who is not a witch takes and tears the scroll with the spell, then he will have to say goodbye to his life, to which he clarifies whether life will be the price in exchange for use, to which he notes that, as the participants say, his health level simply decreases. Nate looks up and notes that it seems to him that he figured out how to get to this heavenly place and that everyone ended up in different locations, but for everyone the stage began with the same conditions. He shakes off the scroll and continues that so the answer must lie in octopuses and magic scrolls, because instead of hunting octopuses, you can just collect as many scrolls as possible, and asks if this will simplify the development of a strategy, and how he thinks about it, to which Gerald agrees that this makes sense. Brunette looks down and notes that he should immediately use all new items and orders the fire rune to activate. The guy tears the paper. Letters fly around. He looks dumbfounded. His hands catch fire. Letters run across his skin. Smoke appeared. He yells at the octopus, asking if he shouldn't have torn it up. Nate looks at his hands and hears that he was also surprised, because it's strange, because when a scroll is torn, the power contained in it should activate, and moreover, he clearly saw that the runes were engraved on his body. The brunette scratches his ear and someone says that he announced the whole situation to the rabbit, but his answer became obvious, to which he asks if his paper could have been defective. He slams his fists together and reasons that he simply shouldn't be confused by something like that and suggests that he simply should have torn it more beautifully. Nate made a snowflake out of the scroll. The brunette sighs sadly and points his finger at the octopus and shouts that it can't be that the scroll is defective and that he will find more scrolls and tear them up too, and orders the octopus to tell him where the other treasure chest is if he knows. Nate looks angrily and asks if he just decided to keep quiet. He hands him an octopus dish. Brown-Eyed looks madly and figures that he is showing him this beautiful octopus sashimi for a reason, but if he doesn't want to talk, then let him not talk, he will just eat it and find everything himself. The octopus gets angry and hears that it just so happened that he just happened to have excellent ingredients for sashimi on hand. The brunette clenches his fist and shouts about fire. He looks at another giant octopus and is attacked. The guy stands near the chest and notes that it is great that they had another scroll with a spell. The brunette looks up contentedly and notes that he is counting on him and that next time something will happen. Nate looks at the staff made from a stick and an octopus, while the voice explains that the octopus has changed its mind and that it has betrayed its species for the sake of survival. Nate runs to where the octopus points and shouts that he understands everything and that means that's where they will go, while Gerald asks how he understands him at all. The guy has killed another octopus. He smiles and shouts that it's cool that there's another scroll. The brunette clenches his fist. Nate excitedly tears the scroll and notes that it looks like he'll succeed this time. The letters fly away. He looks at him with displeasure and asks himself why nothing works for him. The brunette frowns and asks his new friend if they're only for octopuses. Nate exhales and hears a suggestion to stop destroying them and just collect them, to which he replies that it's all sad and that he doesn't see much point in this suggestion because it's possible that he's the only one who can't use them. Nate is stunned to hear his friend bragging about tearing his scroll and the effect it has on him is simply amazing, and the other one also shouts that it's incredible because his speed has increased. He tears his hair out, asking if they can just stop annoying him, because these miserable underground years haven't even given him the chance to use the scrolls, and asks to give him one. Mike looks away and agrees that he has two, and it looks like the scroll's effect is temporary. The archer looks up, saying that he's not even sure if this is a side effect, but his health has dropped by a third. Nate despairs, saying that he also wants to participate in the discussion of the scrolls, and Gerald adds that if a third of his health is spent to use it, it means that only 2 scrolls can be used in total. The brunette listens further with displeasure, saying that he's not sure about the incredible effect of the scroll, but it looks like it's a double-edged sword. To which the guy replies that he doesn't care anymore what kind of sword it is or not a sword at all. He also wants to use it, he just wants to, and that's it. Nate reads the scrolls and realizes that they are all so different. He reads the description of each one and sees that all 4 of his are on the first level power rune. Brown-Eye turns around and says that it seems pointless to keep them when he can't even use them and asks Gerald if they will be used as offerings, to which she replies that no matter how good the benefits of the scrolls are, the life force will still be greatly depleted and that if they were effective in the first place, they would not deplete the life force of the one who uses them so much. The guy looks at something and notes that in such moments one should turn to a knowledgeable person and calls such a person to him. Rick appears in front of him and notes that he already told him that he was busy and clarifies why he still continues to call him to himself. Nate hands him food, saying that he has something for him that he cooked for him and that it is called pork trotters with buckwheat noodles, to which he is surprised. He turns around and clarifies if he is in heaven, because this is the first time he is standing inside and that he usually only saw it from the outside. The wolf eats willingly and asks if he could get straight to the point, because he certainly didn't call him here for a treat, to which he replies that he's as insightful as ever. Rick hears that he got hold of several scrolls with spells and can't use them and that he would like to know why this is happening, to which he receives a counter question why he's asking such a thing, because such things are obvious to him. The brunette scratches his cheek and asks if he means that the scrolls are defective. Rick exhales and explains that this is usually the reason, but not this time because curses or poisons have a hard time working on people with the cleansing ability. He eats and explains that if we go back to talking about the scroll with spells that sucks out life force at will, to which the guy asks him again. Nate reads the description of the first level cleansing skill. He looks at him with displeasure and notes that this means that he is immune to all poisons and that this clause even applies to this. Of course, he didn't know. The brunette looks at his interlocutor and asks if this is an effect, because how can a scroll with a spell be equal to poison at all? Rick crosses his paws on his chest and answers that in essence it is just poison for people who do not have magic and that when poisoned, the health level decreases and the scroll with a spell acts in the same way. The guy looks at his hand and rephrases that he must spend his energy for the magic to manifest, and asks if it means that the purification skill automatically prevents it in his case. Nate thought about the fact that at the beginning that now there is no use from this skill at all. He gets angry and goes into a stage of denial. The guy looks madly at the sky and says that since he can't use the scroll, he simply won't let anyone else use it, and the voice explains that this is all because this news has really knocked him down, and that he's completely lost his mind. The brown-eyed guy waves the octopus and shouts that he'll collect all the scrolls and use them as toilet paper, and orders his octopus wand to show him the way. The guy runs. Rick looks at him in bewilderment, and notes that he'll have to look for another crazy guy like him. The guy runs and the voice continues that Nate's crazy actions really weren't routine and they were. The octopus is tired while the guy is screaming for the huge sashimi to die, and the voice notes that his actions were like a hurricane that the other participants couldn't keep up with. The brunette goes crazy while the voice comments that he collected the items and scrolls with spells in the blink of an eye. Nate turns around. The octopus in the teapot curses. The brown-eyed man smiles evilly and notices that they decided to completely close their heads from him and that it is quite reasonable, while the paper asks whether it is necessary to be smart in proportion to the size of the head and then how smart are octopuses in general. Nate runs and asks what they are going to do to him at all, because it will not work on him. Arrows fly at him, and he is perplexed. He frowns and remembers about that very thing. The octopus with the crossbow prepares to shoot at him. Nate flies into a rage and notes that he is a small bastard and that he had such a good thing with him all that time, and orders his shadow squad to immediately steal such luxury. The shadow clones were shot. Nate was taken aback. The brunette runs away saying that it's time to retreat, while the voice notes that when he regained his sanity, something didn't go according to his plan. Something shines through the clouds. Rick looks at him and notes that he ran around like a madman and clarifies what he had planned this time, to which he receives in response that things are heading towards the fact that he needs a skill and that there is also new soil here that he can use as material for his new tank, and that is why he is trying to make it right now. Rick looks at him and asks again if this will be another golem, to which he replies that of course it will not be just a golem. He smirks and explains that it will be a whole new generation golem. The guy looks ahead and continues that since his opponent is octopuses, then they will also fight from their side. He sits on the golem and shouts for it to wake up as a second generation golem. Against the background of the gorilla, the voice says that while the golem's core is intact, it can regenerate itself even to infinity, and also these creatures have a powerful destructive force due to their enormous weight. Orilla is perplexed. Oka asks what his weakness is. Nate tries to push him away and the answer comes that their weight is also their main disadvantage. The turtle runs after the rabbit and he continues that the heavier his golem, the slower it moves, and that with the reaction things are exactly the same. Nate remembers his old golems and hears that as a result, the elephant golem is empty inside, in order to reduce the weight, and the octopus golem is equipped with hovering stones. Another golem shows a tentacle, until he still does not shut up that such an octopus golem of the second version is made of clouds and therefore it is different, and that it is light because of its material, and also agile. The brunette looks at him contentedly, while the voice sums up that in this way his golems got rid of their weakness. Rick is taken aback and asks if his destructive power will not decrease because the weight has decreased, and it seems to him that most of his golem's power has simply disappeared along with the excess weight. Nate waves his finger and denies this, because cloud soil is not just light. The wolf asks again what else. The guy notices the elasticity of the new material. The octopus hovers. It hits someone with a tentacle. Rick asks in horror what kind of power it is, as if someone hit him with a whip. The brown-eyed man clenches his fist and adds to it that since the octopus has 8 legs, this power can easily be increased, and orders him to simply destroy everyone. The golem kills the Nautilus imitators. Each one receives many slaps. Nate laughs contentedly. He points his finger at the shadow clones and asks them to get their weapons so that they can destroy the octopuses, and asks them not to forget about the crossbows. The brunette thinks that the crossbow arrows should be remade, because it is worth making a version that would have a fire stone, like the other arrows. He flies and calls everyone to move on and asks the wand where they are going. Hugo smiles and recognizes Nate. He stands with a burning sword and receives in response that they have not seen each other for a long time. The blonde looks at him and hears that his muscles are as big as before, and he asks how he is doing. The brunette replies that he is doing well. He notices his sword. The giant octopus is furious, and the guys are perplexed why it appeared so suddenly. Hugo frowns and asks him to leave it to him. He goes on the attack. The tentacles capture his working half of the body. The blonde strains his biceps. The red-eyed man screams. The octopus let him go. Nate is perplexed and asks if he was able to throw the giant octopus and asks if this is the effect of the rune of power. The giant squints. The blonde makes a terrible sound. He dodges the tentacles, and Nate sees that this is the effect of the speed rune. The sword is on fire. The blonde prefers baked sushi to sashimi. The octopus cuts him in half. Nate is pleasantly surprised that he even has a fire rune. Rick crosses his arms over his chest and notes that he thinks he found a good use for the butcher's blade and that since vampirism replenishes energy from using the spell, he has no problem with it. The brunette can hardly hold back tears, because he is very jealous of him. The guy looks away and the rabbit asks what he is doing and gets a question about what happened there, and he explains that he delivered the temple to the corner, and that they just need to make a hole. The octopus walks while the voice notes that Hugo has joined him and heard the story about the witch's dream. The blonde looks at him and notes that in the dream this place was called the Witch's Paradise, and that what they had to fight was not just octopuses. The brunette clarifies who they had to fight in that case, and maybe he still remembers something. He thinks about Mike and the voice explains that they were chosen by the kings of the doppelgangers and that only they saw the witch's dream. He continues that like most dreams, this one is forgotten over time as you wake up, as if there is a harmful bug in your head that slowly eats away your memories of the dream and that someone is trying to hide the secret that he learned in it, and that the witch's dream was exactly like that. Nate clarifies if this means that he remembered little, to which he receives a positive answer with an explanation that this is a big problem. The blonde frowns and explains that when he arrived in heaven, fragments of that dream began to emerge in his mind and he also understood the reason why he and Mike had that dream. The brunette asks what the reason is. Hugo smiles and replies that it is a mission and that in the near future they will be the ones to find a way for the rest of the participants to move forward. His eyes glow and he explains that it will be even at the cost of their lives. Nate looks down and realizes that his gaze has changed and has become what a warrior should have. Rick flies and notes that he is right and that from now on the participants will have to figure everything out on their own. Nate looks at him in bewilderment and asks if this means that they will replace the managers, because he thought that this was just a fictitious company, but it turned out that they did not even have enough workers, to which he receives in response that there is such a problem. Hugo looks awkwardly and thinks that although this cannot be the reason that he was simply shown such a dream. He looks at the brunette and remembers that they still need to go to the highest point of this place, and that if we follow the plot of his dream, then the destination should be exactly there. The brown-eyed man crossed his arms over his chest and asked again if this is so, which means that they should split up right here, and explains that he must go down to meet the rest of his participants, because it will be safer to go together. Hugo replies that he understands everything. Hugo looks surprised and realizes something with a question about this. He raises a finger and asks to hunt with him here while waiting for his comrades, because it will be better than just recklessly getting lost on the way down. The brunette thinks that his interlocutor is right, because it will be much more effective to gather everyone here than to look for everyone separately. The blonde embarrassedly clarifies whether they agreed. The octopus stick is indignant. Nate looks at him and begins to tell the essence of the plan. The blonde asks again about the plan. He looks at him and points out that he is right and that if they take this place as the center and dig tunnels that will cover a large area from this place, then wouldn't it be easier for the others to find it rather than the other way around? Hugo leans down and retorts that if they do that and take into account whether it will attract more octopuses. The brunette looks at the screen and explains to him that near him they have nothing to worry about, and besides, they will not have problems with this. He dumps a stack of scrolls out to him. The blonde is taken aback and asks where he got all these scrolls with spells and why he is just giving them to him. Nate awkwardly replies that he can't use them anyway, and also he has a butcher's blade with him, and therefore he should use chi as his heart desires, and that now he will be much calmer. The blonde is glad that he is such a wonderful person and thanks him. Nate squats down as the voice notes that the order of work has been determined and the network of tunnels is growing larger, as he gives orders for the first shadow clone to go left and number 2 to go right. He points at himself saying that he is the center of their plan. Rick flies and hears him announce the start of collecting soil. The blonde looks and says that this simply cannot be happening. He looks at the huge tunnel and says that this is incredible. Hugo wonders if magic means nothing to him. The blonde realizes that this is literally the whole point of magic. He shouts asking if he thinks the passage is too wide because things will be bad if it falls apart. Nate waves his hand and shouts that there are columns everywhere so he should not worry, just deal with the octopuses. The Nautilus fans advance. The blonde smiles that since this is his role, then this is what he will do. Someone is fighting in the background of the columns. The brunette wipes his nose and notes that he is incredible, in general, what was expected from him. Nate sees that he has received a notification that the parameters of paradise are limited. Rick flies up and receives a question about why the parameters are limited and what this even means. To which he receives in response that he is also here for the first time, so he has no idea. The octopuses are scared. Hugo looks at the retreat. He turns around. Something has become cloudy. The blonde shouts that it seems to him that something is approaching here, to which he clarifies what kind of dust cloud it is. Someone is shouting from the cloud. Nate hears that these are the shouts of the participants, and asks if several events can happen here at the same time. Hugo runs and shouts that there is no time to stand there, and that they need to get out. The brunette stands and replies that everything is wrong, and he should stop. The brunette notes that this cloud reminds him of something. The blonde asks him to stop, because it is dangerous. Something flies out from there. The blonde shouts at him. Squirrel waves his paws. Rick also screams. Nate uses mud formation. Everyone is taken aback. He waves his arms and notices that it is gathering and wonders if it is some kind of mediator. Wolf wonders if he is a mud mage. The guy reaches forward and he realizes that even though he could not use scrolls with spells, he is simply creating miracles with his own hands. Hugo states that the dust cloud has stopped. The brunette wipes his forehead and explains that he just tried it just in case and thanks God that everything worked out for him. The blonde looks at him and asks what was that and what does the limitation of parameters mean, to which Rick suggests that this is a special system of heaven. The wolf opens his mouth saying that he thinks that he is deliberately trying to lead the participants to certain places, and just like during the reboot, but he feels a similar flow of magical energy. Nate steps on the cloud and Gerald explains that similar to the cloud under his feet, the dust cloud collects physical force through magical energy, and that the energy in it fluctuated due to the tunnel, and that this led to the formation of three-dimensional magic. Nate looks up and states that he understood this as the blood that flows in the veins. This magical energy supports heaven and moves through the tunnels. He sits down on the ground and turns to Gerald, because he has a cool idea, because if they all break through these clouds and bring them as an offering. Brown notes that he is impressed by the idea, but he himself does not advise doing this, because like in the scrolls with spells in the clouds there is a small amount of life energy, and therefore more energy will be spent on the offerings than they will receive in the end. The brunette thinks that this is just like when the shipping of the goods is more expensive than the goods themselves, to which he notes that perhaps it would be more useful if they caught more octopus. He turns around and replies that in his words, these dust clouds are simply useless. He goes to them. The brown-eyed man uses mud formation on him. The guy looks at his palm and says that he sees beauty there, and that he needs to take a few more as souvenirs. The brunette raises his hand, saying that because of these dust clouds, their plan has transformed into staying here and waiting and calls him to go with him to another place. The blonde clenches his fist and agrees and asks him to leave the escort to him. The voice notes that, as before, he did not have the opportunity to intervene. The guy is having fun and uses mud formation many times. His inventory is full of cloud beads and the voice continues that in this way he managed to collect a huge number of souvenirs. Nate looks at the inventory and asks him to look at what magnificent souvenirs he collected. He noticed something. The brunette looks at the chest and asks if it is a treasure chest. Hugo shouts that this is incredible luck and that now that all the octopuses have escaped, this chest is free for them. The brown-eyed man looks away and asks him to wait, because aren't they the only ones who can move in this place, and it turns out that all the chests in this area belong to them. The blonde happily notes that this is most likely true. Rick looks at him and asks if he told him that he was going to look for his comrades, to which he receives in response that everything is correct, but he does not understand what they will do when they meet, because they will still be looking for chests. The wolf is perplexed and thinks that everything is going as he expected from him. Nate smiles and he understands that he was completely wrong. Against the background of a pile of chests, a voice explains that there are 27 of them, and that is how many he found in the dusty area. Nate walks ahead and sums up that it looks like they came out of an underground tunnel again, and that since they have already collected about 20 chests, and asks if they should continue moving forward in that case. Hugo looks at him and agrees. He is taken aback. The blonde looks at his back and thinks that the place from which others had difficulty getting out is nothing more than a simple walk in the park for Nate. The guy continues that when he looks at him, it seems to him that all the difficulties he faced were just trifles. He smiles and continues that he does not feel envy, anger and other emotions, because this guy is on a completely different level. The brunette looks ahead, and he still thinks that it is very ironic that such an outstanding person cannot use scrolls with spells. His eyes glow and he mentally says that all those scrolls that he just gave him, he uses in order to protect him. The voice notes that he didn't realize one thing, that Nate still hasn't given up. The brunette looks down. He's making something out of the board and the voice continues that he's trying to use the scroll with spells. Rick looks at him, and he asks if that's enough for an attempt, to which he doesn't understand what he's up to again. The guy made himself a wooden sign and someone asks why he's gluing the scroll to it. The wolf yells at him asking what he's doing because he's just wasting the scroll. He's stunned and asks if that's what he just thought of. The brunette wipes his face saying that if this doesn't work, he'll give up completely. Against the background of his school, he remembers that in each class there were 1 or 2 students, and they were simply obliged to show their special talent. Little Nate sits and the voice continues that 10-year-old Nate was exactly one of those students. He looks away and someone yells that he has to hand in a reflective letter tomorrow. The teacher stands nearby while the voice explains that in the 3rd grade of his elementary school, his homeroom teacher was obsessed with making the students write their reflections, and that if they didn't do their homework, or were caught running down the hallway or talking during class, then in the same teacher's opinion there were a lot of things that deserved a reflective letter. Against the background of sheets of paper, he continues that eventually the students had to write them constantly and ended up with about 200 papers a year. He puts his stamp on it. There's a thumb there. The teacher hands over the letters saying that he should take them and tell the others to come get their reflective letters approved, to which they agree. The kids come out and rejoice at how they miraculously got their approval. Nate walks by and the guy muses that he wonders if there is anyone who can put a stamp of approval on his behalf and that then it would be possible to hand in a half-finished letter. The brunette is fired up with an idea. He does something and the voice explains that the 10-year-old boy's talent blossomed that day. He made his seal. Nate smiles and the voice notes that his talent continues to blossom to this day. And Rick states that he is good with his hands and suggests that he was a sculptor, to which he is told that he was simply a gifted child. He broke his tablet. The blonde looks at him and asks if he is okay, to which he is told that he is and not to worry. The wolf looks at him and he asks why he is standing there doing nothing, because if he has collected the fruit, then it is time for him to work on it. Rick is confused and thinks that he cannot believe that he is taking out his frustration on me and asks him to remember that he is not on his side. Nate asks him if he has a good sense of smell, because in that case he should use his nose to locate the other participants. Rick looks at him and notes that it is doable, to which Gerald notes that there is one more question. The brunette listens to what he understands that his plan is to attach the scroll to a wooden board and make a copy and asks if he doesn't need ink to carry out the plan so that it works properly. The brown-eyed man opened his inventory and replies that he already thought about it. He looks there. The brunette takes out something saying that it is ink and an inkstone made of cloud beads that he made himself. Gerald looks at him and asks again about the inkstone, to which he explains that they will simply pour some water here and scrape the inkstone. He looks at the ink and the guy states that the result is purple ink, to which he notes that in this ink you can even feel the magic that was originally in the clouds. The ink glows and he continues that in fact, in comparison to the magic contained in real scrolls, this ink contains a much deeper magical energy. Nate grins and notes that it's probably because they were made of beads that are made of supercompressed clouds. The guy licks his lips and notes that now he needs to carve the wooden sign well and that he'll try to do it again. Rick looks at him and says that he found them and points him in the direction, to which he asks why so quickly. The blonde calls him and the guy wonders what someone's body is doing there. The grandfather looks at him and shouts that it was him, and he replies that he scared him. The old man shakes his head and replies that he can't believe that they met him and notes that this is such a relief and that the scrolls with spells had just run out in the morning, and the voice notes that it was not luck or coincidence, but the skill of this man's intuition, which unknowingly led him to the guy. Nate looks at him contentedly and asks if it's an incredible coincidence to meet 2 people with a mech blade in one place. They both turn around. The brunette thinks contentedly that since they both have blood-sucking weapons, it looks like he will be able to use the scrolls without any regrets. The guy sarcastically notes that this is ideal and that it is especially for testing fake scrolls with spells. The grandfather turns around and asks himself what this ominous feeling is.